This young man originally came from another world, traveling to a cultivation realm. However, the unique thing about him was that the system Yi Bei awakened required him to take on 108 disciples, and only when all of them reached the highest cultivation realm would Yi Bei be granted the chance to defy the heavens and alter his fate. Yi Bei had been in seclusion for 3 years, and only when his last disciple broke through to the Saint realm did the key to defying the heavens and altering his fate finally reveal itself. Yi Bei opened his eyes as he emerged from the coffin. He had truly come back to life. The feeling of having the vitality and youth of his body was almost unbelievable. The first thing Yi Bei did after his resurrection was to inquire with the system about which disciple of his had broken through to the Saint realm last. The system, however, had its professional ethics and refused to disclose to Yi Bei who the last disciple with poor talent was that had made the breakthrough. Yi Bei then rephrased his question. He wanted to know when the disciple who had reached the second to last saint rank had made the breakthrough. This time, the system happily revealed to him that it had been 230 years ago. After hearing this, Yi Bei was furious. Damn it! Doesn't this mean that if that last disciple had broken through to the saint realm a bit sooner, I would have come back to life much sooner? Once I defy the heavens and alter my fate, I'll immediately go looking for you and make you feel the love that's been delayed by 300 years. Yi Bei kept shouting and cursing as he lay in the coffin, while the system, focusing on its job, began to assist him in defying the heavens and altering his fate, calling down a massive bolt of lightning from the sky. Facing directly toward the mausoleum where Yi Bei rested, slumbering in his 300-year sleep. At that very moment, a group of men, appearing solemn and dignified yet in truth grave robbers, approached the site. Leading them was a Taoist named Li, whose cultivation had reached the late semi-saint stage. After breaking a portion of the seal surrounding Yi Bei's grand hall, he led his followers inside. Some carried shovels, others brought pickaxes. Clearly, they were determined to unearth every valuable treasure buried within this place. The heavy wooden doors blocking the main hall were pushed open. Inside, the grand hall was magnificently adorned. Surrounding the towering wooden pillars that supported the ceiling were intricately carved dragons, each clutching a luminous pearl in its mouth. At the very center stood a coffin no less luxurious than the hall itself. The grave robbers immediately recognized the coffin. It was crafted from the sacred wood of a great heaven and earth tree. Such material was the finest in existence, used for forging and preserving divine treasures and supreme great artifacts. Its extravagance was beyond measure. They began to approach the coffin. The closer they came, the denser and more potent the spiritual energy they could feel emanating from within. Naturally, they concluded that the coffin must contain countless priceless relics. The Taoist Li stepped forward once more, channeling his strength and cultivation to forcibly pry open the lid. As the coffin creaked open, the group froze in terror. Inside lay Yi Bei, eyes closed, his body intact. One of them stammered, his voice trembling, This is really a corpse? Why do I feel like he's brimming with life? He's truly dead, another muttered weakly. Another man approached to take a closer look, though his face was still full of skepticism. He was certain the person was already dead. It was said that the Supreme Demon Emperor had died due to old age and frailty, but seeing it with his own eyes today, he realized the figure truly resembled someone alive, nearly sleeping in the coffin. It was exactly because of Yi Bei's appearance that the tomb robbers boldly assumed someone had placed a treasure in his mouth, helping preserve his body in such an intact state. No matter what it was, if it could keep the corpse looking like this, it must surely be something of great value. The Taoist priest with the surname Li could no longer hold back. Hastily, he reached out, intending to pry open Yi Bei's mouth to retrieve whatever was inside. However, before his hand could touch Yi Bei's face, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. The sight was so startling that it could almost make one's heart stop. Fear and astonishment overwhelmed them. In unison, they all stepped back a few paces, their eyes wide as they stared at the figure in the coffin, who was now slowly sitting up. Yi Bei let out a peal of mocking laughter, filled with disdain and contempt. Are you tomb robbers here to steal my grave? You've got quite a bit of nerve, huh? Who are you? Why are you in here? One foolhardy man, not understanding the situation, even pointed directly at Yi Bei's face and demanded, which only made Yi Bei find the whole thing more ridiculous. "This tomb was built for me. Now, why don't you tell me, who could I possibly be?" At this point, Yi Bei had sat up straight, allowing them to clearly see his face. With his words, the robbers became even more confused. "Are you the Supreme Demon Emperor? It can't be." The reason they immediately dismissed this was because the Supreme Demon Emperor had breathed his last 300 years ago, and moreover, he had passed away in the form of a frail old man, not a young man like this. The Taoist namely also believed that Yi Bei was talking nonsense, because he had sensed Yi Bei's cultivation and discovered that he was merely a low-level cultivator in the spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, Yi Bei had only recently broken through to the spirit condensation stage. Thus, they naturally assumed that Yi Bei was just like them, a tomb raider who had snuck in earlier to pose as a deity or ghost to intimidate others. These bandits looked down on him. Yi Bei merely gave a faint smile, momentarily unsure of what to say. But his mocking expression had truly irritated them. A few of them, unable to hold their patience any longer, drew their swords and pointed them at Yi Bei's face, interrogating him. "Stop pretending to be some god or ghost. Why are you here? Speak quickly, and where's the treasure?" Without waiting for Yi Bei to respond, they cut him off, pressing him further. "If you're not going to speak, then don't blame me for not being polite." After saying this, Yi Bei couldn't help but find it ridiculously funny. This was a perfect example of the phrase not knowing one's own limitations. When the young cultivator rushed forward with his sword, the others believed Yi Bei would be taken care of in the blink of an eye. But the scene that unfolded afterwards left all of them wide-eyed in astonishment. At that moment, Yi Bei stood tall and confidently, using only 2 fingers to firmly grip the tip of the opponent's sword, preventing it from moving at all. The man, who had overestimated his own strength, was equally stunned, and then began to tremble in fear. Despite having used all his power just a moment ago, his opponent had effortlessly blocked it with just 2 fingers. Seeing that he couldn't win, the man tried to retreat, but Yi Bei refused to give him that opportunity. He applied a little more force, and the sword tip of the young cultivator instantly shattered into dozens of small pieces. Before the opponent even had time to process what had happened, Yi Bei reached out and grabbed his throat, lifting him off the ground as if he were a mere kitten or puppy. "A mere trash of the divine court wanted to quickly find a way to reincarnate like this? Has your life been so idle for too long that you can't be patient anymore?" As he spoke, Yi Bei tightened his grip, making it impossible for the man to breathe. "Why are you still standing there? Come at me together," he said. The young cultivator in Yi Bei's grip, feeling like he was about to suffocate, groaned and spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the others finally snapped out of their daze, and another fool rushed forward with a weapon, shouting loudly, "Let him go!" "Shut up!" Yi Bei uttered these 2 words softly, yet they carried an immense pressure. "Who gave you the permission to speak out of turn in front of me?" After a brief moment, he increased his grip. The divine court realm cultivator in his hand was crushed as easily as an ant. Fresh blood splattered through the air, hitting the face of the man charging forward, the sharp stench of blood making him immediately hesitate. Just moments ago, Yi Bei had effortlessly dealt with a cultivator at the late stage of the divine court realm in an instant. This showed that he was no ordinary person. But by the time the man realized this, it was already too late. Yi Bei was like a ghost, vanishing in an instant from in front of him, only to reappear behind him. This time, he changed tactics, delivering a single blow that severed the opponent's head from his neck. The expression of shock remained frozen on the face, even though the head had already been severed. The remaining members of the Tomb Raider group were drenched in cold sweat. After all, this was also a cultivator at the late stage of the divine court realm, not someone weak. Yi Bei had managed to quickly dispatch 2 divine court realm cultivators with ease, leaving them in awe. His strength had far exceeded their expectations. Having just awakened from a 300-year slumber and being disturbed by these thieves, Yi Bei didn't hesitate to make a bloody feast of the situation. He had no intention of stopping at just these 2 cultivators. "Next, it's your turn, right?" At their most desperate moment, the entire Tomb Raider group looked towards the Taoist surnamedly, much like they had looked towards the middle of their ranks. However, it wasn't as they expected. The Taoist had long since fled in disgrace, fleeing to save his own life. When those people saw their leader had fled, they naturally had no reason to stay behind any longer. However, as mentioned earlier, Yi Bei had no intention of letting them leave so easily. Before the Taoist named Li could even reach the door, Yi Bei had already started his incantation. A surge of power, like an electric current, quickly spread throughout the tomb, making it impossible for anyone within range to escape. Yi Bei had set up a massive formation that enveloped the entire large tomb, and the immense pressure he exerted was enough to make the tiny insects and creatures on the ground bow down and tremble uncontrollably. A formation? The Taoist muttered to himself, then thought, why is there a formation here? There was nothing when we entered. Could it be him? Then how powerful is he really? A semi-saint, a saint, or something even higher? At that moment, he truly believed that the other party could be the genuine and supreme demon emperor. But by then, it was far too late. Yi Bei had already arrived right behind him. His smile was twisted, sending a chill deep into the bones of everyone who witnessed it. They hurriedly kowtowed, begging for mercy, claiming they were merely hired hands and that the grave robbing was the Taoist Li's doing. However, even if they were just hired hands, Yi Bei had no intention of sparing those who had violated his resting place. Wherever he passed, those kneeling on the ground were instantly reduced to dust amidst their pitiful screams. This scene made that fraudulent Taoist, that pseudo-cultivator who sold holiness, even more terrified. At this level, Yi Bei was no longer human, he was a demon. The man hurriedly kowtowed again and again, begging for his life with every ounce of despair he had, promising to hand over all his valuables to Yi Bei in exchange for that miserable life. Yi Bei felt the old man still had some exploitable value, so he did not strike him down. Instead, he asked Li about the origins of the tomb's builder. Hearing the question only deepened the man's despair. This tomb was built a very long time ago. How would I know who built it, let alone where that person might be now? Sir, I truly don't know. I don't know which exalted master constructed this tomb. Yi Bei's gaze turned ice-cold. Then what use is there in keeping you alive? His voice was as light as a feather, yet it carried a murderous intent so strong it was pungent. The man surnamed Li felt his soul leave his body in fear. He prostrated himself again, babbling so fast it seemed he might bite his tongue. Please, sir, though I don't know, I can contact the embroidered shadow division of the Yunfan Hall. They will certainly know about this. At the mention of the words embroidered shadow division, Yi Bei flinched and asked the man to repeat what he had just said. Indeed, Taoist Li had mentioned the embroidered shadow division. According to him, it was an intelligence organization founded by a mysterious figure 200 years ago. For the right price, there is no information they cannot dig up. Hearing the man's words, Yi Bei fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled an old acquaintance of his, someone who might also be connected to this embroidered shadow division. Meanwhile, Taoist Li, seeing that Yi Bei remained silent for too long, began to grow anxious. My lord, whatever it is you wish to know, they will surely find it. I am willing to lead you to them, just please, spare this wretched life of mine. Looking at the man's miserable state, Yi Bei suddenly found it amusing. With a soft snap of his fingers, Taoist Li's body began to return to dust. In your next life, don't be so greedy. Greed will be your downfall. Those were the last words he heard in this world. And just like that, Yi Bei had wiped everything clean, leaving not a single soul behind. News of Yi Bei's tomb being broken into spread quickly, eventually reaching the ears of Zhu Gufu, the highest-ranking sorcerer in the Zhongyuan region, and one of Yi Bei's 36th generation disciples. Enraged, Zhu Gufu immediately ordered every member of the Chen family to make full preparations. The whole world must know whoever dared rob my master's tomb will not meet a good end. At the same time, Zhu Gufu swore he would do everything in his power to uncover the ancient celestial formation that could bring Yi Bei back to life. At the same time, he had also crawled out of his own tomb, wandering around to explore the world. After 300 years of slumber, Yunfan Hall was indeed much livelier than before. Yet Yi Bei had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly heard his stomach growl loudly. Well, that made sense after all, it had been 300 years since he'd last eaten anything. So Yi Bei decided to fill his empty stomach before getting down to serious business. Having been buried in such a luxurious tomb, Yi Bei naturally wasn't short on treasures. He casually pulled out 2 gold coins and handed them to a young man by the roadside, asking which restaurant in Yunfan Hall served the best food. The one with the golden lettered signboard, run by a female chef not far from here. It's called Haisan Lao, the young man replied. Following the direction he pointed, Yi Bei saw at the end of the street a bustling restaurant, with a long line of customers waiting for their turn. As he approached and read the signboard, 2 words instantly popped into his mind. What the? Could it be that he had somehow transmigrated back to Earth? From what the young man selling weapons by the roadside had mentioned earlier, Yunfan Hall's current prosperity was largely thanks to that very female chef. The recipes she had brought forth had attracted countless patrons and dignitaries alike. Unfortunately, she had now broken through to the Saint realm and rarely appeared in the mortal world. The young man even went on to emphasize that this female chef possessed beauty capable of toppling nations. Anyone fortunate enough to behold her even once was truly blessed. Once the nun breaks through to the Saint realm, it's highly likely that she is one of his disciples. Among all his disciples, the one who is the best at cooking must be Fan Showdown, ranked 40th. To clarify this matter, Yi Bei immediately headed to the restaurant to take a look. After scanning the menu, he didn't find anything particularly special except for the Buddha jumps over the wall. Just then, a voice from a nearby table caught his attention. It was the voice of a Hua young master. Today, I'll treat these 2 beauties to the most famous Buddha jumps over the wall in Yunfan Hall. This dish costs the equivalent of 10,000 gold. In this Yunfan Hall, apart from myself, no one else can afford to spend like this. The last sentence made Yi Bei's ears itch. What did he mean by saying no one else in Yunfan Hall could eat Buddha jumps over the wall except him? Thinking this, Yi Bei immediately ordered a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall. However, in this restaurant, there was a rule to pay first before the dishes were served, and the payment could be made with either gold coins or spirit stones. Yi Bei immediately took out 5 high-quality spirit stones, even without asking for the change back. The waiter, seeing the pile of spirit stones on the table, immediately had his eyes shine brightly. This action of Yi Bei quickly drew the attention of other patrons in the restaurant. Whispers began to rise from all directions. What did I just see? Just now, young Master Fan ordered a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall, and this person ordered the exact same dish, even more generously than young Master Fan, casually dropping 5 spirit stones like that. Who exactly is this young man? The young Master Fan also heard these words, and his mood was clearly not good. At that moment, his food was served in front of him. Wanting to impress the 2 beauties by his side, he quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, "How about it? This dish not only smells delicious but can also improve your cultivation when eaten." The 2 girls with young Master Fan immediately began to twist and turn, demanding that he feed them personally. The combined voices of these 3 people were so irritating that Yi Bei felt his ears were about to go deaf. He quickly tasted a piece of the dish to see if it resembled the flavor of the Buddha jumps over the wall that Fan Xiaodong had cooked before. To his surprise, as soon as he finished eating, Yi Bei slammed his hand on the table in anger. The noise drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant, all eyes turning toward him. He shouted loudly, "Who made this Buddha jumps over the wall? Is this something anyone can eat?" His words clearly struck a nerve with the young Master Fan, who could no longer stand it and stood up, ready to retort. He growled, "What did you just say, you bug? Didn't you see I also ordered a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall? Are you implying that I'm not human?" The 2 women with him hurried to advise him, urging him not to take someone as vulgar as Yi Bei seriously, which barely helped ease his anger. At that moment, Yi Bei added fuel to the fire with another remark. "This kind of food that can't even be swallowed is only fit to deceive fools like you into parting with your money." Young Master Fan was so enraged that his fury seemed to reach its peak. The waiter, seeing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. He told Yi Bei that the dish had been personally prepared by the restaurant's esteemed head chef. However, Yi Bei refused to back down and insisted that the waiter call the head chef out so he could speak with him directly. Not long after, the head chef appeared. Though called a chef, he was actually a cultivator who had already reached the divine court realm, and his name was Dong Lu. Greetings, esteemed guest. Even young master fan of the Xiang sect holds great admiration for my cooking. May I ask what issue you have with it? Dong Lu asked, his tone clearly displeased. Seeing his attitude toward Yi Bei, that young master fan broke into a deeply satisfied grin. Just a mere spirit condensation realm brat daring to question the culinary skills of a divine court late-stage chef? It seemed there was quite a show about to unfold. Not only young master fan, but many other patrons also began to gather around to watch the commotion. None of them knew Yi Bei's true, illustrious identity. They merely thought he was a lunatic daring to stir up trouble in such a prestigious establishment. Even after spending 5 spirit stones, leaving this place unscathed would not be so simple. Young sir, what exactly is it that displeases you? Dong Lu repeated, his shadow looming over Yi Bei, making him seem somewhat overpowered. But just because Yi Bei's shadow was smaller didn't mean his words were any weaker. Yi Bei took a deep breath and began to fire off words like a rap champion, explaining that the ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall must be sun-dried for 7 times 7 days before they could fully release their freshest and most exquisite flavor. But Dong Lu used entirely fresh ingredients to replace this process. According to Yi Bei, he was completely unqualified to be a head chef. Dong Lu never expected to encounter a professional expert. The first sentence from Yi Bei left him speechless, and Yi Bei didn't stop there. He went on to point out a series of mistakes Dong Lu had made. For instance, the grilled ribs were cooked over too high a heat, failing miserably. The fish maw was also a failure, and the abalone meat was overcooked and tough, another failure. The soup was too thin, lacking sufficient heat, truly a failure on top of a failure. Each word failure Yi Bei uttered felt like a slap to Dong Lu's face. Sweat poured down his face. He had no idea that a young man who looked so youthful could be so knowledgeable about cuisine, surpassing even his own master by a long shot. After criticizing him for a while, Yi Bei coldly asked, "The food is this bad, and you dare say it's your signature dish?" Dong Lu completely surrendered. He stepped back and knelt down, bowing his head in apology. "You are indeed a master, you are the true senior, I am the one with poor judgment. Please forgive me." This action from Chef Dong Lu left everyone in the restaurant, including young master fan, stunned. He had thought someone would step in to teach Yi Bei a lesson, but unexpectedly, that person ended up kneeling before him. Out of shame, young master fan's anger flared. He rushed forward, grabbed Dong Lu by the collar, and scolded him, "Your food is garbage, and you still kneel down to him. Has your head gone soft?" But every word of the senior's analysis is golden. "The Buddha jumps over the wall dish I made is truly garbage." Dong Lu hesitated to respond, his demeanor only infuriating young master fan even more. The fact that Chef Dong admitted that the Buddha jumps over the wall dish was garbage was like a slap in his face. In other words, it was as if he were saying that young master fan enjoyed eating garbage. Yi Bei, not willing to let it go, added another remark. "You can't blame him for this. Someone like you is only fit to eat garbage." "What did you say?" Young master fan, still holding Dong Lu by the neck, shouted at Yi Bei with a volume that could not have been louder. "I said, someone like you is only fit to eat garbage." Yi Bei repeated each word without hesitation. "Did you hear that clearly now?" Young master fan was pushed to his breaking point and couldn't take it anymore. A bright fireball appeared in his hand and shot straight at Yi Bei. However, it missed, and instead, Yi Bei grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the table. Yi Bei's actions were entirely based on physical strength, not utilizing any high-level cultivation, yet the effect was even more humiliating. "What kind of garbage are you, to dare act so arrogantly with me?" Yi Bei asked coldly. His actions sent a chill through the restaurant, as everyone was aware that the young master was a genius, the pride of the Xiang sect. Anyone who offended him would not be let off easily by the sect. Yi Bei's actions were no different from directly challenging the entire sect, yet while ordinary people might fear the Xiang sect, Yi Bei was not intimidated. He had even thought that young Master Fan might have some real skill, but to his surprise, he was even more useless than those grave robbers. His hand remained firmly pressed against the back of Fan's neck, not giving him a chance to lift his head. Young Master Fan kept threatening Yi Bei, demanding he let go, but in reality, he couldn't match the physical strength of Yi Bei. In the end, the fool was thrown straight out of the shop by Yi Bei. Although the people from Haisan Lao hadn't done anything wrong, this incident still happened at their establishment. The customers, fearing they might get caught up in the trouble, quickly fled. Young Master Fan had been beaten senseless by Yi Bei, but that was because he was too weak to withstand a single strike from him. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Yi Bei couldn't help but feel disdain. He had slept for 3 years, and now that he was awake, even a dog dared to act tough in front of him. It was like a tiger that hadn't roared in ages, only to be mistaken for a Hello Kitty. Dong Lu, who had witnessed the entire scene, couldn't hide his fear. He sensed that Yi Bei only exuded the aura of a spirit condensation realm cultivator, yet he had easily defeated young Master Fan, who was at the late stage of mystic connection realm and about to break through. Dong Lu was so frightened that his words trembled. "Senior, you've caused great trouble now. What's there to be afraid of?" Yi Bei replied nonchalantly. "I've only crippled his cultivation, I haven't taken his life yet." After Yi Bei finished speaking, Dong Lu became even more terrified. What was this? Being crippled in cultivation was even worse than losing one's life, especially when that young Master Fan was the talented prodigy of the Xiang sect. The people of that sect would surely never let this go. Dong Lu, who revered Yi Bei with all his heart, wanted to help him by some time so he could escape. After all, the Xiang sect was still the most powerful force in the Yunfan hall. The cultivation levels of the elders in the sect had all reached the Saint realm, and the sect master had broken through to the Saint King realm 100 years ago. Yi Bei had crippled their best disciple. How could they possibly let this slide? Dong Lu truly wanted to help him escape, but from beginning to end, Yi Bei had no intention of running away. "Don't worry, it's just the Xiang sect taking care of their own. The more of them that come, the more I'll cripple," Yi Bei replied, his tone light as a feather, because his biggest concern right now was simply filling his empty stomach first. Dong Lu couldn't help but look at Yi Bei with a bewildered gaze. How could he be so calm when he had offended the Xiang sect? Was he some kind of divine being, or just a madman who feared neither heaven nor earth? At this point, Dong Lu had no way of persuading him. All the guests had been driven away by Yi Bei, and now he could only lead him to a private table to enjoy a meal. As Yi Bei ate, he asked about the news of the head chef of this restaurant, who was also the master who taught Dong Lu the culinary craft. Unfortunately, he didn't know either, because for the past 100 years, this person had been traveling the 4 seas. The last time Dong Lu met her was already a year ago. Then, does she not need to manage the restaurants in Yunfan Hall on a regular basis? Yi Bei asked again. "Senior, you must be joking. These businesses of Lady's estate have all been handed over to her disciples to manage. It seems that finding her disciple won't be an easy task after all." Yi Bei asked Dong Lu if he knew where the embroidered shadow division of Yunfan Hall was, but this was the first time Dong Lu had heard of this name. He thought it might be some sect. It seemed that the intelligence organization operated quite secretly, and not just anyone could know its name. Yi Bei did not press Dong Lu further, simply instructing him to prepare food and accommodation for the following days. Meanwhile, the young Master Fan, who had been crippled and lost his cultivation, had already been taken back to Xiang sect. As expected, the sect master of Xiang sect was furious when he found out what had happened to him after he arrived at Haisan Lao. "How dare you, Fan Showdown, lay a hand on someone from Xiang sect?" The sect master of Xiang sect was so angry that he almost crushed the teacup in his hand. Fan Wenhong's subordinates hurriedly recounted what had happened, saying that he had been defeated by a young man who only seemed to have the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm, and the most important thing was that the young man had used just one move to cripple his cultivation, indicating that his abilities were certainly not ordinary. "Sect master, please calm down. The key issue right now is that the third elder led a small team of 13-14 people to Night Emperor Ling to steal the treasures. We shouldn't make more trouble, and I still hope Sect Master will consider this carefully. Hearing this, Sect Master of Xiang's sect felt that there was some truth to the words. He then sent people to closely monitor the actions of Haisan Lao and Yi Bei first, intending to settle accounts with the third elder of his sect once he returned. Meanwhile, Zhu Gufu, along with her senior sister, Lai Yushan, who ranked 20th in their order, had already built a tomb and arrived at the scene. Upon learning that the mixed blood thieves had stolen the remains of their grandmaster, both of them were enraged to the point of their eyes turning red. The remains of our grandmaster, who had reached the body refining realm and surpassed the limits of regular cultivation, are useless to ordinary people. But if in the hands of the owner of the sacred land. Lai Yushan said in a half-finished sentence, causing Zhu Gufu to grow increasingly anxious. So what? Lai Yushan made it clear that she would never forgive whoever had stolen their grandmaster's remains, even if it cost her life. Neither of them knew that Yi Bei had actually been revived, so they both assumed the grave robbers had taken him away. Suddenly, Zhu Gufu sensed something was wrong. She realized someone was activating a forbidden technique outside to break the formation. Lai Yushan immediately drew her blade, her eyes full of hatred. It seems that if we don't give them a lesson, they really think this place is their home. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of people chanting and praising echoed from outside. Third Elder's Majesty, the Third Elder's skill in formations is truly unparalleled, breaking the seal in just a few seconds. It seems that this is the tomb raiding team, with the Third Elder of the Xiang sect leading it. However, just moments ago, the so-called Third Elder hadn't even had a chance to do anything. The formation was broken so easily before he could make a move, leaving him bewildered. Before he could regain his composure, he saw Lai Yushan and Zhu Gufu inside. "Humph, you really have guts to come here and rob a tomb." The third elder of the Xiang sect was startled, but quickly regained his calm, even daring to point a finger at Lai Yushan and scold her, "What's all the posturing for? Are our goals really that different? Leave behind your spoils, and I'll spare your lives." Zhu Gufu sneered derisively and quietly asked Lai Yushan, "Should we leave a few of these small fry alive?" Lai Yushan, being merciful at heart, didn't want to spare anyone except for the loquacious third elder in charge. The attitude of both of them had completely dampened the morale of the tomb raiders from the Xiang sect. After all, they were surrounded by many divine court cultivators, yet they showed no fear, only a murderous intent. What the third elder didn't know was that he had just encountered a true disciple of Yi Bei, which is why he was still so cocky. "Since you insist on standing in my way, then don't blame us for bullying weak women." He had just ordered the attack, and more than a dozen disciples from the Xiang sect, standing behind him, immediately rushed forward. Dozens of Xiang sect disciples, each armed with a weapon, charged forward, all of them incredibly skilled in combat. However, Lai Yushan didn't even bother to lift a finger. Everything was left for the female sorceress Zhu Gufu behind him to handle. She lightly activated a large formation, and instantly, a small formation appeared beneath each of their feet. After the formation was fully prepared, Zhu Gufu immediately activated the soul capture formation, taking the lives of more than 10 people in the blink of an eye. Just as Lai Yushan had hoped, Zhu Gufu left the leading man's face a horrific, dog-like mask of death. The third elder looked on, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. "Is this the soul-binding formation?" He trembled so violently that his teeth chattered. "And yet, you haven't even used your full power. What exactly is your connection to that soul-devouring demon head? How do you know the soul-binding formation?" Zhu Gufu, too lazy to answer him, conjured a beautiful light in her hand, but to the enemy, it was a deathly light. "No, you can't take my life," he stammered, his body devoid of strength as he collapsed into the formation she had just drawn. Zhu Gufu lightly uttered 2 words. Her demeanor was indeed not inferior to that of her master. Immediately, the third elder's memories were drawn into her. His vitality was simultaneously drained away. Lai Yushan, playing the role of a good person, gave him a finishing blow, ensuring that he wouldn't have to suffer too long in pain. After the deed was done, she put away her serious expression and turned to tease her younger sister. Xiao Fu Fu, after all these years, you still haven't made any progress. Your ability to take memories is still far behind the Grandmasters from back then. The Grandmaster's level is something I can only look up to, something unattainable, Zhu Gufu responded, feeling a bit offended, and huffed loudly. Alright, I was just joking with you, Lai Yushan chuckled. The two quickly set off to Yunfan Hall to settle accounts with the Xiang sect. While the two junior disciples were wreaking havoc on their behalf, Yi Bei remained calmly seated in the two carts, focusing on his cultivation. He discovered that, although his abilities hadn't diminished too much, his cultivation still appeared to others as no different from a minor cultivator in the first stage of the spirit condensation realm. It seemed like he would have to start cultivating all over again. And because of his unique physique, which could defy fate and alter destiny, his cultivation speed after his resurrection was extraordinarily fast. In just half a day, Yi Bei had broken through from the first stage to the second stage of the spirit condensation realm. With this speed, the future was certainly looking very promising. While Yi Bei was still reveling in this feeling of triumph, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He opened the door and stepped out. He saw Dong Lu, who was also listening intently. According to him, just a moment ago, many people had witnessed a ship as large as a mountain flying across the sky above Yunfan Hall. Yi Bei, upon hearing the keywords flying ship and as big as a mountain, immediately thought of his disciple. Thus, he dragged Dong Lu along to eavesdrop on the conversation. Unfortunately, poor Dong Lu, despite running as fast as he could, was still left behind and lost track of Yi Bei. Moreover, he noticed something unusual. Clearly, Yi Bei had been at the first level of the cultivation spirit condensation realm yesterday afternoon, yet this morning, he had already broken through to a new realm. Was this person a god or a demon? Yi Bei, uninterested in Dong Lu, who was panting from exhaustion, focused intently on the ship flying across the sky. Indeed, this was the rescue ship Nuaya. The only person who could create such a thing, aside from his second disciple, Lai Yushan, was. Who else? Suddenly, Dong Lu spoke up. The flying ship's landing direction is towards the Xiang sect. Could it be that this ship belongs to their sect? At the mention of Xiang sect, Yi Bei became especially excited. Lai Yushan had gone to the Xiang sect. It seemed there was going to be some drama. He quickly dragged Dong Lu to see the spectacle, and indeed, Lai Yushan's Nuaya ship had just landed at this very sect. As soon as she appeared, she shouted loudly, "Marquis of Su Yuan, get out here, you bastard!" This scene quickly attracted the attention of many. They didn't know who Lai Yushan was, but they could tell that she had just openly insulted the sect master of the Xiang sect, and with her cultivation already having broken through to the Saint realm, they thought she must be prepared to throw her life away. Yi Bei pushed his way through the crowd and finally caught a clear glimpse of the girl floating in mid-air. No doubt about it, he had finally found his first disciple. Although he felt somewhat smug that he didn't need to personally deal with the Xiang sect, he was still puzzled by the fact that his 20th disciple had a conflict with this sect. As for Lai Yushan, she was seething with fury. Over the past 2 years, the Xiang sect had approached Tomb Knight Emperor no less than 13 times, each time more outrageous than the last. Lai Yushan had been too lazy to deal with them until now, but with the disappearance of her Grandmaster's remains, she could no longer stay idle. "Girl, who are you, and where do you come from? Do you think you can casually call the sect master by his name?" Finally, someone stepped forward to confront her, but it wasn't the sect master of the Xiang sect, it was their Grand Elder. This man was no pushover. He had just broken through to the 8th stage of the Saint realm, and his swordsmanship was not something to be taken lightly. With a casual swing, he could cleave mountains in two. Once he appeared, more people gathered to watch, all eager to witness the grandeur of his sword strike. However, Lai Yushan, whose temper was as quick as lightning, wasn't about to back down. The moment she saw the Grand Elder of the Xiang sect, she raised her middle finger in response. "You don't need to rush. Looking for death like that? I wasn't even planning to deal with you yet." Her words were arrogant, clearly dismissing the opponent as beneath her. The Grand Elder of the Xiang sect went mad upon seeing this and immediately slashed out with his sword. Lai Yushan didn't even bother to dodge, instead using her internal strength to create a shockwave in retaliation. The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned by the explosion, his mind dizzy and confused. He had thought a mere girl had come to cause trouble, never expecting that the opponent would bring such terrifying power. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was still disoriented, Lai Yushan continued her assault. At this point, the Grand Elder of Xiang's sect began to panic. If things continued like this, he would be at a severe disadvantage. The sword in his hand began to flail wildly. When facing Lai Yushan's power, it created a massive explosion. Flames and smoke filled the sky, but in reality, he did this to obscure her vision and create a chance to escape. However, such a trick could not fool Lai Yushan's sharp eyes. The large saber in her hand was raised, and immediately, a massive formation was unleashed. The Grand Elder of Xiang's sect turned his head back, and a chill ran down his spine. He couldn't escape in time, and the formation locked him in place, receiving a fatal slash from Lai Yushan that was too brutal to look at. The crowd gathered to watch the spectacle gasped in shock. Even the Grand Elder of Xiang's sect, with his cultivation at the 8th stage of the Holy Realm, was being humiliated like this. The girl must be some kind of divine being. After this chaos, the Marquis of Suyuan finally appeared, accompanied by a few of his disciples. The moment he saw Lai Yushan, his face fell, but he still forced himself to appear humble and a little polite. I thought it was someone bold enough to cause trouble for the Xiang sect, turns out it's the divine bamboo fairy, Miss Yushan. What could have possibly made the fairy so enraged? Lai Yushan was icy cold, the blade in his hand pointed straight at the sect master of the Xiang sect. Hand over everything you stole from the Tomb Knight Emperor to me. I may spare the others, but you must die. Having spoken, Lai Yushan raised his blade and decisively brought it down. But the Marquis of Suyuan was no mere sect master, his power far surpassed that of the elder in the sect. After Lai Yushan's strike, he remained completely unscathed, and the previously ingratiating expression vanished entirely. This is the Xiang sect. On what basis do you come here to make trouble? You who cultivate the auxiliary path of support, and you dare to try to take my life? I think you still haven't woken up. The auxiliary path of support the Marquis of Suyuan mentioned refers to a cultivation route based on practical skills: cooking, construction, blacksmithing, alchemy, and so on. After speaking, he unleashed his full strength and indeed halted his opponent's attack. Seeing that his power exceeded the divine bamboo fairies, the Marquis of Suyuan was extremely pleased. If I eliminate this demonic cultivator of yours today, I'm sure many will clap and praise me. Oh, is that so? Lai Yushan sneered coldly. Well, that still depends on whether you have the ability to back it up. As she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the Linguay rescue ship immediately flew overhead, aiming directly at the Xiang sect for an all-out assault. No sooner had Lai Yushan given the order than countless sharp swords shot down from the ship, all targeting the Xiang sect below. Upon seeing this, the Marquis of Suyuan, who had just moments before been full of smug satisfaction, immediately turned pale, his face losing all color. With both hands forming a seal, he urgently commanded his disciples to set up a formation to block Lai Yushan's attack. But she was faster. The swords continued to rain down relentlessly from the Linguay ship, plunging straight toward the Xiang sect. Witnessing this scene, the Marquis of Suyuan could only stammer in disbelief. A demon cultivator. It's definitely a demon cultivator. Below, the spectators, who had come to watch the spectacle, began to scatter, running for their lives. Anyone who stayed behind at this point would be downright foolish. If those swords hit them, there would be no escape. As for the Linguay ship, it was nothing less than a massive weapon for launching hidden weapons. With such a tool at her disposal, flattening an entire sect wouldn't take long at all. Don Lu, seeing that everyone had fled, panicked. He too wanted to run, but Yi Bei stubbornly insisted on staying, determined to continue watching the spectacle a little longer, pretending to be a fool. High above, the Marquis of Suyuan unleashed a loud burst of ominous energy. Do you really still think that I, the Marquis of Suyuan, am a vegetarian who refrains from killing? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man formed a hand seal, immediately taking action. His disciples behind him also arranged themselves in perfect formation, creating a new formation that directed a surge of power straight at Lai Yushan. Despite being ambushed like this, she remained incredibly calm. Then, Lai Yushan suddenly clenched her hands into fists, letting out a roar. Her entire body turned a brilliant red, and her attacks became bolder, an eye-catching sight that dazzled those who looked on. Yi Bei watched his disciple transform with the grace of Sailor Moon, unable to hold back a chuckle. Dong Lu, seeing this, immediately asked, "Senior, what's so funny about this? Don't you think that battle armor looks pretty cool? Besides, it could help her avoid the combined sword energy of the Sect Master in the next moment." "Yes, it's definitely cool," Yi Bei replied, agreeing with him. In his heart, he couldn't help but praise his disciple. Not only was her strength impressive, but her physique was also exceptionally hot. After transforming, it seemed that Lai Yushan's combat ability had drastically improved. As fast as lightning, she had already sent several of the Marquis's disciples flying. It seemed like the battle would end that way. However, in a moment of carelessness, Lai Yushan found herself caught by the old man's formation, which restrained her limbs. "Lai Yushan, you forced my hand," the Marquis of Su Yuan hissed, simultaneously using his cultivation to create a giant sword-shaped energy, aiming it directly at his opponent. But before the spear could reach her, another voice rang down from above. "Marquis of Su Yuan, if you dare to harm my senior sister, I swear I will take your entire Xiang sect to be used as practice fodder." The Marquis of Su Yuan's movement froze for a moment. Zhu Gufu leapt from the Nuaya boat like an arrow. Sect Master Xiang had not expected the two of them to come together, but he quickly regained his composure and resolved to execute Lai Yushan first, then Zhu Gufu. Zhu Gufu immediately thrust the sword in her hand forward, attempting to sever the formation that held her senior sister fast. But the moment her blade struck the iron chain, Lai Yushan gave a cry of pain. Zhu Gufu was stunned. "What the?" The Marquis of Su Yuan was exultant. "Wretched girl, do you really think your little skill can break the sword technique of this lord?" At that point Zhu Gufu began to panic, for her senior sister remained tightly bound beneath the enemy's web of blades. Seeing this, the Marquis of Su Yuan grew even more satisfied and let out a loud laugh. "Ha, all of you down to hell with me." Then, his plan finally failed. For at the crucial moment Yi Bei appeared and stepped in front of Lai Yushan. "With me here, who dares harm them?" He successfully halted the opponent's sword technique. The Marquis of Su Yuan felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. That was the strongest blow he could muster. And yet he had been stopped effortlessly by a youth of obscure origin, and, what's more, he hadn't been harmed in the slightest. Only one question remained in the Marquis of Su Yuan's mind: who on earth was this person? Although after his resurrection Yi Bei no longer looked like a frail old man, it wasn't difficult for his disciples to recognize him. Lai Yushan and Zhu Gufu were stunned for 2 seconds, then simultaneously dropped to their knees, kowtowing to the Grandmaster after 300 years apart. Yi Bei had no time to exchange pleasantries with them, for the thorn in his side, the Marquis of Su Yuan, had yet to be eliminated. The move he had just unleashed would have been enough to shatter the man's body, but the primordial spirit evidently remained unresolved. With 2 Saint Realm disciples present to assist, however, dealing with the opponent should pose no real problem. Just as Yi Bei thought this, the Marquis of Su Yuan made a move. His 2 disciples quickly realized that the force which had just entered the old man's body was the aura of a great emperor. Yi Bei hadn't fully grasped the situation, but he could sense that something about the Marquis of Su Yuan had changed. Sure enough, the old man then shifted to a wholly different expression. He regarded them with half-lidded eyes and demanded, "I am the Crimson Blood Great Emperor of the Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. You filthy ants, who are you to dare massacre my people? I will offer you one chance to plead for mercy, immediately cripple your own cultivation. If you refuse, I will have those beside you buried." Though the opponent's aura is overwhelming, the master has now appeared. Lai Yushan and Zhu Gufu would rather die than submit, and in addition, Yi Bei showed no sign of fear before the soul inhabiting the body of the Marquis of Su Yuan. On the contrary, he mocked him. "Just a lowly divine thought of a great emperor, you can scare me a little, but do you really think you look like your true self? On the ground, the group of people eagerly watching the drama began to gather. Yi Bei's appearance, which interrupted the overwhelming sword energy of the Marquis of Su Yuan, had left everyone astonished. The aura he emitted indicated that he was merely a cultivator at the second level of spirit condensation realm. This is impossible, he must have concealed his cultivation. Someone quickly realized the issue. It was certain that he had hidden his cultivation. Cultivators at the spirit condensation realm couldn't fly, yet this person was hovering in mid-air. While the crowd below was bustling with discussion, up above, the Crimson Blood Great Emperor, inhabiting the body of the Marquis of Su Yuan, began speaking again. "What's this? Do you all want to defy my command? In this city of Zhongyuan, the world belongs to my stellar wonder sacred land and me." But before he could finish his sentence, a powerful force engulfed him. The soul of the Crimson Blood Great Emperor was immediately expelled from the body of the Marquis of Su Yuan, and the body of the Marquis fell like a meteor, unable to resist. Lai Yushan and Zhu Gufu stared wide-eyed at this scene. Without any prior agreement, the two of them turned their heads in unison. As expected, their Grandmaster had caused this. "Oh, it's too much," Yi Bei muttered. "The stellar wonder sacred land, right? The debt from 300 years ago that I couldn't settle back then. But now is the time to collect it." A fragment of the soul of the Crimson Blood Great Emperor returned to its true master. He sat on his throne, so enraged that his fury soared, silently wondering where this audacious ant had crawled out from, daring to resist him and challenge the dignity of the stellar wonder sacred hall. At that moment, a divine needle appeared, hovering above his head. Crimson Blood stared in shock, his eyes bulging. "What is this? This divine needle clearly perished with my clone just a moment ago. Why is it here now?" he thought in confusion. But just as Crimson Blood had this thought, the divine needle seemed to have its own will. It coldly plunged straight down into his skull. In an instant, the old man toppled from his throne, face-planting onto the ground in a most disgraceful manner. His subordinates, witnessing this, were terrified out of their wits, and chaos immediately broke out. Some rushed to find the saint healer, while others hurried to notify the other great emperors. At that very moment, the palace doors were thrown open, and the blazing flame great emperor arrived. Crimson Blood's subordinates, seeing this, were overjoyed as if they had struck gold. They quickly informed him of what had just happened, how their great emperor had been struck by a mysterious divine needle, resulting in his current pitiable state. Blazing Flame, upon hearing this, hurried to the scene. He saw that Crimson Blood's eyes were wide open, yet his mouth could only stutter a few broken words. "Spirit Condensation Realm, second stage. Crimson Blood," he said, "give it all." "What is this Spirit Condensation Realm? What does this have to do with the Spirit Condensation Realm?" Blazing Flame asked anxiously, but Crimson Blood could not say another word. He hurriedly took the old man's pulse, and then discovered something very unusual. It turned out that this wasn't an external injury but a serious internal one. He stood up, his mind constantly wandering. If Crimson Blood hadn't focused on cultivating the Tao of the soul, with this kind of injury, his soul would have long since scattered. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but be horrified. Who is it? Who exactly did Crimson Blood offend? Outside, many people knelt down, the air heavy and silent. They hadn't even had time to comprehend what had just happened, their minds still filled with fear. Yes, Senior, he actually destroyed the illusory form of the Great Emperor with a single strike, and moreover, he is the Grandmaster of these two. Up in the clouds, Yushan Yibei, just a wisp of divine consciousness, hurriedly spoke, "Grandmaster, your disciples miss you so much, you finally returned to visit us." Gufu knelt beside her, crying bitterly, and added, "Grandmaster, don't worry, I have found an ancient immortal king in the secret realm, and inside there must be an ancient immortal formation that can bring you back to life. I swear, no matter the price, even if it costs my own life, I will definitely bring you back." Looking at his two pitiful disciples, Crimson Blood couldn't help but sigh. Yi Bei immediately comforted, "Don't cry anymore, if you keep crying, you won't be my beautiful disciple anymore." Xiang exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Fu Fu, am I dreaming? Just now, the Grandmaster spoke those words to me. Gu Fu stuttered, Father, 300 years, I've waited 3 years, and finally, I can see the Grandmaster up close like this. Xiang tugged at her clothes, saying, Hurry, slap me. Gu Fu shyly held onto the outer robe, preventing him from pulling her away. He gently smiled, pointing at the two of them and saying, You two silly girls, you don't think that my strength has depleted, and my divine sense has automatically faded, do you? Xiang asked emotionally, Is it really the Grandmaster? He confidently smiled, saying, That's right, I, the Master, am born again. I, the Master, have returned. She hugged Gu Fu, both joyful and anxious like a child. Xiao Fu Fu, can you slap me? I'm so scared, I'm afraid this is all just a dream. The system notification appeared, reunited with 1/108 disciples, reward, plus 10 cultivation speed for the host's version, reunited with 1/108 disciples. Reward, plus 10 years cultivation for the disciples version, the host's version is only for the host, and the disciples version is only for the disciple. He looked at the spiritual energy in the palm of his hand and speculated. As expected, the rate of absorbing spiritual energy had increased tenfold. If I find more disciples, wouldn't it be possible to increase it by 50, 100 times, or even more for the cultivation speed? He asked in confusion, but how do I use the reward for this disciple's 100-year cultivation boost? The system responded, as long as the host makes contact with the disciple, the intent distribution will be done. He calculated in his mind, it's that simple? Then I just need to get closer, right? The system replied, correct. Yi Bei, holding the whip, smiled and said, Is that so? Xiang, incredulously looking at the whip in his hand, said, It's the God-striking whip. Grandmaster has truly resurrected. This is beyond imagination. He looked at his two disciples and pointed out their mistakes. One of you is a formation master, the other an architect. You two, supporting each other in battle, still wanted to kill a powerful expert of the same level. Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? 10 lashes each, no resistance. The two girls, embarrassed, spoke in unison, Disciple knows their wrongs. Please, Master, punish us. Without hesitation, he raised the whip and struck down. In his heart, Yi Bei felt a bit of worry. If I hadn't happened to be in Yunfan Hall today, these two silly girls might have already faced off with the Marquis of the Era. Gu Fu suddenly, in surprise and joy, exclaimed, What? My cultivation is increasing rapidly. She thought, could it be Master? She quickly turned around and shouted, Master, what are you doing? She choked out, Please, Master, retract it. We have made a mistake. We can't accept this reward, especially since you've just been resurrected. Master, please retract it. Yi Bei replied. I have made arrangements, you two don't need to worry about the punishment. After enough strikes, he said, All right, get up. The two of them were overjoyed, as though they had been filled with spiritual energy and gratitude. Thank you, Master, Yi Bei began calculating, now, I still need to find a few strong disciples. He thought further, without these two disciples to complement his path, his offensive power would still have weaknesses from beginning to end. Inside the courtyard, the lights were bright, and voices could be heard from within. Master, it's our incompetence, we couldn't protect Senior Sister. Senior Sisters, please let Master punish us. After a moment of conversation, Yi Bei thought to himself, he hadn't expected that the culprit behind the disciples' division was the Sacred Hall of the Greats. Well then, now that I've returned, I'll settle all these debts myself. As if recalling something, Xiang said, Right, Master, I just remembered, Senior Sister Tai Bai is also in Zhongyuan City, but her emotions are currently in turmoil. Gu Fu exclaimed, Senior Sister, Yi Bei is asking about Tai Bai? But I think with Tai Bai's talent and potential over the last 300 years, she must be on the verge of becoming an emperor by now, right? The two girls' emotions sank, and Gu Fu's voice, tinged with sadness, rang out. After she broke through to half-emperor, she relied solely on her strength to attack the Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. No one knows what happened after that. Yi Bei's irritation was evident. Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall, again with the Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. He asked again, where is Tai Bai now? Gufu replied, Luoguang City Tai Bai Sword Manor. After understanding the situation, Yi Bei made a decision. Initially, he wanted to have his children stay here and strengthen their cultivation for 2 more days, but now it seemed unnecessary. He immediately set off for Luoguang City. Gufu and Yushan bowed and responded clearly. Master, 3 days later at Concealed Fragrance Pavilion. Yi Bei was sitting in meditation, refining his energy, feeling frustrated with the flow of power within his body. It had taken him 3 days to break through to the 5th realm, which was a rather slow pace. Outside the door, Gufu looked at his master with some admiration and said to Yushan, Master has started cultivating again. For ordinary people, it would take 3 years to break through to a realm. Yushan responded dismissively. At that moment, Yi Bei clenched his fists with determination. Very good, next I need to be more diligent, to break through and reach the Mystic Connection realm. Crossing over the vast mountain range, aboard the flying ship, an excited voice echoed, by then, I'll be able to unlock another tablet. 1 day later, inside a shop, the waiter's eyes sparkled like stars. It was as though he saw gold and riches shimmering next to him. Yi Bei made his request. Tell me everything you know about Tai Bai Sword Manor. The waiter cautiously asked. Sir, are you planning to attend the martial arts banquet at Tai Bai Sword Manor? Yi Bei raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, Martial arts banquet? The waiter began to explain in more detail. The manor lord of Tai Bai Sword Manor has been injured for a long time, and his strength is no longer what it once was. It was said that there wasn't much cultivation left, so he spent his days drunk on youth and wine, now even wanting to trade away his belongings for more liquor, bringing ruin upon his own household. The old man said with a hint of regret, You should know, in its prime, Tai Bai Sword Manor was crowded like a grand festival. Sword cultivators from 1,000 miles away came seeking instruction in swordsmanship. What a pity indeed. Yushan slammed the table angrily and shouted, startling him. The old man thought he must have said something wrong. Nonsense! Yi Bei softly called out, Calm down, San, admit your fault. My apologies, master, this disciple was reckless just now. Yi Bei comforted him, although I don't know what truly happened to Tai Bai, awakening people's spirits is what I do best. In broad daylight at Tai Bai Sword Manor, the crowd was roaring, Next one, hand over your wine to me. A jug of wine was placed on the table, and everyone turned their heads toward the commotion. The murmur of discussion spread among the onlookers. Even without mentioning the wine itself, that jug alone could buy several fine spirit stones. With a vessel this exquisite, the wine inside must be extraordinary. It seems this young man will have no problem making his trade. The old man's eyes gleamed as he stared at the delicate jug before him. Yi Bei took the jug, avoiding his gaze, and said calmly, No rush. The record keeper looked puzzled. Young master, what do you? Yi Bei gently poured the wine into a small cup he had just taken out, then spoke to him, This wine is exceedingly precious. 1 cup for the master of the hall is more than enough. He silently cursed in his heart, just 1 cup, how miserly could they be? After taking the cup of wine, he inhaled the fragrance rising from it. His face filled with longing as he thought, This wine smells so divine, if I could taste just a single sip in this life, it would be worth it. He then relied on the man before him. Ah, right. Please, butler, convey these 2 sentences to the manor lord. Of course, you may. The man politely replied, Please, young master, go ahead. The youth spoke, The first line is merely to make the manor lord drunk with wine, though I do not know where that person hails from. The second 1 poem, 1 jug of wine, 1 song, 1 sword that roams the heavens. The man bowed respectfully. Young master, please wait a moment. I shall present the wine to the manor lord. Inside the hall, Shishan was practicing his sword techniques. Around him, wine jars lay scattered across the floor. Tai Bai reclined in a chair, savoring 1 batch of wine after another. Shan bent slightly and advised softly, "Master, you've been drinking for days now. You should stop." Tai Bai murmured in a daze, "Shan and you're still young, you don't understand." She pointed out his flaws and offered her critique. "That sword move you just practiced wasn't bad, but you were too deliberate. You mustn't focus so rigidly, let your body move freely, become one with the sword. Only then can it be profound, mysterious, and infinitely changing." Hearing this, Shan gripped his sword, lips pressed in quiet sorrow. "Master, is it because these past 2 days mark Grandmaster's death anniversary? Is that why you've been like this?" Tai Bai avoided her gaze. Shan and rested briefly, then resumed her sword practice. "My wine should be arriving soon," Tai Bai muttered. Shan responded, "Yes, Grandmaster." At this moment, the butler respectfully stepped in and said, "Manor Lord, the wine has arrived." He held up a glass of wine and presented it. Tai Bai sat up, a bit surprised. "Why is there only this much this time?" Before she could finish speaking, she quickly got to her feet and walked toward the glass of wine. Tai Bai was stunned as she held it in her hands, assessing it in her heart. This wine was a treasure of the highest grade. She raised the glass, preparing to drink, feeling a pang of sorrow and longing. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she thought to herself that perhaps only through drunkenness could she meet Master again. "Master, your disciple misses you so much," she whispered. "Old Wei, was this wine also brought by someone in line?" The butler respectfully answered, "Yes, Manor Lord, it must have been delivered by a disciple of a great family, someone at the 7th level of the spirit condensation realm. Moreover, that person asked me to convey 2 messages to you, which they found amusing." Tai Bai nodded, signaling him to continue. He paused, recalling Yi Bei's words. The first message only indicated that the Manor Lord might become drunk, but he couldn't determine where the person was from. Upon hearing the first message, the glass of wine she was holding slipped from her grasp and shattered on the ground. Her hands trembled in shock. This was uncontrollable emotion. She quickly grasped the butler's arm and asked urgently, "What was the second message?" The butler, frightened, stammered, "The second message is a poem, a jar of wine, a song, and a sword like a celestial beam." Tai Bai shouted, "Where is that person now?" Seeing her agitation, the butler quickly responded, "He is waiting outside the door." "Manor Lord, what is the matter?" Tai Bai vanished immediately after receiving the answer from him, leaving the butler who was about to speak. "Is there something wrong?" Seeing the figure of his master flying away, he scratched his head in confusion. "Manor Lord, what's going on?" Noticing Tai Bai approaching, Gufu spoke up, "Master, 4th senior sister has arrived." Yi Bei looked at his disciple coming closer and said, "You all discuss it a bit, make sure there's no slip up." He put on his strange mask, and Yunfan beside him also smiled excitedly. At that moment, Tai Bai appeared before the 3 of them and asked, "I ask you, was that glass of wine just now yours?" He answered, "It was mine." Observing his disciple, he silently sighed. Indeed, the 4th was somewhat discouraged. However, even if he were to turn into a pile of scrap metal, today, Master would still forge him into a good sword. She asked again, "Were those 2 verses also yours?" He replied, "They were mine too." Her entire body trembled as she suppressed her anticipation. "Tell me, who actually told you those 2 verses?" After Tai Bai asked, she became agitated. Gale wind, emanating from her, also burst out. Yi Bei spoke up, "Are you still dissatisfied with the wine I gave you?" Looking at the 3 people before her, she thought to herself, "Why do these 3 make me feel so familiar?" Tai Bai asked, "Who exactly are you?" Yi Bei suggested, "Who I am, I could tell you later, but let's first finish the trade wine for the item." She agreed without much thought. "All right, no problem. This Manor Lord is very pleased with your wine. Tell me, what do you want?" His expression was dangerous as he said, "I also consider myself a swordsman. I want the Manor Lord to lower his cultivation to match mine and have a sparring match. No matter what, before the match ends, neither of us is allowed to restore our strength." She quickly agreed. Fine, I agree. In the training ground, Tai Bai, holding a sword, said, My time is limited, I can only spar with you until sunset at most. Yi Bei tightened his grip on his sword, silently evaluating him. Tai Bai was quite conscientious, proactively lowering his cultivation to the spirit condensation realm first level. However, that's fine, it would make the lesson easier to administer. Gufu and Yushan, holding hands, trembled in fear, watching anxiously. Fourth senior sister, you've committed a heinous crime, your evil deeds cannot be forgiven. You should pray for your own well-being. On the field, the air grew still, with only Tai Bai's booming voice ringing out. Let's begin. You better use your best sword technique. Otherwise, you won't last 2 moves with me. Yi Bei, not fully convinced, asked again. Is that so? He moved as quickly as lightning, directing his sword toward her and reminding her. Then you'd better be careful. Tai Bai stood still, sensing each of his movements. Though his sword intent was abundant, it could still be traced. She moved gracefully, dodging each sword strike, even offering a polite comment. Your sword technique is not bad, but a bit rigid. Lacking flexibility, he moved to her right side, raising his sword, preparing to strike. Seeing his movements, Tai Bai assessed, Are you planning to attack from the right? She jumped up to dodge, her hand delivering a finishing blow, but she inwardly regretted it. Unfortunately, you've already been seen through by me. As the strike landed, the wind stirred, and in her line of sight, he had vanished. She gasped in surprise, What was that? While she searched around, Yi Bei appeared behind her. He leaped high again, teasing, You need to aim better before swinging your arms, don't you? Once again, he vanished, leaving her alone in the vast arena. Not seeing his figure, Tai Bai was alarmed. How is this possible? As she stood stunned, the sword strike closed in, and a loud thud echoed through the arena. The previous move had injured her quite badly, but she still forced herself to rise. Yi Bei began to mock, Manor Lord, don't underestimate your opponent. Life and death on the battlefield. Underestimating your enemy is the first major mistake. Outside the arena, Gufu sighed, as expected, fourth senior sister was defeated in the first round. Yushan responded, Indeed, the Grandmaster's power is no less than it was 5 years ago. Tai Bai managed to prop herself up and, in silence, spoke, I underestimated you. Continue. Tai Bai raised her sword, focused. In her heart, she mocked herself for underestimating her opponent. This time I really did underestimate you, but next time won't be so easy. Her sword aura grew more intense. Hearing the name of the technique, Gufu was taken aback. Azure Lotus Sword Technique, this is the most powerful swordsmanship of fourth senior sister. Each sharp move she unleashed headed toward the opponent, the sword chi hidden within, as if her body was nowhere to be seen, moving without hesitation, every strike meant to kill. Yi Bei remained standing still, showing no sign of defending. He raised his hand and sent a powerful sword chi towards Tai Bai. The intense sword chi struck her, causing Tai Bai to cry out in pain. She fell to the ground with a loud, ear-piercing noise. Yi Bei made a suggestion. Manor Lord, how about you raise your cultivation level to match mine? Hearing his words, which seemed like a challenge, her face darkened, and an intense rage surged within her. Tai Bai gathered her strength, leaped up, and swung her sword. Azure Lotus Sword Technique, third form, the Lotus Sword Chant. Before the sword technique could even reach him, he swung his own sword, sending Tai Bai's blade flying far away. The loss of balance made her collapse to her knees in front of him. At this moment, she took a careful look. First, it was a lapse in judgment. Second, it was a coincidence. Third, it was that Tai Bai suspected she had encountered this person before. This young man seemed very familiar to her, even his swordsmanship. It was so familiar that every time she changed her move, every time she attacked, he seemed to predict it. She lowered her eyes and asked, Who exactly are you? He returned the question. Who am I? Before she could gather her thoughts, he gave the order to strike. Tai Bai suddenly turned around. Behind her, Gu Fu approached, murmuring something unintelligible, and a massive formation appeared above her. Tai Bai wrapped herself in sword chi and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I was deceived." Feeling the energy go awry, she was shocked. "What? My cultivation is dropping rapidly." Before she could react, the formation descended upon her, and Tai Bai cried out, "How is this possible?" The array above pinned her immobile, her limbs bound as if by ropes. Panic flickered through her. "Damn it, ever since he offered the wine he has been gaining control of me step by step. First 2 lines of poetry to disturb my mind, then suppress my cultivation and blunt my sensory power, and now the spirit sealing grand array." Outside, a worried voice cried, "Master." Tai Bai glared toward Shan and shouted an order, "Shan and I, go, don't stay here." She refused to obey and stubbornly pushed toward Yi Bei, anxious to save him. "No, I won't allow anyone to harm him." Streams of force tightened, preventing Shan from moving. Seeing her disciple in peril, Tai Bai erupted, her eyes changed and she screamed in alarm, "Shan and I." Massive waves of power were unleashed outward. Yi Bei sneered coldly, "You're all about to die and you still want to protect others?" He swung his hand and cast an attack, "It's useless. Today you will all die." She ground her teeth in fury. "You sealed my cultivation and think I have no way left?" 2 immense forces collided, sending the wind swirling in all directions. Outside, the 2 girls exchanged words in silence. Yushan touched Gu Fu's shoulder and asked, "Xiao Fu Fu, master won't go too far, will he? Why do I feel like 4th senior sister is going to fight master with all her might?" Gu Fu responded quietly, her fingers trembling with worry. "No matter what happens, we must be patient, and we must never act. We just need to trust master." On the other side, Tai Bai unleashed her power, the pressure growing louder and more intense. Seeing Yi Bei approaching her at an increasingly faster speed, Tai Bai was filled with disbelief. How can this be? This person is clearly sealed in their cultivation, so why is their speed not only unaffected, but even faster than before? At that moment, Yi Bei gathered all his energy into his fists, the 2 about to clash with equal force. Her fist never made contact with her opponent, which left her stunned. "What?" Seizing the opportunity, he struck her, the force of the punch sending her crashing into the ground, rolling away. Where Tai Bai fell, dust and debris flew everywhere. Her body ached, and despair and fear filled her heart. Why is it that every time, he can so easily break through my defenses? Why? Why? Yi Bei slowly advanced towards her, then began to criticize Tai Bai. "Do you think you're so strong? You can't even protect the person standing beside you. What right have you to fall so low, to debase yourself? You stood in front of her and coldly criticized her, and your master, you're like this because of him, your master is the prime culprit." Thunder cracked in her mind after those insults. A razor-sharp move struck toward him, filling him with dread. He retreated quickly, one sleeve was torn. Yi Bei's heart lurched in terror, it was truly dangerous. Though nursing internal wounds, Tai Bai still said coldly, "You may humiliate anyone, but you must not humiliate my master. Today I will kill." Seeing that look of hatred in her, Yi Bei was very pleased. She cut a fine figure, the hammer struck the sword, and the forging was complete. Next came the final step, the steel took shape. The system flashed a notification, encountered the 3rd disciple among the 108 reward, 1 heavenly sword intent for the disciple. A source of energy appeared in his hand. He instructed the system to produce the Shenyuan sword intent. The scene around them seemed to fracture, fragments hanging suspended in the air. At the same time the sky stirred, whirlwinds rose, and white clouds gathered into a single spot overhead. In the distance, high-level fighters witnessed the spectacle and exchanged whispers. "That direction looks like Tai Bai sword manner. Could a precious object be coming into being?" One of them replied. "Indeed, this battle resembles the birth of a rare treasure," another said excitedly. "Go, go, go, hurry and see, don't let others get there first. This anomaly hasn't occurred in 100 years, this is surely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The golden tip of the sword gradually emerged from the cloud where she stood. Tai Bai's heart froze in terror, the world seemed to tilt, and razor-sharp sword she streaked toward her. Xiang cried out in fear, "Elder sister!" Tai Bai turned around and saw Xiang being held back by Tu Yushan. A surge of energy erupted through her body once more. "No, I cannot die yet. I must take care of San, find the younger sisters, and there is master." Xiang's face was desperate, her wail tore through the air. No, the technique will not stop for her. Tai Bai bent forward quickly. Xiang turned, gritted her teeth, hatred and vengeance burned in her eyes. "You bastards, I'll risk my life against you." She swung her sword at Gufu, but Gufu still reached out to block. Unable to avoid it, Xiang found herself face to face with Gufu's enormous chest. Xiang pressed her face straight into Gufu's bosom, her cheeks flushed bright red. Gufu reacted in surprise and gave a cry. Xiang stumbled back in panic. Gufu, astonished, asked, "Master, this?" Yibei fell silent in thought, while she found herself at a loss for words. Xiang stood motionless, fists clenched, watching the three of them speak. She remained there, wary and alert. The air grew still as she and Yibei faced one another. Yibei broke the silence with a scornful remark. "Elder sister, you drown yourself in drink and lack resolve. Where does that leave the sect? Where have you put the great Tao of the sword? I must beat some sense into you." Xiang firmly rebutted, "Don't speak of my elder sister like that. In my heart, she is the best person in the world." He clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "In this world, if I don't take care of my elder sister, I fear no one else will." Hearing his arrogant words, she hesitated and thought to herself, who is this person? How can he speak so boldly? Xiang frowned and asked, "What exactly have you done to my sister? Is she going to be all right?" He gazed into the center of the light source and answered her question, "She won't die. If she can control and absorb that sword intent, it will be a great boon for her." Above, figures began to gather in the sky. Seeing them, she quietly worried. The tribe chief of the Xiang Sun family, Sect Master Chong Xiao, and the Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor were all among them. These people were all experts at the Saint King level. What should she do? Elder sister was still unconscious, and she hesitated, glancing at Yibei. Moreover, the young man seemed confused when Xiang looked his way. Flustered, she pointed at the people in the sky and said, Hey, those people are all the top experts of Luoguang City. Your two subordinates at the divine court level are nothing compared to them. How can you be so calm and not anxious?" The Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor asked the tribe chief of the Xiang Sun family, "Isn't that the Manor Lord of Tai Bai Sword Manor? She seems to be refining some kind of treasure." The tribe chief of the tribe chief respectfully replied, "No need for words. I have personally witnessed her realm, from the 6th layer of the Saint King realm, directly advancing to Sovereign Emperor in a single leap." Sect Master Zhongxiao of the Zhong sect exclaimed, "Good heavens, I've never seen such a speed of advancement before. This must be a treasure of the sword path." The Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor said with envy, "If I could obtain this treasure, perhaps I could pave my way to becoming an emperor." He discussed with the sect master of the Zhang family, "We must not let her refine this successfully, take advantage of this opportunity." The sect master spoke up to stop him. "Wait, are you tired of living? Have you forgotten the peculiarities of Tai Bai Sword Manor?" He sneered, "That could just be a coincidence. Besides, with our great power now, do you think anyone would dare to act against so many of us?" Gufu stepped forward and loudly warned, "Our Manor Lord has suddenly comprehended the great Tao of the sword. If anyone dares to take a step forward now, they will be an enemy of Tai Bai Sword Manor, and the consequences will be theirs to bear." The Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor disdainfully slashed at Yushan, "A mere 5th layer of Divine Palace, and you act so arrogantly. You truly overestimate yourself." She coldly struck out with a gigantic hand. Yushan warned, "I already said, anyone who steps forward, the consequences will be theirs to face." That hand not only shattered the Manor Lord of Bamboo Dragon Manor's sword into pieces but also continued to advance toward him. A dark red bloodstain appeared amidst the ruins of destruction. Those fingers were also separating the boundary between them. The sect master of the Zhangzun family cautiously spoke to the sect master of the Zhongxiao sect. Here, this method of formation is something that cultivators of the Divine Palace realm basically cannot use. She must have concealed her cultivation. He was also greatly shocked. This person was truly too strong. She was undoubtedly a peak Saint King realm expert, or perhaps even a sovereign emperor. Seeing the result, Xiang couldn't help but express some regret. Originally, I only intended to deal with one person, but I didn't control it well. Next time, I'll be more careful. The sect master's furious shouting could be heard. What? Didn't control it well, next time be more careful? Damn it, do you still want there to be a next time? Inside, seeing Tai Bai refining faster and faster, the sect master of the Zhongxiao sect cursed in frustration. Damn it, she actually raised her cultivation to peak half-emperor. The sect master of the Zhangzun family was somewhat frightened. This person could already hold all of Luoguang city in her hands. If her cultivation advances another step, she would reach the legendary Great Emperor realm. Within the formation, Tai Bai awakened, her eyes shining with a golden light. She shone, seeing her elder sister, joyfully shouted as if she had lost and then found her elder sister again. She landed lightly on the arena. Tai Bai glanced at Shan, silently sighing with relief. She pointed her sword directly at the person sitting in front of her and asked, "I'll ask you one last time, who exactly are you?" Behind the mask was a gentle, smiling face, and Yi Bei's voice echoed softly. "Tai Bai, your master has arrived late." She froze upon seeing the person in front of her, nearly collapsing, but Tai Bai was filled with doubt. No, it can't be. Master has been in ascension for 3 years, and besides, you have the cultivation of the spirit condensation realm, 7th stage. With such talent, Master couldn't even break through the body refining realm. It seemed Yi Bei wished to prove her identity, so she drew out a whip. She was truly stunned. 2 girls with rabbit ears suddenly jumped out to greet her. "4th senior sister, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking free from the shackles that bound you." Transformed beyond recognition, Yunfan teased, "4th senior sister, later on, Master will lecture you." "We can't help with that." Tai Bai solemnly knelt on one knee. Disciple Tai Bai pays respects to Master. He stepped forward and placed his hand on her shoulder. "Tai Bai, you've really had it tough these past years." Tai Bai was so moved that she couldn't hold back her tears. "Master," she sobbed, "disciple has finally waited for you to return." Yi Bei comforted her. "Good girl, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, I'll feel heartbroken." The clan leader of the Zhangzun family was stunned. "Master, Tai Bai Manor Lord actually calls that young man master." The sect leader of Zhongxiao sect was also shocked. "Oh my, the master of the peak half-emperor powerhouse, how terrifying must that strength be?" The 4 of them simultaneously knelt and bowed their heads. "Emperor Lord, we were wrong. We, the descendants of our family, are willing to obey from now on. We, Tai Bai Manor Lord and Emperor Lord, were also wrong. We are willing to submit." He gave them a glance and ordered, "Quiet." Tai Bai feigned ignorance. "Did you come here to drink tea in my Tai Bai sword manor?" Both he and the old man stammered, Our faces." Yi Bei changed the subject. "What's the matter? It seems like you still want to join the feast before leaving." His face became dangerous. "Go." They were so frightened that everyone jumped out of the wall. Understood, Emperor Lord, we will leave right away." At this moment, she finally calmed down. "Master, I have something I wish to ask. I wonder if Master could help me." Yi Bei interrupted, "Speak." Now Tai Bai began to explain. 3 days from now, a secret realm, located thousands of kilometers away, will be activated. Disciple would like to ask for Master's permission to accompany Shan and I for training. He wondered, why don't you go yourself? Are you afraid it will become reliant on you? You can still protect it in secret, without revealing yourself. When this was mentioned, she became melancholic. "Master, it's not that I don't want to go, but this secret realm has rules of power. and the cultivation level of those from the Mystic Connection realm cannot enter. Tai Bai has tried before, but failed. The Hidden Joy Secret Realm only opens once every year, and each time only 300 people are allowed to enter. Disciple, a century ago, when cultivating the Emperor's Path, tried to enter once, but ultimately failed and had to return. The strength of those rules, I fear, even the great Emperor cannot surpass. Yi Bei pondered. The strength of the rules, she continued, there are 3 sacred lands that greatly value this secret realm. Each time it activates, they take up a number of people, sending in some of their best disciples. Saying this, Tai Bai pulled Shan. But with a master like you, unrivaled and invincible, expanding the world here is not a difficult task. Moreover, you can take care of others, assisting master, which is also not an issue. He agreed. All right, 3 days from now, I'll take little girl along for the trip. Tai Bai smiled obsequiously. Thank you, master, she said, standing beside him, her face pale. Is this how you betray me, sister? Yi Bei entered the West Room. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, the host's cultivation has reached Mystic Connection Realm. 5 new cards have been unlocked. The host can choose one of these cards for refinement. He selected the refinement option on the system. After the process, Yi Bei's hand could now summon lightning. The small bolt of lightning was the 4-9 Thunder Decision, an entry-level heavenly art in the cultivation world. He assumed a meditative posture, closing his eyes. Although it was the lowest tier thunder art in the cultivation world, in this virtual world, its power should not be underestimated. Outside, the thunder roared, and the wind threatened to blow off the roof. Several girls stepped out onto the porch to gaze at the sky. Is this master's doing? No, I don't know. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful spectacle. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck down like explosive fire. Shan, anxious, said, Sister, look at our house. But Tai Bai remained optimistic. It's fine, isn't half of it still intact? Besides, Yushan's sister is here. She's the divine bamboo master. Finally, the sky calmed. A voice came from the West Room, Tai Bai, ahem, bring me his clothes. She picked up the tray of clothing and walked over. Yes, master. Gufu discussed, it's probably because of the recent thunder trial, master, your clothes must not have been enough to cover you. Yushan furrowed his brows. Yeah, it must be. Tai Bai pushed open the door and saw Yi Bei sitting there. She blushed and awkwardly shouted, Master, he isn't even embarrassed, and he's laughing and teasing. Why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid I'll eat you? She was so embarrassed that she could only lower her head. You master, but even if I don't want to, I still have to come closer. Tai Bai had no choice but to glance away, avoiding Yi Bei's gaze. Yi Bei grabbed her wrist. Has it been so long, Tai Bai, that you've become a stranger to me? Then, without warning, he pulled her with force, causing Tai Bai to lose her balance and scream in panic. She had no time to prepare and fell on top of Yi Bei. He silently cursed himself for causing such an awkward situation by overreacting. Damn it, I used too much force, this is a mess. At that moment, the door opened, and a voice announced, Master, are you feeling better? Nua Ai Fong Dan has already prepared it for you. The current position of the two of them was truly easily misunderstood. They heard the sound and were startled, turning their heads toward the door. Now, Tai Bai hurriedly got up, stammering, I'm sorry, Master, I didn't mean it. She directly moved closer to Yi Bei. Now it was his turn to feel embarrassed and flustered. Hey, don't move around, this is bad. It seemed like something was changing. Perhaps Tai Bai had noticed too, as her expression shifted. No one dared to move anymore. A scream rang out, causing the two girls to feel curious. They immediately banged on the door and rushed inside. Senior sister, how are you? What they saw when they entered was her lying on the floor, facing the master. Gufu, feeling embarrassed, stammered. Master, senior sister, both of you. Yunfan smirked wickedly, searching for a way to downplay the situation. So, Master and senior sister were hiding in the room, having fun? Really, you didn't even invite us to join. She quickly shoved Yunfan out of the room. Well then, Master, senior sister, you two continue with your business. We'll leave now. Yunfan, you should join in too. Yi Bei cleared her throat. Tai Bai. Go inform little girl to tidy up and get ready to leave soon. She blushed. Yes, understood. Once they had all left, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, looks like I can't joke like this next time, or else I'll be the one suffering. The five of them walked out to the courtyard, preparing to board the boat. Tai Bai held out his hand, offering a gem. Master, this is a spatial spirit treasure, inside are some essential supplies. Yi Bei looked at her affectionately. Tai Bai, you are thoughtful. After bidding farewell, he and Yunfan boarded the boat. Well then, we'll go ahead. Tai Bai, Yunfan, and Gufu stayed behind. Safe travels. The boat moved for several days, and after a while, she disembarked, looking confused. This doesn't seem like the entrance to the secret realm. Yi Bei followed behind. Yes, because the next part of the journey requires us to walk. The secret realm here has been activated, especially in the central area. The space of the secret realm will be unstable, and if we're not careful, we might get sucked into the chaotic space, which would be troublesome. Now Yunfan understood clearly, so that was the reason. Shortly after, a few people arrived around them, heading in the same direction. Suddenly, someone asked, Miss, are you from Luotang? The three people from Heavenly Pool Sacred Land introduced themselves. We are from Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. The area around here is dangerous, you can come with us to the secret realm. She was cautious, thank you, but we can go on our own. He smirked, thinking, people from Heavenly Pool Sacred Land? Great, I haven't even made my move yet, and you're already coming to me. He wasn't ready to give up. He took out a token and said, meeting like this is fate. Take this token. After all, it will take at least half a day to get to the secret realm. During this time, if anyone causes trouble for you, you can show them this, and you'll be fine. Yunfan was about to refuse, but they ended up accepting it. Thank you. Then we'll accept it, he said politely. You're welcome. The path of cultivation is all about mutual support and assistance. Having achieved his goal, he bid them farewell. Well then, I'll take my leave. Wishing you both good luck. Yunfan watched in the direction they had left. So it turns out that the outside world doesn't seem as frightening as sister said. At least there are a lot of kind, enthusiastic people. Yi Bei looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Then why do you think that person took the initiative to strike up a conversation with you? Was it because they found you beautiful and wanted to talk? Upon hearing this, Yunfan started thinking seriously. Maybe they wanted to take us to the secret realm, and giving you a token was their way of showing kindness. She opened her innocent, sparkling eyes and asked. Well, wasn't that the case? After all, we don't have any money, and our strength wouldn't pose any threat to them either. He slapped his forehead in exasperation. Great, this girl's been bought off and is now helping them speak in their favor. Yunfan tilted her head, noticing Yi Bei's actions and growing curious. Master, are you referring to the token? Do you know what it is? Yi Bei moved his hand and pulled out a rune from the token. Look. She was stunned and exclaimed, this is what Yunfan suspected, it's a tracking formation. He opened it up for her to see. In the secret realm, opportunities are limited. The more people enter, the more competition there is. At this point, Yi Bei made his intentions clear. Earlier, he asked you if you were Luotang, and the main purpose was to probe what kind of faction we belong to. Now he's showing his anger. And you? You went ahead and revealed that we are independent. Yunfan shrugged her shoulders, feeling apologetic. Sorry, Master. I was wrong. Xiang and I will listen to you from now on. Yi Bei brushed her hair and said, Girl, you must remember, in this world, I am much more ruthless than you imagine, and I am 1,000 times more malicious. Xiang lowered her head in deep remorse. Yes, Xiang and I remembers Master's teachings. Suddenly, she recalled their earlier encounter. But Master, after they assessed our strength, why didn't they take action? Yi Bei speculated, there were many forces present just now. They didn't want to take action because of the so-called reputation of the sacred land. I think they are still waiting for another opportunity. Xiang, worried, asked, if that's the case, why don't we discard this token? What if they send people to find us and cause trouble? Yi Bei smiled mysteriously, this is a good thing. Xiang was confused, a good thing? Yi Bei, with an air of anticipation, replied, I'm more afraid that they won't come looking for trouble. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, where people were waiting at the entrance to the secret realm. As the two masters entered, they suddenly heard a man from behind instructing a disciple. Once you enter the secret realm, you can stay inside for 10 days. After 10 days, the secret realm will automatically send anyone out. Remember, 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. Those with a token to the secret realm will receive rewards based on their level. The more tokens you have, the more valuable the rewards. The disciple bowed his head, yes, Senior. A man in red recounted the information he received. I've heard that for hundreds of years, the 3 major sacred lands have wanted to obtain the 100-meter secret realm token. But since the hidden forest secret realm was discovered, no one has ever collected them before. The muscular man in a black shirt chimed in, that's right, I've heard about this too. He continued, because once all the secret realm tokens are collected, not only can one completely dominate the hidden forest secret realm, but one can also claim the greatest reward from this secret realm every 50 years. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, no wonder the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land didn't come after us midway, seems like they were waiting to watch the big show. The fisherman gains. Yi Bei silently speculated their plan. First, they gave us the tracking token. Once we enter the secret realm, they'll look for an opportunity to kill us and seize the token. That way, they can protect their sacred land's reputation without offending any forces that might be backing us. I have to admit, it's indeed the most secure method. He spoke with disdain about this scheme. Sacred land, do you still have any shame? After all these centuries, how is your face still as ugly as ever? At that moment, Xiang arrived. Master, what's going on? Have you discovered something? Yi Bei didn't plan to share his thoughts, let's wait a bit. The cave door began to creak open, revealing a pitch-black crack. A figure in a blue robe appeared, followed by another in a red robe. They seemed to be getting ready. She urged, Master, let's go in too. But he remained calm and unhurried. The secret realm is vast, whether we enter a few minutes early or late, it makes no difference. Xiang gave him a curious glance. Grandmaster Yi Bei remained focused, unaware of what his disciple might be planning, as doubts swirled in his mind. About 10 minutes later, everyone entered the cave. As the entrance door was about to close, a flash of light appeared, and only then did Yi Bei and his disciple Xiang step inside. First came the girls from Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. The next group was the young men in purple robes from XX Sacred Hall. Only he and Xiang were left behind, 2 people standing alone. Yan Elder gave the signal to start. Move forward, will you be able to secure the final reward this time? It's all up to you now, he said. I am the Elder of Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall. The disciples behind him clasped their hands respectfully. Disciples obey the command, they replied, still not moving. Hearing a rumble from afar, Yan Elder quickly turned his head to locate its source. Then, spells of slashing magic targeted the disciples of Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, leaving them in disarray and panic, caught off guard. He shouted, damn it, stop right now. Of course, Yi Bei continued his relentless strikes without hesitation. The disciple stammered, H here. Yan Elder, furious, barked, damn it, he and she flew right past him, we're ahead of you now. Yen Elder was beside himself with rage, shouting, "You bastards, turn back now!" He conjured a massive hand in mid-air to grab Yi Bei and Shan, but his hand only produced a foolish flame. After that, the two of them soared higher. Yi Bei looked back with a poker-faced expression. The elder's face darkened, fuming in anger. Damn it! He intended to give chase, but suddenly a phantom fist punched straight into the city gate. When they collided, it produced an earth-shattering sound. Rocks flew everywhere and struck Yen Elder, knocking him flat on his back. The gray-haired one exclaimed those two were outrageously bold, daring to pilfer from sacred land. The second man commented, furthermore, the two of them ambushed it. It seemed one of them was a 6th-tier mystic connection realm, while the other was only 1st tier. The other fellow watched the scene like a spectator and said, if they're expelled in 10 days, they're as good as dead. He still interrogated angrily, who are they? Who on earth are those two? After hundreds of years, someone dares to seize the privileges of our heavenly pool sacred land. He clasped his hands and reporting, Elder TT, those two I encountered a few days ago. Yen Elder was surprised, oh. Only then did he recount the events and issue command tablets to the two, Yi Bei. He bowed his head, that is exactly what happened, this disciple would not dare conceal even half of it. He fell silent, staring at the command tablet in his hand. Yen Elder waved 2 tablets out, representatives of XX Sacred Land and Stellar Wonder Sacred Land snatched 2 at once. He held one as well. These were tracking jade amulets, used to trace the two of them. She changed her tone, old Yen, don't be angry. Out of consideration for the favors you once showed me, I will certainly have my disciple hand their bodies over to you. Yen Elder scowled, go starting now, don't speak to me. He seethed, pinning the hatred in his heart, if any of you dare step outside, I will crush you. In the secret realm, only the rustling of leaves swaying in the wind could be heard. She felt a quiet curiosity. Oh my God, what kind of character am I following? Not only did I boldly strike against the elite disciples of the Sacred Hall and take all their tokens, but I even dared to provoke the half-emperor of the heavenly pool. After Shan had enough time to observe, he finally asked, are you scared? She said, for sure there's a master here, so there's no need to be afraid. Yi Bei continued walking while explaining, as for the sacred land, there's no need for face, we don't have to reason with them. Even though I know that, I still feel uneasy. We haven't even gained anything yet, and we've already offended the heavenly pool sacred land. They won't let us off easily. When we leave, what are we going to do? He doesn't take it to heart. If we've offended them, they were the ones who acted unjustly first, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Besides, they're just half-emperors, there's nothing to worry about. Shan was stunned as he listened, just half-emperors? The Grand Master's words were truly shocking. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Where had the gigantic snake come from, appearing right before them? A snake. Shan frantically grabbed Yi Bei's arm. Grandmaster, there's a gigantic snake over there. It's a 3-headed serpent, venomous, with strength in the Mystic Connection Realm's 3rd stage. Its speed is fast, and its attack power is decent. What's so scary about this kind of monster? With her strength, she could easily kill it. Because she was so frightened, she didn't notice how sensitive areas were brushing against his hand, but he, on the other hand, was terrified of snakes. Taking advantage of the opportunity to change her position, Yi Bei set a task for Shan. So, your first task today is to kill this snake, if not, I'll leave it here. She burst into tears. Why? Shan looked at Yi Bei with shimmering eyes, pleading, but to no avail. Master, you're the best. Shan and I is really scared of snakes. But Yi Bei coldly replied, whining won't help. Shan pouted in frustration. Isn't it just a snake? I can kill it, can't I? The snake opened its mouth and charged quickly. She screamed in fear and jumped up to hug Yi Bei tightly, so much so that her soft, peach-like cheeks pressed against his face, making him uncomfortable. Immediately, 2 loud thuds rang out. Yi Bei grabbed Shan and scolded her, What are you hiding for? Let me tell you, the attack power of this snake is really low. They both looked at the snake before them, and Yi Bei remarked, but if it wraps itself around you, I'm afraid there's no saving you. She responded, yes. After that, Xiang raised her sword, determined to herself, alright, this time I'll definitely show off my skills and perform well in front of the elders. The snake lunged at her, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Xiang executed her move, and around her bloomed lotus flowers the azure lotus sword technique's first form, see lotus stands alone. She charged forward, raising her sword high to slash at the large snake. With a single strike, she severed its head and sent it back to the earth. She landed lightly. Behind her was a cloud of dust and smoke. Xiang looked at the result before her and praised herself, saying, I actually killed a giant serpent beast by myself. I'm so amazing. Suddenly, something sharp swiped by, cutting off her hair. Xiang looked up at the tree, fuming. Master, Yi Bei, always blaming me, and now you've lost your vigilance. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of senior sister. Xiang pouted angrily, why? I clearly relied on my own strength to kill a giant serpent. Why, master? She looked over and suddenly noticed something at the serpent's head. This is what Yi Bei meant by explaining the situation of the serpent. A typical wild beast snake would die after 7 strikes. But this type of beast has a much stronger life force than those wild beasts, so only by completely destroying its head could one deliver a fatal blow. Realizing her mistake, Xiang lowered her head, embarrassed. Yes, Shan and I understands now. Shan and I will definitely remember. She blushed and thought to herself, oh my god, that was so embarrassing. Yi Bei took a red gem from the serpent's head, tossed it to her, and said, girl, take it. Xiang looked at the slimy thing in her hand. She felt somewhat displeased but still accepted it. Although it was disgusting, there seemed to be some mysterious power contained within. Yi Bei spoke, Mystic Connection Realm beasts will not have their beast cores, so this must be the only product of this secret realm. If you use your spiritual energy to penetrate it, you'll surely discover the secret inside. Xiang immediately obeyed the command. Yes, master. She began channeling her spiritual energy into the gemstone. The gemstone slowly began to react. Immediately, Xiang, who was at the 6th level of Mystic Connection Realm, ascended to the 7th level. She looked at her hands, elated, and exclaimed, I've broken through. I've managed to break through from the 6th to the 7th level of Mystic Connection Realm without any obstacles. Yi Bei smiled knowingly. Just as I thought, this is the opportunity that exists in the Hidden Forest Secret Realm, which not only boosts cultivation but also has the effect of breaking chains. Xiang was deeply grateful. Shan and I thanks master for the reward. She looked at him, thinking to herself, it seems master still cares for me. When he finds something good, he lets me use it first. From afar, a voice suddenly cried out. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Yi Bei, intrigued, said, let's go see. Xiang was a little surprised. Ha! Master, this isn't some trap to catch us, is it? He responded with a playful look in his eyes. We've killed enough monsters. It's time to deal with someone else. Yi Bei and Xiang walked over to a weak-looking girl who was reaching out toward them, groaning and begging. Help! Xiang looked at her warily. Do we need to save her? Yi Bei suddenly flashed a sinister smile. He swiftly unleashed an attack. The girl quickly jumped up to dodge, then lightly landed in front of them, smiling and cheerfully sizing them up. Little brother, I didn't expect you to look so handsome. But it seems your position is actually quite dark, huh? No wonder you dared to snatch up all the command tokens from everyone in the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. Xiang stared at her in astonishment, thinking, she's an elite from the 2 outer sacred lands, but Master had clearly eliminated everyone in the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. How could this person possibly have found us? At that moment the two of them were surrounded by people from the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land, yet Yi Bei still asked them leisurely, What do the people of the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land mean by sneaking around like this? Do they really need to ambush even two low-level cultivators like us? Her face darkened. She declared decisively, to deal with you two brats, I could kill you with one hand. Xiang clutched her robe and blamed herself. After all, I'm the celebrated beauty of Luoguang City. How have I become such a useless wreck now? I didn't even detect that a group of them were hiding here. Yi Bei comforted her, girl, don't overthink it. Their cultivation is higher than yours, it's normal you didn't notice them hiding there. The two of them casually mocked the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land. Besides, the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land's thieving prowess is famed as the foremost among the sacred lands. Xiang covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, master, Shan and I remembers. She was furious at that remark. She immediately launched two strikes and shouted loudly, you're asking for death. To insult the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land deserves death. Yi Bei paid little attention and turned to Xiang. Girl, the ninth form of the Azure Lotus Sword technique, you know it, right? She immediately replied, I know. Xiang immediately felt the warning of the incoming strike. Master, the sword is here, Yi Bei calmly said, waving his hand a few times to stop their attacks. The disciples of the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land were terrified, but she still refused to give up, channeling her inner strength into her hand and taking a defensive stance. She swung her arm, launching a powerful move toward the two of them. Yi Bei quickly hugged Xiang and jumped up, avoiding the strike. He explained clearly as they soared through the air, actually, sister probably didn't tell you. The Azure Lotus Sword technique, ninth form, is not just about wielding a sword alone. Below, the crowd shouted, are they over there? He continued, executing his move with even more confidence, this time, in the air, let's see where you can escape. He blocked the useless strike and charged forward. He said to Xiang, today, I'll let you experience a bit of the Azure Lotus Sword technique, the final and true move. As soon as he finished speaking, a lotus flower bloomed in mid-air, its petals fluttering in the wind, and his sword was enveloped in spiritual energy. The disciples of the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land wondered amongst themselves, what is this? Isn't that youth just at the first rank of the Mystic Connection realm? Impossible. That's a full-force strike from the peak of the Divine Realm. How could he break through it? The two swords of Xiang and Yi Bei were raised high, creating a massive block of spiritual energy. The powerful block of spiritual energy plunged down mercilessly, creating a huge crater at the point of impact. The power was so immense that even the dead would leave no bones behind. He looked at the pile of corpses with disdain. Is that all? Yi Bei glanced at Xiang and gently asked, are you scared? Xiang had initially thought of romantic words, never expecting that the master would care about her. She smiled happily and replied, as long as master is here, I will. Before she could finish, Yi Bei interrupted, it's good if you're not scared. His next words were a huge disappointment to Xiang. You handle the bodies a bit, and while you're at it, collect the badges. She clung to his arm, making a pitiful face, thinking to herself, Master, can we not do this? I'm really scared. Yi Bei pretended to ask again, is there a problem? Xiang turned her face away in disappointment, reluctantly complying. Yes, master. As she picked up each badge, she mumbled non-stop, master is really heartless, not the least bit considerate. Yi Bei looked at Xiang, firmly deciding her future. This girl, if she doesn't train harder, she'll soon become useless, just a pretty vase. After some time, she returned with all the badges to report to him. Master, I've collected all the secret realm badges and the tracking jade pendants. Yi Bei took the badges in his hand and smiled faintly. Xiang sobbed. Girl, you're no good at anything else, but you sure did a good job with the aftermath. Xiang joyfully exclaimed, thank you for your praise, master. Shan and I will work even harder next time. Yi Bei nodded. Good, it's good that you're trying. He then looked at Xiang with a gaze that held responsibility, speaking coldly, from now on, the task of cleaning up the aftermath is all yours. Keep up the effort. Xiang immediately turned around to correct herself, it's not that, master, please listen to me, I didn't mean that. Then, she shouted loudly, "Master, wait for me." He placed the command token on the map. Xiang walked over and looked at the map, puzzled. "Master, why are there so many green dots this time?" Bei didn't hesitate to explain, "It's definitely the heavenly pool selling off the information to track us, sharing it with the other two sacred lands. Then, they use secret techniques to recreate tracking devices like this." Hearing this, Xiang became furious. "This is too much." These sacred lands really were just as vile as Master had said. But Bei remained calm, replying, "It's fine, in fact, this will help us with something big." She stood frozen for a moment, staring at Bei in confusion. He looked at the command tokens, his voice laced with malice. "Now, the roles of the hunter and the prey should be reversed." That morning, in the forest, the trees stood bare and lonely. On one of the tree trunks, two disciples from XX Sacred Land stood atop a tall tree, watching the cave ahead and discussing their plan. "We found the hiding place, be careful, that kid is very cunning." The group began to carefully step forward, one of them saying, "Even if he's cunning, he can't wipe us all out." Everyone split up, "Just don't damage the corpses." They reminded each other, and the elder instructed that the corpses must be brought back. The person next to him replied affirmatively. The leader looked at the command token on the rock, his eyes widening as if he had just realized something. He was tense, panicked, and realized he'd fallen into a trap. He quickly turned around and shouted to warn his comrades, "Fall back, everyone, quickly fall back." A white-booted foot appeared, and she thought to herself, "Truly a dark path, how did that kid know we were coming tonight?" He looked back and immediately noticed her, while the disciples behind him paused briefly, sensing the ominous aura behind them. He stared harder, his body stiffening, unable to move. Xiang's face, shrouded in shadow, rushed toward him, and a shrill scream echoed from within the cave. The people from XX Sacred Land were all defeated at her hands, and she looked at them mockingly. Thankfully, with Master's formation, capturing these people was as easy as flipping my hand. Bei calmly walked over and spoke to Xiang, "Girl, you don't need to deal with the bodies this time, just loot everything." She turned to answer, "Yes, Master." 2 minutes later, the bodies were gone, erased without a trace by Bei. Xiang could only watch, lost in thought. How convenient. The formation master seems really powerful. I wonder if I could learn some formations. He saw through her thoughts and advised, "Girl, stop dreaming. Formation masters aren't suited for you." Upon hearing this, Xiang pouted in annoyance and judged, "Master is great in every way, except for that mouth of his, he's too blunt." Stepping outside, Bei urged, "Let's go, the next battle is about to start." Xiang, curious, asked, "Next battle?" She looked at him and asked a naive question. "Master, you've even reached the second sacred land, so how far are you planning to go?" Bei replied, "Focus on upgrading your cultivation with spirit stones. When your cultivation is high enough, you'll naturally understand everything." Hearing this, Xiang spoke with pride, "Yes, Master." In her heart, she admired him secretly. No wonder he could become the master of her sister, such a person must be truly terrifying. At the entrance of the cave earlier, the entire group from XX Sacred Land had arrived. They looked around, asking, "Where is he?" A faint streak of light swept past their feet, forming a large formation. The leader turned around, angrily warning everyone, "Not good, we've fallen into their trap. Retreat, quickly." Xiang and Bei stood on a high branch, observing. Xiang sneered. "Gotcha, the familiar scent." The familiar hunting method, even the content of the words, was no different and lacked any flavor. He commanded, "Go, girl." His magic quickly shot down from the tree. He set up a few more formations in the air. Xiang and I rushed out, shouting a familiar phrase, "Yes, Master, you're all dead now." The sound of shouting and the clash of battle shattered the once peaceful space. After the battle, Xiang and Bei sat back, looking at the pile of command tokens. Xiang was excited, "Master, just 3 days have passed, and we've already collected 76 secret realm tokens. The remaining 24, let's go find them too." Yi Bei refused and advised further, no rush, for these few days, you just need to quickly use your glass power to increase your cultivation. He tossed the command medallion in his hand up and affirmed, the remaining 24, once your cultivation has increased, we'll continue searching. She obeyed, yes, I'll listen to everything, master. Xiang diligently sat in cultivation, her body enveloped in a greenish-pink aura. Yi Bei also sat in cultivation, his body surrounded by a red aura. This continued for the next 4 days. His face darkened as he looked at someone, threateningly answering their question, once you hand over the command medallion, I will spare you. Xiang also gave a cold, warning glare, and the group of people, terrified, exclaimed, we'll give it, we'll give it. After handing over all the medallions, they quickly fled in panic. Master, please spare us. Xiang muttered to herself, am I really that scary? It only took a moment to scare them all off. She turned to him, smiling brightly and full of anticipation, this is great, master. And with today's collection, we've gathered all 100 command medallions. I wonder what kind of treasures we'll be able to exchange for once we leave this secret realm. Xiang began to think about what he might want. I've heard that some treasures, when placed together, can trigger reactions, and might even form the most valuable item. She suggested an innovative idea. Someone remarked, could these secret realm medallions work the same way? Yi Bei, half believing, said, it's worth a try. He raised his hand and gathered all the medallions together. The command tokens gathered together into a mass, emitting strange signs. Yi Bei was horrified as he realized the situation was already beyond repair. If this continued, something terrible would happen. Yi Bei channeled his spiritual energy into his palm, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed a crescent-shaped flash of cold light. A thunderous explosion rang out, and a bizarre purple ghostly aura appeared in the sky, scattering in all directions. Yi Bei's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Master! Yi Bei glanced behind him, and it turned out the one who had arrived was Xiang. Yi Bei was startled and shouted loudly, girl! Yi Bei reached out toward Xiang. However, he only grasped empty air. Xiang had vanished in the blink of an eye, and Yi Bei's expression grew serious. It's over, Yi Bei thought. The mechanism must have been triggered just now, causing the secret realm to end prematurely. That's why the force of this rule is sending the survivors outside. Yi Bei furrowed his brows tightly, cursing inwardly, damn it, outside the secret realm are 3 major sacred lands and several smaller forces waiting. If girl is sent outside alone, the consequences are unimaginable. Yi Bei shut his eyes tightly, murmuring softly, system, what should I do to leave the secret realm quickly? The system immediately appeared, excitedly announcing, congratulations, host, you have successfully collected enough 100 secret realm tokens as a reward. You have obtained the entire secret realm. The host just needs to focus on refining the secret realm successfully, and not only will you be able to leave, but you can also carry the entire secret realm with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei spread his hand, quickly condensing his spiritual power. While focusing on cultivating in the secret realm, he also felt a sense of urgency. Do I still have the mood to care about rewards right now? If that girl really runs into trouble, I will never be able to explain myself to Old Fourth for the rest of my life. Moreover, even if she is an Old Fourth's little sister, just based on her calling me master countless times during these 7 days, I have to spare no effort to save her. With that, Yi Bei poured all his energy into refining the secret realm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, a bright light suddenly flashed. Shortly after, the disciples from various sects appeared simultaneously from within the light. Their faces were filled with astonishment. One person spoke up and asked, why are all of you out here? Didn't the secret realm still have 3 days left before it ends? The disciples of the sects hurriedly reported the events that had occurred within the secret realm to their masters. Master, the secret realm token was stolen by someone else. Elder, my secret realm token was also stolen. It was by a young man at the first level of Mystic Connection Realm. Tribe leader, mine was also taken by a young man at the first level of Mystic Connection Realm. At that moment, Xiang was unexpectedly pushed out of the secret realm. She fell into the grand hall, her face contorted in pain. The Yen elder suddenly appeared before Xiang and screamed angrily. He grabbed her by the throat and yelled furiously, "Damn thing, I've finally waited long enough for you all." Yen elder tightened his grip on Xiang's neck, lifting her up and aggressively pressing, "Where is that young man? Is he still inside?" Xiang's face suddenly turned pale, and she thought to herself, "Damn it, why was I so stupid? Why did I come up with such a foolish idea to suggest it to Master in the first place?" Internally, Xiang berated herself, "I really am a blockhead, bringing disaster upon myself." Seeing Xiang stubbornly refusing to answer, Yen elder growled, "Not talking, huh? Then die." Xiang quickly forced herself to speak, "My sister is a half-emperor." Yen elder squinted, "Your sister is a half-emperor?" He coldly added, "In that case, I'll kill you first and then deal with your senior sister half-emperor." "A half-emperor at the same level as me, how could she threaten me?" As Xiang struggled, she whispered, "My sister is the manor lord of Tai Bai Sword Manor in Luoguang City. She is a peak half-emperor, and her master, when we arrived at the secret realm, had just broken through to the great emperor realm." Upon hearing this, Yen elder was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "What?" After hearing Xiang mention that her sister was a half-emperor, everyone present in the celestial hall was taken aback. They stared wide-eyed at each other, astonished. Sister is a peak half-emperor, and a grandmaster great emperor? Good heavens, with such a background and identity, even if they released any sacred hall, it would dominate without question. Yen elder began to tread cautiously. He glanced over at Elder Mu and asked for his opinion. "Old Mu, do you think what she says is credible?" Elder Mu was also uncertain. He hesitated, and while Elder Yen was still indecisive, not yet making a move against Xiang, someone from the nameless sacred land suddenly spoke up to confirm the situation. "Half-Emperor Lord, I come from Luoguang City. I can confirm that what this woman said is true, and the person accompanying her also affirms it." "That's correct. Everyone in Luoguang City knows about this." He recounted how, 10 days ago, a strange phenomenon occurred in Luoguang City. For 3 consecutive days, the disturbances originated from Tai Bai Sword Manor. Upon hearing this, Elder Yen finally let go. Xiang immediately collapsed to the ground. While observing Xiang coughing relentlessly, Elder Yen muttered to himself, almost causing a major incident. Elder Yen furrowed his brow. If I had really killed this person today, that half-emperor expert at the peak of his power, along with the great emperor, would undoubtedly come seeking revenge. By then, the situation would be far more severe than losing 20 secret realm tokens. Thinking about this, Elder Yen asked sternly, "What is your relationship with that young man?" Xiang weakly responded, "He is." Xiang quickly corrected himself, "He is my senior brother." Elder Yen stroked his chin, his expression pensive. "Senior brother." Xiang answered firmly, "That's right." In his heart, Xiang was calculating. Master had said before that once the secret realm ends, we would deal with these half-emperors. I must not act rashly. Moreover, this half-emperor seems not to intend to take action against me anymore. It seems I just need to wait for Master to come out, and everything will be fine. Inside the secret realm, Yi Bei anxiously asked, "System, based on my current speed, how long will it take for me to fully refine it at the fastest pace?" The system quickly responded, "The fastest will take an entire day." Yi Bei was startled and shouted, "What? An entire day? Then if I wait until I go outside, won't it be over?" Yi Bei's heart was burning with anxiety. Although little girl was smart enough to temporarily hold them off, she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't start fighting again. He decided to take a divine pill and swallowed a wind pill. There was no other choice. Since things had come to this point, he could only go all in. After swallowing the wind pill, Yi Bei's eyes suddenly brightened. His whole body emitted a powerful aura. He shouted loudly, "Refine for me." A strange red glow immediately surrounded Yi Bei. He murmured, "Girl, wait for me." Not long after, outside the secret realm in the Great Hall, a beam of light suddenly appeared, causing everyone to momentarily freeze in place. Could someone be about to come out? The beam of light appeared and then abruptly closed. One of them couldn't hide the disappointment in their voice. It's over. The elder of the nameless sacred land couldn't accept it, so he loudly denied, it's impossible, it's only been 7 days, isn't there still 3 days left before it ends? An elder from another sacred land also felt something was off, and then asked, where are our people? Why isn't anyone from our sacred land coming out? Immediately after that, a series of questions followed one after another. Damn it, what's going on? Where is the Sam Luo secret realm? Yen Elder's face suddenly darkened, and he muttered to himself, what on earth is happening? At that moment, Yen Elder inadvertently glanced at Shan. He immediately flew into a rage and shouted, hey, where did that damned girl go just now? Elder Mu, standing beside him, guessed, she must have used the opportunity when everyone was distracted to perform a secret technique and escape. Elder Ru gritted his teeth, such audacity, daring to run away right in front of me. It seems I'll have to break your legs. With that, Elder Ru waved his hand, and a surge of force immediately appeared. His 2 fingers pointed at a dot, and in the blink of an eye, the dot transformed into a beam of cold light, shooting straight toward the direction Shan was fleeing. Feeling the immense power targeting her, beads of sweat appeared on Shan's forehead. A deafening explosion rang out, and at the same time, Shan let out a tragic scream as she fell flat on the ground. In pain, Shan bit her lip. It seemed she was still too weak. She had risked everything to escape with all her might, yet still, she was pursued. Seeing the terrifying force from Yen Elder ripping through the air toward her, Shan, in despair, cried out, I swear, if I can escape from here today, I will definitely train diligently and put all my effort into it. Then, a horrific explosion echoed through the air. Shan carefully opened her eyes, and in front of her, of course, was Yi Bei. He held Shan in his arms, making her so happy that she almost cried. She joyfully exclaimed, Master. The corners of Yi Bei's mouth curved up, girl, remember what you just said, practice diligently. Shan, overjoyed, embraced Yi Bei tightly, Master, you've already left the secret realm. Yi Bei's gaze suddenly fixed on Shan's neck. His brows involuntarily furrowed. On Shan's delicate neck, there were deep, violent scratches from Yen Elder. Yi Bei looked at her with eyes full of pity, girl, you've suffered earlier. Shan's cheeks flushed red, and she nestled her head against Yi Bei's chest, whispering in a spoiled tone, as long as Master is here, Shan and I can be at ease. Shan took the opportunity to nuzzle her cheek against Yi Bei's body. She felt that Master's embrace was so comforting, so warm. The ring on Yi Bei's finger suddenly emitted a shimmering golden light. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei had brought Shan back inside the spaceship. She asked him, confused, what is this? Yi Bei didn't have much time to explain everything to Shan. As he handed her the golden ring, he reminded her, tell your sisters to use the energy from the spirit stone inside, and quickly raise their cultivation levels. Shan stood there, dazed, looking at the shining ring on her finger. While she was still in shock, Yi Bei suddenly left the spaceship, slamming the door shut, preventing Shan from following him. In a panic, Shan shouted, Master. No, Master, what will you do? Yi Bei smiled to reassure her. Go back first. You stay here, I can't fight at full strength while you're here. With that he channeled energy into the spacecraft. In no time the ship slowly lifted off. Just then Yen Elder caught up, he bellowed in fury, trying to run? Stay here for me. Yi Bei's eyes suddenly went ice cold. He immediately unleashed the multi-layered thunder punishment. A dense barrage of lightning erupted, striking straight at the spirit gate between the secret realm and the mortal world. Through the ship's window Shan watched Yi Bei with tears in her eyes. Master, Master, you must wait for Shan and I. Wait until I return to Tai Bai Sword Manor, I'll immediately summon the sisters to help. After Yi Bei's terrifying salvo of thunder, the trees in the forest were shattered and toppled to the ground. As the thick dust cleared, Yen Elder's figure was revealed. He sneered, "Young man, you've gained quite a few opportunities inside the secret realm, haven't you? Your cultivation in the Mystic Connection realm has advanced one rank to the 9th layer already." As he spoke, Yen Elder's face revealed a hidden murderous intent. "Should I offer you a little congratulations?" Yi Bei glared at him coldly. "You were the one who bullied my girl just now." Yen Elder laughed coldly. "So what if it was me? If I had caught her just now, I would have crushed her to pieces. Do you really think that because you have a half-emperor sister and master great emperor you can afford to offend the 9 great sacred lands like us?" The arrogant words of Yen Elder truly ignited a wave of fury in Yi Bei. His hand clenched tightly, forming a purple energy sphere at the tip of his fingers. Yi Bei's movements were so swift that no one had time to clearly see what he had just done. All they knew was that immediately afterward, the ground beneath Yi Bei's feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Yen Elder's face showed clear signs of confusion. He wondered, what was that just now? A communication token, or some kind of secret treasure? Suddenly, Yen Elder's face contorted in a grotesque expression. He felt an invisible force tightening around his legs. Yen Elder, panic-stricken, exclaimed, "What is this?" In the next instant, he was sent hurtling toward the ground. Deep within the pitch-black pit, Yen Elder frantically sat up, his mind filled with shock. How could this be? My spiritual energy, my Tao power, all of it. Gone in an instant. Out of nowhere, a shimmering golden rope wrapped tightly around Yen Elder. He screamed in terror, "What is this?" From above, Yi Bei controlled the rope, tightening its grip on Yen Elder. His face darkened, and the rope in his hand exuded immense power, suddenly jerking Yen Elder with a violent force. Yen Elder's body slammed into a massive stone, the sound of the impact echoing shockingly. Witnessing Yi Bei's ruthless attack on Yen Elder, the people from Heavenly Pool's sacred land angrily cursed at him, "You are despicable. If you have the guts, face our elder one-on-one, fairly." Yi Bei glanced at them and sneered. "Don't rush. Once I'm done with this old man, it will be your turn." Yen Elder looked extremely distressed. He was coughing and cursing Yi Bei. "Damn it, if you have the guts, then release me." Yi Bei replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, I don't have the guts." Yen Elder struggled furiously. "Old Mu, Old Chen, what are you two standing there for?" Upon hearing Yen Elder call their names, Elder Mu and Elder Chen seemed to snap out of it. Both of them broke into a cold sweat, hesitating and not daring to take action. Seeing their hesitation, Yen Elder shouted threateningly, "If I die, I will haunt you both even as a ghost." Elder Mu and Elder Chen were both startled by his words. The two of them simultaneously attacked Yi Bei. A thunderous explosion rang out, the ground shook, and dust filled the air. However, as the dust settled, everyone present was shocked. The disciples of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land exchanged confused looks. How is it that they couldn't break this giant black coffin? How hard is this thing? Even 2 half-emperors, using all their strength, couldn't break it. What kind of divine power is this? Elder Mu and Elder Chen were also left dumbfounded. How can this be? Elder Chen hurriedly commanded the disciples, "Everyone, charge together. I don't believe that, with all of us, we can't break this turtle shell." Inside the coffin, Yi Bei remained calmly standing, unaffected by the constant attacks from the outside. Meanwhile, the elders were kneeling beneath. His face was as pale as death. Clearly, he had countless opportunities to kill me, yet he never made a move. "That's true, I am a half-emperor of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. Killing me would be equivalent to declaring war on the sacred land." As he thought of this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Yen Elder's mouth. He snorted coldly, "You little brat, just wait for me. Once I recover, I will definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces." Outside, after exhausting all their efforts to destroy the coffin, everyone was exhausted. Elder Mu leaned on his knees, panting heavily. "Damn it, we've been attacking with everything we've got, yet we still can't break it." Sweat poured down his forehead, and he thought to himself, "Forget it, this brat is too strong. We can only destroy the body of old Yen. After all, the soul of a half-emperor powerhouse isn't so easily destroyed, and besides, there seems to be some kind of sealing power inside. Inside the coffin, the system notification sounded, the time was almost up, and Yi Bei's face suddenly turned grim. A dense killing intent radiated from his entire body. Yan Elder, frightened, asked him, "What exactly do you want?" Suddenly, Yi Bei's sword flashed, effortlessly decapitating Yan Elder. Elder Chen, witnessing the scene before him, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Has this young man lost his mind? He actually dared to kill someone?" Elder Mu also widened his eyes, dumbfounded, and shouted, "Doesn't he know that not only is he killing a half-emperor, but he's also courting disaster?" He had been defeated, and his soul slowly began to leave his body. The soul of the Yan Elder existed in the form of a blue orb, quickly flying toward the exit of the coffin. However, as it reached the edge of the coffin, his soul was violently knocked back. The Yan Elder furrowed his brow. "What is this? Why can't I get out?" The people of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land were indeed bewildered, and the noise of their discussions grew louder. This black coffin is actually capable of trapping a soul. Damn it, what kind of divine power is this? Moreover, he's only at the mystic connection realm, and yet he can use such a method to kill the body of a half-emperor. Who exactly is he? On the other side, although the elder could not escape from the black coffin, he did not show any fear of Yi Bei. On the contrary, he acted arrogantly, taunting him. "You damn brat, daring to destroy my body. Now that I am in a soul state, all your attacks are useless against me. Are you regretting it?" The Yan Elder, unaware of the imminent danger, continued to provoke Yi Bei. "Unless you can reach the Saint Realm, you won't be able to harm me." He laughed smugly. "Is your black coffin's divine power about to dissipate? Once it does, I'll capture you with my bare hands." Before the Yan Elder could finish his sentence, Yi Bei suddenly struck him across the face with his whip. He shouted loudly, but the elder immediately let out a shrill cry. "This is impossible, you! How can you?" The people of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, standing behind Yi Bei, dared not act recklessly. They could only try to use words to stop him. "You brat, I advise you to release him. He is the direct disciple of the Nether Ghost Great Emperor of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. If you truly killed him, then even if your master intervenes, he will not be able to protect you. Yes, release our elder, and we guarantee that once the black coffin disappears, we will certainly not lay a hand on you." Yi Bei sneered inwardly. "Do they really take me for a fool? Or do they think I have no brain? The expression in your eyes plainly shows you intend to kill me." Sure enough, the gazes of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land cultivators were suffused with cruelty. They grinned savagely, their voices hypocritically righteous as they promised mercy. Yi Bei's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent. "Spare me? I really don't believe it." With that, he decisively brought his blade down on Elder Yan's neck. In an instant the man's head was cleaved in two like a watermelon split open. Elder Mu's face went ashen. He actually dared to kill a half-emperor, and even annihilated his spirit. After witnessing Yi Bei's cold execution of Elder Yan, Elder Mu's expression darkened. He ground out, "A mere mystic connection realm cultivator can kill a half-emperor." Elder Chen standing beside him continued, "If such a person is allowed to develop further, then for the 9 great sacred lands he will surely become an enormous threat." A murderous glint flashed in Elder Mu's eyes. He was not wrong. At a glance this youth exuded hatred. After all, we had sent many such people into the secret realm to hunt them down. At that, sweat on Elder Mu's brow suddenly turned cold. He blurted out, "Wait." He stared straight at Yi Bei and demanded, "Kid, the sacred lands elite, those we sent into the secret realm, did you kill them all?" Yi Bei was rifling through Elder Yan's inner robe at that moment. He pulled out a gold ring, and upon hearing Elder Mu's question he replied calmly, "You're only reacting now? Your half-emperor's head seems a little slow to turn." Catching the mocking tone in Yi Bei's words, Elder Mu clenched his hand until the joints creaked. He was furious beyond words. You still won't form a proper sentence." Elder Mu could only glare at Yi Bei with hatred, wishing he could strike him dead with a single palm. A disciple of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, furious that Yi Bei had brazenly taken the treasure from Elder Yan, jabbed his finger in Yi Bei's face and barked, "You mixed blood scum, drop the Sacred Land's property at once." Yi Bei said coldly, "If you're a half-emperor, you surely aren't short on good things, right? If that's the case, then I'll take them all." With that he casually stowed the ring away. The people of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land ground their teeth. He had truly enraged them. At that moment the system reminded Yi Bei, "The host of the Black Coffin will disappear after 90 seconds. Pay attention to the time." Yi Bei coldly warned the people of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. "All of you, listen carefully. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't want to die, leave this place right now. Otherwise, when regret comes later, it will already be too late." The members of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land immediately erupted in fury, roaring in anger. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to act tough. If you've got the guts, make your move once that black coffin disappears. Your death day has come as well. I don't believe that someone at the Mystic Connection realm like you can defeat 2 half-emperors and more than 10 Sacred King experts." The system began its countdown, 45 seconds remaining. While the crowd of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land was still brimming with fighting spirit, suddenly, someone spoke up to withdraw. "Everyone, my apologies. Our Honglian sect just remembered we still have an important matter to attend to." Elder Mu also excused himself. "So do we." A Sacred King expert immediately rebuked them furiously. "You cowards! That brat is clearly just trying to scare you." He declared this confidently, though in truth, once the black coffin disappeared, he fully intended to flee in disgrace. Inside the coffin, Yi Bei remained calm and composed, quietly counting down. The last 10 seconds. Each second passed in silence, and his heart grew colder with every beat. "I originally wanted to spare your miserable lives, but it seems you don't know what's good for you and insist on seeking death. The people of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land are indeed fools. They had no idea that the great disaster was about to strike, yet they continued to act arrogantly and recklessly, baring their teeth and glaring as if they wanted to devour Yi Bei alive." When the time came, the black coffin immediately shattered. The group from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land rushed forward in unison, attacking Yi Bei. They shouted loudly, "Die!" Yi Bei's lips curled slightly, forming a sinister smile. "Then don't say I didn't warn you." With that, he unleashed his powerful spiritual energy, focusing it into both his hands. An immediate sense of unease surged in Elder Mu's chest. He felt as though death itself was standing right beside him, the fear surrounding him making his face turn ashen, devoid of any color, as if all the blood had drained from him. This fleeting thought crossed Elder Mu's mind. The feeling in the air nearly scared him to the point of a breakdown. The entire forest was suddenly filled with the sound of agonizing screams. "Run, run quickly!" The people of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land panicked and fled. As they neared the edge of the forest, they suddenly felt a cold gust of wind blow against them. Yi Bei's dark yet commanding voice suddenly echoed, "Thunder punishment!" A streak of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the chaotic group of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land members, who were already in disarray like a broken hive of bees. A thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the very heavens and earth. Following that, a series of explosions erupted in quick succession, engulfing everything in smoke and flames. The sound of wind ripping through the air howled fiercely, and a barrage of sharp lightning bolts rumbled across the sky. After a moment, all the members of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land lay scattered and writhing on the ground. Coughing uncontrollably, his appearance as miserable as could be. Elder Mu, covered in blood, his voice trembling, wondered what kind of divine power this was. He feared that even a single strike from a great emperor wouldn't be as terrifying as this. A strong warrior, panting heavily, interrupted, "No wonder that brat dared to kill a half-emperor." Elder Mu furrowed his brow and continued, "No wonder he's always acted so calm and fearless. It turns out he had long planned to use this powerful secret technique to bring us all to destruction." At this point, rage was clearly visible on Elder Mu's battered face. He gritted his teeth, cursing Yi Bei, "Such a person is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, the space suddenly cracked open. Inside the gate of the secret realm, a series of crackling sounds echoed. Yi Bei, panting heavily, cursed aloud, muttering, "Damn it, now I can't even use a sliver of spiritual power." At this moment, the system notification appeared. Although the host used elixirs and successfully refined the core of the secret realm within 2 hours, your cultivation was directly upgraded from the first level of the Mystic Connection realm to the 9th level. As a result, the meridians in your body have ruptured, and you cannot use spiritual power. Hearing this, Yi Bei wearily collapsed against a tree, sighing, "Don't talk about spiritual power, right now I can barely even move. I miscalculated, but if I stay at this broken point of spiritual energy with no space to recover, it seems my body will take an infinitely long time to heal." While speaking, his hand formed a seal to stop the flow of spiritual energy. After a while, Yi Bei sighed heavily, "I need to figure something out, quickly leave this place to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world and recover." He then reached his hand into the crack in space. Suddenly, Yi Bei's eyes widened. He glanced inside through the crack. Yi Bei, half laughing, half crying, exclaimed, "Damn it, is there anywhere outside where I can absorb energy? Does this mean we're in a spatial turbulence?" He returned to the outside and looked at the pile of spirit stones scattered on the ground. Yi Bei scratched his cheek, muttering, "Well, I suppose this counts as a success. Now I can only rely on the spirit stones to gradually recover." A day later, the flying ship carrying Xiang finally returned to Tai Bai Sword Manor. As it arrived, the ship slowly descended. Tai Bai had been waiting outside and asked, somewhat surprised, "Master has returned?" Zhu Gufu was momentarily stunned. "That's not right, the SMLC secret realm hasn't even been activated for 8 days yet." Lai Yushan agreed with Zhu Gufu, speaking up. "That's right, didn't they say it would take 10 days to finish?" The three of them moved toward the ship together, the heavy hum of the engine filling the air. Tai Bai suddenly had a bad feeling. "What's going on here?" Her brow furrowed, and her eyes turned sharp. Tai Bai slowly entered the ship and cautiously called out, "Master, are you meditating?" There was a sound as if something had collided with the glass wall. Right after that, Xiang's familiar voice echoed, "Sister." Tai Bai was slightly startled, and her footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Behind the glass, Xiang burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, "Sister, sister." Tai Bai looked puzzled and called softly, "Xiang?" At that moment, as if suddenly remembering something, Tai Bai hurriedly asked Xiang, "Wait, where is Master?" Crying, Xiang stammered out, "Senior sister, this flying ship has been forcibly locked in reverse." Lai Yushan turned to confirm with Tai Bai. "Judging from the technique, it was definitely Master's doing." Zhu Gufu seemed to realize something, her pupils contracted violently. She cried out in panic, "This is bad. Master must be in trouble." Cold sweat beaded on Tai Bai's forehead at the same time. Her voice trembled, Moreover, this trouble isn't small. That's why he sent Shan and I back to Tai Bai Sword Manor, while he himself couldn't return." Tai Bai swiftly broke the seal on the door. Shan immediately threw herself into Tai Bai's arms, weeping and blaming herself, "Sister, it's all my fault, it's all Shan Ni's fault that Master fell into the trap and is now in danger." Tai Bai gently patted Shan's back and softly comforted her, "Don't cry yet, tell us everything first, then you can cry." After several minutes of recounting, Shan had fully explained everything that had happened to Tai Bai and the other senior sisters. "That's how it was, sister. It's all Shan Ni's fault. It's all because of Shan and I that Master was dragged into danger." Tai Bai's face darkened in an instant, and a strong killing intent emanated from her. She gritted her teeth and snarled, Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, damn it, I won't spare you. The 3 major sacred lands, you just wait, I will come and kill every last one of you for daring to touch my master, daring to harm my master." Tai Bai sneered coldly, "Good, Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, good, very good." After hearing from Shan that Yi Bei was in danger, Tai Bai, accompanied by Shan, Zhu Gufu, and Lai Yushan, immediately boarded the airship and set off to provide reinforcements for Yi Bei. On the airship, Tai Bai turned to Shan and asked, "Shan and I, did Master say anything when he saw you off?" Tai Bai's brow furrowed as she pondered. Knowing Master's personality, whatever he did, he would always consider the bigger picture and leave himself a way out. Upon hearing her sister's question, Shan clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes, Master really did say something." She hurriedly took out the golden ring that Yi Bei had given her. "This is what Master asked me to give to the sisters." Shan earnestly relayed Yi Bei's words. "Master said, let the sisters use what's inside to cultivate diligently, and wait for my return." At this point, Lai Yushan suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Both Zhu Gufu and Lai Yushan felt as though a thunderbolt had struck out of a clear sky. Trembling, they asked Shan again, "Did Master really say that?" Shan innocently nodded, and instantly, a wave of fear surged in the hearts of the other three. Zhu Gufu's face turned pale as she leaned over to whisper in Lai Yushan's ear, who also looked ashen. "Senior sister, Master told us to go back and focus on our cultivation. Do you think if we go over there to find him now, we won't?" At this point, the three of them could all sense that the future ahead didn't seem particularly bright. Tai Bai restrained herself and murmured to herself, "It's almost here. If we get scolded, then so be it." Yet, her voice still betrayed an undeniable unease. Before long, from the spaceship above, they saw a huge, bottomless black hole where Yi Bei had pushed Shan onto the ship, right in the middle of the dense forest. Shan confidently addressed her senior sisters, "It was still fine just a day ago. Why has it suddenly turned into this?" Tai Bai glanced at the black hole for a moment before speculating, Master must have used forbidden techniques. Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She exclaimed, "Good heavens, did Master create this scene? It's terrifying." Lai Yushan suggested, "Let's go. I've sensed it, and there's no sign of any living beings nearby." Shan softly asked Tai Bai for her opinion, "Sister, so we're not going to look for Master anymore? What if something's happened to him?" Zhu Gufu unexpectedly interjected, "Little sister, you're underestimating Master. With such power, only Master could create something like this." Zhu Gufu sincerely advised Shan, "We should still listen to Master and go back to focus on our cultivation. Who knows, Master might come back in a few days to check on our progress." Lai Yushan agreed with Zhu Gufu, which made sense. The Master had just been resurrected, and perhaps he wanted to go out and stretch his legs a bit, conveniently shaking things up. Tai Bai nodded in agreement. It was reasonable, and the other sisters seemed to think the same. Of course, Shan would follow suit, no objections. At the same time, in the chaotic space, Yi Bei was concentrating on his cultivation, attempting to heal the severed meridians in his body. His hand gripped a spirit stone tightly, absorbing its spiritual power. After a while, Yi Bei opened his eyes, checking the condition of his wounds before letting out a sigh. He had used up all the spirit stones in the heavenly pool half-emperor ring these past few days, but the injuries to his meridians had only recovered by 10%. His face slowly darkened. The true lord still had to figure out how to escape this chaotic space as soon as possible. It wasn't easy to be resurrected, so how could he waste time in this place? Yi Bei stood up, glanced at the space crack, and muttered to himself, "It's you." He spread his palm out, and powerful spiritual energy immediately gathered in his hand. His eyes flashed with a purple gleam, and he unleashed the 1,000 strikes of thunder. A series of lightning bolts shot directly down into the space crack. The sound of howling winds roared terrifyingly. Yi Bei frowned deeply, making a firm resolution. Just a little more, and he would be done. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei leaped through the chaotic space. After finally escaping the chaotic space, Yi Bei let out a sigh of relief. He had finally left that cursed place. Suddenly, he froze in place. The current situation made Yi Bei's eyes widen in shock. He screamed in horror, "Damn, here!" Unexpectedly, after escaping from the chaotic space, he had directly fallen into a state of freefall. Yi Bei felt a mix of amusement and despair. He comforted himself, telling himself not to panic. Given his current physical strength, even without the protection of spiritual power, the most he would suffer was a minor injury. His body whizzed through the air, plummeting straight towards the dense forest below. Yibei landed flat on the cracked ground, a bitter smile on his face. Well, I've already been heavily injured, so I won't worry too much. As long as I find a good opportunity to recover and heal afterward, everything will be fine. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curled up, forcing a twisted smile. Yibei gazed up at the pale blue sky, watching the drifting clouds. He thought to himself, in these past 2 days, he'd managed to recover half of his spiritual power, and his meridian state was also beginning to recover rapidly. With this in mind, Yibei propped himself up with his hands and assessed his current condition. Sitting up wasn't a problem, but traveling was still a bit concerning. Suddenly, a slender female figure passed right in front of Yibei, followed by the sound of unpleasant laughter. "Girl, do you think you can escape from our grasp?" The young woman being pursued appeared to have a beautiful face. The black-clothed persons chasing her, however, looked rough and shameless. One of them spoke up, spitting out harsh words. "Everyone in the Void Heaven domain is hunting down members of the Benevolence Hall. I suggest you obediently surrender." Another one snarled aggressively, "Stop wasting words. It is not easy to find a customer. If we can capture one, then we might obtain a copy of the revered sacred skill book." As she spoke, the group of black-clothed persons hastened their pursuit of the young lady. When Yibei heard the Benevolence Hall, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He vaguely wondered, could it be her? The vile black-clothed persons, taking advantage of their numbers, uttered disgusting words. "Little beauty, don't run. Soon, I'll go easy on you." Luo Xian glanced at the black-clothed persons, feeling hopeless. If she couldn't escape today, she swore that, even in death, she would never implicate Lord Chang. Yibei suddenly called out to her, "Come to me. I guarantee you won't die." Luo Xian looked in the direction of Yibei's calm voice. He smiled gently and softly urged her, "Come here." Luo Xian was momentarily surprised, but she no longer had time to hesitate. Determined, she leaped toward Yibei and landed gracefully before him. Yibei asked her calmly, "In the Benevolence Hall, do you follow the Great Tao?" Luo Xian respectfully bowed her head and replied, "Yes." Yibei slowly rose to his feet and asked softly, "Do you know Bai Yuling?" Luo Xian answered honestly, "I do." She added, "President Bai is the founder of the Benevolence Hall, and he is our greatest hero." Yibei's expression grew thoughtful. Unexpectedly, in the midst of this misfortune, he had found a clue about the 99th disciple, though she was in the Void Realm. The Benevolence Hall was still open. So why had she not contacted her sisters all these years? At this moment, Luo Xian hurriedly hid behind Yibei, her voice trembling with fear, "They're here." Sure enough, the despicable black-clothed persons had tracked them down. The leader of the group grinned maliciously, "Running? Why aren't you running anymore?" Seeing them, Luo Xian panicked. She lightly grabbed the hem of Yibei's robe. Luo Xian was petite, and when frightened, she looked like a little rabbit, which only amused the black-clothed persons further. They laughed wickedly, and one of them mocked, "Do you think that by finding a little brat in the Mystic Connection realm, the 3rd or 4th level, you'll be saved? You should just give up resisting and surrender into my arms." Another one quickly joined in, adding, "Exactly, as long as you listen, we'll go easy on you later." Yibei stood in front of Luo Xian, his voice calm as he spoke. "Have you ever heard the saying, what a person does, the heavens see? Evil begets evil, and kindness brings kindness. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet." The arrogant one sneered, looking down at him, "Do you really think that with your current half-disabled status, you can play the hero and save the damsel?" The rat-faced one standing beside him also joined in, mocking, "Are you kidding?" Yibei suddenly pointed his finger towards the sky, the corner of his mouth curling into a cryptic smile, "Just like now, can't you feel it? Is someone up there watching you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck one of the black-clothed persons from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed person was reduced to a charred lump, still smoking. The two remaining black-clothed persons were drenched in cold sweat. My God, the sky was clear and the weather calm, yet suddenly a thunderstorm descended, and the power of this lightning was overwhelming, wasn't it? The black-clothed person with the pig face turned to Yi Bei and questioned, are you the one causing this? With a thunderous crack, another terrifying bolt of lightning struck directly at the pig-faced black-clothed person. In sheer terror, the remaining black-clothed person hastily turned and fled for his life. Oh, I've encountered a ghost. Yi Bei looked at his retreating figure and sneered. That's right, there was one more thing I forgot to mention. He coldly reminded him, when you think you've encountered a ghost, don't doubt it, your judgment is correct. As soon as Yi Bei finished speaking, a thunderclap from the sky tore through the wind and struck the last black-clothed person, destroying his soul. Luo Xian, witnessing the terrifying power of Yi Bei, couldn't help but admire him. This young man clearly had a weak aura, yet just now he had stood still without moving, and in a moment, had killed 3 experts at the God Peak level. After dealing with the 3 troublesome black-clothed persons, Yi Bei turned his gaze to Luo Xian. She suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly clasped her hands in respect, saying, I am the manager of the 5th branch of the Benevolence Hall. Luo Xian, I thank you for saving my life, senior. Yi Bei's tone was neither fast nor slow, but it carried a hidden majesty. Tell me everything in detail about your president, from start to finish, without omitting a single word. Luo Xian lowered her head and replied, Yes, senior. Luo Xian then recounted everything she knew to Yi Bei. 300 years ago, when President Bai was fleeing from those sacred lands, she was accidentally recognized. After that, she was captured by people from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. Although she did not join them, for a full century, she was confined within the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, never leaving even a single step. At this point, Luo Xian's face couldn't hide her deep sorrow. Yi Bei's brow instinctively furrowed. Luo Xian suppressed her grief and continued, after 150 years, the president, having gained some trust from them, the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land finally agreed to let her search for a few talented individuals skilled in medical arts from the Chonghu Heavenly Domain. However, after that, there was always a female expert of the Saint King realm monitoring her. When the president was in hiding, after enduring 250 years of patience, she finally established the Benevolence Hall. She secretly developed it, making the organization grow stronger in silence. In addition, she sent people to search tirelessly for the rebirth revival path. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's expression suddenly grew solemn. Searching tirelessly for the rebirth revival path. He seemed to have guessed the true intention of the leader of the Benevolence Hall. Seeing Yi Bei lost in thought, Luo Xian gently called, Senior, you. Yi Bei finally came to his senses, and in a soft voice, he told her to continue. Luo Xian nodded and continued, after the president had stabilized the development for 50 years, just a few dozen days ago, she finally broke through to the Saint realm. But unexpectedly, the second Saint son of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land suddenly made a request to the Heavenly Pool Sacred King, asking to marry the president. But how could the president agree to that? So she immediately informed everyone in the Benevolence Hall to revolt, helping her break free from the Void Realm, and also sent some people to deliver the news to other celestial realms, trying to spread the word. At this point, Luo Xian recalled the day the president had given her instructions, take this medicine to the Benevolence Hall. They will understand. Luo Xian lowered her head in sorrow, silently counting in her mind. There were only 15 days left, the wedding day was approaching. The president had once told a few of us that, even if she died, she would never marry into Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. Suddenly, a tremendous force was unleashed, causing the ground to shake violently, with dust filling the air. After a while, the dust began to disperse, revealing 2 figures, one standing, one lying down. Luo Xian collapsed to the ground, her face filled with fear, her voice trembling, Senior, are you all right? Yi Bei's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the fury in his heart. Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, you truly have no shame. You swallowed my disciple for 300 years, and now you want to marry her off to your people. Little boy, you'll have to endure for another 15 days. Wait for 15 days, and the master will definitely give a big gift to mark the meeting, causing the heavenly pool sacred land to shake both heaven and earth. Thinking this, he gently reassured Luo Xian, "It's fine, I just arrived at the Sung Void Realm these past 2 days, and I've known your guild leader for a long time." After hearing about these matters, it's hard to avoid being angry inside. At this point, Yi Bei seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly asked Luo Xian, "By the way, how skilled are you in medicine?" Luo Xian confidently replied, "Senior, I can't claim to be good at everything, but when it comes to medicine, no matter how severe the injury or how many illnesses the person has, I can certainly save them." Yi Bei decisively suggested, "Then help me take a look." Luo Xian obediently responded, "Yes, senior." Yi Bei's gaze inadvertently landed on Luo Xian's vibrant body, and the sweat on his forehead slowly faded. He guessed this must be the midwife. Luo Xian gently grasped Yi Bei's wrist, focusing intently on taking his pulse. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "Good heavens, this senior's body is absolutely extraordinary, and even in this condition, he's still alive." Seeing the serious expression on Luo Xian's face, without a word, Yi Bei asked her, "What's wrong? Is there a way to treat it?" Luo Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, "There is a way, but based on your current condition, the only option is to try a method with a very low success rate just to stabilize the injury." Before she could finish, Yi Bei interrupted, "The treatment you're talking about must be acupuncture, right? Tell me, if I allow you to use all your strength to heal me, how many days will you need?" Luo Xian boldly replied, "At least 7 days." Yi Bei nodded, "All right." He pointed at his legs and said, "Then start from the bottom." Luo Xian immediately agreed. She quickly gathered her spiritual power in the palm of her hand and began to heal Yi Bei. Meanwhile, Yi Bei took the opportunity to calculate, "If I cooperate with her for treatment now, it should take at least 4 or 5 days to fully recover. I must make the most of these few days and break through from the 9th level of the Mystic Connection realm to the Divine realm as quickly as possible. That way, my third trump card can be unleashed." He speculated, if little boy was captured by the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land 300 years ago, it's possible that there are other disciples of mine locked in that prison. Even if there aren't any of my disciples in the prison, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yi Bei looked up at the sky and thought to himself, 15 days might be tight, but if I go a little crazy, it should be enough. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Bei's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, sharp glint. After preparing the silver needles for acupuncture, Luo Xian turned to face Yi Bei and shyly said, "Senior, you can take off your clothes now." Yi Bei replied calmly, "All right." With that, he stood up and began rustling as he removed his clothes. Luo Xian's face flushed bright red in an instant. Flustered, she tried to explain, "Senior, you don't need to undress completely." In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei had finished his escape. He still had some modesty, only removing his trousers enough for Luo Xian to easily insert the needles into the acupoints. She finally let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the senior hadn't undressed entirely. Luo Xian still felt her face burning with embarrassment, and she furrowed her brows, shyly saying, "Senior, shall we begin now?" Time passed quickly. 2 days later, outside the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land's main hall, the guards rotated shifts, keeping a constant watch. Not far off, behind a large stone, Yi Bei peeked out, carefully observing the situation. He stroked his chin, thoughtfully considering the right moment to act. Yi Bei recalled the instructions Luo Xian had given him earlier. The Heavenly Pool Sacred Land had a clear hierarchy. The outermost and second layers were made up of the outer disciples and inner disciples who lived in the cultivation area. The innermost layer was reserved for the Great Emperor's Sacred Master, other Great Emperors, and the Half-Emperor Elders, who also resided in the cultivation area. Luo Xian pointed to the center of the map and revealed, President Bai is being held in the innermost floor. Yi Bei, already familiar with every corner of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, immediately ordered Luo Xian, "All right, now send this information to Tai Bai Sword Manor, and then we'll split up to act." Luo Xian joyfully responded, "Yes, senior." Back to the present moment, Yi Bei finally left his hiding place. He slowly moved toward the main hall of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, quietly calculating in his mind. Though his meridians had fully healed and his injuries were no longer a concern, according to the intelligence Luo Xian provided last time, this mission would require only the use of his mind, with no room for direct combat. Just then, a guard in front of the Heavenly Pool Hall shouted, breaking Yi Bei's train of thought, "Who are you?" "This is the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. No entry without an order." Yi Bei calmly took out his command token and smiled politely, "I'm one of our own." The two guards stared at the token and mumbled, "Really?" Suddenly, a hand shot out, launching an attack. Yi Bei gripped the necks of the two guards, silencing them. The guards felt their heads spinning, their bodies stiffening. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings around them shifted dramatically. Dazed, they looked around and stuttered, Where? Where is this?" A sudden gust of wind howled through the air as a figure descended slowly from above, carrying a deep voice, "This is my domain." At this moment, Yi Bei was already holding a whip in his hand. He sneered coldly, "Now, I'll ask a question, and you'll answer it." The two guards still had no idea that they had encountered a being of monstrous power. One of them arrogantly puffed up his chest and shouted, "Who the hell are you? How dare you give us orders? Do you even know we're from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall?" Yi Bei had no interest in wasting words on such insignificant fools. Without hesitation, he lashed the whip straight across the guard's face. The man screamed as he fell to the ground, writhing in agony, "It hurts! It hurts so much! I'm dying!" Yi Bei turned his cold gaze toward the remaining guard, making him break out in a cold sweat. Terrified, the man dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, "Hero sir, what is it you wish to know?" I'll tell you everything." Yi Bei's voice was icy as he commanded, "Tell me everything," not missing a single word, about the Finger of Emperor transformation of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. The guard, trembling, confessed truthfully. The Finger of Emperor transformation was almost as large as a lake, located within the core disciples area, the most secure and treasured place in the sacred land. It was guarded day and night by experts of same king rank, who took turns inspecting it daily. As he finished speaking, the guard sighed, concluding that stealing the Finger of Emperor transformation was utterly impossible. Yi Bei replied indifferently, "Is that so? I'm sorry, but just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't." With that, Yi Bei instantly transformed into Elder Gene and strode straight toward the Finger of Emperor transformation. He thought to himself, the matter regarding the secret realm in the forest had only recently passed, and between the two sacred lands, there was a whole heavenly region separating them. Logically speaking, the news of the Heavenly Pool Half-Emperor's death should not have reached here yet. If that were the case, then for now, he would temporarily borrow your identity. Thus, Yi Bei, in the guise of Yen Elder, calmly approached the Finger of Emperor transformation. At the entrance of the Finger of Emperor transformation, two direct disciples of the Sacred King level were standing guard. Upon seeing the arrival of Yen Elder, they quickly clasped their hands in greeting and bowed respectfully to him. Yi Bei, maintaining his calm demeanor, extended his hand to push open the door and step inside the Finger of Emperor transformation. He was confident that unless he encountered a great emperor or half-emperor, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through the shape-shifting technique. As long as he passed through this door without being detected by anyone in the core area, then. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out right beside Yen Elder's ear. "Why have you returned so quickly this time? Did you obtain something good?" Sweat unconsciously began to bead on Yi Bei's forehead. He inwardly cursed, "Damn it, just as I feared, what you fear the most is exactly what you run into." Just as he was about to enter the Finger of Emperor transformation, he was stopped by a Sacred King expert. Yi Bei broke into a cold sweat. He quickly calculated, now that the goal is within reach, I don't want to give up this crucial moment and start all over again. As for the Sacred King expert, he just needed to find a way to deceive him. With that thought, Yi Bei steadied his breath, maintained his composed posture, and then asked the powerful figure, "It's so late. What brings you here?" The Sacred King expert took out an envelope and smiled as he showed it to Yi Bei. "I've been accumulating merit for 100 years, and finally, I've earned the right to practice the Finger of Emperor transformation. Waiting for this day has truly not been easy." Yibei glanced at him, and in his heart, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finger of Emperor Transformation. This person is actually about to advance to the Finger of Emperor Transformation. He put on a satisfied expression and casually complimented him. Not bad. Receiving praise from Yen Elder, the Sacred King expert felt somewhat confused. He stroked his beard and secretly observed Yen Elder's expression, while numerous question marks appeared in his mind. Yen Elder seems a bit off today. Yibei didn't want to engage in further conversation. In a cold tone, he ordered, "Go practice the Finger of Emperor Transformation. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." The Sacred King expert quickly bowed in respect. "Understood, Yen Elder." When he looked up, Yibei's figure was already gone. The eyes of the Sacred King expert immediately gleamed with admiration. A half-emperor expert is truly terrifying. He silently wished, "When will I ever have such strength?" Little did he know, the very person he was praising, Yibei, had actually used the concealment technique and was temporarily residing on his shoulder. Late at night, the moonlight shone brightly in the sky, and the night was silent and desolate. By this time, the Sacred King expert had arrived at the Finger of Emperor Transformation. From a distance, two guards noticed someone approaching. One of the two guards exclaimed, 200 years, and finally, someone has come to cultivate. The Sacred King expert immediately took out the letter. The guard opened it and read it, then nodded to confirm, valid. The other guard proceeded to inspect the Saint King's body, then announced, valid. The Sacred King expert was finally approved. The door to the Finger of Emperor Transformation slowly opened, and the Sacred King expert stepped forward confidently, entering inside. Indeed, the Finger of Emperor Transformation had an enchanting scenery, resembling the immortal Isle of Panglai. The lake was a deep jade green, and peach blossoms on either side gently leaned in the spring breeze. The Sacred King expert hurriedly took off his clothes, excitedly exclaiming, "Every second here is precious, wasting even a moment is a crime." As his robe hit the ground, the pearl, which was the true form of Yibei, also fell out at the same time. The pearl rolled a few times before stopping right at the edge of the Finger of Emperor Transformation, lying still. Inside the clear glass-like pearl, Yibei stroked his chin, a satisfied smile curling on his lips as he thought to himself, "I never expected that this time, thanks to him, I successfully deceived the Finger of Emperor Transformation. Otherwise, relying on myself, I might not have been able to smoothly pass through the rigorous layers of tests at the gate." Yibei carefully considered. From the words of those guards, he deduced that normally, very few people would enter the Finger of Emperor Transformation. However, this was still not the best time to take action. Upon mentioning this, Yibei's brow involuntarily furrowed. He assessed that this was, after all, the key protected area of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall. If anything unusual were to occur, it would likely draw the attention of a half-emperor, or even a great emperor. A day later, a guard entered the Finger of Emperor Transformation and sternly reminded the Sacred King expert, "It's time, you must leave now." The Sacred King expert responded, "All right, I'm going out now." With that, he quickly grabbed his clothing and put it on. Then, he slowly left the Finger of Emperor Transformation. Yibei had managed to hide within the clothing of the Sacred King expert, taking the opportunity to memorize the patrol schedule of the guards as they rotated shifts in guarding the Finger of Emperor Transformation. With every step the Sacred King expert took, Yibei analyzed everything, based on the daily patrol frequency of the guards. This operation had to be executed with extreme caution. It was better to be overly careful than to take risks. Inside the Finger of Emperor Transformation, the surrounding space was eerily quiet. With a soft plop, a bead fell directly into the sapphire blue pond. Amidst the deep green water, the bead gradually absorbed the abundant spiritual energy. Within the bead, Yibei focused his mind on healing his wounds. His entire body radiated a mystical shade of blue. Before long, Yibei looked down at the palm of his hand with satisfaction. He sighed, realizing that just cultivating in this spiritual liquid had already allowed him to progress far beyond the pace of external training. Furthermore, within this liquid, there was a mysterious force, one that closely resembled the power of laws. At that moment, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had sensed something strange. Wait, the spiritual energy concentration of this lake is so high. Yi Bei decided to dive deeper to the lake's bottom, speculating. Then there might be even more incredible treasures down here. I remember back then, besides teaching my disciples, I would send them wandering through various secret realms, seeking all kinds of heaven and earth opportunities. Yi Bei recalled, and in the end, all his disciples had advanced significantly. Innate Dao physique, 9 Saint physique, Mystic Yin physique, Sword Vein physique. When he spoke of this, his tone couldn't hide the regret, a feeling that coincidentally matched his own current reality, where such opportunities were rare. Even if there are any, they can only elevate one's state of mind, soul, and treasure. As for an opportunity that could turn this extraordinary physical body of mine, reversing my fate, I have never encountered such a thing. The corner of Yi Bei's lips finally curled upward as he smiled. Fortunately, this time, he had been reborn. Hope sparkled in his eyes, and he finally felt that he had a chance to save himself. Yi Bei continued to dive deeper into the Finger of Emperor Transformation Lake, watching the violent waves swirling around the pearl. His brows unconsciously furrowed. The immense water pressure now, if he were to emerge, would likely crush him into a lump of meat. At the same time, in the central area of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, through a window, Yuling gazed outside. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and despair, and her voice carried an unspoken grief. Master, Ling and I will probably be leaving soon to join you. Are you feeling very lonely down there? Tears quietly welled up at the corners of Yuling's eyes. The young girl sobbed softly. Ling and I had once hoped to find a way to bring the dead back to life, but it seemed that day would never come. Thinking of her late senior sisters only deepened the ache in Yuling's heart. Through her tears, she said, I just can't stop worrying about those junior sisters. If any of them are injured again, there will be no one left to heal them. In this moment of grief, Yuling's longing for Yi Bei grew all the more intense and painful. She whispered to herself, Master, if only you were still by Ling Ni's side, how wonderful that would be. Meanwhile, Yi Bei had already reached the bottom of the Finger of Emperor Transformation Lake. The depths were pitch black, save for a faint, mysterious blue glow emanating from within the stones just a few steps away from his pearl. Startled for a moment, Yi Bei slowly approached the strange, radiant stone. Suddenly, he cried out in delight, Supreme treasure! This is the true treasure hidden within the Finger of Emperor Transformation. Yi Bei laughed triumphantly. For the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land to possess such a divine artifact and yet have produced only 3 great emperors, what a waste! He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though he had found the supreme treasure, he pondered how he might store it within the desolate space. As he imagined the scenario in his mind, he realized that once he stepped outside that space, the overwhelming spiritual pressure would crush him into a lump of flesh in an instant, and by then, even his divine soul might not survive. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Yi Bei immediately executed the thunder punishment technique. A series of dark lightning bolts shot straight down at the stone surrounding the supreme treasure. The powerful bolts of lightning cleaved through the stone. Yi Bei assessed the situation. As expected, because of the existence of this supreme treasure, the hardness of the surrounding stone has undergone a massive change. While circulating his energy, he carefully calculated, in a day, he could only release 36 bolts of lightning. Based on this situation, each bolt needed to be used as a blade and could not be wasted. After speaking, he continued to execute the thunder punishment, accurately striking the vulnerable spots of the stone with each bolt. A deafening sound rang out, and the bottom of the lake immediately experienced a tremendous earthquake, causing the rocks and soil on the surface to shake violently. After a while, everything gradually quieted down. Yi Bei approached to observe the stone. He was slightly taken aback, it had only cracked a little. Yi Bei seriously calculated. To break the entire supreme treasure, it seems I'll need at least 70 more bolts of lightning, which meant I will have to stay here for at least 2 more days. After estimating the time needed to completely collect the supreme treasure, Yi Bei sat down and quickly entered a meditative state. His hands formed seals as he began absorbing the spiritual energy from the lake's water. He muttered to himself, never mind. The spiritual energy in this lake is much denser than outside, making it the perfect place for cultivation. Yi Bei speculated. Because the body was at the bottom, the patrols above couldn't detect anything unusual. After saying that, he closed his eyes and focused on cultivation. 2 days later, Yi Bei slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his palms and assessed, "Very good. My cultivation has reached the divine apex realm. The speed of cultivation with this rocket-like pace is truly unheard of." Yi Bei then stood up and walked toward the supreme treasure. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm as he said, "If I had possessed the current luck and innate talent before my rebirth, how could the 9 sacred lands have been wiped out by me within 300 years as mere half-emperors? Next, it's time for this great master to put on a show." With that, he unleashed thunder punishment. Immediately after, waves of powerful lightning struck down upon the rock that concealed the supreme treasure. In no time, the rock was shattered into pieces, revealing the supreme treasure within. The supreme treasure fell directly before Yi Bei, creating a resounding impact. The corners of Yi Bei's lips curled upward as he spoke joyfully. It seems that after obtaining this supreme treasure, aside from that terrifying spiritual force at the bottom of the lake being forcibly dispersed, nothing else has changed. Having said that, he leapt into the air and stored the supreme treasure into his spatial ring. In the blink of an eye, the water within the finger of Emperor Transformation was also drawn entirely into Yi Bei's spatial realm. The guards outside suddenly sensed something unusual occurring within the finger of Emperor Transformation and decided to push the door open to investigate. Upon witnessing the completely dried up finger of Emperor Transformation, they were struck with utter shock and screamed in sheer panic. "Finger of Emperor Transformation is gone already." A guard hastily pressed the button to issue the highest emergency alert. Immediately, the entire Heavenly Pool Sacred Land was in turmoil. The people of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land became frantic. A girl, confused, asked, "The highest warning? What exactly happened?" A powerful expert standing beside her answered in bewilderment, "As far as I know, since the establishment of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, nothing like this has ever happened." One of them spoke up, "To trigger such a warning, something major must have occurred." Another person interjected, "Stop talking so much, everyone, focus and prepare. Get ready for battle." This chaotic news quickly reached Yuling's ears. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself. At the same time, inside the spatial dimension, Yi Bei let out a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I broke through to the Divine Court realm. Otherwise, with the power of Mystic Connection realm, it would have been impossible to bring all of them here." He smiled confidently. "The breakthrough is done, the supreme treasure is in my hands, now it's time to head there." Suddenly, an earthquake shook the ground, causing Yi Bei to startle. His eyes widened as he realized that the sudden appearance of several Your Excellency figures from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall seemed to be unfolding. Yi Bei peeked to see who was arriving to deal with the finger of Emperor Transformation. On the city wall, 2 guards were kneeling on the ground, their voices trembling, "We greet Holy Master, we greet Grand Elder." It turned out that the ones who arrived were the Holy Master in black robes and the Grand Elder in blue attire. The guard, intimidated by the presence of the two, trembled and was unable to speak properly. With a loud crash, the Holy Master unleashed a terrifying force from his cursed ring, sending the guard crashing into the rock behind him. The guard immediately lost consciousness, and the 2 other guards could not help but be filled with fear. The Holy Master extended his hand, his face darkened, hiding a terrifying fury. With a sharp sound, his hand suddenly gripped one of the guards' necks, lifting him off the ground. The Holy Master growled, "Interrogate him, tell me why this happened." The guard dared not speak in lies, and sincerely reported, "Holy Master, please spare my life. We really check thoroughly every day, there has been nothing unusual." The Holy Master asked grimly, "Where are the management records from the past few months?" The other guard quickly took out the ledger and respectfully handed it over. Reporting to the Holy Master, "Here it is." After reviewing the ledger, the Holy Master was slightly surprised and muttered, "The last recorded usage was 3 days ago." At this moment, the Grand Elder, standing beside him, spoke up, "Holy Master, I will immediately take people to search for clues throughout the city." If not, Holy Master will. The Holy Master raised his hand to stop him. Don't panic. A flash of murderous intent gleamed in the Holy Master's eyes as he sharply made a conclusion. The thief is still nearby. These words of the Holy Master truly startled the guards. What? Don't tell me that even these nameless, insignificant guards are shocked, let alone Yi Bei himself. The Holy Master turned to instruct the Grand Elder, immediately seal off the entire city. Have people recheck the area near the finger of Emperor Transformation. Remember, not even a speck of dust should be overlooked. The Grand Elder replied, Yes, Holy Master. Yi Bei suddenly felt a sense of unease rise in his chest. He muttered to himself, It seems I underestimated them a bit. Looks like I'll have to be even more cautious with the grand gift plan in a few days. Yi Bei quickly found the place where Yu Ling was being held. Upon arriving in front of the palace door, he was slightly surprised. What's this? Didn't they say a team of Saint King realm experts had gathered to guard this place? Yi Bei stealthily peered through the door and entered inside, thinking to himself, could it be that they knew I was coming and left specifically? Once inside, Yi Bei carefully used his spiritual energy to scan the situation before taking any action. Before long, he was able to assess both the number and strength of the guards patrolling the area. He withdrew his energy and yawned. A smile began to form at the corner of Yi Bei's mouth. Very good, the highest-ranking person inside is just at the Saint Realm. In that case, I won't hold back. With that, Yi Bei leapt forward, directly slamming into a servant holding a broom to sweep the leaves. The servant, startled by the sudden intrusion, panicked and cried out, You! Yi Bei snorted coldly, What do you mean by you? Fall down for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively struck him on the head with a painful blow. The servant instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, lying sprawled out. At that moment, a voice called out to him. Yunfan, have you finished cleaning? We should go to the next floor to tidy up. Hearing no response from Yunfan, the soldier, looking frustrated, walked towards the area where Yunfan was cleaning, calling out loudly. When he arrived, the guard tilted his head and peered inside. At that moment, Yi Bei had used a transformation technique to take on Yunfan's appearance. He put on a sincere, obedient expression. Coming. The guard immediately snapped, You fool, I've called your name so many times, and you only answer once. I thought something had happened to you. Yi Bei quickly replied, No. Inside, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, good thing I acted quickly. The guard told Yi Bei, Let's go. Soon, on the third underground level of Heavenly Prison, the soldier led the way with Yi Bei following behind. As they walked, the soldier spoke in a somewhat condescending tone, giving instructions. Usually, no one comes here for 10 to 15 days, so all you need to do is pretend to clean when the great emperors arrive. Yi Bei followed him, nodding obediently, Got it. Yi Bei took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, simultaneously assessing the underground prison's 12th floor. Some levels had lighter punishments, but this level was for the more severe ones. However, with his next plan, this servant wouldn't be able to figure anything out. Yi Bei's gaze suddenly stopped in front of a pitch-black door. He hesitated and asked, Where is this? The soldier quickly reminded him, We are not allowed to enter there. Yi Bei nodded, and the soldier added, Behind the door are prisoners who have committed serious crimes and horrendous acts. At this point, the soldier subconsciously lowered his tone, almost whispering, These criminals who have had their cultivation taken away, they haven't been killed because they still hold some value, but at most, they're sealed with restrictive spells. He acted knowledgeable and confided in Yi Bei, to lift the seal, it requires a cultivation Saint King or higher, and only by using the correct unsealing technique can it be successfully undone. Yi Bei nodded in understanding. Is that so? As they reached the end of the corridor, the soldier frowned and instructed Yi Bei, I'll leave this to you, I'm going to take a rest. Yi Bei nodded in agreement. As soon as the soldier left, Yi Bei quickly restored his own form. He walked up to the door of the serious offender's cell, and based on the information the soldier had just given, placed his hand on the door to begin unsealing the spell. He thought that for a formation of this level, it would only take a moment to pass through. Sure enough, in an instant, Bai successfully broke the seal. With a confident step, he opened the door and entered. When he saw the scene inside, Bai was momentarily stunned. Each cell inside turned out to be a separate kitchen space, only a few meters apart. He stroked his chin, his expression thoughtful. After all, this was the 4th floor of the heavenly prison underground. Even if there was a slight disturbance, it surely wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Bai was still lost in thought when a hoarse voice suddenly rang out, "Today, they've sent another little demon. This one's too stubborn, so it's time to start softening them up." Bai instinctively turned to look toward the source of the voice. It was an old man with silver hair and a cold, mocking smile on his face. It was truly ridiculous. Bai walked closer to the bars, speaking indifferently, "What's your identity and power? If I find you acceptable, I can take you out." The old man's brows instinctively furrowed. He could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from the young man in front of him. Sweat immediately beaded on his forehead, and his pupils constricted sharply. He blurted out, "Who are you? A mere first-stage divine court cultivator can appear here?" Bai coldly turned to leave. "You've had your chance, you're next." The old man quickly stopped him. "Wait." At this moment, he gritted his teeth and revealed his identity. "I am the former second elder of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, Linguay. I was imprisoned here 700 years ago, at the half-emperor middle stage of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Bai stopped in his tracks. He found it quite interesting. The former elder of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land had also been imprisoned. It seemed this sacred land was a sham, deciding the fate of Zhonghe. With that thought, Bai decisively bent the bars, freeing Linguay. The old man stared intently at the young man before him. He casually used his bare hands to break the iron bars without any sign of injury. Linguay's heart churned with confusion. This was truly too strange. Clearly, the young man had only reached the first level of divine court, yet that blow just now was comparable to a full-force strike from a Saint Realm expert. Bai stepped up to Linguay and bluntly proposed, "Serve me for 10 years, and then I will set you free. If you agree, offer up a part of your soul. If you refuse, I won't waste any more words on you." Linguay did not hesitate in the slightest. He already had his answer ready. "If you can truly rescue me, then even 100 years would be better than staying in this dark place." After making up his mind, Linguay extracted a portion of his soul and handed it to Bai. Holding the soul fragment in his hand, Bai spoke with approval, "Good, decisive." He silently guessed that the old man's hatred toward the sacred land must run deep. Bai thought for a moment, then decided that he only needed to remove the sealing spell on Linguay for now. He extended his hand and used his power to break the forbidden technique on Linguay. A series of thunderclaps rang out, surrounding them both. Linguay cried out in pain. Bai muttered an incantation to keep the portion of the soul that Linguay had given him intact, separating, organizing, and rearranging it. Afterward, Linguay collapsed to his knees before him, respectfully declaring, "Old servant Linguay respectfully greets the master." From above, Bai introduced himself in a dignified tone, "My name is Bai, just call me Your Excellency." "Don't worry, I will certainly keep my word and grant you freedom after 10 years. Linguay respectfully responded with a yes. Bai then called out for the punishment, and immediately, the chains on Linguay's body were severed. He casually waved his hand, and a bucket of water suddenly appeared. He said nonchalantly, "With this, you'll be able to recover your strength very quickly, right?" Linguay, still stunned as he looked at the bucket of water, was soon explained to by Bai, "This is the origin of the Finger of Emperor transformation." Linguay exclaimed in surprise, Is it possible? But how did you obtain this origin of the Finger of Emperor transformation?" Bai didn't answer his question, he simply replied casually, "Just use it, and if it's not enough, let me know." Lien Yuande hastily responded, "Enough, enough, it's enough." Lien Yuande took the initiative and led the way for Yi Bei. "Your Excellency must still want to subdue others. I'm familiar with this place, and I know most of the people here. I'll guide you, Your Excellency." Lien Yuande respectfully said, "Please, Your Excellency, this way." At that moment, a prisoner accidentally noticed that Yi Bei had freed Lien Yuande. Other prisoners quickly realized that Yi Bei was the one who had freed Lien Yuande. They clamored and asked him, "Old man Lien, how did you get out? Was it that little fellow from Divine Court, at the first level of the Divine Court realm, who set you free?" "Outside, there are Saint King realm experts guarding, and all the sealing techniques on us are in place. How could a Divine Court realm person break them?" Yi Bei glanced at Lien Yuande and signaled for him to perform. Lien Yuande nodded, "Yes, Your Excellency." Immediately, Lien Yuande's entire body radiated a powerful aura. The other prisoners couldn't help but express their admiration. "The old man has regained his cultivation. Elder Lien, please teach me as well. As long as I can get out of this wretched place, I'm willing to follow you for 100 years. Lien Yuande sincerely addressed the prisoners, "Apologies, everyone, but I am unable to assist. The old man is now a servant under the command of Your Excellency, so everything depends on Your Excellency's will. The unsealing and the chains being removed were all made possible thanks to Your Excellency's support." Lien Yuande's attitude of obedience left the prisoners stunned, and they turned to each other, murmuring in disbelief. Is this really the same stubborn old man who used to be indifferent? The key point is that it was that young man, the one in the godly realm, who unsealed him. He's incredibly powerful now. After touring the entire prison, Yi Bei stroked his chin, deep in thought. It shouldn't be. How could it not exist? Lien Yuande, standing behind him, spoke up, asking, "Your Excellency, are you looking for someone?" At that moment, Yi Bei recalled something, suddenly remembering. "Right, isn't there a former elder of the sacred land beside me?" He turned around and directly asked, "Lien Yuande, let me ask you, does this heavenly prison have a 5th level?" Without hesitation, Lien Yuande answered, "Your Excellency, the heavenly prison only has 4 levels." Lien Yuande's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately proposed, "Your Excellency, do you wish to capture someone even stronger? There are 2 secret prisons on the 4th floor, classified as highly dangerous criminals. Would you like to see them?" As expected, Yi Bei's expression brightened instantly. He was sure that the secret rooms were indeed located on the 4th floor. Not bad, they must be there. A few minutes later, Yi Bei and Lien Yuande stopped in front of a reinforced wall. Lien Yuande confirmed, "Your Excellency, it's right here." Yi Bei reached out his hand and used his spiritual power. He thought to himself, "Impressive, this sacred land is even more hidden than I imagined. I didn't expect it to have such a concealed formation." His hand channeled his spiritual energy, and a strange formation appeared on the wall. In an instant, the formation was shattered. Just as Lien Yuande had said, there was indeed a secret passage behind the wall. Lien Yuande cautiously reminded Yi Bei, "Your Excellency, you are about to face the person imprisoned in front of you. I've heard it's very dangerous." At that time, she caused a great deal of trouble for the sacred hall. If not for the intervention of 2 elders, she might have never been captured. Yi Bei was unconcerned. He placed his hand on the prison door and used his spiritual energy to peer inside. Immediately, he saw a petite young woman, her limbs shackled by iron chains. The young woman looked up at Yi Bei, and he suddenly froze, a jolt of surprise running through him. Could it be wrong? Yi Bei's brows involuntarily furrowed. Finally, he gave the order for Lien Yuande to open the door. He immediately obeyed the command. Yes. The heavy stone door shifted to one side. Yi Bei was suddenly stunned. Before him stood a young lady with her head lowered, her purple hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. Yi Bei stepped forward and, in a deep voice, asked, "Tell me, how did you get in here?" She coldly retorted, "Get lost, I will flatten the heavenly pool's sacred hall sooner or later. As she spoke halfway, Zhong Liamo seemed to realize that the tone of voice was strangely familiar, and a thought stirred within her. This isn't right, this voice. Zhong Liamo immediately lifted her head, and upon seeing the familiar figure of Yi Bei, she couldn't hold back her tears and choked, calling out, "Master." Yi Bei looked at her with gentle eyes, mixed with a hint of pity. He gently stroked Zhong Liamo's head and said, "Silly girl, you've suffered." Zhong Liamo sobbed, "Master," she sniffled, "Master, the unworthy disciple has finally met you." With that, Zhong Liamo suddenly jumped up and threw herself into Yi Bei's arms. Lien Yuanda, witnessing this scene, was stunned. "Master, this high-risk criminal, calling your excellency master. Oh my god, what kind of master have I taken?" Yi Bei helped Zhong Liamo break the chains. He smiled and placed a hand on her shoulder, gently asking, "There isn't much time left, tell me. How did you get in here?" Zhong Liamo dared not meet his gaze. She tilted her head to the side with a forced laugh. Zhong Liamo said, "Master, if I say I accidentally went in there of my own will, could you maybe go easy on me a little?" Yi Bei's eyes instantly blazed with fury. He shouted, "What kind of joke is that? You went in there willingly?" Zhong Liamo cowered and said timidly, "Master, please, let me explain first." Yi Bei finally suppressed his anger. He sat down and ordered her, "Speak. What foolish thing have you done this time?" Zhong Liamo confessed honestly, 130 years ago, after I broke through to the Saint King realm, I happened to overhear that in the 4th level of the heavenly prison of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, several supreme experts were being held captive. Once I heard that, I immediately began planning. After all, if I could turn them into my undead puppets, my power would surely increase. Later, because I had a deep understanding and mastery of the necromantic path, the Sacred Land labeled me as an extremely dangerous figure. In the end, 2 half-emperor experts had no choice but to join forces and attack. At this point, Zhong Liamo scratched her cheek and gave an awkward smile. So, I ended up being imprisoned in the 4th level of the heavenly prison. Hearing her story, Yi Bei's expression darkened. He said through gritted teeth, "Most people would do anything to escape, yet how impressive you went and threw yourself in, and not just anywhere, but straight into the lowest level of their prison." Zhong Liamo hurriedly acted coy, throwing herself into Yi Bei's arms. "Master, I won't dare to do it again. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say, alright? Please don't be mad anymore." In the end, Yi Bei could no longer resist Zhong Liamo's pitiful demeanor. The anger in his heart had subsided. He closed his eyes and reluctantly said, "Forget it." The system immediately sent a notification to Yi Bei, "You have encountered the 4th disciple among the 108. Reward, Tao Resonance Divine Power. Tao Resonance Divine Power allows you to resonate with the Tao power of one disciple, effective for 24 hours. Cooldown time, 10 days. Currently available Tao resonances include the Tao of the Undying, the Sword Great Tao, the Formation Great Tao, and the Architecture Great Tao. Would the host like to select a resonance? Upon receiving the notification, Yi Bei's eyes instantly brightened. Where can I resonate? This is clearly the Tao power someone else has replicated. The corners of his lips curved up. And with only 10 days left until the grand wedding of Sacred Land, this kind of ability definitely needs to be kept for the wedding. Zhong Liamo, standing behind him, was using her spiritual energy while bragging, "Master, although those bastards from Sacred Land sealed my cultivation, my summoned undying beings can still continue to cultivate in the summoning space." She added, "Moreover, I've obtained the undying beings of 4 semi-chair strength experts and over a dozen Saint King late-stage experts from the 4th level of the heavenly prison." Yi Bei's expression stiffened. He raised his hand and tapped Zhong Liamo on the forehead. His tone, full of contempt, couldn't be concealed. "Is something like this worth you putting yourself in danger?" Yi Bei knocked on Zhong Liamo's head and scolded her sharply, "If you want to find stronger undying beings, go to the ancient battlefield or the territory outside the ancient ruins. There's no place weaker than here. What if Sacred Land doesn't plan to keep you? You've already turned into an undying being. Do you understand that? Zhang Liamo knew she was wrong, so she lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Yes, master, I will not dare again. Standing aside and listening to the exchange between the master and disciple, Lien Yuande couldn't help but widen his eyes and curse under his breath. At this moment, Zhang Liamo suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked up at Yi Bei and gently asked, "By the way, master, how come you're here?" After a brief self-explanation, a few minutes later, Yi Bei concluded that this was the situation. Zhang Liao's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. "So, this is how it is with you, Heavenly Pool Sacred Land? You dared to imprison my junior sister for 300 years? I swear, I will turn your entire sacred land into wandering spirits." Yi Bei set down a barrel of water and ordered, "In 10 days, no matter what method you use, you must elevate to half-emperor for me." Zhang Liamo lowered her head and replied, "Yes, master." She then focused on her cultivation, determined to save her younger sisters, willing to take risks this time. Yi Bei glanced at her and thought to himself, "This foolish girl really needs to be stricter with her." He couldn't help but glance at Lien Yuanda, who, upon meeting his gaze, had tears welling up in his eyes. Yi Bei spoke, "Stop staring, there's a part for you too." Lien Yuanda happily replied, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Yi Bei turned away and gave instructions to Zhong Liamo and Lien Yuanda, "After you clear the 4th level of the heavenly prison, both of you should go and recover for a bit." Here is the translated text. Having said that, he laughed coldly, "Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, next, you will all enjoy the grand ceremony that this great one has prepared for you." 7 days later, in the capital, the scorching sunlight pierced through and shone down. Yi Bei appeared with a very serious expression, accompanied by Liamo. The person in charge of welcoming them asked, "May I ask which force you belong to, young master?" "I must report it to my superiors." He replied in a very cold tone, "Yi Bei, no force. I'm here just to have some fun. I wonder if the sacred land would welcome that." Seeing his expression, the person could only respond dejectedly, "Welcome, welcome." So, the person happily said, "Please, young master, come in." Liamo whispered softly, "Grandmaster, should we just go straight in to save junior sister? Then, while the great emperors haven't reacted yet, we can kill them before they even know what's happening." She also said that if we don't wait for all the people from Sacred Land to arrive, we won't be able to save her. But Yi Bei stopped him, "Not so fast," he said, "we need to wait until all of them arrive, then we'll take care of it all in one go." Liamo, hearing this, was stunned and covered his mouth. But Grandmaster, the other side has 3 great emperors." Yi Bei asked back, "Are great emperors that strong?" Hearing him ask, Yuande and Liamo beside him were both stunned. "Your Excellency, could it be that great emperors are not strong?" Yi Bei gave a nonchalant expression. Both of them had high potential, becoming great emperors was just a matter of time. So why should they fear them? Yi Bei said happily, "When they're all here later, I'll deal with 2 of them. The other one, you can use it for practice." Yuanda was drenched in cold sweat, silently thinking, "Does Your Excellency intend to take one to get 2? Suddenly, the crowd became chaotic, with someone shouting, "They're here!" The crowd began to chatter. The 3 great emperors of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land descended. In front of the crowd, the Holy Master and the 2 elders appeared. Yuling, wearing a veil, revealed her face shortly thereafter. Yuandi explained, "Your Excellency, according to the traditional wedding customs of Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, the next step is for the groom and bride to enter the central area, holding hands, and kneel to offer a prayer to Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, officially swearing their vows of marriage. At this moment, the groom is standing opposite the bride." Yuling thought to herself, "It's almost over, everything is almost finished. The second saint's son in front of me, I wonder, if I were to take the Holy Son's life right here in front of everyone, that would be perfect." The officiant called out, "The wedding begins." A golden whip was suddenly lashed out. It struck towards Yuling, causing all the maids to panic. The veil slowly lifted, revealing Yuling's face. Yi Bei suddenly appeared, placing his hand on her shoulder and politely saying, "Sorry, this bride belongs to me." Yuling, hearing his voice, quickly turned around. Grandmaster, Yi Bei said softly. Girl, you must have suffered. Then, Yuling buried her face in Yi Bei's chest, crying uncontrollably. Through her sobs, she murmured, it's Grandmaster, the one I've been longing for day and night, you've really appeared. The group of bystanders began to murmur. Isn't the young man standing next to the bride the mysterious youth who just entered earlier? Could it be? Could it? Is he the ex-husband come to steal the bride, the second saint's son? The noise around them was deafening. The second saint's son shouted angrily, let my Ling and I go. He shot a flame from his hand. The flame advanced toward Yi Bei. With a flick of his hand, Yi Bei shielded Yuling, and the flame was repelled by a single move from him. The Holy Master held a glowing object in his hand and coldly said, where did this brat come from, daring to disrupt Yuan Ni's wedding? At this moment, everyone exchanged astonished looks. Suddenly, a magical circle gradually appeared, with thunder and lightning gathering and focusing on that magic circle. The roof was shattered, creating a large hole, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. A huge pit appeared on the floor, and in the center hung a sword surrounded by lightning bolts. Yuling also had a realization, the sword aura was from fourth senior sister. A group of Tai Bai disciples descended from the sky, shouting, hand over my junior sister. Yuling turned to look, and silently thought to himself. It was them. Yuling called out, senior sister, Yi Bei is very satisfied, it's great, now that you're all here. Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, now you can enjoy the grand ceremony that this noble one has prepared for you. Yi Bei and his disciples, along with the Holy Master of Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, stood together, looking toward those in the ceremony hall. The aura of each of them was strikingly distinct. Yi Bei spoke up with a warning, anyone who does not want to be involved should leave immediately. I will give you 10 seconds. If you don't, those present at this wedding should quickly leave the hall. The noise and chaos of panic erupted loudly. Stop watching the show, hurry and run, or you'll lose your life soon. The second saint's son saw his bride rushing toward Yi Bei, and he furiously charged toward Yi Bei, his tone full of hateful resentment. Take your filthy hand off. Don't touch my Ling and I. Seeing the second Holy Master lose his composure, Yuling couldn't help but feel frightened. She pressed herself against Yi Bei, and Zhong Liamo rushed forward to shield her. A strong, cold aura radiated from her. Li Mo's eyes gleamed with sharpness, and she smiled confidently, though with an undertone of danger. The second Holy Master raised his hand and unleashed his move. 2 streams of energy shot straight toward Yi Bei and his group. Seeing that the second Holy Master had used his ultimate move, the Holy Master stepped forward as well, simultaneously launching his own strike. A red aura, full of power, shot straight toward Liamo. He yelled in anger, you dare. Over here, Liamo was also not idle. She leapt up, countering the Holy Master's move with one of her own, imbued with destructive force. The space flashed brightly as Liamo blocked the Holy Master's attack. He furrowed his brows tightly, a killing intent flickering in his eyes as he gathered his energy. A wave of force appeared at the tip of his fingers. Holy Master sneered, let's see how many times you can withstand this. As soon as his words ended, Liamo shouted a warning, don't move. No one knew when Liamo had appeared behind the second Holy Master. She was gripping his head tightly with both hands. The man who had been so arrogant and overbearing just moments ago was now powerless to demand anything. Murderous intent gleamed in Liamo's eyes. She curled her lips and warned the Holy Master, if my hand so much as trembles, he'll become a wandering spirit under my grasp. The Holy Master, the Grand Elder, and a subordinate of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land all froze in shock. The Holy Master withdrew the aura gathered in his hand. Liamo's words struck them like a bolt of lightning. The subordinate of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land clenched his teeth, his gaze locked on Liamo, anxiety flickering in his eyes. The Holy Master stepped forward, his eyes filled with disdain. His voice dripped with mockery as he said, I wondered who it might be, turns out it's just a few escaped convicts stirring up trouble. His brows furrowed tightly, arrogance radiating from him as he questioned Liamo, do you really think that by taking the Holy Sun hostage, you can walk out of here alive? Yi Bei gave a wicked smile, his eyes glinting as he affirmed without hesitation that he had indeed taken the Holy Sun hostage. Sorry, but I don't need him. In the next instant, Yi Bei pointed his finger, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the second Holy Master directly, leaving his entire body charred. The subordinate of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land widened his eyes in horror, frozen at the gruesome sight before him. Even though the Grand Elder couldn't see, he could sense that something terrible had happened to the second Holy Master. Sweat began to bead on his face as well. The Holy Master could no longer restrain his fury, his eyes blazed with intensity, and his aura surged, exuding overwhelming pressure. With a surge of power, the Holy Master launched a fierce palm strike towards Yi Bei. He shouted in desperation, "Yuan and I." A forceful strike was unleashed at the peak of the Holy Master's rage after losing the second Holy Master. He growled in madness, "How dare you kill my Yuan and I? Die!" Seeing the sheer power of the attack, a voice filled with anxiety screamed urgently, "Your Excellency, be careful, this is the ultimate move of the Heavenly Pool Holy Master." Yi Bei showed no fear. He immediately used the space laws. Calmly, he said, "Just a mystic heaven palm." The space laws shattered the mystic heaven palm of the Holy Master of Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. A violent explosion of force sent smoke and flames surging. A hole pierced through the place where the wedding had just been held, with thick white smoke billowing. A voice rang out in confusion. The Holy Master stood frozen, his expression dazed, as if struck by a powerful bolt of lightning. His consciousness was disordered, and he inwardly questioned the strength of the space laws. The Holy Master closed his eyes, furrowed his brows, and entered his divine consciousness. In his divine consciousness, there were no signs of being affected by Yi Bei's move. The Holy Master frowned, and in his eyes, clear disdain for the space laws Yi Bei had just used was apparent. The Holy Master muttered through gritted teeth, "Only a few dozen meters? What a pity! Today, the fate of you all will not change." His subordinate stood beside him, looking ahead in horror as he witnessed the unfolding events. He reported the situation to the Holy Master. "Holy Master, something's wrong. It seems they're not trying to escape. Instead, a strange phenomenon has suddenly appeared in the sky. Lightning is gathering and striking downward, and a sinister, deathly aura is enveloping the area." Liemo formed a hand seal, her eyes gleaming brightly, and a massive dark aura radiated from her body. She shouted, "Undead catastrophe." As soon as she finished speaking, the evil spirits, previously bound by a seal, broke free and rapidly descended. The subordinate and the Grand Elder were unexpectedly blocked by these spirits. They opened their mouths wide, as if to swallow the two whole. Seeing the situation was dire, the Grand Elder quickly spoke to his subordinate, "We must kill this undead girl immediately, or else Sacred Land will suffer a severe loss today." Tai Bai suddenly leaped into action, swinging her sword toward the Grand Elder and the subordinate, catching them off guard. She shattered their wicked thoughts. "Dream on? You should reconsider whether you have the strength for this." With swift sword strikes, the subordinate and the Grand Elder quickly dodged to the side. Gufu appeared, charging toward the subordinate. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder was ambushed by Tai Bai. He clenched his lips, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! Who are these female demons?" The sword strikes came fast and furious, relentlessly targeting the Grand Elder and the subordinate of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. While Holy Master was busy dealing with the undead catastrophe, his subordinate's gaze remained fixed on one direction. The man stood frozen, and after a moment, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, look over there! It's that young man!" In the sky, Yi Bei was using spatial magic, with demonic energy accumulating more and more. Relying on his magical artifact to perform the array, Yi Bei's body continued to emit destructive power. The exclamations of awe and astonishment echoed, marveling at the latent strength Yi Bei was displaying. "My God, is he even human anymore? His power is growing at a terrifying rate. No, this must be some kind of secret technique to temporarily enhance his strength. But how can he raise so many levels like this? Isn't he worried about backlash?" Yi Bei's eyes were clear, his aura overwhelming. Seeing this, the followers of Holy Master were stunned and fearful. Has he turned to the dark side? Good heavens, his aura has reached half-emperor level. What is he planning? Yu Ling was astonished. Turn to the dark side? A possessed person has such clear and sharp eyes? Moreover, this is a grandmaster before a grandmaster, even demons are weak. At this moment, demonic energy swirled around Yi Bei, transforming into a demonic form. The swirling demonic energy on my body is one of the 5 trump cards I unlocked after breaking through to the Divine Court Supreme Demon Bone. Holy Master rushed forward in a panic. No, we must deal with that young man quickly. Yu Ling, spotting him from a distance, shouted, Grandmaster, Heavenly Pool Holy Master is approaching. He immediately turned to warn Lian Yuanda, Old Man Lian, protect the girl. If a single hair on her head falls, I'll make you pay with your life. Yuanda clasped his hands and bowed his head in assurance, yes, I will protect her with my life. The Holy Master had not arrived yet, but he had already created a massive flame hand to attack Yi Bei. Mystic Heaven Palm, he observed the move, trying to seal the space. Yi Bei opened his hand, creating a counterforce and shouted, Are you worried that I might run away again? He gathered the energy, expanding it, thinking to himself that it was a pity, but he would fight to the end. Even if he had to use all his trump cards, he would destroy the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall. He then shouted, Holy Master, die. Afterward, Yi Bei threw it out, transforming it into another hand to restrain the first one. When the 2 palms collided, a powerful shockwave was created, causing Yi Bei to feel some impact. The Holy Master also felt the same. He angrily thought, damn it, although it looks like I have the upper hand, in reality, his soul just now threatened mine, and I almost couldn't escape. The Holy Master now knew that this opponent was not easy. He could no longer afford to underestimate this young man. One careless move and he would be driven to the brink of death. Yi Bei shot forward and mocked, haven't you eaten yet? The Heavenly Pool Holy Master nearly fainted from rage. Hearing this, he scowled in annoyance, then released a bolt of lightning to slice through the giant hand before launching a fire attack at him. Yi Bei smiled lightly, ready to counterattack. This time, the 2 hands officially collided, and both sides struggled intensely, the surrounding area also affected. While Holy Master was struggling to endure, Yi Bei remained calm, showing no signs of fatigue. Holy Master feels that the situation is not good. This young man and the few female demons down there are making me feel uneasy. These individuals possess terrifying talent. Becoming a great emperor is just a matter of time. He furrowed his brows, observing the opponent's fighting style. Holy Master told himself that he must deal with him immediately. If they were allowed to cultivate into great emperors, today, the side that would be beaten to a pulp would be the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. He decided to use his ultimate move to summon even stronger spiritual power. At that moment, a dragon circled around, extending towards the giant fiery hand. Yi Bei could tell right away that the opponent would put everything into this attack. An explosion echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing Yi to flinch and vanish instantly. Suddenly, the mystic heaven palm was no longer present, and Yi Bei exclaimed, he's dead. Unexpectedly, Holy Master had used a tactic to create another explosion aimed at Yi Bei. After launching the previous move, Tai Bai Gufu and Yushan's 7th King Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief, thinking they had finally dealt with this strange young man. This palm strike, even a great emperor would likely lose their ability to fight. The land before him was now obliterated, with only the fire pit still burning. With this, I can speak freely. Not to mention a young man who has raised his strength to the half-emperor level, Holy Master said smugly. All right, having dealt with this troublesome one, now it's your turn. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. If you want to touch them, you must first ask if I agree. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the fire pit. What? Holy Master frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration. How? How could this be? He was still alive. From the bottom of the fire pit, Yi Bei rose up majestically and unscathed. Yi Bei jumped up, and the Holy Master was left in shock, as were his disciples. They stepped forward and called out. Grandmaster. He thought to himself, if not for the supreme demon bone protecting his body, that strike would have surely killed him. Holy Master behind him wore an expression of intense anger. All the previous plans had failed. His face turned pale. How? How could this be? Is that still a human body? A young man had raised his strength to the half-emperor realm using secret methods, yet how could his defense be so strong? Yi Bei's expression suddenly became strange, and his voice took on an eerie tone. I originally intended to spare you, but now it seems unnecessary. With that, he gave an order to the system. System, activate divine powers, resonate the Great Tao. The system then displayed a notification. The Great Tao is currently resonating, Spirit Summoning Great Tao, Sword Great Tao, Formation Great Tao, Architecture Great Tao. Please select the Tao to resonate with. Yi Bei chose the Spirit Summoning Great Tao. A large magic circle surrounded the area. Everything seemed to obey Yi Bei's command, as if everything was being drawn into the magical vortex. Holy Master, with an astonished expression, said, Isn't this the water from the finger of Emperor transformation that suddenly disappeared a few days ago? Damn it, so the thief was him. Quickly, kill him. Following the Holy Master's command, both the Grand Elder and Elder Mu were seriously carrying out the clear task given by the Holy Master. However, Tai Bai and Liamo suddenly appeared and said, Your opponent is us. They performed the Azure Lotus Sword Dance, a strike carrying immense power that split the ground, separating the Grand Elder and Elder Mu. The Grand Elder angrily said, Damn it, why are these two female demons so difficult to deal with? At that moment, Zhong Limo's face darkened. She crossed her hands to form a mysterious flow of spiritual energy and shouted, Undead catastrophe. Soon, a group of terrifying purple beasts began to materialize. This put the Grand Elder in a difficult position, and he angrily exclaimed, Damn it, these disgusting creatures, don't come over here, die all of you. But then, he switched his target to Yi Bei, stretched out his hand, and charged forward, shouting, You little brat, stop right there. He immediately ordered to block him. The two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, with no end in sight. Yi Bei pointed his finger to the sky, and with a strange summoning technique, a mysterious aura instantly enveloped the surrounding space. Everyone there couldn't believe what they were seeing, but the summoned soldier appeared with a bizarre look on his face. Holy Master, floating in mid-air, trembled and said, What is this? Suddenly, one of the soldiers in the group opened his mouth wide. The streams of spiritual energy quickly converged around, and the Holy Master's face drained of all color. In an instant, a wave of destructive power was unleashed from the mouth of the summoned soldier, resembling a tornado from afar, sweeping everything in its path. However, in some miraculous way, the Holy Master was unaffected by this attack. He charged toward Yi Bei, his thoughts racing, As long as I kill this strange young man, all the creatures he summons will vanish immediately. Then, from the Holy Master's position, a violent shockwave was created, sending dust and smoke swirling around. From the midst of the smoke, a figure shot out, and a killing aura enveloped the space. Yi Bei, stunned, turned to look. Watching as the figure charged toward the soldiers he had summoned, he suddenly realized, clearly, this little brat was using misdirection. His target wasn't me, but the old fools. How despicable he truly is, a treacherous scoundrel. After that, all the summoned soldiers were destroyed by the Holy Master. But for every one that was struck down, another one would charge forward. The smoke and dust kept rising in a relentless storm. The figure of the Holy Master appeared through the mist, his body weary, as he thought, these bizarre beasts are not afraid of pain or death, and they have extraordinary combat abilities. What exactly are they? Meanwhile, Yi Bei pointed toward the Holy Master and commanded, "Kill him." Upon hearing the order, all the summoned soldiers rushed toward the Holy Master, shouting in unison, "Grandmaster!" His vigilance heightened even more. The others quickly jumped back, and Yi Bei, his face full of concern, warned, "Be careful." Everyone was suddenly transported to a strange place, with nothing around but the howling sound of the wind. Gufu growled in frustration, "Damn it! I can't believe he managed to escape into the void." Yi Bei refused to give up and gave chase. Tai Bai spoke up in response. Grandmaster, within the forest, there's only the whispering wind among the secret woods of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall. He stomped on the trunk of a tree, using the momentum to propel himself upward. Tai Bai flew ahead, guiding the way. Grandmaster, if we continue in this direction, we'll reach the most mysterious area within the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land. Leading the group, Yi Bei asked, Old Man Lien, do you know if there's anyone in the Sacred Land stronger than him? Flying behind, Yuan De replied, Your Excellency, the strongest one within the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land is none other than the Holy Master himself. Yi Bei frowned in puzzlement. That's strange. He pondered for a moment. The Heavenly Pool Holy Master clearly possessed greater speed, yet he didn't flee. It was as if he were deliberately luring them to a specific place. After a while, they descended upon a desolate area. Lien Yuan De spoke up. Isn't this a forbidden ground? It's odd, why would the Heavenly Pool Holy Master come here? They advanced a bit further and found the entrance to a cave tightly sealed. All of them stared at the door. Liemo stepped forward and said, I can sense an immensely powerful aura of the dead nearby. Yuan Di approached the door as well and added, Only the current Heavenly Pool Holy Master is permitted to enter this place. No one else is allowed to step inside. He recalled for a moment. When he was an elder, there were still many disciples who secretly infiltrated the forbidden area in search of opportunities, but in the end, none of them survived. Yi Bei, wanting to enter, didn't say much more. Yuan De raised his hand in front and touched the pattern on the door, responding clearly, Your Excellency. The array pattern on the door began to glow, responding to his touch. The door gradually opened. From inside, strange purple mists continuously flowed out. He felt the need to remind everyone to be extremely cautious, not to let their guard down. The girls followed his advice. The demonic energy from deep within the cave seeped out as it sensed the intruders. It spread throughout the deepest part of the Forbidden Land. The Holy Master was pleased to know that they had followed them here. They had arrived. He stood before the plaques engraved with the names of those who had come before and shouted loudly, Ancestors, the Heavenly Pool is in danger, please lend your help. It was as if the plaques heard him. A barrage of curses immediately followed, You ungrateful wretch, how dare you ruin the legacy left to you by our ancestors? The Holy Master was overjoyed upon hearing the enemy's voice draw near. Yi Bei shouted loudly, He's over there, the great beast, follow my command and unleash a burst of flame toward him. A dense bolt of lightning transformed into a stream of fire, aimed at annihilating the Holy Master. Yet, he showed no fear, standing still as if daring them to come. The ancestors could not remain indifferent. The demonic energy surged from the plaques. This is my territory, you have no right to act recklessly here. Almost immediately, they counterattacked, piercing through the explosive flames. Suddenly, the opposing mage surged forward, only to be blocked. It was him who was setting up a formation to retaliate. Tai Bai was confused, what is this? Gufu noticed, Sisters, look. The faces of the demonic creatures, which had been spreading, now converged into shadowy figures resembling elderly men with sinister smiles. Yuan De, still unclear, asked, Isn't this the appearance of the Holy Masters from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land? This question caught Yi Bei's attention, What did you say? He trembled, tears streaming down his face, but the first Holy Master has been dead for almost 10,000 years. How could they appear here? The Holy Master, like a child tattling to its mother, said, Ancestors, these are the ones who destroyed the sacred land. The gigantic monsters earlier were summoned by them. Now, in the sacred land's great hall, there are still many skeletal remains, but who would have thought that at this moment, a trace of demonic energy, like a sword, would pierce straight into his chest? The Holy Master suddenly widened his eyes, only managing to scream. A ghostly shadow behind his gaze flickered, Go on, don't worry about it. This is the last good deed you'll do for us. The Holy Master aged rapidly at an astonishing speed. Tai Bai, Yushan Liemo, and Yuan De stood frozen in shock at this scene. Yi Bei remained focused on the current situation. That holy master had turned into a demon. Yuling, terrified, huddled close to Yi Bei. Although she was the weakest in cultivation, he had a liking for her. He set his sights on her. Thus, the long thread began to target its goal, catching Yuling completely off guard. But luckily, Yi Bei's hand had managed to stop it in time. "You think you can lay a finger on my disciple?" he said smugly. Having only reached the 8th heaven of divine court, the holy master of this generation was utterly disgraceful, unable to handle even someone at the 8th heaven of divine court. Truly useless. Well, it's better than nothing. If we absorb the primal power of all of you, we might be able to break free. Yi Bei held the chains tightly, unwilling to let go. Everyone felt sympathy and concern for the Grandmaster. "Don't rush, your turn will come soon," he said frantically. Yi Bei's hand had truly unleashed demonic power. The demon was caught completely off guard. "Keep going, why stop?" Yi Bei said, with a provocative tone. "Who exactly are you?" The demon was furious. Hearing the question, Yi Bei calmly replied, "I am the one who came to flatten your heavenly pool sacred land. If you don't release me soon, boss, someone help me. This little brat is extremely sinister, he's absorbing my primal power." The demon seemed to have lost control. Yi Bei appeared to have taken the initiative, and the chains that were attacking him were now trying to bind him. Liemo spoke up to remind him, "Grandmaster, be careful. The chains have been firmly gripped by Yi Bei's hand." In this moment, the chains gathered together. This bit of demonic energy is still far too weak. This has awakened its pride. Impossible, how could anyone resist this power? It's the demonic energy. Boss, this person carries an extremely pure demonic energy. Here is the translation. Yi Bei set off alone to investigate the situation. One could feel the source of heat emanating from the supreme demon bone right here. Yi Bei placed his hand on the magic circle, and a giant monster appeared. In shock, Yi Bei asked, "Is this corpse from the demon clan?" Yi Bei stroked his chin and pondered deeply. By the looks of it, this creature must have died several tens of thousands of years ago. Moreover, its bloodline was incredibly noble, and its level of power was not low. He silently analyzed, the demon clan is an extremely terrifying race. They possess tremendous strength, immense potential, long life, and a fierce desire for destruction. Clearly, several tens of thousands of years ago, the demon clan was defeated by an alliance of humans and beasts. Yi Bei then silently wondered, but why has it appeared here now? A blue soul appeared and suggested, "Ask the person in the space." In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei stepped into the outer space. The old man in that space, frightened, begged, "Your Excellency, I beg you to release me." Without letting him finish, Yi Bei, with a serious expression, pointed at the old man. "Now, tell me everything in detail about the corpse of the demon clan." The old man quickly replied, Yes, Your Excellency." He began recounting, "I found that corpse in the outer region of the secret land of the Central State Territory. At that time, the demon clan had suffered severe injuries and was barely alive." The old man sorrowfully continued, "At that time, out of greed, I didn't kill him immediately but took him back to the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall to keep him here. Although through him, we found a way that could almost make us immortal, it was also because of this that the demon clan's plan could never leave this place, even turning into this form, neither human nor demon." The old man shared. "Afterward, I gathered several generations of holy masters from the Sacred Hall, and after 1,000 years, we finally had the opportunity to break through and regain our freedom. But unexpectedly, you met me. Heaven sees everything you do, and all of this is your retribution." The old man cried out in panic. "No." Yi Bei clenched his fist, and a powerful thunderbolt surged from his hand. The old man exploded into nothingness. Yi Bei fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected that even after tens of thousands of years, the demon clan hadn't completely perished. He returned to the forbidden area and stood before a rectangular block. He thought to himself that, in terms of the mysterious world, this was not good news. Yi Bei raised his hand toward the rectangular block and began to perform a formation. The block slowly lifted, then shot up like a rocket. In the void, the heaven and earth cauldron appeared with great force. A loud rumble echoed, and the lid of the heaven and earth cauldron slammed shut. Yi Bei remained expressionless and commanded, "Burn!" The heaven and earth cauldron hovered and spun, red light swirling around like a raging flame, its power overwhelming. Yi Bei clasped his hands to concentrate, and a brilliant green aura emanated from his body. Yi Bei's disciples were astonished. "This is..." Yuling looked up and asked, "Fourth senior sister, has Grandmaster become this strong already?" Tai Bai replied, "Years ago, the Grandmaster was already that powerful." She continued, "Even if a saint were to descend, the Grandmaster could still easily kill them with his body refinement cultivation." Zhang Liamo, standing beside them, reached out to pat Yuling's head inside in a tone of amusement. "Now, with the Grandmaster's cultivation having reached the divine court realm, I wouldn't be surprised if he killed a great emperor. In any case, the Grandmaster is incredibly formidable." Lai Yushan smiled with squinted eyes. 300 years ago, the Grandmaster was the one I respected the most, the one I admired the most. Even after 300 years, nothing has changed. Zhu Gufu's praise was not wrong. Yuling's eyes lit up. "That's true. Whether it's the Grandmaster protecting us or us protecting the Grandmaster, as long as we're by his side, that's enough." An hour passed, and within the Forbidden Palace, numerous streams of crimson blood chi rose, the red light enveloping the space. Gradually, the blood chi dissipated. Yi Bei hurriedly walked toward the disciples while saying, "It's done, let's go. We've finished here," and they've obediently agreed. Yuling, like a bewildered young doe, thought to herself, "I don't know why, even though the Grandmaster's cultivation hasn't changed, I feel like he is completely different from before." Yi Bei noticed something was off with her and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuling's face turned bright red, and she quickly turned away, answering, "No, it's nothing." Yi Bei, after scanning her from head to toe, complimented her, "Ling and I, to be honest, you look very beautiful in your wedding dress." The compliments from him made the little girl blush so much that it seemed like she could emit smoke. He exclaimed, "Earlier, I was just focused on fighting, I didn't even have time to admire this girl." Tai Bai was stunned, never expecting that the Grandmaster could be like this. Zhang Liamo nodded, true." Zhu Gufu raised her hand to touch her ear and shyly said, "Oh my, when we met, Grandmaster didn't praise us like this." Lai Yushan, with a somewhat jealous tone, chimed in, "That's right, when we confided, not only did we get whipped, but Grandmaster also scolded us." Liamo laughed heartily, "You guys are so pitiful, luckily I wasn't whipped, just got a good lecture." Yushan, fuming with anger, quickly corrected, "That's called tough love." As for Yuling, after receiving Yi Bei's compliment, she shyly replied, "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your praise." Yi Bei frowned, speaking with a pained expression, "This time I came late, making you suffer in the heavenly pool sacred hall." Yuling's eyes widened in surprise as she responded, No, meeting Grandmaster again is the happiest thing in my life, Ling and I." Yi Bei gently rubbed her head, "Silly girl, from now on, I and your senior sisters will never let anyone bully you again." Yuling explained earnestly, "Ling and I hopes that in the future, I can always stay by Grandmaster's side, never to be apart." Yi Bei suddenly paused for a moment. "Wait a second." He tightly shut his eyes and inwardly called out, "Where did you hide the reward system for me and little girl? It's been so long, why hasn't there been any response?" He stared intently into Yuling's eyes, his expression thoughtful as he silently pondered, "Could it be that because girl Ling and I was imprisoned for too long, her activation conditions are different from the other disciples?" Being stared at by the Grandmaster left Yuling confused and puzzled. Yi Bei spread his arms wide. "Ling and I, come here and give me a hug." His words once again made the girl blush furiously, steam practically rising from her head. The rest of his disciples were struck as if by lightning, each wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Yuling, embarrassed, silently wondered, "What does Grandmaster mean by that? Could it be that because he hasn't seen me for such a long time, he just Suddenly, Yi Bei lunged forward at a speed so fast his hair flew wildly behind him. Yu Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Bei pulled Yu Ling into a tight embrace, making the girl let out a startled yelp. Tai Bai, Gufu, Yushan, and Liamo, upon witnessing the scene, all flushed red with embarrassment. Lien Yuanda murmured inwardly, "I never thought Your Excellency had this side to you." He looked slightly worried. This little girl used to be so quick and lively, why is she so hesitant and sluggish now? Though surprised, Yu Ling felt a surge of bliss at being held in her master's arms. Yi Bei froze for a moment, silently asking, "System, is that enough? I've done what you asked, why is there still no response from you?" A message from the system appeared, reuniting with disciple ranked number 1. Reward, cultivation speed increased by 20 times, post version 108. Yi Bei smiled happily. The speed of his cultivation had increased tenfold. This reward was certainly worthwhile. This action left Yu Ling feeling extremely confused. Yi Bei placed his hand on the little girl's head and instructed her, "Ling and I, you must now urgently focus on cultivating the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. You are probably the weakest among the senior sisters." Yu Ling respectfully replied, "Yes, Grandmaster. Ling and I will definitely do her best to catch up with the senior sisters." Yi Bei smiled with satisfaction and gave a slight nod. He and his disciples walked toward the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall. Along the way, he asked, San, I recall that every 10 years, you all come to the Night Emperor tomb to pay your respects to me." Lai Yushan answered, "Yes, Grandmaster." Yi Bei continued, "Is this the year for the ceremony, then?" Yushan touched her chin and replied thoughtfully, "Yes, Grandmaster. Next month is the day for the ceremony. But now that you've returned, I feel it might be better to either destroy or seal the Night Emperor tomb, otherwise, it doesn't seem auspicious at all." Yi Bei quickly stopped her, "No, the ceremony will proceed as usual this year." All of his disciples, upon hearing this, simultaneously exclaimed, "Huh?" All of the disciples felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Zhong Liamo, somewhat skeptical, asked for confirmation, "Grandmaster, are you not only not destroying it but still wish to continue with the ceremony?" Liamo furrowed her brows, "What does Grandmaster mean by this?" Shi Tai Bai spoke up, "I believe Grandmaster must have a purpose for doing this." Shu Gufu chimed in, that makes sense." Outside the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land's main hall, Yi Bei and his disciples had arrived at their destination. Liamo speculated, "It seems that when we were not in the main hall, the Grandmaster-level criminals released from the Heavenly Prison and the souls of your people have already wiped out all the remnants of the Heavenly Pool." Yi Bei commented, "Very good." Tai Bai wondered, "Grandmaster, how should we handle this area?" Lien Yuanda glanced around and judged, although this place can be considered a feng shui treasure land, with abundant spiritual energy and various resources, but... Before he could finish speaking, Yi Bei suddenly became enraged and shouted, "Not destroy it? Are we supposed to keep it for the new year?" Yuanda was struck as if by a thunderbolt, and could only fall silent. Liamo also expressed his anger, "The Grandmaster is right. This cursed place imprisoned junior sister for 300 years. Keeping it would only bring bad luck." Yu Ling's eyes sparkled as she hesitated, "Grandmaster, senior sister." Liamo shot her a glare and clenched his fists, "Grandmaster, I will go destroy it now." Yi Bei quickly stopped him, "Wait." He thought for a moment, "Let's wait a few more days. Right now, we have to take care of something more important." Qishan suddenly appeared, running quickly towards them, happily shouting, "Elder sister, Grandmaster." Tai Bai looked up in surprise at Shan and I. She curiously asked, "San and I, why are you here too?" Qishan, with her face buried between Tai Bai's two breasts, replied, "Grandmaster sent me." Yi Bei smiled, "Very good, now that we have enough people, it's time to get to work." A wave of purple-red energy rose. Yi Bei clasped his hands in front of his chest, performing some sort of formation, and the heaven and earth cauldron burst into flames, appearing before them. Yi Bei spoke, then added, "Those who are more skilled will benefit more." Someone, curious, asked, "What is Grandmaster planning to do?" Yunfan, somewhat uncertain, seemed to think that he might be entering a meditative state again. Tai Bai looked up, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. Yi Bei shouted, "Sit down, prepare for cultivation." Someone speculated, perhaps Grandmaster is going to use his divine powers to break through in cultivation, and perhaps help us along the way. The others responded politely, "Yes, senior sister." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Yi Bei spread his arms wide, and a green aura radiated from his body. Lien Yuande gasped and screamed. He shouted loudly. Underground, a green column of light shot up from a spiritual vein, piercing the sky. Liamo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Heavens! I can't believe there's a spiritual vein hidden beneath the heavenly pool sacred land." Yunfan sighed, "No wonder it has flourished for millennia." Tai Bai, astonished, said, "Not only does it cause the cultivation techniques to operate automatically, but even the martial skills improve." She stared wide-eyed, thinking to herself, "This is truly miraculous." Yi Bei was in the midst of cultivating, seated cross-legged inside a floating sphere in midair, emanating hundreds of powerful auras. Yi Bei tightly shut his eyes. A day later, Yi Bei was still cultivating, staring at the chaotic energy in his hand. He thought to himself, has it reached its limit? The first real challenge that a cultivator must face is breaking through to become a saint. Although this challenge has blocked the path of millions of geniuses, Yi Bei shouted from inside the sphere. "Break through for me. I chant the great method, Supreme Demon Bone, refine all of them for me." Yi Bei's broad forehead emitted a ray of chaos. The chaotic ray spread wider and brighter by the second. Suddenly, a large crack appeared in space. Yi Bei stood up, and his body radiated a dazzling golden glow. Yi Bei joyfully shouted, "I've become a saint." Although my current cultivation is only at the first stage of the saint realm, as I continue to cultivate, it will become even harder, especially since I'm practicing the most difficult technique, chaos reincarnation technique. He felt a bit uneasy. This time, by borrowing the spiritual energy from the sacred land and half of the finger of Emperor Transformation Pond, he was able to break through to become a saint. But what about next time? Thunderclouds gathered, thunder rumbled loudly, and the sky turned pitch black. Yi Bei was stunned. This was Jia Yun. He looked down at Tai Bai, who was enveloped by a green aura, and thought to himself. Over 20 days ago, she had reached the half-emperor pinnacle stage. Today, under my influence, is she finally about to break through to the emperor level? Tai Bai suddenly spoke loudly. "Grandmaster, should I suppress my breakthrough and go somewhere else to advance?" She declared boldly. "You don't know how powerful the Emperor Tribulation is. But if, because of the tribulation, you summon me and cause harm to Grandmaster and the junior sisters, that's not acceptable." Yi Bei's face was as cold as water as she replied. "There's no need to suppress it. You just need to soar into the sky and use all your strength to pass the tribulation. I will handle the other matters. If you miss your chance now, who knows how long it will take for the next one to come." Tai Bai respectfully said, "Yes, Master. Thank you for your support." After speaking, she shot up into the air like a rocket. Her eyes gleamed brightly. Tai Bai silently thought, without the Grandmaster, I would have been a failure all my life, already dead by now. Without the Grandmaster, I would still be drinking away my sorrow at Tai Bai Sword Manor. She directly accepted the lightning bolts from the Jia Yun. Without the Grandmaster, today would not have been possible. The powerful lightning bolts struck down like merciless punches from the heavens. As Tai Bai performed her technique, she reflected the Grandmaster is like a father, the Grandmaster is like the heavens. She raised her hand, and a shield appeared to protect Tai Bai. She silently encouraged herself. Passing the tribulation involves the ninefold thunder tribulation, where each successive wave is stronger than the last. Surviving the ninefold thunder tribulation means one can become a great emperor. Yi Bei, deeply focused, watched Tai Bai intently, but this time, things were different. Tai Bai's body emitted chaotic energies. She executed her move, Shen Yuan Sword Intent. At the same time, she swung her sword forcefully forward. Many formations appeared along with strong bursts of aura. A beam of light emerged. Seeing that Tai Bai had no reaction, the people below anxiously called out, "Fourth senior sister." Yi Bei was surprised and thought, "This is the demonic thunder of the mind." Tai Bai gritted his teeth in pain. Tai Bai winced in agony. Amidst the thunderstorm, a colossal dragon appeared, its body coiling around Tai Bai like a living shield, bearing the brunt of the fierce lightning bolts from Jia Yun. Zhongliang sighed, the energy contained in these lightning bolts is too powerful, even more intense than 7 or 8 combined. Zhu Gufu was also deeply worried. What should we do now? Can fourth senior sister's current condition withstand this? Shishan furrowed her brow, her hands clasped as if praying for her elder sister, silently encouraging, "Elder sister, you must persevere." The dragon circled around Tai Bai, bolts of lightning from the 10,000 thunder strikes speeding toward them, powerful and fierce, as if they wished to tear everything apart. The dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the lightning. Yi Bei stood above, assisting his disciple. Tai Bai looked up, flustered, and said, "Sorry, Grandmaster, I was careless just now." She feared and thought to herself, "That was close, I almost fell victim to the demonic thoughts." Fortunately, I remembered Grandmaster, remembered Shan and I, remembered the senior sisters and junior sisters. Yi Bei pondered for a moment and said, "It's fine as long as you're awake, but right now, there's a formation appearing above their heads, it looks like a vortex that wants to devour everything." Tai Bai was stunned. Yi Bei explained, "Someone intervening in the heavenly tribulation will trigger the tribulation fury. When the tribulation fury emerges, 10,000 tribulations beyond redemption." Tai Bai, feeling a mixture of guilt and unease, said, "Grandmaster, the disciple is at fault." Yi Bei unexpectedly flew straight into the heart of the formation. Tai Bai's eyes widened, her mouth agape, "Grandmaster, what are you planning to do?" Yi Bei answered calmly, "Tribulation fury is even better. I have a treasure that can only be refined in the thunderstorm. Perhaps this is my opportunity." His disciples were filled with intense worry, panicking, "Grandmaster is diving straight into the tribulation cloud, but that's where the power of the thunder tribulation is at its peak." Li Mo asked in confusion, "Will something happen? Should we lend Grandmaster a hand?" Tai Bai landed next to them and spoke, "Don't go. One person involved in the cycle of fate has already caused such a great impact. If another person gets involved, it will only create more trouble for Grandmaster." She clenched her teeth, "If Grandmaster is in danger, I will sever this cycle of fate." Yi Bei entered the formation, executing a move to maintain the chi fire. The two powerful sources of energy clashed directly. A resounding explosion echoed, and hundreds of violent lightning bolts erupted from the sides. Everything gradually dissipated, leaving only a single thread of chaos. Tai Bai's command, "You all continue to cultivate below. I will go assist Grandmaster with guarding." Lai Yushan respectfully agreed, "Yes." Tai Bai flew up, preparing to enter the formation. Just as she was about to step in, Yi Bei emerged. He closed his eyes tightly, frowning in evident exhaustion. Tai Bai smiled brightly, "Grandmaster, congratulations on breaking through to the saint rank and successfully refining the ultimate treasure." Yi Bei replied, "I should be congratulating you for breaking through to Great Emperor instead." A system notification appeared, 5 disciples have broken through to the Great Emperor realm, and their upgrading processes are overlapping. Yi Bei was both pleased and surprised, thinking to himself, "Huh? Have I already had 5 disciples break through to the Great Emperor realm?" Yi Bei, intrigued, asked Tai Bai, "Tai Bai, out of all the senior sisters, where do you think you rank in terms of breaking through to the Great Emperor realm?" She raised her hand and answered, "Probably 5th. Yi Bei was startled. "Huh? How do you know?" Tai Bai confidently shared. "Grandmaster, just now when I was breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, I suddenly had a hunch, and that's how I knew I was the 5th person to break through." Yi Bei smiled with his eyes squinted, placing his hand on Tai Bai's shoulder and said, "Then try to see if you can sense their exact location." Tai Bai quickly responded, "Grandmaster, I already tried just now." She pointed into the distance and explained, but I'm not sure if it's because of some issue or if it's due to the distance, but it should be somewhere in the southwest of Central State Territory. Yi Bei was stunned. Central State Territory? Isn't that where the Nether Spirit evil entity discovered the demon clan? Yi Bei assigned Tai Bai a task. Now, I'm giving you something to do. Without much thought, Tai Bai immediately replied, Grandmaster, please speak. Disciple will do everything in my power. Yi Bei explained, the next day is the day of the ceremony. Before that, you and the others will use the embroidered shadow division or any other means to contact all the senior sisters and junior sisters you can. Tai Bai was surprised and exclaimed, Grandmaster, why do you want to do this? A large question mark appeared in her mind. Clearly, Grandmaster has been resurrected, so why still hold the ceremony? Yi Bei explained, it's time to officially declare war on the 9 great sacred halls. He smiled, and an aura radiated from his entire being. No, it's the 8 great sacred lands. Tai Bai politely responded, Grandmaster, according to my investigation, the strength of the 9 great sacred lands is uneven. The Heavenly Pool Sacred Land is the weakest among the 9 great sacred lands. Yi Bei turned his head slightly and replied calmly, I know you're wondering about this, but what rank does Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall hold? Tai Bai hesitated a little, then exclaimed, Stellar Wonder. She thought to herself. Today, I have finally become a great emperor, and now I have the power to resist Stellar Wonder Sacred Land. But if I want to declare war? After a moment of contemplation, Tai Bai spoke up, Stellar Wonder is ranked 3rd. On the surface, Stellar Wonder Sacred Land only has 3 great emperors, but disciples say these 3 great emperors are all fellow disciples. Their master was the previous leader of Stellar Wonder, the Holy Lord. She stroked her chin and continued with a thoughtful expression, but that person didn't die, instead, they have been in seclusion. 1,000 years have passed, and it's likely that they have broken through to an even higher level. Yi Bei smirked at the thought. The foundation of the sacred land truly was beyond what ordinary people could predict. He sighed inwardly, but even if this sacred land grew stronger, so what? When the time comes for the ceremony, I'll meet more disciples, and my strength will certainly increase. By then, even if we declare war on the 8 great sacred lands, there will be nothing to fear. Yi Bei declared boldly, Tai Bai, after the ceremony, Stellar Wonder Sacred Land will be the first target of our conquest. Tai Bai cupped her hands and replied loudly, Disciples understand. She quietly reassured herself, if Grandmaster says it, it will surely happen. Then, she asked, Grandmaster, when contacting the senior sisters, should we tell them that we have been resurrected? Yi Bei answered, it would be better to give them a pleasant surprise. While walking, Yi Bei continued, I want to see how those girls have grown after 300 years. Yi Bei suddenly became serious and questioned, Ling and I has been imprisoned in the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land for so long without anyone knowing. By the time I bring down the whip, all of you are to blame. Tai Bai was terrified and hurriedly knelt down. Shan and Yuling were startled and, upon seeing their 4 sisters kneel, they also knelt down immediately. Yi Bei raised his hand, using his aura to help his 2 disciples stand up. He was furious, what are you 2 demons doing? They are senior sisters, they are the ones who were negligent. His face darkened, if I had been 200 years late, wouldn't Ling and I have been imprisoned for another 200 years? Yuling, frightened, shouted out in defense, Grandmaster, this cannot be blamed on the senior sisters, it's Ling Ni's fault. Please don't punish them. Gufu, however, smiled happily and thought to himself, this scene hasn't appeared for many years. I didn't expect to see it again after 300 years. Yi Bei felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts regretful. He waved his hand and said, all right, get up now. I have other matters to attend to. He reiterated, I've already explained to Tai Bai what you all need to do. They all replied in unison, understood, disciple understands. Tai Bai, curious, asked, Grandmaster, are you going to the Central State Territory? Yi Bei answered, Grandmaster will go quickly and return quickly. He thought to himself, I'm going to the Central State Territory to find one of the great emperor's disciples. But more importantly, there might be news of the demon clan there. Yunfan happily introduced, Grandmaster, this is a small type airship that has been upgraded. Its speed is no less than the maximum speed of the Noah ship. We should be able to reach Central State Territory in just 2 days. Yi Bei was delighted. Very good, I like it. He shouted loudly, next month, we will gather at the Night Emperor's mausoleum. Gu Fu respectfully replied affirmatively. At the Central State Territory, the Grandmaster had become the Vermilion Bird, and a large crowd was gathering. They were all angrily shouting in protest. How can you allow this? This is the first time I've seen such discrimination. It's as if they're protesting the decision of the demon race. That's right. Why are demon beasts not required to queue and be inspected before entering the city? What era are we in, still playing these nonsensical discrimination games? At this moment, a young man with pink hair raised his voice to explain, queuing is not discrimination. The demon race is offering a large reward for those who can find an alchemist in Central State Territory. Yi Bei happened to be present and had overheard the entire conversation. Through the people's discussion, he learned some information. It was said that Jia Mo, demon lord of the demon race, was nearing the end of his life. The 4 great demon emperors had issued a public announcement throughout the Central State Territory, seeking ways to extend his lifespan. Any method that worked would be heavily rewarded. However, it had been many years since the announcement was made, and although many people had tried their luck, almost no one had succeeded. He then stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, may I ask who the 4 great demon emperors you mentioned are? This rather naive question from Yi Bei took the 2 people by surprise. Ha! You don't even know the 4 great demon emperors? The 2 of them then took the time to explain. Kim Peng Great Emperor, Diao Zhuang, Xingyu Great Emperor, Yunfan, Great Emperor of the Demon Race, De Fei Fei, Shitian Great Emperor. Among the 4 names they just listed, did you notice the last one? The young man with pink hair asked in surprise again, You said the last great emperor's name is what? The young man confirmed that it was indeed the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wuxiao, though it was normal for you not to have heard of her, as this great emperor was so legendary. From what he knew, her talent in the demon tribe was considered a once-in-a-thousand-years kind of rarity. 200 years ago, she was still only a holy king, and at that time, she had already proclaimed herself as the great sage equal to heaven. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei was certain, without a doubt, that the great emperor he was referring to was indeed Sun Wuxiao, who had cultivated the power of the great Tao. My 5th disciple. From the realm of holy king to half-emperor and then to great emperor, she only took 100 years. Thinking this, he wanted to ask another question, Sir, then why would great sage Sun also want to help Jia Mo demon lord find elixirs to extend life? He cleared his throat and continued, That brings us to the glorious history of great sage Sun. The person recalled, years ago, she single-handedly swept through half of the demon tribe's territory and was eventually noticed by Jia Mo Emperor Lord, who took her in to cultivate. Later, Jia Mo Emperor Lord wanted to take her as a disciple, but she directly refused. Jia Mo Emperor Lord was not angry. He just said that if the demon tribe ever faces a great disaster in the future, he hoped she would not hesitate to help. Great Sage Sun agreed. Time passed, and later, when Great Sage Sun became the Great Emperor, she attacked the Xiangning sacred land. Not only did she kill thousands of the enemy's experts, but she also seized their divine weapons and treasures. At this point, the young man with pink hair smiled and leaned closer to him. In the end, if it hadn't been for the Emperor Lord stepping in to protect her, she would probably have been killed by the sacred land's Emperor Lord. Yi Bei, after hearing the whole story, could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, oh my, if I had known, I wouldn't have told her the journey to the West story all those years ago. Does this monkey really think she's the great sage equal to heaven? A moment later, his expression suddenly turned very serious. But I remember that after I broke through to the divine court realm, I unlocked the 9 Heavens longevity pill card. I wonder if that card could. This question of his was quickly answered by the system. It is a pill recipe of 7 grades that can extend lifespan. Among them, the first grade is the lowest, and the 9th grade is the highest. However, extremely rare and precious natural treasures are required to refine it. After being refined, each pill can increase the user's lifespan by 100 years, but it can only be used once. Using it multiple times will have no effect. Yi Bei absorbed this knowledge. So that's how it is. Time continued to pass. Half an hour later, the registrar slowly asked Yi Bei, "Are you an alchemist or are you carrying pills?" He lazily replied, "An alchemist." The registrar then asked him a series of questions to fill out the list. How many items? The simple answer is 7 products. The attitude of the registrar at this moment was still very ordinary. 7 products, huh? But in the next instant, his eyes could not hide the panic as they turned toward him. Wait a minute, 7 products. His gaze suddenly tightened, and he sternly reminded, "Do you know that the Yao tribe absolutely detests those who deceive? Do you know what it means to be a 7-product alchemist?" Then, he started lecturing. Currently, the most powerful alchemist on the continent is Yao Xingchen, a 9th grade alchemist. When he reached the Holy King realm, he only then broke through to become a 7-product alchemist. This name is very familiar to Yi Bei. It was truly unexpected. Yao Xingchen. The registrar hadn't finished speaking. Who is Yao Xingchen? He is the one with the strongest alchemical talent in the past 10,000 years. Your cultivation level has only reached the 7th stage of the Holy Saint realm, so what are you compared to him? Being looked down upon like that, Yi Bei really wanted to retort, "This girl is my 22 ND disciple. I'm her grandmaster. Now, tell me, compared to her, what do you think I am?" He had no trust in him at all and directly told him to leave. "Alright, you'd better leave." Saying that, he just walked off, mumbling as he went, never having met anyone who talked so arrogantly. Luckily for him, Yi Bei wasn't that petty. How is it that in today's world, when you tell the truth, no one believes you? Oh well, I'll let it slide since you've been flattering my disciple to the skies. I won't hold it against you. On the streets of the Crimson City, the call for registration continued to echo through every corner. The Heaven-Controlling Alchemy Conference was recruiting alchemists. Only those at the Cultivation Saint rank or above, and 3rd-tier alchemists or higher, could register. Don't miss this opportunity, come to the Yanwu Alchemy Conference. Starting from the late stage of Cultivation Divine Court, there is no restriction on the level of alchemists. As long as you have the natural talent for alchemy, you can sign up. Yi Bei was also present. He turned to the man in front of him and asked cautiously, "Excuse me, do you know where the Xingchen Alchemy Conference is recruiting people?" Like a registrant, the man glanced at him with a look of disdain. "Your cultivation level is only at the 7th layer of Saint rank." Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's face stiffened for a moment. So what if I'm at the Saint rank? Should I be looked down upon because of it? Is a Saint rank cultivator not qualified to be a 7th-tier alchemist? At that moment, a girl standing by the roadside softly called out to him, "Young master, that red tower behind us is the Xingchen Alchemy Conference." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration as she gazed at the tower. However, such a prestigious alchemy conference like Xingchen would never recruit passers-by like us. Their standards are very high. They won't accept anyone who doesn't have exceptional alchemy talent, and they won't take anyone below the 4th-tier alchemist. Contrary to the girl's admiration, Yi Bei remained completely indifferent, responding calmly, "Is that so?" At this point, she wanted to invite him to her alchemy conference. "I see that you have extraordinary aura, how about I speak with the people at our alchemy conference and bring you there?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Bei turned and walked away. "Thank you, miss." Despite her best efforts to call after him, "Young master, please don't go." Young master. Yi Bei quickly arrived at the Xingchen Alchemy Conference. The students there, upon seeing him, immediately understood. So, he wanted to join the Xingchen Alchemy Conference, did he? One of them ordered for him to be brought in. They didn't seem as cold as the rumors suggested, in fact, they were quite friendly. "Young master, please follow me." Was that all? Yi Bei was surprised. It was that simple? No further questions? Inside the room, there were already many alchemists like him who had arrived earlier. From their numbers alone, one could tell the prestige of this place. It seemed that the Xingchen Alchemy Conference truly lived up to its reputation. Many people sought to join the alchemy conference. On the podium, Bai Shan stepped forward and spoke loudly, "Welcome everyone to the Xingchen Alchemy Conference. Next, we will begin the first test." His even, steady voice echoed through the room. "Let me introduce myself, I am Bai Shan. Bai Shan, Peak Sacred King. I know you've all come here because of the president of Xingchen, but recently, the Grandmaster has been in closed-door cultivation, so today we will conduct an assessment for everyone." His appearance caused a stir among the crowd below. A 7th-level alchemist, the direct disciple of Yao Xingchen. With these two titles alone, he already held a high position in the alchemy world. How would the Xingchen Alchemy Conference assess them, they wondered. Bai Shan would soon answer that question. Our first test is. The eyes of everyone filled with anticipation. His gaze shifted towards him. The next moment, a circle of spiritual consciousness suddenly appeared in his eyes, instantly enveloping the entire room and directly affecting everyone present, causing no small amount of panic and worry among them. Oh my God, what is that? Yi Bei, however, remained silent throughout, secretly smiling with a knowing expression. So that was it. After the recent test of character, Bai Shan finally spoke up. When refining elixirs, an alchemist must focus all of their attention, without distraction. And when an accident occurs during the refining process, one must remain calm and not panic. What he just did was a test for the alchemists here. The rare and unique spiritual treasures used for refining elixirs cannot be easily replicated. A single mistake could mean that you might never refine it again in your lifetime. Therefore, those who stepped back have been eliminated. Those who closed their eyes have been eliminated. Those who panicked have been eliminated. Bai Shan loudly declared, "My spiritual consciousness has already covered this entire hall, so now, I ask those who have been eliminated to immediately leave." And just like that, the unlucky alchemists, who had done nothing wrong, were sent packing, feeling completely dissatisfied. What? This is it? Is it over? Oh my God, that was so abrupt. Why not have a contest on alchemy skills? Exactly, it ended before it even began. The alchemy conference spirit really isn't fair. Yi Bei, however, was different from them. He found the selection process incredibly interesting. Both men and women were upset to have been eliminated so quickly. The aura released by the senior just now only reached the mid-stage of the Saint realm. With such power, if everyone had sensed it in advance, they would have been able to withstand it. Her condescending tone made Yi Bei frown in discomfort. Ignoring their whispers, Bai Shan still followed the rules and instructed those whose names were called to immediately leave the hall. In this way, everyone left with deep sighs of regret. I knew it. The Xingchen Alchemy Conference isn't easy to enter. That's right. Moreover, I've heard that very few people actually pass the first two tests. Even so, the Xingchen Alchemy Conference does not lower its standards. After all, those who make it into the Xingchen Alchemy Conference are all alchemy geniuses, and the selection process will naturally continue. He stood above, guiding the remaining people. Now, please follow me to the next hall. The second test will begin in 10 minutes. Yes, Senior. Yi Bei himself was somewhat impressed by Bai Shan. It seemed Xingchen was very good at judging people. This individual had excellent aptitude, a calm demeanor, and sharp eyes clearly born to practice alchemy. As he walked past Yi Bei, his gaze couldn't help but linger. A sense of doubt arose in his heart. This youth only had the cultivation of the Supreme Sage? He was the person with the lowest cultivation here, yet he had easily passed the first test. This young man was truly a talent. It was as if he could sense that he was being looked at, and he didn't shy away from meeting Bai Shan's gaze. Yi Bei's sharp eyes only startled Bai Shan even more. Wait a minute, compared to the gaze of the Grandmaster, this youth's eyes. He tried to shake his head, reminding himself, no, it must have been an illusion. I can't trust what I felt just now. Maybe I just saw it wrong? How could a teenager at the Saint Realm have eyes like that? 10 minutes passed quickly. Next, the first test, the mental state, couldn't reveal much. The second test, however, would truly assess a person's alchemy aptitude. On each person's table, a clear heart pill had already been prepared. Bai Shan also explained the rules to them. The second test is alchemy. I'll provide you with the formula and the materials. As long as you can refine a clear heart pill into a finished product, you pass. At first, when they heard the rules, some alchemists looked down on this round of testing. Huh? Is that all? As a fourth-tier alchemist, even though I've never refined this second-tier clear heart pill before, I'm confident I can make it. A female alchemist couldn't hold back any longer, eager to start. Just wait. In an hour, I can refine a perfect pill. But Bai Shan's next words were what truly shocked them. I forgot to mention, this test forbids the use of an alchemy furnace. As expected, discontent spread quickly among them. What? No alchemy furnace? Are you kidding? How can we refine pills without a furnace? This is completely impossible. Yi Bei, seemingly familiar with this, chuckled to himself, thinking, Xingchen, you're still as mischievous as ever. Bai Shan, feeling helpless, had to explain to them again. You may think it's impossible, but I can tell you that when my Grandmaster was only a second-tier alchemist, he once refined a third-tier pill without using a cauldron. His eyes and voice were full of admiration when he spoke of his Grandmaster. The Grandmaster had once said, there is nothing impossible, it's just a matter of thinking outside the box. There is nothing you cannot do, and no task too difficult if your will is strong enough. For some reason, when he heard these words, he felt they were kind of cheesy. Oh my, the method of refining pills without a cauldron was clearly the result of that girl accidentally blowing up all the cauldrons, and then, in a rush to refine the pills, she had no choice but to come up with that method. He couldn't understand why it was now being turned into such a lofty declaration. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. The confidence the alchemists had earlier had been replaced with anxiety. There was only a limited amount of materials, and failure meant elimination. Refining pills without a cauldron would certainly require countless attempts. But now, they were being forced to succeed on the first try, which was clearly impossible. While they were still confused and unsure of where to start, Yi Bei had already begun and completed his part of the test. His quick movements soon drew the attention of those around him. What is this person trying to do? The clear heart pill alone had more than a dozen main ingredients, not to mention the 7 or 8 supplementary materials. Was he planning to mix them all at once? Uncle's trying his luck. A series of speculations rang out, with no room for error in the refining time, the order of the fire, or the method of smelting. One mistake, and everything would be ruined. Yi Bei paid no attention to the world around him, his mind fully absorbed in alchemy. Not only were his competitors surprised, but even Bai Shan was impressed by him. An alchemist, this was the aura that only a true alchemist could possess. What he was demonstrating made Bai Shan admire him deeply. A young man at the Supreme Sage realm with such an aura truly bizarre. But no matter how talented he was, it was something others could not achieve. At this moment, Yi Bei had reached the stage of blending the materials together, and in the next moment, they would be refined and solidified. The other contestants seemed to have forgotten their own tests, their curiosity fully focused on Yi Bei. What kind of fire is that? He's refining so quickly. Could he be cheating? Even using a top-tier alchemy furnace to melt the ice mystic flower and remove impurities would still take 2 breaths. Yi Bei stood in the center of the room, exuding a rare presence, his movements flawless as he refined the pill. In no time, he had reached the smelting stage. At this point, Bai Shan truly dared not question his abilities anymore. Could it be? Could it be that this young man's alchemy talent was 100 times stronger than a grandmaster's? When Yibei snapped his fingers, all the ingredients had officially fused together. The more Bai Shan watched, the more astonished he became, unable to utter a word. This young man not only has a divine talent for alchemy, but also the ability to set up formations. Cultivating both at the same time, what kind of monster is he? Other alchemists quickly realized that they had now succeeded halfway, and the next step was the most crucial one, ceasing the pill refinement. If he succeeded, the clear heart pill would be completed. Yibei was only one step away from success. He now focused all his attention on the pill refinement as the spiritual energy converged at a single point. The impact of this caused his inner strength to be affected, and his brows involuntarily furrowed because of it. When Bai Shan noticed this, he seemed to have already assumed that Yibei would fail this time. What a pity! If only he had controlled the fire better, perhaps the pill would have been made by now. But the sound of astonished voices from the crowd made him abandon this thought. Look, the young man hasn't finished yet. He's still refining the pill. Turning around, they saw him shout loudly, and the shape of the pill had already taken form, but others still believed he hadn't truly succeeded. Sure enough, it's a failure. As expected, he's only been refining for a few minutes. To make a finished product, it should take at least 3 hours. With his cultivation level, it's strange if he doesn't fail. In response to their doubts, Yibei simply smiled mysteriously. The object in his hand was beginning to crack. When the outer layer completely vanished, a misty vapor surrounded it. This phenomenon was nothing new to the alchemists, and everyone knew how rare it was. Pill frost, heavens! Not only has he refined a pill, but it's also an exceptional clear heart pill with pill frost. The effectiveness of this clear heart pill is 5 times higher than the usual kind. Is he even human? Yibei held the finished product in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he thought to himself, not bad. Moreover, he had not expected the reward of a 20 times increase in alchemy speed to also enhance the effectiveness of his alchemy. Although it wasn't exactly 20 times, it was still a 10 times improvement. A moment later, he turned to Bai Shan and asked, I wonder if this pill I've made is valid? Bai Shan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he suggested, Sir, may I speak with you privately? Upon hearing this, Yibei immediately agreed, that was my intention as well. As they entered the room, Bai Shan asked, May I ask your esteemed name, sir? Do you have a master? Yibei answered calmly, Yibei, I don't have a master. This answer was completely unexpected for Bai Shan. No master, yet the alchemy technique was at this level? It seems I've underestimated his talent for alchemy. Since he had said as much, Bai Shan wanted to make his proposal, Yibei, if I introduce you to a grandmaster, the president of the Xingchen Alchemy Conference, Yao Xingchen, would you be willing to take him as your master? Yibei, upon hearing this, didn't feel pleased. Instead, he looked somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing Yibei's awkward expression, Bai Shan added, I know your alchemy talent is extraordinary, but the road ahead in alchemy grows increasingly difficult. 130 years ago, the Grandmaster broke through to the 9th rank of Alchemy Master, and his cultivation is at peak half-emperor, just one step away from becoming a legendary alchemy celestial. But this step, the Grandmaster has tried many times and still hasn't crossed. Only now did he truly understand his intentions. It turned out that the purpose of bringing him here was not to join the alchemy conference, but to have him pay respects to a master, and moreover, to be an apprentice to Girl Xingchen. Since he had such good intentions, he gladly agreed. He had no objections, though he could confidently say that if your grandmaster saw me, he definitely wouldn't take me as a disciple. Bai Shan, unaware of the truth, innocently replied, no way, if grandmaster met you, he'd surely be very happy. He shared this thought with Bai Shan as well. Indeed, if Girl Xingchen saw him, she would probably burst into tears with joy. Even though they hadn't met yet, he could already imagine her throwing herself into his arms, crying loudly while saying, Grandmaster, I missed you so much, please be well. Don't cry, don't cry. He too was looking forward to that moment. Suddenly, Bai Shan added, thinking about the timing, it seems Grandmaster's seclusion is nearly over. He once said that after finishing his seclusion, he would visit the Central State Territory. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei asked further, "Did your esteemed master come here recently?" Bai Shan carefully recounted. Yes, right after news spread that Jia Mo Demon Lord's lifespan was about to end, one of the 4 emperors of the demon tribe, Great Sage Sun, came looking for my grandmaster. Unfortunately, at that time, Grandmaster couldn't find a way to extend Jia Mo Demon Lord's life. Afterward, the Central State Territory issued an announcement seeking other alchemists or pills to prolong lifespan. From his explanation, Yi Bei realized that Jia Mo Demon Lord's situation was almost identical to his own back then. If that was the case, you can be sure of one thing: the 7 ordinary longevity-enhancing pills definitely won't work on the Jia Mo Demon Emperor. An idea immediately popped into his head, making him chuckle. But what if it's not the usual kind? He turned to him with a smile and said cheerfully, "Then it's settled, I'll wait for your master to arrive." His voice was full of anticipation as he replied, "Great." Bai Shan even made a special suggestion: "If you're short on alchemy materials, you can take the regular ones. As for the rare ones, we can sell them to you at an internal price, definitely a better deal than buying them outside." After hearing this, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he felt disgusted. How did the conversation suddenly shift to buying and selling materials? If he didn't know he was a disciple of Xing, he would have thought he walked into a fraud guild. Anyway, some of the materials he wanted him to prepare included longevity fruit, 3 origin celestial flower, red spirit fruit, condensing herb, gold spirit seed, and blue star divine leaf. Yi Bei's plan was to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill today. Hearing the names of these herbs, Bai Shan was a bit taken aback because he knew very well that all of them were rare and precious materials, each with significant value. Could he really want to use these materials for alchemy? With that thought, he wanted to ask, "Yi Bei, I'm a little curious, what rank of alchemist are you now?" He pondered for a few seconds and then replied calmly, "Let's say I'm at the 7th rank." At this level, it was still not enough for him, especially since he could now refine pills at 10 times the usual speed. With the black flames of the Supreme Demon Bone, the 7 products also became the lowest level that could be manifested. Returning to the main matter, Yi Bei directed Bai Shan, "If there's nothing else, could you please help me prepare the materials as quickly as possible?" He was, of course, more than willing to do so. All right, I'll go right away." 15 minutes later, he quickly returned. "Yi brother, here are the materials you need." He also pointed out, "This room has a high-quality alchemy furnace, capable of refining pills of level 8 or higher." After saying that, he carefully placed the materials on the table. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." To his surprise, Yi Bei proactively told him, "No need, you can stay." This was indeed a great opportunity. Really? He didn't dare refuse. Then, as the saying goes, it's better to obey than to be polite. Yi Bei then began the process of alchemy. From the very beginning, Bai Shan was amazed. Here. Surely he's not going to use this method to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill, right? He used his spiritual energy to lift the herbs and threw them directly into the furnace for refinement. He couldn't take his eyes off Yi Bei's every move from start to finish. The effects of the illusionary furnace were no less impressive than the actual alchemy furnaces. Moreover, Yi Bei not only executed each step perfectly but also worked much faster than an average person. Everything proceeded smoothly until noon the next day. Bai Shan suddenly heard a commotion from outside. "Oh my God, you guys, quick, look over there." The volume of their voices made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Upon careful consideration, during alchemy practice, the alchemist must not be disturbed, otherwise, the result could be a failure at best, or at worst, an explosion of the alchemy furnace, damaging the alchemical process. So, he decided to step out and see what was happening. Unexpectedly, what he witnessed made him panic. A series of lightning bolts struck down from the sky in rapid succession. This was the alchemical tribulation, a phenomenon that was only ever mentioned in legends. Not to mention 7 products, even a typical 9th grade elixir could not trigger an alchemical tribulation, unless it was a top-tier 9th grade or a heaven-defying elixir. As this thought crossed Bai Shan's mind, a single hypothesis surfaced. Could it be that Yi brother really triggered the alchemical tribulation? Suddenly, someone flashed across the roof. The speed of this person caught his attention, and he hurriedly chased after them, bowing his head before the Vermilion Bird Palace to respectfully greet them. "Sir, long time no see." Upon meeting him, the other person expressed just as much surprise. "Ha? This tribulation wasn't triggered by Bai Shan, bro? The city lord of Vermilion Bird City, half-emperor of the Vermilion Bird?" At first, he thought perhaps it was His Excellency Xingchen himself personally refining elixirs in the pavilion. But a moment later, he was stunned upon hearing Bai Shan's explanation. No, my master will probably arrive in a few days. The one refining the elixir is actually a friend of mine." Meanwhile, inside the room, Yi Bei had already finished refining, and as soon as he completed the process, a brilliant beam of light shot through the roof and soared directly into the night sky. The shock of it made the two, the Phoenix and Bai Shan, come personally to check it out. They saw him point at the purple circle, causing it to ignite in an instant, and the lightning then converged because of it. Bai Shan and the Phoenix were so astonished by this scene that they were left speechless. It worked! Bai Shan thought in amazement. With Yi brother's abilities, with Yi senior's alchemy skills, he was surely not just a 7th-tier alchemist, but a true 9th-tier alchemist. At this moment, Yi Bei, from inside the towers, threw out the pill he had just refined. The pill dropped for a moment before coming to a stop in front of Bai Shan. Yi Bei commanded, "Bai Shan, try the medicine." Bai Shan clasped his hands and bowed, "Thank you, Yi senior." Beside him, the Phoenix, in admiration and envy, asked, "Try the medicine? Does a perfect grade pill like this even need to be tested? Heaven and earth, why wasn't I given the chance to do this?" Bai Shan did not respond, silently focusing as he began to consume the pill. 10 minutes later, Bai Shan was still refining the pill. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and cold sweat began to pour from his body. Soon after, a burst of spiritual energy shot up from Bai Shan, reaching the middle of his chest. Once the refining process was completed, Bai Shan let out a long breath and gathered his energy. The Phoenix rushed over to him, congratulating Bai Shan on breaking through to the half-emperor realm. But then, his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something. "Ha! It seems your alchemy realm also." Bai Shan replied with a hint of joy, "Thank you, Lord City Master. My alchemy skills have indeed made some progress. At the moment, I might just have stepped into the ranks of an 8-product alchemist." Vermilion Bird asked again, 8 products? He thought for a moment. While the difference between 7 products and 8 products might seem like just one grade, these two levels represented entirely different statuses. "How is it? How much has your lifespan increased since the alchemy was done in the tower?" At this, the crowd below started chattering excitedly. What? How much did his lifespan increase? Shouldn't the question be about his cultivation breakthrough? Or how much his alchemy skills have improved? Exactly. What does lifespan have to do with it? Wait, what kind of pill is the senior in the tower refining? Up above, Bai Shan quickly bowed respectfully. "Master Yi, I have gained a total of 3 more years of life." Vermilion Bird hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Bai Shan by the shoulder. "My brother, I was only asking if this pill, when given to Jia Mo Your Excellency, would have the same effect?" Bai Shan didn't know how to respond. This was a question only the city master could ask the senior to get an answer. Vermilion Bird nodded in agreement. Understood. Inside the tower, Yi Bei was holding the remaining pill, silently calculating. While the effects were undoubtedly fine, the pill's success rate was a little low. Only 4 of the pills had reached an exceptional quality, while the remaining 5 were merely of ordinary high grade. Where exactly was the problem? At this moment, Bai Shan and Vermilion Bird entered the tower. As soon as they stepped into the room, Vermilion Bird immediately lifted his head to look at the person before him. He unexpectedly speculated, the Supreme Sage? No, that wouldn't be enough, would it? Seeing Bai Shan respectfully bowing beside him, he became even more curious. Ha! Bai Shan's gaze towards the young man was full of reverence, but Bai Shan was already an 8th-rank pill refiner, a mighty 8 emperor, so he could surely recognize the cultivation of this young man. The Vermilion Bird glanced at Yi Bei, assessed him, then said, "So, this young man at the level of the Supreme Sage is indeed a true 9th-rank alchemist." Ignoring the presence of the two people, over there, Yi Bei remained silent, calculating. It seemed that the issue lay in the Thunder Tribulation reinforcement when refining the pill, something he had not yet perfected. Bai Shan spoke up, "Yi Senior, this is the City Lord of Vermilion City. He has something to discuss with you." Yi Bei turned his head and said, "Go ahead, what is it?" Looking at the person in front of him, the Vermilion Bird was briefly stunned. After Yi Bei sat down, he softly asked, "I wonder, Yi Senior, if you know about Jia Mo Lord Demon Venerable? I would like to ask Yi Senior if the pill just refined would be effective for Jia Mo, Your Excellency?" Yi Bei quickly replied, "Yes, but its effectiveness will be greatly reduced, at most it could increase his lifespan by 100 years. The Vermilion Bird was shocked and asked in disbelief, "What? 100 years? Are you serious?" Yi Bei nodded. "Yes." The Vermilion Bird immediately bowed deeply and respectfully, "May I ask, Yi Senior, if you have time to come with me to the central domain of the Demon Clan?" Yi Bei poured some tea, casually replying, "Sorry, I must decline." Upon hearing this, the Vermilion Bird and Bai Shan both widened their eyes. Bai Shan stammered, "This." Vermilion Bird bowed and proposed, "Elder Yi, it's like this, if you agree to come with me to the Demon Clan's central territory, and also cure Lord Jia Mo, Venerable Demon, whatever you want, we can satisfy." Sitting across, Yi Bei continued to sip his tea leisurely, pretending not to have heard anything. This irritated Vermilion Bird. He frowned, infernally annoying, no one had ever dared to ignore him like that. He glanced at the jade ring on Yi Bei's hand. If he guessed right, the masterpiece pill he had just refined had surely been placed inside that ring. Then Vermilion Bird cast a quick look at Bai Shan and muttered, "If that's the case, perhaps I'll seize the pill by force." Although Bai Shan had only just reached the half-emperor realm, he was certain he could defeat him in the blink of an eye. He looked back at where Yi Bei sat, thinking to himself, "As for Elder Yi, his cultivation is only the Supreme Sage." Suddenly Yi Bei's expression darkened and he said, "What? You think that because gentle words won't work you'll resort to robbing it?" Hearing his thoughts read by the man in front of him, Vermilion Bird felt a little alarmed. Yi Bei gently set his teacup on the table and laid down a condition. "All right, I'll give you two choices." He raised one finger and said, "1. You may seize the pill from me by force, consider yourself impressive." Then he raised another finger. 2. You summon the great saint here and have it personally invite me. Yi Bei thought to himself, "Previously I was always the one to actively seek disciples. Could it be that this time I'll finally get to experience a disciple coming to me of their own accord?" After hearing the two conditions, Bai Shan and Vermilion Bird both simultaneously widened their eyes in shock. Bai Shan broke into a cold sweat, anxiously asking, "Has Yi Senior gone crazy?" Vermilion Bird was a half-emperor. If he wanted to seize something, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Standing beside Vermilion Bird, someone else pondered, "You want to invite the great saint, the most hot-tempered of the 4 great demon emperors, to meet with him. What are you thinking?" In the end, he used his demonic power to make a decision and asked, "Yi Senior, are you serious about keeping your word?" "Of course," Yi Bei responded softly. Seeing the tense situation, Bai Shan quickly rushed forward to stop them. "Yi Senior, no." Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. Just as he was about to stop them, Vermilion Bird struck him and sent him flying. Bai Shan landed in another pavilion across the way. He quickly got up, cursing, "Damn it, this is trouble. Yi Senior has been so considerate to me, this time, I must stop Vermilion Bird." Bai Shan hurriedly flew back toward the pavilion. From within, bolts of lightning shot out. In a panic, Bai Shan shouted, "Yi Senior, he's charging in there in a fit of rage, yelling, "Vermilion bird, I won't let you off." Upon seeing the scene inside, Bai Shan froze for a moment. What happened? The earlier painful scream wasn't from Yi Sr., it was from Vermilion bird. On the opposite side, Yi Bei continued to provoke him, showing impressive power. Keep going. Vermilion bird lay on the ground, trembling and unable to speak. You see this scene? Bai Shan thought in astonishment, isn't Yi Senior's cultivation level the supreme sage? At the same time, Vermilion bird struggled to prop himself up, trying to stand. Just now, I was careless, and the next moment, he shouted loudly, "I will definitely get this elixir today." The Zhuke summoned a circle of magical tools to attack Yi Bei. Yi Bei slightly raised his lips, offering a subtle smile. Immediately, a box-shaped structure made of lightning bolts surrounded the Zhuke. The Zhuke looked around, thinking to himself, "Oh no, in this form, I can't handle so much lightning. But if I revert to my original form to deal with a person at the saint level, that would be too embarrassing." After a moment, the Zhuke reluctantly accepted and said, "Yi Senior, I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Yi Bei, still not letting him off the hook, laughed and replied, "I'm sure I can't hold back now. After all, a single bolt of lightning, and even 1,000 horses couldn't pull it back." The next moment, from the towers, lightning exploded brightly across the area, accompanied by the Yuchua's blood-curdling scream. He staggered, barely standing, stammering, "You." Yi Bei smiled faintly, "So? Do you want to be struck by lightning again?" The Zhuke, slightly frightened, thought, although the lightning just now seemed very powerful, it didn't strike anywhere critical. It seems that this Yi Senior intentionally held back. Damn, here I am, a member of the demon race, being sparred by a human at the saint level. This is truly humiliating. He quickly transformed and flew up into the air. As he flew away, the Zhuke shouted, "Yi Senior, remember what you said. I'll go inform that person for you." Looking towards the direction where the vermilion bird flew out of sight, Yi Bei sighed. Not bad. The flying speed of the vermilion bird is no less than that of the small aircraft I've modified. If I were to use it as a mount, it would surely be pretty cool. After saying this, Yi Bei turned towards Bai Shan. Alright, he probably can't return just yet. If that's the case, why don't you join me for a stroll in the form of the vermilion bird? Bai Shan respectfully replied, "Yes, Senior Yi." In his mind, he couldn't help but think, "Senior Yi, you're really calm. The great saint is about to arrive, and we're still taking it easy like this. Could it be really okay?" The vermilion bird had already flown back to the central domain of the demon race. It transformed back into its human form and landed slowly. The vermilion bird bowed deeply and called out loudly, "The vermilion bird has an important matter to report to the great saint. Please pass on the message." After a moment, someone approached, and the vermilion bird hurriedly knelt and paid its respects. The vermilion bird greets the great saint. At this moment, a beautiful girl appeared. She was the 5th-ranked great emperor, one of the 4 great demon clans, Sun Wuxiao. Wuxiao furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it that you seek from me?" The vermilion bird lowered its head and replied, "Great saint, I have found an elixir that can extend the lifespan of Jia Mo, Your Excellency." Before the vermilion bird could finish its sentence, Wuxiao grabbed its neck tightly. Angrily, she asked, "Do you know how many people have said this to me? Since the announcement was made across the central state territory, I've heard this news dozens of times. It gives me hope again and again, but each time, I end up disappointed." The vermilion bird hastily pleaded with the great saint, "This time, I saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, that senior is currently attending the Xingchen Alchemy Conference." Wu Xiao was astonished. At the Xingchen Alchemy Conference, she released her grip from the phoenix's neck, allowing it to continue speaking. "That's correct. That senior is a 9th-grade alchemist." It continued, "I personally witnessed Bai Shan swallow the elixir that senior crafted. Not only did he break through to half-emperor, but he also became an 8th-grade alchemist. His lifespan also increased by 300 years. More importantly, the senior himself guaranteed that this elixir could extend Jia Mo Demon Lord's life by another 100 years. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiao's interest was piqued as she thought, guaranteeing an extension of 100 years to Jia Mo's life. Interesting, very interesting. She raised her chin and threatened the phoenix. If I go there and don't see what you claim, your bird life will be mine. The phoenix broke into a cold sweat and quickly responded, I wouldn't dare, wouldn't dare. Everything I said is the absolute truth, not exaggerated in the slightest. However, noticing that it hesitated, Wu Xiao glared and threatened, speak quickly. The phoenix bowed slightly and said, as for the 9th grade alchemist, he mentioned that if you want the elixir, the great saint herself must personally invite him before Jia Mo Your Excellency. Wu Xiao sneered and said, he wants me to go personally invite him? She curled her lips into a smile and said, I'll have to see if he has the ability to make me do that. In the city of the Phoenix, the streets were bustling with people. Bai Shan was strolling through the market with Yi Bei, turning his head to gaze into the distance, lost in thought. Although this place was far from the central domain of the demon realm, with the Phoenix's incredible speed, they could return in just 2 or 3 hours. Yet, Yi Senior remained as calm and composed as ever. He looked towards Yi Bei in shock, calmly eating and shopping, completely unguarded. Suddenly, Yi Bei started a conversation, Bai Shan, tell me about Grandmaster, I want to hear. Bai Shan lowered his head, yes, Senior. Up above, the vermilion bird carried Wu Xiao to the location, and he announced loudly, Bai Shan, Yi Senior, I have invited your excellency here, please come up and meet. Upon hearing the name called by the vermilion bird, Wu Xiao furrowed his brows and asked, Yi Senior, it's rare to encounter someone with the surname Yi in this world. In my lifetime, I've only met one grandmaster with the surname Yi. Vermilion bird, a 9th grade alchemist, are you saying his surname is Yi? Do you know his full name? The vermilion bird responded, this Yi Senior cultivates the supreme sage, appears as a young man, and is proficient in the art of thunder. Wu Xiao felt a bit disappointed and thought, it seems I've overestimated things. If the respected one hasn't died yet, with Grandmaster's extraordinary talent, it's still uncertain whether, after 300 years of cultivation, he could even reach the realm of Tongxian. A moment later, the vermilion bird arrived before Yi Bei and Bai Shan, who were standing. It respectfully said, Yi Senior, I have invited your excellency here, what would you like to say to your excellency? Suddenly, Wu Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as a force shot straight into the vermilion bird's head, causing Wu Xiao to fall as well. Bai Shan quickly explained Yi Bei's actions, Great Saint, please calm your anger, Yi Senior did not mean it. At this moment, Yi Bei grabbed Bai Shan's shoulder. He stepped forward, and Bai Shan, terrified, tried to stop him. Yi Senior, you. Suddenly, Wu Xiao knelt to the ground. Both Zhu Kei and Bai Shan were dumbfounded by the sight. They thought to themselves, the great saint is kneeling before Yi Senior? How can this be? Wu Xiao paid no attention to the expressions of the two, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke, the unfilial disciple pays respects to Grandmaster. Yi Bei asked sternly, how do you know I am the real one? Wu Xiao respectfully replied, anyone can fail to recognize me, but only Grandmaster, in this lifetime, I will surely recognize. She blinked back her tears and gazed upwards, thinking to herself, this form of address, I first heard it 200 years ago, when the eldest senior sister said her farewell to me. Yi Bei looked at the disciple before him, admiring her. She had recognized him with just a glance. Surely, she must have keen eyes. Behind them, Bai Shan was still in shock, his mouth agape. What? The Yi Senior is actually the Grandmaster of the Great Saint? After a moment, Wu Xiao quickly commanded, Zhu Kei, take us to pay respects to Jia Mo Your Excellency. Zhu Kei carefully replied, yes. Yi Bei then assigned a task to Bai Shan. Bai Shan, you wait here for Xing Chen. If you encounter her, tell her to hurry to Jia Mo Your Excellency and find us. Bai Shan bowed respectfully. Yes, Grandmaster. Soon, Zhu Kei moved with the utmost speed, taking Yi Bei and his disciple to meet Jia Mo Your Excellency. On the back of Zhu Kei, Yi Bei looked at Wu Xiao and asked, Wu Xiao. At first, did she strike the Shangning sacred land just because of this broken staff? She denied it, responding, "Grandmaster, those sacred lands need to be cleared. They deserve to die. If I were given another chance, I would definitely flatten that sacred land." While the two were talking, a system notification suddenly rang out. Sixth disciple of the 108, awarded the Great Emperor's skill card. Yi Bei opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Huh?" He clapped his hands as if recalling something. "That's right, I remember that in Tai Bai, after breaking through to Great Emperor, the system mentioned that the reward mechanism would involve leveling up. Could this be the leveling up reward?" Yi Bei issued the command to use the Great Emperor's skill card. Immediately, the system chimed again, "Congratulations, disciple, you have drawn the special power of the Great Tao skill. The power of kingship can double combat strength in a short time, and can increase even more depending on the cultivator's current cultivation level. This skill can be passed on to disciples of the Great Tao." Yi Bei stared at his clenched fist in astonishment. Power of kingship, is this a kind of ultimate technique from some animation in my past life? However, this skill wasn't bad. It was just a pity that, at the moment, his cultivation was only at the Saint realm, meaning he could only unleash 5 times the power of the kingship. After thinking this through, he turned to Wu Xiao, calling her over. "Wu Xiao, come here, I will teach you a divine technique, give it a try." Wu Xiao nodded. "Okay." Grandmaster Yi Bei pointed to her forehead, transmitting a divine technique. Wu Xiao also absorbed this power and flew up. Then there was a loud crash. She had landed a searing blow straight on the vermilion bird's body. He winced in pain and muttered, "Great saint, ouch, ouch, that's on my back, not on a rock. Could you be a little gentler?" Wu Xiao knelt in gratitude. "Thank you for bestowing this divine power. This power is truly very suitable for your disciple." She thought to herself, if she had possessed this divine power back then, how could the Emperor Lord of the Xiangming sacred land have driven her away? A pleased smile curved her lips. "A grandmaster is truly a grandmaster. Upon meeting me, he's given me such a momentous gift." Yi Bei stepped forward and asked, "Tell me, if you unleash this realm king authority at full strength, by how many times can it increase your power?" Wu Xiao replied respectfully, "Report to Grandmaster, it can probably increase it 50-fold. She lifted her arm, proudly showing off, and the disciple could still sense that this divine power, as her strength rose, could be further tapped to release even greater potential. Hearing this, Yi Bei recoiled in astonishment. He could only manifest it 5-fold, while this girl could bring it to 50. It didn't stop there, he wept inwardly. It seems people are not the same, the gap between a human and a monkey is truly enormous. At the center of the demon clan's territory, Yi Bei looked down warily. "This aura, it's the Great Emperor." Wu Xiao shouted, "You stupid ox, why on earth are you here? Do you think this old madam wouldn't smack you to death with a single strike?" Below, Yunfan taunted, "Damn monkey, if you have the guts, come here. Mr. Niu wants to fight you today to determine who's superior." Wu Xiao was furious upon hearing this. Yi Bei suddenly stepped forward in front of her, looking at Yunfan with some interest. After seeing Yi Bei standing in silence for a while, Wu Xiao thought the master was angry and quickly explained, "Grandmaster, please believe me. I don't usually cause trouble. I've changed a lot already." Really, she quickly defended herself. Actually, it was because she felt that her disciple had taken one of the 4 emperors' rankings, pushing him to the bottom of the 4 emperors, so every time she showed up, he would always block her and demand a fight. Over this issue, he had stopped her more than a dozen times. Yi Bei smiled and gave an order. Wu Xiao, like the Azure Bull Great Emperor, found it difficult to break free. Either she ignored him completely or wouldn't stop until he acknowledged her strength. Wu Xiao happily asked again, "Grandmaster, what do you mean?" Yi Bei nodded, "Go ahead, just don't beat him to the point of death." "Understood, Grandmaster, I will obey," she replied, expanding her staff and swinging it toward Yunfan. "You stupid cow, take a hit from me." Yunfan wasn't going to back down either, clapping his hands together. He used demonic power, "Damn monkey," he transformed back into his original form, standing his ground in battle against Wu Xiao. She laughed gleefully, "You stupid cow, I've already given you face. From now on, just suffer the consequences. Yunfan frowned. I didn't expect that after just a few days apart, your bluffing skills have leveled up. Wu Xiao didn't bother talking much anymore. She gathered her strength, focusing the energy into her fist. Wu Xiao shouted and punched forward, her royal realm power now 10 times stronger. Yunfan sneered at the childish trick, then began using a secret technique. A surge of demonic energy, like a storm, slammed down with immense force. Wu Xiao barely managed to dodge it in time. She placed her hand on the ground to steady herself, then angrily muttered, "This dumb ox really dares to play for real." Yunfan continued, releasing a beam of light into the sky and shouting, "You damn monkey, what the hell are you lying down dead for?" Wu Xiao stared in shock, quickly retaliating with her own strike at Yunfan. Her royal realm power now doubled, her move accompanied by a raging gale wind. Just as she was about to land the punch, it suddenly halted. Wu Xiao was worried. She hadn't expected that even with her royal realm power at 25 times, her body had reached its limit. With no other choice, she poured all her remaining strength into her final blow. Two forces, each with immense power, were about to collide. In the sky, Yi Bei was observing the battle. He gave an order to the vermilion bird. "What are you waiting for? Why are you still just hovering there? Fly higher." The vermilion bird quickly ascended. "Yes, senior." Below, the two enormous forces of Yunfan and Wu Xiao were rapidly closing in. They collided head-on, causing a massive shockwave. The vermilion bird was also pushed back by the pressure from the battle, but Yi Bei remained calm, watching the scene without any sign of concern. Looking down into the deep pit after the battle, vermilion bird, filled with admiration, thought, "This great saint is truly formidable." She managed to strike Suoqingyu, the great emperor, with the cultivation of a mid-stage great emperor. In the deep hole, Wu Xiao sat on the ground, while Yunfan, still beside her, remained unconscious. Yi Bei signaled to Vermilion Bird, signaling for her to go down and fetch her. Vermilion Bird quickly responded, "Understood." Senior Yi Bei jumped down to where Wu Xiao lay and kindly asked, "Can you still move?" She hurriedly replied, "Grandmaster, could you help me up a little?" She closed her eyes wearily, as right now, she was temporarily unable to move. Yi Bei lifted her up, saying, "Let's go." He began to assess the situation. From the previous battle, Wu Xiao had used at least 20 times the power of her royal authority, but it had also pushed her body to its limits, leaving her unable to move for the time being. Yi Bei carried Wu Xiao and flew up to Vermilion Bird's back, and she, in a pitiful tone, complained, "Grandmaster, it hurts so much." Yi Bei immediately comforted her, all right, I'll be gentler." Vermilion Bird, flying through the air, watched this scene in astonishment. What was this pitiful display? Wasn't this supposed to be a great saint with a fierce temper, someone who could strike without hesitation? Yi Bei then asked, "How many times was your royal authority multiplied the last time you used it?" Wu Xiao answered joyfully, 25 times, Grandmaster." She smiled happily and added, "Grandmaster, your divine powers are indeed unmatched. There's a considerable gap between each level of the Great Emperor realm. This divine ability can exploit the method of skipping levels to challenge opponents, truly remarkable." Yi Bei reminded, "Learn from this. Right now, the most you can use is up to 10 times. Increasing it to 25 times your body strength is still beyond your capacity to bear." Wu Xiao, "Yes, understood, Grandmaster." Disciple understands. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived. Wu Xiao led the way and said, "Grandmaster, we've arrived." Yi Bei gestured, "Let's go." Wu Xiao softly replied, "Yes, Grandmaster." She introduced, "Grandmaster, this is Jia Mo Demon Lord." Yi Bei glanced up, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. As he surveyed the person, he noticed a faint trace of demonic energy surrounding Jia Mo Demon Lord. Based on the reaction of the Supreme Demon Bone, he could tell that this demonic energy was many times stronger than all the demonic creatures in the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land combined. Jia Mo Demon Lord opened his eyes to look at him, but Yi Bei remained unfazed, thinking, but how could a powerful demon lord have demonic essence? Could it be Jiamo Demon Lord, somewhat curious, asked, Human brat, your reaction is similar to the initial one from girl Xingchen. Wu Xiao proudly replied, Old Jia, last time Yao Xingchen was my junior sister, and now this person is my master. Yi Bei politely introduced himself, I am Xia Bei, paying respects to Jia Mo Demon Lord. Jia Mo Demon Lord, astonished, confirmed, monkey girl. You mean to say he is your grandmaster? Wu Xiao happily boasted. That's right, the methods of the grandmaster are such that only those who don't think of them would believe they can't be done. Upon hearing this, Jiamo Demon Lord, curious, asked, So, what brings you here today? If you're planning to leave the Central State Territory, I won't stop you this time. Just don't forget the agreement we made. Wu Xiao casually replied, Old Jia, this time I really do intend to leave, but before I go, I'll take care of your lifespan problem. Saying this, she extended her hand toward Yi Bei and exaggeratedly said, Because others can't solve this problem, to Grandmaster, it's not an issue. He was momentarily at a loss for words. His face turned a bit pale. This rebellious monkey 300 years without seeing her, and now she's acting exactly like the Azure Bull Great Emperor. Her wind-chopping skills have suddenly advanced so much. She wasn't like this before. Jiamo Demon Lord slightly lowered his head, signaling his refusal to Wu Xiao's offer, Don't worry about me leaving. I'll tell you straight, the issue of lifespan cannot simply be solved by any elixir. He added, Instead of wasting time on me, you should focus on cultivating and breaking through your own realm. Wu Xiao clenched her fists, unwilling to accept it, thinking, In this world, besides Grandmaster, Old Jia is the person I owe the most. But with him like this now, how can I leave in peace? Suddenly, Yi Bei beside her took out a pill and tossed it to Jiamo Demon Lord, speaking, Old Jia, you might want to try this pill. He continued, Whether it works or not, only you can find out by trying it yourself. Jiamo reached out to take the pill. Mr. Su carefully examined the pill in his hand, silently astonished. This pill was the most extraordinary longevity elixir I had encountered in nearly a century. His gaze darkened slightly with a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, given the current state of my body, I fear. Wu Xiao hurriedly asked, Old Jia, what do you think? Jia Mo praised, This pill is a top-tier product. It can easily extend your life by at least 30 years, without any issues. Wu Xiao, slightly surprised, shouted, 30 years? She asked again, Old Jia, are you sure? My grandmaster said it could extend life by at least 100 years. Jiamo Demon Lord laughed heartily, saying, Originally, I had only 2 years left to live, but now, I can extend it by so many years all at once. No matter what, today I must thank both of you. Thank you, he continued. From now on, you will be a distinguished guest of our demon race. Whenever you need help, just speak directly to me. Yi Bei politely responded, Thank you, Old Jia. Wu Xiao urged from the side, Old Jia, hurry up. I am now guarding you, so go ahead and begin absorbing the pill. Jia Mo, the demon elder, leisurely took the pill. Is there really such a rush? My lifespan isn't about to end right away. As he took the pill, Yi Bei quietly whispered to Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao, perhaps Jia Mo Demon Lord still has a way to be saved. He instructed her, from now on, no matter who it is, they must not interfere with me. Do you understand? Yes, Master, Sun Wu Xiao replied. Grandmaster, feel free to act as you wish. Leave it to me here. As long as anyone comes to cause trouble, I will definitely make them turn back. She was overjoyed, thinking, That's great. Old Jia can still be saved. As long as Grandmaster says it's possible, then it definitely can be done. At the place where Jia Mo Demon Lord was sitting, he was focused on refining a medicinal pill. Several strands of demonic energy suddenly leaked from his body. Jia Mo's face turned pale, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The demonic energy emanating from him continuously devoured the spiritual energy around him. Just a moment later, the demonic energy had completely consumed the refined spiritual energy. Jiaimo Demon Lord furrowed his brow. As expected, these damn things, once I take the longevity elixir, they will devour everything, then continue to hide inside my body, absorbing my life force. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his consciousness. Old Jia, these are the internal injuries you've had for many years, aren't they? Jiaimo Demon Lord was startled and opened his eyes. Ha! He looked up and saw the illusory figure of Yi Bei appear. You're the Grandmaster of Monkey Girl? Yi Bei calmly said, I can help you eliminate the demonic essence left by the demon clan. Jiaimo Demon Lord was slightly surprised but still agreed to let Yi Bei help. Alright, then let's see what you can do. He thought to himself, there were very few people in the world who could recognize the demonic essence. If this person could identify it, maybe he really had a way to resolve it. A faint smile appeared on his lips. If you succeed, I owe you a great favor. As long as I am still alive, no matter what difficulties you encounter, even if it's the destruction of any sacred land, I will come to help you. Of course, even if you don't succeed, it's fine. I've endured this for tens of thousands of years, so another 30 years won't make a difference. Yi Bei also began to take out the alchemy furnace. Alright, I'll start now. The illusory furnace suddenly grew large, breaking through the ceiling and flying outside. It gradually turned, entering the middle of the space. Yi Bei raised his hand to make a gesture, and spiritual energy radiated from his hand. The furnace began to heat up and burn, with demonic essence being consumed and screaming wildly. Jiaimo laughed triumphantly, burn them all, burn them to death for me. His phantom spoke with a suggestion, Old Jia, the demonic essence inside you has deeply rooted itself, infiltrating your marrow. If you want to completely eliminate it, you need to manifest your true form. Only then can you avoid unbearable suffering. I agree immediately. Painful? Little friend, come on, as long as you can exorcise all that demonic essence, do whatever you want. Yi Bei requested, alright, Old Jia, please manifest your true form now, I'm about to begin. A giant shadow appeared with a loud roar, blocking out the light for more than half of the space. He was stunned as he looked at the huge turtle appearing before him. Damn, had I known that the true form was this big, I wouldn't have made this request, Wu Xiao, who was standing nearby, explained. Grandmaster, the true form of Old Jia is Hao Tian ancestor. It is said that this is an ancient bloodline, and its power can shake the heavens and earth. Yi Bei's entire body radiated spiritual energy. Your little master will begin now, pay attention. She replied. Yes, master, rest assured. He raised his hand and gave the command. Heaven-filling black flame, supreme demon bone, begin the refining process. Now, the demonic essence within Jiamo's body, which surrounds him entirely, is being refined by spiritual power. His true form side, I never expected that the master of the young girl could wield black fire and be so unruly. But as long as I can force this hateful thing out, even if it causes 10 times the pain, I will endure it. At this moment, Jiamo's eyes, in the form of a turtle, suddenly glowed. Half an hour later, Sun Wuxiao admired and marveled, Grandmaster is indeed formidable. Maybe after this time, Old Jia might make a full recovery. A voice from the distance echoed, Damned monkey, what are you doing to Jiaimo, Your Excellency? Wu Xiao, frustrated, cursed, You blind cow, can't you see? It's my Grandmaster who's treating Old Jia. The other voice growled back, You're lying. Do you think I can't feel Jiaimo, Your Excellency's life force growing weaker by the minute? She ignored Yunfan, believe it or not, it's up to you. If you want Old Jia to recover, then stand by quietly. He didn't believe her, I'd believe you were crazy before I'd believe that. How many people truly hope Jiaimo, Your Excellency can live on? Quickly call that person down here, or don't blame old Neil for risking his life with you. Wu Xiao furrowed her brows angrily. This stupid ox, had she known, she would have used more force earlier to knock him out for a few months. She ignored Yunfan's words and continued to observe. Diao Xie appeared, Great Saint, what is going on? This is the second in the ranking of the 4 great demon emperors, the Kim Peng Great Emperor. Wu Xiao turned around to explain, the person up there is really my grandmaster. He's saving the old man. You can believe it or not, but if you don't, then we'll fight. She suddenly changed her attitude, so I choose not to believe. The two girls, fierce and ready to act, activated their spiritual powers, about to charge at each other. Wu Xiao, with a defiant shout, if you want to play, then play. Do you think I'm afraid of you? However, someone else arrived, causing the two to stop. From afar, a pair of graceful legs approached, followed by 9 fluffy tails. She glanced over and recognized her. It was Fei Fei, strutting toward them, her hand adjusting her hair. Dia Xie shot Fei Fei a glare. What are you trying to do? This concerns Jia Mo, Your Excellency's safety. That person must be dealt with. Fei Fei responded calmly, be quiet. I can sense that person has no ill intentions toward Jia Mo, Your Excellency. He is likely, as the great saint said, saving Jia Mo, Your Excellency. I suggest we stay on the side and quietly wait. If anything unusual happens. At that moment, it was not too late to act. Yunfan opposed, Fei Fei, but that's a human, and the human race is currently going through a special period. The majority of humans have ulterior motives. She cast a spell and charged towards him. Yunfan was immediately immobilized. Fei Fei's expression turned serious as she warned, my decision is not for you to question. She turned to Wu Xiao and spoke, Great Saint, Fei Fei trusts your words, but for now, we must temporarily endure this injustice. Dio Xia, unable to resist the unfair treatment, could do nothing. The clear difference in treatment was evident, and he agreed with it. Wu Xiao was also restricted and unable to move. She struggled, but to no avail. Dio Xia, amused at their misfortune, sneered, stop struggling. It's useless. This forbidden palace power is one of the divine powers of the Heavenly Fox clan. She deliberately added, don't think that just because you only have the strength of an early-stage great emperor, Yunfan could escape either. She taunted, Dio Xia, how about we make a bet? If I can break the seal within 1 minute, will you call me Sun Family from now on? Dio Xia, of course, didn't believe it. You? Based on you? Wu Xiao smiled mysteriously and began to activate the forbidden technique. If I can't break free within a minute, then when we meet again, you can call me Ra Jia and add a bow. How about that? I'll deal with Fei Fei myself. Turning to look at her, Yunfan quickly noticed something unusual. Wait a minute, this damn monkey isn't? Diao Xia readily accepted, as long as Fei Fei isn't behind you helping, then I'll bet with you. Wu Xiao immediately began. She stood in a stance, tensing her body and issuing commands, her royal aura 10 times stronger. She sneered, even if you can use forbidden techniques, so what? To break through Fei Fei's forbidden palace power, you need at least the strength of a late-stage great emperor, or a peak great emperor. She focused only on her own world, her royal aura increasing to 15 times, then 20 times, then 25 times. Fei Fei anxiously intervened, Great Saint, stop now, you can't continue any further. Wu Xiao gritted her teeth, her eyes sparking with lightning. At 30 times the royal aura, the bet today was not just about face, but about her very path. In the dark of the night, everyone focused on a single point of light, unafraid of challenging their limits, knowing that breaking through would allow them to surpass themselves. A stream of spiritual energy surged out, and the three of them watched intently, not daring to miss anything. Yunfan was stunned, oh my god, this shockwave is terrifying. At that moment, Sun Wuxiao hovered in midair, while the three below looked on in awe. Despite her bones and meridians being slightly broken, her vitality, blood energy, and momentum were not reduced. In fact, they had grown stronger. When people use forbidden techniques, they either lower their cultivation or lose their potential for life, but she was doing just fine. The more forbidden techniques are used, the stronger they become. At that moment, Wu Xiao was still lost in the forbidden technique he had cast when suddenly a reproachful voice sounded, are you all trying to destroy the temple of the demon god of my sect? Fei Fei, Yunfan and Dio Xia were startled, Jiamo, Your Excellency. Everyone anxiously asked in unison, "Ja Mo, Your Excellency, are you alright?" He was quite pleased. "I'm fine. After 20,000 years, this is the first time I've felt this good." Hearing that, Fei Fei couldn't help but feel happy as well. "After so many years, this is the first time I've seen Ja Mo, Your Excellency, so happy." At this moment, Xia finally believed it was true. It seemed the great saint had not lied, that person really was helping Your Excellency. It turned out we were the ones being overly suspicious. Ja Mo issued a command, "All four of you, stay put and behave yourselves." They acknowledged the order. Ja Mo, Your Excellency, felt a bit nostalgic. That demonic essence had tormented me for 20,000 years, and now a third of it had been destroyed. Whether it could be completely eradicated or not, this person had already helped our demon race a great deal. Meanwhile, Yi Bei was still focused on refining, deeply absorbed in dealing with the demonic essence. The demonic essence, with his supreme demonic core, could be considered a complementary force, allowing him to absorb it into his body and thoroughly refine it. Ja Mo inquired, "Little friend, are you planning to transfer the demonic essence into your body? Is that your intention?" Yi Bei confirmed that it was indeed his plan. After speaking, he immediately drew all the demonic essence toward himself. They were swiftly drawn toward Yi Bei's body, and then he vanished into the air. Ja Mo gradually shrank, returning to his human form and landing on the ground. Sun Wushao hurried over. "Old Jia, how are you feeling? Why can't I find my master?" He hesitated, clearly troubled. "I'm fine now, but little friend." He didn't want to affect us, so he took all the demonic essence and concealed it in the void to refine it on his own. In the void, Yi Bei was focused on refining all the demonic essence. He clasped his hands together and said, "This demonic essence is truly fierce. Luckily, the Heavenly Pool's precious artifact is barely enough to suppress it." While thinking, Yi Bei grabbed a strand of demonic essence that passed by. If he could use the supreme demon bone to completely refine it, it would be the perfect moment to burst his spiritual power, helping him ascend a few more levels. Jiamo and Wu Xiao both looked up at the sky, waiting for Yi Bei. He gradually entered the process of advancement, reaching the first layer of the human realm, then the second layer, the third layer, and finally, the peak. Sun Wushao joyously embraced Yi Bei Grandmaster. He kept holding on, unwilling to let go. "Old Jia, the demonic essence has been refined by me, there's no need to worry. But I wonder how your body is recovering." He clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for saving my life, little friend. My lifespan has been extended." Jia Mo's face was full of smiles. "A response that will last 10,000 years. Yunfan, Fei Fei and Xia were stunned by this. He solemnly promised, "From now on, if there's any need, our demon clan will spare no effort to repay you." At this point, the two finally released each other. Then, with a single word, Fei Fei expressed her charm, her eyes sparkling. "From now on, I, the little maiden, am willing to serve the esteemed lord every night, using my body to repay the favor." Yunfan pushed Fei Fei aside, telling the women to step aside. "Great benefactor, old Nyo greatly admires you. How about we make a brotherhood pact? You can be the elder brother." Wu Xiao immediately opposed. "You go ahead, if you become Master's sworn brother, wouldn't that make you my Sherbua, Uncle Master?" Xia, arms crossed, looked at them with obvious disdain. Wu Xiao raised his chin. "Even the stinky bird has witnessed Master's abilities, and yet you're still so arrogant." Xia suddenly knelt down on one knee, clasped his hands together, and said, like a mother in heaven, "Please accept a bow from Hai and I." Yi Bei's eyes bulged, almost vomiting on the spot. "Put. His head is covered with black lines, accepting a father so decisively, what the hell?" Yunfan hadn't anticipated this move. "Damn, didn't expect you to be that kind of person, not the type of bird either." Fei Fei beside him covered her mouth and laughed. Truly the perfect example of being in the know, delivering a top-notch graduation performance in all subjects. Yi Bei waved his hand dismissively. All right, stop with the father-son thing. He mentioned important matters, I still need to talk with old Jia." Jia Mo speculated, could little friend want to discuss those demonic affairs? Yi Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Exactly. Back when I was at Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, I saw a demonic being with an essence similar to that. You were shocked. What? Could it be? Jia Mo Demon Lord invited Yi Bei into the hall. Come, little friend, please enter and let's talk inside. He folded his arms and followed along. Alright, matters concerning the demon clan are not something that can be explained in just a few words. We will take our time to discuss it. The two sat opposite each other at the head of the table, while Wu Xiao, Dioxia, Fei Fei, and Yunfan stood beside them. Yi Bei recounted the events in the deepest part of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Hall, where a skeleton of the demon clan was kept. He remembered the skeleton he had encountered. Although I had never seen a living demon clan member, just seeing the skeleton was enough to feel an extremely unsettling aura. Jia Mo became furious upon hearing this and slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair. Those damned people of Sacred Land, how dare they have the audacity to nurture the demon clan? Yi Bei calmly reassured him, no need to worry, I have already destroyed them. Jia Mo gulped in shock. Heavens, how could that be? Even for our own demon race, to deal with Heavenly Pool Sacred Land would at least require 3 great demon emperors to join forces. However, he soon sighed in relief. Destroying them is for the best. If it were up to me, I would have definitely eradicated them as well. Yi Bei explained the situation clearly. Although Heavenly Pool Sacred Land no longer posed a threat, they still knew very little about the demon clan, so he wanted to hear old Jia's story about what happened tens of thousands of years ago, when the human race allied to oppose the demon clan. Jia Mo also recalled the events of the past. Back then, the fantasy continent was even more prosperous, now it's several times stronger. The demon race alone had 7 emperor lords, and the human race had even more, not just double the number. But even so, when fighting against the demon clan for an extended period of time, we still lost more than we won. Not only that, but they were born to be killing machines, the nemesis of all mortal beings. It was not until 20,000 years ago that we accepted great losses before finally defeating them. He closed his eyes and sighed, then the demon clan retreated into their hidden lair, and no news was heard from them. Duan Jiaimo raised his head and smiled, little friend, if you wish to go to their hidden lair to investigate the whereabouts of the demon clan, my tribe of demons is willing to accompany you. Yi Bei has some doubts. Old Jia hears you, the demon clan is mysterious and unpredictable. I think it's better not to stir them up for now. We should first prepare properly. He silently calculated, these demon clans seemed not easy to deal with, and it was best to adjust his own condition to the best possible state for now. He spoke, oh, prepare what? Little friend, just tell us, my demon tribe will do our utmost to accomplish it. Yi Bei wrote the necessary things down on paper. Within 3 days, we need some alchemy materials and rare treasures of heaven and earth, as many as possible. He handed the paper to De Fei Fei. Xiao Fei, handle this matter. You must dedicate yourself fully to completing it. Fei Fei lowered her head, delighted, and responded, Fei Fei accepts the order, I will definitely not disappoint my senior benefactor. After that, Yi Bei stood up, looked at the 3 of them, and said, you 3 are free, right? Then come and train with me. I won't use any divine abilities, and you won't use any demonic powers. He changed into another outfit, exposing his strong, bare upper body, and simply started training with his bare fists. Thinking of the immense energy within Yi Bei's body, the energy refined from the demonic essence was truly overwhelming. Just absorbing a part of it to enhance his cultivation had directly allowed him to reach the peak of the Saint realm. He raised his fist, full of spirit, but if it was used for cultivation, it would be too wasteful. If the remaining energy was refined to become the foundation of his physical body. Yunfan rubbed his shoulders excitedly. Since the senior has said it, a little rubbing shouldn't be a problem. But I'm not sure how many blows your human body can handle. Diao Xie also wanted to test their strength. Although the senior was vast divine power great, even the strongest human experts had difficulty matching up to us demons. Since you're so confident, I'll see how it goes. Just how much can you really take? Wu Xiao, recently promoted, cracked her knuckles with great enthusiasm. I can't go against master's orders. Yunfan kindly reminded her, I'm going to use all my strength in this attack. Yi Bei stood ready to begin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Wu Xiao took the initiative. She reached out, grabbed the wooden staff, stepped forward, swept the staff high, and then slammed it into Yi Bei's body. He simply used his hand to block it lightly. Yi Bei looked at his muscular arm with satisfaction. Very good. This demonic part of me has been honed into the core of my being, perfectly integrated. Soon after, Yunfan appeared from behind. What followed was an unending exchange of blows between the four of them, shaking the very heavens and earth. Yi Bei seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed, as humans, you need to be beaten up a lot and struck hard before you can truly succeed. A powerful punch came flying towards him. Now the situation was 1 against 2. Yi Bei boldly swung his arm, sending Wu Xiao flying. At the same time, with his other hand, he struck Yunfan across the face. Yunfan, slightly uncomfortable, rubbed his sore shoulder. Now this is more like it. If you want to fight, you might as well go all out. The black-horned bodyguard standing beside him looked anxious. Lord Demon Venerable, are you really going to let the 3 demon emperors and Senior Yi keep fighting like this endlessly? Jia Mo focused solely on observing the uneven battle. It's fine. It's just a bit of sparring for physical training. They'll stop when it's time. Watching the 3 being utterly thrashed, the bodyguard could only scream inwardly, why doesn't this look like they're about to stop at all? 3 days later, the scene below had finally returned to tranquility. Yi Bei spoke up, unconsciously, I've been fighting you all for 3 days and 3 nights. After purging the demonic energy from his body, Yi Bei felt utterly refreshed. After such an intense session of training, all the energy refined from that demonic power had transformed into his own foundation. He could clearly sense how much stronger he had become. This time, no matter how formidable the demon clan may be, they won't be able to lay a finger on me. Yunfan lay sprawled on the ground, his tone full of grievance. Next time I feel like fighting someone again, you'd better make sure to hold me back. Diaxia propped himself up, panting. These past 3 days of taking hits. I'd been beaten more times than in the past 100 years combined. Sun Wu Xiao, sitting nearby, pointed out a silver lining for the two. Getting pummeled by Grandmaster really hurts, but haven't you noticed? In these 3 days, the amount we've accumulated is almost equal to 10 years of cultivation. T reached out to touch his own body. You're right, now that you mention it, my muscles and bones really do feel stronger than before. Yunfan also looked at his hand, trying to recall the sensation. Tan Yunfan still wanted to be beaten once more, to feel the pain. At this moment, Jia Mo Demon Lord arrived and spoke his thanks. Young friend, you've worked hard these past 3 days. Not only have you strengthened your foundation, but you've also helped train those 3 as well. Yi Bei humbly replied, it's nothing, just a little effort. The two had only exchanged a few words when Fei Fei hurried over. She respectfully clasped her hands and bowed. Greetings, Jiamo Your Excellency, greetings, Senior Yi. Fei Fei opened her palm, revealing the items she had found, materials for pill crafting and the rare herbs collected over the past 3 days. She held up a shimmering material to examine it. Yi Bei observed. This is too much already. If that brat Yao Xingchen saw this, he would be envious to death. He said his farewells, old Jia, take your time recovering. Now that the 20,000-year-long chains have been removed, your future cultivation will surely rise to a new level. Jia Mo expressed his heartfelt gratitude, that's all thanks to your kindness, young friend. I'm truly grateful. Yi Bei spoke his final words and prepared to leave, I won't trouble you any further. I'm going to take Sun Xiaowu to investigate the true situation of the demon clan. He seemed a bit sad. Let's go, little one. You should return to Master's side now. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao remained carefree, yes. Suddenly, Fei Fei stopped them. Wait a moment. Her eyes were filled with tears. Mo, Your Excellency, Senior Yi, Fei Fei wants to go too. Sun Wushao, irritated, asked, Master is taking me, what do you want to tag along for? Fei Fei wagged her large tail and gently responded, Great Saint, that's not correct. My Heavenly Fox clan's territory is not far from the hidden secret land, and I'm very familiar with that place. She winked happily and added, Loi, don't you have a saying that things are easier when you're with people you know? If I go with the two of you, maybe I can be of some help. Yi Bei thought for a moment and spoke, the locals know the way, that's not bad. Fei Fei asked, so, you want me to go with you? Sun Wushao, hearing this, shouted in displeasure, Master, wouldn't it be more comfortable if it were just the two of us? Why bring this chatterbox along? Yunfan, seeing this, thought to himself, I'd rather spend more time with Senior Yi to cultivate. Xia silently calculated. Fei Fei, who was at the top of the Demon Emperor hierarchy, couldn't be allowed to take all the opportunities for herself this time. With that thought in mind, she said, Mo, Your Excellency, Senior Yi, I also wish to join in this exploration of the Demon Clan. Yunfan echoed, I feel the same. Xia tried to persuade, the Demon Clan is cunning and strange. Senior Yi, having a capable member like me by your side would be like adding wings to a tiger. Mo, Your Excellency, don't you think so? Yunfan nodded, I agree. Yi Bei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but show a speechless expression and thought to himself, I'm not Xuanzang going to fetch the scriptures, why do I need 4 talented people to come along? On the other side, Mo Demon Lord spoke in a calm voice, I have no objections. You all must decide based on what the young friend thinks. Xia excitedly spoke up. We can carry Senior Yi and everyone else to it. Who on this world has the fastest flying speed? Apart from the Golden Pang, with its wings spanning 90,000 miles, who else could it be? Yunfan chimed in. I'm the same. Su Wushao tugged at Yunfan's long horn and scolded, You Lan Cow, you look just like a fool. Hearing this, Yi Bei couldn't help but think to himself, true, I originally planned to ride the vermilion bird, but compared to the Golden Pang, the vermilion bird's speed is as slow as a creeping snail. With this thought, he quickly agreed. All right then, I'll let you come along as well. Xia cupped his hands in respect. Thank you, Senior Yi. Seeing this, Yunfan stammered, even the Demon Lord is comforting me. The 3 of them had already left, but surely someone had to stay behind to guard Zhongzhou, right? He said in a whiny tone. Nyo felt a bit wronged but said nothing. Su Wushao softly said, Old Jia, we'll take our leave now. Yi Bei's voice was full of sadness, Old Jia, take care, I'll really miss you. Xia also bade farewell. Mo, Your Excellency, we're leaving now. With that, Xia immediately transformed back into her original form. She quickly carried the 3 of them, spreading her large wings and soaring high into the sky. Yi Bei sighed softly, the Golden Pang really lives up to its reputation. Suddenly, Fei Fei, standing beside them, spoke up, we need to go to the hidden secret land. Its area is no smaller than the Vermilion Bird City, and it serves as the trading center of Zhongzhou City. It trades in many goods, everything you could ever want. She slowly continued, that place is an area that the authorities don't manage, with countless forces both large and small. The strong wielding their fists can reign supreme. Xia Lao zoomed across the sky and suggested, Senior Yi, down below is the hidden secret land. We should be careful and walk there. Yi Bei immediately agreed, all right, you can land in the forest not far from here. Upon finishing his sentence, Xia descended and stopped in the nearby forest. Moments later, all 4 of them stepped out calmly and began walking forward. As they walked toward the city gate, they conversed. Hidden Secret Land is well known not only for its convenient transportation but also for its imperial-level secret realm. Yi Bei asked, confused, an imperial-level secret realm? Does that mean only those of imperial level can enter? Or is there a chance for anyone to enter, regardless of cultivation, as long as there are opportunities inside? Fei Fei replied, the latter. Although there's no requirement for cultivation level, The dangers inside are so severe that even those at the imperial level would not dare to take it lightly. Moreover, the method of entry changes every year and is extremely harsh. She then glanced ahead and softly said, "Look, Senior Yi, that's the method of entry for this year." Inside the city, the streets were bustling with people, and the sound of vendors calling out filled the air. A copy of the ancient Qi map for just 10 high-quality spirit stones. "Sir, would you like to grab a copy and take a look at the beginner's chessboard? You might have a breakthrough. You could directly enter the hidden secret realm. Would you like to borrow the Tao of Heaven and Earth to comprehend the Great Tao? Would you like to break through your bottleneck? We can teach you how to pass the first stage. The price is not expensive." Sitting and waiting, Fei Fei pointed at the giant Go board drawing on the wall. Yi Bei stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "I also have some skill in this game, no problem, we can take turns playing Go with that old man." He said in a deep voice, "I have a feeling that the Imperial level secret realm is closely related to the Demon Clan." Sun Wuxiao hesitated before speaking up, "This, master." Yi Bei turned his head in confusion and asked, "Why not?" Sun Wuxiao, Fei Fei, and Diao Xie all wore mischievous smiles and said in unison, "We don't know how to play Go." "Ah," Yi Bei muttered under his breath, as expected, when suddenly, a man appeared beside him, sighing, "We've played 10 games already, still can't win enough to enter." Others around him advised, "A person who isn't good at playing Go but still keeps at it should just go find Red Hound and buy an entry secret book." Although his secret books could only be used once, anyone who had one could safely enter the secret realm. Yi Bei, puzzled, thought to himself, "Buy an entry secret book?" He then turned to ask them, "Excuse me, where can I find someone selling the entry secret books?" The man immediately replied, "You're talking about Red Hound? Just follow this road, then turn left. Once you turn right, you'll see him." Yi Bei followed the directions and soon saw a crowd. A loud voice rang out, "Only 2 copies left, the highest bidder gets them, no need for spirit stones, other rare treasures are fine too." The people there began to stir, each one trying to outbid the others. The Flying Dragon Pavilion is willing to trade 1 vial of dragon blood elixir for the Golden Light Sect Fiend. We are also willing to offer a high-quality holy weapon. The Moon-Gazing Demon Tiger Clan is willing to trade 10 pieces of celestial treasures or higher. Yi Bei stepped up to the counter and murmured, "It looks like this is the place." Red Hound flashed a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "If I can exchange for a good treasure this time, His Excellency will surely reward me." His eyes gleamed sharply. Red Hound pointed at Yi Bei and said, "Kid, I find you pleasing to the eye, speak, what do you have to offer? If it's suitable, I'll sell it to you." A few people around them began discussing, "A brat like him? If he really has the secret book, we'll just kill him and take it." Yi Bei spoke indifferently, "Sorry, I don't buy things of unclear origin." Red Hound stood up upon hearing this and snarled, "Big words, luckily, I value fate. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out long ago." Then he asked, "What do you want to know the origin of?" Yi Bei bluntly asked, "Are you possessed by the Demon Clan now? Or are you just a dog for the Demon Clan?" Red Hound was stunned, his face filled with shock. He extended his sharp claws and lunged at Yi Bei, shouting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, Sun Wuxiao charged in from somewhere and landed a powerful punch, sending Red Hound crashing to the ground. Red Hound was beaten by her until his bones rattled, too terrified to move another inch. Yi Bei spoke coldly, "I sense a surge of Demon Clan's evil energy within you, foul beyond measure." De Fei Fei added, "Merely a half-emperor, yet so audacious and arrogant." Those nearby murmured among themselves, "Aren't these the 3 great emperor demons? Why are they here? Could it be that the young man is Jiamo, the demon lord?" Yi Bei asked with suspicion, "You are human, right? What did the Demon Clan give you to risk your life for them?" Red Hound stubbornly threatened, "I advise you all to kill me quickly. If I die, Your Excellency of the Demon Clan will gut you as easily as a fish." Yi Bei raised his hand, beginning to cast a spell, and said in a low voice, "Truly a loyal dog. If you refuse to speak, I will take your memories myself." He quickly succumbed to the overwhelming force of magic, screaming in excruciating pain. Suddenly, a grotesque face emerged from Red Hound's mouth, surrounded by dark demonic energy. It spoke in a horrifying voice, "The thief." From within the black aura came another voice, "The one controlling Red Hound's soul is you." Yi Bei fell silent, confirming it was indeed the demon clan. Black, repulsive words shot from Red Hound's mouth as he cried out in agony, "Your Excellency, please save me." The demon clan entity escaped from Red Hound's body, seizing his face and draining his life force. Over the years, he had helped me collect countless treasures, and now you too shall serve your purpose fully. After that, the demon clan tore the remains of the Red Hound in half, then fled, retreating into the teleportation black hole. As for you all, I have no time to deal with you right now. Wu Xiao hurriedly rushed forward, trying to grab the fleeing demon clan member. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there for your elder. Fei Fei and Diao Xie also ran up to assist. Great Saint, we've come to help you. Unfortunately, Wu Xiao and the other two failed to catch up with the demon clan member, allowing him to enter the teleportation black hole. Soon after, a dark shadow flew in. A demon appeared, angrily scolding his subordinate. I sent you to monitor the Red Hound. How did you end up in this miserable state? The subordinate tried to appease him. Please, Your Excellency, calm your anger. Though I have failed in my task, I have managed to lure 3 great emperors of the demon race here. You can feast to your heart's content now. A demon lifted his gaze toward the 3 demon emperors. At that moment, Fei Fei, Wu Xiao, and Diao Xia had already entered the teleportation black hole, shouting, Demon clan, come out here. The suffering that Jia Mo Your Excellency has endured for the past 20,000 years, you will pay for it. A demon burst into laughter, stretching his hand toward the 3. Come on then, help me trim my nails. The trio of Wu Xiao were startled as a demon's massive hand struck at them. Fortunately, all 3 narrowly escaped. Fei Fei frowned. What on earth was this demon clan? Even the 3 of them, demon emperors, could hardly withstand him. The old fiend looked down on them with contempt, like grasshoppers trying to stop a carriage, and once again struck out. Wu Xiao and the others turned pale with anxiety. So the demon clan truly is this powerful. No wonder that old man. From afar, a demon's hand lunged forward. How dare you probe the affairs of my demon clan? Come here and I'll teach you, he snarled. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bolt of descending thunder streaked into the fray, striking his hand. Yi Bei had arrived to rescue his disciple. He responded by unleashing the technique Black Flame Divine Wrath. A demon was scorched and screamed in pain. Damn it, who can possibly counter the divine powers of my demon clan? Yi Bei stood to one side observing the situation. He judged this to be the strength of a powerful figure within the divine clan. What? Able to withstand thunder fire, truly not to be underestimated. Red Hound said to a demon, Your Excellency, this is him, only a peak saint level cultivator, yet he dares to rely on strange arts to face Your Excellency. The old one barked back, Idiot, are you blind? A demon, furious, said, This one conceals a mysterious secret, it greatly affects my plan. He must be killed, do not spare him. Red Hound asked again, Your Excellency, do you really intend to use your true power against such a mere human? Bolts of lightning and heavy demonic chi shot from a demon's eyes as he growled, I will force you to die here. A demon's strength erupted, the auras, together with powerful might, made the entire void flash. Yi Bei raised the formation Great Tao with his hand, striving to withstand a demon's descending thunderstrike. He gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with resolve as he stared forward. There was a thought in his mind, in the mortal world, there is very little powerful energy. Fei Fei. Wu Xiao and Diao Xia have also come to stand behind Yi Bei. Wu Xiao spoke up, Master, let me give you a hand. Yi Bei raised the formation Great Tao and spoke to the 3 of them in a hurried tone, You all go on your own, I am here. Electric charges ran along the black divine light. Seeing this, Wu Xiao looked a bit worried. She crossed her arms and then slowly shifted her gaze toward Yi Bei. Wu Xiao hesitated, but Diao Xie and Fei Fei turned around. Diao Xie reminded her, Monkey, the might of this black divine light is something we cannot withstand. Demon was still using his might technique on the black divine light. Yi Bei stood behind, supporting it, and shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." With that, Demon's divine power pierced through and shattered the black divine light. Yi Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest, struggling to resist this overwhelming force. The divine power surged straight into the ground, shattering the entire surface with a single strike. The aura and the shockwave split the earth into two, sending electric charges running along the edges of the split ground. After a while, when the divine power dissipated, only residual electric charges remained in the air. The sky was filled with strange phenomena, the landscape was now in ruins, and the air was thick with dust and smoke. Demon smiled smugly and mockingly. His eyes shone brightly, with Red Hound hovering beside him. Demon looked at the desolation before him, then exclaimed, "So small, yet before the might of your excellency, it's already lost its soul. This move has drained too much of my strength, I must return to the depths of the secret realm quickly." Amidst the wreckage, Diaoxia spread her wings, carrying Fei Fei and Wu Xiao, soaring through the air, searching for any trace of Yi Bei. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Against the Demon Emperor, we are completely outclassed. Jia Mo, your excellency, how did you manage to fight those monsters back then?" From the height above, the dark, cold houses could be seen, along with eerie sounds and screams filled with panic and terror. "Run! What kind of attack is this? Don't bother about secret realm ranks, your life is more important. Stay away from the entrance to the secret realm, there really are demon clan here." Diaoxia led the others toward the area where the divine power had just swept through. She thought to herself that if the people in the hidden secret land didn't escape quickly, they would likely be wiped out like the town. Wu Xiao anxiously shouted, "Master, where are you?" Diaoxia flew while searching along with them, trying to reassure them. "I believe with Yi Senior's abilities, he should be fine." At that very moment, Yi Bei sat with his arms crossed, hiding behind a large rock. His clothes were tattered, and his face was grim. Yi Bei furrowed his brows, his expression extremely serious. He murmured to himself, "Thankfully, the Supreme Demon Bone protected me, it's just a slight injury." Yi Bei looked ahead, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Previously, he thought that going to the hidden secret realm was optional, something that could be done or not. However, Yi Bei had a different idea. But now, it seemed clear that this secret realm could not be ignored. It took a while for the three Diaoxia, Fei Fei, and Wu Xiao to discover Yi Bei's hiding spot. They jumped in front of him, their tone filled with urgency. Wu Xiao asked Yi Bei, "Master, are you all right?" "Good," she said, rushing over to him and embracing him tightly. Wu Xiao choked up, "I was worried about you." Yi Bei also extended his arms to hug her in return, comforting her, "Did you really think so little of me, master?" He then turned to Diaoxia, his voice slightly surprised, but quickly gave her an order. "Old Zhua, go back to old Jia and tell him the situation here." Diaoxia clasped her hands in respect, "Understood, Yi Senior." Diaoxia transformed into her true form, quickly spreading her wings and flying under the sunlight. Below, Yi Bei spoke a few words to Fei Fei and Wu Xiao. "I need to enter the secret realm to assess the situation. You two, with your internal injuries, should stay outside and rest." Wu Xiao, feeling anxious, stopped him. "There's no need to hurry. Why not wait for me and Fei Fei to recover before entering together?" Yi Bei pondered for a moment, then made a decisive statement, "This matter cannot be delayed, otherwise, there may be unforeseen changes." With that, he left the two standing there and quickly soared into the air. In an instant, he stood before the entrance of the secret realm. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Bei decided to extend his hand toward the door, only to be repelled by a force that caused his arm to jerk back. Yi Bei stared intently at the secret realm, his gaze somewhat perplexed. He looked at his hand, then back inside, a thought flashing through his mind. The demon clan could easily use the entrance to launch an attack, meaning there must be some hidden mechanism inside. Suddenly, dark energy appeared around Yi Bei's hand, the purple-pink light exuding a sinister aura. Without hesitation, Yi Bei pressed his hand, infused with dark energy, against his own face. Quickly, both his face and hand were surrounded by a layer of black smoke, his eyes turning a fiery red, and an ominous presence emanated from his entire being. As Yi Bei embraced his dark transformation, he let out a cold, evil smile, his eyes gleaming with dark power. He sneered and spoke, "This should be enough, right?" With that, Yi Bei, now corrupted, stepped through the door of the secret realm. Wu Xiao and Fei Fei stood, watching his figure gradually disappear into the darkness. Before entering, Yi Bei did not forget to remind Fei Fei and Wu Xiao, after waiting for Jiao Xia to invite old Jiao over, have him seal off the hidden entrance. "I'll go in first." With that, Yi Bei charged forward without a second thought. Inside the secret realm, the sky was pitch black, and before him stretched rough mountain ranges and barren tree trunks. In his heart, Yi Bei confirmed what he had suspected: temporary transformations of the demon clan could easily gain entry here. In the guise of the demon clan, he leaned against a bare tree trunk and groped his way forward. Yi Bei recalled how he had previously used magic on the Red Hound. He raised his hand to stroke his chin and pondered. Although his soul-sucking magic on the Red Hound had been interrupted, he was still able to discern certain things. Looking at the scene before him, with the cold and gloomy sky overhead, Yi Bei was reminded of the past. The great battle 20,000 years ago, where the demon clan, in order to ensure the survival of their race, sent an important portion of the demon clan to this place to hide. Yi Bei lowered his head, his gaze distant, then suddenly blurted out, "Supreme Demon Bone." He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Yi Bei gritted his teeth again. A thought crossed his mind: there had never been anything that could exert such a strong pull on him as the Supreme Demon Bone. His gaze seemed to fix on the mountain range in front of him, and he sensed something was wrong. Filled with doubt, he quietly thought to himself, ever since entering the secret realm, he had felt something was off about that mountain. Sure enough, Yi Bei leaped into the air, resolutely and decisively determined to investigate. As he approached the mountain peak, he saw countless supreme demon bones gathering beneath it. Upon witnessing this, he spoke, "I can feel it now. What is attracting the supreme demon bones is at the top of the mountain." After analyzing the situation below, he stared intently and said, "There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 here. If they all emerge from the secret realm, the consequences don't even bear thinking about." Suddenly, a surge of energy appeared, causing him to feel an oppressive force. Yi Bei exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Immediately, Yi Bei fell down before the eyes of the group of supreme demon bone with horsehead faces. Dazed, Yi Bei rubbed his spinning head and inwardly cursed. The might of the mountain's suppression spread out, as though the no-fly zone was specifically designed for this area. Yi Bei turned around and saw the group of supreme demon bone conversing with each other. The black-haired one sneered, daring to try some clever tricks again. "Which sacred mountain can be easily ascended like that?" The one next to him placed his hand on his hip and replied, "The stone tablet at the mountain's peak is still there. No matter where the great demon lord comes from, they must obediently walk up." Hearing this, Yi Bei was extremely surprised. A man in red, with an imposing posture, stepped forward and warned Yi Bei, "The demon clan just arrived needs to register here. Without registration, no pilgrimage to the sacred mountain is allowed." Yi Bei scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly as he responded, "I arrived in this secret realm 20,000 years ago and have been in closed-door cultivation. I'm not sure what the pilgrimage to sacred mountain means. I'd appreciate it if you could explain." The demon clan member looked at Yi Bei with disdain, mocking, "What? Another country bumpkin?" At the mention of this, Yi Bei noticed a massive stone tablet. The demon clan member pointed it out and said, "Once you enter the area within 1,000 meters of this massive stone tablet, you will be able to feel the profound and dense laws emanating from it." After that, the demon clan member raised his hand to show both understanding and respect toward the demon venerable. Once they reached the sacred mountain, the 6 great emperor demon clan members and the demon venerable, under the influence of the stone tablet, had thoroughly grasped the path of the demonic way. Yi Bei put his hand to his chin, a thought rising in his mind. This stone tablet of the demon clan seemed similar to the heavenly pool supreme treasure, but undoubtedly far more powerful. If he could claim it as his own, it would be a huge gain this time. As he focused on thinking, Bei was pushed aside by another demon clan member with golden hair. The man looked furious and visibly irritated, and he rudely criticized Bei, "If you haven't registered, get out." He shouted, clearly showing disdain for Bei. The demon clan member then yelled, "A weakling like you wants to climb the sacred mountain? Don't joke around." Bei refused to back down, curling his lips into a smirk and responding just as defiantly, "Confident, are we? Then let's compete." The man sneered, then smirked again, finding the situation amusing. The two quickly began their competition. The steps were precariously situated along the cliff, and the golden-haired demon clan member gritted his teeth, shouting at Bei, "If you can't make it, then go down. A demon clan member without power doesn't deserve to climb the sacred mountain." Bei looked at him disdainfully, silent in response. But only moments later, the golden-haired demon clan member tripped and fell. While Bei leisurely ascended the steps with ease, the other man had to drag himself up little by little. In the first moment, Bei arrogantly remarked, "Is that all? If you can't do it, then get back down." The golden-haired demon clan member gasped for breath, exhausted, and replied, "I can't make it." Brother Bei pressed his palm against the rock wall, his gaze deep and contemplative as he stared ahead. He clenched his fist tightly, a thought crossing his mind. He was almost at the summit. The supreme demon bone could already sense the stone steel nearby. Unconsciously, Bei widened his eyes and looked ahead, frowning, his expression darkening. "Wait, by the steel." At that moment, the demon was also hovering with his eyes closed near the mountain's peak. Bei looked up, a mixture of shock and curiosity rising within him, his heart stirred. The man who had shot at him twice was here as well. The demon suddenly sprang up, laughing heartily, and made his way to the enormous stone steel atop the mountain. He sighed with relief. "Fortunately, our demon clan has the divine treasure, the Chaos Stone Tablet. I can recover in less than half an hour." Bei quietly approached him step by step. Upon sensing someone's presence, the demon bared his teeth and glared at Bei. Bei raised his hand with a smile, offering a greeting. But he quickly remembered it had been a life-and-death battle between them before. He spoke, "Greetings, senior." Looking at the demon, Bei couldn't help but think, what a narrow fate. "First, I stabilize the situation, then I'll act accordingly." The demon shot Bei a cold, disdainful glance. He sneered and spoke condescendingly, "Climbing up to this height is no small feat. Which clan do you belong to?" Bei stepped up in front of him, then spread his arms in response to the demon's question. "Senior, I'm a lone cultivator, with no clan or lineage." Demon frowned, his displeasure clearly visible on his face. "He seduced you. Without a bloodline there is no stable resource for cultivation. Why don't you join the bloodline of my great emperor instead?" Bei slowly approached, then reached into his robe. He smiled brightly, intending to hand over some healing medicine to the old man. "Senior, you are indeed kind. Senior, aren't you injured? I have a few healing pills here." Demon explained to him, "Your good intentions are accepted, but I am not injured." Before the old man could finish speaking, Bei suddenly launched a palm strike toward demon. The old man snorted coldly, "Although I managed to dodge that might strike, I still lost a patch of hair." Demon was enraged, his face darkening, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. He gritted his teeth, furious, "You." Bei extended his hand toward him, having just used the supreme demon bone in full force. Bei looked at demon, his gaze strong and decisive. He thought to himself, "The might suppression of this stone steel is indeed powerful, only by fully unleashing the supreme demon bone can I barely resist it." Demon glared at him, his eyes flashing. He roared angrily, "It's you, human." Seeing the old man preparing to counterattack, Bei spoke up, "Are you going to use that move again?" Bei soared high, level with the demon's gaze. He darkened his expression, smugly looking down at the old man. "Unfortunately, from this distance, it's too close for you." The demon quickly shut his eyes, forced by the pressure. Bei recalled that his black fire had not harmed the demon's core before. Gathering all his strength, Yibei focused his energy on attacking the old man. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's see how you handle this now." The demon screamed in agony, "You're full of demonic energy, your mouth wide open, but do you think demon is so easily killed?" The old man shouted, "You still don't have the skill to kill me." He then took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing up unnaturally. Yibei still held on to the demon's eye. He wondered why he wasn't being burned to death. Why didn't he just self-destruct? But soon, Yibei realized something was wrong, a look of doubt in his eyes. It wasn't self-destruction. The demon used the heavenly demon soul devouring technique to direct the demon clan's power straight at Yibei. The demon clan might was launched, and Yibei didn't dodge. He stood there, waiting for the demon clan to charge at him like a storm. The demon smirked, "You won't survive this noon." As the demon clan was about to hit Yibei, the demon shouted, "I'll devour you inside and out." Yibei raised both his hands to block in front of him. The demon clan struck his hands, easily entering his body, much to Yibei's surprise. They corroded and then blended into his body. Demon, amused and smug, asked, "How is it, brat? Does it feel like thousands of ants gnawing at your bones, being invaded by the demon clan?" Yibei's face darkened. He replied coldly to demon, "Yes, it hurts so much that I wish I were dead, but I must thank you." Unexpectedly, Yibei used the supreme demon bone to burn himself, and his aura along with his divine power exploded. The demon clan spread out through the space. Yibei turned and coldly walked away. Demon, caught off guard by this turn of events, shouted in disbelief, "What? No! Demon won't accept this." He stretched out his hand, trying to capture Yibei. Demon went mad as he realized Yibei's true intent. "From the beginning to the end, you never knew that my black fire is not a gathering of spiritual energy released outward, but my own supreme demon essence." Yibei grabbed demon's divine soul with his hand, his appearance demonic, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yibei spoke in a deep voice, "Not knowing yourself or your enemy, this is the reason for your failure." Demon screamed in agony, "My divine soul is burning." Yibei, holding his divine soul, squeezed it mercilessly until it shattered. The demon clan in the air slowly dispersed, and demon's divine soul was torn apart, scattered into nothingness by Yibei. Yibei gazed ahead, his face emotionless, his eyes darkening. He spoke as though no one could stop him now. "There is the Chaos Stone Tablet. By combining it with the Heavenly Pool Supreme Treasure, training 108 disciples to the Great Emperor level is definitely possible." Yibei stood in front of the colossal stone tablet, then looked up to observe. He took heavy steps forward, with the ground beneath his feet cracking apart. Yibei's eyes were serious as he watched the unfolding situation. As he moved closer, the might suppression grew even stronger. The ground beneath Yibei began to tremble, and quickly, he slammed a punch down onto the earth. This punch, filled with might suppression, made him feel somewhat anxious. Even with the supreme demon bone, it was very exhausting. He could only move closer, bit by bit. Yibei looked ahead with a serious expression, pondering, what happened near the stone? "I can hear the demon's voice but can't quite tell where it's coming from. I should go and check." Mount Xiang bowing was a critical event for the demon and devil clans ascending to emperor status. Nothing could go wrong. A thought immediately flashed in Yibei's mind: this aura belonged to 2 demon emperors. Behind him, 2 demon emperors appeared. One of them mocked him, saying, "Humans really are unpredictable. Where did the demon go?" Yibei gritted his teeth, his heart in turmoil. There was no time for disguise anymore. Old Blade and Old Bao watched Yibei's retreating figure. A demon clan member flew in the air, making them use their demonic eyes to see clearly. Old Blade waved his hand, and the demon clan began to disperse. Old Blade, frowning, turned to Old Bao and said, "It seems that the useless demon was killed by this person." Old Bao quickly knocked an arrow and warned Yibei, "Leave the Chaos Stone Tablet, and I will spare your life. Otherwise." Old Bao didn't give Yibei a chance to respond. He shot the arrow into the sky, a clear warning to Yibei. 2 arrows flew straight up, their power and speed undeniable. Immediately, a bright red fireball appeared. Yi Bei stood frozen, dazed at the intimidating display by the 2 demon emperors. His brows furrowed, his eyes locked onto the fireball with suspicion, and a sense of unease began to rise within him. Yi Bei thought, are these 2 shots nuclear like missiles? Looking at Old Bao and Old Blade, both demon emperors, their strength was clearly not to be underestimated. Yi Bei analyzed in his mind, I might be able to deal with 1 demon emperor, but if they attack together, it might be hard to resist. Yi Bei's eyes were calculating and resolute. He had made up his mind. Then, let's resolve this like this. I can't worry about too much anymore. Suddenly, a warning flashed across his system. Warning, the system predicts Yi Bei's intention to forcefully use the Great Tao Resonance during cooldown. Warning, insisting on this will cause severe consequences lasting for a week. Ignoring the cold, mechanical warnings, Yi Bei clenched his jaw, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Through gritted teeth, he spat, power of the Great Tao. Yi Bei gripped the massive stone tablet tightly and let out a deafening roar, causing the tablet to shake and crack with several visible fissures. Seeing his decisive move, Old Bao gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Old Blade, look, does he intend to pull the Chaos Stone tablet out? Yi Bei smiled, his eyes continually flashing, and replied, exactly what you think. Old Bao immediately drew his bow and loosed arrows with a shout, you wish? Yi Bei confidently retorted with a sneer, your arrows can't harm me. At that moment 2 arrows appeared behind Yi Bei, traveling with incredible speed, but before they could touch his robe they were locked in place by a force. Immediately after, they fell lifeless to the ground, shattering to pieces. Old Bao, not satisfied, ground his teeth and cursed angrily, damn it, I forgot the closer you get to the Chaos Stone tablet, the stronger the might suppression. Old Blade realized it as well. He stepped forward to block and said, Old Bao, it seems this brat has a counter for long-range attacks like yours and Old Eyes. Let me go cut him down. Old Bao clenched his fist, his face cold and resolute, determined to take Yi Bei's life. I'll call the other 3 demon emperors. We must not let him take the Chaos Stone tablet. Old Blade planted his feet firmly on the ground, exerting considerable force. Brandishing his weapon, he declared, with this stroke, I'll split you in 2. Meanwhile, Yi Bei clenched his teeth and held the Chaos Stone tablet tightly. A cry of exertion rang out once more. At last he pulled the Chaos Stone tablet free, and without hesitation he hurled it away. At this moment, Old Blade began to attack. He swung his blade forcefully forward, but to his surprise, Yi Bei was quicker, leaping onto the Chaos Stone tablet and arrogantly saying, I'll see you later. His words and actions enraged Old Blade, who cursed loudly, damn it, you dare. Yi Bei paid no attention to his anger, calmly calculating his next move. Taking advantage of the momentum, he could now charge straight toward the entrance to the secret realm. As he saw the crystal imbued with immense power rushing toward him, a warning voice urged, get out of the way, something's rushing down the mountain. Yi Bei remained calm, leisurely folding his arms, while the might of the stone tablet's release suppressed the demon clan's strength, making it impossible for them to catch up. The space was filled with thick black smoke and dust outside the secret realm's exit, and everyone stood restlessly, anxiously awaiting. Jia Xia then spoke, I've brought Jia Mo Your Excellency here. Senior Yi hasn't made a move yet? At this point, Jia Mo stared intently at the gate, seriously observing the situation. At the entrance to the secret realm, the Chaos Stone tablet and Yi Bei's figure rushed out. Yi Bei's hand slammed down onto the ground, and at that moment, he shouted loudly, retrieve. Next, Yi Bei landed on the ground in front of Jia Mo Demon Lord. He gently closed his eyes and urged, Old Jia, you're here, hurry and lend me a hand. As the entrance to the secret realm closed, Jia Mo Demon Lord quickly responded, I know a bit about sealing formations. After speaking, both of them simultaneously formed a seal. A circle of formation immediately appeared beneath the door, opening into the demon realm. The words of the two stood, watching the secret door, as the formation of Old Jia's ancestral formation combined with part of the might, suppressing and extracting it from the stone tablet. Old Bao looked at the secret door in front of him, which was slowly showing signs of closing, and said in panic, This is bad, Old Blade. The secret door was being blocked. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Old Blade immediately ordered, "I know, quickly stop them." Once the formation was completed, Yi Bei decisively shouted, "Close." The sounds of collisions echoed through the space. The bodies of Old Blade and Old Bao were suppressed by the force of the ancestral formation. Old Blade couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." Both of their faces turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Old Blade said to him, "Old Bao, this time the demon venerable will kill us." A clear look of worry appeared on Old Bao's face as he replied, "Don't talk anymore, quickly think of some excuses." Looking at the secret door that had been sealed, Jiamo Demon Lord calmly asked, "With this, even someone at the Emperor Lord level would have a hard time escaping." "Junior, what exactly did you see inside?" Yi Bei, standing right next to him, did not hide anything. "I saw roughly that inside, the demon venerable commands several thousand demon clan, along with 6 demon emperors. I managed to kill one." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and stunned, all exclaiming in unison, "What? You killed a demon emperor?" Jiamo Demon Lord clasped his hands together, his attitude sincere as he addressed him. If it weren't for Junior Yi risking his life, the demon clan would have faced great disaster. This old man is deeply grateful. Yi Bei casually waved his hand in response. "You're too kind." He lightly patted Wu Zhao's head before announcing, "The demon clan no longer poses a threat for now. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'll be taking Wu Xiao and leaving Zhongzhou." Jiamo Demon Lord, along with Diao Xie and De Fei Fei, watched as he left. They didn't object but immediately agreed. "We will take turns guarding this place with the other 3 demon emperors. You and Wu Xiao can leave with peace of mind." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiao excitedly turned to Yi Bei and asked, "Master, where are we going now?" Yi Bei raised his head and replied leisurely, "We're going to attend Junior Master's 300-year grand ceremony." At that moment, Diao Xie appeared again, her expression full of earnest pleading. "Senior Yi, I am willing to serve as a means of transportation for you." Upon hearing this, both Yi Bei and Wu Xiao turned to look at her in surprise. Yi Bei stroked his chin, carefully considering the situation. While not as powerful as the Golden Pang, she was needed here for the time being. The speed of the vermilion bird was actually quite good. After a moment of thought, he then said, "Let's make a stop at the Spirit Pill Alchemy Conference first." Diao Xie quickly transformed into the form of the vermilion bird. Wu Zhao's excited voice could be heard. "Hooray!" At this moment, the weather was very pleasant, with a clear sky and warm rays of sunlight shining down, enveloping the space. Wu Xiao opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Hey, Xingchen, stop carrying things over, come out here quickly." Right after that, the door opened. Xingchen stepped out with a friendly smile and asked, "Fifth senior brother, it's been months since we last met, how have you been?" Standing before Wu Xiao, Xingchen hesitated for a moment, her words becoming uncertain. The condition of Jiamo Your Excellency was extremely difficult to treat. The cause was essentially from old injuries, and relying solely on elixirs could at most prolong his life by only a few years. Really? Hearing that, Wu Xiao placed his hands on his hips, looked at her, and comforted, "Silly girl, old Jia's illness was cured long ago. Are you sure your information's correct? You're really out of the loop." Wu Xiao smiled, gesturing toward the door with a hint of mischief. "Take a look at who's here." When Xingchen saw the figure standing by the door, Yi Bei's sudden appearance made her eyes widen in disbelief. She stood there, frozen. Yi Bei smiled tenderly, spreading his arms as he called out, "Xingchen?" Xingchen's face flushed pink. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she softly replied, "Master." "Master, is it really you?" Yi Bei winked, his tone teasing, "If I were fake, I could always be replaced." At that moment, Xingchen hurriedly knelt before Yi Bei and respectfully greeted, "Disciple Yao Xingchen pays respect to Master." Then she lifted her gaze, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, her emotions overflowing. "Disciple has missed you." Yi Bei gently placed his hand on her head to comfort her. She was now the president of the Alchemy Conference, what was there to cry about? Yi Bei looked at the woman in front of him, and then smiled with a tender affection before continuing, "You're not the same child who used to spend all day refining pills until the furnace exploded." She lightly hummed in acknowledgement. Just then, a notification from the system was transmitted: encountered Disciple 7/108, awarded half-Emperor skill card. Congratulations on unlocking the host's specialized skill, space teleportation. Upon seeing this notification, Yi Bei stared in shock. He then rubbed his hands together in excitement. He was secretly thrilled. This would make traveling so much easier in the future. Yi Bei opened the system and stared at it, deep in thought. The way it worked seemed similar to an online game, but he had never heard of anything like this existing in the fantasy continent. When the map appeared on the system screen, it made him happy. Now, he could find strategic points on his own. He could go anywhere and set up spatial coordinates. Suddenly, Xia walked in and asked, "Senior Yi, should we continue on our journey?" Yi Bei quickly responded without hesitation, "Let's go." A while later, at Yuhuangling, the intense sunlight beat down directly upon the place. The four of them quickly stood in front of a massive, imposing door. Looking at the slightly ajar door, Xia couldn't help but exclaim, "This tomb is enormous." Xia couldn't help but make a comparison, thinking that even the tomb of a great emperor wouldn't dare be built like this. Yi Bei summoned the sword from the palm of his hand and quietly commanded, "Vermilion bird, feel free to choose a place to rest." Yi Bei slowly etched each character into the ground with the tip of his sword. Xingchen, seeing Yi Bei focus on carving the words, found his actions a bit perplexing. Her curiosity was piqued. "Master, what are you trying to do?" Soon, a line of characters appeared on the ground. Yi Bei turned to look at his two disciples and gave individual instructions. "Wu Xiao, stand behind the character Zhang, and Xingchen, you stand behind the character Ni." Without hesitation, Xingchen quickly made her way to the Zhang character, and Wu Xiao found her spot behind the Ni. In no time, both of them had taken their designated positions as instructed by Yi Bei. Xingchen, still curious, spoke up first. "Are we supposed to stand based on the different characters? Is Master distributing rewards this way?" Wu Xiao, hands on her hips, responded to Xingchen's question. "Do you even need to ask? Has Master ever treated us poorly?" From the gap in the door, voices could be heard from outside, sounding surprised. "It seems like someone is already inside the main hall." "Really? Is there anyone faster than us?" Tai Bai, along with Li Mo and Yu Ling, led a group of people into Yuhuangling. Upon seeing Yi Bei and the others, Tai Bai exclaimed in admiration, as expected of Grandmaster, and Wu Xiao and Xingchen, the two junior sisters, "I didn't expect you to return with Master." Wu Xiao happily gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Long time no see, Tai Bai senior sister. I didn't expect you to have entered the great emperor realm as well." Yi Bei turned to interrupt the conversation between the two. He spoke to Wu Xiao, "I'll assign teams to you first. You can chat later after that." Yi Bei pointed toward the other lines of text and commanded, "Tai Bai, you stand behind the character for Wu. Xiaofu, Xiaosan, Li Mo, you all stand behind the character for Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Ling shyly tugged at his clothing and awkwardly asked, "Master, did you forget about Ling and I?" Without making her wait any longer, Yi Bei handed her a small bottle and instructed, "Take this for now. When I tell you, distribute it to them." Just after receiving the bottle, Yu Ling looked at the green vial in her hand, and large question marks appeared in her mind. Suddenly, a voice rose that left Tai Bai utterly surprised. "Tai Bai senior sister, did everyone come before us?" Tai Bai glanced at the woman walking toward them, and she exclaimed, "Xiao Tong." Fan Xiaotong, holding a food box in her hands, smiled like a flower blooming in the spring breeze. This was the 40th in line, the true great Taoist Fan Xiaotong. She gently and carefully placed the food box on the ground. Tai Bai walked over and asked with concern, "You brought so much food?" Xiaotong excitedly replied, "Master's 300-year anniversary ceremony. I brought a little offering." Looking at everyone, Xiaotong cheerfully called out, "Huh? Senior brother Wu has arrived too?" And junior sister Yuling, it's been so many years since I last saw you. Yi Bei deliberately coughed twice. He casually leaned on his hand and stepped forward to stand in front of her, then gently said, "This unexpected appearance of Yi Bei has surprisingly caused her hair to stand on end." Her entire body instinctively froze, and her eyes locked onto the person standing right in front of her. Immediately after, she panicked, covered her face, and screamed. Master's spirit has appeared. Shaken by the intense emotion, Xiaotong fainted and collapsed to the ground. Yi Bei thought to himself, surprised that after so many years, Xiaotong's courage was still so small. He waved his hand helplessly at the others, saying, "Help her up first, let her rest." At that moment, another pair of feet hurriedly approached. Tai Bai, standing beside, reported to Yi Bei, "Master, someone else is coming." It seems to be Yang Lang, walking in with a cold, distant demeanor, her entire being radiating a unique presence. She is Yang Lang, ranked 8th on the Tula Grand Path. Seeing her, everyone couldn't help but think. Every year, on the day of the ritual, Yang's senior sister is always one of the disciples who definitely attends to pay respects to Master. The people of the Tula Grand Path are cold and ruthless, showing respect only to Master and the great senior sister, showing no regard for anyone else. Yang Lang walked closer, but unexpectedly, there were already 2 streams of tears on her face. Yang Lang hesitantly called out, her voice trembling with emotion. Yi Bei remained silent, a complex feeling swelling within him. Yang Lang clenched her fist tightly, her voice shaking as she said, "Damn it." Suddenly, Yang Lang gritted her teeth, her voice sharp with anger. Zhong Liemo heard her call her name, and Liemo froze for a moment, puzzled. What? Without warning, Yang Lang launched an attack, gripping Liemo's body tightly. Struggling, Liemo managed to speak with difficulty, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Yang Lang's gaze was piercing, her tone stern as she questioned, "Did you turn Master into an undead?" The tight grip caused Liemo pain, but she quickly rebutted, "How could I do something like that?" "Can you listen to me first?" Liemo felt uneasy inside. Was there something wrong with her thinking? Suddenly, a whip lashed against Yang Lang's back. Instantly, she grit her teeth and turned, her eyes wide with shock. Yi Bei's face darkened as he walked forward, holding the whip. In a low voice, Yi Bei scolded, "You hit junior sister the moment we meet. Where did you learn such bad habits?" Holding the whip, Yi Bei continued, raising his voice to lecture Yang Lang. "Old 8, I've always taught you to observe carefully, think calmly, and not act recklessly." Yi Bei raised his voice, questioning, "Have you forgotten?" At the same time, the whip cracked down onto the ground, not far from Yang Ling's feet. She was momentarily stunned but then composed herself and stammered, "Master, could it be that you really have come back to life?" Still somewhat doubtful, Yang Ling stepped closer, her hand hovering over Yi Bei's chest. She observed carefully and contemplated, "This is definitely not like an undead without consciousness. The blood energy is full, and the vitality is abundant." Yang Ling continued to bring her nose closer, using her sense of hearing to continuously sniff. She pressed her lips tightly together, recalling the lash that had struck her soul earlier. The feeling was right. Because of the proximity, the sudden contact caused a stream of red liquid to unexpectedly pour from Yi Bei's nose. She quickly knelt down, respectfully saying, "Disciple Yan Lang greets Grandmaster." The action of prostrating oneself flat on the ground is the highest form of etiquette in the Grey Wolf tribe. Yi Bei bent down, gently taking her hand, responding with a tender gesture, "Stand up, you've all had it hard these past years." Suddenly, a hand from somewhere grabbed the hem of Yi Bei's robe. This action made him turn around. Unexpectedly, Xiaotong had also collapsed to the ground, sobbing as she lamented, "Grandmaster, fate has struck a fatal blow to this disciple. I thought I would never see you again while alive. Master, strike me with 2 lashes as well, so that I may wake up, wake up." Hearing this, Yi Bei quickly inquired with a tone full of concern, "When did you wake up?" Yi Bei smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair and soothing her gently, all right, Xiaotong, Xiaolang, follow the arrangement, go stand behind the others." Standing before the disciples, Yi Bei spoke in a firm tone, reminding them, "If you're facing a group, Junior Master will first explain the principles to you all. Quickly, his face darkened, and with a stern voice, he shouted loudly, "Do you all still remember what Junior Master once said? Unity is strength, yet now, among your senior brothers and sisters, many of you have lost contact." Yi Bei pointed at Yu Ling, who was bowing her head in sadness. He continued, "Junior sister Ling and I has been unreachable for 300 years. Why? Because she was imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land for 300 years. Yi Bei's words struck like a thunderclap in clear skies. What about the others? Could it be that there are others who were also imprisoned by other sacred lands, other forces, for 300 years? Does the number at your feet have any special meaning? In fact, it was quite simple. Hearing these reprimands, Wu Shao silently refrained from retorting. Yi Bei continued, "Number 1 means 100 lashes, number 2 means 200 lashes, number 5 means 500 lashes." The position where Wu Shao stood unintentionally became a source of dread for her. Very quickly, Yi Bei pointed at her and declared, "Xiao Wu, no need to think anymore, standing here with that attitude means 2,000 lashes." Wu Shao gasped in fear, stumbling over her words, "But Grandmaster." Yi Bei was silent, his eyebrows furrowing tightly, his sharp gaze glaring as he shouted, as the 5th senior brother, the one who broke through to Great Emperor the earliest, "What have you done? Do you think 2,000 lashes are too much?" Wu Shao hurriedly knelt, regretfully responding, "Phew, even if it were 20,000 lashes, this disciple would still accept the punishment. Please, Grandmaster, punish me." Tai Bai, kneeling beside her, also spoke solemnly, "This disciple also accepts 2,000 lashes, or even 20,000 lashes as punishment. Please, Grandmaster, punish me." Liemo and Gufu also firmly spoke up, "Master, we agree to bear the consequences with the 2 senior sisters." Immediately after, Yi Bei coldly issued an order. Tai Bai and Wu Shao stood together, "The rest of you, return to your original positions." With the whip in his hand, he angrily said, "Now, each of you think carefully about what you have done all these years." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp cracking sound echoed, almost tearing through the air. The sounds of screams continued to reverberate inside Yu Huangling. Diao Xie, standing outside, was stunned and blushed, stammering, "What are they doing inside that's so intense?" Tai Bai lay on the ground, turning her head back, struggling to choke out a sob, "Master." Yi Bei turned to Yu Ling and gave an order, "Xiao Ling, now that the punishment is over, bring them the medicine." Opening the vial in his hand, he gently explained, "This is the medicine I had to Fei Fei from the demon clan gather rare herbs from both the heavens and the earth to refine. Although Junior Master has punished you, I don't wish for you to suffer internal injuries because of it." Yu Ling carefully poured the medicine drop by drop onto Tai Bai's wounds. At this moment, Yi Bei focused on the 2 spaces in his palm and said, "Now is the time for you to break through." Yi Bei looked at his disciples and began to guide them, "You all must focus on comprehending the Northern Power Law with Junior Master here. Even if you break through to the Emperor level, Junior Master will still be able to support you." Xing Chen, sitting in meditation, responded, "Yes, Master." After finishing the necessary tasks, Yi Bei finally felt at ease to contemplate. While they were cultivating, he decided to set the first teleportation point at Yu Huangling. Immediately, Yi Bei buried the spatial point. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps echoed along the road. The 5 Elements sisters were frantically running at full speed, their urging voices calling out, "Sisters, run faster. Yu Huangling is right ahead." One of them quickly spoke up, "Today is Master's Day of Great Taboo. Senior sister, junior sister, and master are all present. They will definitely help us escape from Trui BNH." Not long after, the 5 Elements sisters arrived at the entrance of Yu Huangling. Diao De also noticed their presence. "She's fast, blocking the front door," he remarked cautiously, then asked, "Who are you?" "Yi Senior is inside working. Those without business here may not enter," they replied in unison. The sisters then shouted together, "All 5 of us are disciples of Master. Let us through immediately." Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside Yu Huangling, "Are you the 5 Elements sisters?" One of them exclaimed in shock, "Could that voice really be Master's?" At that moment, the door slowly opened. Behind it, Yi Bei appeared with a smile on his lips, commenting with satisfaction, "Among all the disciples, only you 5 remain united as in the beginning. That brings me great comfort." Then, one of the sisters spoke again, "Master, Stellar Wonder Sacred Land, in their desire for revenge, tried to ambush and kill us 5 along the way." Hearing this, Yi Bei snorted in contempt. Stellar Wonder Sacred Land clearly overestimates themselves. One of the women seriously reported, "Master, the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land knows they are no match for us, and they've invited a very powerful helper." As soon as she finished speaking, a group of 3 arrived just in time to chase after them. They shouted angrily, "That needle attack from a month ago nearly shattered my divine soul. Today, I will make sure to annihilate their souls. Although we have invited a helper, we still shouldn't be too careless." The masked man calmly reassured the other 2, "You 2 great emperors are worrying too much. No matter how skilled he is, as long as I'm here, there's no need to be concerned." When they spotted the 5 Elements sisters, they yelled, "We've found them! That little brat and his 5 disciples are all here." Crimson Blood and Red Hound observed in silence. Yi Bei, unfazed, taunted, "You dare challenge me? You clearly don't know your limits." Crimson Blood and the other 2 hovered in the air, knowing their own abilities, so they didn't dare act recklessly. They could only stand from a distance and challenge Yi Bei. "I know I can't defeat you in a one-on-one fight, so I invited some help." XX Sacred Land's elder, Marcellus, smirked arrogantly and spoke in a haughty tone, "You summoned me to deal with this little brat? It seems the Stellar Wonder Sacred Land is truly in decline." Yi Bei's face darkened as he thought, XX Sacred Land. XX Sacred Land was a faction from a distant western country, a force coming from afar. In the fantasy continent, where lands are claimed self-righteously, there are a total of 20 core members and thousands of martial elites. In their native language, 20 is written as XX, and over time, everyone has come to refer to them as the XX Sacred Land, within which the mystic techniques of other realms are impossible to defend against. Marcel smirked, completely disregarding his opponent. He raised his chin in challenge, "All I need is an axe, and I can make him unable to retaliate." Marcel gripped his weapon tightly and raised it, ready to face Yi Bei's move. He soared into the sky, casting spells that struck down around Yi Bei. Bright beams of light rained down on the spot where he stood, forming a cage to trap him. Yi Bei calmly watched the scene unfold, unfazed. "Is this all you've got?" Immediately after, he began his counterattack. One hand clenched into a fist, while the other began forming seals. From Yi Bei's hand, a long sword gradually emerged as he moved his hand. He swung directly at the beams of light heading towards him, but strangely, none of them were damaged in the slightest. Yi Bei furrowed his brows, faintly clicking his tongue as he speculated, could it be made from the branches of the 10,000-year spirit tree, unbreakable by anything sharp, capable of countering various divine powers? Marcel stood triumphantly above, not hesitating to offer a compliment, "You have some knowledge." Refusing to back down, Yi Bei switched tactics and opened his hand to conjure a flame. "Well, let me show you a fire. The Supreme Demon Bone isn't affected by anything." As soon as the fire was lit, it suddenly vanished. "Ha!" It vanished without a trace in mid-air, leaving Yi Bei stunned. Supreme Demon Bone cannot be used. The system appeared to explain, because earlier, the host refused to heed advice and rashly tried to use the Tao resonance. The host is now prohibited from using the Supreme Demon Bone for 1 week. He was frustrated, having completely forgotten about this matter. Crimson Blood stood on high, reveling in the sight of a sea of blood engulfing the mortal world. Yi Bei, like a trapped beast, growled, "I will kill you as easily as reaching into my pocket to grab something." He turned to give orders. Golden Rock of the 5 Elements, sisters, set up the formation and prevent Crimson Blood from flooding into Yu Huangling. On the other side, Crimson Blood controlled the Crimson Blood waves with both hands and commanded, "Blazing Flame, Marcellus and I will handle Yi Bei. You take care of the others." Blazing Flame grinned menacingly, "No problem." Crimson Blood, confident of victory, declared, "My blood sea has appeared. Anyone who touches it will die in the blink of an eye. You can't step into the Void Realm, so all you can do is wait for death." The sea of blood swirled into a vortex, surrounding the cage that trapped him. Yibei adjusted his spiritual power, then secretly thought to himself he knew one thing: he could not use Earth Escape to get out, but he didn't know the second thing. He placed his hand on his forehead and shifted to another location. Diaoxia was desperately maintaining the protective formation with both legs braced. The blood sea surged, trying to break through the magical barrier. Blazing flame flew from afar, attacking her. I, a mere half-emperor, dare to confront the stellar wonder sacred land of mine. Suddenly, Yibei's sword shot forward rapidly. He stared in confusion at the object speeding toward him with a wind-cutting velocity, unsure of what it was. When he finally saw what it was, Blazing Flame couldn't believe it. What? This is Yibei's sword? Didn't the two sacred lands' magical treasures imprison him already? How is this possible? After successfully attacking Blazing Flame, the sword turned and flew back to its master. Yibei reached out to catch it. Standing tall, Yibei spoke with a tone of disdain. You think a trashy birdcage like that could trap me? Diaoxia, still maintaining the formation with both hands, asked with concern, Yi Senior, are you alright? Yibei didn't answer, still worried. Although he had said that spatial shifting still required some cooldown time. If he were to be trapped by the elders of the two sacred lands again, it would be troublesome. He needed to neutralize him first, then deal with Crimson Blood. Thinking this, Yibei quickly flew off to handle the situation. Marcel's fierce face charged forward to block his path. I don't know how you managed to escape, but with one strike, I'll take your life. The power from Yibei's sword continued to surge. His voice grew heavy as he said, I never fall for the same attack twice. In the sky, Crimson Blood hovered, shouting, blood floods the world. Dark red ripples continuously attacked Yibei, but he swiftly dodged, evading most of them. Yibei's eyes gleamed sharply as his mind raced, calculating his next move. However, the elders of the two sacred lands, with their magic treasures in hand, were truly difficult to deal with as they could restrict divine powers. Then, Yibei smirked and thought to himself, I've got it. He quickly landed on the ground. Yibei lifted his head high and boldly taunted his opponent. Crimson Blood, aren't you seeking revenge? Come here, my head is right here, go ahead and stab me with your needle. Crimson Blood Great Emperor was enraged, pointing at Yibei and cursing furiously. Damn it, don't even think about using taunts to trick me into getting closer. That won't work on me. Crimson Blood Great Emperor raised both hands and began to perform his technique, confidently shouting. Watch as I use Blood Sea to destroy your soul. Yibei smiled as well, preparing to form a seal with his hand, his tone full of amusement. Who told you I want to trick you into coming closer? Immediately, powerful thunderous currents struck down, tearing apart his Blood Sea technique. When he sensed something was wrong, his eyes widened in shock and his expression turned fearful. Yibei's mighty move pierced through the Blood Sea and struck directly at Crimson Blood's body. From a distance, Marcel saw the unfavorable situation and gritted his teeth, shouting in anger. It's over. Marcel and Red Hound stood frozen. When they saw Crimson Blood's Blood Sea being shattered, Marcel's face turned ashen in an instant. He gritted his teeth. The boy had realized that the divine power of the Blood Sea didn't come from Crimson Blood himself, but was being transferred from the land of dead silence. Once Crimson Blood exhausted his strength, he would no longer be able to control it. At this moment, the Blood Sea dissipated, and he, along with his companions, could no longer see Crimson Blood. The bright red umbrella slowly spun, accompanied by a voice speaking out. This brat had realized that the divine ability of the Blood Sea didn't originate from Crimson Blood itself, but was brought from the land of dead silence. Once Crimson Blood ran out of energy, he would no longer be able to control it. Strange creatures emerged from the Blood Sea, speaking, You guys like to raise your hands high to cast your moves. Isn't that just waiting to be struck in the legs? The Blood Sea had no power left, falling directly to the ground, shouting, My magical treasure can only suppress divine abilities, how could it stop the waters of the land of dead silence from falling? The umbrella opened once again and repeated the previous words. You guys like to raise your hands high to cast your moves. Isn't that just waiting to be struck in the legs? Yi Bei held the umbrella to shield the blood drops falling from the blood sea, speaking coldly, "This is Retribution." At that moment, an announcement rang out, "Stellar Wonder Sacred Land, Crimson Blood Great Emperor was struck dead by Yi Bei's lightning." Marcellus of 20 Sacred Land was killed by Crimson Blood Great Emperor. Before him lay the vast Red Sea of blood, but he paid it no mind. He turned around and ordered the disciples, "You all go into the tomb and train with the others." The disciples responded in unison, "Yes, Master." A vial suddenly fell into Diao Xie's hand. Yi Bei smiled and looked at her, instructing, "This is a heavenly grade elixir I personally concocted. Take it." Hearing this, she immediately performed a formal greeting, then, feeling deeply moved, she spoke. "Such a great gift from Yi Senior, I am truly grateful. I never expected that at this moment, dark clouds would appear in the sky." Yi Bei observed seriously and made his judgment, "The Emperor Calamity has manifested, I didn't expect it to be 2 clouds." Lightning bolts began to appear, causing him to wonder, which 2 disciples broke through to the great emperor level? At the same time, inside Yu Huangling, Yi Bei's disciples were focused on their cultivation. Yao Xingchen furrowed his brows, thoughts racing in his mind. With the protective elixir given by Grandmaster, and the Jiayun from the great Tao I cultivate being not too strong, I'm certain I can overcome this. Quickly, the lightning bolts began to strike down. Xingchen was surrounded by a massive source of energy, making it nearly impossible for the lightning to break through. A sound also rang out as the system reminded, "Great Emperor Yao Xingchen is refining the elixir of the Great Tao." Outside, Tai Bai let out a sigh of relief and said, "Junior sister's tribulation is progressing smoothly, this is truly fortunate." Wu Xiao, hearing this, looked a bit concerned and asked, "But the Jiayun from another source is extremely intense, who is it?" A pair of golden eyes suddenly flashed. At that moment, Yang Lang's entire body was enveloped in a terrifying aura. Lightning bolts from above began to strike her position. The power emanating from Yang Lang spread outward. Without even exerting any effort, with a single move, she deflected the lightning. The 2 opposing forces collided. Seeing the situation before him, Tai Bai panicked and shouted, "Wait, oh Yang Junior sister, it seems she's going berserk." Oh Yang Lang's eyes flashed brightly, her mind completely lost as she screamed wildly. "Ha!" Under the influence of the force, Liemo tightly shut her eyes and yelled loudly, "How strong is she really to dare face the lightning tribulation with nothing but her bare hands?" Hands appeared from behind Yang Lang continuously, accompanied by an overwhelming force that left everyone astonished. Wu Xiao gripped the weapon in her hand, frowning as she spoke to Tai Bai, "Fourth senior sister, right now, only by joining forces can we subdue her." Tai Bai quickly responded, "We've reached this point with no other choice. We can't let her go berserk and cause widespread slaughter." Yang Lang also began her attack, accelerating towards the 2 of them. At that moment, Yi Bei leaped in front of Wu Xiao and Tai Bai, shouting loudly, "Wait a moment." Yang Lang, no longer rational, continued charging forward, her eyes burning with a murderous gleam. Yi Bei easily dodged the strike and, at the same time, cast a soul binding technique. Then, Yi Bei lightly tapped the forehead of Yang Lang with the soul binding technique. Her eyes widened, and her gaze regained focus. In no time, Yang Lang shut her eyes, returning to her normal state. Without hesitation, Yi Bei used his divine power to suppress the evil thoughts within her, and it seemed that everything was under control. At this moment, Yi Bei calmly explained, "Yang Lang, your cultivation follows the Tula Grand Path, also known as the extremely powerful and fierce assassin's great way. If you engage in combat while breaking through, it would be like pouring fuel on the fire. You can only counter strength with softness, and, in addition, require proper guidance." Receiving Yi Bei's instructions, Yang Lang also sat down with a plop. She crossed her legs and began attempting to practice the assassin's great way again. Surrounding her, a field of spiritual energy enveloped her, and she started focusing her mind to absorb this power. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang out. "Great Emperor Yang Lang, Tula Grand Path, reunion with disciple 8/108, reunion with disciple 9/108, reunion with disciple 10/108, reunion with disciple 11/108, reunion with disciple 12/108, reunion with disciple 13/108, reunion with disciple 14/108. And it didn't stop there, the system continued to deliver reward information. Great Emperor Skill, 1 card, Half Emperor Skill, 6 cards. System detects host does not possess Tula Grand Path, opening self-adjusting Grand Way talent mode. Rare Grand Way talent required, 10 Half Emperor Skill cards. Super Rare Grand Way talent required, 20 Half Emperor Skill cards. Mythical Grand Way talent required, 50 Half Emperor Skill cards. Half Emperor Skill, 100 cards. After hearing all the notifications, eBay silently cursed in his heart in anger, "Damn it! That damn system, such an important function, and it's only telling me now." eBay was not happy, grumbling as he asked the system above about the Half Emperor Skill card. "So what about the Great Emperor? How many Half Emperor Skill cards does a Great Emperor card equal?" After calming down, he returned to his normal state, quietly contemplating. "If that's the case, I already have 10 Half Emperor Skill cards. No matter what, I should be able to exchange them for 50 to get a master level, right?" The scene shifted, and the large iron gate slowly opened. A voice echoed out, "It's almost noon. The official ceremony is about to start. Everyone who could have arrived has probably already come." A respectful voice full of meaning followed. "Senior sisters, you're here so early? You are number 70, Great Wind Path, Emophone 2. Number 75, Defensive Path Yunfan." The system displayed an announcement, "Reunion with Disciple 15/108, reunion with Disciple 16/108. eBay cheerfully greeted the 2 disciples who had arrived. Xiaofeng, Xiaoyan, upon seeing him, they were both surprised and exclaimed, "Master." The system continued announcing, "Reunion with Disciple 17/108, reunion with Disciple 18/108, reunion with Disciple 19/108, reunion with Disciple 20/108. eBay sat proudly at the top, while those below were excitedly chatting. "Oh, it's Master." After a while, his expression became weary, and he reluctantly thought, so in the end, only 20 people showed up. The Jade Idol, confused, spoke, "Even though the ceremony is held once every 10 years, with 45 senior sisters always attending, why is it like this today?" Then she respectfully said to eBay, "Master, today is indeed somewhat unusual." He also agreed seriously, replying, "I know that even though there are often long periods of seclusion, 8 or 10 years spent in breakthrough is not uncommon, but this time, for the grand ceremony, only 20 people showed up. That is not normal." His gaze was sharp, and in a deep voice, he said, "Anomaly has appeared, there must be something behind it." At this moment, Yanlang stepped forward and responded, "Master, I think I know where Senior Brothers Jr. is." She began to recount, "After the sacrificial ceremony 10 years ago, Great Senior Sister came to find me to accompany her in search of an opportunity. But at that time, I was in a period of stagnation, so I tactfully declined." She continued with her speculation, "Most of the sisters who participated in the previous sacrificial ceremony went with Great Senior Sister to leave the Central Plains, so I suspect that they are probably now in the outer battlefield region." Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei was startled, thinking in his mind, Yi-Bei asked seriously, "That girl, did she leave any message before leaving?" Yanlang respectfully replied, "No other messages." She suddenly remembered something and added, "But it seems she mentioned that their trip to seek opportunities this time is related to the Great Tao of Time." His gaze turned sharp, and his face became serious as he repeated, "The Great Tao of Time." Yushan, who had been standing beside, also spoke up, "Master, should we now set off to the outer battlefield region?" Yi-Bei calmly replied, "No need for that at the moment." A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Yi-Bei's mouth as he spoke with delight, "From now on, there will be a grand show here." Looking at his disciples, Yi-Bei immediately issued an order, "Just in time, you all have had breakthroughs. It's time to find someone to practice with." Upon hearing this, one disciple asked curiously, "Find someone to practice with?" Fan Xiaotong, also curious, spoke up, apart from senior sister, who else here can we practice with? At this moment, Tai Bai and Wu Xiao spoke in unison, Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. Yu Ling, hearing this, pondered for a moment before replying, is it the Blazing Flame Great Emperor whom they let go? If we send a call for reinforcements, the timing should be just right. Her eyes were sharp as knives, calmly calculating that attacking the sect head-on might not be as effective as waiting here to catch them off guard. Meanwhile, in another place, a floating mountain appeared in mid-air. Red Hound knelt down and respectfully reported, Holy Master, Crimson Blood has been killed, and both the body and soul have been obliterated. Please, we must seek justice for us. Tionla, reclining comfortably on a chair, casually reprimanded, that's because you acted without orders. You brought this upon yourselves. How can you blame others? Stellar Wonder Sacred Land doesn't need such disgraceful things. At this, Red Hound trembled all over. A sudden arrow shot forward, piercing straight toward him. Red Hound's eyes widened in pain and helplessness. In an instant, his body collapsed. Tionla casually continued, but daring to challenge someone from Stellar Wonder Sacred Land. I won't let you off either. Returning to Yi Bei's group, he was looking at the disciples and then spoke up. Just at that moment, Xiaotong brought in a lot of food, and everyone ate while waiting for them to make their move. Fan Xiaotong happily chimed in, Senior sister, we have all kinds of flavors here. Yunfan also kindly asked, Xingchen's senior brother, wasn't Tionla junior sister supposed to be with you when you went to the Zhongzhou area? Where is she? Why isn't she here? Xingchen hesitated before replying, We separated afterward. The conversation caught Yi Bei's attention. He turned to look at her and asked, Tionla, you say? Xingchen, tell me about Tionla, just be honest with me. Yi Bei's gaze was sharp, and a series of memories flashed through his mind. When he ranked the disciples, he didn't rank them solely based on strength. Shen Tionla, though ranked 100th, had great potential. She quickly adapted to cultivation, and her cultivation path was quite different from others. The path she sought was filled with ambition and greed, always challenging the other senior sisters, trying to overtake them in rank, and even cultivating forbidden, unorthodox methods. He drifted into thought. If he had still been around, he would have had the confidence to correct this disciple. But after his lifespan had ended, he could no longer manage it. At this moment, Yi Bei's expression grew serious, and he was certain in his mind. It seemed that Tionla had indeed encountered a problem. She hesitated before speaking. Master, regarding Shen Junior's sister, she looked up at Yi Bei, then carefully chose her words to express herself. Tionla Junior sister joined Tionla Sacred Hall 50 years ago. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's face darkened. The other disciples were stunned and exclaimed one after another, Impossible. How could Tionla Junior sister possibly join the Sacred Land? Oh, Yang Lang rubbed his chin, speculating, there must be some misunderstanding here. Tionla Junior sister was probably forced to join, right? Xingchen's senior brother, was Tionla Junior sister captured and then coerced into joining? At that moment, someone suddenly appeared and stomped their foot in anger. Wu Xiao scornfully reminded, Don't think Tionla is that innocent. She gritted her teeth and continued, she actively chose to join Tionla Sacred Hall herself. Yunfan looked at her in shock and asked, How could that be? Wu Xiao's senior brother, could it be? At this moment, Sun Wu Xiao interrupted, Stop, I know what you're about to say. Yi Bei's calm voice rang out, Wu Xiao, if you know something, then speak. She clicked her tongue and replied, Among all the sacred lands, Tionla Sacred Land ranks second, but what Tionla wanted to join most was not Tionla Sacred Land, but the number 1 Limitless Sacred Hall. Her hands subconsciously clenched into fists, and she spoke through gritted teeth. In the end, for some unknown reason, after being rejected by Limitless Sacred Land, she joined Tionla Sacred Land. When I first heard this news, I didn't believe it either. I thought she must have wanted to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle. But after thinking for a moment, she calmly continued, however, not long after she joined Tionla Sacred Land, Master struggled to find a few places of opportunity, but they were all seized by the people of Tionla sacred land. Not only that, but several of our junior brothers were also exposed, and the people of Tionla sacred land demanded their surrender and began hunting them down. Wu Xiao gritted his teeth and angrily asked, "Tell me, is this all just a coincidence? Can you believe that?" Yang remained silent, while Tai Bai was awkwardly unsure of how to respond. Yi Bei's expression turned extremely grim, and a thick aura of killing intent enveloped him. Xingchen trembled, as though sensing Yi Bei's mood. She thought to herself, "Master is truly angry now. This is the first time I've seen him like this." A dart suddenly shot out from behind the open door. Tai Bai quickly noticed its arrival. She stepped forward to intercept the attack, shouting, "Master, be careful." The dart struck her sword with tremendous force. Tai Bai looked at the dart in surprise, thinking, how could a mere peacock spirit have such immense power? At that moment, Yang and Sun Wuxiao simultaneously called out, "Fourth senior sister, we're here to help you." The three of them began to work together to block the peacock spirit's attack, but it wasn't long before they were all knocked back. The sound of exhilaration rang out as the three great emperors couldn't even hold their ground. What is this? Yi Bei smirked and said, "The golden peacock spirit. Looks like the starry Saint Lord can't stay idle after all." The peacock spirit charged toward Yi Bei with great force, but he remained unfazed, launching a counterattack with one hand. The strike pushed Yi Bei back slightly, but in the end, he caught the attack and easily shattered it. Yi Bei fell silent, his voice rang out, steely and cold. "Just now I was brimming with anger with nowhere to vent it, and yet they marched themselves right up to my door." The door began to swing wide, and from above shadowy figures could be glimpsed. The people outside, ignorant of what lay within, grew excited and declared in turn, "Never mind the demonic master who killed the crimson blood divine power vast great emperor, if he's struck once by the holy master, he'll either die or be crippled. As for his disciples, they're nothing but a pack of incompetents. We have more than 20 great emperors and half-emperors holding position here, wiping them out will be easy." Yi Bei led his disciples forward and ordered, "Follow me out of here. You've been sitting in meditation for so long, it's time to move your joints a little, isn't it?" Those who had been smug moments before now lay unconscious on the ground. One man, grabbed by the collar and trembling, thought, "My heavens, how is this possible? How can each of them be so formidable?" He kept a tight grip on the collar and, composing himself, announced that he would return to tell your holy master that he wanted to confront Yi Bei personally. "Then come here in person." Yi Bei sneered. "Now you only dare send a tiny feather from afar to ambush me, what cowards!" He threw the man into the air with force and barked, "Go!" Wu Xiao stepped forward to ask, "Master, why don't we take this chance to pursue them, strike straight for the stellar wonder sacred land, and deal with that holy master once and for all?" Yi Bei raised a hand to stop him and explained, "Although the stellar wonder sacred land suffered grievous losses this time and will be reluctant to act rashly, their holy master is in their headquarters and must not be underestimated. Besides, I hear there is an Emperor Lord Elder ancestor who frequently retreats into seclusion. You must not act recklessly for now." They, on their side, were self-arranged. After that, Yi Bei seriously gave the order, "Now, we will go to the outer battlefield to find someone." Then his face relaxed, breaking into a faint smile. Yi Bei thought to himself, "Luo Shui Shang, finally, we will meet again." Yi Bei glanced at the person beside him, then requested, "Dio Xia, please take us there." Dio Xia respectfully replied, "Understood, Yi Senior." Yi Bei's commanding tone rang out again, "Shi Tai Bai, Sun Wuxiao, Yang, you three come with me to the outer battlefield." The people named responded in unison, "Yes." Yi Bei continued issuing orders, "This time, it's not convenient to bring too many people. The others here must disperse and go practice on their own." At that moment, Dio Xia had returned to her true form, emitting a sharp cry before flying up into the sky. Meanwhile, in some unknown location, a pair of legs hung in the air. The person was being choked by a hand, his face pale as he said, "Holy Master, spare me." But the hands did not stop, they tightened further. Tionla released his grip, scornfully cursing, "Useless trash," as he furrowed his brow and began to calculate. If we were to assemble another raid team of the same scale as last time in such a short period, it would likely alarm the elder ancestor, so I'll have to temporarily spare Yi Bei. Just at this moment, suddenly his body was seized by a surge of power, and then a contemptuous voice came from his mouth. The starry Saint Lord reveals his power, causing harm to soldiers and generals, yet is still cowardly. Tionla's eyes widened as he shouted, "How dare you, who dares to speak arrogantly?" At this moment, the voice still echoed. The starry Saint Lord had revealed his divine powers, yet his soldiers were weak and cowardly. Tionla's face was filled with fury as he growled, "Yi Bei, I will definitely strike you down. Where did this new source of power come from?" Then, a low voice sounded, asking why there was such a commotion outside. Hearing the voice, Tionla was startled. Elder Sun appeared and asked, "Holy Master, what has happened?" Tionla immediately knelt down and respectfully replied, "Reporting to Emperor Lord Elder Ancestor, it is just a reckless fool who dares to use the transmission technique to challenge us, disturbing your seclusion. This offense is worthy of death." He laughed and repeated, "Worthy of death." Then, he spoke again, "Well then, use this ordinary mirror to look at yourself and see if your appearance matches what you claim to be a small matter." Unexpectedly, Tionla covered his eyes and trembled as he responded, "Elder Ancestor, please, you know I fear nothing more than looking at myself in the mirror. Why would you punish me like this?" Elder Sun replied, "Of course, I know you have a fear of mirrors. Isn't this just a little test for you?" He then disappeared, leaving behind a lingering smile and the words, "Truly a good holy master." Soon after, Tionla no longer trembled as violently as before. A smile appeared on his lips, and he looked at himself in the mirror, striking a seductive pose. Tionla's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink as he sighed, "Elder Ancestor treats me quite well. I just wanted to check whether my hair was disheveled." At the outer gate of the battlefield, Diao Xie's wings beat ceaselessly, its powerful body hovered high above. At that moment a soldier noticed and shouted angrily, "Who goes there? Don't you know that flying into the outer battlefield gate is forbidden?" Immediately he pointed and barked an order, "Get down here at once, or I'll kill you, you damned creature who knows no rules." No sooner had he finished than the soldier took a full spear strike to the face. The blow, packed with internal force, sent him flying, only dust remained. The spear plunged into the ground along with the question of rules. Wu Xiao smiled with satisfaction and said, "Our demon clan's fists are stronger. That's the rule." One man stepped forward, clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, "Great Sage Sun, I was in the wrong, I beg your pardon." "I beg your pardon." Behind him sat another who appeared wounded, leaning against the rock. Sun Wushao glanced over and said coldly, "Leave." They accepted the mercy as if it were clemency and supported the injured man, answering repeatedly, "Yes, yes, we'll go immediately." At that moment another group appeared nearby, bowing and speaking respectfully, "Hail Great Sage Sun, hail Great Emperor, hail Great Sage equal to heaven." Wu Xiao answered magnanimously, "No need for so many formalities, I'm not as petty as Kim Peng." When they had finished cleaning up, she looked up at the sky and called loudly, "Everything below is cleared. Bring their master down here." The hawk immediately descended to land. The thin feathers fluttered in the wind as Yi Bei's group appeared before everyone. The crowd stared in surprise, and one person questioned, "Is this the master of Great Sage Sun?" A person next to them sighed in admiration, "Just a young man, yet he's standing in such a noble position between two great emperors of the human race." Among them, an old woman stepped forward and whispered to Wu Xiao, "Great Saint, Great Saint." She turned to ask, "What is it?" The old woman said, "Those people in black just claimed to be from the Yima sect, and they asked me to pass on their request to meet with the great saints." Wu Xiao asked curiously, "Yima sect?" Finally, she softly instructed, "Invite them over here, and you all may disperse." The members of the Yima sect performed a respectful bow. The sect master of the Yima sect bowed, "Sun Wu Xiao, Your Excellency." Suddenly, Ouyang Lang spoke, causing everyone to glance at him in surprise. "Junior sister, do you know these people?" When Ouyang Lang and Tai Bai walked over, the Yima sect members quickly bowed. The sect master of the Yima sect greeted, Tai Bai, Your Excellency, greetings to Ouyang Lang, Your Excellency." Tai Bai glanced over, her mind filled with questions. Who are they? They exchanged a silent gaze. 8th junior sister, these are your friends. Wu Xiao quickly denied, I have no friends. Yang Long was momentarily startled upon hearing this. At that moment, Yi Bei slowly walked forward. Yima Sect, the name seems to have some connection with me. He stroked his chin and softly said, if there's a connection, then let's stand and talk. The Yima Sect members stood up, their leader looking at him with curiosity. Sir? May I ask, Your Excellency, what is your name? This story dates back 10 years. Luo Shuishang had once left behind a saying, the ancestral master is not truly gone, one day, they will appear before us. She had also instructed that, when that day came, all of them must obey the orders of the ancestral master and remember the person's name clearly. Finally, he spoke his own name. Yi Bei. Upon hearing this name, the group once again knelt down and respectfully shouted. Greetings, ancestral master. Yi Bei was left dumbfounded by the scene. Ancestral master, wait, wasn't your sect leader Luo Shuishang? The group immediately replied. Reporting to the ancestral master, yes, that is correct. Yi Bei thought once more of the name Luo Shuishang before speaking again and standing up. He asked directly. You didn't come here just to pay your respects, did you? The person responded respectfully. Ancestral master, you are correct. 10 years ago, before the sect leader Your Excellency entered the Outer Realm battlefield, they gave us several portraits. Afterwards, they held out both palms, on which lay 2 pieces of green jade pendants, and instructed us that if we ever encountered Your Excellency in the portraits, we should hand these items over to that person. As Yi Bei reached out, a formation suddenly appeared on the jade pendants. The image of a coordinate began to emerge. He studied the 2 jade pieces for a while before slowly realizing that the formation within the jade was a map, with a red mark indicating a specific location. Thinking that this was the fateful place discovered by the great girl, after handing over the jade token, the person asked for instructions. Ancestral master, what should we do next? Yi Bei replied. I will go with the 3 disciples to find your sect leader and assign you a task, which is to search everywhere for the secrets of the Stellar Wonder Sacred Hall. I need to know both the enemy and myself to ensure we can win every battle without failure. The person immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, understood, and the others quickly sprang into action. Yi Bei calmly continued. Alright, we need to enter the Outer Realm battlefield now. It is filled with dangers, so take good care of yourselves. Tai Bai looked over at the side with a worried tone. You and Wu Xiao should be fine, but I'm afraid 8th junior sister will be there, causing chaos and turning the heavens and earth upside down. Finally, as they were about to leave, he gave one last reminder. Take it easy, and set off for the Outer Realm battlefield. The 3 of them approached the formation in front, when suddenly Sun Wu Xiao turned around and asked. Ha? Where's Master? Turning back, they saw Yi Bei stuck at the formation, helplessly calling out. I'm here. Then, he awkwardly rubbed his cheek and muttered. This is so frustrating, the Outer Realm battlefield has restrictions based on cultivation level. In the end, unwilling to accept this, he said. Isn't it just a requirement of Holy King Realm? I can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered into a state of cultivation. 2 thin layers of aura appeared around his hands, and a flash of light appeared at the peak of the mountain, which then burst into a brilliant and dazzling light, illuminating a corner of the sky. Then a series of notifications appeared. System notification, breakthrough to Holy King Realm. System notification, the host has entered the Outer Realm battlefield. Those who enter will be distributed to different areas based on the force rules. They will engage in battles with other factions. Here, the belief in cruelty and indifference is absolute. Battle merit points. The Outer Realm battlefield uses great currency, which can be exchanged for props and passes. Upon entry, an initial amount will be issued, and additional points can be earned through combat. Yi Bei looked at the faint aura surrounding his body with satisfaction, thinking of the suffering from his past life. No matter what he did, he could never break through, unlike now, or he could easily break through without effort. The system sent another notification, and the force distribution rules began. The three of Sun Wuxiao immediately showed reactions on their bodies. Yi Bei looked at his hands and then spoke. It seems that after the factions are divided, we will be forcibly separated to different points in the outer region. Finally, he instructed the disciples, each of you hold the Jade Palace of the Imperial map. When the time comes, gather at the place marked by your great senior sister. The group immediately responded, yes. In the end, the four figures transformed into four bright lights that spread in all directions. Their figures swirled around mountain peaks, and finally, they landed in an open area. In front of them was a silver tent. A ring of light appeared before the cave. Yi Bei appeared in the center of the light beam. At the greedy war wolf faction, two people walked out of the tent. Boss, look, someone else has come. I wonder which unlucky soul has been assigned to our area this time. At this moment, Yi Bei was still focused on his own strength. This must be the battle merit score, and 300,000 was quite a lot. Suddenly, a foot appeared beside Yi Bei. The man in charge raised his hand enthusiastically and said, "Little brother, it's quite dangerous for a Holy King realm to be here. Would you like me to show you around a bit?" Yi Bei shot a sharp glance in his direction. He noticed the white cloth tied around the man's wrist. The man, in turn, noticed something about him. 300,000. That number was displayed on Yi Bei's watch. Immediately, the man changed his attitude. He put his arm around Yi Bei's shoulders warmly and said, "Brother, this is your first time in the Outer Realm battlefield, right? You're here alone, aren't you?" At this moment, Yi Bei was reflecting on the rules of the Outer Realm battlefield. There was one particular rule: comrades within the same faction could kill each other, and their battle merit points would be lost but not transferred. However, the system also mentioned there were loopholes to exploit. The method was for someone outside the faction to kill a comrade and then eliminate that person to steal their battle merit points. At this point, the man's arm was resting on the strap of his sword. After thinking things over, Yi Bei eagerly replied, "There are 4 of us in total, but I'm the only one assigned here." The man looked at Yi Bei's state and whispered to himself, "This young man is most likely a disciple nurtured with countless resources from a sacred hall. He has a simple character, no life experience, truly a delicious target." Finally, he led him to a tall pillar, pointed up at it, and introduced, "Brother, look, there are black towers standing firm like this everywhere outside the battlefield. In front of each tower are 2 tablets, one is called the Godslayer tablet, the other is the Battle Merit tablet. You can aim for either one, both list the strong and famous individuals on the Outer Realm battlefield." Yi Bei suddenly jolted, as if realizing something. He looked at the 2 tablets in front of him and thought to himself, the Demonist Sect leader, Luo Shui Xiang, is not only ranked 12th on the Battle Merit tablet, but her name also appears on the Godslayer tablet. How crazy must that girl be to fight like that? Finally, he understood, though it wasn't hard to explain after all, she cultivated the great path of destruction. Looking at the situation before him, one of the men asked for guidance: should the boss make a move now? The other one also gave his opinion: take that kid's cultivation and give it to the beasts. With 300,000 battle merit points, it'll be easy. However, the man with thick eyebrows stopped them. Don't rush. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, "This kid has already been infected by my closeness, he's completely unguarded. Let's move now." He unsheathed his sword and slowly approached Yi Bei. The blade shimmered with a faint, subtle light. Suddenly, Yi Bei spoke, "That's right, the movements of the people behind us have suddenly stopped." He formed a ball of light in his hand, then turned to ask, "I have a treasure here, do you want to take a look?" A crystal, shimmering with mixed colors, appeared in his hand. He asked them, "How do you feel about this?" The group immediately responded without control, "It's a good item." The crystal emitted a source of light carrying immense pressure. A tremor occurred, causing the man's face to slightly distort. The pressure spread in all directions, trapping everyone inside. Boss, we can't move. The leader clenched his fists, his body pressed against the ground. Yi Bei hummed a tune and sat down in front of the leader. The cloth covering the score on his hand was removed, and his score appeared clearly on the screen. Yi Bei rubbed his chin and complimented the 10,000 battle merit points. Not bad, indeed. Black eating black is the way to wealth. Then he instructed the other two to check the scores of the remaining two. Yi Bei sat in front of the person with 390,000 points and showed dissatisfaction. 390,000 battle merit points is not enough. You seem more formidable than him, yet your battle merit is lower than his. The leader, sweating profusely, urgently said, "Quickly retract your powers. We guarantee we won't harm you. In this outer battlefield, danger is everywhere. We need to form a team to have a chance of survival." Yi Bei, without mercy, retorted, "You play games with others, but one day, when you rob others of their battle merit, will you be the one who ends up on the receiving end? Have you ever been gentle when striking someone?" Then he paused, thinking. 8 people combined had a total of 3,800,000 battle merit points, which wasn't bad. The leader, upon hearing this, was startled. Yi Bei snapped his fingers again, and the leader immediately froze, his eyes rolling back into his head. Once the task was done, he stood up, biting his finger in thought, wondering who would be the best person to send them off. The sunlight was still blinding, and he dragged the 3 people into the forest, the light filtering through the dry tree branches. When he reached a flat area, a giant appeared, a massive green figure holding an enormous staff, standing atop a rock. He spoke with a deep voice, "Kid, leave the people here. You can go now." Yi Bei looked up at him, the giant's bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs glaring down. He continued, "Did you not hear me?" Yi Bei didn't waste words and tossed the 3 people aside. "If that's what you want, then so be it." As the 3 flew through the air, the giant immediately swung his staff, sending them flying. He glanced at his wrist, where the numbers displayed 3,800,000. His face lit up with excitement as he laughed, 3,800,000, I'm about to get rich. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind him, "You're not the one getting rich, I am." When did Yi Bei appear behind him? The giant froze in shock at the sound of his voice. Finally, Yi Bei gathered an energy sphere into his palm and coldly said, "Give it to me." In the silence, a series of crisp sounds echoed, and soon the giant, stripped of his combat ability, collapsed to the ground. The numbers on his wrist began to turn into straight lines. The numbers on Yi Bei's wrist, on the other hand, began to rise, and he looked at them with growing satisfaction. 4,260,000, not bad, not bad. It's possible to exchange many good things in the Black Tower, so this trip wasn't a waste. In the end, he picked up the jade token and muttered to himself, "It's time to go to the place marked by the great girl for a fateful encounter." 4 red dots appeared on the jade token. Yi Bei glanced at it briefly, then concluded, "Looks like my current location is still quite far. At full speed, it'll take about 2 hours. Suddenly, a stone flew from somewhere, catching him off guard, but he quickly caught it with his hand. After crushing the stone, he coldly glanced around and said in a cold voice, "Who?" A pair of female legs appeared. Gu Xian and I juggled the remaining stones in her hands and asked, "Are you Yi Bei, the ancestral master of the Yi Demon Sect?" Yi Bei replied, "Didn't expect news to reach the outer battlefield so quickly. Even young ladies like you know about it." Xian and I snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "It's not that the news spreads quickly, it's that my information network is vast." Suddenly, she asked, "I have a question for you. What is your relationship with Luo Shueshang?" Yi Bei didn't answer but turned the question back on her, "Who are you? What does my relationship with Luo Shueshang have to do with you?" Gu Sen and I naturally introduced herself, "I am the only daughter of the leader of the Shadow Moon Palace, Gu Xian and I. I've been pursuing Luo Shueshang for many years. Sooner or later, we will become Dao companions." Upon hearing this, Yi Bei immediately turned away in boredom, unrelated nonsense. I've never heard Luo Shueshang mention that she has any interest in this. Xian and I, feeling ignored, shouted in agitation, "Come back here." She shouted loudly, Don't think just because you're the Grandmaster of the Yima sect, I won't dare to make a move on you. Quickly tell me, what is your relationship with Luo Shueshang? Suddenly, he countered her question, aren't you in love with Luo Shueshang? Have you confessed your feelings yet? This question was quite a blow to Xian. Gu Xian hesitated, blushed, and replied, confess? Who says you must confess just because you like someone? Yi Bei suddenly thought, isn't this unrequited love? Then, he added a few more devastating remarks to Xian. Why haven't you confessed? If you don't confess, what will happen? Do you think you're some kind of fairy, that no one will ever reject you? Gu Xian, provoked by his words, responded challengingly, let's have a one-on-one duel. If you can beat me, I'll leave directly. If you lose, you have to tell me the whereabouts of Luo Shueshang. Yi Bei acted indifferent and continued walking. Forget it, I'm worried you'll lose and then go cry to your father. You're ranked second on the assassination list, so you're too hard to provoke. Hearing that, Xian quickly assured him, don't worry, if you manage to defeat me today, I guarantee my father won't cause you any trouble. Yi Bei asked again, alright, how about this, if you can touch the hem of my clothes, I'll consider you the winner. What do you think? As he said that, he was thinking to himself, today's mood is pretty good. Guess I'll have some fun with this girl. After hearing that, she immediately rushed over. Alright, this is because of what you said. Yi Bei once again took out the Chaos Crystal Stone. He was thinking that since he was only facing one person, the area of influence from this pressure should be enough. The oppressive force restricted Gu Xian's movements. She stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Yi Bei stood arrogantly, the outcome already clear. Then he turned to leave. Before he did, he left a remark, I've spared your dignity as a woman. I didn't increase the pressure so you'd end up lying flat on the ground. You should know your place and stop clinging to me. As Yi Bei lifted his foot to take a step, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What's going on? I can't move. At that moment, Gu Xian, who was sitting on the ground, spoke up. Being able to suppress someone's movements is not something only you can do. Gu Xian was determined to continue. She controlled the pressure exerted on Yi Bei. Don't think you can escape. Yi Bei was weighed down by a layer of oppressive force. He glanced behind him and thought, this girl is using the force of the law. He already had an answer in his mind. The law of gravity. Xian gritted her teeth and spoke each word clearly. Don't think of me as some naive young lady. Yi Bei sighed once more and then ruthlessly slapped her face. Young lady indeed. When you have a little advantage, you become arrogant and self-satisfied. Hearing that, she was extremely furious. What did you say? He didn't answer, instead, he recited the incantation of thunder. Immediately, his body was covered in lightning bolts. Gu Xian was startled upon seeing this. A powerful surge struck down, leaving behind an immense aftershock. After the light faded and the smoke dissipated, Gu Xian's figure lay flat on the stone floor, with small electric currents still coursing through her body. Yi Bei rubbed his wrist and spoke, you abandoned your defense to unleash your full attack, leaving your head exposed. I told you, I control the force of the thunder incantation just enough to knock you down, without any worry about your life. Gu Xian slowly struggled to get up, unwilling to accept defeat, and said, Yi Bei, you're despicable, you didn't even wait for me to get ready. He retorted, despicable, elder sister? Please think with your head. If you were facing an enemy, and they told you they needed to use the bathroom before fighting, do you think anyone would wait for you? Upon hearing this, Xian angrily shouted, You're at the great emperor level, and you're talking about going to the bathroom? You're so vulgar, way too vulgar. Yi Bei didn't pay her any mind, casually waving his hand. Alright, wipe your face. From now on, we'll keep our paths separate. Upon hearing this, she stomped her foot in frustration. You're driving me crazy. Suddenly, Yi Bei noticed something and turned to ask, "Why are you still following me? Didn't I say if you lost, you'd leave?" Xian snorted and turned her head away. "What, I can't stick around because I'm at a dead end? And I didn't lose. When did I admit defeat?" She shamelessly added, "I still have plenty of trump cards left. But today, I'm too tired, I don't have the mood to continue anymore." After hearing this, Yi Bei was speechless. This person was truly too annoying. In the end, he just closed his eyes and decided to let it go. Fine, if it's on the way, then it's on the way. As they were walking, suddenly, Xian spoke up, "Yi Bei, where are you going? Is Shuaishan there too?" After asking, she puffed up her cheeks, looking upset. How could someone as detestable as him possibly know Shuaishan? What kind of complicated relationship did he have with Shuaishan? In the territory of the Beast King insect clan, the two of them walked slowly. On the ground, skulls were being gnawed by small creatures with spindly legs. They slowly passed by them. On a pillar, a white snake flicked its tongue. Xian was terrified, and above them, cocoons hung down from the ceiling of the cave. Xian nervously spoke, "Yi Bei, let's take a detour." Yi Bei replied, "The rotten area in the middle stretches for a long way. If we take a detour, it'll take even more days." Finally, he suggested, "Well, if you're that scared, we can split up from here." Upon hearing this, she turned her face away and then boldly declared, "I am the daughter of the Emperor Lord, the great Emperor, a powerful being. I'm not afraid." Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed through the cave. She wondered if there was some movement ahead. Below, a girl was skillfully and expertly slashing with her sword. Yi Bei stood above and observed for a moment, quickly recognizing that it was indeed a Lang. Yang Long was dealing with the larvae. She was clearly irritated. It's really hard to get rid of them. The larvae kept appearing, and the sword in her hand relentlessly slashed out, sending waves of sword energy. No matter how many of these insects she killed, they wouldn't die. Finally, two crosswise slashes intersected with each other. Yang Lang stood atop a mountain of larvae that had been dealt with. She was panting, calculating. There must be a powerful, central insect controlling them somewhere. If she captured the thieves without dealing with the leader, she would be exhausted to the point of collapse. Suddenly, the larvae lying motionless on the ground suddenly spewed out threads. The threads latched onto the two swords in her hands, forcing her into a passive position. The threads wrapped tightly around the swords. Yang Lang's eyes widened in shock, overcome hardness with softness. Next, two large threads lunged toward Yang Lang, while she was already being restrained, unable to move. She cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I can't avoid it now." Yi Bei quickly appeared, his hand catching the threads. This appearance startled Yang Lang, and she shouted, "Grandmaster, you're holding the threads tightly, then why not take the opportunity to teach her a lesson? Lang, your fighting style is famous for being strong. It works well against stubborn and tough opponents, but clearly falls short when dealing with things like this." Finally, he recited the Supreme Demon Bone incantation, and a faint energy surrounded him. That energy flowed into the threads, and it continued to expand toward the opposite side. The larvae hit by the energy were sent flying away. "At last," Yi Bei said, "a formation with such dense density. Just like an iron chain fastened to a boat, burning it with fire is best." At that moment Gu Xian also sprang to their side. She folded her arms and spoke admiringly, "That hateful demon indeed had a trick, in the blink of an eye it had burned so many insect servants to death." Yang Long flinched slightly at her sudden appearance. As he looked at her he wondered, a woman accompanying the Grand Master, could it be the Grand Master and the great senior sister? Yi Bei had already sat down, he reached out, caught a larva, and held one out to each of them. Though its appearance was disgusting, roasted it smelled rather fragrant. His next action was to put it into his mouth. In his previous life he had even eaten such roasted silkworms at a stall by the night market, he recalled as he chewed. When he finished he even offered them enthusiastically. "Do you want some?" Gu Xian and I recoiled in fear. I absolutely don't. Oh, Yang Lang stammered, at a loss for words. Although it was the Grandmaster's order, suddenly a sound echoed from somewhere that made them start. Until now only our insect clan has eaten humans, there has never been humans eating our kind. I will make you pay dearly. It seemed Yi Bei had anticipated this, so he was not very surprised. Indeed, it was not so simple. The ground began to tremble, something surged up from the fissures below. Yi Bei stared blankly at it, a huge, slime-dripping mouth appeared before them. He quickly commanded, "Align, you lead Gu Xian and I and break through the encirclement, they came because of me." Yang Lang immediately responded, "Understood." In front of them was a dense mass of larvae rushing towards them. Xian and I, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed her full power. "Don't underestimate me, I don't need anyone to lead the way." She used gravitational suppression, her overwhelming force creating a powerful aura. The area around them cleared, surrounded by larvae. At that moment, Yi Bei set up a formation under their feet to protect them. "You prefer to rely on numbers to win, then I will do the opposite." He placed his hand on the formation and recited the incantation. Resonating with the Great Tao, summon the spirits of the Great Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic spirit appeared. Oh, Yang Lang turned to ask, "Grandmaster, what are you trying to do?" Gu Xian and I was also curious, What use is summoning such a weak corpse? Yi Bei waved his hand, giving an order to the mulberry corpse, "Go play with them." The mulberry corpse rushed forward, making strange sounds, aba aba. It charged into the larvae, enjoying the sensation of them bumping into it. Then, it quickly spun around, flinging the larvae away. Gu Xian and I, confused, exclaimed, "A mulberry corpse is completely useless." She then turned to speak urgently to Yang Lang, "Hey, we need to kill them to save Yi Bei." Yang Lang calmly stood there, his voice soothing, "Don't act rashly." Over there, the larvae have begun to gnaw on the mulberry corpse, their sharp teeth tearing into it bit by bit. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the transformed larvae, which quickly morphed, altering its entire body. Xian and I was left dumbfounded, speechless. Here, Yi Bei explained, "These insects feed on the blood and flesh of zombies infected with the virus. Next, we just need to wait for them to multiply. 1 becomes 10, 10 become 100, 100 becomes 10,000. After saying this, he waved his hand, issuing an order, "Fly out, my zombie larvae." As soon as he finished speaking, countless larvae lunged at the untransformed ones, biting and tearing them apart. Whether they were bitten or biting others, it all contributed to the spread of the virus. When the larvae began to flee, Yi Bei issued another command, "Stop, don't chase them." He stood on a rock, observing. Gu Xian and I wondered aloud, "Why aren't we chasing them?" Yi Bei replied, "Don't be reckless, I've already planned this carefully." Upon hearing this, she cursed inwardly, no wonder their master and disciple, both equally vile. They continued forward together. One of them asked, "What should we do next?" Yi Bei answered with a single word, "Wait." In a deep, dark place, 2 faint lights appeared. Oh, Lu Wang, seething with anger, growled, "I can't even deal with one tiny human? It seems I'll have to handle this myself." Suddenly, a larva bit her foot. She flinched, in disbelief. What? Her zombie virus had an incubation period. The zombie viruses were already infiltrating her bloodstream. Oh, Lu Wang clutched her head, screaming. From below, agonized sounds echoed. Meanwhile, Yi Bei and his group had been waiting above. Yi Bei spoke. "It must be the time." 2 spider-like legs reached up from the crack. Gu Xian and I excitedly shouted, "This is the true body of Lu Wang." At this moment, her figure was fully revealed before them. Yi Bei calmly said, "The battle merit points of Lu Wang have transferred to me, indicating that it has died. Let me see how many points are on the 50th spot on the battle merit board." A long string of numbers appeared on Lu Wang's hand. Xian and I was extremely excited upon seeing this. "Oh my god, over 300 million. but Yanlang paid no attention to it. With the strength of a grandmaster, 300 million wasn't much. Yi Bei also spoke up, besides this large amount of battle merit points, there's also a great harvest. He extended his hand toward Lu Wang. From his hand, crystal light emitted. A powerhouse like Lu Wang from the insect clan would certainly be of great use in the future. He continued, however, for now, help me protect the Chaos Steel and the Heavenly Pool Supreme Treasure. Once everything was settled, they resumed their journey. Yi Bei said, this time, with the obstacles cleared, the Shueshang remains aren't far off. Yang Lang replied, Grandmaster, let's continue on. Gu Xian and I also chimed in, don't even think about abandoning this young lady. The sky was clear and blue, and beneath the tower, the group was talking amongst themselves, quick, look, the battle merit board has changed. Who's been knocked down? Sun Wuxiao, seeing the commotion, pointed and shouted, fourth senior sister, there's a lot of excitement over there, let's go see. Tai Bai showed no interest, pulling her along. Don't cause trouble, we need to head to the place marked by great senior sister for the meeting. However, Wuxiao eagerly grabbed her hand, thinking it wouldn't take much time. After blending into the crowd, the two of them were momentarily startled when they looked up at the leaderboard. From a distance, the battle merit board was filled with twisted, jagged characters, among which was a name they recognized. That person was ranked 50th on the battle merit leaderboard. Wu Xiao stared in a daze, having heard that the battle merit leaderboard hadn't changed in years. The performance of the master was indeed beyond ordinary understanding. Tai Bai also pondered for a moment. Given the master's temperament, it was likely that the intention wasn't just to surpass the 50th place but to directly kill him. As they were concentrating, someone suddenly appeared on the high platform. The person raised something in their hand and shouted aloud, new auction item. New auction item. The person held up a green crystal and introduced it, ranked 50th on the battle merit leaderboard. The location of the human Yi Bei, currently holding a battle merit of 325,876,277. Starting bid is 3 million battle merit points. Bai Shan turned to the person next to him and said, 3 million, let's risk it, turn 3 million into something big, we can fight it out together and split it when the time comes. The person beside him disagreed, anyone on the battle merit leaderboard isn't ordinary. I think we should avoid getting involved. The person on the platform continued to stir the atmosphere, announcing information about the human Yi Bei, Holy King Realm, and no sect. Hearing that, the crowd below immediately began to stir. A little demon at the Holy King Realm could earn so many battle merit points, it must be due to sheer luck. They must have stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, and they whispered to each other, pay several 100,000 battle merit points, quickly go kill that same king little demon, receive a reward of over 3 million, what could be better than that? Then, everyone started raising their hands to bid. The points kept increasing compared to the starting bid. 3,200,000 battle merit points. I'll take this intel for 3.5 million, hoping no one outbids me. 4 million should be enough. 5 million. I don't believe anyone can bid higher than this. Tai Bai furrowed his brow and said, although Master Vast Divine Power is great, becoming the target of public attention like this, he will likely encounter serious trouble. Sun Wuxiao also narrowed his eyes and looked over, when suddenly, a person raised a finger and called out a number, I bid 10 million. This action caused everyone to turn and look. The person who appeared was Ji Wu Di from the Infinite Sacred Land. As soon as he spoke, he directly called out, I, Ji Wu Di, bid 10 million. The crowd erupted into another wave of chatter, the Holy Son of Infinite Sacred Land, what is he doing here? Someone else chimed in, even if someone can bid more than 10 million, they wouldn't dare to raise the price. Offending anyone from the Infinite Sacred Hall never ends well. The auctioneer on the stage spoke again, if no one else bids, this item will go to Ji Wu Di from Infinite Sacred Land. Without hesitation, Ji Wu Di immediately snatched the item from the auctioneer's hands. Very good, just follow the location marked by this positioning stone and you'll be able to find the name Yi Bei. He looked at the crystal with confidence, 3 million battle merit points would fall into his hands with ease. A red dot appeared on the crystal. The red dot showed up against a black background. Elsewhere, Yi Bei was also holding a jade token bearing coordinates. It seemed to be a head. Oh, Yangling excitedly pointed, "Grandmaster, look, that must be the place." Before them rose tall columns. Yangling turned and said, "When you were fighting on the outer domain battlefield, did you hear that great senior sister and the other senior sisters each cultivated one of the most dangerous sites?" Yi Bei looked thoughtful. He said in a low voice, "Indeed, this place sits on a main artery, yet it's seldom frequented. Those 3 white towers must house some organization ordinary people wouldn't dare come near." Suddenly his gaze fell downward. Someone was coming. A burst of power streaked over and slammed into the ground. A figure stepped out of the smoke. "Found the 3 million, Ji Wudi appeared before them with the crystal, his voice brimming with confidence. "Behave and surrender yourself, I'll give you a quick death." Yi Bei remained calm and gave no reply, like a leopard scenting the tang of blood. A moment later, Gu Xian and I strolled over. "Hey, why are you all running so fast?" "Wait for me." At the sight of her, Ji Wudi grew even more amused. The second-generation ancestor of Shadow Moon Palace really is a buy one get one free. At this moment, Xian and I finally noticed the uninvited guest Ji Wudi. She immediately shouted out, "The battlefield outside the city is not the place for infinite sacred land. You think you can act arrogantly here? If you want to fight, go ahead." Hearing this, Wudi burst into loud laughter, raising his fist in blatant contempt, saying, "Just based on you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot down hard. The force of the blow sent rocks and dust flying into the air. Xian and I, standing in the midst of this chaos, cried out, "With this kind of power, after dealing with Gu Xian and I, he's coming straight for Yi Bei." Oh, Yanling gasped in shock, shouting, "Grandmaster, this punch is no ordinary one, you can't just withstand it." However, Yi Bei didn't even look bothered. He pushed Yangling aside with his hand, and she stared in disbelief, exclaiming, "Grandmaster, Wu Di is still coming at you. His actions are mocking you. Don't you care if your disciple gets buried with you?" I'm so touched I could cry. At that moment, the fist was already before him. Yi Bei squinted and asked, "Is that so?" "Then I look forward to seeing you cry." He then gently raised his hand to block the strike, a shockwave radiating outward. His hand caught Wu Di's fist. In disbelief, Wu Di shouted, "Impossible! This can't be happening. I used 60% of my strength. Even a great emperor would be unable to stop it." At this point, Yi Bei's voice carried a hint of admiration, conceding, "You're not without skill." "My hand does hurt a little." He asked again, "You say you cultivate according to the Wu Di Dao?" Then he said, "If you want to defeat me, you must cultivate a path that specializes in overcoming the Yi Bei Dao." Hearing this, Ji Wu Di became enraged and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant!" He then raised his other hand and struck at him. Yi Bei responded with a punch to his face. However, the punch only managed to push him back a little. Yi Bei looked at his own fist, silently thinking that something felt off about the power of this strike. After stabilizing his footing, Ji Wu Di spoke, "The strength is great, but it is useless against me." He also said that the Wu Di Dao was just like its name Wu Di. Yi Bei again provoked him, "Your attack is weak, peppery, your defense is strong. You should really be called the Black Turtle Mechanism." Wu Di said no more, raising his fist once again. Amid the battlefield, the dust and smoke filled the sky, and the strikes were so fast that only after images could be seen. Gu Xian and I, astonished, stared wide-eyed. Is this the serious Yi Bei? Can he really be on par with Ji Wu Di? Oh, Yang Lang, standing next to her, corrected her, "It's not that their powers are on the same level." She spoke calmly, "It's just that the Grandmaster is munching on a big crab." Xian and I imagined Yi Bei nibbling on a crab and was filled with confusion. Munching on a crab? In the midst of the smoke and dust, a figure emerged. Yi Bei stood tall and declared, "The victor has been decided." However, Ji Wu Di, lying on the ground, suddenly laughed, saying with deep meaning, "Weak and powerless. Ji Woo Di lunged forward arrogantly. I can make as many mistakes as I want, but if you make a single one you'll instantly die by my hand. Yi Bei calmly lifted his foot and kicked Wu Di in the stomach. Taking the blow, the man's face twisted, and he slammed into the rocky wall. Yi Bei frowned, gritting his teeth as he thought that this iron turtle mechanism dawdling here with him was hardly a good idea. Ji Woo Di remained standing. He spoke with confident swagger, though his skill was limited. Then wait for me to grind you to death. On the other side, Yi Bei seemed to hear something useful in those words. He gave a faint smile. A long, sharp object materialized in his hand as he said, "That hint of yours isn't bad." The object opened a vast space, countless zombie larvae leaped out of it, and then thousands of larvae poured forth. Yi Bei exclaimed, "Black turtle mechanism, let me help you find some playmates." Ji Woo Di sneered, "With only these bugs?" Damn it, Ji Woo Di is truly being underestimated. Having said that, he burst forth with power to blast the swarm away. Yi Bei swung, turning his back. "Don't worry if you kill 10, the Worm King will spawn 100 in return. At this rate you'll have enough to play with for years." Then he added, "I have official business to attend to, I don't have time for you, Wu Di." He threw a punch at the swarm. As he struck them down, he shouted, "You bastard, what a bastard, he deserves to die." Stop right there. The swarm of insects surged forward in a dense mass. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Why is it that the more I kill, the more they multiply? In the end, they turned and left. Yi Bei spoke to Ouyang Lang, "Let him play slowly, we should leave now." Xiao Lang. 2 hours later, their footsteps came to a halt. Yi Bei looked at the jade tablet and confirmed that this was indeed the right place. Ahead of them, 2 girls stood guarding the door. When they saw the group approaching, they raised their voices, "Who are you? This is a forbidden area, no outsiders are allowed to approach." Shuing muttered, "Isn't that girl from the Shadow Moon Palace, Gu Xian and I?" Li Kuei couldn't help but gossip, "She came all the way here to pursue the sect leader. Should we praise her persistence or say she's like a leech?" Hearing them gossiping about her, Gu Xian and I shouted, "Who are you calling a leech? Is this any of your business?" Finally, Yi Bei spoke up, "All right, enough noise." Xian and I, behind them, was so angry her face turned red. At that moment, Zhu Ying and Li Kuei noticed his appearance. With his looks, aura, and presence. Could it really be him? One of them spoke, "Are you from the Yi Demon Sect?" They both knelt down and respectfully greeted him. "Yi Demon Sect Zhu Ying, Yi Demon Sect Li Kuei pay respects to the ancestral master." Yi Bei calmly replied, "Rise. We'll talk later. Lead me to Luo Shuaishan." As they reached the gate, one of the two said to him, "Ancestral Master, this place is where the sect leader's fateful encounter took place. However, it requires a considerable amount of military merit points to enter." Upon hearing this, he turned to Ouyang Lang and said, "Xiao Lang, you and the others stay here to guard. I'll go inside for a while." She immediately responded clearly, "Grandmaster, when Yi Bei entered, Gu Sen and I hurried over here to wait for me." The sound of something heavy striking the wooden doorframe echoed. Xian and I crouched down, clutching her nose in pain, and a message appeared on the door, stating that 10 million military merit points were required to enter. Upon seeing this notification, Xian and I exclaimed in agitation, "Are you crazy? What kind of hellish treasure place requires 10 million points?" Inside, Yi Bei smirked and said, "Luo Shui, at last, I can meet you." Gu Xian and I excitedly pointed at the door, "Are you doing this on purpose? Last time, when elder sister Shui brought so many people in, there's no way each of them had 10 million. Zhu Ying explained, "This treasure place has a special feature, which is that one can pay for others. Last time, all the points were deducted from the esteemed leader's account." Li Kuei also recalled thoughtfully, "That's right, I remember it totaled over 300 million points." At this point, Yi Bei had been teleported to a rather surreal location. He slowly ascended the steps and then approached a rooftop. Narrowing his eyes, he assessed the white tower before him, deeming it a valuable item worth 10 million military merit points. Finally, he pushed the door open and entered. Regardless of the 10 million points, it didn't matter. In the center of the room stood a stone lion. The blue light surrounded the stone lion. The stone lion raised its voice and announced, "When you enter the tower, if you wish to comprehend the great Tao of any particular level, you must pass the trial of that level." Yi stood below, deep in thought. Comprehend, trial. Do I look like someone with nothing better to do? The stone lion reminded him, "If you fail the trial and do not seek an opportunity to increase your strength, then the 10,000 points you used to enter will be wasted." Yi nonchalantly raised his hand towards the stone lion. "No need for you to remind me." The lion, now sweating profusely, tried to stop him. "Wait, hold on." Yi didn't say another word. He acted swiftly, tossing the lion into the air. "I don't have time for your nonsense. Open the second level for me now." Above, a door opened, and a long staircase appeared before him. He began walking up the stairs, step by step. At the second level, as Yi ascended, he immediately saw 5 girls sitting around an incense burner, just the 5 of them. One of the girls, startled, widened her eyes. She looked to the side and said, this voice. "It's Grandmaster." The 5 girls turned in unison. "It really is Grandmaster. I hope this isn't the trial of the second level." It must be that Grandmaster sensed that Great Senior Sister was in danger and manifested. Yes, if it really is Grandmaster, then Great Senior Sister will be safe. It must be so. Upon hearing Luo Shuishan's name, Yi asked, "Can you all explain this to me in detail? I need to understand the situation within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." He began to reflect again. So the entire tower of temporal trial is enveloped by the law of time, layered and overlapping. The speed at which time flows on each floor is different. On the first floor, 1 day in the outside world equals 2 days inside the tower, with a time ratio of 1:2. On the second floor, 1 day in the outside world equals 5 days inside the tower, with a time ratio of 1:5. On the third floor, the time ratio is 1:10. On the fourth floor, the time ratio is 1:50. On the fifth floor, the time ratio is 1:100. On the sixth floor, the time ratio is 1:200. On the seventh floor, the time ratio is 1:500. On the eighth floor, the time ratio is 1:1000. On the ninth floor, the time ratio is 1:2000. The pink-haired girl spoke again. Great Senior Sister decided to test all 9 floors of the tower in order to master the law of time. She spent 20 years to pass the first 8 floors, which means she has used up 1,000 years of her lifespan inside the tower. Yi began to analyze. For an average human, reaching half emperor would extend their lifespan by 3,000 years, and breaking through to great emperor would grant a maximum lifespan of 10,000 years. After hearing his analysis, the 2 disciples behind him appeared relieved. If that was the case, then Great Senior Sister didn't need to worry about her lifespan, as she still had nearly 9,000 years left. Before Yi could say anything further, Ni remembered something important and quickly asked, "Wait, how long has Luo Shuishan been stuck on the 9th floor?" The pink-haired girl replied, "Since Great Senior Sister stepped onto the 9th floor, it's been over 4 years." The person next to him quietly added that 4 to 5 years was calculated based on the time of the outside world. Yi began to bite his finger again, muttering to himself, "More than 4 years, I've been calculating in my mind, so based on the time flow at the 9th level, Luo Shuishan has already spent nearly 8,000 years. He bit harder and harder, calculated for a moment, and then reached a conclusion. Adding the 1,000 years already spent before, doesn't that mean this foolish girl's lifespan is almost gone? One of the disciples lowered his eyes and said, "More than 30 senior sisters and junior sisters have already wanted to rush to the 9th level to persuade Luo's senior sister to leave, but not to mention the 9th level, not a single person has even stepped onto the 8th level in the past 10 years. Finally, Yi made his decision. "Alright, you continue your cultivation, don't worry about me, I'll handle it." His face was full of determination. "This foolish girl, wait for me." Without hesitation, Yi charged straight toward the 8th level. Before him stood a vast guardian tower. Yi leapt up, flying straight forward. Facing him, the Guardian Tower sharply warned, "I am the Guardian Tower. If you dare to have any thoughts of stepping onto the 9th level, you will be killed without mercy." As he spoke, the guard's eyes flashed with light, but as his hand was about to reach out, Yi Bei unleashed a powerful move, shouting at the guard, "Get out of my way!" A loud crash echoed, and the guard fell flat. His body was severed in two, lying on the ground. Yi Bei used the guard's head as a springboard to leap higher, his resolve unshakable. Stepping up the stairs, he quickly ascended, leaping across the stretch of green grass, finally choosing a spot to land on the ground. He looked around, then coldly spoke, "Finally, I've reached the 9th floor." Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed something, a stone tablet engraved with characters on the ground. He glanced at it and read the inscription, "Defeat the inner demon within the given time." After reading it, he sighed, muttering under his breath, if this girl could truly let go of the obsession in her heart, she probably would have already shattered the inner demon and passed the 9th floor. But right after that, the ground began to shake violently, and a long black tentacle erupted from the earth. Yi Bei was startled, looking up in surprise. He exclaimed in shock, "That is." In front of him was a creature that resembled a snake, but far larger, more majestic, and far stronger. In the center of its forehead was an oval-shaped gem, inside which, faintly, was the figure of the very person he was searching for, Luo Shuishang, unconscious. The massive black creature spoke, "Little brat, how daring! Disrespecting the Tower of Temporal Trial, the lifespan of this girl great emperor in training is running out, and she will become my meal." Its eyes gleamed brightly as it continued, "Just in time for your arrival. You'll be the perfect seasoning for my feast." Below, Yi Bei gripped his sword tightly, replying boldly, "Just a snake borrowing the power of the law of time, yet you have the audacity to yap." Hearing this, the creature roared in fury, "You're insulting me. Then let me use your Holy King Realm name as the appetizer." Its mouth opened wide, revealing a sharp fang along with a mass of slimy poison. Yi Bei didn't even need to use all his tricks, he casually responded, disregarding the Holy King Realm, "I think a blunt sword like this will be enough to kill you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the flame in his hand swiped through the snake's head with great force and decisiveness. A cracking sound echoed, signaling that the jewel on its head had begun to shatter, followed by a loud crash that completely broke the seal on Luo Shuishang. By instinct, she fell, but his arms were just in time to catch her and pull her into his embrace. Yi Bei looked down at the person in his arms and softly said, "Silly girl, we've finally met again." Seeing her still unconscious with her eyes shut, he continued calculating in his mind, "Your lifespan is down to only 300 years. Based on the time ratio of 1/2000 in this realm, your lifespan in the real world has only 60 days left. If I'm 2 months late, Shuishang, you'll wake up just as I'm about to speak." A flood of memories naturally rushed through his mind, and Yi Bei's voice still echoed in the distance. He had once spread his arms and smiled as he introduced himself, "I am Yi Bei. What's your name?" Back then, they were both just little kids. She gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes and stammered, "Luo Shuishang." Now, with her still in his arms, Luo Shuishang had woken up and responded absent-mindedly, "Yes." But immediately after, she bit her lip, her eyes closed again as her voice grew bitter. "Time within the tower, you see that my lifespan is nearly at its end, and you've started changing the form of the trial? Time within the tower, I don't need your comfort before I pass." Yi Bei spoke softly, "Girl, I'm sorry, I'm late." Shuishang raised her hand to her chest, then cast a spell, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Heart demon, are you trying to test my emotions this time?" She spoke dejectedly, "But can you have some heart? My grandmaster couldn't even break through the body cultivation realm before dying. How could I possibly achieve such a high level?" But then, she suddenly opened her bloodshot eyes and screamed, "Do you want to die?" Yi Bei was also stunned by Shuishang's words. She swung her palms straight into his chest, causing the ground around them to tremble. Countless purple lights rained down, and blood dripped to the ground. Yi Bei was sent flying back, clutching his chest in pain. The destructive force left a deep palm mark on his body, and he bewilderedly scolded, "Damn girl, you really want to turn me into a heart demon with a single strike?" However, after regaining his composure, he pulled out a long whip that glimmered with a golden light. Yi Bei pondered, this whip was a weapon made specifically for him. Would it make her realize something? But Luo Shuishang sarcastically mocked him, not bad, so you finally revealed something new, huh? Yi Bei, hearing this, clenched his lips in anger. Damn girl, still as stubborn as ever. She, however, paid no attention and didn't respond. She quickly rushed toward Yi Bei. Yi Bei, however, did not yield and directly swung his whip forward. The two began an intense battle, with their strikes shaking the very heavens and earth. Dust and debris flew everywhere, scattered by their fierce clash. After a while, Yi Bei stopped attacking and began to retreat. He spoke sternly, Shuishang, have you had enough of causing trouble? Luo Shuishang placed both hands on his chest, her face darkening as she pressed her lips tightly together. Seeing this, Yi Bei couldn't help but speak softly, Shuishang. Luo Shuishang still kept her lips tight, but before he could finish speaking, a gentle kiss was placed on his lips. After a passionate moment, the two finally pulled away. Luo Shuishang nestled into Yi Bei's arms and whispered, let me consider you my grandmaster. There are some things I want to say. Yi Bei did not respond, remaining silent and listening intently as she continued. Shuishang spoke in a sorrowful tone, Grandmaster, I am useless. 9,000 years have passed, yet I still couldn't complete the time tower, and I couldn't obtain the law of time to bring you back to life. She then looked up, speaking from the depths of her heart, but with a hint of pain, continued, but over these 9,000 years, I've only missed you more and more. She closed her eyes, leaning against him, feeling wronged. I remember the most beautiful days we had together, Grandmaster. Do you remember? When you personally taught me how to cook, I was so clumsy and you scolded me countless times. Her eyes filled with tears as she reminisced, Grandmaster even taught me how to make cotton candy. Teaching how to make fireworks, teaching how to ice skate. Finally, she said, Yi Bei, Shuishang may only have a few more days before she leaves with you. I truly hope that day comes a little sooner. After letting Shuishang vent her feelings, Yi Bei comforted her, silly girl, is the Grandmaster really worth all of this? He lifted Shuishang's chin with his hand, his gaze resolute as he looked directly into her eyes. If you keep refusing to grow up like this, how can I rest easy and let you become independent? He didn't stop there and continued, I will teach you once more. The time tower cracked, and in this way, Yi Bei carried her from the tower, escaping through the crack and finally landing safely. Luo Shuishang realized something and loudly asked, wait, isn't this outside the time tower? Yi Bei didn't answer, he just smiled gently. At this moment, Shuishang was in confusion. Why? Why is this happening? Immediately after, she flipped backward, broke free from his arms, and took several steps back. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment. Grandmaster, are you real? He gave her a warm smile and gently replied, just now it was, you, and now it's, sir, why the change? Before she could answer, he patted his chest and continued, if I weren't the real deal, I'm afraid your 2 poems of the Destruction Tao would have already struck me with the Divine Soul severing chain. Upon hearing this, she was stunned, utterly shocked. What? Flustered, she murmured, what should I do? I just forced a kiss on Grandmaster and said all those embarrassing things I want to die from. What should I do? What now? Yi Bei looked at her again, smiling, and scolded her affectionately. You silly girl still cares about these trivial things. No wonder you're stuck in it for 9,000 years, what a tough life. But then he corrected himself a bit, raising his voice to announce, silly girl, it's time to start breaking through now. I, your master, will guard your clan. She asked in disbelief, Grandmaster, it's not that I don't want a breakthrough, but I'm worried I can't pass the Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation. Yi Bei, with his confident and radiant demeanor, replied, silly girl, if you can't pass the tribulation, how could I hold your hand and pretend with you? Her mind went blank at his words. Yi Bei, seeing her reaction, couldn't help but tease her, what are you zoning out for? You really think I wouldn't want to be with you even in death? She stammered in reply, I do. Shuishang agreed. After saying that, Luo Shuishang turned and flew straight up. Grandmaster, I'm starting now. Yi Bei cheered from below, I'll wait for you to succeed in return. She charged in headfirst, shouting loudly, Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation, come. Xiang began the dangerous tribulation process above. Yi Bei stood in place, watching her as promised, his gaze never leaving. He focused on observing the entire process. Elsewhere, Gu Xian and I paced back and forth, anxious, muttering, why haven't they come out yet? Unexpectedly, she widened her eyes, her gaze filled with astonishment. She shouted, hey, look over there, Zhuing. Li Kuei also looked in that direction. Zhuing exclaimed in surprise, it doesn't seem like the Sect leader. Xian and I gasped, her voice rising, Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation. She wondered, what's going on with Xiang? How could he break through to Emperor Lord so quickly? Above, the lotus heart continued to glow brightly. Xian and I couldn't help but sigh, my father had to prepare for 1,000 years just to welcome the Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation. Meanwhile, Yi Bei slowly approached, his gaze filled with quiet pride. The Heavenly Tribulation's intensity was determined by the cultivator's great Tao strength. This Jie Yun was, as expected, a destructive force of the Tao. Then, golden lightning bolts struck violently, converging on a single point. In that space, Luo Shuishang simply used one hand to gather the bolts of lightning. A massive surge of energy erupted, causing the lightning to shatter into countless pieces. After the success, she taunted, too weak. The lightning reappeared, even more powerful than before, its strength condensing into the forms of 3 indistinct figures. Shuishang watched for a moment, then whispered, they were all once hailed as the pride of heaven, figures who ruled over vast lands. But who would have thought that after dying from the Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation, they would become fragments of soul with no consciousness, sealed within the Heavenly Tribulation? The 3 figures merged again into a ball, shooting out a beam of golden light that spread out, launching an attack. Shuishang calmly continued speaking, if you're going to die, at least do it like someone who's truly dead. Why show up in the mortal world? Having said that, she shifted to a high-pitched tone and screamed, destroy. At her command, waves of power surged forward, tearing through the air as they rushed ahead. Luo Shuishang's junior sister, watching from the side, exclaimed in surprise, look, isn't that great senior sister? Even the Grandmaster is there, and the people around are shouting excitedly, oh my god, Emperor Lord Heavenly Tribulation. Shuishang, standing above, continued to challenge, if you have any more moves, bring them all. The golden power she released transformed into countless, incredibly powerful figures. Shuishang closed her eyes, unafraid and completely unconcerned. She gathered her energy with both hands and mocked continuously. I'll broaden your horizons. In the next instant, her face changed, becoming terrifyingly fierce, her gaze sharp and deep, annihilating the very essence of the Tao. As the cries rang out, the purple energy crashed down, and a pillar of purple light shot up high into the sky. Luo Shuishang stood on the rooftop, surrounded by a great force, while the lightning had now turned into mere sparks. Yi Bei, with a satisfied tone, calmly said, the tribulation is successfully completed. The system notification appeared, Demonis host Luo Shuishang, Emperor Lord Early Realm. Yi Bei flew directly up to face Luo Shuishang, arms wide open, urging, come here and give me a hug. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor Lord Realm. She turned away, blushing and feeling embarrassed. Grandmaster, all the junior sisters are here, aren't we a little? A junior sister below, selfishly, shouted back. It's all right, great senior sister, we'll cover our eyes and not look. So the 2 of them embraced directly, the scene was utterly romantic, and he praised them gently. Luo girl, congratulations, truly you are everyone's great senior sister. He then turned to everyone and proclaimed loudly, disciples, the master has returned. Over the years you have endured much. He added, from now on, who will dare bully us? We will make them pay. Finally, before touching down, he added, whoever looks down on us, we will strike back and disgrace them. From now on we will fear no one and tremble before no power. When Yi Bei finished speaking he strode off with pride. In another space, notification chimes rang on and on. At first it registered 22 out of 108 disciples, then a steady stream of reward notices reached 61 disciples. Staring at the heap of notifications before him, he smiled in satisfaction and blurted out, "Let me count how many." He immediately switched into careful calculation mode. Emperor Lord Skill Card, 1. Great Emperor Skill Card, 1. Half Emperor Skill Cards, 52. A rare Grand Dao requires 10 Half Emperor Skill Cards, an ultra rare Grand Dao requires 20, the Grand Dao Epic Tier requires 5. 50 Grand Dao Mythic Tier slots require 100 Half Emperor Skill Cards, and 1 Great Emperor Skill Card is equivalent to 10 Half Emperor Skill Cards. After thinking for a moment, he began asking again, "System, will this Emperor Lord Skill Card be equivalent to 100 Half Emperor Skill Cards?" The system quickly responded, "1 Emperor Lord Skill Card is equal to 50 Half Emperor Skill Cards." Hearing the answer with little satisfaction, his hands clenched tightly as he muttered words that weren't very pleasant. "I knew it, this broken system is never generous, but at least I can finally exchange for a mythical level Dao now." After carefully calculating, he made his decision, "System, I want to exchange for the mythical level Dao." The system processed the information, and after a brief moment of exchange, the notification rang out, "Congratulations, host, you have mastered the mythical level Dao and invented a new Dao. The mythical level Dao can be combined with another Dao of a different level." Reading through it from beginning to end, Yibei continued to ponder the invention of a new Dao. This still has a note. The system then opened an explanation tab, detailing the conditions for mastering the legendary Dao of Invention. To master the legendary Dao of Invention, the host must meet the following requirements. First, you must master the power of another Dao. Second, you must have your own small world. Third, you must possess a divine artifact to suppress the small world. After checking, the system announced, "Host, you are temporarily unable to accept the legendary Dao." He shouted angrily, "I've struggled to collect 100 Half Emperor Skill Cards, and this is all you give me? Just a few trivial things like this?" Yibei continued to think, "I need a small world of my own, that barren space should pose no problem. Mastering the power of a Grand Dao is quite simple, it just requires the final artifact." Yibei raised his hand, and a glowing quartz crystal appeared. A note appeared alongside the stone, "Chaos Stone Tablet, Supreme Great Emperor Artifact." At this point, he was slightly satisfied, his tone as if he had already expected this. "Indeed, it's just a Supreme Great Emperor Artifact. Now, where can I find the divine artifact?" Suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed, "I got it." Looking towards the tower, he once again summoned the system. "System, what is the grade of this white tower?" The system quickly responded, "Time Tower, Ultra Supreme Great Emperor Artifact, only one step away from being a divine artifact." Upon hearing this, Yibei grinned sinisterly, stroked his chin, and said proudly, "I have a bold idea." He extended his spiritual sense and realized that every place has its own core. As long as he could find the core of the tower, everything would be easy. But for now, there was one problem that puzzled him. Which floor is the core on? This time, the system didn't need to be called, but rather proactively displayed a notification. To enter the hidden floor, one must pass the Heart Demon trial on the 9th floor. Before he could react, a hand gently grasped Yibei's sleeve. He startled and turned around. Behind him, Luo Shuishang whispered, "Grandmaster, let me accompany you to conquer the Heart Demon." And he agreed to that request. On the 9th floor of the Time Tower, Yibei sat still, his eyes tightly shut. "Come here, Heart Demon." A few green incense clouds were drifting, and they led him to another room. He looked around and concluded, "This is the room I stayed in before I crossed over." The Heart Demon kept distorting things. Cross over what? Disciple what? Outer Realm Battlefield what? It's all just a dream. Yibei looked at himself in the mirror, gently touching his cheek and wondering, is this really me? Truly, me. The voice of the Heart Demon echoed around him, it's just a long dream that's hard to wake up from. He stood before a large window, looking out at the sky. Yibei's gaze became determined. Heart Demon, trying to deceive me. You've plotted so much, but you've still made a mistake. Yibei stood there, lost in thought for a while, until the image in the mirror began to become clearer, and he spoke, before I crossed over, the city I lived in all year round was shrouded in fog. It wasn't as beautiful and clear as this. He walked straight ahead, then chuckled to himself, so, returning to that beautiful yet painful world is my heart demon? If I really must return one day, I hope I won't go alone. On the other side, Yi-Bei closed his eyes tightly, and his eyes suddenly brightened with clarity. He glanced over at Xiang, who was lying asleep beside him. He whispered, "Has she fallen asleep? I wonder how long it's been since this girl has had a full night's rest." Yi-Bei gently placed his hand on her head and softly said, "The sleeping posture isn't comfortable at all." He continued to smile and muttered to himself, "What's this about the core? What's this about the M level? I'll talk about it once she wakes up." After all, this is the 9th floor of the Tower of Time, a place where time is never in short supply. Time passed quickly, and it wasn't until 2 days later that Xiang groggily woke up. Beneath the romantic scene of falling flowers, Yi-Bei quickly asked, "Are you awake?" Luo Xiang also leaned forward in delight. "Grandmaster, you're still here, that's great, it wasn't a dream." Her eyes gradually became curious as she asked, "Grandmaster, when did you pass the trial of the heart demon? Disciple is truly reckless, please punish me." He gently replied, "Punish you for what? I only just completed it a few minutes ago." But soon after, Yi-Bei covered his mouth and teased with a smile, "On the contrary, you, girl, slept for 2 whole days, almost drooling." Xiang blushed deeply at this, and with a pout, she shouted in grievance, "Grandmaster, but it wasn't for that long." Yi-Bei patted her head to comfort her, "All right, once you're fully awake, we'll go visit the junior sisters." Her cheeks puffed up in a cute pout. Before Xiang could respond, Yi-Bei continued, "I've broken through to the 9th floor, now I'll try to tackle the hidden 10th level's trial." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant, leaving Xiang behind. The scene shifted to a dark space. A droplet of water fell, and Yi-Bei observed for a moment, murmuring to himself, "It really lives up to its name, pitch dark, so much so that you can't even see your hand in front of your face." Suddenly, a glowing bubble appeared in front of him. This was the core of the Tower of Time. Yi-Bei raised his hand again, wanting to touch it. His hand reached inside, and half of it outside began to wither and dry up due to the backlash. Wherever his hand made contact, it immediately wrinkled and shriveled. This was exactly what he had expected. After all, it was the law of time's imperial power. A quick victory was essential. After a while, he summoned the Chaos Stone. Yi-Bei loudly commanded, "Supreme Demon Bone, fuse the Tower of Time with the Chaos Stone." While trying to fuse the two, he also pondered. If he successfully combined them into one, their quality would definitely increase. But if he failed, the Chaos Stone with its lower quality would be crushed by time. The fish cannot pass the dragon gate and become a dragon. Let's take the risk. A little later, the stone cracked, breaking into pieces with a series of sharp sounds. Seeing this unfold before him, Yi-Bei grimaced and spat out in frustration, "Chaos Stone, you're supposed to be a divine artifact, how come you're falling apart so easily?" But before he could finish his sentence, his thoughts shifted. "Wait, these fragments. I have a solution." Immediately, his hand formed a seal, and he acted on his thoughts, realizing that he could no longer force the fusion. "In that case, I'll use the Chaos Stone fragments as material to enhance and upgrade the Tower of Time." He then directly infused his power into it. The fragments of the stone now flew rapidly within the bubble of the Tower of Time. Yi-Bei was also full of hope. "Good, it's absorbing, just waiting to see whether it will succeed or fail." The Time Tower and the Chaos Stone Tablet were in the process of merging. Yi-Bei was focusing his power on it, with one side of his hair already turning white. He said, "This is still too mechanical with such primitive enhancement, it needs something to suppress the rejection reaction from the Time Tower. In the end, I have my own plan, this is the only way. I'll use the mental mantra, the demon bone's violent destruction. I will grit my teeth and calculate, sending it into my spiritual domain, while refining and enhancing it simultaneously." The energy flowed into the sphere containing the Time Tower. Yi-Bei gritted his teeth, concentrating his energy. After all, it was just a weapon of the Emperor. Even if it's a high-tier item, so what? I don't believe I still can't punish you. Finally, the Time Tower vanished into his embrace, and the true form of the Chaos Demon Bone appeared. Yibei stood before it and spoke, "Very good, the Time Tower is slowly absorbing the fragments. It can now be called a pseudo-divine weapon. If this were handed to someone else, just the initial refining process would take at least 80 to 100 years, not even counting the time needed to refine it fully." The true form of the Chaos Demon Bone was holding the Time Tower, and everything was going according to Yibei's plan. But I had also prepared the Chaos Demon Bone, bringing with it the power to devour everything. If I focus all my speed on refining it, it should take about 8 months to completely refine and enhance the Time Tower. Finally, he looked at the palm of his hand and quietly calculated. Once this divine artifact was dealt with, it would just be a matter of time. Yibei appeared behind Luo Shuishang and softly called, "Shuishang, I'm back." Shuishang turned her face and looked over, her face filled with astonishment. "Grandmaster, your face." Yibei pretended to lean on his cane, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Shuishang, my Time Tower has backfired, reversing all of my vital energy. My lifespan may not be much longer," he said. She immediately rushed to embrace him. "If the Grandmaster wants to die, then Shuishan will go with you." She pressed her head against his chest, speaking sorrowfully, "I don't want to face another parting with you ever again." Yibei gently touched her face and affectionately scolded her, "Silly girl, don't ever talk about dying together again." Luo Shuishan wanted to say, "Grandmaster, but you." Yibei took out a jade vial from somewhere. He lightly opened the cap, then poured the golden pills from the vial into his mouth. Afterward, he closed his eyes tightly, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared without a trace. He pointed to the vial and explained, "Look, it's just a weakened body. Once I take a pill core that Xingchen made, I'll recover instantly." Seeing this, Shuishang pouted and turned her face away. "If Grandmaster teases me like this again, I won't pay any attention to you." Yibei followed behind, coaxing her, all right, it's my fault. I won't joke like this again in the future." The figures of the two people disappeared at the mountaintop. Yibei said to Luo Shuishang, "At this point, the Tai Bai Wuxiao group should have arrived as well. Shuishang, let's head out." She replied, "I've already taken the junior sisters from the tower outside the realm of chance, so there's no reason to stay here anymore." A gigantic blue fishtail appeared, its body translucent with sharp white teeth. A flash of light shot across the creature's body. Gu Xian and I stood atop the enormous monster and spoke, "Only this little amount of combat points? Fortunately, it's this big." She glanced at her hand, then sighed in resignation. "Isn't it just 10 million combat points? To meet Shuishang's sister, I'll take the risk." Shi Tai Bai, witnessing all of this, couldn't help but exclaim, "Has this young lady always been this eager?" Li Kuei also commented, "She is the very embodiment of Your Excellency, the Sect leader." Sun Wuxiao stood leaning against a pillar, sighing, while Ouyang Lang chose not to comment. After finishing off the monster, Gu Xian and I turned to Li Kuei and said, "I'm going to find other monsters for more combat points. Shuishang's sister, if you head out, remember to send me a sound transmission." Li Kuei promised, "Yes, I'll definitely let you know." However, in her heart, she was thinking, "I'll never tell you." A cycle of reincarnation was unfolding, and Yibei, along with Shuishang, stood there, witnessing it all. Zhu Ying and Li Kuei bowed their heads respectfully and said, "Greetings, Ancestral Master." "Greetings, Sect Leader Your Excellency. We, your subordinates, are here to report that all members of the Yima sect are awaiting the return of the Sect Leader Your Excellency. The grand ritual for Ancestral Master's return must also be prepared in a most magnificent manner." "No need to waste, sincerity is enough," Yibei said cheerfully. Hearing this, the two immediately obeyed. Wu Xiao ran over to where Shuishang was. "Great senior sister, let me give you a hug." Tai Bai also spoke up, "Great senior sister, all the junior sisters miss you very much." Xiang smiled and responded, "It's been many years since we've met, yet Tai Bai, Wu Xiao, and Alang have all become great emperors. But like a boat struggling against the current, there's no progress, only retreat. Future cultivation should not be taken lightly." Wu Xiao obediently replied, "Yes, great senior sister." Inside the pavilion, an excited voice rang out. "Grandmaster, great senior sister, how can we not drink on such a good day?" A large jug of wine was placed on the table, and Yi Bei asked, "Alung, where did you get this from?" "I brought it with me because the journey was dull," Yang Ling answered. Yi Bei continued, "This fine wine from your tribe, I've heard much about it but never had the chance to taste it." The cups are already set on the table. Yang Ling raised his cup and loudly cheered, "Let's toast to our sister's reunion. To Grandmaster, to great senior sister." Everyone happily clinked their glasses together. Yi Bei drank the entire cup, praising the wine as delicious. Suddenly, he looked to the side in confusion and said, "Girl, your alcohol tolerance wasn't good before, just drink as you wish." Yi Bei turned to see that Xiang had already finished her drink, and she set the cup down on the table. Slightly tipsy, she said, "Grandmaster and the junior sisters have already finished theirs, how can I, as the great senior sister, just drink casually?" Her face was flushed red. Come on, you're the disciple of the great senior sister, you have to drink this too." Wu Xiao happily invited her to drink, while Li Kuei, choking back tears, quietly called, "Sir." Wu Xiao, slightly drunk, started babbling, "Drinking this cup won't be enough, there's still another cup." Yan Ling chimed in, "Fourth senior sister, after you finish this one, there are still 3 more. Xiang quickly declined, No, just one bowl is enough. I've already quit drinking, and everyone is already drunk." Yang Lang, again speaking nonsense, said, "Fifth senior sister, do you want a one-on-one challenge? If you get drunk, I won't be responsible for carrying you to bed." Wu Xiao fainted. Meanwhile, Yi Bei, sitting next to Xiang, spoke up, "Look, Wu Xiao and Alang are arguing again, just like me 300 years ago." Xiang softly called, "Grandmaster." Yi Bei looked down, and saw Xiang leaning on his shoulder. "This girl really is drunk. I'll take her somewhere with fresh air to help her sober up." Tai Bai, seeing them head out the door, curiously asked, "Where are Grandmaster and the great senior sister going?" Yi Bei replied, "The air is fresher outside. If I leave her there for a while, she'll sober up soon." Xiang murmured in protest, "I'm not drunk." "Sober up? What for?" Yi Bei said softly, "You're drunk." The girl Xiang leaned even closer against Yi Bei. "I'm not drunk." The two faced each other, pink bubbles floating up between them as a melody drifted faintly from somewhere unseen. What's the difference between X and not drunk at this point? Tai Bai wondered silently. Could it be that the relationship between the Grandmaster and the senior sister has already? Sunlight filtered gently through the gaps between the leaves. Xian and I called out loudly, "Sister Xiang." Both of them turned around, thinking at the same time, "We're doomed, we forgot Gu Xian and I was here." At the very first Sister Xiang, Xian and I froze in shock at the scene before her. Xiang swung her arm bluntly. "I told you last time, didn't I? Stop clinging to me." Her tone carried clear reproach. Tears welled in the corners of Xian Ni's eyes. She forced her expression into coldness and said, "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Yi Bei reminded calmly, "Xiang, don't go causing another murder." She replied quickly, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. I'm just being firm so she knows when to back off." Xian and I tried to speak. "Sister Xiang, I." Lightning spheres formed in Xiang's palm as her voice turned frigid. "I've told you countless times, don't call me that again. Everyone's gathered here already." Yang Lung said excitedly. "So this is the Emperor Lord Realm," Tai Bai chimed in. "What an overwhelming difference from the great senior sister of the past." Xiang shouted. The divine power surged like sharp blades of swords, rushing forward. Xian and I wanted to raise her hand to defend, but someone rushed to her side. Xingshan placed his hand on the sword's hilt, blocking in front of her. The ball of lightning collided directly with the sword aura. A single strike diverted the trajectory of the ball. The large tree behind them was also sliced in half, and the divine power was sent crashing into the forest. This left Xian and I in shock. The master of the Shadow Moon Temple, Emperor Lord Gu Xingshan, appeared. Xingshan silently thought to himself, never would he have expected that she would break through to the Emperor Lord level so quickly, and furthermore, her strength was not any weaker than his. Moreover, there were so many people around her. The only way to resolve this dispute was to find a peaceful solution. Xiang, enraged, shouted, "Gu Xingshan, how long are you going to indulge this child of yours?" He too spoke up, "So it's Sect leader Luo." "Congratulations, Sect leader Luo, on successfully breaking through to the Emperor Lord realm. My young daughter has been a little presumptuous. I suspect I may have disturbed Sect leader Luo earlier, please be magnanimous and punish her as you see fit." Xian and I, standing behind, was utterly shocked. Why was her father like this? Xian and I wanted to speak, but he quickly shouted, "Shut up." He couldn't help but think, this unruly daughter of mine, who didn't know reason, had been infatuated with Xiang ever since their first meeting. I knew she would cause great trouble like this sooner or later. At this moment, Xian Nai lowered her head in silence. Xiang coldly said, "Forgive you?" Gu Xingshan, for the sake of our usual relations between forces. 100 million and her being imprisoned for 100 years, do you think this is acceptable? Xingshan began to think. Although 100 million battle points was a large amount, it was only like cutting off a small piece of flesh, and wouldn't harm his true self or core being. The confinement of Gu Xian and I was also just the right opportunity for him to rein in his emotions. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Sect leader Luo is indeed very magnanimous and generous. Only with such an attitude can the Shadow Moon Temple continue to maintain a good relationship with the Yi Sun sect. This is truly a joyous matter." At that moment, Xian Ni's hand was clenched tightly, trembling. "Xiang's sister, you're going too far. Why must you be so heartless? I only like you, I just want to be by your side. Why? Why must you treat me like this?" She gritted her teeth and pursed her lips. It must be that man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yi Bei was the one who caused the rift between her and Xiang's sister. Damn him. She hated him deeply in her heart, thinking that if he just disappeared, Xiang's sister would surely be able to accept her. Yi Bei was stunned, looking over at Xian and I behind him, her imposing aura radiating, her entire body exuding immense power. Gu Xingshan's eyes widened as he thought, that rebellious girl, could it be? She wants to do something reckless? Xiang's face darkened, killing intent visible in her eyes. What are you trying to do? She erupted in rage, her body growing larger in a threatening manner. If you want to deal with me, Grandmaster, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Xingshan extended his arms, standing in front of Xian and I, pleading. Sect leader Luo, please show mercy. I am willing to pay any price. Please, I beg you, spare my daughter. Xiang exuded a murderous aura. If you want to blame someone, blame your own daughter. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, gently squeezing to reassure her. Yi Bei is seizing this opportunity to ask for a large price. Children don't know any better. Didn't they already say? Do you want an even bigger compensation? He wore an amused expression. Tell me, how do you want to make up for this? He hesitantly held up 2 fingers. 200 million points of battle merit, and in return, my daughter will never appear before you again. Your Excellency, what do you think? Can you accept this? Yi Bei paused, rubbing his chin as if considering the offer. Xiang widened his eyes and looked at the Grandmaster. Master, are you going to use your secret technique again? Yi Bei doubled the price. 400 million. I'll allow you to make payments over time. You can pay it off in full within 100 years. She was stunned, her mouth agape. Xingshan cursed inwardly. 4 million, that's already too much. Although he wanted to object, the intimidating force from the opposing side made him give up. Xingshan thought for a moment. In this situation, refusing wasn't an option either. Xianyi lowered her head, filled with remorse, hesitating to speak. Father, he was so angry that he slapped her. You impudent girl, how dare you speak? Xingshan clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sparing my daughter's life. 200 million battle merit points will be provided. Once Your Excellency returns to the front lines, you may come to Shadow Moon Palace at any time to collect it. As for the remaining 200 million, Shadow Moon Palace will promptly supplement the amount. Yi Bei happily agreed. All right, the father and son of the Gua family asked to take their leave, so we won't trouble you any longer. After speaking, they hurriedly leapt up and fled. Having made a profit, he didn't hesitate to offer some praise. The Lord of Shadow Moon Palace isn't bad at all. Yi Bei commanded, Tai Bai, you all rest here for now, tidy up, she has received the order. Understood. He called out to Xiang, girl, let's go, we'll take a walk outside. There's something I need to discuss with you. She obediently followed. Yes, Grandmaster, you've moved 10 miles out from the area of the opportunity here, with just the two of us. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Yi Bei warned, after Junior Master speaks, don't get too excited, stay calm. Xiang's thoughts wandered far. What did Grandmaster mean by this? Was it something awkward? How should she respond after hearing this? She imagined herself blushing shyly or perhaps holding Grandmaster's arm. He sighed, trying to gather his focus. Now Yi Bei spoke, Tionla has joined the Tionla Sacred Hall. She was speechless. Tionla, she couldn't believe he had betrayed them. He patted her shoulder comfortingly. In less than 3 months, the heavenly ranking rewards will be updated. Once the rewards are issued, we'll go out again. Anyway, the ship has already set sail, whether it's sooner or later, it won't make a difference. Yi Bei closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. This girl is good at everything, except there are a few things that she just can't see through. Suddenly, someone shouted his name. Yi Bei. The two turned around. Someone, Wu Di, challenged him. Yi Bei, don't think that controlling those Lu Wang's beast insects will wear me out. I won't stop. He sarcastically replied. After fighting alongside the slave faction for so long, you still have the strength to come after me? Impressive. Before he could finish his sentence, the man collapsed face first, motionless. Yi Bei chuckled. All right, I've overestimated you. It was only then that Xiang realized what had happened. She said in surprise. Grandmaster actually managed to deal with controlling that Lu Wang insect. Thinking back to when I fought him, he was someone very difficult to handle. Yi Bei thought nothing of it, humbly rejecting the praise. Just lucky. If anyone else had been swapped in from the combat list, Junior Master probably wouldn't have been able to handle him. Suddenly, a dark shadow poured out from Wu Di's body. It bit and devoured him, causing him to convulse. A voice came from within it. Both he and Xiang watched this scene. Yi Bei was surprised to see the shadow of Ji Wu Di consuming him. Shadow 9 immediately clarified. I am not the shadow of this trash. I'm simply using him to catch a bigger fish. The one who just appeared is from the Shadow Clan. Xiang began to explain the characteristics of the Shadow Clan, half human, half immortal, masters of assassination and stealth, often immensely wealthy on the battlefield. She had once killed 2 great emperors from the Shadow tribe, one with 800 million battle merits, the other with 100 million. Yi Bei was intrigued. Oh, in that case, this person must be quite a big fish. He snapped his fingers, calculating. Anyway, the Shadow Tribe Emperor Lord must have at least 300 million more than me, right? Yi Bei shot a ring of spiritual energy towards Shadow 9. He tilted his head to dodge the ring of green light, not letting it get near. Shadow 9 also conjured a magical beast and gave a compliment. You can see through the obsession tension and sense my cultivation level. Not a simple kid, huh? He stood still, looking down at the ground before falling silent. The spiritual beast moved closer to Yi Bei, sniffing his clothes. On this side, he also sensed it. You have a familiar scent. Though I can't quite pinpoint it, I can definitely smell it. After thinking for a moment, Shadow 9 clicked his tongue. I remember now. This scent belongs to someone from 10,000 years ago, Emperor Lord Jia Mo of the demon race. He was the nightmare of the battlefield outside. No matter how much the dual heaven ranking updates, Demon Lord Jia Mo could always rely on his tremendous strength to quickly secure a spot in the top 5. Unfortunately, just when I had gathered all the forces of the Shadow Tribe, preparing to kill him, he suddenly left the battlefield for some unknown reason. He hasn't appeared since. He sighed. I didn't expect Jia Mo Demon Lord to be so formidable in his youth. Shui Xiang pondered. Did you really gather the Shadow Tribe to kill him? She tried to guess. If I'm not mistaken, you're ranked 37th on the Divine list, and 40th on the Battle Merit list. Even if Shadow 9 is recognized, he wouldn't be afraid. Yi Bei pushed Shui Xiang behind him and said, Girl, you've just broken through to Emperor Lord and need to stabilize your realm. Leave this guy to your junior master. Shadow 9 looked down on someone who was merely at the peak of the Holy King realm. Yet this man didn't even need assistance and dared to face an Emperor Lord alone? He decided to make him taste bitter regret. Fine then. Another one who underestimates the Holy King realm. I might as well take this chance to make a breakthrough myself. Yi Bei began to unleash his spiritual power, breaking through to the half-emperor stage. Though slightly surprised by his ability, Shadow 9 still showed a hint of pity as he effortlessly ascended to the half-emperor level. What a shame. With such talent, and yet you'll die here. He couldn't hold back any longer. The ninefold slaughter formation activated. Tens of thousands of insects swarmed out, surrounding Yi Bei, and even Shadow 9 himself charged forward. Yet Yi Bei, though surrounded, showed no sign of panic. Is that all you know, attacking like a swarm of flies? How boring. Die already. He swept his spiritual energy in a protective wave around himself, blocking the black fire conjured by Shadow 9. Shadow 9 then shifted tactics, transforming into a massive maw like a bottomless pit. An ordinary half-emperor wouldn't even possess 1/9 of my strength. You truly are different. Worthy of my seriousness. When Shadow 9 gave the order, the laws of space shifted. Only then did he draw his sword. No wonder his name appeared on both ranking lists. He truly was exceptional, even possessing something as advanced as spatial laws. But unfortunately, he said, you're only using a clone and transformation. What a waste of talent. He then switched to the dark secret technique, the reorganizing flesh. The enormous mouth filled with sharp teeth clamped shut without leaving a gap, and then it expanded even larger. Shadow 9 spoke coldly, I've cultivated the laws of space for less than 100 years, so I'm still not entirely proficient. But the secret techniques of my Shadow clan, I've long since mastered them. Your sword cannot keep up with my rate of recovery. When your strength is spent, I'll swallow you into this stomach filled with spatial law and grind you into dust. Yi Bei paid no heed to Shadow 9's words. Fine then, he said calmly. If you find my sword unworthy, I won't argue with you. He summoned the resonance of the great Tao. It was the Tao of cultivation itself. At once, countless hands wielding sword techniques appeared around Yi Bei. Let's see how fast your recovery really is. Shadow 9, using his reorganized flesh, swallowed Yi Bei into the spatial law realm. His jaws opened wide, revealing rows of massive teeth and monstrous eyes within. Shadow 9 sneered, your strength is still inferior to this mouth of mine. As soon as his words fell, 2 streaks of sword light flashed across the sky. Yi Bei's entire being radiated a mighty aura, his presence suppressing Shadow 9 completely. With his sword energy, Yi Bei slashed again and again towards Shadow 9, shattering the spatial law formation he had constructed. Shadow 9 clutched his body, gritting his teeth through the pain. Yi Bei, standing next to him, suppressed his aura, with a few remaining electric charges lingering on his body. He sighed in frustration and said, "I'm already tired of this trick." Yi Bei turned around and glanced at him with disdain. "Shadow 9, show me another type of magic." He wrapped his arms around himself, staring at Yi Bei in disbelief. In his mind, he thought, "How is this possible? I've clearly already taken him over, trapping him in the space of the law. My Shadow Clan's regeneration speed can't even keep up with the killing speed of his 6 swords." Shadow 9 gritted his teeth, thinking he had a backup plan. "I have to leave, staying in Xiang Mountain isn't going to benefit me." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Yi Bei stretched out his hand to block him. Seeing Shadow 9 remain silent, Yi Bei asked, "Are you wondering why the law of space hasn't killed me? With the crude proficiency of your magic, not even my demon bone supreme can shatter it. So don't even think about hurting my true form. I've told you before, the law of space you possess is an entirely destructive force." With that, Yi Bei released his aura, setting Shadow 9 ablaze. He screamed in panic, "Don't! One strike from this and Shadow 9 will be destroyed." Yi Bei, sword in hand, gazed into Shadow 9's soul, speaking slowly. "Clearly a mere assassin, yet you still wish to face me head-on. This is the end you've brought upon yourself, the result of your arrogant complacency." Holding the law of space in his hands, Yi Bei smiled smugly. "The law of space is now mine." Xiang stepped up beside him, her voice full of joy. "Congratulations, Grandmaster, for obtaining the law of space. How many merit points did you get from this person?" Yi Bei turned to answer her. 1.5 billion plus mine, so now I have a total of 1.8 billion. Speaking of merit points, Yi Bei suddenly remembered. "Girl, how many merit points do you have?" Xiang raised her hand to calculate, then told him. 678 million. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei stroked his chin, thinking to himself. 678 million merit points, rank 12th. I wonder what rank Junior Master holds now. Xiang giggled. "Well, we'll find out when Grandmaster returns to the frontline faction. Opening the rewards yourself is what gives you that surprising feeling. But only the rewards in the top 20 rankings matter. Anything lower than that, Grandmaster probably won't care about." Looking at the leaderboard, he noticed Yi Bei's ranking had risen by 34 places. Seeing this, Yi Bei said to Xiang, "Now that there's no major issues left, I finally have time to sort through my recent gains." Yi Bei took out his mental cultivation method and studied it. He assessed the reincarnation chaos of the Demon Bone Supreme, which definitely needed to be cultivated. The center of the Time Tower was also in the process of refining the law of space, which would also require some time for him to experience. At this moment, the sky finally returned to calm. Xiang's voice rang out, "Grandmaster, please rest assured and enter seclusion. First, I will use the secret technique of the Night Demon Sect to conceal your whereabouts, and then I will notify Tai Bai to prepare and wait for your orders." Several days later, the door to Yi Bei's room finally opened. Yi Bei sat inside, resting his chin on his hand, letting out a long sigh. Yi Bei was startled when he saw the woman in front of him, unsure of when Xiang had arrived. She shyly spoke to Yi Bei, "Grandmaster, would you like to attempt a breakthrough to the Great Emperor level? Perhaps it will yield unexpected results." Yi Bei pondered thoughtfully. This suggestion does make sense, but breaking through to the Great Emperor level is different from the previous realms I ascended. I will need to focus much more of my energy. Realizing this, Yi Bei sat with his hands clasped, focusing on his breakthrough. Seeing that the Grandmaster had entered a calm state for seclusion, Xiang silently stood and watched. Next, she called for Tai Bai, giving orders to those below. "Tai Bai, along with 5th Junior Sister and 8th Junior Sister, we will form a protective formation around the Grandmaster to guard him." Tai Bai clasped his hands and bowed, replying, "Understood." In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and the thunderstorm began to form, its teeth visible above. Wu Xiao was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "The tribulation clouds for the Grandmaster are here." But strangely, this thunderstorm seemed unusual. Wu Xiao spoke to everyone, "The heavenly tribulation lightning is white? I've never seen this before, and moreover, these clouds are continuously expanding and spreading out." In the mysterious land, on the rooftop, 3 figures were gazing upward. Fei Fei broke the silence, speaking out loud. "Jiamo, Your Excellency, Nilfanik, everyone, hurry and come see the strange phenomenon in the sky." At the same time, in the sacred land of the celestial realm, dark clouds covered the sky, and the atmosphere was extremely eerie. A man stood silently, observing this unusual event. He hesitated. Which Emperor Lord is about to ascend to the heavens with this tribulation cloud? Sensing the omen, he anxiously said, "A great event is about to happen." Thunder suddenly turned golden, growing louder and spreading wider. The dark sky was pierced by a glowing orb of light, encircling the lightning that struck Yunfan. Fei Fei and Diao Xie stood nearby, watching this rare phenomenon near the mysterious area. Fei Fei muttered in astonishment. "Is this Yi Bei undergoing the heavenly tribulation?" Elsewhere, in the palace of the celestial sovereign, a man with a regal demeanor also saw the golden path. He questioned, puzzled. "Is this the ascension to the immortal realm?" The 3 men, Wu Xiao, Tai Bai, and Yang Lang, looked up at the rainbow appearing below the ascension to the immortal realm. Wu Xiao exclaimed, "Grandmaster, she's a little worried." "Grandmaster, do you know how many powerful gods will be attracted by the one ascending the immortal realm ladder?" The spiral staircase stretched downward, shining brilliantly. Yi Bei stood within the formation, not wanting to show off. "Actually, this is just a breakthrough to become a great emperor." Zhuang and Li Kuei stared wide-eyed at the scene. Zhuang said, "Master, you broke through to Emperor Lord, yet you didn't set up such a large formation." Xiang proudly replied, "What's the big deal? This is my Grandmaster." She couldn't be bothered to argue. Yes, we were wrong to not understand." Xiang's expression darkened. She continued observing and sensing, deep in thought. Suddenly, Xiang spoke. "I can feel it now, an additional aura of the Emperor Lord, locking this place down." She issued a command, getting ready to protect her Grandmaster during the tribulation. They all shouted in unison. "Yes, we obey the order, great senior sister." He looked up in satisfaction. "Well done, high enough." At this moment, 7 dark shadows flew up, circling around the ascending platform. The disciples focused their attention and said in unison, "They've arrived." Tai Bai was stunned. In the blink of an eye, 7 Emperor Lord level experts have arrived. Yang Lang, never taking his eyes off, asked, "Impressive, senior sister, are you scared?" Yi Bei, on his way to ascension, calmly replied, "This tribulation could easily make the headlines. If, during the tribulation, I happen to kill 7 Emperor Lord level experts." Yi Bei furrowed his brow slightly, certain that would be the headline. Now, centered around him, the 7 experts surrounded him, with no way out. Xingshan spoke first. "Who would have thought that this reunion would be seeing you rise to the immortal realm?" The muscular man carrying a giant axe on his shoulder introduced himself. "I am Wu Dili." The mysterious leader also introduced himself with an air of mystique. "I am the one who watches you without blinking." The 2 girls spoke in unison. "I am Emperor Lord Fairy Qinghe and Fairy Zihe." Xiang, irritated and uncomfortable, retorted, "But the combined battle merit of both of you doesn't even reach half of mine. What are you 2 even talking about here?" Members of the sacred lands suddenly appeared in the sky, and one of them questioned Luo Xiang. "Do you understand the disaster that Yi Bei's actions, leading to the heavenly and earthly anomaly, will bring to the heavenly profound continent?" She suddenly raised her head to look at him, her eyes darkened and furrowed. She had realized that the person who had just arrived was him. He continued his interrogation. Do you understand the history of the heavenly profound continent? Do you know about the immortal pavilion of Tionla and its ascension to the immortal realm? She exploded with power, declaring resolutely. Humph, as long as they try to stop my grandmaster from gaining the chance, they all must die. Gu Xingshan raised his arms and spoke out to refute the two. That's wrong. What does history have to do with anything? Xingshan criticized Bai Huafei. You people, one of you doesn't care about your face, fine, but all 7 of you don't care about face? And now you're lecturing about the past? Are you looking down on the people of the Tianxian continent? Doesn't anyone know about the ancient silence immortal pavilion of Xianglu and the immortal world? Bai Huafei, confused, asked. 7? Aren't you counting yourself? Doesn't that make 7 of us? Bai Huafei's words caught Xingshan off guard, while Yi Bei sat across from him, quietly observing. Yi Bei also didn't understand the situation. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, deep in thought, a myriad of question marks swirling in his mind. At that moment, Yi Bei spoke up and asked. By the way, Gu Xingshan, weren't you the one leading this group to disturb my tribulation? Xingshan, hearing this, became extremely anxious. He quickly pointed at the 2 men beside him and explained. Yi Bei, Your Excellency, please don't listen to them. How dare this old man disturb your tribulation? Upon witnessing Yi Bei's phenomenon and the demon emperors sent here, Xingshan hastily denied it. Before coming here with these people, I had no idea that this phenomenon was caused by your tribulation. Yi Bei looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Then, 2 hands from Shan Jiang stretched out, and he smiled before continuing. It's said that when one reaches the Emperor Lord level in the heavenly profound dimension, the cultivation process comes to an end, because this world is inherently constrained by a curse. Xingshan looked ahead, furrowing his brows, his tone serious. The only way to break this constraint is to rely on. Looking at Yi Bei's tribulation phenomenon, he explained. The immortal wife that Your Excellency is aiming for, once you succeed, you will immediately reach the void immortal realm, and the entire heavenly profound dimension will benefit greatly. Yi Bei, tired from hearing so much, waved his hand lazily and said to Xingshan. Have you finished? If you're done, hurry up and leave. Upon hearing this, Xingshan's face lit up with joy. He quickly replied. Yes, yes, yes. Before leaving, he clasped his hands in front of him, his gaze lingering with a hint of reluctance. Gu Xingshan cleared his throat a few times. That Your Excellency Yi Bei, my daughter caused trouble the other day and still owes you. Yi Bei half closed his eyes and pointed, he suddenly understood. I see, so that's why you suddenly stepped in to help me. No problem, it's a small matter. You may go. Xingshan saluted, bowed his head respectfully and thanked him. Many thanks, Your Excellency. With that he darted away swiftly, leaving the demon emperors to take the hit. The Black Guardian began preparing his move again, laughing loudly. We should thank Gu Xingshan. His rambling just now made our target clear. We must destroy you before you successfully break through. Yi Bei smiled indifferently. Calmly to the Black Guardian he said, Destroy? Then what are you waiting for? Make your move. Otherwise watching this supposed immortal's breakthrough will be too dull. Yi Bei spread his arms, his eyes sweeping over them with arrogance. He called out, Does that fortune teller want to go first? When Bai Huafei heard this he trembled with anger and hissed, Fortune teller, what I hate most is those who call me a fortune teller. He enacted an array formation to summon the tide of creatures. Bai Huafei raised his hand and shouted, God of the middle race, we seal a blood pact, dominate the world for 10,000 years, today the great army marches forth again. Tai Bai stammered in horror, what does he intend to do? Xiang pointed and ordered the junior sisters, never mind that, focus on protecting Grandmaster. Xiang furrowed her brows, staring intently at the insect clan's divine formation that Bai Huafei had cast. Her hand clenched into a fist, her tone resolute. They really want to ruin Grandmaster's ascension to the immortal body. Wu Sha was horrified, her mouth agape as she stared ahead. She exclaimed. What? Those are the swarms of black insects flying toward Yi Bei's tribulation manifestation. The Black Guardian raised his hand high, his face calm and expectant. He sneered and said, "Youngsters who don't know how to enjoy their youth, yet they want to ascend to the immortal body." Then, he shouted at Yi Bei, "I'll show you the consequences." As he spoke, he flicked his hand, sending an attack toward Yi Bei. But unexpectedly, the strike vanished midway in a baffling manner. The Black Guardian stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded by the illogical sight before him. He furrowed his brows, squinted his eyes, and coldly said, A slip-up. I completely forgot about you all." Xiang, Tai Bai, Yang, and Wu Xiao appeared, standing in front of the manifestation and blocking the Black Guardian's attack. Xiang looked at him, her gaze filled with murderous intent. She loudly commanded the junior sisters behind her. "Junior sisters, even if we have to die today, we must hold out until Grandmaster succeeds." The swarm of insects thickened in the air, gradually moving toward Yi Bei. He stood there, cold and indifferent, watching them with disdain. Yi Bei spoke, mocking. "Using those petty insects to gnaw at the immortal body? That's an interesting idea." When the swarm of parasitic insects approached, Yi Bei had already begun circulating his inner energy. A strong golden aura appeared in the palm of his hand. Immediately, the entire space was enveloped by this energy. The strike he launched tore through the air as though ripping it apart. Xiang retracted his move, his hands still radiating with energy. The blonde-haired man slightly closed his eyes and clapped his hands, his voice carrying a note of admiration. "The destructive power is truly formidable. In just one strike, you wiped out the entire swarm." He then smiled wickedly, his eyes filled with ambition as he turned toward Xiang and slowly spoke, "But unfortunately, it's too late." Bai Huafei of Sacred Lands suddenly appeared before Yi Bei. He laughed loudly, his smile full of mockery, leaving Yi Bei taken aback. This man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, grinning confidently. "Yi Bei, if you won't, let me take your place and ascend to the immortal body." Wu Xiao gasped, eyes wide as he glared at Bai Huafei, cursing, "Damn it, when did he sneak in?" Yang, standing nearby, felt a wave of unease upon seeing his unexpected appearance. With worry in his voice, Yang called out, "Grandmaster." Noticing the urgency in their voices, Yi Bei raised his hand to stop them. He casually said, "Leave this man to me, you take care of the others." Immediately after, Yi Bei looked up toward the sky, his entire being exuding an aura of power. Bai Huafei smirked at the sight of this and quickly lunged toward him. He was no less formidable, with demonic energy emanating from his body. Yi Bei launched a powerful strike, and he forcefully countered with his own attack. When the two moves collided, they unleashed a terrifying force, sending both Yi Bei and Bai Huafei flying. Bai Huafei struggled to steady himself, his demonic energy weakening slightly, but he didn't give up. "Not bad, he was stronger than I had expected." Xiang flew towards Yi Bei from behind, her face filled with obvious panic. She anxiously called, "Grandmaster." Yi Bei glanced at Xiang, gripping his other wrist, then ordered her, "Great girl, you are now the leader of tens of thousands of subordinates. Go and do what you must, don't worry about me." Under Yi Bei's urging, Xiang reluctantly accepted the command, closing her eyes. She clasped her hands together and bowed, speaking firmly, "Understood." Seeing Xiang turn and leave, Yi Bei thought to himself that this was a great opportunity for them to grow. Pushing aside his worry, his gaze grew resolute again, his eyes seemingly radiating a hint of killing intent. He furrowed his brows and asked Bai Huafei, "Shall I play with you?" The two men from Sacred Land stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, the demonic energy still swirling around them. Yi Bei stood upright, staring at them. After leaving Yi Bei's side, Xiang quickly gathered with Tai Bai, Wu Xiao, and Yang. When they saw her, Wu Xiao called out, "Great senior sister." The four stood facing their opponents, with Xiang now taking charge. She ordered everyone, the junior sisters, to each choose an opponent and take over from the Grandmaster to deal with them. Wu Xiao gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the man who was responding. He looked at her and gave a provocative smile. Tai Bai frowned, his eyes clearly showing hostility. She set her sights on a man wearing a headscarf. Xiang was about to choose her opponent when Yang Leng's hand blocked her path. She looked towards Zihe and Shanghe, her gaze sharp as a knife. Yang Leng exuded an aura of confidence and said, "Great senior sister, leave these two to me. I want to test my strength and see just how far I've come after my breakthrough." Xiang, hearing her words, responded and placed her trust in Yang Lang. "Good, senior sister believes in you." Shanghe feigned regret. "Isn't it supposed to be a 2-on-2? Then, Xiang turned away but left a message, a warning, for Zihe and Shanghe. "Dealing with weaklings like you, one junior sister is enough." Her words clearly expressed her confidence in Yang Long's strength. Zihe arrogantly raised a hand to stroke her chin, and in a provoking tone, she addressed Yang Lang. "Little junior, you're so dark-skinned, and you even play with knives? Have you grown enough feathers yet?" Yang Lang held her sword, her aura radiating outward, and her energy coursing along the blade. Coldly, she retorted, "Why talk so much? Come on." Leaving Yang Lang's side, Xiang returned to where Yi Bei was. She called out softly from behind. Grandmaster Yi Bei glanced over and saw that the person who had arrived was her. He frowned and asked, "Why are you back again?" Xiang walked over to him and replied respectfully, "Eighth junior sister wants to test herself." She decided to challenge two emperor lords at once. At that moment, the Black Guardian spoke up, "So, what now?" "In the end, it's still 2 against 2. Yi Bei suddenly extended his hand around Xiang's waist. He gripped her slender waist tightly, making her blush with embarrassment. Then, he looked at the two men and smiled, "I should thank you both. Today, you're practically delivering yourselves to my disciple to earn some experience points." Upon hearing this, Bai Huafe laughed out loud. He raised his hand, gathering strength into his palm, and then spoke loudly, bold and sly words. "Fine, today I will kill you." It can be considered as eliminating a variable for the battlefield of the outer realms. His palm gathered an increasing amount of powerful demonic energy, forming a whirlwind of dark power. Yi Bei looked toward Bai Huafe and said, "He's giving orders to Xiang. Great girl, leave Black Guardian to him." She turned her gaze toward the Black Guardian. Receiving Yi Bei's command, Xiang had the same intention. The Black Guardian sneered at Yi Bei, the leader of the demonic cult, ranked 12th on the assassin god list, with unparalleled strength. And yet, here he was, acting coy in a man's embrace. The sight was truly disgusting to anyone who saw it. Hearing this, Xiang was not pleased. Her eyes stared at the Black Guardian, filled with intense killing intent, and at that moment, a surge of demonic energy erupted from her body. She angrily snapped, "You can insult me, but dare to insult my grandmaster, insult the feelings I have for him." Xiang's hand gathered energy, and the destructive force quickly accumulated. She screamed in fury, preparing to face the great punishment. As her words ended, Xiang launched a palm strike straight towards Black Guardian. Her destructive power was like sharp claws, almost piercing through Black Guardian. He stood motionless, his hands clasped behind his back, staring at Xiang's wrath. At that moment, Black Guardian suddenly bent his legs and flew backward, avoiding Xiang's might attack. He looked at her and clicked his tongue, "This destructive power is truly terrifying." As the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in astonishment. Xiang surged toward him at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of him. Xiang concentrated her strength and threw a punch toward Black Guardian. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Xiang's speed was so fast that he only had time to cross his arms in front of his chest to block the attack. Suddenly, both of them disappeared into the air. Yi Bei raised his hand to his forehead, gazing into the distance, sighing repeatedly. "Ah, this foolish girl is still as emotional as ever." Bai Huafe, not idle, had already begun casting his magic array. Dark energy swirled, and small creatures appeared continuously. Bai Huafei taunted, Yi Bei, while you still have time to worry about others, your opponent is over here. Yi Bei was taken aback, his eyes flashing with caution, but then he crossed his arms over his chest and confidently looked at Bai Huafei. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, these insects of yours are heavenly starflame, right? The swarm of insects surged forward like a storm. Bai Huafei controlled them, and with arrogance, he asked, Yi Bei, what do you think? Want to see the flames of hell? Yi Bei didn't waste words. He extended his palm towards him, the energy in his hand crackling like electric sparks. Yi Bei coldly replied, that's exactly what I'm aiming for. On the other side, numerous stones appeared in the air, continuously flying out and falling onto a figure radiating demonic energy. The man pointed at Wu Xiao and swung his axe at her, shouting loudly. Wu Xiao smiled, clenching her fist. Her face showed confidence and determination. She quietly said, this guy's not bad, he's pretty strong. Wu Xiao gathered strength into her fist, and the energy accumulated to form a powerful force. She shouted loudly, 30 strikes of the king's fist. One of the man's axes struck towards her, meeting Wu Xiao's king's fist might head on. The man rushed towards Wu Xiao, his eyes glowing red, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, Tai Bai was also using his sword, executing sword techniques with overwhelming power, making him seem incredibly strong. Electric sparks also ran through his body. The two of them charged towards their respective opponents, beginning an intense battle. The light flashed in the incredibly dazzling space. On the other side, Xingyi raised her hand to touch her nose, gently closed her eyes, and then spoke. Sisters, you are truly impressive. In a one-on-one situation, you haven't fallen into a disadvantaged position. Ziyi observed, then spoke mockingly to Yang Lang. But relying on just your hands, where does your confidence come from to dare take on two opponents? Yang Lang's entire demeanor brightened, and with a voice full of confidence, she retorted. Who said I only have two hands? With that, she drew two swords and extended her arms to perform a formation. The circle of the magic formation behind Yang Lang shone brightly, its aura enveloping her. Ziyi sighed. Interesting, but we never intended to challenge you in that way. As she finished speaking, she released a powerful force. A large vortex-like circle appeared in the air, its might overwhelming. Looking at it, Yang Lang was slightly startled. The pressure of the power was so intense that she had to grit her teeth and squint. In her mind, Yang Lang thought to herself, this power is too formidable. Back with Wu Xiao, large and small stones kept flying towards her, forcing her to retreat, her feet struggling to maintain balance against the opponent's overwhelming momentum. Wu Xiao's eyes widened in shock as she stared ahead. Tai Bai and Wu Xiao couldn't understand what was happening and both tried to resist. The earth and rocks around them rose up in unison. Wu Xiao, seeing the dire situation before her, asked Tai Bai. Fourth senior sister, what's going on? Tai Bai was also stunned, her gaze fixed ahead. It was only then that she calmly replied, a tremendous force is drawing us in. Everything around them seemed to be thrown into disarray, with rocks and dirt being sucked toward the powerful circle that Ziyi had created. Wu Xiao gritted her teeth, resisting the pull, and shouted, damn it, we need to find a way to destroy that thing. At that moment, Yang Lang flew over to Wu Xiao's side, trying to calm her down. Fifth senior sister, don't panic. As long as we join forces, we can destroy that thing. Wu Xiao was taken aback by Yang Lang's sudden appearance. She said, Old 8, right now Tai Bai is using the method of the clear lotus sword dance. The sword in her hand glowed, electricity running along the blade, sparking with flashes of energy. Wu Xiaotong also launched her attack, the tenfold royal fist, much more powerful than the royal fist of the martial realm. Yang Lang simultaneously used her sword technique, closing her eyes and channeling all her energy to execute the Azura slash. Tai Bai charged forward fiercely, the air filled with waves of energy. Tai Bai's swordplay was graceful but decisive, while Wu Xiao's martial arts were forceful, her strength unyielding. Yang Lang was cold and determined, striking repeatedly toward the front. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, the atmosphere and destructive power turning everything into chaos. Yi Bei and Bai Huafe stood by, observing the battle. Yi Bei was very satisfied with the progress and the combat abilities of his female disciples. He exclaimed, "The disciples all know how to cooperate with each other very well." At this moment, Xiang charged toward him, and a shield appeared around the Black Guardian. Xiang launched a powerful kick accompanied by flashing bolts of lightning, aiming straight at him. With one hand flashing behind his back, he quickly retaliated, deflecting the scattered stones in midair. The remaining member of Sacred Land stood behind, observing with his hands clasped together. Yi Bei, watching the battle from a distance, spoke with a satisfied expression, "The disciples have made remarkable progress. Junior Master is very reassured." He immediately rushed toward Yi Bei, extending his hand to cast an attacking spell and said, "Still concerned about your disciples? You should focus on yourself first. Where did those strange insects come from?" A large, monstrous insect with sharp teeth appeared, its mouth wide open as if to devour him whole. Yi Bei stood there with his hands behind his back, unresponsive, as a tremendous force erupted around him, causing everything nearby to explode. The Black Guardian, with his hand emitting power, asked Xiang, "Do you foolish girl understand the history of the Tianxin Plain?" With strength like a blazing flame, he raised his weapon. "Let this old man, 2,000 years old, teach you a lesson." Xiang looked at him with a surprised expression. After the explosion, Xiang quickly retreated. With a vicious gleam in his eyes, he said, "Don't even think about running." He immediately cast a spell on a circular axe that flew toward Xiang. As it neared her, the axe stopped. Yi Bei rotated his hand in a circular motion. "Come here." The axe was diverted by Yi Bei's power. He gritted his teeth and said, "My axe." Xiang called out in confusion, "Grandmaster." Yi Bei extended his hand backward and turned his back to the flying axe as if controlling it, then said, "The edge of Snake Mountain can strike down insects." A sudden explosion erupted. Xiang opened her mouth and shouted, "Yi Bei, leave some for me." His eyes burned crimson, surrounded by a dark aura. He drew his weapon with his fury surging and said, "Don't you dare underestimate an elder over 2,000 years old." Xiang's sharp eyes glinted as she shouted, "Annihilation of the Grand Tao." She raised her hand to cast a spell, and a powerful surge of magic shot straight ahead. Bai Huafe was stunned. He cried out. Startled, realizing something was wrong, he immediately rushed from behind toward Yi Bei. "Yi Bei, don't even dream of ascending to immortality." A brilliant flash of magical light burst forth. Seeing this, Yi Bei froze in shock and asked, "What is going on?" A giant human face with a long nose appeared, its waist and legs emerged with an enormous body and glowing eyes. He said, "Those without the right shall never ascend to the immortal realm." Yi Bei gazed at him in astonishment. The man raised his arm, and a radiant wave of magic enveloped the surroundings. Yi Bei stood silently watching, deftly dodging the attack. The members of the Sacred Land also tried to evade the beam of light, but they were too late. His entire body immediately jolted as if struck by electricity. Seeing this, Yi Bei calmly said, "Serves you right." The stairs appeared, and he stood on the highest step, with a powerful aura emanating from around him. He looked down at Yi Bei and asked, "Is your name Yi Bei?" Yi Bei responded, "That's right, I am Yi Bei." He raised his hand and looked at Yi Bei, saying, "The Tianxin Plain, finally, there's someone here. You speak in riddles, but I am a servant from the Tianxin Plain who has entered the void immortal realm. Today, I'm here to test you." Yi Bei, full of confidence, said to him, "Come at me." He smiled wickedly and said, "To enter the void immortal realm, sing with me." With that, he immediately appeared holding a microphone and a disco ball. He began to sing, "Hongchen is the best, Hongchen is the strongest." He invited Yi Bei to sing along, "Sing with me." "Hongchen is the best, Hongchen is the strongest, sing with me now." "Hongchen is the best, Hongchen is the strongest." Yi Bei stood there watching him. Feeling helpless at the absurdity, he muttered, "Am I really the first person from the Tianxin Plain from back then?" Wu Xiao, Tai Bai, and Yang Ling stood there as well, each of them filled with helplessness. They all thought, is this really the world of the strong? Yi Bei looked at him and shouted, where are you going? What are you doing? Hurry up and get lost. You came here to get rid of some trash, and now you want me to sing and dance with you? He pointed a finger at Yi Bei. You still have 9 more steps to climb, so get moving. Yi Bei slowly stepped forward, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground right in front of him. He was startled and quickly dodged the lightning. Furious, Yi Bei shouted, what's this? Are you messing with me? Hong Chen, with his eyes glowing, crossed his arms and said, I'm not messing with you. The secret of the Ascension Oath is that every time you ascend a level, there will be an irresistible challenge, with the potential risk of the world itself being destroyed. Yi Bei continued forward unabashedly, only 1 more level to go. Let's see what else you can do. Angry, Hong Chen snapped, are you sure you don't want to back down? Yi Bei replied, I came for the Ascension Oath, not to sing. Suddenly, Yi Bei felt his body freeze, unable to move. He thought, damn it, what's happening? My body won't move. Hong Chen stood there with his arms still crossed, saying, Kid, I really admire your unwillingness to bow down, but if you refuse to listen to me, there's nothing I can do. The trial of the Ascension Oath is something you cannot resist. Countless bolts of lightning rained down from above, but Yi Bei did not retreat. He continued ascending. It was as if he sensed something, as though something above was pulling him. Tai Bai screamed, Grandmaster, it's gone. Yi Bei found himself transported to a place filled with clouds, like the sky itself. He realized that this place wasn't the entrance to the void immortal realm. Amidst the vast, boundless sky, he stood and shouted, Hong Chen! Get out here! The giant face of the old man immediately appeared behind Yi Bei. Little brother, this place is a region where time and space are distorted, it's not under my control. Yi Bei grabbed his beard, the corner of his mouth curling upwards. Old dog, I've already ascended to the immortal body, yet I haven't entered the void immortal realm. What's going on here? The old man winced in pain from the tug on his beard and begged. Please stop pulling, all right? I really just came here to tease you. He was puzzled and spoke to Yi Bei. Where were you? When exactly did you ascend to the immortal body? Are you pretending? I'm a servant of the Tianxian plane. How could I not know about you? Yi Bei's cold gaze flickered, and he said. Oh, then tell me, what am I pretending about? The old man's face turned red with anger. You brat, at that moment, both you and I were equally smart. We knew that someone didn't want you to ascend, so they blocked the pathway to the void immortal realm. At the very moment when lightning struck, we both used all our strength to twist time and space. Yi Bei, with a smug expression, raised both of his hands. Old Hong Chen, you're half right, but I only used half my strength. The old man was shocked. Huh? Really? At that time, I only used half too. At this moment, Yi Bei's hands emitted 2 different types of energy, one was glowing with light, and the other was golden and purple. The 2 sources of power were blending together. Hong Chen stood there, dumbfounded. What are you trying to do? One of the glowing energy sources above began to spark, and lightning started to crackle. My great girl, your path of destruction can be created in the hands of Junior Master. He immediately praised Yi Bei, this kid is something, you used the path of destruction to gather energy beyond the overload threshold, causing space-time to bend again. You used the energy to prevent yourself from entering the void immortal realm, turning it into a reincarnation mark in hell. Lightning struck from above the sky, and below, Zhuing, Linguay, and Xingshan were all shocked. Zhuing pointed upward, look, is the illusory beautiful scene appearing now? Xingshan said, I thought your excellency Yi Bei was already gone, but indeed, he can't be easily defeated. Yi Bei flew up and used his energy to open the gate. He burst into laughter. The gate of the immortal pavilion, your void immortal realm really likes to play this game of illusion and invisibility, he said, raising his arm, the energy growing stronger. To ascend to immortality, one must survive the tribulation, but you want to push me to death. If I weren't strong enough, I don't know how many times I'd have died by now. Since it's like this, you don't need to live anymore. Yi Bei pointed at the source of the lightning energy, and a mansion immediately exploded. Another source of energy emerged from the token on his hand. He shouted, "Explosion!" At that moment, an explosion occurred in mid-air, with shattered pieces scattering like glass. A pathway appeared, and Yi Bei sensed that this was the Real Gate of the Immortal Pavilion. The path was illuminated by a beam of light. Wu Xiao and Yang Lang were surrounded by light. Wu Xiao questioned, "What is this?" Yang Lang immediately responded, "This light feels so soothing, it seems that my cultivation has been nourished with immense power." The light also surrounded Yi Bei, and one could feel the dense strength of the divine force in this place. But why had he only just broken through to the Emperor Lord realm now? Was this a form of accumulation, where much had been gained but little had been broken through, or were they playing with him? A voice sounded, "If you want to fight my Grandmaster, you'll first have to defeat me." Yi Bei turned around in surprise. A group of individuals from various realms had appeared, including Xiang, who was standing directly opposite them. One person spoke, "Yi Bei has just broken through to the Emperor Lord realm and already caused such a stir." "Don't be so arrogant." Yi Bei responded, "In just a moment, 10 individuals from the Emperor Lord realm have come? Are these the ones who can't accept that I allowed the Tianxian plane to absorb power from the ascension to the immortal world?" Xiang saw Yi Bei and called out, "Grandmaster." Xiang says, "Grandmaster, these 10 from the Emperor Lord realm during Qi Shanu's time must be so bored that they're looking for trouble." Yi Bei followed up, "A bunch of idle fools with nothing better to do." One of the individuals from the Emperor Lord realm spoke, "The Ascension Oath has opened the immortal pavilion of Tionla with such immense energy, yet you've only just broken through to the Emperor Lord realm? Truly useless." Another person chimed in, "Why not give that energy to us?" Yi Bei raised his finger, as if to provoke them to come forward. He calmly said, "If you have the strength, come and take it." Down below, they looked at Xiang and Yi Bei hovering in mid-air, and one of them said, "Kill him and take back the Immortal Pavilion's energy." Yi Bei didn't even bother to open his eyes. He said, "You're truly overestimating yourselves." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and at that moment, a powerful force could be seen emanating from his gaze. The rays of energy from his mighty strike illuminated the area, and they were continuously knocked down. Xiang was stunned. "Dead? Are they dead?" Xiang marveled. With just one punch, he's already taken down several Emperor Lords. Yi Bei glanced at Xiang. He said, "Girl, there are still many who are unconvinced." "Do you believe it?" Xiang replied immediately. "Of course, I believe the words of Grandmaster, but it still feels too unbelievable. After all, this is something that benefits me personally." Yi Bei smiled with a serious expression and said, "It seems there are still many who remain unconvinced." At this point, people from various realms began to appear in increasing numbers. Then, Yang Lang, Wu Xiao, and Tai Bai appeared behind them at the same time. Yi Bei spoke. "I prefer it when there are more of them. Besides Junior Master, my disciples also need some practice." Yi Bei then ordered, "My disciples, charge ahead and wipe out the Emperor Lord Realm cultivators. In the future, you will need to clear both rankings and absorb the powerful energy from each one." The 3 of them charged forward without hesitation. The people from various realms also rushed forward. They shouted, "Kill them, we also need strength." Yi Bei said with a serious expression, "He cannot do things fairly. Trash." Apart from the dissatisfied ones, there were also those who were envious and delusional. These people were truly terrifying. The aggressive individuals at this level were struck by a series of powerful rays of light. They gritted their teeth and tried to charge forward. Blinding streaks of green light interspersed with sharp lines, and dark rays were erupting violently, covering the area. Yi Bei praised, "My disciples have all made progress." Xiang, excited, clasped her hands together, "Let's applaud for everyone's progress." Yi Bei calmly stood with his arms crossed, observing. The individuals at this level were rushing toward the two of them. Yi Bei then handed Xiang the divine whip and called out, "Leave those who are looking for their own death to great girl. Take this." Xiang, confused, asked, "Divine whip?" Seeing this, the people at this level sneered proudly and mocked, "That blonde girl, what kind of weapon is a whip? It can't even kill anyone." A terrifying aura emanated from Xiang. After hearing that, she scolded them, "Bunch of fools, come here and try." She took the whip and flicked a series of long cords toward them. One person stood frozen in shock. Then, their entire body was tightly bound by the cords. Even though the individuals at this level struggled to break free, they were bound so tightly that they couldn't escape. Xiang coldly looked at the people who were strangled to death. Xing was sweating as he watched the scene unfold. He immediately felt lucky and thought to himself, "This guy is good. Killing someone at the Emperor Lord level is like crushing a mosquito. I'm lucky I didn't stand in the wrong team earlier." The people at their level were instantly terrified and turned their heads. One person spoke up, "We miscalculated. These guys aren't ordinary Emperor Lords. Retreat, now." Yi Bei would not let them escape. He extended his hand forward and shouted, "Disciples, chase them down. Don't let the experience points get away." Wu Xiao, Tai Bai, Yan, and Xiang obeyed the order. A few days later, the leaderboard flashed with the results. Rank 49 on the Tianxian Plains Godslayer leaderboard, Sun Wu Xiao. Rank 48 on the Tianxian Plains Godslayer leaderboard, Shi Tai Bai. Rank 47 on the Tianxian Plains Godslayer leaderboard, O Yang. Rank 45 on the Tianxian Plains Godslayer leaderboard, Yi Bei. Rank 35 on the Tianxian Plains Godslayer leaderboard, Gu Xing. At this moment, a shimmering magical light appeared in the sky from the center. It looked like a portal, and upon closer inspection, it was a space portal. Powerful energies swirled around it, and two figures emerged from within: Fu Zhang and Zhang Fu. Fu Zhang spoke with a mocking tone, "The spiritual energy density of this place is like trash. It really makes you want to puke." Zhang Fu nodded in agreement, "Exactly. If it weren't for Hong Chen, Yi Bei would need to give them another year before they could even accomplish anything." Fu Zhang immediately put on a serious expression and said, "We should hurry and complete the task assigned by the Immortal Lord." The two of them were hovering in midair at that moment when Fu Zhang spoke again, "Anyway, if Yi Bei hadn't descended, the two of us wouldn't have had the chance to descend to the lower realm." Zhang Fu nodded in agreement. Deputy Realm Master is right. In fact, it's only when someone blocks the ascension path that a planar passage can be opened, giving us the opportunity to descend to the lower realm. Fu Zheng continued, "Following the Immortal Lord's instructions, I've gone to the Sacred Land Heavenly Net to assist in their revival." Zhang Fu added, "The Immortal Lord is wise. I'll head to the Sacred Land Heavenly Pool, my homeland, to make some inquiries." In the blink of an eye, the two figures shot through the air. "Let's meet again once our missions are complete." Beneath the surface of a tranquil lake, two pale feet could be seen. Yi Bei and Xiang were soaking in the water. Just as Yi Bei was enjoying the moment, Xiang, holding the divine striking whip, spoke up. "Grandmaster, I'm returning the divine striking whip to you. Fortunately, it was thanks to this that we succeeded." Yi Bei, with his powerful, muscular body and well-defined abs, smiled. "You can keep it. Consider it a gift from your junior master." Xiang pointed downward and said with a soft laugh, "Grandmaster, I also have a gift for you. Please, look below." Yi Bei suddenly disappeared beneath the surface, and bubbles rose from the water as he dove down. Moments later, he emerged again, holding a blue crystal in his hand. He chuckled and said, "Found it." Xiang cheerfully said to Yi Bei, "This is the employee document from the Dual Heaven ranking. If we take this with us, we're definitely going to make it into the top 5. Yi Bei immediately praised her for doing a great job, but pointed out that the list on the ranking board could only be used by one person. Since this was the document she had specifically gathered for Yi Bei, she happily responded. This is the document that I, your disciple, specially collected for you. Of course, it's for you. Amidst the natural scenery, Yi Bei said. That won't do. This is a major matter for our sect. Tomorrow, let's head to the Black Tower Plaza. I'm sure we'll find the information we need there. In mid-air, a pair of hands threw out the light yellow papers. A loud shout rang out. I, Luo Shuishang, require all the data from the top rankings. Whatever is available from the dual heaven ranking, bring it all. The price is negotiable, you set your own price. Yi Bei and Shuishang stood before the crowd. Shuishang's powerful declaration echoed. 2 days from now, collect all the documents and bring them to the Black Tower Plaza. Anyone who brings useful information will be handsomely rewarded. Her authoritative statement stirred the crowd into a frenzy. A voice shouted excitedly. We're going to make money. The atmosphere became tense, mixed with excitement as the opportunity to make a profit arose. A voice from the crowd spoke up. We don't need 2 days. Yi Bei, surprised, asked. Who's that? A young man with green hair and a red-haired girl holding a zither were leaning against each other. They introduced themselves. We're a singing duo. First, on the battlefield outside the city, the legendary Long Feng. Yi Bei and Shuishan were both confused. Street performers? With the professional expressions on their faces, the blue-haired boy said, please call us singers. The red-haired girl added, we've come to give experience points. Yi Bei and Shuishan looked straight at them. Yi Bei, with a finger pointed to his face, solemnly said, give experience points, huh? He sounded somewhat startled. Wait, you're not planning to turn us into experience points to give to you, are you? Upon hearing this, Yi Bei understood, but was still astonished. The two of them smiled and said, we are singers who travel everywhere, across all the battlefields outside the city, having met more people than the songs we've ever sung. So, we've come to help you find experience points. The girl continued, as for the materials for the dual heaven ranking, no one knows it better than us. He, misunderstanding that the two were a married couple, said he had admired them for a long time and always wanted to cooperate with them once. He continued, we have all the information you want, but we also have conditions. Shuishang, hearing this, became a bit embarrassed and mumbled, married couple? Yi Bei asked them, you want to discuss the conditions with me? He held a square blue object in his hand and said, I need the two of you to cooperate and show your faces a bit on this. He rotated the object, and the reflection of the two appeared inside, like a mirror. Yi Bei asked curiously, what is this? It's a phone. It turned into a giant screen. He held the phone in his hand and spoke, please, help me with something. If you rank up high enough, your heroic postures could appear on this plane. Yi Bei, puzzled, asked, livestream? Yi Bei turned to Shuishang and urged her to try. Great girl, give it a go. She pressed the start button with her hand and spoke very well. He pointed to the screen, excitedly saying, look at this. Immediately, the images of Yi Bei and Shuishan were broadcasted on the livestream. Seeing this, she appeared very excited. It can be done like this? The green-haired guy raised his hand to the phone screen and said, both of you should imagine this, the heroic poses of the two of you are incredibly cool. He gestured towards the excited crowd below and said to them, quick, look. This is the charm of the two of you. We're going to bring excitement to the entire battlefield outside the city. Yi Bei immediately understood the intention of the two singers. I get it, performing will make you earn more money than the reward offered several times over. Neither he nor she were surprised to have their goal correctly guessed. He said, nothing can be hidden, Your Excellency Yi Bei. What are you waiting for? The jade pendant and the list of strong individuals are now yours. Yi Bei crossed his arms, speaking with amusement, I see it now. Shuishang happily agreed, yes. On the screen, the image of Shuishang fell. A bald man appeared. The rankings showed Godslayer ranking, 20th place, Combat Medal rankings, 26th place. Godslayer ranking, 15th place, Battle Medal ranking, 18th place. Yi Bei's image also appeared. Godslayer ranking, 10th place, Battle Medal ranking, 14th place. Xiang defeated a monster. Godslayer ranking, 9th place, Battle Medal ranking, 11th place. Godslayer ranking, 7th place, Battle Medal ranking, 10th place. On Yi Bei's side, the monsters were also dealt with. Godslayer ranking, 6th place, Battle Medal ranking, 8th place. Another monster was defeated. Godslayer ranking, 4th place, Battle Medal ranking, 6th place. Yi Bei and Xiang continued to complete their missions. Their rankings appeared. Luo Xiang ranked 3rd in the Godslayer ranking, 4th in the Battle Medal ranking. Yi Bei ranked 2nd in the Godslayer ranking, 3rd in the Battle Medal ranking. Rainbow-colored lights flashed brightly, and a voice from the red-haired woman spoke up. As expected, in just 10 short days, the two of you have made it into the top 3 of both rankings. It's so joyful to be near my idols. Thanks to their help, Yi Bei also expressed his gratitude and thanked them for the information they provided. The green-haired youth suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Your Excellency Yi Bei, yesterday during the roaming performance, a fan from Sacred Land Heavenly Pool said that the team you had placed there was wiped out. Yi Bei asked, startled. Who did it? He scratched his innocent face and replied. I'm not sure about what happened outside the city battlefield. If you have time, it might be better for you to go check it out yourself. Yi Bei turned around. Yi Bei immediately said to Xiang, Great girl, we don't need to grind the quota anymore. Wait until tomorrow when the two rankings finish distributing their rewards, then go straight to the Sacred Land Heavenly Pool to see what's happening. 3 days earlier, at the Sacred Land Heavenly Pool, Zheng Fu appeared and raised his voice. Who is it? Who's making this noise? One of Yi Bei's men cracked his knuckles, frowned, and said, Who's causing such a ruckus here? Don't you know this place belongs to Your Excellency Yi Bei? Zheng Fu reached out and grabbed his throat. The man from Yi Bei was lifted off the ground. He asked, Who are you? How dare you lay hands on me? Your Excellency Yi Bei will surely punish you. The man recovered his composure and sneered, Who does that Yi Bei think he is? The Sacred Land Heavenly Pool is the homeland of our immortal Lord, yet he dares to claim it as his own. The man from Yi Bei used his hand to pry the other's grip loose, gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency Yi Bei single-handedly fought for and won this Sacred Land Heavenly Pool, and left us here to guard it. Hearing that, anger flashed in the other's eyes. He squeezed with one hand. Yi Bei's man vanished, leaving only blood spraying everywhere. With a cruel look he said, You dare kill my Heavenly Pool disciple? I will, on behalf of the Immortal Lord, exterminate you Yi Bei's people. The score between us will be settled. Below, a crowd had gathered waiting for the ranking results. A young man in brown said to the man in black about to announce the rankings, The Song Tien rankings prize is about to be announced. I wonder what the reward will be this time. The black-shirt figure spoke up, unaware of what kind of power Yi Bei and Luo Xiang were about to awaken next. Between two horizontal lines, forming what appeared to be a gateway, everyone below was watching the radiant light swirling around a mysterious sphere. Yi Bei and Xiang stood in the middle of the crowd, their bodies enveloped by flames that covered them entirely, even reaching the tops of their heads. Gradually, the flames lifted them off the ground. In an instant, they were suspended within a circle of dazzling light. Both of them were being affected by a powerful energy of some kind. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiang spoke, Grandmaster, my body feels so hot. Yi Bei reassured and encouraged her, Great girl, hang in there. This proves that the reward is well worth it. One person below them gaped and exclaimed, The energy is so strong. Is this the reward for the Song Tian ranking? At this moment, Yi Bei was surrounded by a green energy and purple energy sparks, as mysterious forces penetrated him. Yi Bei had moved to another space and wondered, Oh, what is this force of the world? A notification appeared: a world tree is emerging inside the host's body. A glowing tree slowly appeared in Yi Bei's chest. He immediately tore open his shirt. A tree was growing within his chest, emitting a golden light. Another notification appeared: the current level of the world power is 0. Special abilities received include time and space manipulation and consciousness understanding. The host, if you agree, you may create a new environment within the desolate world, and simultaneously gain the consciousness of all creatures in that world. The condition to level up: 1,000 people. In the boundless spacetime, Yi Bei saw the notification and immediately wondered, 1,000 people? Looks like they want me to go slaughter 1,000 people. Amid the floating boulders overhead, Yi Bei deduced, world power means that within my little world I am master of all things. Not only can space be altered at will, but time too can be changed as I please. Resting his arm on his chin, he wondered if he could conjure a Luo girl. The system warned, warning. Warning. The current world cannot create human beings. Hearing that, Yi Bei said, alright, I know. He walked to the gate, light radiating, and said, go outside and see how great girl is doing. The onlookers below immediately said, last time on the Slayer ranking I killed 2,000 people and was only rewarded with a high-grade gem. A voice replied, that's not bad, I only got an ancient book. I wonder what your excellency Yi Bei received. The intensely glowing orb drew gasps from the crowd. Everyone was excited. Someone below shouted, such overwhelming power. Yi Bei stepped through the gate. A nearby spherical globe was also emitting a fierce stream of energy. He said, it seems great girl harvested quite a lot as well. Yi Bei lifted 2 fingers to his forehead, thinking to himself to check how far girl's progress had come. One eye, covered by the hand, left the other eye gleaming with sharpness. At this moment, a sphere emitting a violet light, with a powerful source of energy, appeared. Lightning arcs surged around the sphere, concealing the energy within. Inside was Xiang, focusing intently with her eyes closed. She was now completely naked, with only the glowing energy enveloping her body. Yi Bei's face immediately turned bright red. Amid the dazzling light, he frantically shouted at the crowd. Everyone get out of here, now! The crowd was forcefully pushed back, flying in all directions. Yi Bei, fuming, muttered, I'm so pissed. If I had known she would finish her training, I should have entered the world earlier. Standing next to the sphere, Yi Bei kept watch over the door leading into another temporal space. He silently sighed, realizing that until this girl woke up, he would have to stay here to protect her. A selection event was taking place in the large plaza, with the yin-yang symbol at the center, surrounded by a neat and orderly line of people. An announcement echoed over the plaza. Immortal Lord sent me here, 1. To revive the sacred land Heavenly Net, 2. To select young talents to join the higher realms sect. Someone in the crowd shouted. The higher realm has an abundance of spiritual energy and resources. Anyone who makes it there must be able to strike it rich, right? Another person chimed in. Exactly, just look at this immortal, young yet already an emperor lord in the heart-centered realm. Fu Zheng, from above, continued announcing the importance of this event. 2 days later, this place would hold the breakthrough ceremony. The immortal lord's grace would bless the entire clan with a prosperous future. Below the square, the excitement of the crowd was palpable as everyone shouted in unison, thank you, immortal lord. Fu Zhang was turning away, wondering how the realm master was doing. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and rested on his shoulder. He froze for a moment, then glanced back. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? He muttered in confusion. Behind him stood Tionla. She stepped closer and said, you are the deputy realm master sent by the immortal lord, yet you only reacted when I placed my hand on your shoulder. Seems I must be quite the rare genius then. Fu Sheng's face flushed. You. I truly didn't sense your presence. Who are you? Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, my name is Tionla. I am the one you need here in the sacred land of the heavenly net. Oh? You need me, do you? Fu Zhang asked in return. His subordinates, seeing her behavior, immediately grew furious. It's that witch again. Hey, you vile woman, what do you think you're doing? Another one shouted. Let go of that Immortal right now. If you've got a problem, face me instead. Tionla moved closer, wrapping her arms around Fu Xiang. He coughed a few times and said awkwardly, Miss, perhaps we should keep a little distance while we talk. But she refused, replying softly, what I want is for you to agree to me right now. She rested her head on Fu Xiang's shoulder and said, Deputy Realm Master, do you think on this Tianshan plain, how many people could notice in time and hold you tightly like this? He responded, indeed, there are very few. She acted coquettishly. Exactly, so why hesitate? Agree to me, choose me now, and let me become one of yours. Fu Xiang's men were furious, shouting, Seductress, let him go. Shen Tionla, how much more chaos do you want to cause in the sacred land Heavenly Net? She draped her arm over Fu Xiang's chest, then confessed, these useless juniors have been jealous of me for a long time. To tell you the truth, I am a disciple of Yi Bei, but I have always despised Yi Bei. If I follow you, you'll easily learn many things related to that man who just ascended through tribulation. At this point, Fu Xiang did not hesitate. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, what you said actually makes a lot of sense. Let's go, we'll continue discussing Yi Bei's matter. Back with Shui Xiang, powerful energy sources were glowing brightly around her. She was sitting cross-legged, focusing on absorbing that energy. Slowly, she opened her eyes, revealing exhaustion in her gaze. Turning around, she saw Yi Bei next to her, and he asked, You're awake? How do you feel? Seeing him, she called out, Grandmaster. She clenched her fist excitedly and said to him, I have broken through to the highest level of the Emperor Lord Realm, and the Tao of Destruction has also advanced by 2 levels. He immediately felt happy for her. That's great. This time, Junior Master has borrowed the power of the Immortal Pavilion and the rewards from the Song Tian ranking, together evolving a completely new Tao, the power of the world. She looked at him and asked, Is the power of the world the legendary ability that can create and destroy heaven and earth? She suddenly looked down at herself and was surprised. Inside the glowing circle, she asked, Where are my clothes? Yi Bei immediately replied, I was cultivating in the sky, almost exposed everything. She screamed, Stop talking, stop talking. She placed her hand on Yi Bei's shirt, and he gently placed his hand on her back and said, I was just teasing you. How could Junior Master let anyone spy on you? She softly responded, Yes. A dark night. Beneath them, clothes had been removed. Tionla sat on the bed, puzzled, and asked, Why didn't I take the fusion pill first? The shirt still hadn't been buttoned back up. Fu Xiang, lying on the bed, told her that she was currently ranked 2nd at Sacred Land Heavenly Net. Heavenly Net Holy Master hasn't taken it yet, she continued asking Fu Xiang. Then if I swallow it first, wouldn't I become the Holy Master? He responded, Immortal Lord and Heavenly Net Holy Master are old friends. If you swallow it first, you'll be directly going against Immortal Lord. He sat on the bed, his shirt still unbuttoned. She looked at him and said, Under your palm, let me tell you this, the last time you slept with me, you were actually the Heavenly Net Holy Master. He asked at once, Could this really be? She replied immediately, Yes, exactly what you are thinking. His face darkened as he said, Young miss, are you teasing us? On the bed, Tionla held a long-stemmed pipe, the thin negligee draped over her heightened her allure. She asked Fu Xiang, if you had known about the relationship between the Holy Master and me, would you still have agreed with me just now? A pale hand snatched the wooden talisman with its peculiar markings. She teased that they'd been making love for a while and had almost forgotten about the Realm Master. The talisman sounded like a phone. The voice on the other end announced loudly, Group Leader, I'm at the Sacred Land Heavenly Pool and found that it's been completely looted. I have just wiped out the men Yi Bei left here. I'll wait for Yi Bei to arrive and punish him, and I'll report back then. Prepare well and come over together. Tionla pricked up at the name Yi Bei. She stared at the talisman and thought to herself, Yi Bei he intends to come to the sacred land Heavenly Pool, and Fu Zhang is cursing him. That bastard, the sacred land Heavenly Pool is the homeland of our immortal lord. Yi Bei sure has a lot of nerve. Looking at him with a seductive gaze, she noticed the murderous intent blazing in the man's eyes. She asked, so you mean you want to kill Yi Bei? Fu Zhang ground out, he destroyed the homeland of our immortal lord, the sacred hall. Tian Qi, I will punish him properly. Tionla closed the distance, admitting she also wanted to deal with that man. So aren't we pursuing the same goal? Fu Zhang suddenly asked again. What do you mean by that? Do you have a grudge against Yi Bei too? Tionla then explained. The deputy realm master, she's one of Yi Bei's 108 disciples, and aside from the senior disciple Luo Shuishang, no one is stronger than me. But Yi Bei has never acknowledged me. Over the years, I've traveled all across the Tianxin plain, all just to one day defeat Luo Shuishang and then defeat Yi Bei. She laid out a plan. If I take the fusion pill, after 2 days I'll be able to break through to the next level. Beating Yi Bei would also be helping you all, wouldn't it? Fu Zhang nodded in agreement. I also want you to help us deal with Yi Bei. But as for the Heavenly Net Holy Master, Tionla reassured him, don't worry, I'll convince the Heavenly Net Holy Master. He'll agree to let me take the fusion pill first. In a large hall, someone shouted loudly. What? The fusion pill still needs to be tested for poison? And we have to let my heavenly calendar go test the poison? Fu Zhang held the pill container and jokingly said. Better to say that whoever swallows the fusion pill might as well say the fusion pill swallows the person. Tionla also held the Holy Master, pretending to be willing to sacrifice himself for the sacred land. Holy Master, let me test it first on your behalf. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for our sacred land Heavenly Net. He looked at Tionla, resolutely determined not to let her sacrifice herself, his posture full of deep affection. How could I let the brightest star of the sacred land Heavenly Net use her own body to test the poison? Outwardly, he said that, but inside, doubts began to form. Clearly, they had already agreed that Immortal Lord would first grant him the fusion pill. Now, was this new act a disruption? Had the Deputy Realm Master secretly made a deal with Shen Tionla? Fu Zhang continued to persuade the Holy Master. The Holy Master had already called her the brightest star, so the likelihood of her being absorbed was very low. The Holy Master rebutted, then wouldn't the chance of me being absorbed be even lower? Why not let me try it myself? Tionla quickly stopped him. Holy Master, have you forgotten the vow we made back then? She leaned in close to the Holy Master, her finger tracing circles, her voice soft and coaxing, making it hard to refuse. Back then, I said I would share everything with you, and you always agreed with me. Her eyes turned purple as she asked again, this time, you will agree with me, won't you? The Holy Master's eyes also changed color, and he instinctively agreed. But his eyes suddenly lit up, and a burst of light exploded from his side. That energy gathered in his hand as he spoke bluntly, yet you still want to deceive me. I didn't expose you before because your body still had some use, but I never expected that a woman like you would be so disrespectful, to the point of trying to steal the harmonizing elixir. Even more unexpected was that this seductive woman managed to charm even the elder. Fu Zhang stepped forward, handing the elixir to Tionla. He spoke, if you've seen through me, then I have nothing more to say. Blood dripped from the corner of Tionla's mouth, and she looked utterly miserable as she spoke softly, Holy Master, over these past 3 months, I've proven that I am the one who stands at the top of the sacred land. Tionla, standing opposite, spoke directly, you're not trying to hide anymore? Shen Tionla, your ambitions are well known, but I hope you still have some restraint. He called out to the guard troops, come out. 4 figures, cloaked from head to toe, suddenly appeared, each holding an elixir. Tionla still wanted to stall, and she said, Holy Master, I've come today to discuss things with you, not to escalate matters. After all, when we were together, I still had feelings for you. When Yi Bei was undergoing his tribulation, I told you that my goal was to reach his level. I wanted you to help me, but you've never shared the sacred land's secret arts with me. If that's the case, then it seems the Holy Master has no interest. Give the order to attack. She swallowed the pill. One of Tionla's eyes flared with purple light, energy spilling outward. Fu Zhang laughed cheerfully. It's working, and it's not being devoured. An explosion rang out. The man fell into the glowing magic circle. He shouted, "Someone! Shen Tionla is about to seize power and rebel." A hand thrust forward, Tionla appeared, her arm snapping out in a straight punch toward the magic circle. The man was wrapped by the circle in terror. Fu Zhang's men appeared at the place he had announced, but seeing the door still closed they wondered, 2 days already, wasn't today supposed to be the breakthrough ritual? Someone beside them also asked, why is the representative door still shut? A mysterious foot appeared, turning toward Tionla. Magic radiated from her all over as she used spells to deal with the Holy Master. The man was trapped within the magic circle. Her actions made the circle grow stronger. He then said, "Shen Tionla, if you become Holy Master they won't accept it." She replied, "If I expose the scandals between you and me, they won't accept you either. If we kill you now, I'll still have a way to make them submit to me." Fu Zheng appeared beside her and spoke, "Holy Master, the young lady's meaning is clear. I hope you will cooperate a little. Just perform a simple transfer of power ritual. I also have other valuable items. All of this can be given to you. We never intended to kill you," he said through gritted teeth, clearly in pain. "At first, I should never have accepted you into the sect. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Today, I will fulfill your request." Tionla and he stepped forward. The man stood in front of the crowd and announced, "I declare that the next Holy Master of the Sacred Land Heavenly Net will be Shen Tionla. Today, I will hang up my sword and step back. I thank you all for your care over the years. The new Holy Master will rebuild Sacred Land Heavenly Net from scratch and lead everyone to new heights of glory." The crowd below murmured in confusion, "Why such a sudden change? What happened?" Another voice added, "The Holy Master is getting old, but Shen Tionla truly has the strength." Tionla, filled with hatred for Yi Bei, spoke coldly, "I am not the same as I was yesterday, Yi Bei. Just you wait." A burst of energy, surrounded by circular patterns, surged forward with incredible speed. Yi Bei and Xiang were soaring through the air at great speed. She spoke, "Grandmaster, I often think back to when Shen Tionla first joined the sect. She was always so cheerful, bouncing around everywhere." Yi Bei responded, "Not every disciple is like you, making me feel at ease." She asked again, "Back then, did you ever think that young girl had an air of unyielding determination?" Yi Bei replied, "Unfortunately, I feel that the aura she had back then has now become distorted." Upon reaching the Sacred Land Heavenly Net, the two landed. As soon as Yi Bei's feet touched the ground, an aura of coldness emanated from her. Xiang walked in confusion. How did this sacred land end up like this? Yi Bei told her that the temperature here would usually be twice as high as outside. Beneath her feet, the stones shook violently. The two of them maintained their balance to avoid falling. She quickly called out, "Grandmaster, be careful." The stones from below suddenly flew up, and Yi Bei and Xiang quickly flew into the air. Was there something wrong with the space where they were standing? She asked, "A barrier?" Yi Bei, with his sharp eyes, released a surge of his energy downward. A layer of ice-like barrier was instantly shattered. He said, "This is not an ordinary barrier. If we recklessly enter, we might be crushed by its force." The two were hovering in midair, surrounded by massive rocks. She spoke, "Grandmaster, the ambush here is too well designed." He replied, "If I say that I've destroyed more than half of the Sacred Land Heavenly Net, then right now, the Sacred Land Heavenly Net has been completely destroyed." Sunlight pierced through the air, and something was rushing toward the two of them. It was the person Yi Bei had once entrusted with the responsibility of managing this place. Yi Bei extended his hand toward that person. The person silently bowed their head before them. They remained still, motionless. Xiang wondered, "Are you dead?" Yi Bei told her, "Great girl, this is the person I left here to manage the place. The others must have been killed as well." Yi Bei continued, raising his hand toward the corpse, asking, "Is it because of Tionla?" Upon hearing this, she immediately said, "No way, has her ability already reached the point where she can create this barrier?" Yi Bei responded, "Great girl, I think whether or not Tionla is responsible, at least this kind of ambush can only be set up by someone at the Emperor Lord level. In other words, I can use this as an opportunity to earn points to upgrade my world power." While kneeling, he was lifted up by Yi Bei, who said, "The strong always bring their experience with them." Zhang Fu, standing in the air looking down at those below, said, "Yi Bei, you destroyed my sacred land Heavenly Pool. Do you know what consequences that will bring?" Hearing such ridiculous words, Yi Bei replied, "Consequences? Stepping on an ant on the road and still thinking about the consequences?" Xiang chimed in, "Of course, there's no need to." Holding a piece of paper, Zhang Fu disdainfully said, "The lower realm doesn't have many outstanding people, which is why they let a fake like you become Elder Chief. It seems someone is here to open your eyes now. Do you know what it means to offend the wrong person?" Yi Bei stroked his chin as if pondering, then casually spoke, "Is that all? You want to teach me how to be a person? Luo girl, come up. After your breakthrough on the Twin Heavens ranking, no one has been able to match you. Now is the perfect time for you to train." Xiang obeyed, "Yes, Grandmaster." Zhang Fu raised his hand and shouted, "Start." Immediately after, a horde of zombie-like corpses with skull-like faces, their bodies smeared with blood, was summoned. Yi Bei, pondering, asked the person beside him, "Luo girl, can you tell where these people come from?" She raised an eyebrow, observed, then replied, "On the contrary, several aspects are very similar to the great Tao lost soul of junior sister Zhong Liamo." He seemed to know very well. "That's right. Rather than saying they're merely similar, it's more accurate to say they share the same origin. I haven't had the chance to cross blades with Liamo before, challenging her directly now wouldn't be a bad idea." "Go ahead," Xiang answered. "Yes." Zhang Fu said arrogantly, "Arrogant pride will only make you die sooner." Then lines of script and streams of light appeared on the paper. The man cried out, "Soul talisman, restore the dead spirits." No sooner had he spoken than the corpses growled, dark pupils glinted with light. Zhang Fu ordered, "Surround and attack them." The corpses, as if revived, lunged forward madly. Xiang lashed a long whip, a surge of power quickly spread and held them back. In the blink of an eye, two corpses, jaws dripping with blood, lunged at the crown of her head. She glanced, thoughtful. Immediately after, they charged at one another and closed in around her, forming a 1,000-strong ring. Thinking Xiang was certain to lose, he laughed triumphantly, "Your precious child of yours, by now I bet even the bones in his head are not to pieces. Yi Bei, do you regret what you said earlier yet? If you kneel and kowtow to me now, I might still let you die in one piece." Yet he answered without the slightest fear, "You said one thing that's true, arrogance and pride will only make you die sooner. Perhaps you'd do better to take a long, hard look at yourself." Suddenly, the group of zombies began to stir, and from the center of the circle they had surrounded, streaks of light flashed. In the next instant, with an immense surge of power, they were sent flying. Zhang Fu, though somewhat concerned, confidently spoke, "I underestimated you all. But just now, I only used a fraction of my strength. The real show is just beginning." At this moment, he stood atop a zombie's skeleton, its power seemingly heightened, with its eyes flashing brilliantly. He continued, "The hardest part of breaking the soul-binding curse on the dead is that, as long as the corpses remain, I can always revive them. The stronger the opponent, the more people I can control, and that only makes me stronger." Zhang Fu grinned maliciously, "Yi Bei, it's time for you to say goodbye to your lover." In an instant, something pierced through his body. Xiang had used a weapon to stab straight through Zhang Fu. She boldly said, "Grandmaster once said, when killing thieves, always target the leader. Besides, How could I just stand by and watch you turn these corpses into your army? Zhang Fu, unable to believe what was happening, stammered, This. She lashed out with a whip, and a flash of light shone. Shuaishan looked at Yi Bei and said, Grandmaster, I thought the people of the heavenly realm might be a little stronger, but it turns out they still fall at the first strike from me. Suddenly, a dark, ominous energy surged, and a voice echoed, To have my primal energy wounded so severely. It seems I have underestimated you all. Her gaze showed a trace of astonishment. The zombie was still intact at this moment, and its might was truly formidable. Shuaishan gritted her teeth in anger and said, Damn it! She unleashed a move, the Great Tao of Destruction, and the zombie responded with its own strike in return. A burst of light erupted, its might was powerful, and the dead corpse opened its mouth wide, releasing a dark, ominous aura. Shuaishan stood fearlessly before it, her hands splayed out. Yi Bei said, Luo girl, besides the move of killing the thief by first killing the leader, there's another move I want to teach you, called using the enemy's method to counter the enemy. The technique was activated, the resonance of the Great Tao disciple, Great Tao lost soul. A flash of light, and a skeletal hand reached out to grasp the skull. At this moment, another zombie knocked it down. Shuaishan turned her head and saw that he had successfully controlled it, so she said, Grandmaster Yi Bei suddenly spoke up, Don't rush, there's still one more move. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he slowly spoke, It's called taking your life when you're injured. The next move, the resonance of the Great Tao, the Great Tao of Destruction. While the two skeletons made their moves, Yi Bei and Shuaishan's figures appeared within the circular space. The circle expanded, and a brilliant purple light shot forward, with the energy gradually dispersing. She said with sorrow, I'm sorry, Grandmaster, I've disappointed you. Yi Bei comforted her, being able to fight to this point with someone from the immortal realm, Grandmaster is already very satisfied. He added, But the truth is, your strength is not inferior to his, but in the end, there was a moment of overconfidence and carelessness. After a great failure, she gloomily lowered her head. At that moment, a particle of celestial energy appeared, radiating a golden glow. Shuaishan naturally said, This is celestial energy. She turned her gaze elsewhere and spoke, Grandmaster, there's another surprise. Yi Bei replied, It's likely that the shattered soul caused the celestial energy to gather. This could be considered a spiritual elixir from the immortal realm. Immediately, Shuaishan jumped up, raising her hand to collect the celestial energy. Grandmaster, I'll retrieve it for you. Just as her hand reached out, the celestial energy suddenly flew in another direction, and a hand lightly snatched it. She turned to the person who had taken it and demanded, Who is it? Fu Zhang arrogantly responded, The treasures of the immortal realm are not things that people from the lower realm like you can dream of. Shuaishan furrowed her brow. At that moment, Tionla suddenly appeared beside Fu Zhang and spoke, Great senior sister, it's been a long time. Yi Bei, her face unchanged, asked, Is it you? She angrily uttered Shen Tionlai's name. Tionla raised her hand, summoning a surge of power, and coldly said, How come Grandmaster no longer recognizes me? When you see this, do you remember anything? As soon as she finished speaking, the mouth of a giant snake opened, releasing a circular blast of force. Yi Bei waved her hand, and with a single gesture, the attack vanished. Yi Bei's expression darkened as she coldly said, A traitor to the sect? Of course I won't forget you, and you are not worthy of calling me Grandmaster. Tionla retorted bitterly, Is it because I betrayed the sect first? Or because you mistreated me first? Seeing her like that, Shuaishan spoke up, Tionla, why have you become like this? She cried angrily, Like what? Am I not who I am now because of you? That year Grandmaster took out a golden core and secretly told me he would give it to me alone, because I was the most obedient, the most talented, and the most diligent. Tionla recalled that moment. At the sight of the golden core she had been overjoyed. At the time I believed it was true. She continued, disappointed, Later I found out you would also give special treatment to them. What I begged for and did not receive was, to them, nothing more than a candy. She formed a ring of power and said, From now on I will no longer be the person I was before, and what you owe me, I will make you return to me piece by piece. The circle of energy swelled, growing more dangerous. Xiang hurriedly explained, Tionla, that's not it, it's because your greed is simply not appropriate. He cut in, all right, child, step to the side, she has been blinded by hatred. She is the junior master's disciple, leave this matter to me from here on. She looked at him with worry. Grandmaster Yibei looked at her and said, a teacher for a day is a teacher for life. If you are willing to turn back and repent, I can treat you as I did before. She cried out in indignation, you tell me to turn back and repent? Grandmaster, I fear that you are no longer qualified to be called one. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tionla unleashed a terrifying force, hurling it toward him. Yibei controlled his energy and turned around, his voice cold. The greatest flaw of greed in the grand path is an insatiable hunger. The more desperate one becomes, the easier it is to make mistakes. Just then, a small snake coiled around his wrist and bit his hand. In an instant, Yibei's body was wrapped by it, twisting him around. The pain was so intense that sweat broke out on his forehead. Yibei thought for a moment. The plant known as greedy root had been planted here before. Those who were ensnared by it would have their strength drained until they were completely exhausted and perished. Soon after, a series of wide jaws snapped toward him, the situation becoming increasingly dire. Tionla spoke, perhaps you could still escape, but with the upgraded power of the fusion core pill, even at the Emperor Lord level, it would be difficult to break free. Grandmaster, this is the last time I will address you as such. Right after, there was a loud noise accompanied by bursts of light and waves of energy releasing. Fu Zhang, standing above, commanded, Yibei has already killed Zhang Fu. I thought he was some formidable figure, but it turns out a mere Shen Tionla was enough to deal with him. No need for me to intervene. As expected, people from the lower realm are incapable of much. Take care of the rest. Shen Tionla jumped down, understood. She walked up to Xiang, with a vicious serpent surrounding her. She mocked loudly, great senior sister, it's probably too late to leave now. She subtly manipulated the object in her hand. Did you think you could kill the Grandmaster by relying on only yourself? Without another word, Xiang immediately sent that object hurtling toward her. A wave of energy dispersed, she froze in astonishment. Tionla had appeared right behind her without her noticing. She spoke, great senior sister, you are very strong, but I am even stronger now. She turned her face back, brow furrowed, as something slithered and coiled around her. A long tail wound up from her legs. Xiang's whole body was now tightly constricted by the serpent's tail. Tionla looked at her struggling and sneered, Luo Xiang, so this is all you amount to? At first you were insanely proud of destroying the great Tao, but it turns out you were nothing to be feared. She spread her hand, power radiated from her palm. Tionla smiled with triumph, your destroy the great Tao trick is useless against me now. I wonder if the Grandmaster down below would still accept a disciple like you. A blinding light erupted from Xiang, she bit her teeth in bitter hatred. The sky was an unnaturally clear, dead calm. She froze. What is happening? On the other side, Fu Zheng frowned, wondering why an ill omen stirred in his chest. At that moment, a pillar of light descended from above. Tionla looked up, and upon seeing him, hissed with hatred, Yibei. The beam struck, Xiang broke free and was flung outward, and a hand caught her just in time. Xiang looked at the one holding her and called, sister. Tionla was stunned. Impossible, how are you still alive? Trapped by my greedy serpent, you should have long since been drained dry and died. Yibei's voice was cold, I have given you many chances, hoping that you could turn back. But time and again, you have crossed my boundaries, betraying your teacher and friends, and harming your fellow disciples. Her venomous serpent glared fiercely, as Tionla spoke in a gloomy tone, stop with the nonsense. If you want to kill me, then do it. This time, you won't be so lucky to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, the serpent opened its mouth wide, as if to swallow him whole, lunging forward. He gathered his spiritual power into a circular shape, placing it before the serpent's mouth to block its advance. For a moment, she hesitated, wondering why the serpent had stopped moving. She had never encountered anything like this before. Could it be that Yi Bei's cultivation was able to completely suppress her serpent? Tionla, in a fit of rage, smeared the blood on her face and shouted, "Get out of my way!" The serpent roared once more and charged forward. Yi Bei closed his eyes and then spoke, "You think you're strong, but in reality, you are nothing." An overwhelming force of pressure emanated from him, attacking the serpent. Streams of energy pierced through its body, and dark energy continued to leak out. His expression darkened. The thing you are most proud of is your ability to absorb the power of the great Tao of greed from others. And it is precisely this great Tao of greed that has led you astray. Now, I will take it back. To his surprise, she showed no fear, controlling the chain like tails and laughing, "Then try it." Yi Bei chanted the resonance of the great Tao. Great Tao of greed. When he opened his eyes, his pupils were surrounded by circles with crimson-purple symbols. At that moment, a purple serpent charged toward the other serpent. Its sharp fangs fiercely sank into the body of the giant serpent, making it scream in agony. Tionla broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, "No, it seems like my greedy path has been devoured." The serpent's purple mouth opened wide, as though it wanted to swallow everything. "She's stunned, isn't she?" At this moment, the serpent lay beneath the sharp teeth, and Tionla lamented, "It's impossible, how could I fail?" The jaws closed, completely swallowing the serpent. At the same time, a notification appeared, announcing the retrieval of the greedy path, the reward for the great emperor's skill card. Yi Bei, angered, lowered his gaze to the person kneeling at his feet. Fu Xiang opened a circle of spiritual energy, and upon seeing her failure, he spoke with disdain, "You useless thing. Even after eating my fusion pill, you still can't do anything. You couldn't even defeat Yi Bei. How unfortunate. I'm not playing with you anymore today." Just as he was about to leave, Xiang jumped forward, using Tionla as a shield and attempting to flee, but it wouldn't be that easy. Fu Xiang angrily replied, "If I can't deal with Yi Bei, I can't deal with you?" Suddenly, his face changed slightly, and at that moment, the figure appeared right behind him. Yi Bei coldly pushed him into the circle, "Get in there." The spatial circle gradually closed. Xiang pointed at Tionla and asked, "Grandmaster, do we really have to kill him?" He stroked his chin, falling into silence. Just then, a vortex appeared from above, accompanied by a booming voice, "Where is the disciple of this immortal lord?" A person with completely white eyes appeared. She thought to herself, the tone of this disciple of the immortal lord, so arrogant and familiar, it seems he is the master of Fu Zhang and Zhang Fu. Yi Bei casually said, "What is your disciple's name?" "I don't remember." Hearing the mocking words, she became furious and slammed down with her enormous hand, "You little ant, daring to challenge me, you really don't know life from death." He replied nonchalantly, "What a coincidence, I've died a few times already, how about you help me remember?" Yi Bei waved his hand, sending a surge of energy out, and the two forces collided. Xiang spoke up, "Grandmaster, it won't be easy for you to handle this alone, let me assist you." He declined, "It's fine, the power of this immortal lord is nothing special." "Can it really trouble a grandmaster?" She silently calculated, "No, making too much noise will cause divine punishment. My time here is limited. Fortunately, this kid's talent isn't bad, stronger than Shen Tionla, perfect for being a vessel. If he submits to me, perhaps I can kill two birds with one stone." Thinking this, she took out a book and lowered her voice, "Young man, you are a good seed. If you are willing to call me master, I can overlook the past and give you these treasures." The book was titled The Art of Female Suppression. Yi Bei stared at the lines on the page, while Xiang blushed with embarrassment. She then took out another book. "I'm so sorry, I picked up the wrong one. This one is the right one." The two disciples were left speechless by this scene. Yi Bei spoke up again. "Unfortunately, the thing I enjoy most in life is being the master of others, but I'm afraid I've disappointed you." "Rejected," she angrily said. "Don't be so ungrateful." Suddenly, she froze. Seeing that the situation was not good, she silently sighed. This is bad. If I don't leave now, I'll lose 300 years of cultivation. She then left, not forgetting to say, I'll spare your life today, but you killed 2 of my disciples. The next time we meet, it will be your death day. Xiang was a bit confused. You're just leaving like that? Suddenly, Xiang froze and glanced quickly. Something was wrong. She urgently reported to Yi Bei about Tionla. Xiang voiced her thoughts. Grandmaster, he's making such a big fuss. Could it be that he wants to take Tionla away? Yi Bei explained. He's not trying to take Tionla, he's just the only one who can take Tionla. If he doesn't leave, he'll die himself. Xiang was puzzled, but what good would it do for him to take Tionla away? Yi Bei took a step forward. Fu Xiang must surely know the truth. Let's go, now we'll find him. In the desolate little world, there was no secret here that she didn't know. Now, everything Fu Xiang had gone through from birth to death, how could he have conspired with Tionla? What purpose did the lower realm have? We just need to wave a few times and we can immediately know that the 2 people are coming to the place where he is being imprisoned. He used a stream of energy on Fu Xiang, at which point his memories began to surface. Tionla grinned wickedly and said, Yi Bei will never be able to guess. All of his obedient disciples are now in my hands. Hearing this, Xiang was stunned. What did you say? In the memory, Tionla continued, no matter what happens, I will never lose. Even if I die, Yi Bei's obedient disciples will still be in my grasp. They will avenge me, making him feel betrayal and deception that is even more painful than death. Upon hearing this, he calmly said, if Yi Bei's disciples could be easily bought off like that, they wouldn't be called his female demons in the first place. She turned to ask, Grandmaster, will the junior sisters be in danger? Yi Bei pondered for a moment before replying. Whether Tionla's words are true or false has yet to be verified. To uncover the truth, the only way now is to find her. Xiang, worried, said, the passage to the upper level has been sealed off now. We will have to wait until the next person ascends. After someone ascends, within the next 100 years, it's likely no one will be able to ascend. By then, the situation of the junior sisters will be even more dangerous. Yi Bei merely smiled. I remember someone, but little girl, you need to help me with something first. A moment later, the toys were clear and transparent. Beneath them was a towering stone mountain. Deep inside the cave, a figure was meditating upon it. Jiamo Demon Lord was calmly cultivating, as if sensing a disturbance from the outside. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and angrily shouted, Who is it? Come out. Anyone who can reach the 9th level of the Time Tower is certainly no ordinary person. Why don't you step out and speak? At that moment, Xiang stepped forward. Jiamo Demon Lord, in his rage, said, If you do not show respect to this old man, then don't blame me for not being courteous. He struck, and she retaliated with a counterattack. Jiamo watched the move coming towards him with some surprise. Why does this move seem so familiar? The stone he had been sitting on shattered under the impact, and his body quickly leapt up. He stood high, looking down. Who are you? How do you possess this technique? She fell silent for a moment, her sharp gaze cutting through the air, her voice carrying an oppressive weight. Not speaking? If you transform into your true form and attack me, don't blame me. In this world, there are no more than 2 people who can dodge the full force of my divine return strike. His energy gathered into a terrifying vortex. Xiang summoned the great path of destruction, and the 2 forces clashed in an instant. His true form struck toward her. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Please, take it easy. Old Jia Yi Bei appeared next to her, blocking the source of energy. Jia Mo was stunned upon seeing him. Yi Bei spoke, Long time no see, old man. He jumped down in front of him. Yi young lady, so it's you? Jia Mo asked cautiously. Yi friend, who is the person beside you? He introduced, This is my disciple, Luo Xiang. She smiled and greeted him. Yi Bei glanced over and nonchalantly said, "Earlier, I sent this girl to kill you." His expression immediately turned serious. "What did you say?" Yi Bei patiently repeated, "I said, she is the one I sent to kill you." It seemed like he was extremely angry, and a powerful light radiated from him. Jia Mo punched forward, "And from the moment you started helping me detoxify, was this all planned in advance?" He gently blocked the punch. "Not at all." The old man sighed in disappointment. "Useless, I trusted you, treated you as the benefactor of our demon race, but it seems I was wrong." He gritted his teeth, letting out an angry snort. Then, suddenly pulling back his hand, he muttered, "Forget it, just go. Out of respect for you saving my life, I won't fight you today." Yi Bei smiled and explained, "Old Jia, don't be angry, I was just joking. The reason I came to find you this time is to help you ascend." He snorted coldly, "Help me ascend? You mean, help me reach the western heaven?" Yi Bei scratched his head awkwardly, "Isn't it because I wanted to understand your current level?" Yi Bei continued to explain, "Besides, killing you would bring me no benefit." Seeing his reaction, Yi Bei inwardly sighed, "Alright, maybe I overdid it." Jia Mo turned and began to leave. "I am already at Emperor Lord Peak, only one step away from ascending. I just need 100 years, I don't need your help." Yi Bei had no choice but to state his purpose. "It is like this. Now, we have a certain reason to ascend to the immortal realm, but someone must undergo ascension first. Only after ascending can I open the passage to the immortal realm. After thinking it over, I realized that in the heavenly profound dimension, you are the one closest to ascension. Therefore," he replied, "you could have said this earlier. Why go around in circles like that?" Jia Mo turned around. It was true that the peak realm and ascension were only one step apart, but breaking through might take a few more 100 years. By then, he might not be able to help him at all. Yi Bei responded, "There's no need for you to worry about that. If you agree, I can help you ascend right now." Jia Mo was stunned. "What did you say?" He thought to himself, he's talking about ascension, but how could it be so simple? At the sacred land heavenly pool, Jia Mo was surrounded by a source of energy. Yi Bei asked, "Are you ready?" He confidently replied, "Our demon race has not had anyone ascend for 100,000 years. Today, whether I succeed or not, this old man will give it a try." Yi Bei was satisfied. "Good." Yi Bei clasped his hands and chanted, "Fourth Nine Tribulation Primordial." A series of purple lights soared upwards, and he commanded, "Come here." Old Jia Mo admired the formation around him. "This is a good thing. The thunder tribulation of ascension is indeed different. After 100,000 years, I've finally waited for you." The purple light flashed like lightning, tearing across the sky. Xiang anxiously said, "Grandmaster, are we preparing to say goodbye?" Yi Bei gently patted her head. "Silly girl, the junior master will go ahead to scout the path first. After making the reconnaissance, he will come back to pick you up. Wait until the junior master figures out how to break the binding of the rules, then he will bring you up." Xiang nodded. Her gaze briefly darkened. She thought to herself, "If only I were stronger now, I could ascend to the immortal realm with the Grandmaster. Sooner or later, there will come a day when I stand alongside the Grandmaster, providing solid support for him, not like now." Then he gave another instruction. "I'm not sure whether Tionla's words are true or false. You should try to gather information about the other junior sisters in the lower realm. I'll go to the upper realm to search for her whereabouts. You take charge outside while I handle things inside. Let's cooperate." She obediently responded, "Disciple understands." At that moment, a voice rang out from within, "Yi friend, hurry and help me, I can't hold on much longer." He glanced over and replied, "Heavenly tribulation can vary in strength." Yi Bei raised his hand, and with that, a surge of power soared up. The power rushed forward, a burst of light flashing. He sneered, "Ha, it's nothing more than this." Jia Mo, now reverted to his true form, spoke indignantly, "Ye young lady, I've heard about your feat of shattering the immortal ascension before." Seeing it firsthand, it was hard not to be astonished. Promising young talent, at that moment, from above the gate, Jia Mo exclaimed, "It's Immortal Pavilion Xiang." Jia Mo asked, "Why is this Immortal Pavilion black?" He fell silent, deep in thought. Behind the gate, a beam of light emitted. Yibei, Luo Shuishang, and old Jia were now floating in front of a massive city gate, with a glowing point above their heads. Old Jia couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined the pressure from the Immortal Pavilion would be this overwhelming." Yibei thought to himself, the Immortal Pavilion looked no different from the previous times he'd seen it, only the color had changed. Unless old Jia was a demon beast, which could explain the variation in the passage when ascending. He raised his hand and gathered an energy circle of yin and yang. "Old Jia, I'll help you. If this is the same passage to the immortal world, then the weakest point should be the same everywhere. It's just a matter of getting used to it." Combining the reincarnation seal of the purgatory and the Great Tao's precision targeting, the Immortal Pavilion's weakest point should be struck swiftly. With that, he threw the reincarnation purgatory seal toward the city gate ahead. Old Jia was taken aback by this. "If we're heading to the immortal world with ye, friend, then I might as well fly up myself." The more he thought, the more his eyes lit up. The immortal court's immortal jade, countless rare versions of immortality. Our demon tribe will finally rise. He clenched his fist into the palm of his other hand. "Ye friend, I'm here to help you." Suddenly, Yi Bei noticed something unusual. The glowing point above their heads was rapidly expanding in all directions with increasing intensity. Not long after, a spatial crack formed. The gravitational pull was so strong that he quickly grabbed onto Shuishang beside him. Damn, that power was so intense, it shattered the seal of the passage. Elder Lord, unfortunately, was caught in the whirlpool inside the crack. He screamed in desperation, "Ye young lady, save me." Of course, he couldn't see someone in trouble without helping. Before rushing off, he didn't forget to remind his disciple, "Girl, take care of the other sisters." As soon as his figure disappeared into the crack, it slowly began to close. A flash of light flickered in the dark space, followed by a free fall, resulting in a loud thud. Yi Bei raised his senses to observe his surroundings. Is this the higher realm? He couldn't see old Jia's figure. Could it be that the shockwave had sent him elsewhere? Nearby, a loud commotion suddenly erupted from a group of people. "Hurry up, move faster, or I'll break your legs." "What are you looking at?" "You lost, so now you're a slave to our Nantian arena. You'll never get out of here in your lifetime." Some of them suddenly noticed him. "Hey, you there, the newcomer, someone take him in." "Let me do it." The quality of these newcomers lately is so bad. Not many even meet the standards. The natives looked him over. Where did this one ascend from, some poor plane? And yet, he's transformed into a new race? Which plane is it? Hurry up and speak. Yi Bei didn't even bother responding to their arrogant attitude. He furiously raised his elbow, preparing to strike. "I'm talking to you." A swift foot kicked out, sweeping both of his legs. The native instantly tumbled through the air like a lost weeble. He took the opportunity to land a kick right in his face. As he casually trampled on the person beneath him, he taunted with words full of provocation. "Is this little rat really worthy of questioning my true self? You're not afraid of death, are you?" The man whimpered, pleading. "Your Excellency, please spare my life. Your Excellency, spare me. Please, let your noble foot show mercy and save my insignificant life. This humble servant can lead you to the arena and the court of the next stage." This suggestion made him pause for a moment. "The arena?" The man quickly elaborated. "You don't know, Your Excellency. All beasts that ascend here are required to participate in battles at the arena to earn resources. The winners live, the losers are eliminated." Yi Bei stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. It seems that what they call the heavenly Daoan ascension is not meant to allow people to enjoy blessings, but rather to maintain the balance of power in every realm. After many people have ascended, they might not even have status in the lower realm anymore. With such a vast disparity, I wonder how things are faring there now. Soon, they arrived at the gates of an arena, just as the Beastman had promised. He bowed respectfully. "Your Excellency, this is the place. After you register, you will receive a token to participate in the competition." On the outside, he appeared humble and obedient, but deep inside, he harbored malicious thoughts. The arena is not a pleasant place. Wait until later, and you'll experience it for yourself. The two slowly entered, and the man loudly announced, "A newcomer has arrived, quickly prepare to welcome him." However, Yi Bei was just as sharp as the Beastman. Soon, I had already seen through the malicious intentions of the people here. On the contrary, I wanted to see for myself what kind of tricks you all could pull. Two hands clapped together, producing a sharp sound, followed by a voice, "Rest assured, my lord, we will certainly take good care of this new recruit." Native stood beside the great demon, constantly reporting, "This monster is not bad, having reached the highest realm of the Emperor Lord. Once tamed, it can definitely be sold for a good price." Meanwhile, Yi Bei was surrounded by the demons. The great demon handed the Beastman a bag full of money, "Your reward." The Beastman immediately appeared extremely pleased. "Thank you, master. Should I leave the rest to you now?" He clicked his tongue, "TSK, so this is how dark the immortal realm is." The demons, in unison, began rubbing their hands together eagerly. "Look at you. Selling you to the noble ones of the immortal realm is a blessing for you, so don't be ungrateful." He sneered, "A blessing? Betraying your own kind, being sold by a demon to others, no demon would dare to accept such a blessing." The great demon decisively ordered, "Stop wasting words, move forward." Yi Bei, without hesitation, demonstrated his strength, quickly resolving the situation in one swift move. A gigantic snake appeared, its long body shimmering with various colors. This was the great Tao of greed, an absorption technique. The snake quickly coiled around the demons, catching them off guard. "What's going on? It seems we're trapped. I can't move. He is absorbing our power." He sneered, speaking disdainfully, "Only relying on strength like this and still daring to call himself a demon traitor. This was truly a disgrace to the demon realm." He extended his scepter in front of him as a provocation. "Disgrace? Don't get too cocky just because you're young. Let's see what kind of demon you really are." In an instant, he flinched slightly, realizing something unusual. At some point, a formation had appeared beneath his feet, followed by countless chains sprouting up. He stood there, gloating, as Yi Bei was completely trapped behind the massive chains. "Damn formation, it hasn't been used for a long time, probably a bit too bloodthirsty. You'd better be careful." He felt that things were getting increasingly troublesome. Why did it have to come to this? A surge of purple energy began to gather in his hand. "I only wanted to register once, yet you insist on making me stay here and ruin everything you've built." Yi Bei's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp light. He muttered the incantation for Supreme Demon Bone. A multicolored flame erupted fiercely within the chains. The great demon stumbled backward in fear, collapsing to the ground. "Impossible, you're clearly just at the Emperor Lord level." The energy sphere behind him continued to expand, indifferent to whether one was human or demon. Anyone who dared to trade in demons had to face the consequence of being annihilated. From afar, a huge explosion could be seen rising between the ancient buildings. All that remained was a blackened crater, with Yi Bei standing tall right in the middle of it. He placed his hand beneath his chin, looking thoughtful. If this truly was a shop trading in monsters, then surely many demons had been deceived and sold here, just the sort needed to upgrade my little, desolate world. Suddenly a noise from the far door drew his attention. Those inside were utterly surprised when he walked in. "So this is where you all were." A fierce, toothy smile could not be hidden on his face. The crowd behind the bars felt a chill run down their spines. Panic-stricken screams echoed throughout the city district. Curious townspeople rushed over to investigate. "What's that noise? Go and see." Above a gate hung a horned skull, looking terrifying. Yi Bei strode in with solemn authority. The guards were astonished to see that he was the very man who had just wiped out the monsters here. The captain calculated silently. This monster, relying on only a bit of strength, had dismantled the monster trading ring that had long troubled their masters. It seemed he would not be easy to deal with. Perhaps he could stand against the new mad warlord of the battlefield. He hurriedly reached out to stop him. "Wait!" The man immediately shot a threatening look and said, "Move aside if you don't want to die." He clasped his hands respectfully. "Please don't misunderstand. I am the captain of the law enforcement team of the Nantian battlefield. We will do nothing to you." The man, of course, did not believe him and replied coldly, "Oh? Do nothing? I've killed hundreds of your monsters." The captain hurriedly explained, "They're nothing but a bunch of trash. Our Nantian battlefront isn't short of fighters, someone of your noble demonic lineage. How could we possibly harm you? We'd be lucky to recruit you before you slip away." Yi Bei raised an eyebrow, arrogant. "So what are you getting at?" Finally the captain revealed his intention. "I hope you will become the elder chief of the Nantian battlefront." He blinked in bewilderment and asked, "What?" The captain recounted Yi Bei's deeds. "You single-handedly destroyed the rebel demon sect. Even the sect leader, who was approaching the void immortal realm, was struck dead by you with a single blow. If a prodigy like you were to become elder chief of the Nantian battlefront, we would surely terrify Shen Luo and his faction." Unexpectedly, Yi Bei turned and walked away without a second thought, uninterested. "Don't block my way." A nearby subordinate spat angrily. "Damn, this one is really arrogant. Let me handle him, I'll show him what I'm capable of." Another subordinate hurriedly stopped him. "You wouldn't dare lay a hand on him if the captain were here." "Are you out of your mind?" The captain refused to give up. "Countless people are clamoring to join our Nantian battlefront. Precious relics, cultivation techniques, intelligence, anything you want, we can provide." But none of that swayed him. "No need." Yi Bei cut in without hesitation, issuing a threat. "I still have someone to find. If you keep trailing me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yet he only poured fuel on the fire. "You wiped out the rebel demon sect. Offend the heavenly net immortal land. Even if you leave today, you should at least say something." He tightened the captain's throat and lifted him into the air roughly. He repeated his words. "You said that the subordinates of the heavenly net immortal land would be restless upon hearing this." The captain quickly raised his hand. Although the captain was struggling to breathe, he still tried to explain. "We have always been reluctant to touch the anti-demon sect, precisely because he is in cahoots with the heavenly net immortal land. If we destroy it now, only with the protection of our Nantian battlefield can you save yourself." He angrily threw the captain down. Heavenly net immortal land, today truly is a case of a dog barking at the wrong target. He struggled to catch his breath. The captain once again made his proposal. "So you agree to join our Nantian battlefield now?" Yi Bei stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Rather than charging headfirst into the heavenly net immortal land alone, it would be better to use the Nantian battlefield to threaten them, and gradually overthrow it. He finally made a decision. "I agree." He struggled to get up and stood tall. "I will take you to meet the elder pavilion master first." He was no longer polite, leading the way. In Xiang, a tall, red-tinted building stood proudly amidst the trees. The two guards outside were discussing in hushed tones. "Captain, this person is truly formidable, but is he really capable?" "He can't do it, so do you think you can?" The captain gave a long analysis. "The battle of the four directions on the battlefield. Our three main teams have all collapsed, and now there's only one left hanging by a thread. If the last team loses as well, and the new ones from the Shen Luo battlefield steal away our prestige, then our Nantian battlefield will drop to the lowest rank among the 4 major battlefields. After that, no one should think about lifting their heads and walking forward. The sound of discussion echoed steadily. I understand. The strength of this person is beyond measure. I have a feeling he can bring about a world-shaking change in this battlefield. Everything has been heard by Yi Bei inside, no wonder he came looking for me. It turns out no one in this Nantian battlefield is able to fight this battle. In the vast hall, 2 people stood facing each other, their bodies surrounded by 2 different auras. The other party spoke, "You are Yi Bei, right?" He didn't hide it, "That's right." The Emperor Lord Realm opened his mouth wide, preparing to roar, and a brilliant halo emanated from him, dazzling and seemingly gathering boundless power. The intense pressure was so great that it caused Yi Bei's hair and clothes to whip backward. The captain and subordinates outside had to shield themselves with their hands. Looking down at the floor beneath his feet, which had been severely damaged, he couldn't help but silently marvel, the Void Star Realm is stronger than I imagined. If we fight, I fear we have only a 40% chance of winning. The Emperor Lord was equally surprised. Is this really the Emperor Lord Realm? Facing his pressure without sustaining any injury? He repeatedly inquired, "Very well. Which clan are you from? How many times has your physical limit broken through?" He silently thought to himself, humans and demons have been in serious opposition for a long time. If he finds out that I'm not actually a demon, it won't be convenient, so I should just make something up. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Nonsense, I come from a tribe of apes in a very distant dimension." What is this thing about the physical limit? The old man, far from being suspicious, patted him on the shoulder with a friendly smile. "What you mean is that you haven't broken through the physical limit yet, right?" In a moment of urgency, Yi Bei suddenly seemed to recall something. He closed his eyes to focus better, chanting an incantation for the creation of the world, the secret technique of transformation. A vague, gigantic ape-like form appeared behind him. Seeing this, the old man believed it completely, and was truly convinced that Yi Bei hadn't broken through the physical limit. A cold sweat lightly beaded on his forehead, as he almost got exposed. Luckily, the creation of the world helped him maintain his mental strength. The old man praised him repeatedly, Kid, you're fortunate." Yi Bei feigned modesty, "Please forgive my ignorance from the remote, monkey-infested region. I've never heard of the physical limit. Could you explain it to me in more detail?" The old man immediately elaborated, "The body is a treasure trove with unlimited potential. The main cultivation of humans focuses on the soul, whereas our demon tribe relies more on the physical body. Every demon must break through to the Emperor Lord Realm, and once they do, they can break through the physical limit." The old man gathered a small energy ball in his hand. "The first breakthrough requires you to find the 5 elemental treasures of heaven and earth: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Use the power of the 5 elements to reach the physical limit and then apply the secret technique to break through that limit. Successfully breaking through the first time, the physical strength will be enough to double." Yi Bei, confused, asked further, "If it's possible to defeat 5 times, doesn't that mean you could tear apart the heavenly tribulation?" Emperor Lord answered frankly, "Breaking through 4 times with 5 attempts is already defying the heavens." He then smirked with pride, "Then I'll break through 4 times first." The old man was startled, his eyes widening. "Ha!" Elder Emperor Lord revealed a harsh truth, "Little brother, although your potential is impressive, even breaking through the limits of the body once requires a considerable amount of time. At least half a year, at most several years. Some people may struggle their entire life to break through 4 times. Thus, Yi Bei, confused, asked again, "Do you think I can't do it?" The old man gently explained, "It's not that I don't believe in you, but in just 8 more watch hours, the final contestant from our team will enter the battlefield. There's no time left." Without hesitation, Yi Bei turned to leave. 8 watch hours is enough. If you don't believe me, I'll go right now. Seeing this, the old man quickly stopped him. Wait. The old man's palm once again gathered a glowing surge of energy. Take it, no need to be polite. One piece, no matter which, will be enough for you to use, though it's hard to refine it in such a short time. A spatial pouch appeared from thin air, and the old man excitedly said, "Don't be discouraged. After the battle, I'll personally guide you." Yi Bei immediately snatched the pouch from the old man's hand. "Thank you for your concern, Xiang Pavilion Master. Now, I'll go prepare for the battle." The old man stood frozen in place, silently making a helpless comment to himself. This brat really has no manners at all. At this moment, on the 9th floor of the Time Tower, Yi Bei was sitting in front of the enormous glowing 8 trigrams furnace. The 9th floor of the Time Tower accelerated the passage of time by 2,000 times. 8 hours in the outside world equated to nearly 2,000 years here. Using time to refine, I could break through the first limit, in time for the battle. Let's begin. As he focused on reading, he discovered that several pages of the book had been torn out. Are there pirated books in the Immortal realm too? Why are there missing pages? Forget it. It won't affect the refining of these treasures. A long time passed, 9,981 days later, and the light emanating from the 8 trigrams furnace grew even more dazzling. Yi Bei timed it perfectly and opened his eyes. The transformation was complete. Suddenly, Xian Renwang, in her female form, appeared from the illusionary scene of the Grandmaster. What he saw in front of him left him speechless in surprise. He couldn't help but ask, "Lin Feng, why are you here?" He added, "It's not just me, all the senior sisters and junior sisters have been waiting for you here for a long time." In addition to him, 3 other disciples also appeared at once. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Grandmaster. So many beautiful women at once were too much for him to handle, and he nearly nosebleed. The maidens crowded around Yi Bei. "Grandmaster, we were captured here by Tionla, and we've been waiting for you for so long. Where have you been? Don't you remember us?" However, he still tried to keep a calm mind. Something was off with these people, especially as the disciples were all desperately trying to seduce him. "Grandmaster, Grandmaster." Suddenly, he smirked. "I know now, the missing pages in that book are the essence needed to break through the limits. Breaking through the limit of cultivation isn't just about the body, but also the spiritual strength of a person. No wonder." He placed his hands on top of each other to chant an incantation, and immediately, his true face was revealed as his transformation behind him took shape. "Grandmaster." His eyes gleamed with a golden light, and the 8 trigrams furnace trembled violently as well. Finally, he broke into a satisfied smile. "This time, it seems it will work." The scene shifted to the roof of a castle, where 2 figures stood side by side. The captain spoke with worry, "Masters, there's less than half an hour left before the match begins. We searched the Nantian battlefield but couldn't find that kid. Could it be that he took the treasure and fled?" The Emperor Lord replied with perfect calm, "Don't rush." The announcement echoed across the arena, countdown, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Shenluo battlefields, Renwang wins. The crowd in the stands cheered passionately, "Renwang, Renwang, the strongest in the Shenluo battlefield." He turned and asked again, "Masters, what should we do now?" Though slightly anxious, the elder still firmly affirmed, "I believe he is not a person who is greedy for wealth. Just wait." The referee below the stage hurriedly accelerated the pace for the next match. The 4th group of the 4 directions battlefield was about to begin. First, please welcome the contestant from Nantian battlefield to the stage. The captain broke into a cold sweat. "It's all my fault for bringing back a thief who would have thought he'd escape right before our eyes like that." The referee's urging came in a steady voice, "Contestant from the Nantian battlefield, please enter the arena quickly." The sand in the hourglass had nearly run out, signaling that time was almost up. Oh no, our last hope had vanished. The referee hurriedly rendered his verdict, "I hereby declare, the contestant of the Nantian battlefield." Suddenly someone shouted to interrupt, "Wait." When had Yi Bei stepped onto the arena directly in front of Renwang? He stared wide-eyed in astonishment at what he had just seen. It was Yi Bei. He seemed to have realized something. The more Xian Renwang looked, the stranger it felt too familiar. The two of them passed each other in silence without a single word. He activated some kind of skill to see the other's true appearance. Yi strolled past him with the utmost calm. He thought and thought but couldn't make sense of it. What kind of identity did this person have? Even using soul-probing techniques he couldn't clearly see his real face. His presence in the arena directly provoked a wave of fury from the stands. Ding Gong Chang, who is this guy? How dare he lay a hand on Xian Renwang? Seems like he's a newcomer to the Nantian battlefield. He replaced someone else's spot. Damn, I knew it. You can tell at a glance he's a privileged scion. Nantian still had a sliver of hope, but now that this spoiled brat is up there, just wait, our whole force will be annihilated. After adjusting the atmosphere, the referee loudly announced, the match begins. Demon Power, along with his woman, arrogantly provoked others. I despise this kind of person the most in this life, those who aren't as dignified and majestic as a great king. They rely on themselves to achieve what they have today. Brothers, let the young master broaden his horizons and see the harshness of society, so that you won't embarrass yourselves outside in the future. Following his command, a swarm of monsters with sharp, tooth-filled mouths rushed towards Yi Bei. He merely smiled indifferently, casually crossing his arms, accumulating 2 dark energy spheres. Supreme Demon Leaf. He chanted a spell in a low voice, doubling its power. Immediately, a powerful surge of dark magic erupted, engulfing the entire arena. By the time Demon Power and his minions realized what was happening, it was already too late. Countless magical slashes, each containing extreme force, rained down upon them. All that remained was Yi Bei, standing firm in place, surrounded by a thin veil of smoke. The entire audience was thrown into a panic. Damn it, what just happened? Where are the monsters? That was a quick kill. For hundreds of years, no one had witnessed such an intense scene. Countless excited voices mixed together. The monsters from earlier were all at the Emperor Lord realm, and he killed them so fast. I have to find him and ask for his autograph. Damn it. That's so cool. The referee raised his hand, signaling the end of the match. He was about to announce, I declare the battle in this arena. But his words were suddenly cut off by the trembling cries of Might, who was sitting on the floor. Don't kill me. As long as I'm in the top 3, I can still level up. You've already won. Yi Bei immediately countered, then why should I keep you alive to fight the next match? He hurriedly clarified, I'm a person of high status, here to experience life. Who knew everyone would be so cruel, even killing a monster? His ears drooped down like a scared little dog. Please don't kill me. I'll definitely concede the next match to you. Also, my family is very wealthy. Anything you want, I can give you. Yi Bei stroked his chin with a smug expression, thinking it might not be impossible to spare his life, depending on how he behaved. He was just waiting for this moment and boldly introduced to the crowd, everyone, listen up. From now on, this person will be the elder chief of our esteemed force, and also the great benefactor of our Qingqiu clan. Anyone who dares to offend him, offends the entire Qingqiu clan. The crowd angrily shouted, son of a noble family, damn it. Even if we want to deal with him, we have no way. Might still ignores it and focuses on guiding him instead. The elder chief walked over, politely gesturing toward the exit, I've arranged a private VIP room for you. You can rest a bit and prepare for tomorrow's semi-finals. He softly praised, well done, leaving Renwang filled with resentment. Who exactly are you? The captain, standing opposite Yi Bei and Might, held a glowing ring in his hand. Yes, Your Excellency. The clan leader was indeed right about you. This is the item he asked me to deliver to you. He knelt down, speaking quietly to him. The flawless ring, there are no more than 5 in the entire immortal world, and there must be something inside it. Hidden Pavilion Master really knows how to play the game. Then, turning to him, she spoke, then thank Hidden Pavilion Master on my behalf. His secret treasure last time helped me a lot. He clasped his hands respectfully. Understood. In that case, I'll take my leave. The door to the room slammed shut, and as the person left, he quickly instructed, Yes, Elder Chief, you absolutely must not let Captain of Law Enforcement and Hidden Pavilion Master deceive you again. He couldn't help but be confused. Deceive? He continued, although this ring and its contents are very precious, the real prize in this competition is far more valuable. Yi Bei shot him a sharp glance. Then tell me, what exactly does the first place prize consist of? He hesitated before revealing, Hidden Pavilion Master is after this prize because it contains a new immortal world. This new information only made him sneer disdainfully. Humph, I don't need such a simple ring. Under the clear blue sky, a group of contestants stood in line on the arena floor in front of the judges. Ah, it's my turn to go down in the first match. Demon Power curiously glanced at the paper in Yi Bei's hand. Elder Chief, what's your number? Yi Bei looked at it, then merely hummed in response. Ha! His expression, on the other hand, was full of surprise. The only thing written on the paper was a large number 7. He couldn't help but exclaim, Elder Chief, looks like you don't even need to compete directly this round, truly lucky. The people around them, upon hearing this, couldn't hide their jealousy. How annoying. It's really lucky that he drew the empty slot. How lucky is that? Even if he relied on the empty slot to get into the finals, if he doesn't win the championship, it won't count, just wait for Xiang Renwang to eliminate him. The referee explained the rules of this round. Although our promotion tournament has a total of 12 spots, only 7 of you have made it to the finals based on your own strength. Congratulations to you all. Might leaned in and whispered to Yi Bei, the competition this year is incredibly fierce. These people are strong. None of the 4 matches of our team have had more than 2 people advancing. It's really scary. Especially that Xiang Renwang, who suddenly appeared a year ago, and has been unbeatable ever since, killing anyone who stands in his way. Every match in this competition seems like a life or death struggle. It seems like he's determined to win the championship. Both of them, without saying a word, turned their gaze toward Renwang, who was standing in the distance. He continued, although the prize for the champion is just average, it's not enough to go that far. He also felt that Renwang was no ordinary person. Throwing himself into the competition so recklessly, he must either be a martial arts fanatic or the championship prize holds something that he really wants. The referee raised his hand and announced, Next, we'll proceed to the semifinals. Except for the person who drew the empty slot number 7, the other 6 will face off. This round will leave only 4 people. Suddenly, Renwang interrupted, Wait, I have a suggestion. He boldly proposed, 6 into 3, plus the empty slot, 4 into 2, then 1. Too troublesome. Forget it, you all should just go all at once. The group of people dressed in dark clothing laughed mockingly. A 1 versus 6. Do you think we're just the henchmen of Great Emperor? He is the strongest here, and the 6 of us ganging up on him still gives us a chance to compete for the top 3. If each of you fights him 1 by 1, I doubt you'll even make it to the finals. Foolish. One of them thought to himself, that makes sense. If we can defeat Xian Renwang, we might even take the championship. The rest of them were extremely pleased. Without Xian Renwang, we might even have a shot at the championship. Before long, they had their answer. I agree. We agree as well. Agree. The referee arranged things quickly. If no one has any objections, then it's settled. Let's proceed. At that moment, Yi Bei suddenly spoke up. Wait, I have an objection. He waved a piece of paper he was holding between his fingers. I drew the lucky lot, so why do I have to fight with you all? I don't agree. The people behind him muttered curses under their breath. What a fool. Those without strength are the ones who like to take advantage of opportunities. Renwang, hearing this, immediately made a suggestion. If this brother here is lucky enough to have drawn the winning lot, then he doesn't need to participate in this round. He can go straight to the finals and fight against 1 or 2 of the winners from this round. The referee asked again, "Is there anyone with objections?" "None from me." "I have no objections. You all can continue." Then, he turned and left. The referee quickly announced the new rule. "Since that's the case, the format of this round will now be changed to a free-for-all. The two winners can claim the spot for the final match. We now declare the official start of the battle. The tournament begins with countless powerful warriors. Some possess the ability to launch wide-area attacks by summoning ice. Large ice blocks quickly spread across the battlefield. The summoner's target is none other than Renwang. He is not the only one being targeted. 3 others immediately teamed up to close in on him while he was trapped inside the block of ice. A huge explosion shook the entire arena. Yibei leisurely stood outside, watching the thrilling scene unfold. As the smoke and fire gradually dispersed, the person had long since disappeared. A sudden flash of light shot towards the group dressed in black. The direct attack split their bodies in two. The referee, holding the microphone to comment on the chaotic battle, stood with his mouth agape. The forces on this side are struggling against Yi Zi Wang. Can I withdraw now? The other person tightened his grip on his collar. This is not for you to decide. Zi Wang mustered all his strength to throw the man towards Renwang, who was caught off guard. He could only helplessly scream, "Ah!" Luckily, Renwang reacted quickly and managed to dodge just in time. Immediately afterward, another ice attack was launched, but it was easily controlled by him with just one hand. He coldly declared, "You've lost." However, the opponent still seemed pleased with himself, showing no sign of hesitation. Not necessarily. The block of ice that Renwang had been holding suddenly sprouted spikes. They pierced through the layers of his skin one by one. Yi Zi Wang summoned more weapons forged from ice with his remaining arm, confidently charging forward. "Haha, I've got it." His expression darkened, looking extremely menacing. "No one could stop me from claiming the championship." He flexed his body, breaking free from the block of ice, and his palms slowly gathered a pure blue energy. Renwang, following the momentum, directly used a palm strike to break the stance of his opponent's attack. Yi Bei was taken aback. "It's the Void Grand Seal." The overwhelming pressure was so immense that rocks and debris flew in all directions, and the opponent seemed to be swallowed by the massive beam of light. He declared loudly, "The match is over." The referee broke into a sweat, pointing in a direction. "Wait, there's still a demon on the field." Renwang quickly turned his head to the spot where might had been thrown. The referee, panicking, hurried off to escape. The match continued, with Renwang retreating while pleading. I thank your whole family, please don't come any closer." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, causing him to jump. "Spare him, or else everyone will know you're not a demon." He calmly stepped past him. "Consider yourself lucky someone saved your life." The referee, confused and unable to grasp what had just happened, nevertheless continued to fulfill his duties. "I declare that in this semi-final, the winner is Renwang Linfeng, who has ascended in demon power." He laughed triumphantly. "Haha, didn't expect it, did you? Even though my grandfather's lying down, he still made it to the finals." Shortly after leaving the arena, Renwang stepped out from behind a bush and ordered in a soft voice, "Come out." He interrogated the figure opposite, "Who are you? How dare you insult me by saying I'm not a demon?" Yi Bei was no less sharp. "If it had truly been an insult, you would not have come here." He hastily bargained, "Tell me plainly what you want, I can give you anything." He cut straight to the main point. "Then do this, I want you to forfeit the match so I can take the championship." His gaze suddenly darkened. Fine. He immediately pointed 2 fingers forward, ready to unleash his power. "Then let's see whether you can take it." All Yi Bei did was curl his lip in a scornful smile. From within the thicket a vast source of energy burst forth with a violent roar, smoke billowing densely toward Renwang. He was forced to acknowledge his opponent's strength. This person's power was overwhelmingly strong, damn it, I now fear I only have about a 30% chance of winning. Nevertheless, he refused to yield, mentally calculating, a true hero will not accept loss so readily. Wait until I recover, then I'll make my move. Realizing that violence would not do, he resumed the negotiation. I can give you the championship, but I want the longevity realm quota contained within it. Yi Bei then spread a wicked smile. So soon you've already conceded? What if I say no and demand everything? His eyes instantly went hollow and menacing. If you stubbornly insist on contending with me, you'll have to step over my corpse first, otherwise I will never let it fall into another's hands. To explain Renwang's resoluteness, let us return 3 watches earlier to find out. In a room, might quickly explained to him, Elder Chief, in the first place award, the most outstanding person will receive the quota for the longevity realm. This secret realm of immortality is the relic of an ancient battlefield, containing endless opportunities, all kinds of miraculous treasures, inherited strange items, countless top-tier divine weapons, and even the power of laws. There are even people who have been directly pulled from the great emperor stage into the void immortal realm. He rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. No wonder so many people are fighting desperately, risking their lives to participate in the battle. He added, Elder Chief, what you may not know is that the most powerful thing inside is the legendary Great Tao of Life and Death, which can revive the dead. As long as they are under the Great Emperor stage, they can come back to life. He furrowed his brow, thinking deeper. Reviving the dead, reviving oneself, the truth was gradually becoming clear. So it really is you, the third disciple Lin Feng. That's right, Renwang, the person he was about to face and the one who transformed into him in the illusory realm, was indeed the same person. The loud and clear voice of the referee soon caught the attention of the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of our 4 Directions Arena. After many intense rounds, we now have the 3 contestants standing on the arena. First was Renwang, standing with his arms crossed in a dignified posture. Next was Xiang Renwang, with an undefeated record. Then there was Yi Bei, looking completely relaxed, a black horse Yi Bei, who appeared unexpectedly without any basis. Finally, there was a carefree individual, waving to the crowd, another contestant. At Tibetan Fox, the referee asked for the opinions of all 3 of the judges. In the end, who would be able to claim the champion title today? Welcome, everyone. Let's all cheer for our table as we choose the contestant who has won your hearts. He was the first to speak up. Wait a minute. The audience started whispering among themselves. What's going on? Does he want to imitate Xian Renwang with a 1-on-2 challenge? Ha ha ha. His next words surprised the referee. Before the competition begins, I want to let everyone know that I'm really sorry, but I forfeit. He casually shrugged. I'm serious, demon power is just an individual who got through based on connections. I'm here just to have fun, there's no way I could win. I'm just rich, not stupid enough to keep competing. So, I forfeit my spot. After finishing, he mischievously winked at Yi Bei. Elder Chief, we're counting on you now. The referee didn't waste any more time. Since the top contender has wisely chosen to forfeit, we will now directly move on to the final match for the championship between Xian Renwang and Yi Bei. Who will become our champion and take home the first prize? Let's all look forward to it. The 2 sides exchanged fiery glares. The atmosphere in the arena grew more tense than ever. Renwang furrowed his brows, silently thinking, I just fought Yi Ziwang yesterday and got seriously injured. Though I've recovered quite a bit. But his current power was only at 70%. He had to give it his all, perhaps, just perhaps, he could kill this person to shut him up. He clasped his hands together, and all his energy gradually concentrated at a single point. He had to strike quickly, and decisively, to win. Yi Bei arrogantly raised 3 fingers. Renwang, 3 moves. If you can defeat me within 3 moves, then the championship and the secret will be yours. He silently cursed inwardly, foolish disciple, can't you see I'm trying to kill you? Just kidding. Ran Wang's expression was one of deep displeasure. What did you say? He remained unfazed and casually asked, What's wrong? Don't agree? He chanted an incantation and conjured a massive illusory dragon. If you still want to die, then I'll naturally fulfill your wish. He immediately commanded the illusory dragon to charge at Yi Bei. The attack swiftly struck its target without any obstacle, leaving a large crater on the arena floor, accompanied by a haze of ethereal green smoke. Before he could even celebrate, he realized something was wrong. Where was it? A figure began to materialize from within the smoke, startling him. One move. Ren Wang ground his teeth and hissed. It seemed he had underestimated you. How about this move then? He once again conjured a massive hand, pouring all his strength into the strike, delivering a powerful blow. Yi Bei gently rotated his palm. I've taught you so many times in the past, yet every time there was a small flaw. So many years have passed, and you still haven't changed. A brilliant light, like a halo, radiated around his body. The opponent's attack was completely neutralized in an instant. The crowd in the stands eagerly cheered in response. Ren Wang couldn't understand it at all. This is the ultimate killing technique that Grandmaster taught me, how could this be? The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Shocked, right? You fool of a disciple. Suddenly, he became highly alert. This person is too unorthodox. Why is it that every technique of mine he can so easily see through? The feeling he gives off is all too familiar. He calmly reminded him, 2 moves now, after the final one, I'll have to strike. A surge of lightning slowly began to envelop his fist. This was the only move he could use. Grandmaster had once said, he murmured to himself, I can't use it until I step into the gates of death, but I don't care anymore, I'm using it now. He gritted his teeth and called out the name of the ultimate technique, the Great Martial Dao. A large formation appeared above his head. The stronger you get, the stronger I'll become. Let's see who can hold out till the end. Yi Bei stroked his chin and silently admired, the Great Martial Dao can copy any move of the opponent, identical in form, and just as powerful. The stronger the enemy's strength, the more powerful he becomes. He indifferently responded, Oh, really? Of course, he couldn't just sit there and take the hit, so he countered with his own attack. Then let's see how this move fares. Ren Wang's eyes widened in utter astonishment. This is... A gigantic hand shot out from the green formation, sweeping everything in its path. Finally, a violent collision with the hand summoned by Xiang Renwang earlier, and smoke rose thickly into the air. Yi Bei emerged from the smoke and softly spoke, Xiaofeng Zi, still not recognizing Junior Master? At this moment, he was stunned, dazed for a while before softly calling out, Grandmaster, tears had already gathered at the corner of my eyes. 300 years. You really have come back to life. He extended his hand in front as Yi Bei stepped closer. Aren't you going to come over and let Junior Master take a look? He closed his eyes and waited. Girl, Ren Wang now could no longer hold back his emotions. Grandmaster, though, his emotions surged a little too much, resulting in an outburst of force. He struck me right in the stomach, I took the blow. The result left him very satisfied. Truly the Grandmaster, so I wasn't dreaming after all. Yi Bei, clutching his aching stomach, squatted down. Whether it's a dream or not? You'll know for yourself if you try. Do you really have to treat Junior Master like this? He asked as he struggled to get back up. It hurts, you really used some secret technique. You didn't recognize it. He quickly explained. I just didn't dare to believe it. He tried to comfort him. Don't be sad. The competition is still going on. He began to entertain the thought of giving up. If you've really come back to life, then winning this championship doesn't matter anymore. Ren Wang raised his hand high and loudly declared, I concede. The entire stands erupted in chaos, like a beehive disturbed. What? Is this a scam? Where's the referee? This is a fake match, right? The referee eagerly asked back. Ran Wang, are you serious? You're the most promising player this year. He's solid, absolutely precise. When Ran Wang, say something, it's final, the referee tried to persuade him, but if the player lost, the bets from the audience would be a total disaster. He had to appear as though he didn't care. It's none of my business, I've admitted defeat. You handle the rest yourself. The master and his disciple left the arena under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, with the championship prize to be awarded this afternoon. Grandmaster, let's rest for a while. Alright, I also want to know. How has he lived all these years? The fury from the audience grew more intense. Damn, I'm out of money, it's definitely a fake match. Ran Wang must have teamed up with Yi Bei to mess with us. Refund our money. A fist slammed angrily onto the table, sending metal shards flying in all directions. The sect leader gritted his teeth as he watched our tournament leader, Shenluo, about to take the championship, only to be shown this scene. Do you think the title of champion is easy to hand over? It's not that simple. He immediately summoned his subordinates. The first one arrived just a second later. The sect leader growled a command, if anyone dares to go against my will, make them regret it. Go! In another room, Ran Wang carefully closed the door before turning around and speaking. This time, no one dares to come and disturb us. Yi Bei stroked his chin with a gentle expression. Aren't you going to face Junior Master with your true appearance? He obediently followed the instructions, without hesitation, clasping his hands and chanting the spell. Yes, just a moment later, he transformed into a stunning beauty. He sat down comfortably in a large chair. Explain it. How did you get up here? Why do you look like this now? She happily ran over to sit next to him. However, her foot suddenly tripped over the hem of her long skirt, and she almost lost her balance, nearly falling flat on the floor. Due to the elasticity of her massive chest, Yi Bei couldn't help but burst out nosebleed. He covered his face with his hand to hide his inappropriate smile. 300 years, and you've really grown up. Ran Wang awkwardly pulled up the hem of her dress, perhaps a little unaccustomed to it. She proceeded to narrate the story. Back then, after you died, all the senior sisters and junior sisters were heartbroken. Everyone tried everything, but we couldn't find a way to bring Grandmaster back to life. The senior sisters and junior sisters could no longer bear it and almost gave up. I almost gave up too, until I met someone. She then explained the answer to Grandmaster's question. At that time, she didn't know where she had ended up, fighting with a flood dragon. That person advised her to spare the flood dragon's life. He said he could fulfill her conditions. She told her story. Afterward, he fused the flood dragon with her, so she was able to ascend to the demon realm. At that time, she had decided to embrace the source of immense power. When she first arrived, she didn't know anyone, and her strength was weak. She endured a lot of suffering back then. Ran Wang joyfully recounted everything, but luckily, after I learned about the existence of the longevity realm, all the hardships disappeared. Yi Bei gently patted the disciple's head. When I'm not here, it's tough for you all. She cheerfully responded, as long as you can return, it will all be worth it. The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by a loud sound, the result of someone breaking through and barging in. Both master and disciple simultaneously wore confused expressions, not yet understanding what was going on. They both looked in the same direction with displeased faces. Ran Wang slowly stood up, taking a defensive stance. It was someone from the warrior clan Shenluo. She once again used the shape-shifting technique to return to her male form. Grandmaster, you rest for now. I'll deal with these people. Yi Bei naturally wanted to join forces with the disciple. Since they had come all the way to the door, it would be our fault if we didn't step out and teach them a lesson. She replied loudly, understood. A silhouette stood looming over the large water stain on the wall. You stand in the middle of the arena and concede defeat, causing the reputation of our Shenluo arena to be utterly destroyed. According to the agreement, once you lose, you are to surrender all the documents in your possession and return to accept punishment by participating in the competition on behalf of Shenluo. Renwang declared in a clear voice, so it's really you. I want to annul the agreement with you. Tang Zi showed no sign of agreement. The sect leader had already anticipated that you would do this. From where he stood, countless red arrows suddenly shot toward her with terrifying speed. Once you enter the doors of the Shenluo arena, you no longer have the right to make decisions. Renwang remained still, intending to deal with the arrows using only one hand. But she quickly realized something was wrong. These weren't just arrows, they were also ropes. They bound her tightly in an instant. What? Tang Zi sneered with disdain. I forgot to mention this to you. Once you sign the agreement for the competition, you are bound by the power of the rules within it. No matter how strong you are, you cannot escape the constraints. If you admit your mistake now and surrender the soul of the flood dragon on you, I might spare your life. The threats did not faze Renwang in the slightest. Dream on. Tang Zi, enraged, launched an attack. You're seeking death. A hand summoned a lightning vortex that stretched endlessly. Yi Bei swiftly created a solid layer of defense, enveloping both him and his disciple inside. He was supremely confident in his technique. After all, a mere insect who had just reached the Emperor Lord realm, having claimed the championship, still had no idea of the vastness of the world. These red strands may not harm you, but those who could defeat them, I haven't met many. In an instant, the space turned a bright red. He sighed as he pushed his body to its limit. Fighting someone at the Void Immortal realm might leave me with little chance, but right now, you're no match for me. Yi Bei's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp purple light, annihilating the Grand Dao. Lightning was summoned beneath his feet one after another. A shockwave ring began to swell at the area they stood. Tang Zi tightened his grip on the strands and commanded, bind them tightly. The density of the dark energy around them surged, and the floor showed signs of cracking. However, Yi Bei remained completely calm. Is that all? I haven't even used my full strength yet. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What? With a snap of his fingers, a massive force of magical power surged forth with a deafening crack. Tang Zi had no time to evade and took the full brunt of the attack. Renwang continuously praised him, Grandmaster, you've grown stronger than before. He sat down heavily on the ground, trembling in fear. Impossible. How could anyone overcome the power of the pact? Though his face was bruised and battered, he still forced himself to ask, who on earth are you? Yi Bei, without the slightest hesitation, summoned a deep, swirling black hole. If you really want to know who I am, why not step inside and find out for yourself? After deciding the young man's fate, the master and disciple walked together toward the light. Let's go. Time to claim our champion's reward. Outside, the furious uproar showed no sign of dying down. Where's Xiang Renwang? Get him out here to apologize. Is this some kind of scheme by your arena? Trying to swindle our money, is that it? Tell us the truth about that Yi Bei fellow right now. Otherwise, we'll never accept this result. Get out here, now. The referee, surrounded and scolded by the crowd, panicked. I don't know either. Who could have guessed Yi Bei would be that strong? He even made Xiang Renwang cry. The audience erupted even louder. It must be a conspiracy. The referee said there's no trickery. I bet on Xiang Renwang too, and I lost everything. One man grabbed another by the collar and shouted, I don't believe it. The referee, like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw, quickly pointed toward the master and disciple who had just emerged. Yi Bei and Xiang Renwang are over there. Go ask them yourselves. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Yi Bei. Renwang stood in the distance. The crowd, furious, charged forward. There, they thought, if they killed him, there would be no more champion. kill him, and the champion's reward would be ours. He said nothing, merely casting a silent, menacing gaze in their direction. The crowd's momentum abruptly halted, and they, now afraid, began to shift blame onto each other. His aura is terrifying. Why don't you go first? Shouldn't we all charge together? I can't do it alone. Their companions raised their hands in unison, and the leader shouted, I'll count to 1, 2, 3. Everyone rushed together. Yi Bei did not waste words with them, instead, he opened a different dimension. Instantly, they were sucked into it, and he compressed the space into a small orb in his hand. The system's notifications rang out one after another, leveling up the wasteland microcosm complete. Current level, 1. Check the rewards for the current world's level. Level 1. Awakening ability, control life and death. Host can kill or save any living being in the wasteland microcosm. Long Feng stared at the orb in astonishment. He looked like the fisherman who had just caught his prey, filled with joy. Not only could he extract memories and enter the microcosm of humans, but he could also freely control their lives and deaths. So, once they enter the microcosm, doesn't that make me Wu Di? The system responded, in theory, yes. However, only if the host's cultivation is higher than that of the opponent can they be pulled into the microcosm. Upon hearing this, he didn't know what to say. Then the two of them left. He said to her, Go collect your reward. She complied. Yes, from that moment, he also concluded, the strong oppressing the weak truly never changes. Somewhere, a referee hurriedly squeezed through, flustered and disturbed, Please step aside. It turned out that he was there to fulfill his duty of presenting the prize. He stood proudly in the center of the arena, while the referee declared, The champion of this four corners arena is Yi Bei, the beloved of our arena master Nan Tian. Then he held up a card, and it was unclear where the stones came from, as he said, Here, champion, this is all for you. The audience on the stands murmured among themselves, 100 random stones, one would be enough for half a year of our lives. What is this? The jade token from the longevity realm is truly the real treasure. Yi Bei reached out to accept it. Suddenly, someone jumped down and loudly blocked his way, You cannot take the reward yet, you must first ask if our Shenluo arena agrees. You colluded with our external contestant, killed my trusted assistant, and now you want to take the champion's reward? He glanced at the old man and calmly responded, Today, I am carrying out justice on behalf of heaven to claim this reward. Old Jia, the Sect leader, was about to approach him, but before he could touch him, a sword was immediately raised to block him. The old man was forced back, his face filled with anger as he realized who had stopped him. Xiang Pavilion Master Emperor Lord Realm, imposing as ever, instructing us. Sect leader, you're losing your composure. As the one in charge of the Shenluo arena, you can't even win a single match, yet you still want to steal items from a junior? The old man, unwilling to lose face, provoked Emperor Lord, Let's see who is stronger. Emperor Lord, furious, retorted, Then try me. The tension between the two was palpable, and the murderous intent reached its peak as the battle was about to begin. Turning to Yi Bei, Lin Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. The divine power of Xiang Pavilion Master is truly this strong. Is this the strength of the Void Star Realm? Sect leader frowned in confusion, Do you want to become an enemy of the Shenluo arena for his sake? Emperor Lord, without hesitation, responded, If you're our enemy, although the arena leader Nan Tian is not as strong as before, if challenged like this, I wouldn't be afraid to fight. I live, you die. Upon hearing this, the old man grunted angrily and turned to leave. Emperor Lord turned back to Yi Bei, confirming, Yi friend, everything is fine now. Yi Bei smiled and thanked him, also showing his gratitude to Xiang Pavilion Master. He then took the token, intending to hand it over to Lin Feng. On your way here, you were bullied by others. Sign this dominance contract, I'll fight in your place. Surprised that he knew about this, she quickly waved her hand in refusal. Grandmaster, you know why I hold the jade token. I don't need it now. He explained its usefulness and insisted, Inside, there's not just a life and death opportunity, but the other items are also very beneficial for your growth. Take it. Seeing that, she was stunned and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Emperor Lord was surprised to hear the way she addressed him. "Grandmaster, you are too humble in your introduction, truly, there's nothing to hide. This is my disciple whom I took in from the lower realm." He seemed shocked, not expecting that the realm of these people was indeed one of hidden talents, with even just one sect being so powerful. "Previously, the captain of law enforcement told me that you should be made the elder chief, but I always thought it was unrealistic. Now, I officially declare, you are the second elder of our Nantian sect." He smiled faintly and replied, "You're too kind," but in his heart, he thought, in an instant, "They've placed me in such a high position. Xiang Pavilion Master really knows how to calculate things." Indeed, the old man also mentioned that Nantian sect hadn't had a talent like this in a long time. "You've destroyed the rebellious demon elder and even brought back the championship for Nantian sect. If you're our second elder, all the resources of Nantian sect will be at your disposal." Hearing this, he could only accept it. "Well then, I can't refuse." The old man continued to explain. The two of them listened further about the uses of the token. "Oh, by the way, although this jade tablet is very precious, it's not the only one. Xin Renwang shouldn't feel guilty. There are a total of 100 entrance jade tablets for the longevity realm, but by the time they are distributed to the immortal realms, not many are left. However, if you work hard, you can still obtain one." He didn't fully understand and asked, "Please explain further." The old man straightforwardly revealed, Tianqiao City lies at the crossroads and boundary of various other clans' territories. It does not fall under the jurisdiction of any particular power. If one seeks another jade tablet, it's not impossible. Moreover, there is a place inside called Tianqiao Hall. If one is recognized as a heavenly hero, they can obtain a portion of fortune. Before the longevity realm can be accessed, it would be beneficial to visit there. Under the clear blue sky, amidst the cool forest, a voice rang out. The auction in Tianqiao City often had many rare and precious treasures, and it's possible that inside, there might even be a longevity jade tablet. During the day in Tianqiao City, outside the walls, a loud voice called out. "Anyone from Tianqiao City must not fight privately, must not fly, must not damage public property. Those who violate these rules will face severe punishment." Yi Bei and Lin Feng walked calmly through the bustling marketplace. Lin Feng spoke. "Tianqiao City has so many different races. I thought there would be much more infighting, but the rules are so strict. It seems pretty peaceful after all. It seemed like a robbery had just occurred." "Stop, give me back my ring." "Only a fool would stop," Yuli angrily used his skill. "If you don't blame me." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot straight down, and the thief was instantly burned black and fell unconscious to the ground. "This is not right, clearly, he stole from me." He recognized his subordinate and called out his name. Demon power. Seeing his superior, the subordinate quickly responded. "Elder Chief." Yuli, seeing his savior, immediately rushed to cling to his leg. "Elder Chief, it's you." Lin Feng, seeing this, angrily kicked him in the face. Stepping back, she spoke, finally putting an end to the matter. She gritted her teeth, cracking her knuckles in frustration. He turned to ask him, "Why are you here?" He replied, "After the match ended, news came from home, so I came to Tianqiao City to auction something. But before I could even get there, the ring was stolen by someone, and now I don't have a single coin left." Hearing this, he let out a dry laugh, thinking to himself, "What a fool with too much money. Perfect timing, I was just about to invite him. Let's go to the auction together." He seemed ready to jump up and hug him, tears welling in his eyes. "Elder Chief, I knew I didn't follow the wrong person." Before Yuli could touch him, Lin Feng kicked him into the air. "Stay away from my grandmaster." Then the three of them arrived at the venue. The notice stated that this was the auction in Tianqiao City. Don't let its exterior fool you, the interior was even more luxurious. The floor was made of high-grade spirit stones, and even the mounts were crafted from rare celestial spirit wood. Long Feng asked, "What are the conditions for entering?" He scratched his head nervously. "Before we enter, we need a spirit token. It's not cheap, but unfortunately, both my token and my spirit stones were stolen by someone." He told him, "Grandmaster, over the years, I've saved quite a bit of spirit stones. If you need them, I can give them all to you. It's no big deal, just keep going. This small amount of money, Junior Master can handle it too." A man standing nearby couldn't help but look down on them, wondering where this poor fellow had come from. "Hurry up and finish the deal so we can move on," he thought. Immediately, he named a price that shocked the two of them. The red spirit crystal card was the lowest grade. 100 low-grade spirit crystals. "If you can't afford it, then leave quickly and stop wasting my time." Demon Power slammed his hand furiously on the table. "Are you looking down on us?" The man remained seated, replying calmly. "It's not that I'm looking down on you. You can't even afford a proper outfit, don't waste both our time." Long Feng struck a nearby pillar so hard that it cracked. "So can we go in or not?" he demanded coldly. "I don't care how strong you are. Without money, you can't enter," the man replied disdainfully. Hearing that, Long Feng rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat him. But Yuli stopped him. "What's the price of your highest grade spirit crystal card?" The man didn't hesitate to reveal it again. "Red card 100. Green card 10,000. Purple card 100,000. Yuli was surprised. "And the black card?" The man nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, the black card 500,000. "If you can buy it, fine. If not, stop blocking the way." Yuli confidently placed something on the table. "Do you think this will be enough?" The man raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, not recognizing its value. "What's this? A weed?" Suddenly, a woman approached. "What's going on here?" she asked, prompting the man to stand up as well. Manager," he said quickly, gesturing toward them. The woman glanced at the group and asked, "What's the matter?" The man hurriedly explained, "Manager, this person wants to exchange an ordinary spiritual herb for a spirit crystal card to enter inside." Seeing his divine herb glowing, she hesitantly exclaimed, "This is..." Her eyes widened in disbelief. The legendary snow ginseng blossom was said to come from the longevity realm. It looked rather like a bundle of dry grass, yet it contained the essence of heaven and earth. If consumed, even a great emperor could directly break through their current realm. The shopkeeper quickly picked it up. "Forget the purple card, even a black card would be more than enough." Hearing that, he was momentarily stunned. Soon after, she warmly invited them inside. "Distinguished guests, I suppose you've come today because you've heard about our second to last auction item being particularly fascinating, haven't you? Please, this way." He couldn't help but doubt her strength inwardly. From the way she spoke, she seemed even more formidable than someone holding a longevity realm jade token. In front of a plaque outside one of the rooms, Yibei sat regally on a chair, while the shopkeeper bowed slightly and introduced, "This is our heavenly character VIP hall for the auction. It offers the best location and view, and we've also prepared 4 Emperor Lord Realm bodyguards to ensure your safety." He declined straightforwardly, "There's no need for any attendance." She agreed with a nod. "Later, if you take a liking to any item, you may simply press this button here. The amount will automatically be deducted from your black card." He smiled politely. "Much appreciated." Hearing that, she couldn't stop admiring him in her heart. What a remarkable man, talented, wealthy, and courteous. She reminded him softly that he could call for her at any time. "Then I shall take my leave for now. Should you need anything, you can send me a sound transmission." With that, the shopkeeper finally left the room. Yuli couldn't help but feel that his side was at a disadvantage. "Elder Chief, I've checked many treasures and rare items, but the Linguay blood serum doesn't cost more than 500,000. The clerk's words were loud. He answered calmly, you pay for what you get. The clerk is an informed person, and he surely understands the logic behind it. Long Feng was troubled, unsure if there would be a jade token in this auction. Hearing this, he reassured him, "Don't worry about the jade token. When it's time to find it, we'll find it. My father told me this auction is very important, and there's definitely going to be one. So, don't worry." The sound of the hammer striking echoed, signaling the start of the auction. The clerk stood before everyone present and announced clearly, "I declare that the 9th grand auction begins now." The people below couldn't help but discuss among themselves. "What are you here to auction today? I heard a big shot will be attending this auction." "I'm not buying anything, just here to watch the excitement. I don't want to lose out either." She didn't keep everyone waiting long, and began preparing to lower the curtain. There was no need for unnecessary words, good items needed no introduction. "I won't beat around the bush today. The item up for auction is one of the rarest treasures in all the auctions held this year." Immediately after, the curtain was pulled to reveal a piece of armor. Everyone who saw it gasped in awe. "What is this? The aura emanating from it is truly terrifying. This is the Azura armor." She continued her work, presenting its origin. This item is called Azura armor, which was commissioned by a certain individual several hundred years ago and obtained from a desolate, dangerous ruin. After the thorough assessment by our professional appraisers, we concluded that this Azura armor is indeed a divine artifact. Yuli in the room exclaimed in astonishment, "Great item! This type of divine artifact can easily allow one to fight beyond their level." Yi Bei, resting his chin on his hand, analyzed the armor. Wearing it, one can fight on par with a martial emperor or even surpass their level with overwhelming strength. No wonder it is hailed as the best armor for close combat. Then all three of them spoke in unison, "My junior sister would definitely be the perfect fit for this armor." People began to bid. The head auctioneer announced loudly, "Azura armor, starting price is 100,000 spirit stones, and now the auction begins." A few people below murmured, "Are you going to buy it?" 100,000 spirit stones could support a low-level demon for several lifetimes. "Let me see how it goes. Maybe it's meant for the VIPs on the second floor. Let's not get too excited about this one." A voice rang out, 150,000. The people from earlier were shocked. Room 3, Heavenly Character, Heavenly Net Immortal Land. "Damn, they're really generous." Yuli turned to ask him, "Should we raise the price?" Without hesitation, he responded with a higher bid, 200,000. The auctioneer brightened up and spoke, "Room 4, Heavenly Character, 200,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" Going once. Going twice. But the room on the other side refused to back down and immediately raised the price to 250,000. He frowned in displeasure and raised the bid sharply, 500,000. The people on the other side were furious, making loud noises in response. The room on his side also let out a faint laugh. "The cup is broken, this is madness, can't add more money anymore." Finally, the auctioneer, while announcing the price, skillfully complimented, "The final price is 500,000 for the second time, 500,000 for the third time, sold to room number 4. Who is Heavenly Character? Competing with Heavenly Net Immortal Land, just one suit of armor is already 500,000, really generous." The others stared in astonishment. "This is just the first item, and it's already like this. If they really start fighting later, it will be even more exciting. Coming here today was definitely the right decision." Outside, the auctioneer's voice still rang steadily. "Next, we present the second item." From the clear blue sky, it had now shifted to the golden hue of dusk. Inside the room, demon power praised, "Bay Elder Chief, you're truly amazing. Room number 3 of Heavenly Character can't buy anything they want." Seeing their angry tone, I found it quite amusing. Long Feng seemed puzzled. "We've already bid on so many items, but still haven't seen the Longevity Realm Jade token. Could it be that it's not available?" He guessed, perhaps it's not. The auctioneer continued to present the next item. The next item was entrusted by someone who made a great decision to auction it. If you want to obtain a unique treasure, rare natural treasures, and countless cultivation paths, then you definitely shouldn't miss it. It was it. She raised the token high and shouted loudly, "The Longevity Realm Entry Jade Token. Starting price is 100,000. Seeing this, Longfeng immediately said, 200,000. The room on the other side wasn't willing to lose and bid aggressively, offering 2.5 times more, 500,000. The people downstairs were stunned upon hearing this. 500,000. Tionla's face turned pale with fury. Seeing the room across had no hesitation, he smirked and boldly set a sky-high price. Since I've encountered heavenly net immortal land today, I won't let you take anything. 800,000. In heavenly character room number 3, an irritated voice rang out. 800,000. He really thought that anyone who obtained the jade tablet could successfully break through the realm of eternal life. The woman, displeased, asked, "Who exactly is this person that dares to challenge us, heavenly net immortal land?" The servant beside her replied, "To protect the privacy of our clients, all the auction rooms for esteemed guests are provided with an extra layer of protection. The magic will prevent anyone from hearing their true voices." Tionla gritted his teeth, calculating. This time, he only had 2 million spirit stones. If he continued to compete with him, he feared he wouldn't be able to get the final item. The auctioneer's voice rang out, "Jade Tablet of the Longevity Realm, 800,000 once, 800,000 twice." Her sharp eyes narrowed. If she couldn't win this time, she'd just wait for the next opportunity when the Longevity Realm opened and snatch the Jade Tablet from someone else. The sound of the bell rang at the auctioneer's words. 800,000, third time, sold. She raised her hand and joyfully announced, "Congratulations to the guest in room number 4 for acquiring the item." Ren Wang relaxed his facial muscles. "That's great." Demon Power chuckled, closing his eyes. "See? I told you, there was definitely a plan." He then asked, "Elder Chief, do you still have money left?" Adding today's item, you've already spent several 100,000 spirit stones. Yi Bei crossed his arms nonchalantly. Buying everything at today's auction shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Ren Wang was startled and shouted, "Grandmaster, look at that last item." The auctioneer introduced the large box next to him. The last item. Its identity and origin are quite special, so we've decided to set an arbitrary price. The starting bid is 10,000 miscellaneous coins. The audience was stunned. An arbitrary price? They don't even know what it is, yet they're auctioning it off? Anyone who bids on it must be a fool. Some people are so arrogant, so stupid. The more nobody dares to bid on something, the more it's likely to be a truly valuable item. People are drawn by greed, so I'll start with 20,000 miscellaneous coins. Just adding some fun, 1,000 coins won't buy it, but I'll let those with money bid it up to 50,000, 100,000. Ren Wang turned and asked, "Grandmaster, do you sense anything? The breath of that item?" Yi Bei furrowed his brows. "It's the breath of second disciple." She stroked her chin, speculating that Second's senior sister must have something to do with this item, and there was an intuitive sense that it held a great opportunity within it. "Take it easy, my disciple. Do you still remember the chaos reincarnation technique I taught you? Try using it a little." She complied. "Yes." Ren Wang closed his eyes, concentrating as he formed a seal. The box on the stage suddenly began to shake. It trembled violently, enough to draw the attention of the auctioneer. The people below were astonished and exclaimed, "What's going on? The auction item is causing a stir." Ren Wang opened his eyes to report, "The auction item and your chaos reincarnation technique originate from the same source." Yi Bei stroked her chin, feeling it out. "That's right, it is indeed responding." She continued, "The opportunities hidden within are incredibly rich. If we manage to obtain it, our entire sect will greatly benefit. Demon Power laughed thoughtlessly. Clearly, every word was understood, but why did it feel as if none of the sentences made sense? Back in Heavenly Character Room number 3, Tionla looked delighted as she peered through the window. "They're here." The people downstairs had to look up as she bid 1,500,000. The auctioneer smiled brightly and announced, "The guest in box number 2 has placed the highest bid ever, and today will be an unprecedented day in the history of our auction." She squinted and asked, "Is there a bid higher than 1,500,000? Just as she finished speaking, box number 4 placed a bid of 3 million. The guests downstairs were stunned. How many items had this person already bought today? Could they really afford 3 million? Surely, they weren't speaking carelessly? Someone suggested, "Auctioneer, why not check to see how many odd items this person really has? Typically, someone in this field only makes about 800,000 in a year. I don't believe they could be so generous with hundreds of thousands at an auction." The man doubted it, wondering how anyone could be rich enough to spend money so recklessly. The person beside him agreed, "He's already gotten so many good items by himself. If there's still a lot of money in his card, I won't say anything, but if there's not, then I suggest the shop manager be careful and check it thoroughly." The shop manager, affected by the situation, also grew tense, pondering over the matter. Although the young man had indeed taken out a piece of rare treasure, it was only worth at most 1 million. Rare treasures were fundamentally hard to come by, and even if they managed to take out 2 or 3 more, it would be impossible. "Maybe I should still check carefully." Everyone in unison shouted toward the door of room number 4. "Check it, check it, check it." Inside, the shop manager wore a business smile. "I truly apologize for the inconvenience, but could you kindly show us the 30 million miscellaneous items in your possession first?" "Of course, I trust you, it's just that everyone is watching, and neither of us can back down now, so we must trouble you for a moment." Yi Bei's gaze was calm as she looked over. "Sorry, but at the moment, I really don't have 30 million miscellaneous items." Her face twisted in anger. "What?" Demon Power jumped in shock and yelled loudly, "What? We don't have 30 million miscellaneous items?" Ran Wang yelled back in anger, "You're shouting so loudly, everyone outside can hear you." People below were murmuring. "What? They don't have 30 million miscellaneous items?" The shop manager gritted his teeth, clearly irritated. "Is this some kind of joke?" Yi Bei stood up and casually replied, "The blood-saturated ginseng I gave you is already worth 30 million, isn't it?" She coldly raised her hand. "Of course. The total amount from the auction you bid on today has already exceeded 30 million miscellaneous items. If you can bring out a piece of the blood ginseng, we can clear all the debts for today." Demon Power glared and shouted, "Bring out another one. Do you think it's as simple as picking vegetables? Who can take out that many at once?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Bei effortlessly brought out 4 different treasures. The shopkeeper was so stunned that his mouth hung open, as if struck by lightning. He coldly responded, "Is that enough?" Her hand clenched into a fist, and her attitude returned to the previous amiable demeanor. "Of course it's enough." Then she gave a subtle signal to the servant behind her. "Why haven't you brought the items over yet?" Ran Wang raised his chin in defiance. "How dare you offend our grandmaster and still try to take our treasures?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened, and he stood there dumbfounded. He then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Customer, I sincerely apologize. I've been in this business for many years, but today, I've been deceived, and it's very hard to bear." She closed her eyes, sweat dripping from her brow, and replied with equal courtesy. "The final auction item today will no longer be auctioned. We will give it to you directly at market price. Is that acceptable to you?" The shopkeeper glanced up. "I've already paid such a high price, don't you think you should say something in return?" Yi Bei was unruffled, not at all bothered. "Was that all?" She looked up and asked, "So, what would you like from me?" "Within reason, we will definitely make sure you're satisfied." He raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Well, there is something in my place. I wonder if you can help with it. Demon Power frowned. Humph, the shopkeeper seemed surprised. Please, go ahead. Yi Bei pointed upward and directly asked, do you have anything that can help someone quickly ascend to the immortal realm? She stood up straight and muttered, normally, ascension naturally depends on one's own cultivation. If one needs to take a shortcut, they must use elixirs or encounter some kind of opportunity. But when it comes to rapid ascension, a light bulb flashed, there is indeed something that can achieve such a thing. The shopkeeper raised 4 small bolts of blue lightning and introduced the seal of the upper realm. Once someone from the immortal realm dies for some reason, they will manifest this upper realm seal. It is an important symbol of the heavenly Tao, distinguishing beings from other worlds. Possessing it allows one to avoid the gaze of the heavenly Tao. Yi Bei raised a hand in return, questioning, is the heavenly Tao really that easily deceived? She explained, you say it's not usable? Well, this only works temporarily. The longest duration is 3 months, the shortest is 3 days, before being forced back to the lower realm. Yi Bei clenched her hand, pulling it close, and thanked her. The door closed with the shopkeeper's words, then I will bring the final auction item to you shortly. The others who had heard the news were surprised. What? No more auction? I heard that the 4th heavenly character has already bought everything. Why do I feel like they are targeting the heavenly net immortal land? There's nothing to bid on today, why are people so interested? Tionla has been domineering for so long, someone should punish them. The 2 beast servants began to carry the box. Tionla's scream echoed out from the room. Who outside dares to steal everything from our heavenly net immortal land? Wu Dai lowered her head and replied, I'm afraid I cannot speak on this matter. It was a stranger who recently ascended. She hesitated, a person who just ascended could already have such power? Are you trying to deceive me? She expressed her respect, how could we dare offend heavenly net immortal land? Everything we said is the truth. Tionla nervously bit her nails, facing the situation. Such immense power. And this familiar feeling. A familiar figure appeared to her as realization struck. Yi Bei? No way. How could he have broken through so quickly? Tionla asked again, frustrated, who exactly is it? Wu Dai stammered, unable to answer, her eyes filled with determination. If you won't speak, I'll go see for myself, she thought to herself. Yi Bei, whether it's you or not, I'll find out soon. A voice from outside the room intervened, the guest cannot do this. Tionla forcefully pushed the door open, only to find the room empty, devoid of anyone. She furrowed her brow, grinding her teeth, gone so quickly? Wu Dai let out a sigh of relief, thankfully, they've left. If we had offended this guest in heavenly net immortal land, it would have been hard to resolve for both sides. She spoke calmly, you saw it yourself. It's not that I didn't warn you. This guest came and left quickly, how could people like us dare to provoke them? Wu Dai continued to explain, that distinguished guest is wealthy, perhaps frequently active. If I get any news about him one day, I will inform you. Her eyes narrowed in disdain as she silently thought, heavenly net immortal land, you rely on your alliance with the 9 great immortals, and because of that, you've offended everyone in the immortal realm. Only a fool would tell you anything. Tionla fell into deep thought, his mind racing. Someone this wealthy could not possibly be Yi Bei, perhaps it was the one time he had suffered a loss at his hands. It was truly unexpected. With the little spiritual energy available in Tian Xian's dimension, even after hundreds of years, he wouldn't be able to rise to such a level. Suddenly, a message arrived, the sky is falling, there's an urgent matter in the immortal realm. Hurry back with the treasure. She was startled. It was a transmission from the previous leader. Turning to Wu Dai, she said, shopkeeper, it seems that this time at the auction, heavenly net immortal land won't be able to bid for anything. It would be inappropriate for me to leave without taking something, wouldn't it? As soon as the words left her lips, a pill bottle from her possession flew directly into her hands. Wu Dai's expression darkened slightly. The origin-devouring pill you took from us last time hasn't been accounted for yet, and you're taking more now? Damned fool, keep your polite smile. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. She seethed inwardly. Heavenly Net Immortal Land, just wait. I won't forget this. In the night, Yuli happily chirped, Elder Chief, luckily someone came through for me, or I wouldn't have been able to fulfill my father's wishes and acquire the auction item. Run Wang immediately interjected, if you've got the item, then we should head back quickly. He didn't care. Elder Chief, wait for me to finish delivering the items, then I'll go find someone right away. She crossed her arms and sneered, don't you dare come back. One item at the auction has already cost Grandmaster tens of thousands of miscellaneous items. If demon power objects, I will definitely take back many things and return them to Elder Chief. She raised a question, Grandmaster, earlier, the people from Heavenly Net Immortal Land were standing across from us. Why didn't we leave? Yi Bei replied, they're just some defeated soldiers, not worth us getting involved with here. Right now, we should head to Tianxiao Pavilion. She narrowed her eyes and noticed, report, Grandmaster, someone is following us. He smiled and answered, I know. 3 groups have been following us since the auction. Ren Wang, confused, asked, Tianxiao City doesn't allow private fights. What's the point of them following us? Do they want to steal from us? Yi Bei explained, although Tianxiao City doesn't allow private fights, that doesn't mean they don't allow sabotage or ambushes. As long as you don't use spiritual power, don't make it too obvious, and don't let the rules notice, you can do whatever you want. Ren Wang, annoyed, asked, so what should we do? Just let them follow us? He replied indifferently, let them go ahead. They won't be able to do anything to us for now. She nodded, Suddenly, an old man approached and arrogantly said, Noble ones, it looks like you're heading to Tianxiao Pavilion too, right? The old man suggested, I'm an old man here, why don't you give me some reward? I'll guide you there. Yi Bei glanced indifferently and said, let's go. As they walked, the old man introduced, Tianxiao Pavilion, since the beginning of the world, every person from Tianxiao City must make a trip here. If it recognizes you as Tianxiao, you will be blessed with countless opportunities. If not, entering will result in being burned to dust, so ordinary people don't dare to try. A moment later, the magnificent building with a vortex of energy at the center of its door appeared. Ren Wang sighed, this is Tianxiao Pavilion. At this moment, the old man reached out toward Yi Bei's lower back. Since we're here, I'll just take my reward now. Yi Bei furrowed his brow, clearly annoyed. A bolt of lightning struck the spot where he had just stood, illuminating the entire area. His feet gently touched the ground. Ren Wang and he stood before the door, looking at the old man. Yi Bei said, I knew you had no good intentions. The smoke dissipated, revealing a group of people behind the old man. He grinned wickedly, you managed to dodge me again. He pointed at Yi Bei and Jia Li. Everyone, go. I just used a drug on him, he can no longer use his spiritual power. Yi Bei smirked again. Even Tian Fei has come to steal. The last item in the auction was, indeed, a fragrant corn cake. Tionla and the passerby rushed over. With those words, Yi Bei and Ren Wang both flew toward the door as Yi Bei ordered, let's go into Tianxiao Pavilion. She responded, yes. The 2 figures completely disappeared into the energy vortex. The crowd outside argued, why force it like this? You guys are in a better position now. Ordinary people entering Tianxiao Pavilion are destroyed by the power of heaven and earth, turned to dust. He walked in, and it was certain that both the person and the ring would be lost. Damn it! The vortex of energy created a deafening sound like thunder. From the center of the vortex, 2 columns of light surged up and shot down in front of the gate. The figures of Yi Bei and Ren Wang appeared. Yi Bei asked Lin Feng, have you reverted to your female form? She replied, this place is a bit strange, my transformation technique was forcibly dispelled. Yi Bei deduced that this place wasn't just strange, it was devoid of any spiritual energy, not even a trace. Everything here was bizarre. Should we look around? The immortal realm is always filled with spiritual energy, but here, there is none. Does this place even deserve to be called Tionla Pavilion? Yi Bei stroked his chin, lost in thought. An idea formed, and he turned to say, Linfan, try using all your spiritual power. She was momentarily surprised but complied, understood. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and formed a pyramid shape with her hands, beginning to release the spiritual power within her body. However, all her spiritual energies suddenly dissipated, leaving her stunned. Ren Wang, irritated, spoke up, Grandmaster, this place restricts spiritual power. What Tionla Pavilion? It's nothing but an empty Tionla. At that moment, the light above her head suddenly disappeared, and a huge, central symbol appeared above the two of them. Yi Bei immediately recognized it was the heavenly arcane core treasure. Ren Wang immediately followed up, once the heavenly arcane core treasure rings, it means that a heavenly calamity will occur, and strange phenomena will happen everywhere to welcome Tionla. The presence of the heavenly arcane core treasure here means. Looking up at the light shining down, he said, this means that once you step into Tionla, you are recognized as a Tionla. If anyone can strike the mystic bell and make it ring, then they will be a Tionla. She excitedly said, I thought the heavenly arcane core treasure was the milestone of success, but it turns out it is just the threshold of success. Ren Wang looked at his clenched fist and asked, now that we can't use spiritual power, trying to touch it would be like a fool speaking nonsense. Grandmaster, what should we do? He pondered and replied, if this is the test of Tionla, then it surely requires abilities beyond ordinary people, wisdom or luck to unlock it. She widened her eyes and vaguely asked, Grandmaster, I still don't quite understand. He patiently explained, it doesn't necessarily have to be struck to ring. The surrounding air can be disturbed, causing it to vibrate and produce sound. She remarked, shaking such a large vessel isn't easy. He pursed his lips. If we deplete the air here, or flood the place with spiritual energy, creating a disturbance, that will generate sound. Her eyes lit up, and she proposed the idea of the precious treasure from the auction. A large wooden box was taken out and placed on the ground. Yi Bei touched the treasure and said, activate the chaos reincarnation technique within your body. Without hesitation, she closed her eyes, placed her hand on the wooden box, and began circulating her spiritual power. Waves of energy emanated from her hand. Sensing the response, she joyfully exclaimed, it's effective. Keep guiding me. I can circulate the hell reincarnation technique within my body faster now, just lacking the final spark. At that very moment, energy burst forth intensely, creating circular beams of light that struck directly onto the bell, causing it to vibrate violently. Ren Wang widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, it's working. Yi Bei smiled in satisfaction, confirming the effect. The bell continued to move more and more vigorously, emitting a powerful sound wave, dazzling light, even flashing outside the Tionla Pavilion. The sounds resonated, and the strong sonic waves swept through the surrounding buildings. People standing in front of the door clutched their heads, crying out in pain. What is that sound? It's so shrill, my head feels like it's going to explode. On the roof of a nearby building, two figures were discussing the event. They were the heavenly arcane core treasure. Once the heavenly arcane core treasure sounded, Tionla would be born. The other person sighed, it's been hundreds of years since I've heard this sound. Meanwhile, in a forest where birds were flying, Xiang also heard the sound. She looked up at the sky in surprise, murmuring, what is that sound? The gigantic bell shone brilliantly in the dazzling light. Ren Wang sighed, this is the true form of the heavenly arcane core treasure. Amidst the swirling energy, Ren Wang stood beside Yi Bei and softly said, it seems something over there is calling to me. She then turned to him, her eyes flickering with hesitation. Grandmaster, he didn't refuse but smiled in silent agreement, if you want to go, then go ahead. You've sacrificed so much for Master already. Now that Junior Master has been revived, you can do whatever you wish. Hearing that, she couldn't hold back and rushed forward, embracing Yi Bei tightly. Thank you, Grandmaster. Ren Wang raised his head, revealing eyes full of sorrow. Grandmaster, you're too kind. Once I break through to the next level, I'll come find you. He gently lifted her face and said, Go now. Without hesitation, she quickly flew into the space of the heavenly arcane core treasure. Yes. Yi Bei smiled proudly. It seems that in these few centuries I haven't been around, my disciples have grown quite a bit. Suddenly, the system appeared, notifying him, reunion with Disciple 62/108, reward, 1 Emperor Lord skill card. He glanced down and saw the reward just being issued. Then, he raised a hand to his chin and murmured, I remember I already have 2 Emperor Lord skill cards. I wonder if there's any new exchange event going on lately? The system immediately displayed the latest event details, binding planes with the barren small world. Yi Bei pondered the idea of moving between 2 different planets. Binding planes, huh? Does it mean directly linking the plane to the entrance of the small world? Before he could finish his thoughts, the system kept updating the notifications. Binding the Tianxian plane requires 100 half-emperor skill cards. Binding the insect clan plane requires 100 half-emperor skill cards. Binding the upper realm requires 1000 half-emperor skill cards. He looked up at the sky, intrigued. It's been a while since I've seen Luo Girl. Let's bring her here. The opportunities in Tianxiao Pavilion might just help her ascend. Then, he issued an order to open the spatial gate. I want to bind myself to the Tianxian plane. The system receives the command and begins to synchronize. In the deep night sky, faint streaks of light appear. A familiar voice echoes through the air, causing those below to look around in confusion. Silly girl, the voice calls out. Seeing no one, she frowns in puzzlement and mutters to herself, Have I been missing Grandmaster for so long that I'm hearing things now? Yi Bei appears right behind Xiang and smiles as he speaks, Silly girl, didn't I tell you I would come back to take you with me? Startled, she softly calls out, Grandmaster. He leans closer, curiosity in his eyes. Girl, what were you murmuring just now? Flustered, her face turns red as she pushes him away with both hands. Grandmaster, why are you here? He widens his eyes and replies with a grin, Your junior master missed you. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asks with wide eyes, Grandmaster, aren't you in the Immortal realm? Why have you appeared here? Yi Bei answers with calm generosity, I passed through a desolate minor world and linked it with the Tianxian plane. This time, I've come to take you into the Immortal realm, but to enter, a bit of technique is required. With that, he touches 2 fingers to her forehead. A surge of energy flows into her, making Xiang's eyes widen in astonishment. It's done, he explains. With this, you can temporarily avoid the descent of Heaven's law and enter the Immortal realm. She rubs her forehead and nods gratefully. Thank you, Grandmaster. He extends his hand invitingly. Come, let me take you to see something wonderful. As his words fall, the 2 vanish together into the spatial gate. A moment later, it appeared beneath the heavenly arcane core treasure, glowing brightly and hovering in mid-air. 2 figures emerged. She looked around at the surroundings and could feel the overwhelming spiritual energy. With the spiritual energy here, ascending was definitely within reach. He turned to suggest, You can cultivate and ascend here. She quickly nodded and replied, Yes. Xiang sat cross-legged, releasing a brilliant green aura that surrounded her like a protective sphere. The sky suddenly darkened, and bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, emanating in overwhelming power. She furrowed her brows with determination, gritting her teeth, For Grandmaster, for us, I must succeed. The fierce lightning rained down as though it sought to annihilate everything, and waves of energy passed through the buildings, causing them to sway slightly under the immense pressure. 2 mysterious figures quietly observed in astonishment. How much time had passed? Another Tianxiao? Yi Bei stood behind Xiang, satisfied. As expected of my grand disciple. You've ascended so quickly, and you've even been acknowledged as a Tian Xiao. Then, he smiled cunningly, next, it's my turn. Yi Bei raised his hand high, condensing it into a massive sphere, a chaotic cycle of reincarnation in his hand, with a cold and sharp gaze. Go! Immediately, it shot toward the heavenly arcane core treasure, causing a violent tremor. Waves of energy surged, sending Xiang staggering, struggling to withstand the terrifying pressure. She gritted her teeth, raising her arm to defend, shielding herself with the concealed power of the mystic bell. If it weren't for Grandmaster, anyone else would have been blown apart by the force. A skeletal frame, emitting a dazzling light like crystals, surrounded Yi Bei's body. Suddenly, a crack appeared on it and spread rapidly like a flash of lightning. She stared at the scene in shock. Grandmaster, your supreme demon bone. His gaze darkened, and he furrowed his brow slightly. The supreme demon bone can't be controlled, he thought, then clasped his hands together. Yi Bei exuded an overwhelming aura, with each bone emitting a purple light. He recited the incantation, unable to suppress the supreme demon bone. His eyes glowed with a cold purple light, the most precious part of the process. As soon as he finished speaking, it transformed into spiritual energy, merging into his body. The spiritual energy exploded like the flames of success. Xiang hurried over, her voice filled with concern. Grandmaster, the burst of spiritual energy is too strong, you need to step back. Yi Bei continued to channel his energy while reminding her, silly girl, it's not the same as the supreme demon bone. This most precious part will burn the opponent's mental and spiritual energy, with immense power. Even seeing it is dangerous, so don't come too close. She lowered her head and replied, yes. After a while of channeling the spiritual energy, he finally completed the process. He extended his hand to take Xiang's hand. Luo girl, you must be at the Void Immortal realm by now, right? She nodded. Yes, Grandmaster. Then, she happily thought to herself, the Void Immortal realm, the distance between me and Grandmaster has shortened by one step. Without further ado, he took her hand and led her toward the spatial gate. All right, Junior Master, let me take you out to see what the upper realm is like. Thank you, Grandmaster, I'm truly grateful. As soon as they arrived, countless gazes and murmurs were directed towards them. Are they Tian Xiao? My God, what exactly is their background? Could they be from the heavenly net immortal land again? No. If they were from heavenly net immortal land, there would have already been noise and clamor about it. Xiang looked around curiously. Though the cultivators from the immortal realm were stronger than those from the lower realm, why did they seem so ordinary? Yi Bei glanced over and explained, it's not that they're ordinary, it's that Luo girl, you still don't fully understand your own strength. Then, he raised a finger high, making it clear, even in the upper realm, you are Tian Xiao's top rank. Of course, they would look at you differently. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke up, causing both of them to turn their heads. Please, esteemed guests, stop for a moment. Yi Bei turned around and recognized the familiar face. The shopkeeper cheerfully congratulated them, saying, esteemed guest, I was right about you. I never expected that in just 2 days, you would already be recognized as a heavenly hero. She then glanced subtly at Xiang. Their gazes met, and he responded politely. It was nothing special. Xiang furrowed his brow in confusion, murmuring, shopkeeper. She broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, has he already switched people so quickly? Yi Bei noticed the strange atmosphere and spoke up, all right, is there something you need from me? The shopkeeper smiled, about to say something, when suddenly there was a loud crash. A cup fell to the ground with a force, shattering into pieces. Tionla Immortal Lord angrily growled, let's see the task you've completed. Tionla knelt on the ground, performing a formal gesture and explained, Immortal Lord, after I left the Nantian arena, that person suddenly appeared and destroyed our anti-demon hall or demon suppressing hall. It was truly unforeseen. She furrowed her brows as she continued, as for the auction, his wealth is truly overwhelming. Hearing this, he became even more enraged, standing up and shouting, trash. Heavenly net earthly immortal, do we still need to pay for the items we take? He took a deep breath, regained his composure, and glanced down as he gave the order, forget it. I'll assign you a task now. Go to the Nantian arena and capture the person who destroyed the anti-demon hall or demon suppressing hall and bring him back here. This immortal lord needs him. Her heart was in turmoil and confusion. Could it be that immortal lord wanted to abandon her? No, she absolutely could not let that person return alive. After thinking this through, she quickly replied, understood. On the glossy wooden floor, a small hatch door opened, revealing dark wooden steps leading deep down. The rustling sound echoed in the narrow space of the entrance to the basement, blending with the endless darkness below. Mixed voices came from the room beneath the basement. This is the gift I present to you. I don't like beating around the bush, so speak plainly if you have something to say. The shopkeeper placed his hands in front of him, gesturing toward the stone coffin in front of them as he introduced, this person is the Sect master of the Blood Soul Sect, He Xiao, at the true immortal realm. A few centuries ago, he was killed by evil forces because of the previous item you carved. He then smiled and looked at Yi Bei, adding, with the item in your hands, you could revive him, and in doing so, you would have a subordinate at the true immortal realm. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, his voice low and cold, showing no signs of trust. The one at the true immortal realm, you are letting me use him? What are you auction house people planning to do? She nodded, unafraid of being mocked. Yes, it's because our auction house has yet to find anyone who can control him, so we want to hand him over to someone who can make use of him. His face showed a mix of confusion and suspicion. Why does it have to be me? She took a deep breath, then spoke with firm resolve. I want you to help me take revenge on Heavenly Net Immortal Land. Luo Xiang, always calm, suddenly spoke up. Again, it's Tionla. The auction master frowned, his eyes burning with anger. Heavenly Net Immortal Land has done too many outrageous things over the years, relying on the alliance of the 9 great heavenly realms to oppress many places. Our auction house has suffered significant losses because of them. She slowly regained her composure, taking a deep breath to calm her anger. That's why I hope to find someone who can help us take revenge. Just then, he chuckled lightly and interrupted her. I happen to hear that I'm also looking for Heavenly Net Immortal Land. Her voice was soft, almost seductive. That's right, so will you agree to my request? The one in the coffin is a subordinate that many people want to possess. As long as you have that carved statue, you can have her. His words startled her, but the statue had already been destroyed by her. She widened her eyes, utterly shocked. What did you just say? Yi Bei took out the remaining item, which was the shard of the statue. She was stunned and let out a cry. The shopkeeper trembled as he picked it up and looked at it. Damn it, are we really just going to let them get away with this? He placed his hand on the coffin and muttered, I only said the statue was broken, but I didn't say that He Xiao couldn't be revived. She clenched her fists on her chest and asked, what did you say? He looked at her confidently. He Xiao can revive her on his own, and he has agreed to her invitation. As he finished speaking, a purple magical circle appeared from the palm of his hand, which was resting on the coffin. The shopkeeper now beamed with gratitude. That's great. With your help, this will be much easier. Just as he was excited, suddenly he, Luo Xiang, and the coffin vanished, leaving her confused and looking around in all directions. Where did they go? At that moment, in another place filled with various colors and stones scattered on the ground, the space was desolate. They had disappeared from the shopkeeper's location and appeared here through the magic circle. Shuaishan looked around, unfamiliar with the surroundings. This is... Yi Bei explained while snapping her fingers. The power of this second-level desolate mini-world can control life and death. It can resurrect anyone that Junior Master desires. At his action, the stone coffin before them suddenly shifted. The sound of creaking wood and stone echoed through the space, sharp and continuous. In the midst of the dark space, 2 eyes suddenly glowed, like 2 flickering flames cutting through the dense darkness. Suddenly, from within the stone coffin, a blinding golden light erupted, shooting straight upward like a bolt cleaving the pitch-black sky. The two of them fell silent, watching it. Even as dirt and rocks tumbled down, they paid no heed. A girl with snow-white hair and a red robe appeared, energy roaring from her body like a living flame. "Have I been resurrected?" she asked. He Xiao looked at her, slightly frowning. She was from the heavenly net Immortal land. Then her face darkened and she raised her hand, razor-sharp nails, like grotesque claws, slashed straight toward Yi Bei. "Die." He showed no worry or fear, only a cold bark, then knelt. Suddenly she seemed seized by an invisible force, halted midair, her whole body automatically sank to her knees in an unconscious salute, sending stones and dust scattering. He Xiao trembled, trying to move, but his body would not obey. "What's happening? Why can't I move?" Yi Bei stepped forward with a defiant air. A warning voice rang out, "I am the one who revived you, now I decide whether you live or die. Will you obey me?" She ground her teeth in fury, ready to resist, dreaming of becoming the master of the Blood Soul Sect. She scoffed. Without wasting words, he stomped her head into the ground. He slightly knitted his brow and wore a cheerful yet contemptuous smile. "How do you feel now?" Knowing she could not confront him with her head pressed down, she hurriedly spoke, "Master, please instruct He Xiao. This person respects strength above all. So long as you are stronger than I am, I will follow you." Saying one thing, in her heart it was another, she frowned faintly and calculated. "And if in the future you are not as strong as I am, then don't blame me." Yi Bei looked down and began to investigate the past. "Do you know how you died that year?" She still lay at his feet as she recounted it. Tionla, Immortal Lord, in order to seize that statue, allied with her and dispatched a great immortal land to besiege and kill me. The weak could not stand against the strong, and in the end he still could not obtain that statue. Hearing this, he stroked his chin in thought. "Is that so? Is that so? Go and do something for me." Receiving the order, she answered in a serious, powerful voice. "Understood." Sometime later, on a bustling street where crowds flowed back and forth and warm sunlight threaded between the rooftops, atop the tower of Heavenly Net Immortal Land a figure in red stood firm against the blue sky. He Xiao, his expression cold, looked down from above. She recalled his instructions from when the three of them sat down to plan. There is a tactic called attack the east to strike the west. The 9 great Immortal Land Alliance are very difficult to defeat, but if He Xiao's faction went into chaos and struck fear into them, then sowing dissent among them would be very easy. He Xiao would seize a great immortal land of Heavenly Net Immortal Land to give them a surprise, no need for a fight to the death, strike and then flee, kill a chicken to warn the others. Xiang then looked up and spoke. "Wait until they are terrified in the east, we will move in on their west." The headquarters of the 9 Great Alliance's Heavenly Net Immortal Land launched a successful strike into the enemy's stronghold. He nodded, agreeing. Then Yi Bei turned to He Xiao and instructed, "So, He Xiao, now it's best if you go and capture the great immortal realm." After that, a few rumors spread, and she agreed to them. As the past ended, she raised her arm high, absorbing the massive, blazing aura that enveloped the sky in the midst of a fierce storm. "Heavenly Pool Immortal Realm, then it starts with you." She smiled with delight, her eyes flashing with a sharp gleam as she hurled it down. The sphere collided with a burst, tearing apart the space and creating a whirlwind of energy that spiraled straight into the earth. People were discussing in chaos, what happened? Is there an enemy ambush, a betrayal, or a rebel? The one who caused the explosion is over there, quickly capture him. Elsewhere, someone was leisurely sipping tea. Xiang impatiently looked at Yi Bei and asked, "What will the Grandmaster do next?" The waiter approached and spoke, "Sir, perhaps you and your Dao partner are here to participate in the 9 Great Immortal Realms recruitment event, aren't you?" Yi Bei was taken aback by this. He sighed as he turned back, puzzled, and shared what he knew. Isn't the Longevity Realm already open? In the past, the Immortal Land Alliance's efforts were too ineffective, causing significant losses. That's why they held this recruitment. If someone passes the examination, they will directly receive a free longevity realm token and a large number of heavenly treasures to enhance their cultivation. Cultivating, she turned her head to confirm once more, is there really such a good opportunity? The waiter nodded. Yes, though anything brought out from the secret realm must be divided into 5 shares. Still, many people are going, both of you could give it a try. He found it interesting and suggested, Luo girl, you've just ascended and aren't yet clear about your own strength. Since you've run into such a fine chance, Junior Master will take you to have a little fun. She responded with excitement, many thanks, Grandmaster. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the bustling place where crowds were waiting to take part. An announcement echoed through the air. Late Stage Great Emperor, Strength Index 34, Spiritual Power Index 40. Failed. Mid-Stage Emperor Lord, Strength Index 45, Spiritual Power Index 40. Failed. Hearing that, the next group of people murmured in astonishment. Even a late-stage Emperor Lord didn't pass. Well, this is the longevity realm, we'd expect the requirements to be strict. Did you think it would be as easy as ascending? No one has passed again today. Not just today, so far this year's gathering, aside from Tionla, no one has managed to pass the test. At the mention of that familiar name, Yibei glanced over at her face, filled with disgust as she muttered under her breath. Tionla. So he really is from the heavenly net Immortal land. He reached out, gently taking her tightly clenched hand, offering calm reassurance. She's nothing more than a traitor to us. Dealing with her isn't worth our vigilance. Tionla, heaven and earth, that's what truly matters to us. Come on, he said. Let's see your strength. Both of them walked forward together, and the host pointed to the stone tablet, speaking, I can see that you two are like dragons and phoenixes, with extraordinary temperaments. Why not give it a try? It won't cost anything. He asked cautiously, we've just ascended, and want to join the fun, but we don't really understand these things. The host quickly explained, it's just a test, nothing to worry about. Just punch the stone, and that's it. No need to be nervous, no one has passed yet anyway. The young man stepped forward, clenched his fist, and then punched the purple stone in front of him. In an instant, the result appeared, 93. Yibei turned around, placed his hand on the stone, and asked, is this how it works? The host's eyes widened in astonishment. Look! Everyone below is in an uproar. A power index of 93. The highest power index in history. Is this really a newcomer? Quickly go notify the Immortal Lord, we found a genius. He turned to glance at the stone, wondering if the testing machine was broken. I didn't even use all my strength. Danzi awkwardly responded, maybe it's not broken. Yibei looked over at Xiang and cheerfully said, Luo girl, why don't you try? The machine doesn't seem to be broken. She didn't say anything, merely nodded. Then, she lightly punched the purple stone, turned to look, and asked, is this how it works? The young man looked up, thought for a moment, and finally said, looks like it's not broken after all. Without knowing, Danzi, who was stiff and wide-eyed, with his mouth hanging open, stared at the result showing 89. Yibei and Xiang were about to leave when Danzi rubbed his hands and spoke up, causing them to pause. Two talented individuals, please wait a moment. Our master is about to arrive. You two will definitely earn her favor. They exchanged glances, silently signaling each other. Immortal Lord Tionla, it seems like the battle is about to start again. He slung his arm around her shoulders, pressing her close while declining the invitation. We're just here to join in the fun. We don't want to get involved in anything else, nor do we want to meet any Immortal Lord. Danzi shouted loudly and then tempted them. No, no. As long as you pass the spiritual power test with a score above 60, you'll gain the qualification to enter the longevity realm. With your talent, once you enter, you'll be able to obtain countless priceless treasures that can't even be counted. After you leave, you'll be a distinguished guest of our 9 great immortal realms. He looked at her, who was lowering her head, blushing shyly, and then said, "Not interested." Seeing that the earlier incentives didn't work, he made a proposal. "Just tell us what you want, and as long as you agree to stay, we are willing to give you anything." Yi Bei raised an eyebrow, confirming. "Anything?" He broke out in a cold sweat, flustered. "Just speak." Dan Zi's voice was firm and cold, giving a clear suggestion. "My wife has always been in poor health, weak, and unable to carry her own burdens. For many years, I have been searching for rare treasures and magical herbs that can heal her body." Therefore, at this moment, Xiang paid no attention to everything around her and only felt joy in her heart when she heard him call her. The people watching their situation from the stands were wide-eyed in astonishment. How can the wife have a strength index of 89 and still be considered weak? Dan Zi happily patted his chest and assured, "No problem, I understand now. I'll arrange it for you right away." Yi Bei was waiting for just that and immediately made his request. "So, I need 10 spirit ginsengs, 10 immortal spirit fruit, 10 portions of earth flame fire, 100 bottles of immortal essence, and 200,000 high-grade spirit stones." After hearing this, his brows furrowed in confusion. "Am I not hearing clearly?" He turned to ask his subordinates, "Did I mishear?" They shouted angrily, "Elder Chief didn't mishear. He's just trying to play us, stop wasting words with him, just capture him and hand him over to Immortal Lord right away." Instantly, he ordered his men to charge forward with their clubs to seize them. Xiang glanced at them, these fools who dared to make a move, and without saying much, she swung her whip sharply, sending them flying. She retracted her weapon and confirmed with him, "Grandmaster was right, these Immortal Realm people are nothing more than a bunch of disorganized individuals with slightly stronger spiritual power." Then, tightening her grip on her weapon, she shared her observation, "Grandmaster, after Tian Xiao broke through, the might of the Golden Whip is now 10 times stronger than before." He happily suggested, "Try destroying the Grand Tao, below the late Void Star Realm, no one is your match." Dan Zi knelt down, his posture expressing remorse as he pleaded. "Two great heroes, it was just a misunderstanding, everything earlier was a misunderstanding. The celestial treasures you mentioned, we have them all, and will deliver them into your hands shortly. Please, spare us." He looked down from above, his gaze somewhat intimidating, and spoke. "Misunderstanding?" He furrowed his brows, looking puzzled, his voice soft. "Of course it was a misunderstanding. I had them come to assess your spiritual power, but these scoundrels misunderstood my intentions. They attacked you, thinking that once they were done, you'd wait for me. Once my Immortal Lord arrives, you'll know what's in store for you." He then tilted his head up, still kneeling, and gestured with his hand. "Now, please, check your spiritual power again." Yi Bei placed his hand on the stone to examine it. "If it's 60, consider it a pass." He quickly responded, "That's right, with your strength, you should easily pass." Dan Zi raised his hand and infused his spiritual power into it, then pulled his hand back with a pleased, calculating expression. The result appeared instantly, 60. Dan Zi's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open in shock. He was trying to control the score. How strong must one be to control such a value? Truly impressive. Xiang followed suit, placing his hand to channel his spiritual energy. Once again, the score appeared, identical to Yi Bei's, 60. The people below began murmuring and whispering, while he stood frozen, unable to speak. This. She looked up at the result and muttered, "I'm really sorry, I tried my best." Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing their attention. "Someone's attacking from behind, capture the great immortal, quickly, pass the message." The soldier ran up, his hand on his chest, gasping for breath as he tried to report the new information. As the sect master of the Blood Soul sect, he has returned to seek revenge. A group of people appeared before the grand gates, shouting angrily. Did that person massacre the territory of the Blood Soul sect master? Damn it, didn't he die? Quickly, inform Immortal Lord, hurry. A young man asked in confusion, why hasn't the sect master of the Blood Soul sect revived? Another person reproached, who cares whether he's revived or not? He's definitely come back for revenge. The Immortal Lord treated him that way back then, what else is there to guess? Hurry up. Danzi stood between two guards, shouting loudly at the crowd, "Calm down." He grabbed a guard by the shoulder, asking about the situation, and said, "What exactly happened?" The guard gave a detailed account. The 8 great immortal realms suffered heavy losses. The sect master of the Blood Soul sect attacked and then fled, his whereabouts unknown. The communication array has also encountered problems, so the Immortal Lord sent me here to deliver the message and to prepare the main headquarters. Danzi furrowed his brows, deep in thought. The Immortal Lord had instructed, "Do not let these people leave here. Confirm the array's core and then send the message to Immortal Lord." He then turned around and commanded, "You all stay here and guard the array's core. Not a single person is to leave. I will go send the message to Immortal Lord." His subordinates responded obediently, "Yes." Understood. MC and Xiang clasped their hands behind Danzi and stepped forward, gently reminding him, "Lord Inspector, should we not go meet Immortal Lord Tionla?" Danzi coldly replied, "Sorry, there's been an urgent situation, and we need to deliver a message to the Immortal Lord first. Afterward, we'll arrange for you to meet him." In an instant, he moved closer and spoke, "No need." This caught Danzi off guard. "What?" Yibei slowly gave the reason for not needing to deliver the message to the Immortal Lord, explaining that the enemy had already infiltrated their ranks. Upon hearing this, Danzi genuinely looked around in confusion. Where? Yibei didn't say anything but instead smirked. Blue energy began to emanate from his body as he pointed. His hand quickly raised to his forehead, and a ball of energy formed in his palm, reflecting the light of a rainbow. Yibei spread his hand right in front of Danzi's face, and a massive energy wave engulfed his entire head. His voice was filled with challenge, "I am your enemy." Danzi's body collapsed helplessly under the fatal blow. The guards, seeing their superior fall, charged to attack. Yibei remained unfazed, standing still as though they were invisible to him. Yibei's expression was filled with disdain. He conjured a dark vortex surrounded by purple lightning and thunder. His command was relayed to Shueshan Luo girl, "Take all the remaining ones into the little desolate world." She, always standing by his side, answered without hesitation. The cold voice of the system rang out, "The number of people is 5,000. 142/5000 completed. Emperor Lord Realm is 20/50, Void Immortal Realm is 1/20. The heavy striped metal door had been lifted high, and a pale white hand was gripping so tightly that the flesh had turned bruised and purple. Tionla seized the beastman by the throat, raising him high and gritting her teeth as she threatened, "Where is the anti-demon hall or the demon-suppressing hall you destroyed?" His face was swollen and battered. Struggling to breathe, he gasped out, "Tianqiao City, I saw them with my own eyes heading toward Tianqiao City." She thought silently, Tianqiao City? Such a coincidence? Then she pressed further, asking for his name. Terrified by the beating, he dared not conceal a thing. I think it's Yibei," he stammered. A thunderous explosion went off inside her mind, her eyes widened in shock, frozen still. Tionla recalled the clues she had gathered: Yibei, Tianqiao City, the auction meeting. Could it be that the mysterious bidder competing against her had been Yibei all along? Some time later, from a distant corner of the red-black tiled roof, an echoing sound spread through the air. "The distinguished guest has already gone to Tianqiao Pavilion." Before the grand and opulent tower, a red-haired woman stood before a swirling, luminous portal. Her eyes blazed with fury as she cursed, "Damn it! One step too late again. Where am I supposed to find him now?" From within the prismatic space emerged a rectangular golden talisman, its surface glowing with radiant characters. She reached out to take it, studying it for a long moment before murmuring to herself, "A sound-transmitting talisman. The voice is urgent, the celestial ground has been attacked, the transmission array destroyed. Junior brother, if you hear this, return immediately." Tionla suddenly snapped to full awareness, her mind consumed by only two words, "Yibei." Xiang glanced at the people lying scattered on the ground and asked Yi Bei for her opinion. Grandmaster, the people here are nearly dealt with. Shall we go find Shen Tionla and that immortal Lord Tionla now? Yi Bei suddenly flinched, glanced to one side, but still replied to her, no need to look for them. Behind them, Tionla had flown over. She spoke up, Yi Bei, Luo Xiang, I finally found you. Her clenched hand trembled continuously with anger. Yi Bei provoked her coolly, what's the matter? Scared because you saw me? Your hand is shaking so much. Her face went pale, her whole body trembling, and she forced a laugh. Scared? I'm merely exhilarated. This is not your lower realm. Today I will certainly avenge what you did to me before. Yi Bei curled the corner of her mouth in agreement. Quite the coincidence, I was thinking the same. He moved with a blade-like swiftness, launching an attack wrapped in spiritual energy aimed straight at her face. Tionla was no weakling either. She immediately tilted her head back to avoid a sweeping strike. Seizing the moment, she grabbed his arm and, a little smug, began to accuse him. Yi Bei, that day you took my grand Dao greedily, leaving me stripped of my powers and in unbearable agony. Using the leverage of his arm, she agilely leapt up, planting her foot to prepare an attack, and continued, although I hate you, it was also because of you that I could cast off the low-grade divine abilities of the past and follow the immortal Lord to cultivate the great Dao together. She concentrated all her strength and drove her foot down hard toward his head. But with a thud, her foot was caught by his hand. He lifted his sharp eyes hidden behind his cloak, puzzled. Dual cultivation of the great Dao. Can the system resonate? His thoughts drifted further, wondering if it was possible to share this great Dao with his grand disciple. Wouldn't that mean? His face showed a greedy expression as he imagined the scene of himself and Xiang practicing dual cultivation together. The system responded. The resonance function of the great Dao had yet to be activated, but due to Shen Tionla's special identity, the host could activate the resonance after fully retrieving the great Dao. He grabbed Tionla's ankle, showing no sign of hesitation. She puffed her cheeks, made a hand seal, and prepared to do something, then without hesitation, exhaled a pinkish gas that enveloped her opponent's entire body. The pink haze surrounding him made him feel something was off. Yi Bei's eyes gradually became hazy in the mist. Xiang, covering her mouth, tried to remind him, Grandmaster, be careful, this pink mist has a devilish presence. Before long, her face turned red from the poison, and she cried out in distress, Grandmaster, I'm so hot. She collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, but he remained still, unmoving. Tionla, now in control, laughed loudly in delight. Now he must be lost in the warmth of the beautiful woman from his homeland. He won't care about you anymore. Yi Bei, I've created a beautiful dream for you. Raising her hand to let the pink gas coil around her palm, she sent him a final look, one filled with the cold gaze of death, bidding him farewell to the hellish dream. The five-colored golden core within his body began to tremble violently, with the chest area being the hardest hit. Yi Bei, unconscious, collapsed, his eyes becoming pitch dark, unable to perceive any emotion. She witnessed the entire process and then cheerfully added, Goodbye, Yi Bei. He lay face down in a pool of blood, his body sinking into darkness, with only his wide, staring eyes visible. The aura of death lingered, refusing to dissipate. Tionla tilted her head back and laughed manically. Finally, Yi Bei is dead. I've avenged myself. A voice suddenly rang out behind her, Are you happy? Every emotion on her face froze instantly. She tried to compose herself, turned around, and shouted, Who are you? When did you start standing there? Yi Bei raised his hand and sneered. Was the dream just now pleasant? She felt as if struck by lightning and gritted her teeth, questioning, How? How can you still be alive? As transparent spots appeared on his body, Tionla seemed surrounded by scorching flames. She hugged her head and screamed in pain. Yi Bei, you can't kill me. Your disciple is in my hands. He laughed mockingly and told a lie, still trying to deceive others twice? Go die. He squeezed hard, and she exploded, once again the one who destroyed her vitality. Suddenly, a voice, almost full of resentment, echoed. Yi Bei was startled, and an unexpected attack came rushing toward him. Though the attack had a wide range, he was still able to dodge it. A person stepped forward, his hand condensing spiritual energy around it to form a purple spirit pill. Then he looked at the pill with an angry expression and said, "After raising it for so long, it was lost just like that?" Fortunately, her immortal pavilion wasn't wasted. Everything has been absorbed. Yi Bei remained an expressionless figure. Tionla really followed a good master, but now it seems like he won't survive anymore. The displeasure was evident on the old man's face. Time and time again, he had sabotaged my plans, and now he had even killed my disciple. Today, I'll show you the price of making mistakes. If you've killed Tionla, then you can become my vessel. The old man released a surge of intense spiritual energy, and in that instant, Yi Bei understood that the target had shifted. Something unknown had appeared beside Yi Bei. The unexpected attack took him by surprise. Just as the force surged, nearly surrounding him, Yi Bei immediately cast his spell, and the old man, seeing this, couldn't hide his smug grin. Yi Bei furrowed his brows, confused by the meaning behind that smile. Suddenly, he realized. Wait, his target isn't me. He quickly turned around, only to see Xiang being consumed. He shouted loudly. "Luo girl, mission accomplished." The old man is gloating. "Ha, didn't expect that, did you? My real target was never you." He was genuinely furious now, his eyes flashing with murderous intent that would strike fear into anyone who saw it. The heavens have a path, but you refuse to follow, the underworld has no door, yet you rush in. The old man sneered at Yi Bei. "Ha, a mere unknown rookie who just ascended dares to speak such arrogant words. You really don't know the vastness of the sky, nor the thickness of the earth, as you tread upon the broken ground." He charged forward at an incredibly fast speed, his spiritual energy focused in his hand, ready to strike with a punch. The system announced that the resonance of the great Tao had amplified his power 60 times beyond the limits of a king's authority. The old man raised his hand to block it, sensing the unusual nature of the attack. This force was definitely not that of a late-stage Emperor Lord Realm. He was being deceived. The old man's hand was struck with such force that it felt as though it might snap in half. This attack was strong enough to send him flying straight into the wall, creating a large dent. But the old man still managed to stand up, clutching his injured arm, thinking to himself, "This isn't right. His strength isn't just the power of divine abilities, there's more to it, a fundamental power of the body. Could it be that his body is? I need to test him further. If this is true, it would be wonderful." His face became serious as he prepared to test this. He gathered energy into his hand, forming a massive spear nearly 10 feet long, and then hurled it with all his might toward Yi Bei. The move caused a violent explosion, with dust scattering in all directions. Yet, Yi Bei remained standing there, completely unharmed, not even a scratch. He sneered in contempt, "Is this all you've got, old man?" Immortal Lord was completely stunned. It was true, he truly was a natural-born celestial dragon, a body gifted by the heavens. The strength he had came from the essence of the world itself, contained within the core of the world sphere. To remain unscathed from his attack could only mean that the other party was a celestial dragon body. This was incredible. He had found such a treasure without even having to expend any effort. On the other side, Yi Bei, exuding confidence, said, "This is a piece of heaven's essence I recently obtained from the Tionla pavilion. It's specifically designed to burn through one's spiritual power and soul. Today, I'll see what kind of might it possesses." The old man replied, "I've tested you already, your proud declaration of, but killing me won't be so easy." Yi Bei paid it little mind and ordered, "Hey Xiao, seize him." The old man was startled and immediately turned around, but there was nothing there. He realized at once that Yi Bei had teleported from his original position. Only now did he understand he had been deceived. Yi Bei had blinked in, struck the Immortal Lord hard in the abdomen with one hand, while with the other he cast a spell, the Heavenly Determination. The magic seemed to siphon the world's spiritual energy into the Immortal Lord, and the feeling of spiritual force within him choked off. All he could think was, "Damn. Though distressed, he still tried to fight back. This was the best chance to seize the true dragon immortal essence. He could not let it slip, he would take the risk. With that in mind, without hesitation he shoved a crimson pearl into his mouth, and the surrounding spiritual energy darkened into a deep red. Yi Bei's eyes widened in alarm. He had not expected that the pearl would help him devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The immortal lord's body swelled, but it was not enough, not enough. He had a bad premonition. If this continued, the Tionla immortal lord would sooner or later fall into demonic madness. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. The heavenly net immortal land would destroy itself. Now the most important matter was to find where Xiang was. The old man poured his spiritual power into one hand and, certain of victory, said, "I will kill you. Your body is mine." He didn't pay attention to what the old man said and was still worried about his disciple. Where could he possibly hide Xiang? The two of them attacked simultaneously, their killing intent equally intense. The strike resulted in a massive explosion. Yi Bei grew even more anxious about Xiang. The heavenly net immortal land relied on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain balance. Now that the spiritual energy had been devoured by Tionla immortal lord, it was feared that it would collapse sooner or later. "I must find Luo girl quickly." The old man fell into a frenzy, kicking at him in anger. "You're definitely going to die." Yi Bei said calmly, "Hey Xiao, you really came." The old man's killing intent grew stronger, his spiritual power radiating like blazing fire. "Trying to deceive me again? I won't fall for your trap this time." Green beams of light flew towards him at once, and the immortal lord was caught off guard. The beams struck him, creating an explosion that shook the entire heavenly net immortal land. The smoke dispersed, and she respectfully bowed. He Xiao pays respects to the master. He complimented her, "Well done. First, capture Tionla immortal lord." The immortal lord had not completely lost consciousness yet, and he roared in fury, his killing intent even more intense. Yi Bei and she were only slightly surprised, their faces showing no emotion. The old man's face darkened as he said, "Yi Bei, you've truly given me a lot of surprises. First, the true dragon vessel physique, and now these useless beings. I've wanted Immortal Pavilion for a long time, but never had the chance." The old man performed the Immortal Pavilion summoning spell, and a large black hole appeared above his head, absorbing the spiritual energy of the local area. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, he solemnly ordered, "Hey Xiao, there's something wrong with Tionla immortal lord. Hold him off for now, I must go find Luo girl." She replied, "Yes." He thought for a moment, Tionla immortal lord can't take Luo girl far in such a short time. To control me, he must keep her here. Suddenly, he thought of another direction. Could he also have the great Tao of space? Let me tear the space apart and test if his spell is working. The system announced, "Space Tao torn apart." The space above Yi Bei suddenly cracked open, and Xiang fell out from the tear in space. Yi Bei jumped up and caught her, while the surrounding space began to shatter into pieces. He held his disciple tightly, his heart filled with anxiety. "This is bad, I'm encountering Tionla immortal lord's formation again. The heavenly net earthly immortal is rapidly collapsing, and if we take one more step, we may fall into the chaotic space vortex, never to escape." Time was running out, and he was growing more and more anxious. The immortal lord outside shouted into the room, while the fragments began to fall, "Yi Bei, you will stay in that room forever, immortal and indestructible," endlessly flying against the flow of shattered fragments. He silently worried, "This is bad, Tionla immortal lord has activated a formation connected to the immortal realm's dimension. If we can't find the spatial fragment to enter, I'm afraid we'll be trapped in the darkness forever, unable to return." Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to one direction. Jia Bei shouted, "Sua Jing, Sua Hen, they are confirming the coordinates of the Earth dimension." Thinking carefully for a moment, the Tionla immortal lord had destroyed the immortal realm passage, making it difficult for us to return. In that case, we might as well head to the Earth dimension and see what happens. If we can find Suo Jing and Suo Han and obtain the system reward, perhaps we can also pinpoint the location of the Immortal Realm dimension. When that time comes, we can return to the Immortal Realm and deal with Tionla, Immortal Lord. Then Yi Bei flew straight into the fragment. We've arrived at the Earth dimension. From Yi Bei's perspective, the speed was incredibly fast, only leaving behind traces of purple mist. The space rapidly changed, and soon, the cities of Earth could be seen. He still wore his Immortal Realm robes, observing his surroundings. We've returned to Earth, Xiang questioned. Is this the homeland Grandmaster mentioned? She looked around, clearly surprised. Grandmaster's homeland really is full of spiritual energy and talented people. The strength of these individuals is all above half-emperor level. Yi Bei was confused. How can there be spiritual energy on Earth? No, what exactly happened here? In a small corner, a crowd was jostling, the scene chaotic. Can pushing and shoving really inherit divine achievements? Indeed. Chen, what? It's been so long and still no one has encountered the inheritance. Our Flame Emperor has not easily obtained the 3 inheritance items, and soon, there will definitely be many people. The brothers charged forward. A sigh was heard from someone who had been pushed over in the crowd. A young man angrily cursed, "What's an old lady like her doing here, just to add to the noise?" Deservedly, someone stepped forward to help the elderly woman. The person lectured the young man, "How can you be so disrespectful? Yeah, is being in the Emperor Lord realm that impressive?" Apologize to the old lady. The young man mocked, "So, you haven't cultivated in this world of immortality, and you've lived this long? Isn't it just asking to be bullied?" Yi Bei appeared, casting a spell and sucking the young man into a transparent purple sphere, making him float. The man, now controlled, shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you to dare capture me? Do you know who my father is?" Yi Bei, expressionless, repeated the young man's words from earlier, "In this world, if you haven't cultivated immortality, don't you also bring your father out? Isn't it just asking to be bullied?" He immediately cast a soul-searching technique. The young man held his head and screamed in pain, "How dare you do this to me? My father will definitely." Yi Bei didn't care. "Then let your father come and join you." The young man was immediately blown to pieces. Xiang asked about the situation, "Grandmaster, what was the result of the soul search?" Yi Bei replied vaguely. "I see. After I left, a lot happened on Earth. After that, explain in detail." "After we left that year, the spiritual energy of Earth recovered, natural disasters descended, and many demonic caverns began to appear. Tall buildings were attacked, and the surrounding city was filled with smoke and fire. A group of people worked together to attack the giant monster. Ordinary firearms were no longer effective, and humanity was being devastated." Yi Bei recalled the image of the monster growing stronger with each passing day, its rage intensifying, and before it stood a woman holding an axe. He continued, "Luckily, the heavens are fair, humanity has started awakening their powers and accepting the inheritance. 3 buildings were erected, each with a unique symbol. Tian Xiao received the inheritance once again, bringing light back to humanity. Meanwhile, the people also built the temples of inheritance, Temple of Thunder, Temple of Serpent King, and Temple of Sea. The 3 great temples were finally able to resist the demonic beasts, temporarily maintaining peace in human society. Afterwards, nearly all the temples were located in the west. In the east, only the island nation of Chom Island had a Serpent King temple, with a swirl symbol prominent against a dark background." Yi Bei's face showed clear displeasure. "Our Flame Emperor has been looked down upon simply because he doesn't have inheritance." Xiang asked, "Grandmaster, as long as you return, are you still afraid of being bullied by the Flame Emperor?" Hearing her, it made sense. "True, we not only need to find Suo Jing and Suo Hen, but we also need to uphold justice for the Flame Emperor." She then asked, "But the Earth dimension is so vast. How are we supposed to find where Suo Jing and Suo Hen are?" He confidently replied, "Junior Master has his own way. Suddenly, a sense of something being wrong hit her, and Xiang spoke up, "Grandmaster, your hand seems to be trembling." She reached out to check his hand carefully. Bei examined it and responded, "Something inside is resonating with my body." She suddenly recalled what had just happened. The people earlier had mentioned something about a legacy artifact. Bei smirked maliciously, "Those who inherit the divine relic can awaken a certain power, and also absorb the faith of the people, forcibly refining their souls. It seems they've already given us such a big gift upon arrival." The sky was clear with white clouds, and the scene shifted to a house. Xiang was wearing a body-hugging dress that was incredibly seductive, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Grandmaster, isn't this inappropriate?" Bei casually said, "It's customary to enter as you please. Besides, didn't you want to wear it for Grandmaster to see?" Her embarrassment deepened. "Grandmaster, we should focus on the main matter first. Have you discovered anything about the origins of this legacy artifact?" He replied nonchalantly, "Junior Master just used spiritual energy to probe it. The spiritual energy inside this artifact is quite similar to the heavenly arcane core treasure in Tianxiao Pavilion. Perhaps they all come from the chaotic forces of heaven and earth." Xiang smiled, still looking at Bei. "If you can inherit this divine relic, you'll definitely be able to advance to several higher realms." Suddenly, a man holding a live streaming phone entered. He laughed loudly, his words full of disdain. "Ha ha ha ha. Brothers, come quickly and watch this joke. The Flame Emperor has found an old stone to deceive people, and here are two fools who actually believe it's real." The camera zoomed straight in on the positions where Bei and Xiang were standing. The man mocked them again, "An old stone used to deceive the Flame Emperor's government, and they even consider it a relic. The people of the Flame Emperor are really foolish. Ha ha." At that moment, a stream of comments flooded the screen in front of him. As far as they knew, the entire world only had the Flame Emperor's territory, with no successors and no divine temple. The Western Divine Temple was the pinnacle. "Ha, I can't believe people still believe in the Flame Emperor, and they have no relics. Brothers, go to the scene and help teach these two fools a lesson." Then, some people noticed they were taking action. Bei raised the protective glass box. "Wait, look, what are those two doing? He's casting a formation command, but he's not even showing himself?" The will of the heirloom appeared, and interwoven red and green lights flashed. Then, a woman emerged from the stone, her body glowing with a green light. "Human, you have defeated me, and you can claim the inheritance. Otherwise, you can only." Her eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and Bei widened his eyes in surprise. He immediately activated the resonance of the Grand Tao, using the shield of the Grand Tao for defense. Her attack was blocked by him. She continued, arrogantly seeing herself as superior, "Humans can summon me, and you've even blocked one of my strikes. You're not bad, but unfortunately, you're still lacking a little," she said, then glanced downward, but the ground was empty, the two Bei were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he appeared behind her and grabbed her by the neck. "Why rush like this? The movie hasn't even started yet." She was utterly astonished. How could he approach so silently and get behind her? He continued, "If you and the heavenly arcane core treasure were both born of the power of heaven and earth, then through the strength of chaos, the most precious part of heaven could be tempered, and I could also refine you." Bei activated the most precious part of heaven, a purple light emanated, and the power from the small house was truly overwhelming. The light gradually faded, and only Bei could be seen floating in the air. She spoke reverently, "Finally, you've come. You are my heir." He examined his two hands. The power after harmonizing was incredibly abundant. Xiang stood below, cheering for him, "Grandmaster, you've done it." But no one knew, there was still a camera placed somewhere in the corner recording the scene from earlier. Swish, swish. 3 streaks of light cut across the sky over Qing City, revealing 3 figures, Thunder God, Sea God, and Serpent God. They spoke to each other. "After tens of thousands of years, the Flame Emperor had no heir, and now we've found one. We can't let him resonate with the power of belief. Among the Eastern deities, there is only me. The three of them had the same goal, to eliminate the Flame Emperor's deity. Flying through the city sky, the looks in their eyes grew increasingly fierce. Finally, they saw the silhouette of Yi Bei. He was there, still not completely finished with the inheritance. Kill him. Yi Bei glanced down at the three people below from above. Even a mere clone wanted to sever his true self's inheritance. Then he struck out with a mighty palm that shook the heavens and the earth, leaving the three of them no choice but to defend. Serpent God analyzed, he has basically completed the fusion now, and our clones are probably no match for him. Thunder God attacks his soul when the inheritance of the soul is at its weakest. This could be their only weakness. Thunder God grinned confidently. I understand. She narrowed her eyes. Little brat, it's just a pity that you belong to the Flame Emperor and that you met me, otherwise you could have been our lapdog, living on for a while. Yi Bei retorted disdainfully, did no one tell you that it's others who are the lapdogs to me? Thunder God immediately made her move, a purple light flickering around her as she unleashed her ultimate soul-shocking technique, yet he calmly closed his eyes. Apologies, my soul is now in the immortal realm. I am Wu Di. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes emitted a golden light, causing Thunder God to widen her eyes in surprise. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck her. Serpent God and Sea God caught her. Thunder God, she groaned in pain, sweating as she realized he had devoured their attack. The fingertips of the Dark Knight flickered with golden light. Now it's my turn. Golden Feather Saint Calamity of Annihilation, immediately. An energy sphere was fired and shot towards the three of them. Thunder God, Serpent God, and Sea God immediately opened a spatial circle and fled. The voices of the three echoed back. Don't celebrate too early, we will definitely make you pay. Yi Bei responded, Flame Emperor does not need Western deities. Xiang, standing beside him, silently thought, the Grandmaster is getting stronger, I need to push myself harder to keep up with his pace. Yi Bei landed on the cliff and asked, what happened to Luo girl? She shook her head and replied, it's nothing, I was just thinking about why Suo Jing and Suo Han are here. The two of them walked and talked. Yi Bei answered, this question can wait until 7 days from now. She was puzzled, will the Grandmaster have news of them in 7 days? At the Serpent Temple in Shidao City, Sea God spoke, who is this young man? Why have I never heard of him before? Thunder God commented, his soul and divine powers are at a terrifying level. I've never heard of him before. Sea God analyzed, a deity like this, emerging into the world, must be trying to seize the faith power of the people. So what should we do? Serpent God said, it's absolutely impossible to determine who is superior with such a little brat. Sea God tilted his head and asked, only? Serpent God continued, it's just that the three of us fighting him is hard to determine who will win. By then, both sides will be injured, and others might exploit the opening. That would be troublesome. Sea God agreed, saying, that's true. Thunder God closed her eyes, resting her chin on her hand. Do you all remember another enemy of ours? Both Serpent God and Sea God were startled when she mentioned the leader of the demonic beast. Thunder God sighed in frustration and continued, 20,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of Earth began to recover. We borrowed new inheritance powers, easily controlling the demonic beast that appeared. Who would have thought, remembering the buildings shrouded in smoke and flames, that 3 years ago, a leader emerged, repeatedly breaking through our defenses. Battles erupted everywhere in the city. We fought only a few times, but every time, we were beaten. Every negotiation with them was rejected. And now, another young man has appeared, with strength comparable to theirs. The demon clan leader is our enemy, and this young man is also a thorn in our side. Thunder God frowned when she thought about Yi Bei, as they had mentioned. Her voice echoed in the temple, we should send this young man out so that the demon clan leader and he can fight. Both sides will be injured, and we can sit back and benefit. Sea God lowered his head and thought. The problem is, how do we get this young man out? Serpent God, proud and confident, replied, I've sent someone to invite him, saying we want to negotiate with him. Thunder God tilted her head and asked, will he believe it? No need to worry, Serpent God answered. Of course, he'll believe it. This young man is still young, and he surely hasn't experienced much of the world. Just offer him some benefits, wait for him to fall for it, and then we can deal with him later. Someone was holding an invitation card in their hand. Yibei looked at it while criticizing, just this little benefit, and they think they can lure me into their trap. How foolish. Xiang, standing beside, asked, if you already know it's a trap, should we still go? He casually replied, of course we should go. How else will we be able to watch the show? His eyes were filled with interest, as if worried that it would be easy to invite the god in but difficult to send them away later. Two beams of light descended simultaneously before the entrance of the temple. The serpent god came out to greet them. It is an honor for this god that you two have come without holding any grudges from the past. She smiled and slightly tilted her body. Let's not bother with pleasantries. Now, I will take you to see the treasures. The three stood before a pile of jewels and gold. Xiang commented, this is the treasure vault. It's actually a good place. The serpent god praised, you truly have a good eye. This is a place that has undergone countless selections by me. The lights of these treasures placed here, the spiritual energy they contain, will only increase over time. She continued her introduction, if an ordinary person comes here to cultivate, their speed of cultivation might increase tenfold. Yibei stepped forward, thinking about the immense mental strain caused by what happened last night. So, are you planning to use this to atone for your sins? She gave a caring expression, the treasures here are all rare and precious, and you are still young. Perhaps you've never used them before. Feel free to choose whatever you want. Meanwhile, she silently thought, just wait, I'll show you who's in control soon enough. He raised his hand and replied, since you are so generous, then we won't stand on ceremony. Actually, I'm considering whether I should move all your stuff into the desolate space or not. Serpent God curled his lips in disdain. These things have already chosen their master. If you can't take them, don't blame me. Yibei raised his hand high, creating a sphere that continuously absorbed the treasures and artifacts. She was stunned. Here. Her eyes widened, as if struck by lightning. He maintained his posture as though nothing had happened. Me? Serpent God could only sweat and endure, his face flushed with veins, cursing inwardly. Damn it, you little brat, just wait. The treasure vault had been completely emptied, leaving only the golden floor, as she helplessly looked on. Yibei said, thank you for your hospitality. From today on, we are family. She pretended to agree. He narrowed his eyes, smiling happily. That being said, I have a request. I wonder if you can satisfy me. No matter how angry Serpent God was, he still smiled. Go ahead, he muttered inwardly, I'm listening. Recalling the architecture of the Serpent God's temple, he casually made his proposal. When I came here, I noticed that the Serpent God's temple had great grandeur. Now that I have obtained the inheritance, I wonder if I could build a temple opposite yours. Yibei rubbed his chin and gave his suggestion. It doesn't need to be too extravagant. Just a little larger than your temple would suffice. Serpent God could no longer maintain his smile and directly gritted his teeth in fury. You two are really bullying me too much. But he simply grabbed her staff. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it back. His strength was even greater than yesterday, surpassing hers. Xiang and Yibei bared their white teeth, and he asked, are we not good enough? The Serpent God smiled apologetically, you are very good, the problem is with me. I will go build a temple for you now. She had forced herself to suppress her anger, thinking to herself that she must endure this. Let them be arrogant a little longer, later, she would make them wish they were never born. The three of them stood in front of the new temple. Yibei complimented, you really are diligent. The Serpent God exclaimed, of course. Besides this, I've also specially prepared a great gift for you. He raised an eyebrow. A gift? She replied, you may have never heard of it. The divine inheritance of our kind has been able to preserve its status and divine power until now thanks to a secret realm. Recalling the ancient architecture, she explained, that place is full of rare talents, treasures, and opportunities. The precious items you just saw were all obtained from there. Yi Bei glanced at the serpent god with disbelief. Such a powerful place, you're willing to give it up? She said calmly, with your strength, it would be an honor for us to enter the secret realm together. Why wouldn't I be willing? He didn't hesitate. If that was the case, then he would follow her. Standing before a tower in the middle of the forest, she explained, this is the territory of the demonic beasts. Their leader is exceptionally vicious. Yi brother, this time we are all relying on you. Xiang remarked with a serious face, the demonic cavern is still completely silent. Are you trying to deceive us? Serpent God chuckled, how could that be? She raised an eyebrow, not understanding. Normally, there would have been fighting here long ago, but why is it so quiet today? Suddenly, a loud noise came from deep within the forest, birds flew frantically, and the wind blew the leaves around. She widened her eyes and realized, it's here. Then she smiled cunningly, Yi brother, it's all thanks to you. Her eyes gleamed with scheming intent. Once you provoke the leader of the demonic cavern, causing both sides to suffer heavy losses, I'll treat you accordingly. Someone stepped on a branch. Serpent God instantly jumped in shock, anxiously glancing behind her. Could it be? So soon? Then she saw Sea God and Thunder God standing on the branches, and she sighed in relief. Ah, it's just you two. Sea God jumped down and said, of course, didn't we say we'd keep watch together and catch them all by the neck? Thunder God added, that's right. Serpent God turned her back to them. Earlier, when the two of you didn't say anything, I thought it was a demonic beast, but I didn't realize there were sharp teeth right behind me. She then called out, follow me, we still have a lot to prepare. A sudden explosion rocked the forest. Fortunately, Serpent God had noticed in time and created a protective sphere. She kept exuding a green aura and asked, who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating the Sea God and the Thunder God? Before the purple mist stood Suo Jing and Suo Hen. Suo Jing sneered, weren't you the one who went to great lengths to find the demonic beast leader? What's the matter? Now that you've found them, you don't recognize them? At that moment, the two Yi Bei approached with the bag. Were you looking for these two? The Sea God and the Thunder God lay there bound and motionless. The Serpent God was struck dumb as if by lightning. Sea God, Thunder God, both of them. Suo Jing and Suo Hen knelt before Yi Bei. Suo Hen said, greetings, Grandmaster. At the same time, Suo Jing also said, greetings, Grandmaster. The Serpent God frowned. So you and the demonic beast are accomplices. No wonder I never heard your name in the Flame Emperor before. He looked back casually. All thanks to you, only because of you could I gather my followers so quickly. She went pale and grit her teeth. So it was your scheme from the very start. How detestable. He raised two fingers. Because you helped us gather early, I'll give you two choices now, either kill yourself, or we will kill you. The Serpent God hoisted her scepter, forming an array to summon power. Do not think that inheriting a legacy means you can defeat me. I am one of the three who received a legacy on this continent. Suddenly, a bolt of purple energy struck her waist, sending her flying with a thud into the base of a large tree nearby. The soul mouth behind Suo Hen still gathered light. She lifted an eyebrow. I'm bored, no longer wish to speak with you. The Serpent God tightly grasped the scepter and pleaded, people of Shidao City, entrust the power of your faith to the divine, and the divine will eliminate all calamities for you. Suo Hen stood there unfazed. Great Tao of beasts, rise. The red gem on the scepter gleamed, and the serpent spirit was petrified, its massive purple soul stretching out to claw. A surge of immense power immediately enveloped it. The blue light pushed it back, rendering it immobile, and as a result, a dragon was directly transformed into stone. Suohan and Suojing simultaneously charged forward, and Suohan swiftly made the decision to seize the scepter from his hand. The serpent god raised the scepter high. In the past, several demonic beasts fought on your behalf, allowing you to act recklessly, ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and earth. But now that they are gone, do you still think you can defeat me? Yuan Hanyu's eyes lit up again as she used the serpent spirit petrification. Yi Bei coldly called out, Jing Ni, Hen Ni, both of you turned directly into stone in your current form, and it startled me. Taking advantage of the moment, the serpent god launched a surprise attack from behind. It's your turn now. The green light exploded, illuminating the entire forest. Yi Bei had been petrified, just like the disciple, and so had Xiang. The serpent god touched his body inside, again, the true dragon's celestial body. No wonder it's like this. He gently rubbed his cheek. You don't look bad. If your strength were just a little weaker, I'd consider taking you in. Unfortunately, someone like you could never submit to another. Sooner or later, you'll become a disaster for me. Therefore, farewell. On the white surface, a piece of broken stone was tightly pressed, revealing Yi Bei's eye. The serpent god's pupil stood upright, confused. I haven't even started yet. When his hand was freed, he praised, You were able to use magic to control me for 3 minutes. Let me see how you fare. He grabbed the serpent god by the neck, forcing her to ask with difficulty, How did you escape so easily? How could this be? She was stunned, unable to believe it. How could this be? As the stone on Xiang's body shattered, he suddenly spoke to her, I am also a chaos immortal body. She grasped his hand, 2 immortal bodies plus 1 inheritance, does that make sense? No, Yi Bei replied, if you haven't seen it, how can it make sense? She regretted, now, I beg you, is it still possible? He smiled and raised an eyebrow, those who harm my disciples die. Regarding Suojing and Suohen, Xiang was reassured when Yi Bei said, Junior Master cares for them the most, Junior Master always looks after them, and will never let them suffer any harm when they return. He summoned a black door, opening to a small desolate world. After leveling up, the world's ability to awaken to the second level was to hold life and death. It shrank when he continued, if you have a realm beneath mine, or anything else, once I bind it with the contract of the small world, I can control their life and death. 2 beams of light struck the stone statues of Suohen and Suojing as Yi Bei exclaimed, Revive! My disciples? The shards on Suohen's face cracked, and when they broke free from the frozen state, both of them changed their clothes. The 2 disciples embraced Yi Bei. Suojing squinted and smiled, Grandmaster, I thought I would never see you again. Suohen nuzzled, Grandmaster, I missed you so much. They like you but pretend to be shy. What you all are doing isn't very good. Xiang, who was beside them, propped his chin and laughed, aren't you going to hug your great senior sister? Suohen immediately threw himself into her arms, Great senior sister, we miss you so much. She smiled gently, all right, I know. Yi Bei took out 2 robes and said, let's go. How did you almost get killed by Serpent God when you came here? Suo misunderstood. He was referring to the spare clothes I prepared for you. Just put them on. They all said in unison, thank you, Grandmaster. After putting on their clothes, Suohen recounted, after our parents passed away, the 2 of us lived very miserably. We could only keep company with birds and animals. It was only great senior sister and Grandmaster who took us in. Suojing added, and taught us how to survive, bestowing upon us the great way of beasts. Yi Bei appeared lost in thought upon hearing this. Xiang added, we trained hard, and it wasn't easy to break through to the Saint Realm. Suohen put his hands on his hips, we were heartbroken and wanted to do something for you. That's why we came here, to the homeland that Grandmaster protects, Flame Emperor. He then asked in return, to protect my homeland? She smiled. At that moment, when we arrived here, the 3 great deities took over the land as kings, bullying anyone who didn't have divine heritage. That's why we taught them a lesson. Suo Jing clenched her fists, but we couldn't beat them, so we developed our power in secret. She confidently explained, now, every country on Earth has our influence. Grandmaster, now that you've returned, as long as we unite, not to mention the Flame Emperor, the whole of Earth will be yours. Yi Bei gave a thumbs up, well done, worthy of a reward. Then, folding his arms, he scolded, but just now, the two of you were careless and underestimated the enemy. That made it easy for the serpent spirit's divine being to kill you. If I hadn't been there, the consequences would have been hard to predict. Suo Han lowered his head. But Grandmaster, you have absorbed his cultivation, this isn't entirely a bad thing. Immediately, both sisters lowered their heads, realizing they had dared to speak back to the Grandmaster. Then, Suo Han and Suo Jing simultaneously apologized, sorry, Grandmaster, we were wrong. Afterward, Suo Jing eagerly asked, Grandmaster, after absorbing the cultivation of the serpent spirit, has your body changed in any way? Yi Bei looked at his hand and remarked, my cultivation has risen one level, I'm just one step away from the void realm. Other than that, nothing else seems to have changed. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he found himself in a black and white space. Yi Bei looked around in confusion, where is this? Could it be a prank by disciples Suo Jing and Suo Han? Yi Jiangbei suddenly appeared and proposed, Mortal, would you be willing to become my slave and accept my inheritance? He squinted, recalling the staff, this was the inheritance of the serpent god. She narrowed her eyes seductively, come here, take my hand and you will receive the inheritance, becoming immortal and gaining infinite power. He immediately threw the staff at her, the inheritance nearly killed him last time. Is the inheritance so simple this time? I don't believe it. She quickly dodged the attack, then angrily shouted, I told you to take the hand of a woman, and you want to kill me instead. Is your head made of wood? Yi Bei remained indifferent, you want something without doing anything for it. I don't believe it. I choose to capture it myself. Then, he smirked, clenched his fist, said no more, and made his move. Yi Jiangbei hurriedly waved her hand to stop him, wait. She smiled, can I beg you? Please, accept my inheritance. His sharp eyes glinted, who exactly are you? Why are you forcing others to accept your inheritance? She smiled and introduced herself, I am an ancient angel, named Yi Jiangbei. Because I committed a crime, I was imprisoned in this staff by the will of heaven for thousands of years, now, after much effort, I've been freed. I just want to find a reliable host. Yi Bei rubbed his chin and pointed out, a host? You probably want to take over my body, don't you? Seize control of my vessel, making my soul disappear forever, right? She appeared slightly embarrassed. Isn't it good for a beautiful girl like me to get on your body? Or, we could live peacefully together. Occasionally, I could transform into a physical entity to warm your bed. He turned his head immediately. I don't need that. My disciples don't keep idle people. Yi Jiangbei approached and placed her hands on his shoulders. I have other uses too. Come here, and I'll tell you. A flash of 7 colored lights suddenly appeared between Yi Jiangbei's and Yi Bei's foreheads. He widened his eyes, this was her way of explaining, as she embraced him. The chaotic energy inside me has flowed completely into your body. Your small, desolate world of yours is probably at full level now. He happily looked at his hands and felt the energy his buffs were indeed full. Then, she smugly patted her chest. Well, do you agree to accept me now? As long as you willingly give me the immortal energy of the true dragon within you, I can become a physical entity and stay by your side. The moment Yi Bei agreed, she said, all right then. Yi Jiangbei suddenly kissed his lips, then pulled out a stream of green energy with force. He shyly rubbed his lips, why are all the girls nowadays like this? Do they not know that taking without asking is stealing? She smiled, so what if it's stealing? Thank you. Then she snapped her fingers. The deed is done. Let's go. Both of them immediately appeared before the ancient tower. He looked up behind him. She casually glanced back. Hmm. The three of Shui Xiang and the Yes sisters appeared. Suahan spoke up, "Who are you? How did you get here?" Yi Jiangbei hid behind Yi Bei. "You should explain it to them." 10 minutes later, under the starry night sky, Suahan understood. So that's how it is. Sua Jing stroked his chin. "If that's the case, Grandmaster, why don't you take her as a disciple? It would help fill the void left by Shen Tionla's death." After considering it, he thought it wasn't impossible. But Yi Jiangbei immediately shook her head. "No, absolutely not." Before the indifferent gazes of the others, she said arrogantly, "A goddess like me will never be anyone's disciple. Even if you kill me, it's impossible." Yi Bei propped up his chin. They were surprised when he suggested, "I can help you find a body to possess, but the condition is that you must always stay by Suahan and Sua Jing's side, to protect and assist them." Suahan and Sua Jing, as if struck by lightning, spoke in unison, "Grandmaster, are you saying this because you want to leave here?" He responded indifferently, "Junior Master came to Earth for two reasons: one, to visit home, and two, to see all of you. If you're all living well and have influence everywhere, Junior Master can rest easy." He continued, "Junior Master has to travel to many other places to find your senior sisters and junior sisters, so that we can all reunite." Suahan, with reluctance, said, "Grandmaster, we will miss you very much." Sua Jing gave a reminder, "Grandmaster, after you find the senior sisters and junior sisters, you must let us know." Shui Shan's eyes widened as if she sensed something. Yi Jiangbei bit the towel and cried bitterly, "As if there was a master who wasn't too bad, someone who could forever shield you from the wind and rain, someone who, even after hundreds or thousands of years, would remain like family, your everlasting support." She wept relentlessly, tears flowing down her face. "I regret it so much." Hoo. Yi Bei embraced the two little disciples. "It's too late now, next I will help you seize the price." She opened her mouth in excitement, standing on a long road with no one else in sight. Shui Shan sat in the convertible and asked, "Grandmaster, is it really good to place Yi Jiangbei's soul into the serpent god's body?" Yi Bei drove while replying, "One person wants to recover their cultivation, the other wants a body. Isn't that perfect?" She remarked, "If those two were to fight, that would really make for a good show." When they reached a hotel with a swimming pool, he told her not to worry about them anymore, as it wasn't easy to get to Earth. "We haven't had any fun yet, today we need to enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Someone watching from the side commented, "Racing beauty. Truly admirable." The man wondered, "How much is a night at this hotel?" 9,000 spirit stones. When Shui Xiang gasped in shock, Yi Bei explained, "Now, in this small desolate world, levels directly spit out. We can go anywhere we want." Under the large 4 characters of the hotel's name, he said, "Before we move on to the next dimension, let's have some fun." She agreed. Outside the extreme northern realm, during the day, there was a cave entrance on the cliff. Inside, it is deep and dark, a bottomless abyss. His sharp eyes suddenly opened wide. The one who was needed most has finally arrived. Where are they? Block the entrance, prepare to welcome the guests. Footprints sunk deep into the white snow. Shui Shan wondered, Jing Ni and Han Ni, how many junior sisters have come to this place? But we've been circling here for more than half an hour already. Aside from ice, there's nothing but ice here, no living creatures at all. Is this really the entrance? Yi Bei casually replied, "Don't rush. Do you remember what Junior Master said when guiding the young disciples to comprehend the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation?" She recalled the so-called 5 elements: wood in the east, fire in the south, metal in the west, water in the north, earth at the center. Looking at the snow falling endlessly, but at a glance, there is nothing here: no metal, wood, fire, or earth. Not even a drop of water, everything is just ice. What does this have to do with the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation? He continued, "We've been walking for so long, but didn't you notice the mystery beneath the ice?" Shui Shan widened her eyes and looked down. Beneath the ice, there was a deadly aura. Beneath the ice was an abundance of opportunities for survival. Just because the formation cannot be formed above the ice doesn't mean it can't be formed below. Only by finding the formation core can we truly enter the extreme northern realm. She understood and followed up. Formation core of the 5 elements here, none are stronger than water, so the weakest must be fire. If we can attack its fire eye, we should be able to break this formation. He placed his hand on the snow-covered ground. Indeed, the girl was easy to teach. The radiant battle caused the ice beneath to gradually crack. The formation core was right beneath our feet. It shattered, causing both of them to fall. She gasped and screamed. Ah! The massive hole was so deep that she couldn't stop screaming. After a while, they finally landed on the thick ice surface. Xiang exhaled a cloud of mist. This truly was a world apart. It was miraculous, but then a voice suddenly echoed, catching both her and Yi Bei's attention. Welcome to the extreme northern realm. When they looked up, they saw someone hanging. She screamed, Jialan. She lowered her head, unresponsive at first, then opened her mouth as if she were about to say something. Xiang widened her eyes in worry. Jialan, who did this to you? Your pupils are spinning as if you've been struck by something. Yi Bei grabbed her shoulder and advised calmly. Luo girl, stay calm. You've fallen into its trap. At that moment, she snapped back to reality and then hugged her head. What's happening to me? He explained. The formation above the ice was just an appetizer. The real 5 elements 8 trigrams formation is right here, using people as the formation core, with resentment and desire as its techniques. His voice reverberated across the vast space. Anyone who enters, if they cannot calm their mind, will either become the formation core or be devoured by the creatures here. Xiang closed her eyes. Grandmaster, I'm sorry. Perhaps I should have been calmer, but the blood-colored sound waves seemed to have seduced the desires and bloodlust within me, and I couldn't control it. Yi Bei's eyes turned cold. You are worried about senior sister. Junior sister will naturally be more susceptible to its tricks, but from now on, we need to be more cautious, because they are already here. The snow beneath their feet shook, drawing their attention downward. A sharp tooth was opening wide, trying to bite where they were standing. Xiang immediately unleashed a swirl of electric sparks. The shark immediately took the full brunt of the attack. She and Yi Bei seized the opportunity to leap to another spot. She looked up and sighed. Indeed, there are monsters after all. A light bulb flickered above her head. Xiang turned to him. Right, Grandmaster, just now Jialan told me that the man was the one who broke the formation, and someone is observing Yi Bei and his senior disciple through the orb from a distance. From behind, there was a mysterious figure with an unknown face, long hair, and a focused gaze on him. She said, the people here are truly interesting. Back where Yi Bei was, they were moving while dealing with the floating sharks, clearly dissatisfied with them. Luo Xiang spoke to him. The attacks from these demonic beasts seem intentional, aiming to separate me from you. The man Jialan mentioned was probably the one controlling the creatures behind those fish beasts. She analyzed to him. The sharks are surrounding us, and the more aquatic beasts there are, the more certain it is that someone is manipulating them from behind, the more the better. It's best to bring out the assassin already, so I can see just how powerful this is. Someone's foot lifted as Yi Bei crossed his arms and executed his move. The great Tao resonated, the great Tao of beasts. A magical circle appeared, causing the sharks to panic. Seeing this, they quickly retreated and fled. He smiled faintly and said, it seems this place is indeed dangerous. Xiang raised his hand to his ear, trying to listen for something. Grandmaster, do you hear anything? Someone is crying. The sound came from ahead. The two of them approached and asked, who are you? Why are you sitting here crying? A girl with long red hair was sitting on a stone, crying. Wah wah wah, my grandmaster is dead. Both of them were startled. Grandmaster. Yi Bei seriously asked, who is your grandmaster? She slowly began to explain, when I was little, there was a beast causing chaos in the village. They said they would keep the beast if they could take the little maiden away. She continued to recount the past, the image of the people around her laughing and mocking her. My father and mother personally collected 10 spirit stones from the village chief and the villagers, not caring about my life or death. Then they sent me out of the village. She closed her eyes. I was too weak to even tie up a chicken, so how could I escape? That's why I allowed Ling Pai to hand me over to the beast. A bloody image flashed in her mind. It was the Grandmaster descending from the heavens, killing the beast and saving her from danger. Her eyes were filled with fear. Both of them stood under the cherry blossom tree in the past, unfamiliar yet romantic. He taught me how to cultivate, taught me how to defend myself, and showed me what true kinship is. But 300 years ago, I can only watch helplessly as my master died in front of me. She collapsed before her own coffin. She closed her eyes, emotionally saying, I have cried for 300 years, my eyes have been blind for 300 years, yet I still couldn't save everything. Xiang asked in confusion, Jialan, is it really you? Her face darkened, and she spoke, Senior sister, she continues to plead, Senior sister, save me. Xiang sympathetically asked, Jialan, how did you become like this? Senior sister will take you with me. Yi Bei stopped her, wait. She responded, Grandmaster, he explained, have you forgotten? Jialan is still in the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, waiting for us to return and save her. Her image was blurry and indistinct. She suddenly realized, frowning as she asked him, Grandmaster, is Jialan an illusion, or is she real? Her gaze grew doubtful, or perhaps, since I entered the extreme northern ultimate realm, I have been trapped in an illusion all along? Yi Bei's expression became strange, and he called her, Luo girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Come over here quickly. She clutched her head, grimacing, no, all of you are the desires in my heart, I fell into your trap, I fear I'll have chi deviation and never get out. Xiang closed his eyes, resolute, Grandmaster, I will definitely escape from this illusion, wait for me. A voice called out, Luo girl, Luo girl. Yi Bei called repeatedly. He stroked his chin, thinking, ever since leaving the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, Luo girl had disappeared without a trace. It seems that someone deliberately tried to separate us, planning to launch a sneak attack. His gaze was stern. Too bad, you've kicked the wrong door. Yi Bei stood between the 2 doors, speaking loudly, use whatever tricks you've got, you're taking too long. Are you scared? One door had a white sign, the other a red one. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating life and death, then smirked. It seems you're quite confident, thinking of yourself as a god here, able to control life and death of anyone. Do you think everyone will choose the path you've laid out for them? If you truly believe your confidence can kill me, then I'll choose the door of death just to show you. With that, Yi Bei stepped into the door of death. Who, in the end, will truly control my life and death? The red door sign flashed, and a voice echoed, I indeed did not misjudge you. A shrill cry echoed from the cave. Ho-hoo! He approached, startled by the girl's words, Ho-hoo, my grandmaster is dead. Yi Bei moved closer, reaching out to touch her hair, exclaiming, Jialan, she's crying. Ho-hoo! She turned her face, speaking softly, Grandmaster, you're back. He was taken aback, realizing something. Something pushed him backward. Yi Bei braced himself with his hands, anger rising. Damn! An illusory monster appeared before him. Yi Bei grew serious again. So, another ancient beast. Extreme Northern Realm sure keeps surprising me. He launched a direct strike at the monster's head. Yi Bei struck down directly onto its head, the creature's jaw snapped, and he continued to deliver blow after blow to its head. The beast struggled, forcing him to retreat. He leaped out of the cave, maintaining a safe distance from the creature. Yi Bei looked at his hand, analyzing, there's something strange here. After fighting this unicorn several times, the intensity of my physical body, my agility, and my attack power have all undergone a significant upgrade. His gaze sharpened as he realized, Could this place truly be a top-tier training ground, a death trap for the weak, and a place of survival for the strong? The beast's eyes glowed brightly as Yi Bei gathered strength in his arm and threw a direct punch at it. The beast collapsed before him. The last time, after breaking his physical limits, he hadn't figured out how to break the fifth limit. He never expected to do so here. It was truly unexpected. From outside the cave, a voice echoed, "Huh, tears? Could it be that you don't want me to kill you?" From a distance, a sound approached, and a red gaze appeared from the depths of the terrifying darkness. Was someone behind him? Yi Bei turned cautiously. Who is it? A muscular figure stepped out from the canyon. Yi friend, you finally arrived. An old man with graying hair appeared. The voice sounded so familiar. He was taken aback. Old Jia, what are you doing here? Before Yi Bei could recover from his surprise, the old man rushed over, hugging his legs and crying, Yi young lady, I've been living such a hard life. I want to return to Tianxian, I want to return to the demon clan. At this moment, he was confused. What? After the old man had calmed down, he began to ask, what exactly happened? The old man then recounted everything that had happened, starting from when they ascended. I was trapped here. Old Jia recalled the past. At that time, after you helped me destroy the Immortal Pavilion, I thought I could ascend to the Immortal Realm. But unexpectedly, the Immortal Realm's passage was suddenly shattered. A large rift appeared, pulling him in, and he could only watch as he was about to enter the Immortal Realm, but was instead pulled back by a strange spatial turbulence, eventually falling into this place. All he could do was scream in regret, don't. Hearing this, Yi Bei felt a little guilty. At that time, he had carelessly used too much force, shattering the Immortal Realm's passage, unknowingly causing the old man to fall into this place. The old man, unaware, continued to lament to him. Yi friend, I've been trapped here for nearly 5 years. Now that you have finally arrived, can we get out of here? What the old man said sounded so strange. Old Jia, your cultivation level now must be at the Void Immortal Realm, right? How could you be trapped here for 5 years without being able to get out? It's hard to explain in one sentence. The old man patiently explained, Yi friend, there's something you don't know. The truly terrifying thing is not the demonic beasts, but the strange formation here. There is no sky or earth, no end. I've searched for 5 years and still couldn't find a way out. He tried to remember and pointed out the inconsistencies. The strangest thing was the way the spiritual energy worked here. Yi Bei fell into deep thought, contemplating the operational rules. Seeing that he seemed skeptical, the elder raised his hand and created a small ball of spiritual energy, beckoning him to come closer. Yi young lady, just come over here and you'll understand. With that, the elder tossed the ball of spiritual energy into the air. Yi Bei watched it carefully, but the ball seemed to dissipate gradually, disappearing in disbelief. Yi Bei sensed a strange light approaching from behind. He quickly sidestepped, and the snowball flew straight toward old Jia, landing securely in his hand. However, it came from a different direction. Yi Bei realized that the skill had vanished from one direction and reappeared from another. Old Jia spoke again, that's right. The skills here can't even directly attack. The flow of spiritual energy within the body is not the same as in the outside world, sometimes it's sparse, other times it rushes in like a flood, attacking your meridians. Fortunately, in an instant, one might break through, but unfortunately, some may die because of the spiritual energy overwhelming their meridians. It's all beyond my understanding. Everything we knew about cultivation has been overturned here, and nothing can be predicted. Even staying here for too long will cause one's memories to become chaotic. For instance, I even feel that, Yi friend, you were the one who shattered the passage to the Immortal Realm before falling into this place. Yi Bei was stunned upon hearing this. He felt a bit panicked but forced himself to calm down. Ahem, it seems this place really is quite strange. Look at your memories, they've become all mixed up. How could I possibly do something like that? He wanted to ask for more information to find a way to escape. Then why, when I first entered here, did my spiritual powers operate so differently from how they do outside? Old Jia sighed in frustration and replied, the longer you stay, the greater the influence will be. You've just arrived, so naturally, the effect is minimal, but this is just too unbelievable. Old Jia, you've been here for so long, haven't you noticed any rules at all? Hearing Yi Bei say this, the old man admitted that it wasn't entirely the case. Attacks at close range still worked the same as they did outside. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The closer you get, and the longer you stay, the more unpredictable the rules of this place become. He realized something that seemed to resemble a theory he had once heard back on Earth. Imagine the scene, a goldfish trapped in a round fishbowl. To us, the world appears normal. But to the goldfish, because of the curved glass, the world looks distorted. It could be analyzed that everything humans believe to be the correct rule might, in the eyes of the fish, be completely wrong. Yi Bei furrowed his brows and thought deeply. What if right now, we are in a fishbowl, and someone else doesn't even realize it, watching us jumping up and down? Old Jia looked at him in confusion. What fishbowl? What goldfish? If we're not on the same wavelength, it's hard to understand. Forget it. He then explained to the old man, what I mean is, in order to leave here, we either have to break the fishbowl, which is the barrier of this place, or we need to understand the distorted rules of this world. After hearing this, old Jia looked clearly worried. It seemed almost impossible, and he had no idea where to even find the barrier. This confident expression truly lives up to Yi Bei's reputation, as if he already has something in mind. Don't rush, we have a way. Yi Bei arrogantly turned to face him. Old Jia, hand over all your cultivation, fate, and luck to me, and I will blow this place to pieces. The old man widened his eyes in shock. He tried to remain calm and asked again, you want me to give you all my cultivation, fate, and luck? Are you asking me to die? Yi Bei smiled indifferently, that's right, it's the only way we can get out of here. The old man gritted his teeth. Then, would you agree to give me all your cultivation so I can destroy this place? Yi Bei smirked, no, I wouldn't. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed his power, striking old Jia with a powerful blow that sent him flying. Yi Bei chuckled softly, old Jia, there's the breath of someone else hiding inside you. How can I trust you now? The old man's face darkened. You noticed it again? Yi Bei's eyes sharpened. If long-range attacks don't work, then let's fight up close. A thunderous explosion rang out, sending old Jia tumbling hundreds of meters away, with debris collapsing around him. Yi Bei casually brushed off the dust on his clothes and walked out with a calm, arrogant air. Just before the exit, a voice greeted him. Finally, we meet. Yi Bei was startled and looked up to the top of the high stairs, where someone was standing, watching him. He spoke cautiously, are you the man old Jia kept mentioning? Also, it is a person who will speak for all. At the peak, an old man with silver hair and beard, wearing a strange cloak, with radiant halos emanating from behind. Indeed, I am the king of the northern extreme pavilion. Ming Xianchen, Yi Bei spoke, seeing that you have no intention of harming me, I do not wish to fight with you. Hand over my disciple and consider this matter settled. He slowly descended the stairs, continuing, before you arrived here, I had already predicted that a genius would come to this place, but I never expected you would bring such a great surprise to me. He went on, with supreme talent and understanding, as well as the true dragon physique, the key is that you are the first to see through the mysteries of my formation. Are you willing to become my disciple? To inherit the northern extreme pavilion? Yi Bei replied with a mocking tone, I don't want to. Release my disciples immediately. Xianchen reached out and took a pearl from the string of beads around his neck, each pearl seemingly representing a position in the universe. Your disciples and the old man in the strange outfit are unharmed. You need not worry about their safety. Are you truly unwilling? Yi Bei put his hands in his pockets, standing upright, and replied, I have no interest in the Milky Way, nor in staying in your dilapidated place. It's not my thing. He chuckled. Ha, I truly did not misjudge you. Xiangshan said plainly, whether you have ill intentions or not, today, I will definitely pass down the ancient cultivation methods to you. You are the one destined to inherit it. Yi Bei appeared confused. You've spent so much time testing me, was it just to teach me the ancient martial arts? He began to activate his power, and a faint, hazy aura of cosmic energy could be seen around him. It's not that this king is observing you, nor that I want to test you. Every step you've taken to get here has been nothing but pure destiny. But I'll remind you of something, the greater the destiny, the greater the tribulations. If you've made your decision, then it will surely come to pass. Yi Bei furrowed his brow. Tribulations? Are you trying to deceive me? Gazing at the small orb in his hand, Xiangshan patiently explained, this martial arts technique requires deep comprehension. Only when you reach the highest understanding can you transcend the heavens and become the ruler of all things. He held the tiny orb in his hand, filled with suspicion. The vastness within the orb was overwhelming, and while it could be easily comprehended, he feared it might cause his body to collapse and perish. It would be wiser to follow Ming Xiangshan's guidance step by step. Before he could react, Xiangshan had vanished, and the space above the staircase door began to ripple. Yi Bei silently stepped inside, observing carefully. Suddenly, something he saw caused him to freeze in place. A sharp voice rang out, "Grandmaster, why did you come out so quickly?" He coldly crossed his arms and said, "What's going on?" Jia Lan rushed over and embraced him, crying uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, Grandmaster," she wailed in agony. "Grandmaster, I can't be your disciple anymore." Yi Bei was still too stunned to understand what was happening. Jia Lan rubbed her eyes, crying even louder. "Grandmaster, your disciple apologizes to you. Ming Xiangshan forced me to accept his cultivation method. I am not worthy to be your disciple." Yi Bei let out a sigh of relief, thinking that another Tionla had appeared and almost scared him to death. He responded with a stern face, which made her widen her eyes. "This matter, Junior Master already knows. Ming Xiangshan's spiritual power is immense. If Junior Master fought him, it would be hard to determine the victor. You were forced, Junior Master can understand that. Don't just talk about you, I was just forced by him to give away my cultivation method too." Jia Lan quickly wiped away her tears. "Ah, Grandmaster, to still be able to be your disciple, truly feels too good." Yi Bei gently stroked her head. "All right now, if you keep crying, Junior Master won't accept you anymore." She stopped crying. "I won't cry anymore." After comforting her, he asked seriously again. "When Junior Master came in here, there were you and 7 other disciples. Tell me, what exactly happened?" She stammered, forced a smile, avoiding his gaze, sweat dripping down her face. "This? Let them go outside and explain it to me together." After finding the other 7 disciples, who were still bound, he untied the ropes. The voices of women echoed. In the room, the remaining 7 disciples of his immediately knelt down. "Disciple greets Grandmaster." The girl with long purple hair, excited, spoke up. "Grandmaster, all 8 of us initially lacked skill and couldn't break through to the Saint Realm for a long time. We could only watch helplessly as people died without being able to do anything." She gently lowered her head, deeply distressed. "After the person left, we decided to search throughout the 3,000 realms for an immortal technique in hopes of saving Grandmaster. But unexpectedly, as soon as we entered the extreme northern realm, we were trapped here, unable to leave." She happily continued, "He told us that if we waited here for 300 years, we would be able to meet him. He wasn't lying, we really did meet him." Yi Bei stroked his chin, deep in thought. That person was able to predict what would happen 300 years later, and with the extreme northern realm and the strange formations. His skills are truly extraordinary. He's really quite terrifying. Jia Lan, standing beside him, quickly added, "Grandmaster, although he's very powerful, he's not a bad person." She blushed, hurriedly explaining, "He trapped us here earlier just to punish us for stealing his spiritual fruit and to distract the attention of others. But I know Master would never cause trouble." Yi Bei, irritated, pinched Jia Lan's cheek. you're quite good at talking, aren't you? She winced in pain, tears streaming down her face, and quickly explained, it's the truth. Since I was little, Grandmaster saved me from the hands of demonic beasts and the people. I know Grandmaster is the most powerful person in the world, and he certainly won't fail so easily. He lazily dismissed it, saying, all right, Junior Master, I'll temporarily accept your flattery. Since Junior Master is here, you don't need to stay locked up. You can leave at any time. Jialan widened her eyes, still holding her reddened cheek where he had pinched her. Are you coming with us, Junior Master? He smiled lightly. No, you all have your own heavens and earth, there's no need to follow the Junior Master. This is something you all chose for yourselves. She felt a bit envious and muttered, then why does the great senior sister always follow the Grandmaster? Yi Bei, without hesitation, elbowed her sharply, causing a large bump to form on her head. Who told you to look at her like that? Right now, she's not just your great senior sister, she might even become your sister-in-law one day. The other disciples, after some thought, also spoke up one by one, Grandmaster, we've been here for 300 years, and life here is very good. The most important thing is that we feel there is no place more mysterious than this. So we want to stay here and explore all the mysteries. That's right. Grandmaster Yi Bei was pleased as well. If that's the case, Junior Master will fulfill your wishes. The 8 of them rushed to embrace him, and the atmosphere warmed up a bit. Thank you, Grandmaster, they said, causing him to smile, but he could only manage a few words in response. At that moment, the system notification appeared, Meet Disciple 73/108, Reward Skill Card, Emperor Lord 24, Skill Card Great Emperor 200. Yi Bei was surprised, the system is being generous this time, so many Emperor Lord skill cards. I almost could have gone straight back to the Immortal realm. You're so gentle, but it's time for us to part. Junior Master also had to leave and didn't forget to ask, have you seen your great senior sister anywhere? A disciple spoke up. The concentration of great senior sister is sufficient, and her willpower is as strong as the Grandmaster's. She will soon make her way out, it's just a passageway. When the Grandmaster leaves, she will be able to see her sister. Yi Bei confirmed once more. Before they parted ways, the Junior Master wanted to ask if anyone had seen any other senior sisters or junior sisters. She quickly responded, no. One by one, the others murmured, no, no. Suddenly, a disciple raised her hand excitedly. I think I might have seen one. Her gaze became pensive as she recalled, continuing, when I was out on a training journey, I happened to pass by near the demon cave and saw someone who looked like second senior sister, but she also resembled Hongyu. I'm not entirely sure though. Yi Bei furrowed her brows. The demon cave? I've heard that it's a perilous place, and anyone who enters there is almost certain to face death. If any disciples have been trapped inside, it wouldn't be surprising. It seemed like he had already chosen his next course of action. Then let's head to the demon cave first. Perhaps we might find some opportunity there. Activating Ming Xian Chen's pearl, returning to the immortal realm, it seemed no one could stand in his way. Elsewhere, the soft conversation between the two masters drifted over the mountain. Grandmaster, according to the map Jialan gave us, we are not far from the demon cave. Yi Bei made a calm decision. Then let's rest here for a while. Xiang observed the surroundings and said, over there, it seems like a tea shop. Grandmaster, would you like to stop for a tea to refresh yourself? He didn't wait for a second and quickly responded, let's go, let's go. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoed nearby, help. Chasing after the two little boys was a monster with a long, disgusting tongue and large, horrifying teeth. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and let out several chilling, blood-curdling roars. The two little boys were completely terrified, crying out in a pitiful, desperate manner. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across, and in an instant, the monster's head was severed from its neck. The two boys still hadn't realized the demonic beast was dead, continuing to cry in each other's arms from fear. Elder sister, I'm so scared. Hoo hoo. I'm dead. I never got to say goodbye to elder sister, never got to see the grasslands, never got to drink a big cup of water. Seeing that both of them were too frightened to open their eyes and assess the situation, Ye Bei spoke up, "Little friends, you're not dead." Upon hearing this, they hugged each other and cried in relief. "Ho-hoo, we're alive." But before they could rejoice at having escaped death, they hiccuped between sobs and said, "I'm alive." But a Qing and Shui grandfather. "They're gone." Ye Bei, with great seriousness, growled, "Tears are the most useless thing. Not only will they not save your loved ones, they will turn you into a coward, sinking you deeper into sorrow." Yet, the little boy still wept, his heart full of pain as he said, "Elder sister in general used to say that water is the most precious thing we have here. Tears are the same, but every time I see someone leave, I can't help but cry." Ye Bei heard this and could only say, "Cry, then. The sound of your crying is the last farewell of yours. Only by crying can the souls that have not yet left hear your voices." After that, he turned around to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the two little boys burst into loud cries. A little while later, inside a guest house, Ye Bei and Xiang sat with the little boy from earlier. The little boy spoke first, "This water is left for elder sister and general. You must drink it all, not a single drop should be wasted." He nodded. Ye Bei waited for the boy to calm down before asking, "I keep hearing you mention elder sister and general? Who are they?" The boy answered, "Looking at the way you all are, you must be immortals on a journey from another place, right?" He replied, "You could say that." Xiao Liang widened his eyes and answered, "Actually, many immortals come to our place for training because this land leads directly to Mo Cave. They say there are many rare treasures and resources inside that can help with cultivation, but all I know is, if you go in that direction, you'll find demons and monsters that feast on human flesh." The boy imagined a deep, red apple to illustrate his story. "Those demons treat us like food, nurturing us, coming to hunt regularly, using our blood, flesh, and spiritual essence to help them grow stronger." Ye Bei listened carefully and then asked, "So why don't you leave this place?" Xiao Liang gently lowered his head, his eyes filled with deep concern. "It's not that we don't want to leave here, it's that we can't. Those demons like to set up formations in this place. Unless we kill them and break the formation, we will never be able to leave. From the day I was born until now, I've never been outside. I've never seen the prairie or the small streams that elder sister spoke of." His voice gradually rose, with a clear tone of frustration. "Our loved ones keep being slaughtered, and then the young ones who have just grown up are killed as well. The immortals who passed by couldn't defeat those demons. Each group of demons is replaced by another, and only the general remains." Ye Bei immediately wondered about this mysterious hero. "Who is this general?" Xiao Liang then spoke clearly, recounting the story. "The general is the bravest woman in the world. With her bow, she fights with all her might, helping us to hold our ground in one area, allowing us to escape the fate of being eaten." Upon hearing this, Xiang immediately muttered the name, Hongyu. Xiao Liang continued, his tone full of respect. "The general is the faith of all of us in Xiechang. She taught us how to protect ourselves and what true resilience means. I came here today to wait for her and elder sister, but I didn't expect a demonic beast to sneak into the general's formation. That's why you saw what you did earlier." Xiao Liang reminded the two of them. "Alright, since you've saved me, I'll let it slide. We've told you everything, now hurry up and leave. These demonic beasts are very dangerous." Ye Bei casually asked, "What if I say no?" The young man was instantly horrified. "No way, you all should leave quickly. I'm not lying to you." He showed no sign of fear and even chuckled in amusement. "What you're saying is interesting. I also want to go meet that general and those man-eating demonic beasts." The space was silent for a moment, before a loud, urgent sound rang out. Xiao Liang immediately recognized the signal and, terrified, warned, "It's the sound of a communication bell. This urgency means a large number of demonic beasts are invading. The general and the others are in danger." Yi Bei immediately braced himself, stood up, and smiled, saying, "Hey kid, lead the way." His gaze was resolute. "We also want to join the fun over there. Maybe we can lend a hand to your generals." Xiang, furious, thrust her spear forward and cursed, "Die, you damn demonic beasts." Strange jade-like light appeared around its body. It swung its arm, sending her flying. The ground beneath her feet shattered and scattered in all directions. Xiang took the hit heavily, coughing up blood, while Hongyu quickly drew her bow, the powerful arrows firing toward the demonic beast. A blinding light exploded, and the two stood firm on the ground. Xiang, standing behind Hongyu, held her wound, frowning as she muttered, "Hongyu suspects that these demonic beasts are acting unusually today. Not only has the number increased, but their strength is also 3 times stronger than usual, as if they have consumed a spiritual elixir to enhance their power." Xiang anxiously asked for advice. "What should we do now? We've already lost quite a few people today, and if this continues, the weak won't be able to resist the strong, and Xiang will be breached soon." She calmly reassured, "Panic will only lead to a faster defeat, it's better to remain composed." Xiang responded, "Understood." She issued an order, "My combat strength is the strongest. I will take the lead in attracting most of the firepower, and you and the others will support. We will hold out as long as we can." She hesitated but then spoke, "But we've been fighting for 3 days and nights already. If we rush forward now, I'm afraid." Hongyu solemnly declared, "Hesitation leads to defeat. If we don't give our all, how can we protect those we need to protect?" Not far away, 3 figures stood on a giant stone pillar. Xiao Liang pointed and gestured, "Over there is where the demonic beasts are fighting us." Yi Bei and Shueshang focused their attention. He smiled cheerfully, "Hongyu, is that really you?" She asked, "Grandmaster, should we head over there?" He instructed Xiao Liang, "Go back first and tend to the wounded in the city. I will definitely assist in your battle here." The young man bowed, "Thank you." Shueshang suddenly called out, "Grandmaster, look over there." Countless demonic beasts, towering in size, lined up in front of the two. Their eyes glowed with a red light, eager to attack. Hongyu encouraged Xiang, "Hang in there, we will definitely defeat them." She trusted him and replied, "I believe in you, General." The demonic beast sneered wickedly, unleashing its power, startling her. Suddenly, a proud voice echoed, "If you want to hurt my disciple, you should first ask if I agree." Hongyu widened her eyes in surprise. A series of enormous purple lightning bolts descended from the sky onto the demonic beasts. They could not resist, screaming miserably. Shueshang curiously asked, "Grandmaster, are these demonic beasts real or fake?" Yi Bei coldly explained, "Both demons and humans cultivate with spiritual energy, but demons are born from resentment and desires. The paths of cultivation for humans and demons are different, and their auras are also different. The aura on these demons is clearly spiritual energy, so they are undoubtedly demons, not evil spirits." She was confused and thought, "Isn't that the Mo cave over there? Why is there demonic energy?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind them, "Grandmaster, great senior sister." They turned in surprise. Hongyu was kneeling on the ground, holding Xiang, who was unconscious, and respectfully said, "Disciple pays respects to Grandmaster." Yi Bei extended a hand and asked, "Xiao Hongyu, how do you feel about meeting me in person? Are you satisfied?" She lowered her head, "Thank you, Grandmaster, for helping me drive away these demonic beasts." She expressed her joy, "But Grandmaster, your revival is the greatest gift to me." Yi Bei paid attention to the person in her heart. "Disciple, who is this?" Hongyu introduced her, "Her name is Xiang, a life and death companion of mine. She was injured badly while helping me just now." "Grandmaster, please, Grandmaster, help her." He patted her head to comfort her. "You helped my disciple, so of course, Junior Master will help her." "But you've already worked hard enough." Her expression was sorrowful. Hongyu wasn't afraid of hardship, she only asked Grandmaster to save her. Yi Bei observed for a moment, then diagnosed that the young woman's injuries were too severe, and only a spirit elixir of the immortal grade could save her. Hong Yu hurriedly took out the spirit elixir. I have it, Grandmaster gave it to me years ago. Without hesitation, she fed it to a Qing. She swallowed it, and her face became rosier than before. Yi Bei furrowed his brow. All right, let her rest for a while. Now, tell me, why do you treat her so well? You couldn't bring yourself to take the spirit elixir, yet you gave it to her without hesitation. Hong Yu knelt down to apologize. Please, Grandmaster, punish me. Xiang immediately smiled and stepped forward to help her up. Hong Yu, get up quickly. Don't you understand, Grandmaster? If he wanted to punish you, he would have done so already. Why wait until now? She hastily agreed, She calmly recounted, after Grandmaster passed away, I wanted to wander the world, not wanting to return to the painful place in the heavens. Then, I occasionally came back here to continue remembering, seeing the innocent, lovely children in this place. We recall how the Grandmaster treated us, and it's truly unbearable to see them being devoured by the demonic beasts, so we stayed here. Xiang was surprised upon hearing this, and she looked at a Qing with a gaze full of sympathy. I've raised a Qing since she was a child. Her parents were killed by demonic beasts, and she could only survive by relying on her younger brother. She has a very strong personality, and values loyalty and affection. I've always regarded her as my sister. She had not yet woken up, leaning against the rock wall, breathing evenly. Hong Yu explained, the Grandmaster rescued our disciples, so I, too, am here to help when they need assistance. Yi Bei sighed helplessly. Silly girl. He then closed his eyes and instructed, leaving it at that. The Junior Master isn't here to investigate you. The Junior Master merely reminded you, the demonic beasts you discovered were not demons, but monsters. She also shared her findings. I knew they were a bit strange, but I couldn't pinpoint what exactly was odd about them. Yi Bei became interested and ordered, tell me. Hong Yu analyzed seriously, these demonic beasts, although very powerful, sometimes react a bit slower than expected, almost as if someone is controlling them. Moreover, they don't eat humans, they prefer to kill and then take the bodies away. That's why I suspect there's someone behind them. Yi Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully, monster beasts, and moreover, monster beasts, under someone's control. This feels oddly familiar. He concluded, it seems this Mo cave is not the real Mo cave after all. She immediately confirmed, that's right, I have quietly investigated before. It's too primitive there, and the demonic beast species is all the same, fundamentally different from the Mo cave in the legends. Yi Bei fell into deep thought, this is really interesting. Who exactly is promoting the Mo cave here? There was no answer, so he declared, once we find the one manipulating this Mo cave, we will know who is behind all of this. He then raised his index finger and instructed, Hong Yu, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, the three of us will go together to destroy this fake Mo cave. She responded happily, yes. A figure appeared against the golden sand, and the three of them slowly entered the Mo cave entrance. Yi Bei spoke, their barrier has been destroyed by Junior Master, so the rest of you go and let Junior Master see your abilities. They all replied in unison, understood. Hong Yu cheerfully suggested, great senior sister, just like before, whoever finds the leader of the Mo cave wins. Xiang responded without hesitation, agreed. With that, the two of them charged forward. Hong Yu straightened her back, drawing all three arrows at once. She counted, 1, 2, 3. Immediately, all three arrows accurately pierced through the demonic beast's body, their sounds echoing continuously. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Xiang was no less impressive, and in an instant, she had claimed countless lives. She smiled proudly and announced, this demonic beast can't challenge me. Hong Yu teased, so, how is it, great senior sister? Don't underestimate me anymore. They are competing to eliminate the demonic beast. She said in a teasing tone, Xiao Hongyu, you have always been the little war god of our sect, senior sister has never dared to underestimate you. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, its power shaking the surrounding area. Dust and debris flew everywhere as the two landed lightly. Hong Yu reminded, the leader of Hang Mo was over there. In front of them was a demonic beast, its body entirely red, with two horns like those of a cow, retreating in fear to a corner. Hong Yu, filled with hatred, drew her bow. They see us as slaughterhouses, killing, surrounding, and even playing with us, and now even a Qing has been affected. She gritted her teeth and coldly declared, "You cannot be forgiven." The sharp arrow was immediately fired, heading straight for the motionless demonic beast. It was terrified, tears streaming down its face. "It's over, it's over." In the critical moment, a burst of energy shot out, distracting the arrow. It helplessly plunged into the ground. Hong Yu questioned, "Great senior sister, what do you want to do?" Xiang glanced behind to clarify, "It's not me, it's the Grandmaster." Yi Bei stepped forward and reminded, "Don't let hatred cloud your judgment." He calmly asked, "The secret behind Hang Mo is still unsolved, what good will it do to kill him?" Hong Yu realized her mistake. "Sorry, Grandmaster. I was too reckless." The leader of Hang Mo looked extremely small, not even reaching Yi Bei's waist, yet it dared to threaten them. "To know the secret behind Hang Mo, you must spare me a way to live, otherwise, I will absolutely not tell you anything." He spoke indifferently, "Do I still need you to threaten me?" He angrily exerted his power while mocking the absurdity. The demonic beast, sensing the dangerous aura, turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. This person was truly terrifying. In that moment, it seemed like it could feel a breath even more terrifying than death itself. Wisely, it knelt on the ground, trembling. "I was indeed too foolish to threaten you all. Please, spare me, and I will tell you everything," Yi Bei ordered. It gathered its courage and looked up to explain. "It was Tionla, Immortal Lord, who sent us here. I am in charge of helping him tame the demonic beast and build the demon clan's great army." He furrowed his brows in discomfort. "Again, Tionla, Immortal Lord?" Hong Yu was suspicious. "Xiang is so desolate, why would he choose this place for taming? Are you trying to deceive us?" The leader of Hang Mo hurriedly explained, "Xiang has not had rain for many years, and the spiritual energy here is extremely unique, a very pure yang force. If we use the secret technique provided by Tionla, Immortal Lord, we can refine the beasts into demonic beasts. It weakly denied any involvement. I am just a puppet he chose. None of this has anything to do with me." Yi Bei stroked his chin, deep in thought as he analyzed. The path to Immortal Realm, the anti-demon route of Nan Tian's arena, the auction house, the Tianxiao 9 great alliances, the recruitment of talents from across the heavens and earth, and Xiang seemed like all of these were connected by an invisible thread. This string is the Tionla, Immortal Lord. He has put so much thought into it, all for the purpose of competing for resources, magical beasts, inner pills, celestial treasures, and demon monarchs. When he figured out the truth, he smirked wickedly. He wants to be the ruler of this world. At the beginning, Luo Girl and I almost ruined his plan, destroying the 9 great alliances of the Immortal Realms, and because of that, I was cast into another dimension, where I encountered his demonic beast army. It seems everything had been arranged behind the scenes, and our enemies had already been determined. Yi Bei ruthlessly ordered, "Kill him." Hong Yu had been waiting for these words. "Understood, understood." The leader of the Mo cave immediately became furious upon hearing this and slammed his hand onto the ground. "No, you can't kill me. I've already told you everything." Beneath the ground, a strange formation with peculiar patterns began to glow. He was startled by the sight, and it transformed into a burst of pink energy shooting straight into the sky. Hong Yu cursed, "Damn it, he escaped." She blamed herself, "Damn it, it's all my fault for not paying attention, allowing that Mo cave leader to escape at the perfect moment." Yi Bei calmly reassured her, "It's not your fault. Look at this barrier, he probably set up an escape route long ago. He was just deceiving us all along." She pursed her lips, her expression anxious. "If he managed to slip out and report to the Heavenly Net Immortal Landmaster, bringing more people here, what should they do? If that happens, I fear for Sa City. He remained calm and continued analyzing. He's injured, not only causing the loss of Sa City but also revealing so much about the heavenly net Immortal Landmaster. It's impossible to go after him right now. Xiang asked for their opinion. Then should we, Yi Bei, decisively decide to chase after him and see if he has any tricks left? Both of them answered in unison, understood. Xiang smiled and reminded, we should follow too. Han Yu nodded happily. Suddenly, the formation from earlier blazed with brilliant light. The two of them widened their eyes in shock. Han Yu panicked, this is bad, it's a trap. At the same time, Yi Bei stood in the center of the formation, surrounded by blooming red flowers. He observed the begonia forest, puzzled. His breath was still here just now, why has it disappeared completely? His gaze grew deep in thought, what else could be going on here? Suddenly, the flowers beneath his feet shifted, and a strange aura rose. Yi Bei sneezed from it. He furrowed his brows and rubbed his nose. What kind of flower powder is this? It can actually penetrate my physical body? Before he could finish, the entire area shook. What's going on? The foundation here seems to be unstable. In the sky, fragments of space continued to fall, creating rifts. Yi Bei was somewhat speechless and disdainful. What kind of trashy realm is this? A single sneeze and it's falling apart already. A tiny winged sprite not far away cried out, warning, a human has intruded into the Manhwa realm. Someone's here, help me. At once countless little spirits appeared and flew in circles around him. Xiao Huang put her hands on her hips and threatened the human, do not take another step. If you do, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. On both sides, the little spirits gripped their spears, ready to attack. Yi Bei stroked his chin, thinking, what are these creatures? Why is their spiritual power so weak? They don't look very bright, either. He tried to provoke them, with only this little spirit energy of yours, I wouldn't be able to handle it? Xiao Huang immediately replied with absolute certainty, that's right, arrogant human, don't assume that because your spiritual realm is advanced, you are truly powerful. Although your realm is indeed profound and unfathomable, and we are not mighty in your eyes, if you kill one of our spirits, it will cause the Manhwa realm to lose control entirely. When that happens, you will be destroyed along with our plane. Yi Bei gave a faint smile, paying no heed to her warning. If he thought about it, this was indeed the survival strategy of low-level demon beasts, the simplest and most effective. These tiny things were so weak that a single snap of his fingers could break their bones. After all, how could he avoid hurting them while still finding the person? Xiao Huang said triumphantly, well? You frightened now, are you? Hand over 3,000 drops of spirit liquid as a toll. We will let you leave here safely. He was surprised. Spirit liquid suddenly clenched his fist, a spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. I've got a way. Yi Bei cast the summoning spell for the liquid, the emerald-colored substance scattering from the air and spreading everywhere. The little demons gasped in shock and screamed. There's so much spirit liquid! All of this unfolded exactly as Yi Bei had predicted. These little demons were still naive and inexperienced, and he had only tricked them into taking 3,000 drops of spirit liquid. If he had released even a little of the spirit liquid he hadn't gathered from the bottom earlier, they would have been drowned by now. Moreover, he had added a bit of seasoning inside. He felt a sense of pride, slowly savoring the moment. Go, little demons! The spirit liquid poured down like rain, lightly sprinkling over the flower forest. The sky was clear, and Yi Bei's attention was drawn to an object not far away. He walked over and observed a flower-shaped coffin, wondering who could be inside. Inside lay a girl, her platinum hair flowing as she slept soundly. Yunju, Yi Bei's 27th disciple, appeared as a little lowly, lively and cute, with a heart as big as the world. At times foolish, at times endearing, she was deeply engrossed in studying the Grand Tao but had always been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to fully grasp it. She could have advanced with a single breath, yet 300 years had passed since she vanished. Yi Bei was also taken aback. Yunju, he called out to her, attempting to wake her. Yunju, it's time to get up. Yet she showed no response. He was puzzled, finding no reaction. Could it be the same as 300 years ago? Not sure what came to mind, she suddenly blushed, curious to try a little, then leaned down and kissed Yunju's lips. She immediately opened her eyes wide, becoming agitated. It's a success. My mesmerizing grand path has finally succeeded. The two were still kissing, and Yunju, intrigued, asked, "Let me see who has achieved success with my mesmerizing grand path." Yi Bei spoke, "You're awake?" I knew it, just like this. She was startled, embarrassed. Grandmaster. He smiled cunningly. Weren't you looking for someone to help you succeed with your mesmerizing grand path? That person is me. Yunju realized, pouting in dissatisfaction, why is it always Grandmaster again? She returned to her previous posture, with Yi Bei watching in confusion. Oh no, my mesmerizing grand path still hasn't succeeded. I must lie down quickly and wait for someone to come and kiss me later. He twitched his lips, feeling somewhat helpless. Yunju, my good disciple, it's been 300 years, and you still haven't come to pay respects to your grandmaster? She peeked out one eye, then placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Shoo, grandmaster, don't disturb me. She vaguely reminisced, back then, because of grandmaster, everyone called me Little Lowly, and as a result, everyone saw me as the younger sister. Yet, my mesmerizing path still hadn't been used. Meanwhile, all the grand paths of my sisters had taken shape, and I was the only one stuck at a bottleneck. It wasn't easy for me to lift the restriction on myself. If I could break through, I would succeed. But in the end, it was Grandmaster who caused the chaos. Yi Bei frowned in anger and pinched Yunju's cheek. What's called a restriction is like seeing yourself as a beautiful woman lying there, waiting for someone to kiss you. If someone can be tempted into kissing you in this situation, you will have cultivated the great Tao of seduction. Can you still play around in such a situation? Stand up. She grumbled in pain and resentment, thinking that success was within reach, but it was all the Grandmaster's fault for messing up her plans. He gritted his teeth and questioned, "Is it my fault?" She raised her voice in affirmation, "It was always like this." Yi Bei sulked and turned her back, "Forget it, let's pretend I never took a disciple like you." He shot a glance at Yunju, who was tugging at his sleeve, and asked, "What's the matter? Do you want to take junior master again?" She pitifully pleaded, "Grandmaster, I'm sorry, I just got too impatient." She hurried to explain, 300 years ago, I left the sect in order to complete this plan. But when I opened my eyes and saw you, Grandmaster, how could I not be anxious?" Yi Bei was still upset. "So according to what you're saying, Junior Master waking you up from the Manhwa realm was a harm to you?" Yunju wisely denied it, pretending to be obedient. "No, I should thank Grandmaster for waking me up. Grandmaster once told me that the great Tao of seduction is truly understood through the heart. Wearing a certain appearance could lead to the Tao, not a kiss that decides everything. Grandmaster, see, your disciple has remembered this in her heart." Yi Bei was pleased to hear this. She really is easy to teach. She spread her arms and shook her head in disbelief. "But Grandmaster, look, it's been hundreds of years and she's still like this, nothing has changed." As soon as she finished speaking, her chest swelled with elasticity, and her hips became more rounded. The girl was astonished. "Ha! Ha!" Yunju examined herself and joyfully announced, "My chest, my legs, it's worked. From a little girl, I've really transformed into a truly seductive woman. I knew it, that forbidden cultivation method would definitely work." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Yi Bei helplessly rubbed his forehead. As expected, she still didn't take the Grandmaster's words seriously. Yunju posed dramatically. "Don't I look seductive?" Yi Bei nonchalantly ignored the question. "Just tell me what you're doing here." She pointed her finger to the sky and began her story. "Father, I was studying the wonders of allure with these girls, but I accidentally inhaled some pollen while sleeping. Then I fell asleep, and thanks to them watching over me, I'd been able to sleep for many years without getting hurt." He closed his eyes and sighed in relief. "Now I feel lighter." She happily asked, "By the way, what are you doing here?" "Grandmaster, are you here because of me?" Yi Bei casually replied with a single syllable. "No." He recalled the figure of the leader of Hang Mo. "Have you ever seen a man here?" "I followed him in." Yunju pouted and looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. "Are you stupid?" "Grandmaster, I can't see anyone when I'm sleeping." He became angry upon hearing that. Then she summoned a golden yellow gem. "But if you give me a little memory of him, I can use this pearl to help you find him." Yi Bei was startled when he saw it. He quickly asked, "Where did you get this pearl?" "This is Linguay's memory pearl. Without it, she would lose all her memories." He gripped Yunju's shoulders tightly and shook her. "Where did you get this pearl?" She was also startled by his overly intense reaction. "I took it from a man. I tricked him into giving it to me." Then she quickly placed the pearl into Yi Bei's hand and apologized. "Grandmaster, I didn't know it was senior sister's memory pearl. I didn't mean to." He observed it with a serious expression. Linguay's family was killed when she was only 3 years old, and all the spiritual treasures of her family were taken. To carry out a more brutal revenge or to prevent her from seeking vengeance, the enemy purged her spiritual origin and memories. The pearl glows with a sparkling light. Since then, she's suffered from amnesia. On the heavenly profound continent, I risked everything to seize this memory pearl from a giant demon beast on the spirit island, to help stabilize her memory. He couldn't help but feel worried. "Now you hold this pearl. It's hard to imagine what Linguay is going through at this very moment." Yi Bei pondered deeply. "You say that the gem can track everyone's location from memory? That proves that the skills Linguay developed have succeeded. If we use this ability, it could help us locate the cave leader and Linguay." Yunju immediately reassured him, "Since Linguay is very strong, she will surely be fine." "Grandmaster, can you use your memory to sense where they are?" He closed his eyes, nodding in agreement. All right. After a moment, he perceived the Sand City and the ancient battlefield. "Yi Bei, let's go," she commanded. "Understood," she responded respectfully. "Yes." The formation beneath the ground lit up, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in another dimension. Yi Bei and Yunju landed simultaneously at the center of the formation, facing Hongyu and Xiang, who were surrounding the powerless cave leader of Hang Mo, kneeling. She stomped on his head as a warning, "If you try to run again, I will break your legs." "Yi Bei is calling," Hongyu reported. "Grandmaster, we have captured the leader of Hang Mo." Yunju popped her head out, waving, "Long time no see, senior sisters." Xiang asked casually, "Yunju, she's wondering, Grandmaster, what happened to the person down there? Why did Yunju go with him?" He replied calmly, "That's a long story. Let's start with how you found him." She recounted the entire incident. Hongyu went outside, exhaling in frustration, and encountered the leader at a different exit. Then she pointed at Hongyu and explained, "He was injured, so Hongyu was able to catch him quickly." The Hang Mo leader gaped in horror. "How could you recognize me?" "No way." Yi Bei extended his hand forward to summon the soul-searching formation. An energy bubble enveloped it. It screamed in pain. It desperately begged. "Don't kill me, I will tell you everything." He clenched his fist with ruthless determination. "It's too late." With that, the leader of Hang Mo exploded. Being Xiang asked seriously, "What did you find?" Grandmaster Yi Bei spoke of his findings in the heavenly realm, revealing the true intentions of the Lord of Heavenly Net Immortal Land. Yi Bei reminded them, "We will talk about the Lord of Heavenly Net Immortal Land later. Right now, we have more important matters to attend to. We need to find Linguay." Xiang was puzzled. What's going on with Linguay? She curiously observed Yunju's figure, wondering how Yunju had become so alluring. She excitedly hugged her head, pressing it against her chest. I'm so glad you noticed, isn't it wonderful? Hongyu angrily slapped her backside, making her jump in surprise. She's asking you to explain, don't hurt others like that. Yibei helplessly cleared his throat. Let's talk as we go. They obediently replied. Yes. In Sa City, Yunju had just finished explaining, and that's how things were. Shuaishan looked confused. Don't we still not know whether junior sister Linguay is alive or dead? It is very likely that Yibei had been recounting seriously for many years since Linguay lost her memory gem. Worrying is useless. After we settle everything in Sa City, we will go to the ancient battlefield to trace Linguay's whereabouts. A young boy ran over from afar. General, you've returned alive. Hong Yu was surprised. Xiao Liang, what are you doing here? The boy raised a small vial, offering it eagerly. General, this is water from the tree I've been tending for a long time. Please have some. She immediately declined. Thank you, Xiao Liang. But my younger sister doesn't drink it. The boy, thinking he understood the reason, quickly reassured her. Why? General, are you trying to save resources for us? Don't worry, I can find more in the sand. Yibei spoke up, drawing attention. Hey kid, do you remember what you said you wanted to do the first time we met? Xiao Liang's face filled with a wistful longing. I said I wanted to see the grasslands, drink water from a big bowl, and see how green the trees are. Why can't I do that? He closed his eyes, affirming firmly. Yes, you can. I can make your wish come true right now. Hongyu looked at him in astonishment, and then Yibei gently snapped his fingers. The world needed a small seed to anchor Sa City, and in an instant, part of it transformed. The sound of the system echoed, linking the world to the tiny seed. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds gathering, and lightning streaked across the heavens. Xiao Liang was startled by the sight as drops of water began to fall. From the long-standing ruins, a sprout emerged from the edge of the grassland rocks. This is the prairie, with clear streams winding through, flanked by lush grassy shores and streams. Yibei asked, do you need greenery when you have water? The boy was moved and tightly hugged his waist. No, not at all. Thank you. I know you brought General to us, defeated the monsters, and saved my younger sister. Thank you. He smiled gently. It's nothing. Hong Yu was also genuinely very happy. Thank you, Master, thank you for doing this for all the people of Sa City. Yibei waved his hand in complaint, I'm tired of hearing those words. Hong Yu, don't torment me anymore. She responded, yes, Master. He instructed, Hong Yu, I have broken the ban imposed by the heavenly net immortal landlord. Take these people away, or you can stay with them and continue to protect this place, but I must leave. She was reluctant, very sincere. Master Yibei turned his back to avoid her gaze. I wonder if Linguay is still alive. As the master of your elder sister, I must go to the ancient battlefield to find Linguay's whereabouts. You stay here and don't worry. Yunju innocently pointed at herself and asked, what about me? He coldly decided, you stay here with Hongyu, your elder sister. If the heavenly net immortal landlord returns, you must fight with Hongyu and send news to me in time, do you understand? She obediently rushed to his side. Yes, Master, I will do as you say and remember everyone. Shuaishan emotionlessly reminded, it's better if you don't get attracted to any man and forget all of us. She deliberately ignored those words. I can't hear a thing. Senior sister, you may go now. Hong Yu taunted. At the ancient battlefield, a pillar of light shone straight down from the sky. Standing before the cliff, Shuaishan watched and asked Yibei, Master, do you sense it? She frowned, on guard, feeling a murderous aura behind them. While Yibei was watching intently, a strange object shot over. He startled, glanced aside, then caught it. It was a lion cub. He recognized it as a spirit master. At that moment 3 unfamiliar men appeared. The one in front had his right eye covered and snarled, "Little brat, stop right there." Yi Bei and Xiang both turned their attention to him. Huang Mao pointed at him, arrogantly threatening, "You one-eyed fool, hand the spirit master over to me at once, or I'll cut you in two." He flared with anger and glared at him sharply. "Say that again." The spirit master in his arms seemed to sense the danger too, crying out, "Hoo hoo hoo." The 3 turned pale with fear, cold sweat streaming down. The cowardly underlings whispered, "Elder Chief, he's too terrifying, should we attack?" Huang Mao immediately punched him hard in the head and declared, "They only scare fools like you. When the spirit seed arrives, let's give them a beating together, so they know that I am the true ruler of this land." The underlings answered in a flurry, "Yes, yes, yes." Xiang stared in astonishment. "Master, they mentioned Linguay 13, junior sister, how do they know her?" Yi Bei warned. "Something's not right. Let's wait and see." Suddenly the spirit master sensed a familiar presence and cried, "Oh, ayo, ayo." A girl with blue hair leapt down, as light as the wind. Yi Bei was taken aback, "It really is Linguay." Xiang was amazed. "Linguay junior sister." Huang Mao called out. "Linguay, you're finally here." She asked, "Have you caught that spirit master yet?" He had backing, and immediately grew bolder. Pointing at him, he tattled, "That guy dared to challenge me and even stole our spirit master, kill him now." Linguay glanced over, "Who dares steal from me?" Yi Bei greeted her with a mocking smile. Seeing this, Linguay misunderstood and ground her teeth in fury. "Damn it, are you mocking me?" Linguay flew into a rage and charged to warn them, "Put the spirit master down, or today will be your death." Yi Bei didn't bother to dodge, her sword thrust straight into his chest. She was horrified that the tip of the sword made no wound. "What the hell is that?" He stood frozen. Yi Bei glared at her, "Linguay, how dare you draw your sword in front of your master?" Then she flicked Linguay hard on the forehead. The 3 others still cheered enthusiastically, "Go, Linguay." Then kicked that fellow away. She clutched her head, her body swaying. "What have you done to me?" He smiled slyly. "It's nothing, I'm just helping you get something back." She furrowed her brow in pain, her head aching terribly. Linguay was alone in a separate dimension, where dark red light filled the space. Her gaze was empty. "My name is Linguay. I don't know when I started losing my memories. Every time I wake up, it feels like a brand new world to me. I have no memories, and the only way I can protect myself is by killing." Behind her were countless monster corpses, sharp swords, blood, decay, and death surrounded my life. But the next day, I would forget everything. Her face was cold and ruthless, no different from the Grim Reaper. One day, Huang Mao maliciously announced, "Your name is Linguay, and you belong to us. You can't kill me." Her expression was vacant as she repeated, "Linguay." Then, they gave me a pill that could maintain my short-term memory. They said that to cure this amnesia, I needed to continue killing people to find that magical pill. The green pill looked very suspicious. "This soul-enhancing pill could temporarily stabilize your memory." Linguay took it and said, "Thank you." Linguay concentrated and used her power, dust rising in a cloud. My life had been threatened countless times, but they always said it was for my sake. There were times when I rejected them, but I didn't know why I would then faint, with pain at the back of my head. When I woke up, I found myself in the lair of the monsters. There was no choice but to keep fighting. Alone she faced countless gigantic, ferocious monsters. It wasn't that I had never doubted them, it was just that every time they called me senior sister, a feeling of familiarity rose from the bottom of my heart. That feeling dispelled my suspicions. Huang Mao and 2 others, their eyes vicious, called senior sister. But as fewer and fewer spirit beasts were killed on the ancient battlefield, their gazes toward me gradually turned strange, like those of predators, as if they wanted to devour me alive. Linguay was unconscious, groped by rough hands. Huang Mao smiled slyly and declared, after so many battles, her spirit and body have reached their limit, she's no longer worth exploiting. When you deal with her later, be quick, make sure she's dead, then fetch her stuff for me. Understand? An underling obeyed. Yes, understood. In the forest, Linguay lay motionless on the ground. The spirit master stood before her, protecting her. She seemed gravely wounded. That time it had saved me, she had risked her life to flee. It turned out that on those occasions it had been the little spirit master rescuing me, yet I remembered nothing. It walked beside her like a bodyguard, Linguay concluded. They were waiting for my memories to be fully restored so that I would kill the little spirit master. Huang Mao pointed at it and ordered, "Senior sister, it made our sister lose her memory, eliminate it." Its body trembled constantly, crying out pitifully, desperate for her to recognize it. Linguay opened her eyes wide and suddenly came to, "I remember now." She exposed it. "I remember now. You people have tried to kill me 3 times, and even set up traps to make me kill the little spirit master who has saved my life multiple times, huh?" Huang Mao stroked his chin smugly. "Huh, so you've finally remembered, huh? But it's too late for you now." As soon as Linguay's senior sister finished speaking, a box-shaped barrier appeared above her head, and in the blink of an eye, it trapped the 3 of them inside. Yi Bei was excited and casually waved his hand, summoning a high-level immortal grade artifact like the soul snare cage. "This ancient battlefield is interesting." Huang Mao placed his hands on his hips and mocked Linguay. "If you were still of any use, we might have kept you around a bit longer. But you only have yourself to blame for being so useless." She gritted her teeth, angrily cursing. "You scoundrels, from the very beginning, you wanted to trick me into being a puppet to kill people for you." He arrogantly confirmed, "That's right. I don't think anyone understands the principle of the big fish eating the small fish better than you. You trusted us too much and got deceived, serves you right." Linguay drew her sword, her aura becoming intense. "Since you've said it like that, I don't need to show you any mercy anymore." She decisively swung her sword at the soul snare cage. However, the sword energy merely skimmed over it without causing any damage. Linguay was shocked. No reaction? How could this be? Did I strike in the wrong place? A red-colored space suddenly appeared beneath her feet. She was startled, sensing danger, as countless souls rose from it, attempting to pull her down. Huang Mao laughed loudly and narrated. "Ha, Linguay, you didn't expect this, did you? This is the soul-binding cage forged from the 3,000 souls of the Demon of Tears, capable of tearing through the layers of a human's spiritual power until it shreds their very soul. This is the result of the work you stole from me, and now it is used specifically to deal with weak souls like yours." She was so angry she couldn't even speak. "You." He pretended to show sympathy, saying, "Don't be upset. Once your soul is torn apart, I'll absorb your spiritual power. That way, you won't have to worry about being exploited by others, and you won't need to spend your days fighting and killing." In contrast to the tense atmosphere here, Yi Bei and Shui Shan were casually observing from the side. Huang Mao suddenly realized, "What's going on? Why aren't you injured?" He coldly complained, speaking in a shrill voice, "I've been putting up with you for too long. If you ever had even the slightest favor for Linguay, I'd consider sparing your life." Unfortunately, Yi Bei immediately released a burst of power, effortlessly shattering the soul-binding cage. The 3 men hastily retreated in panic. Huang Mao still couldn't believe it was happening. How could something so illogical be occurring? Yi Bei coldly glanced at him and ordered, "Kneel." They immediately dared not resist and complied, their faces showing expressions of hopelessness. One of the subordinates, fearful, said, "His cultivation is higher than that of our true immortal rank. We can't possibly defeat him." Huang Mao's face turned pale as he cautiously asked, "Elder Chief, what should we do now?" "No, this can't be," he muttered to himself. "I have so many magical artifacts, so many elixirs. How can I be easily controlled like this?" What do you want with us? Yi Bei's eyes flashed. He unleashed a merciless spell and declared, lock Linguay up here for 100 years so she cannot escape, exploit her amnesia to manipulate her. Today I will avenge my disciple. I will make you suffer the same torments Linguay once endured. I will strip away your cultivation techniques, swallow you into the ancient battlefield and torture you until you cannot be released. He hurriedly defended himself, I'm sorry I had eyes yet failed to see Mount Tai, but I have never harmed your disciple. He gave them no more time for words. Heart-rending screams rang out. Xiang took Yi Bei by the arm, smiled friendly, and introduced, Linguay, junior sister, this is Master. Master has just avenged you, and I am your senior sister. Come here, we'll help you restore your memories. Linguay, once bitten by a snake and wary of ropes for 10 years, asked warily, I once placed all my trust in them, only to be exploited by them. And are you any more supremely deceitful than they were? She decisively turned her back and walked away, I will never trust anyone again. Xiang urgently called after Linguay, Master, Linguay has run away. Do you want me to bring her back? Why didn't the patriarch transmit memories into her memory block, then her recollections could have returned? He frowned anxiously. He was very anxious. Linguay is desperate now. Pressuring her, I'm afraid the situation will only worsen. I was just trying to awaken her will a little. Xiang curiously asked, what would happen if Linguay lost her memory again and disappeared? He calmly instructed, no need to rush, just rest a little. She will come back. She was confused upon hearing this, what do you mean? Yi Bei reminded her, think about it, silly girl. If you were Linguay, what would you do? She stroked her chin thoughtfully, if I were Linguay, and there was no one I could truly trust around me, and I could lose my memory at any time, the first thing I'd do is figure things out. She would search for a remedy to stabilize her memory. He sat down and confirmed, that's right. Those 3 are holding the medicine, and I've already taken it. She will definitely return. Xiang praised, Master, you truly are amazing. Yi Bei proudly sniffed, but still pretended to be modest, no need to flatter me. Without such deep knowledge, how could I be the master of 108 disciples? Soon, night fell, and the stars shone brightly. Linguay appeared again. She looked around cautiously. The 2 others had probably already left. The 3 men from the island were likely still in a deep coma. Linguay thought to herself, the soul guiding pill must still be in their hands. I'll carefully take it and leave immediately. Nothing serious will happen. Suddenly, Yi Bei's voice came from a branch nearby, startling her. Are you looking for this? Linguay looked up at him, simultaneously probing. You not only refuse to leave, but also steal the soul binding pill. What exactly do you intend to do? He won't explain, in a moment, you will understand, Yi Bei commanded. Act now. Luo girl Xiang silently leapt behind her like a shadow, then thrust a needle into her neck. Linguay groggily clutched her throat, cursing, you filthy scoundrel. As soon as the words left her mouth, she fainted, and Yi Bei swiftly caught her. Xiang admired her, saying, Junior sister Xing Chen's elixir is truly formidable. It can make even a supreme heavenly emperor fall unconscious in an instant. He ordered, Luo and I, this is the ancient battlefield, full of danger. Stay here and guard for safety, I will go restore Linguay's memories. She respectfully agreed, yes, master. A golden barrier will envelop this area. Yi Bei closed his eyes, concentrating to exert his power. Before him, Linguay lay motionless. A golden sphere hovered. He assumed a stance and said, Xiao Linguay, the memory orb contains all your past memories, and when you absorb them, you no longer need to worry about losing your memories. He then extended his hand towards her forehead to perform the technique. But it was immediately blocked by the barrier surrounding her. She gritted her teeth and groaned, my head feels like it's being hammered. Yi Bei was startled, his face pale, it can't be. Xiang was equally shocked, Master, what is happening? He observed for a while before solemnly diagnosing, her spirit has been damaged and is unable to absorb the super spiritual energy of the memory fragment, so her physical body instinctively blocks it. Xiang, standing behind, pleaded, "Yi Bei Linguay, she's in so much pain. Grandmaster, please help her." His hand emitted a soft green glow, with the palm radiating a golden light. Golden Rain Purification. Linguay opened her eyes and called out, "Grandmaster, great senior sister." Xiang anxiously asked, "Linguay, have you recovered your memory?" With Yi Bei's help, Linguay stood up and said, "Just now, a few fragments of memory flashed before my eyes. I saw you all in them. You are my grandmaster and great senior sister." Xiang joyfully exclaimed, "Grandmaster, Linguay's memory has been restored." He responded, "This is only the result of the memory fragment forcefully entering her body. She will lose her memory again soon." She heard this and was stunned. Seeing her reaction, Linguay embraced her comfortingly, saying, "Senior sister, don't be sad. I've never seen you cry. In my memories, you're incredibly strong." Then she turned to Yi Bei and said, "Later, when the dawn breaks, I will forget you all again. I hope you will forgive me for forgetting you. I don't do it on purpose." He smiled and patted her head, "Silly girl, we will restore your soul and memories." She lowered her head and accepted, "Thank you." The Grandmaster passed through the towering stones, and there was a brilliant light. The sun was rising. The three of them stood there in silence, a breeze passing between them. Linguay closed her eyes as a beam of green light appeared. When she opened her eyes again, she asked, "Who are you?" Yi Bei smiled indifferently and said, "We are your grandmaster and great senior sister. If you don't believe us, you can fight your great senior sister. After fighting her, you'll believe what we say is true." Xiang, standing beside her, sighed, "Grandmaster, you're provoking us to fight again. And yet Linguay refuses." "No, I believe what you're saying." Xiang asked again, "Are you so quick to trust us? You didn't act like this yesterday." Linguay explained, "Your strength is far greater than mine. Killing me would be easy for you, so there's no need to lie to me. Besides, your faces are very familiar, they give me a sense of trust." Xiang sighed, "If I had known it would be this easy, I would have come to find you after you regained your memories." Yi Bei spoke up, "If that's the case, come with us. We'll find the treasure that can restore your divine soul." Linguay responded, "Thank you, Grandmaster." "Thank you, great senior sister." Outside the ancient battlefield, the sunlight shone on the cliffs. Linguay, walking beside them, questioned, "Grandmaster, you said this is the ancient battlefield, but how can it be so desolate that there isn't a single divine beast in sight?" Yi Bei answered, "I've looked into your soul before you lost your memories. You were manipulated by some people, and those people have destroyed most of the places with treasures outside the ancient battlefield." Xiang smiled with a hint of meaning and praised, "You really are a good henchman, there's nothing left here." Linguay smiled awkwardly, "Oh, is it because of me? I'm really sorry." Yi Bei continued, "Those cowardly people only dare to do this outside of the ancient battlefield. In fact, the core battlefield is where the treasure is. There must be something they want there." Xiang agreed, "Yes." As they ventured deeper into the core battlefield, Xiang sighed, "This truly lives up to its name, where the immortal beings of the ancient times fought. This place is filled with spiritual energy and primal qi, with immortal herbs and divine weapons scattered everywhere." Linguay nodded in agreement, "This is the perfect place for rapid cultivation." Yi Bei cautioned, "Luo girl, although it seems peaceful here, danger lurks everywhere." He turned around to remind them, "Today, I won't take action. You both must go and defeat a divine beast in the immortal realm. After that, it will willingly offer its divine soul to you, and you will be able to truly absorb its energy." The two of them answered in unison, "Yes." A bird flew past the three of them, heading straight ahead, gliding by. Yi Bei looked at the bird and said, "Go, Luo girl, this is your opportunity." She responded, "Yes." Linguay suddenly realized something and said, "This is also my opportunity." She turned around to face the white wolf, which let out a roar, releasing a burst of spiritual energy. Linguay wasn't scared, instead wondering, oh no, is it calling for reinforcements? In the sky, a gigantic bird swooped down like a storm. Its screeching sound was enough to shatter the tranquility of everything around it. The bird flew straight toward Luo Xiang. It unleashed a stream of green fire, seemingly intending to turn her into ash. The blazing flames consumed the land, but had no effect on her whatsoever. Xiang stood still, unmoving, calmly awaiting the wave of heat to crash upon her. I possess the chaotic immortal body, and I've been blessed with a natural destiny at Tianjiao Pavilion, so your fiery attack is useless against me, she said. The spiritual energy around her body fluctuated as she used her power to absorb all of the flames. She gazed at the phoenix before her. It was over, little phoenix. She used just a fraction of her power, transforming it into a beam of light that shot toward the bird's heart. The bird vanished completely, leaving only a single feather falling to the ground. She reached out and caught the floating feather, gripping it tightly in her palm. Done. Now, we just wait for Linguay. On the other side, two fierce white wolves howled loudly, ready to attack at any moment. Linguay had to face them alone. She summoned the great Tao of heaven and earth, her sword strikes coming faster than lightning. She charged directly at the two wolves, sending them flying dozens of meters away. One of the wolves screamed in pain, seeming to lose its sanity from the agony. It charged toward her uncontrollably, dust flying up around them. Linguay remained unfazed. With a swift strike, she severed the wolf's neck, blood splattering everywhere. That was the end of one. The remaining wolf, seeing its comrade's sacrifice, didn't care at all but, in a fit of rage, charged forward. She managed to dodge one blow. With the wolf's speed, it wouldn't have made a difference to her anyway. Linguay spoke with a tone of disdain, too slow. She suddenly froze, as if she had just realized something. She clutched her head in pain, not noticing the sharp fangs that were closing in on her. At that moment, Luo Shuishang ran over and was horrified by the scene. Fortunately, Yi Bei arrived just in time. With a single punch, he knocked Linguay's massive wolf aside in the nick of time. Shuishang anxiously said, "Master, what should we do now? Linguay can't fight against those giant wolves anymore." Linguay, still clutching her head in agony, kept moaning, "My head, my soul hurts so much." Yi Bei, looking worried, said, "It seems this is the result of forcibly merging with the memory of the continent. The battle just now has caused damage to her mind and soul." He lifted the unconscious Linguay in his arms. "We have to leave here immediately." Shuishang quickly replied, "Yes." Then, in the cliffside, a spatial rift opened. It led directly to the desolate little world. He brought Linguay there to help her heal. Yi Bei thought that Linguay's injuries were too severe and her soul had been harmed too much, so she could no longer stay conscious or speak to them. "I can only help ease her pain." Shuishang, feeling urgent in his heart, implored him, "Master, please, is there no other way?" He, of course, was also worried, but there was nothing more he could do. Her soul was completely fragmented, so now she had to heal her soul with another soul. Therefore, she had to tame a spirit beast to heal herself. Right now, in this condition, she couldn't. Linguay was still lying against the stone, his eyes tightly closed, his body drenched in sweat. He continued, "In the barren little world, there are countless treasures, both celestial and earthly, that I previously collected. All of them are for Linguay, and the situation seems to be improving." Yi Bei raised his hand and shouted to summon Blood Spirit Ginseng, Spirit Absorption Pill, Blood Vine Branch. But nothing appeared, leaving him bewildered. He clenched his fist, his face darkening. Why isn't anything appearing? Seeing his expression suddenly change, Shuishang quickly rushed over and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" He looked at his empty hand in confusion. All the herbs in this little barren world had vanished. She was both surprised and suspicious. How could they suddenly disappear like that? Could someone have stolen them? After thinking for a while, she was puzzled. That's impossible. This is the land you created, who would dare steal your things? Yibei braced himself on his hand, deep in thought about the lion from that day. Could it have been it? Before he could ponder further, a huge object with red eyes appeared, startling both him and Xiang. A deafening howl echoed through the air. It seemed they were once again witnessing the appearance of some monstrous beast. Xiang asked in astonishment, "What is this?" She widened her eyes in realization and saw a small lion cub. Yibei calmly revealed, "You've swallowed all of my treasures." Upon hearing that the lion cub had consumed all of Grandmaster's precious treasures, she rolled up her sleeves, brimming with energy. "Grandmaster, I will kill it and feed its meat to Linguay." He raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Wait, it has something to say." The lion cub, with a pitiful expression, let out panting sounds. It growled, and Yibei seemed to understand something. "I see now." She turned to him and asked, "Master, what did it say? Should we spare its life?" Yibei answered gently, "It says it is willing to sacrifice its sacred soul to help Linguay regain her soul and memories." She was both stunned and slightly skeptical. "What?" Yibei cleared his throat and asked the giant lion, still lying there groaning, "If it weren't for the coincidence that allowed you to enter this small, barren world and consume immortal-grade treasures, considering your status, it would likely take you thousands of years to reach your current level of cultivation. Are you truly willing to give up your sacred soul to help Linguay?" The lion nodded, making a sound, "Gr. Gr." He closed his eyes and sighed lightly, then, "As you wish." As soon as Yibei finished speaking, a purple flame appeared in mid-air. It was a ritual to offer up a sacred soul, and a powerful purple aura surrounded Linguay. A buzzing sound emanated from the swirling air. The soul sacrifice ritual was successful. Xiang was puzzled. "Grandmaster, sacrificing a divine soul and abandoning a million years of cultivation would be difficult even for a human. Exactly what is the relationship between it and Linguay?" He relaxed his facial muscles and calmly explained, "It was originally the offspring of an ancient divine beast, a lion beast, but it was abandoned by its parents and siblings due to its poor potential and lack of interest in cultivation. Its parents and siblings became immortals after many years of cultivation and left this place. And it is the only one that has retained its original form." The beast lay still on Linguay's body. Yibei sighed. "A discarded spiritual beast is the lowest form of existence and would be devoured by other divine beasts. But it still managed to escape from one disaster after another over 100 years ago. After Linguay arrived at the ancient battlefield, whenever it encountered danger, she just happened to be there to save it." He continued reminiscing about what he knew. Each time it lost its memory, Linguay would forget about it. But no matter how many times she lost her memory, she would save the little lion and become friends with it until the next memory loss. Then, the three brothers came to help temporarily stabilize her memory, so it stayed with her. Seeing the little lion affectionately lying on Linguay's body, he understood that now, it finally knew the reason for her memory loss and that she was in danger. Thus, it was willing to sacrifice its entire divine soul to save her. Hearing the story, Xiang was moved. "Grandmaster, if one day you were to face such a situation, I would be willing to sacrifice my soul for you." He frowned. "I am strong. Is it necessary for you to sacrifice yourself?" She felt shy and embarrassed, nervously twiddling her fingers. "Of course, I know you are strong. I only meant that if..." He hesitated. "I understand now." Linguay gradually regained consciousness, sitting up while rubbing her head, still echoing with pain. Grandmaster and senior sister Xiang rushed over anxiously to support her. "Linguay, you're awake." Linguay politely knelt in respect. "Thank you very much. I am now able to restore my memory smoothly." She painfully recalled past events. "It was all my fault. Back then, I sensed someone's betrayal plan and lost a fragment of my memory. If you hadn't come here, and if the little lion hadn't sacrificed its sacred soul to help me, I might have been gone forever." Linguay looked uneasy, as if she wanted to plead for something. Grandmaster Yibei, undoubtedly a master of psychology, said, "I am your grandmaster. Speak whatever is on your mind." She stammered. "Grandmaster, I suppose I should stay here for a while. because I want to take the little lion with me to cultivate and restore its divine soul, helping it to grow." He encouraged her earnestly. "You are compassionate and loyal, a good disciple, a model for your fellow students." "Of course, I will agree." Then he reached into his robe and took something out. "You have just recovered, and moreover, this eternal battlefield is full of dangers." He opened his hand, presenting a box before her. Inside was a violet pill emitting a gentle glow. "Keep this pill. It can save your life at a critical moment." Linguay tightly embraced the lion, speaking with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Grandmaster," Xiang whispered. "Grandmaster, I think all your pills have been eaten by the little lion, so how come you still have some left?" He laughed loudly, clutching his stomach. "The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but as your Grandmaster, do you think my treasures could be taken so easily?" "Ha ha." He happily turned to Linguay. "Now, we will leave and go search for your other fellow disciples." Linguay suddenly remembered something. "Master, this is a cultivation method I once learned from a shooting range deep in the battlefield, but I never understood its contents. I lost my memory and forgot about it." She took out an ancient book from her person. "Now, I will give it to you." As he tightly held the book in his hands, he suddenly realized that this was the detailed solution to the ancient martial arts methods from the supreme arts that Ming Xian Chen had given him. Yi Bei flipped through the pages, then smirked. "After studying these 2 pages, my body has now united the Longsher Guang and even enhanced the spiritual energy for the separated life forms from before." Suddenly, he was shaken, noticing that there were marks as if someone had torn part of it. Yi Bei turned to Linguay and asked, Was this part torn?" She awkwardly responded, "Master, this calligraphy is extremely mysterious. Tens of thousands of people have owned it from over 3,000 different dimensions. Afterward, I could only obtain the remaining part of it." Linguay's cheeks instinctively flushed red, and she lowered her head, unable to look him in the eye. As for the missing pages of the calligraphy scroll, it was rumored that they were located on Dongnan Island. Luo Shuishang noticed something unusual about her and asked, "Why is your face as red as a tomato? Haven't you fully recovered yet?" Linguay waved her hand in protest, "No, it's something else." She pressed her further, "Then what is it?" Linguay couldn't avoid the question, her face growing even redder as she stammered, "Well, it's like I've made up my mind." She shouted, "The people on Dongnan Island have no shame." No sooner had she spoken, a mirage appeared, showing a man and woman constantly entwined with each other. Shuishang sighed, Linguay said, "That's right." Upon finishing, she blushed and silently turned away. "Master, let's go find the missing pages of the ancient martial arts method." Seeing her unusual behavior, he sensed something wasn't right. As he turned, his eyes met yet another couple, this time embracing. "I don't want to disturb them," Shuishang quickly turned away. "Let's go this way." "What? This way is even worse?" She was startled, letting out a loud scream, tightly closing her eyes, and angrily shouted, What's wrong with the people here?" Yi Bei, seeing his disciple's reaction, burst into laughter. You look adorable, Luo girl." Just then, someone carrying a cart walked past and bumped into her. Excuse me. In the process, she stumbled and fell into Master's arms, carefully resting in his embrace. At this moment, Shuishan could only stammer an apology. "I didn't mean to do that, Master." Yi Bei gently reassured, "Desire is a natural part of human nature in this world, so there's no need for you to be frightened." The street vendor turned towards her, apologizing, "I am terribly sorry, both of you. I was carrying a heavy load and didn't pay attention to the road." She calmly replied, "It's okay." Though outwardly calm, Shuishan secretly smiled to herself. "Thank you for bumping into me. It's been a long time since I've had Master in my arms like this." To make amends, the vendor handed her a gem. "I sincerely apologize to both of you. Please accept this spiritual gem as compensation for my mistake." As soon as she took it, the vendor turned and walked away. She curiously turned to ask her master, "Master, I have a strange feeling that the people here are a little odd, don't you think?" Raising the gem to examine it, she was somewhat incredulous, because even a lowly street vendor could casually acquire an indestructible spiritual gem. This was definitely unusual. Yi Bei calmly responded, turning back to Xiang, "Pay close attention to the appearance of the people around us." Indeed, it was strange. Everyone here was smiling happily. She realized and exclaimed, "It's astonishing everyone is smiling. Elder Lord, the little ones, and everyone else. They're all just smiling." He slapped his forehead in disbelief. How did this situation come about? After speaking, her eyes seemed to suddenly clear, sparkling with a new light. Yi Bei made a suggestion, and now it's time to test whether they are laughing or crying. The people here are truly strange, they both laugh and cry, looking quite frightening. She gasped, "Are they all evil spirits or illusions?" Xiang asked her master with a look of surprise, "Is everything here an illusion?" Yi Bei remained calm. "No, both crying and laughing are real, but the crying comes from the heart, while the smile is just on the surface. It's strange to think that someone has managed to keep everyone in this state to show me what's going on." Without waiting any longer, he raised his hand and used his spiritual power. A stream of spiritual energy surrounded an old man. Yi Bei seemed uncomfortable, not understanding why his uncle had no effect. "I can't see the past of the people here." Hearing this, Xiang also wanted to try. "Let me give it a shot." With that, her spiritual energy flowed directly towards the old man. "Your spell has no effect on the old man either. I can't find anything about the past of these people except for their memories of this island." "Who took away their memories? What is he trying to calculate?" Suddenly, the surroundings began to shift, and she looked up at the petals fluttering. Yi Bei suddenly realized something. "I understand now." Holding a petal in his hand, he explained to Xiang. "Someone has used cherry blossom petals to continuously erase and block the cries of these people, making them forget their past and continue smiling and speaking." He fell into deep thought. If we can trace the origin of this petal, we might uncover the secrets behind this Tasumi island, and it wouldn't be hard to find ancient artistic ruins. As they moved forward, a large house suddenly appeared. She asked suspiciously, "Master, is that it?" Yi Bei replied, "Let's go there and check." The two of them suddenly stopped. In front of them appeared a very noisy place. Xiang recognized a brothel and calmly said, "Let's go in and take a look." Before they could enter, they were surrounded by a group of young women. "He's so handsome, I want to sleep with him." One of them added, "The girl next to him is also very beautiful." The courtesans here really know how to please men. "Handsome boy, do you need a card? We have all kinds of boys and girls here. Just pay 2,000, and you'll get a 50% discount for your first time." "Yes, yes. Handsome men get an extra discount. If you take 2 people, each one can enjoy free service from multiple people, with even more discounts." The women stepped forward and hugged Xiang tightly, causing her to scream, "Master, save me." She still wouldn't let go, in fact, holding her tighter. "No need to rush, we also have male services. You and this hot guy will get a better deal." Yi Bei quickly tossed the spirit orb into the air. It flew up, glowing as it headed towards the girls. After throwing it, he declared loudly, "This is a heaven-grade crystal, and it belongs to anyone who catches it." The young ladies immediately rushed to compete. "The heaven-grade crystal, it's enough for me to use for a lifetime. It's mine, I want it. With this, I won't need to work anymore." Yi Bei turned to her and said, "Let's go to the back." Feeling relieved, she gently replied, "Yes." On the way, the two of them suddenly noticed a very familiar figure. Xiang called out, "Yimeng, what are you doing here?" The girl turned around, looking at the two of them in surprise and asked, "Who are you?" This girl was Yimeng. She hurriedly grabbed the girl's hand and said, "He is the master, and I am your senior sister. Don't you recognize us?" Yimeng looked flustered and said, you must be mistaken, I don't know either of you. After speaking, she wanted to run away. I have something to do, I must go. Seeing her attempt to leave, Xiang shouted loudly at her, Yi Mang. The fact that the junior sister didn't recognize her left her disappointed. Master, has Yi Mang lost her memory? He asked. Calmly, Yi Bei replied, I have infiltrated her soul. She hasn't lost her memory. She is intentionally avoiding us. Upon hearing this, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. What? Xiang was equally surprised. In the past, although Yi Meng wasn't as close to people like the elder sisters, she always admired and respected them. As long as you spoke, she would even go all out to cultivate and explore the king's spirit realm. How could she pretend not to know us like this? Yi Bei's expression turned serious as she analyzed. She left in Ding and pretended to treat me as a stranger. Then, they met again inside the inner courtyard of Nding. It seemed that she and this place had a deep connection. He decided to enter and investigate. Let's go in and examine it. Xiang, who was beside him, obediently followed the Grandmaster. Yes. The atmosphere inside was silent, enveloped by a calm stillness. The morning sunlight illuminated their faces, revealing a clear sense of vigilance. Unaware, Xiang accidentally bumped into a string. It seemed that someone had set it up as a precaution against intruders. She panicked and cried out, What was that sound? A loud voice shouted from afar. Anyone who trespasses into the inner courtyard will have no way out. A huge explosion occurred where the two were standing, and a strange light surrounded them amidst the rising smoke. Xiang covered her nose and yelled loudly, Oh no, it's a transformation. He also held his breath, signaling her. We'll deal with it in time. Let me see what mysterious things you are hiding. Both Yi Bei and Xiang pretended to collapse further away, as if hearing strange sounds approaching. Two beautiful women soon appeared, whispering to each other, seemingly calculating something. Indeed, these are not ordinary people. Perhaps he will make a perfect subordinate to his mother. Bring him to the others. The girl in green brought him to a strange tree. He was still pretending to be unconscious. They've separated me from Luo girl. What are these people planning? The strange girl bowed before the large tree. Revered Mother Su, this gentleman is a newcomer to the island. He possesses an incredibly impressive physique. It seems he is the servant that you have been searching for day and night. Thus, I have brought him here. Would you like to test this new person? Unexpectedly, the tree itself actually responded. I understand. You may leave now. The girl bowed deeply in gratitude. He shut his eyes, lost in thought. They wanted to offer him as a servant to a mere tree? Had the people on Dong Island lost their minds? No wonder they looked so strange. From the tree's trunk, a series of vine-like tendrils shot out, rustling as they rushed toward him. He remained where he was, watching as the branches came closer, seemingly intending to bind him. Yi Bei suddenly opened his eyes wide, full of alertness. He could no longer tolerate this. He stood up and swiftly chopped the branches in half with a single motion. Pointing at the canopy, he shouted in anger, How can a mere tree be transformed so magically? What significance does it hold? I will personally teach you to be nothing but a meaningless tree. He raised his hand and unleashed a spell Fiery Heavens technique. A burst of 5-colored light shot forth. Suddenly, the tree underwent a dramatic transformation. A blazing yellow light erupted, followed by a loud explosion in front of the tree. From within the billowing smoke and dust, a voluptuous girl surrounded by countless falling leaves stepped out. The two of them stood silently, gazing at each other for a long while. Yi Bei thought to himself, no misstep occurred. She's not an ordinary maiden. If I were to fight this lady, victory wouldn't necessarily be mine. I've met an opponent of true caliber. He hatched a wild, reckless idea, a sinister smile curling on his lips. But if she was intrigued by this physique, he might just be able to tempt her. Dao Huashan descended gently, as light as a leaf drifting to the ground after floating in midair, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Do you truly wish for me to become your servant?" Unexpectedly, she bowed to Yi Bei in a formal salute, her expression radiant with delight. "Immortal sovereign," she continued, "I apologize for the insult and for troubling a person of your caliber. Earlier, I did not yet know your true identity, please forgive me." His eyes widened, astonished at the figure kneeling before him. "Ha? Immortal sovereign?" Thoughts raced in his mind, 1,000 questions pressing in. He asked in disbelief, "Is there any other title I possess that I am unaware of?" The tree, once lush and green, had now transformed into a romantic pink, petals drifting gently on the breeze. Dao Huashen remained composed. "I never imagined I would meet the reincarnated embodiment of the immortal sovereign. Well, I suppose fate itself has arranged this encounter for me." He thought silently, could the immortal embodiment she mentioned somehow be connected to my own immortal dragon form? Yi Bei asked, puzzled. "Why do you hold me in such regard as the immortal sovereign? For what purpose does this island even exist?" She bowed her head slightly. "Immortal King Su, please wait without haste. This humble servant will conceal no information from you. Before I answer your questions, would you allow me to make a single request of you?" Yi Bei did not hesitate and immediately replied, "What do you want?" She rushed over and stroked his chin, "I want to join a cultivation session with you. After that, I will surely share everything I know with you." Yi Bei silently pondered, knowing that joint cultivation involved the harmonization of both yin and yang forces of the Tai Chi, which meant the mutual cultivation efforts of two individuals. She is an exceptionally talented cultivator. Perhaps after this joint session with her, I will be able to significantly improve my cultivation level. He grinned wickedly, thank the heavens that she's in her human form and not in the form of a tree anymore. If she reverted to her original form, I would probably face many unexpected challenges during cultivation. I am willing to do this not because of any dark temptations. I just want to enhance my cultivation energy and uncover the secrets of this place. I am doing this for the sake of my disciple, Yi Meng." His gaze fell on her full chest, and her alluring figure was accentuated by the tight dress. The scent of red petal further heated up the atmosphere. "All right, I accept." As soon as he finished speaking, she joyfully grabbed his hand. She stood still, closed her eyes, and focused. "I will begin immediately," causing him to freeze in surprise. He pulled his hand back in excitement and shouted, "So this is how the trees conduct cultivation sessions?" She continued to smile innocently with her eyes squinted. "Exactly. The key parts of the body are the most crucial when the branches connect with each other. This creates a sense of inseparability between the two individuals. This is how divine cultivation is performed in a cultivation session." He could only remain silent, unable to say anything further. The two continued their cultivation, hands tightly clasped, beginning the process of dual cultivation. Waves of green light emanated, flowing relentlessly as if sensing a surge of power. Great sources of energy spread throughout his body. In an instant, the celestial power of Dongnan Island quickly spread from her body to his. During this brief moment, the immortal King Su, you need not thank the humble commoner. Your determination will not only bring benefits to yourself, but the entire Dongnan Island will also share in its fortune. Once finished, the beautiful woman withdrew her hand. "It's done." He hurriedly spoke. "Now, you can answer my questions. Why do you call me the Immortal King? And I want to know everything about this island." She seemed to explain carefully. "The reason I call you the Immortal King is a deeply confidential matter, and I would have to endure great hardship to explain it to you. For now, I fear I must keep this secret, but I trust that you will come to know the truth when the time is right." He widened his eyes, feeling frustrated. "You can't just back out after taking advantage of me like this?" She reassured him. "I can still reveal some truths about this island to His Majesty." He sighed, clearly irritated. "Better tell me the truth this time." She began to recall everything, starting with a meaning from 1,000 years ago. The stream of memories drifted back 1,000 years. A millennium ago, I had grown up and begun to travel far and wide through the mortal world, collecting countless invaluable experiences. I realized that, even when mortals worked tirelessly regardless of sun or rain, most of them still ended up as failures due to a lack of talent or simply bad luck. There are countless reasons that bring her sorrow. They fall deep into silence and suffering, losing their loved ones as well as their hopes and dreams. Because of this, their lives become more and more constrained, more painful. She continued, "These lamentations have urged me to create a place for them. In this place, they forget the past and live fully in the present. Everyone can do whatever they desire. Even if they suffer defeat, their spirit remains unscathed. There are always new doors opening, allowing them to begin again." She paused for a moment and then went on, "If they have no ambitions or desires for anything, and simply wish to spend time with their loved ones, living a peaceful life with the good things this world has to offer, that is perfectly fine. They can enjoy a leisurely life here." Thinking of the image of the people she had saved, happy and content, she said, "This is the paradise that I have specially created for them." He stroked his chin, nodding in understanding. "I see now. No wonder all the people here are smiling as brightly as blooming flowers. You have erased all their memories and transferred your vital energy through the blossoms to those who wish to nourish their hearts but lack the potential to do so themselves." She nodded. "That's right." He asked again, "Is that what you want? For them to throw the past into oblivion and become lost in carefreeness and enchanting illusions?" He tilted his head. "The truth is, you must have a higher purpose than that, right?" She was accurately predicted. "Yes." She closed her eyes and sighed. It was just a beautiful dream built for those who had suffered enough bitterness and hardship in their early lives. Here, they could be anything they desired and achieve success in whatever they did. Later on, if they had the courage to leave behind these alluring illusions, I believe they would also have the strength to face the struggles and pain, just as they once endured in the past. At that point, they would no longer be troubled by the glorious life they once had here, a life that was essentially transformed from their forgotten past. The sun had risen to its peak, casting light over the backyard. He gently turned around. Yi Meng did not long for the beautiful life here but to leave it behind. And she was too disheartened to face the past, wasn't she? But could she truly live here with a genuine joy? She explained. She had begged the commoners not to erase her memories, and after such a long time, she still didn't have the courage to leave this place. She opened her sparkling eyes and smiled joyfully at him. "Now that your Majesty has appeared, I am certain she will return to embrace her fate with your Majesty's help." Yi Bei raised his chin. "Honestly, I hope she can recover successfully. To make that happen, I need your cooperation." Her expression brightened visibly. "Your Majesty, what would you like to discuss?" The wind gently swept across the garden, rustling through the flower petals, making soft, fluttering sounds. She bowed her head. "Your Eternal Majesty, there's no need to thank me. Your wisdom will not only bring prosperity to you alone, but the entire Dongmeng Island will benefit as well. I will support you with all my strength." He smiled, pleased. "Very well." Xiang looked at the building in front of them and said, "Grandmaster, they captured us, did nothing, and then released us." She was puzzled and, moreover, respectful towards the person. "What exactly has happened?" Yi Bei responded softly. "Luo girl, where is the highest point of this Dongmeng Island?" She immediately answered, "The peak of the Wandu Pavilion offers a full view of the entire island." He explained amidst the romantic scene of falling cherry blossoms. "Come with Junior Master, and you will understand what has happened." The petals suddenly changed color, causing everyone to be startled. "What happened?" The petals turned yellow. "What's going on?" A petal fell into a cup of water. Yi Meng was startled as she watched the petals fall. Everyone was in a panic, murmuring, "These are the peach blossoms protected by Dao Huashan." They should remain fresh and never wither, no matter the season. Unless Dao Huashan has been harmed, and its spiritual energy drained. What exactly has happened? The people fled in a disordered panic. Mother is wounded, everyone run. Someone has invaded Daonan Island, they're from the Hehuan sect. Something pierced straight into the village, causing a powerful shock. Purple smoke billowed out. Yi Meng, beneath the protective veil, spoke up. The Hehuan sect tried to seize Peach Blossom Island 100 years ago but was wiped out by my mother's purge. Why are they suddenly launching a raid now? She flinched when someone called her name. He Chi hovered with his followers above, silent. We meet again. It's you. 100 years wasn't enough instruction for you, you've come today to be beaten again, haven't you? She retorted. He answered with a raised tone, back then you stole my dual cultivation partner and crippled my cultivation technique. Fortunately, over the years I cultivated yang suppression and yin replenishment and gradually restored my power. After years of probing, I finally found this opportunity. Today all the women of Daonan Island must die, and every man must join the Hehuan sect. Having said that, he decisively ordered, go kill her. They seized Daonan Island. His followers rushed forward to kill her at his command. She lightly swept her hand in search of life. Massive slabs of ice appeared, the great ice blade, an iceberg larger than the ones that had imprisoned those followers before. He Chi, facing her, praised, your might has not diminished since then. Yi Meng taunted, it's your turn. He sneered, you fell for it. Immediately she was bound, hands and feet pinned. What? He grasped her chin and arrogantly said, you used this technique to defeat me that year, did you think I would be struck by it again? How naive, today is the day of my revenge. He put on an air, aren't you righteous people, don't you want to protect this place? I will now destroy it before your eyes, so that you may taste a little of the suffering I endured back then. Cries for help echoed through the village. Is there anyone to save us? Has Daonan Island been destroyed? Flames raged everywhere, throwing everyone into panic. The cherry blossom tree. The fires reached the cherry blossom tree, put it out, quick. What? Put it out, now. He glanced over, that tree was not there on the other side, everyone here would regain their memories and suffer to death. Yi Meng said to Ichi, you dare destroy that tree, I will make sure you go to hell. He looked at her and replied, if you say that, then I cannot not destroy it. With that, he hurled a purple flame at the cherry blossom tree. A massive explosion followed, people wailed in terror. Yi Meng's face darkened as he unleashed the great ice Dao. The purple strands coiled tighter, causing her technique to dissipate. He Chi laughed arrogantly, taunting, this is the celestial chain, sealing all your spiritual power, you are nothing but a weakling now. She lifted her eyes to watch Daonan Island's destruction, regretful tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. I was wrong, I should not have broken down. I should not have thought that by hiding here and pretending everything would be fine. Grandmaster, I was wrong. She tilted her head back and forced herself to shout as loud as she could. Please save your disciple, save Daonan Island. A voice echoed from the light pouring down from the heavens. The one who harmed my disciple. He Chi flinched and raised a brow. Seeing Yi Bei and Shui Xiang appear, he asked, who are you? How dare you stand in my way? Before he could finish, he took a kick straight away. He was hurled from on high, causing a tremendous shock. When he sat up, clutching his face, he muttered, who dares strike my face? I will definitely make you. Yi Bei erupted with spirit power and stamped down on his head. Smoke dispersed, revealing Yi Chi pinned hard to the ground. He craned his neck and spat, you bastard. Suddenly he froze and his eyes widened. This was he observed Yi Bei looking at him coldly. A muscular frame, overwhelming spirit power, a handsome face, and, most importantly, an awe-inspiring bearing. He Chi changed his tone, extended a hand, and proposed, this stalwart your intellect and might reach the heavens, you are a rare talent for cultivating the yang supplement yin. If you are willing to join my Yihuan sect, even taking the long path of cultivation would cost you at least 500 years. Furthermore, I can petition the sect master to overlook the unreasonable transgression you just committed." He tilted his head in puzzlement. Why did everyone want to cultivate with him? Even men now? Xiang stepped forward, furious, and said, "Grandmaster, he dared to humiliate you, let me kill him." He replied, "Luo girl, don't kill him. Junior Master thinks keeping him alive will still be useful." She raised her hand and formed a purple orb of energy. "Yes, Grandmaster." An attack erupted like a massive explosion, as if trying to tear the sky apart. She flinched when she saw a sphere of chains radiating aura. He stood arrogantly amid the red chains. "I am the second young master of the Yihuan sect. You not only dare to refuse me, but you also dare to attack me." Hichi launched the chains forward. "Xiang is as good as dead." Her eyes widened without a trace of fear. The chains froze beneath her sharp gaze, which glowed a brilliant purple. Hichi exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Her eyes were full of killing intent and began to exude spiritual power. The chains started to disintegrate. She released an immense, blinding surge of energy. He broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. The power is truly terrifying. How is this possible? Looks like I've invited trouble today. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. He muttered. "Xiang is terrifying," he declared. "There's no way to run." She flew at the speed of light, instantly reached him, and forced his head down, slamming him straight into the ground. Xiang dragged him back before Yi Bei. "Grandmaster, we've captured him. How do you want to deal with him?" He warned, "You must not kill me. If you kill me, the sect master will definitely come to Dawn Island to seek revenge on you." He replied calmly, "There is another sect master as well, it seems you are useless too. Luo girl, deal with him." Xiang obeyed and raised his hand. "Yes." Hichi begged in fear, "Wait, wait." He pointed to 3 white specks in the sky, "Look over there." She spoke up, "Grandmaster, these people's realms are all above Emperor Lord, it seems they are all heading for Dawn Island. Let this disciple go and deal with them." Yi Bei replied solemnly, "Go." Xiang stepped forward and said, "Grandmaster, this disciple will go capture them and clean everything up." Huashan, where did she fly from to appear behind Yi Bei? She, with a puzzled look, asked, "What is it?" He turned to her and asked, "What is it? What are you talking about?" He answered indifferently, "Huashan, you need not worry. My disciple will help you deal with these lackeys." She exclaimed in astonishment, "Lackeys? These people have cultivated up to the Emperor Lord realm and have inflicted countless casualties. You would send a young girl who hasn't yet fully trained out to handle them? Are you her new grandmaster?" Yi Bei replied calmly, "Guaranteed grandmaster." Huashan pressed a hand to her forehead, worrying inwardly, although he is the disciple of Jing Jun's reincarnation, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. "Never mind, I'll trust them for now. If anything goes wrong, I can still step in." She raised her hand and proposed to him, "What about the plan we discussed earlier? I'll pretend to be weak and show an opening, then lure those who covet Dawn Island into our trap, capture them all, and root out the weeds." He replied solemnly, "It's her plan, not mine." She angrily shouted, "So, are you saying that everything I've set up, the arrangements, the traps at Huandu Pavilion, and even the extras I've organized should all be cancelled?" He spoke softly, causing her to pause. "Don't jump to conclusions. Take a look over there." On the other side, Xiang tongue kicked the enemy away. She coldly followed up with a series of strikes that left her opponent no time to react. Another man, seeing her approach, shouted in fear, "Don't come any closer." Her eyes flashed with a purple light full of killing intent, her attack shaking the entire village. She landed lightly in front of Yi Bei and Huashan. She couldn't help but think, this power is almost on par with that of a war god. Jing Jun's disciple is truly terrifying. Xiang ran over to report, Grandmaster, it seems the strikes were too ruthless. These people aren't worth regretting. Yi Bei emphasized, the issue on Dong'an Island has been resolved. The urgent task now is to deal with junior sister Yi Meng. She replied, junior sister Yi Meng was pierced directly by soul sealing, she must have sustained severe internal injuries. Grandmaster, please allow me to transfer my spiritual energy to heal her. Huashan interrupted, wait a moment. She really is a reliable disciple of Jing Jun. Help me eliminate these people in an instant. As for Yi Meng, that responsibility naturally falls to me. Xiang turned to ask for his opinion. Grandmaster, can we trust his answer? Huashan raised his hand and explained, as for Yi Meng Jr. sister's issue, I will do my best to ensure her safety, but before that, I still need Jing Jun to help me with one more thing. He thought silently to himself, now that everything had come to this point, he would help until the end. Your disciple is in my hands, and I don't believe you won't help, right? Xiang asked curiously in a low voice, is she really the mother of Dong'an Island? Why does she look so untrustworthy? He could only remain silent. Yi Bei raised his hand to form a seal, creating a beam of light. He shot the light directly at Yi Meng, who was lying unconscious. Huashan turned his face, confused, what is this? Yi Meng slowly regained consciousness, looking surprised. She's fine now, he gently said, you're fine now. Yi Meng approached him, Grandmaster, thank you, and I apologize. She became anxious as she remembered, Grandmaster, just now I sensed the aura of 41st Junior Sister from the place of the second Sect Master of Hehuan Sect. Su Ling Yi Bei was startled and asked, what? Yi Meng explained, so, I suspect Ling Junior Sister has been captured by Hehuan Sect. Xiang spoke up worriedly, Su Ling, she's the weakest cultivator in our sect. She's done for. She responded, I will go save Ling Junior Sister now. Suddenly, an invisible cage trapped Yi Meng. She panicked and said, what? What is this? Huashan stepped forward, spreading his hand and said, this is the barrier of Dong'an Island, and also your inner demon. Those who cannot break through their inner demon will never be able to leave this place. Yi Meng, what are you still afraid of? She looked down at her hand, speaking in disappointment, clearly, I had prepared everything, so why is this happening? Yi Meng clenched her fist with determination, that's right, I'm completely unworthy to be Grandmaster's disciple. I lost Grandmaster, lost everything, was beaten until covered in wounds, and even Dong'an Island couldn't protect me. As soon as her resolve set in, she realized the harsh truth, it's obvious, so why did I still think I could leave so easily? Suddenly, a loud call broke her from her thoughts. Yi Girl walked forward to the north and gently said, we'll wait for you outside. He smiled warmly and extended his hand, we'll wait for you at the sect. Yi Meng regained her composure and responded cheerfully, yes. Yi Bei and Xiang arrived at a giant stone tablet, in front of which was the Hehuan sect, with a gate leading into a dark cave. He stepped forward and said, let's go inside and have a look. Suddenly, two figures appeared high above, observing them as they entered. A subordinate behind them asked, Third Sect Master, this man is the one who killed the second Sect Master. Are we just going to let him in easily? Should we report to the Sect Master and capture him? She blames the subordinates for being foolish. Since someone is helping us remove the thorn in our side, of course, we should open the door to welcome him. He spoke with concern, this person has a high cultivation level, I'm afraid. She hugged her face in excitement, interrupting. The stronger one is, the more valuable they are to exploit. All men in this world cannot escape my face. As long as I can control him, not to mention the matter of the second Sect Master, even the Grand Sect Master will have to show me 3 points of respect. The moss-covered steps appeared ahead as Xiang walked, puzzled. Could it be that we've fallen into a formation? Yi Bei calmly replied, don't rush, someone will come right now. A shrill cry echoed. Help! The subordinate pretending to be a thug is bullying the third Sect Master. Ha! As soon as she shouted for help, someone appeared, a shining figure flying quickly to knock the subordinate far away. Yi Bei approached. You're safe now. The third sect master cried out, thank goodness you two saved me. You're so powerful. If it weren't for you, Xiang coldly asked, who are you? Why are you here? She weakly responded, I live under the mountain. I came up to find my brother, but unexpectedly encountered that person earlier. Her gaze was wary. This woman is too cautious, not easy to deal with. It's better to talk to the man. The third sect master approached, charming Yi Bei. Brother, it's a good thing I met you. Otherwise, I would definitely have been in trouble. I think you two are good people. Could you help me find my brother? He replied cheerfully, all right then, but we don't know the way, we don't know how to help you. She said, it's fine, I know the way. I'll lead the two of you, you two just protect me. He said confidently, no problem. The third sect master began to lead the way this way. Yi Bei, clear-headed, admonished Xiang, this woman is with the man from before, they have their sights on us. We'll split up. You follow the trail of that man and probe, Junior Master will follow this woman to see what she intends. She, smug, thought to herself, now that you've stepped into my territory, the heavenly net and earthly trap await you, you will become my prey. How delightful. The third sect master turned to look and was startled. She wondered inwardly, why is the person who was beside him nowhere to be seen? Could it be that he sensed something and fled? The third sect master thought to himself smugly, let her go now that we're in my territory, I don't need a woman, as long as I capture this man I won't be disadvantaged. If I can subdue this man right away, why fear that he might have some scheme? She burrowed against Yi Bei. Brother, oh no, my back is itching terribly, could you see if I've been bitten by insects? He feigned a smile, thinking to himself, is this all the Yunfan sect can do? He replied, all right. The third sect master, calculating, drew out a poison needle. Indeed, men were still easier to handle. That is my unique secret technique. No matter how strong you are, you'll obediently follow my orders. She raised the needle to stab. Yi Bei exuded power, which made her flinch. What? The third sect master prepared an attack and said, so you discovered it, but this is my turf, let's see how you escape. He answered lightly, is that all? The Yunfan sect is very formidable. He flashed forward at once and grabbed the third sect master. She panicked, too fast. Yi Bei ordered coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds. Tell me what value you have to me, otherwise, whether you live or die, I can't guarantee. The third sect master was now terrified, as if a mountain pressed down on her. With every exhale her body felt on the verge of bursting, even her spirit felt excruciating pain. 1 more second and I'm afraid my body will explode and I'll die. She begged in fear, coughing, then said, I can take you to meet the sect master of the Yunfan sect. Yi Bei, she pleaded, I am the third sect master of the Yunfan sect, I can help you meet the sect master. Don't kill me. He responded indifferently. Take me there. She replied. Not yet. His gaze was filled with anger. The third sect master turned pale and explained, no, I'm not lying to you. Don't try to kill me anymore. She clarified, our sect master is extremely powerful, even the people from the Dongeng realm have heard of her and are afraid. But every year, she cultivates behind the mountain, where there are high-level formations and barriers. Therefore, it's very difficult for ordinary people to meet her, which is why I said it can't be done right now. He raised 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 more seconds to explain yourself clearly. 1, 2. She was so scared that tears began to fall. All right, stop counting. I'll explain everything clearly now. Although the sect master doesn't go out often, she holds a sect conference every 3 months to handle internal sect affairs, and the next one will be tomorrow. That's why I can take you to meet the sect master tomorrow. Regardless of any grudges between you two, just don't drag me into it. Yi Bei turned around. Your life is spared for now. She sighed in relief. Phew, he ordered, lead the way, I want a rest. She answered, yes. Then, secretly plotting, Dong, you hold deep resentment towards the sect master, but tomorrow, when you and the sect master are both injured, I'll teach you a lesson. The next morning, at the grand building, the third sect master led the way and mentioned that the people coming today all had high prestige and honor. Don't provoke them later, he added. If you provoke me, I won't be able to save you. Yi Bei responded, with your current state, you're able to be the third sect master of the Hehuan sect? Do you think these lackeys can harm me? She gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. You, sixth sect leader, are making jokes. Third sect master, I heard you failed your attack on Dong Island. How do you still have the face to show up here? The sect leader beside her chimed in, and you even brought back a decent man. Are you trying to use him to earn some merit and cover your crimes? Third sect master replied angrily, a scoundrel like him is already dead on Dong Island. Do you want to try? The sect leader, performing a move, said, damn it, you stubborn duck, the sect master isn't here, so I, as the sect leader, will teach you a lesson. The two charged at each other, ready to clash. An energy sphere flew off course and headed toward Yi Bei. Yi Bei's gaze locked onto it, and he smiled confidently. Seeking death. He casually waved his hand, sending the energy sphere of the Hehuan sect leader flying back at her. The attack was reflected right onto her, knocking her backward. Suddenly, he glanced over to the other side. The sixth sect leader widened his eyes in fear, thinking, that look. He wants to kill me. To his surprise, Yi Bei turned away. He narrowed his eyes in frustration and thought, he doesn't even consider me a threat. He didn't bother to kill me. This is pure bullying. The sixth sect leader, filled with hatred, pondered, he's definitely the assistant third sect master brought along. With his strength, if he enters the Hehuan sect, won't our resources be drained by him alone? Not good. It must not be allowed for something like this to happen. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught something, it was the glowing statue. He remembered that since the sect master took office, the most important thing had been this broken statue. It could be considered a treasure of the sect. If this newcomer were to break the statue, there would be no need for me to act. The sect master would deal with him immediately. He secretly chuckled with delight, casting a sly glance at Yi Bei. There's a path to heaven, but you won't take it, hell has no door, yet you charge right in. Newcomer, just wait for your demise. A second later, the sixth sect leader threw the statue away with a smug expression. Newcomer, try this. Third sect master instantly realized what had happened, it was the most precious statue of the sect master. Yi Bei cast a disdainful glance at the petty trick, then released a beam of light, causing the statue to shatter in half. As the smoke rose from Yi Bei's fingertips, everyone stared in shock at the broken pieces lying at their feet. Those who witnessed Yi Bei destroy the statue were stunned. What? It took a while before they frantically held their heads in panic. The statue is broken, the sect master's most precious statue is broken, hurry and run. The sect master is about to get angry, is it too late to escape now? If we don't make it, we'll meet again in the next life. Ling suddenly appeared at the door, her face darkened. She stood still and said, who dares to break my statue? The disciples of Hehuan sect were all startled. The sect master is here. The sixth sect leader immediately pointed at Yi Bei. It wasn't us who broke it, it was him. Ling asked sternly, did you break my statue? Yi Bei turned his head and glanced at her. Ah, and if I did? The third sect master broke out in a cold sweat. It's over, he has truly insulted the sect master, it's finished. I shouldn't have brought him here. Never mind the position of second sect master, now I'm afraid that if he doesn't die he'll be flayed. The sixth sect leader grinned viciously with self-satisfaction. This time we'll see how arrogant you can be. The man beside him lamented, don't look, the sect master is a bloodthirsty killer, this newcomer is as good as dead. To everyone's surprise, the moment Yi Bei turned back, she knelt, bowed her head, and loudly called out two words. Grandmaster. Everyone was shocked, they cried out in astonishment. What? Ling Ling raised her head. Grandmaster, what wind has blown this elder here? He replied, don't start with formalities the moment you arrive. Stand up and speak. She shouted, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and pay respects to the Grandmaster. At once everyone performed the grand salute and paid their respects to the Grandmaster. Only the sixth sect leader remained stunned by this news, unable to believe it. Ling Ling pointed at him and commanded, you come here and wipe the chair. The Grandmaster wishes to sit. The sixth sect leader clenched his fist, furious. You bully people beyond measure. The sixth sect leader of the Yihuan sect's eyes flared with a furious pink light, his clenched fist coiled as spiritual energy condensed, and he shouted. You bully people beyond measure. I will kill you. Su Ling Ling cast a quick glance and immediately recognized the murderous arm lunging toward her. Her eyes flashed with a sharp glint, her brows knitting slightly, and in a cold voice she said, drop dead. No sooner had she finished than she spun around, the hem of her robe lifting with each movement as her long, slender legs swept across toward him. The razor-sharp kick struck his face like a bolt of lightning, producing a thunderous crack. The force sent him reeling, his head snapping violently backward. He sank to his knees, clutching his face in pain, glowering with fury. Su Ling Ling, you are utterly unfit to be the sect master of the Yihuan sect. She stood upright, looking down on him with contempt. Big fish eat little fish standing here is proof of my strength. If even the sixth sect leader was forced to submit and dares to come snatch Su Ling Ling, I'll be waiting for you here. He pressed his swollen cheek, grinding his teeth. You truly are strong, but arrogant and self-important, completely unconcerned with the life or death of the Yihuan sect. We have crossed mountains and rivers for so many years, there can only be one sect leader. Then he pointed toward the person standing beside her, showing his refusal to accept it, only to find a newcomer had appeared. You say he's an ancestral master, must we immediately kneel and worship him? On what basis? He grew even more enraged and spat out threats. Fine by me. We have already sought a new sect master for the Yihuan sect. He is the supreme of the immortal realm, the Tionla immortal lord. We have already sent word to invite him back. If he comes here, you won't escape. Yibei clasped his hands behind his back, listening to these words, and then laughed, being chased like a dog and acting all proud. You say you want to be sect master? Let me reconsider. He then raised his hand, stroking his chin, carefully contemplating who should be chosen as the sect master for Yihuan sect. Do you even deserve it? The sixth sect leader smirked smugly. Keep laughing. When Tionla immortal lord arrives, you'll be on your knees begging for mercy. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open, and brilliant light flooded in. The sound was so loud it seemed to tear through the space, causing everyone to turn and look in surprise. He joyfully called out, It's Tionla immortal lord, your excellency coming. Ling Ling glanced sideways and asked, Who are you? The figure of Luo Shuishang appeared in the doorway. The light behind her made her form appear even more majestic as she spoke in a deep voice. Grandmaster, your disciple is late. Upon hearing this, Ling Ling immediately rushed over in surprise. Senior sister. At that moment, Shuishang strode forward without saying a word, decisively throwing someone to the ground. The sixth sect leader's eyes widened, his mouth agape, and water spilled from his mouth in shock. Did you guys capture someone wrong? They don't even care, just chatting away. Ling Ling cheerfully swayed. Great master, sister, you're here? That's great. Shuishang asked happily, her voice soft, you always have such strange ideas. What are you planning this time? She opened her eyes wide, gleaming with excitement. All these years of preparation weren't in vain. Finally, the day has come. Shuishang was astonished. What? Right after that, emotion surged, and Ling Ling couldn't hold back as she spoke continuously, her voice full of gratitude and appreciation. Grandmaster, great senior sister, back then in the sect, I was the most mischievous one, but everyone always showed me tolerance and affection. Every time I got into trouble, everyone was the one to solve it. Then, I would sneak out alone, and despite so many years passing without returning, not only did no one blame me, but you even went looking for me to bring me back. I'm so grateful." She proudly snapped her fingers. "So, after all these years of preparation, I'm going to surprise everyone. Let's go." Yi Bei and Xiang turned their eyes toward her, eagerly waiting for praise. "This is the surprise I've prepared. How is it? Do you like it?" He smiled, offering his praise. "Ling girl is really thoughtful." Xiang, however, was furious. He grabbed Ling Ling by the neck with one hand and shouted, "Bringing so many beauties to Grandmaster, then explain to me where the surprise is?" She quickly explained. "These are the top-level spiritual cultivators of the Huan sect. Cultivating with them for one day is like traveling 1,000 miles. I couldn't bear to give them to anyone else, I only wanted to keep them for Grandmaster's senior sister." Seeing her sincerity, Xiang's expression gradually softened. Ling Ling, pleased with herself, continued with a smug smile. "That's not all. I've prepared an even bigger surprise for everyone. Once Grandmaster and you two find out, you'll definitely praise me." Xiang's eyes flashed with fury, and a murderous aura erupted fiercely as he gritted his teeth and said, "A bigger surprise? Are you planning to repay kindness with hatred?" Ling Ling tilted her head, placed a finger on her face, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangement, sister?" Xiang was fuming with rage, her face contorted in frustration. Su Ling Ling simply tilted her head, filled with confusion. "What? Senior sister, what exactly are you talking about?" He overheard the conversation and let out a long, hearty laugh. "Ha ha." Xiang shot a glance and asked, "Grandmaster, are you still laughing? Do you have anything to explain?" She tilted her head, her eyes wide with confusion. "What? Explain what? Why is it that ever since senior sister started speaking, I haven't understood a single word?" Yi Bei raised a hand to cough, his face turning red. Ahem, it's about me and great senior sister." He cleared his throat, then leaned in close to Ling Ling's ear, whispering incessantly. Her eyes widened, mouth agape, unable to utter a word, just stammering continuously. "Th this." Then, she raised her hand to her face, pretending to speak softly with a teasing glance, "This is just too good. Great senior sister, you finally succeeded." Yi Bei scratched his face, turning it down. "Ling girl, I accept your good intentions. With great senior sister around, I dare not do anything." She looked guilty, remaining silent and not daring to say another word. Then Xiang spoke up. "I knew you'd repay kindness with resentment." Ling Ling exhaled, waving her hand to command the women behind her, "Fall back." After everyone had left, Xiang discussed what had just happened. Ling Ling was suddenly startled. "What did you just say?" She moved, inviting, "This. Grandmaster, senior sister. Those who follow me will understand." Between the towering cliffs is an entrance, leading to a vast sky with layers of purple clouds floating, creating the mysterious and captivating scene of the heavenly fox spirit behind the Huan Sect's mountain. The figures of 3 people approached the waterfall cascading down like a ribbon of green silk. She spoke, "This is the big surprise I prepared for you both." A voice filled with curiosity responded, "Spirit liquid?" She stood there, shaking her head as she explained, "This is not an ordinary spirit liquid pond. This is the treasure that protects the Huan sect." Yi Bei, full of doubt, looked at her. "The statue in the main hall is just for show, meant to draw attention away from other things." Ling Ling beamed with delight, her guess having been correct. "Exactly, the Grandmaster knows me best. That was just for fun, to scare those people. This is the true treasure of the Huan sect." The rushing waterfall blended with the echoing voice of her explanation, the heavenly fox spirit has existed since the beginning of time, when the heavens and earth were first created. The energy contained within it is the chaos of the universe. Don't let its ordinary appearance fool you. Once you begin cultivating within, both body and mind can experience joy 1,000 times greater. The first sect master of Huan sect built their position in eastern Wu thanks to this pond. Then, she generously shared a secret. The previous sect master, when they were in my position, told me that hidden beneath the pond is a vast mysterious mechanism. If one could penetrate it, it would be like a carp jumping over the dragon gate for a human, and for the sect, it would be a reversal of heaven and earth. Xiang was curious. What mystery? How did you infiltrate? Ling smiled awkwardly, her body frozen, her gaze avoiding the question. The girl was embarrassed and flustered. At the beginning, her disciple had been lazy about cultivation. Although she could put on a front in front of others, only she knew her own true capabilities. She quickly changed the subject, pointing. Actually, the mysterious mechanism at the bottom of the lake, don't even mention infiltrating. I haven't even seen it myself. I'm just waiting for the day to bring you to, Grandmaster, to investigate it. Xiang placed a hand on his chin, thoughtfully murmuring, although Ling's abilities may not compare to those at the Void Immortal realm, her status is still among the top. Even she can't see through it. What exactly is hidden beneath this heavenly fox spirit? Ye Bei stepped forward, his voice calm. We'll find out if we go down to see. As soon as he finished, both of them leaped into the water. Ling stood on the shore, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout loudly, Grandmaster, senior sister, remember to cultivate well, don't waste the gifts of heaven. I'll wait here on the shore for your return, and it would be best if you could bring something back. At the bottom of the deep lake, the faint light filtered through the water, reflecting in shimmering streaks, with bubbles slowly drifting upward. Xiang hugged his body, his face turning red, frowning. That girl Ling talking about this place being good for cultivation. This is clearly a massive temptation pond. A crab silently appeared behind them, overhearing their whispering. Dual cultivation is still cultivation. Luo girl, we shouldn't disregard Ling's good intentions. It paused for a moment before quietly scuttling off to the side. A sensible crab passed by. 3 days later, the two of them were still beneath the lake. She spoke excitedly, Grandmaster, under your guidance, the disciple has broken through to the Void Immortal realm. Her eyes dropped, filled with sadness, but the disciple had already checked twice, and still, no mysterious mechanism could be found at the bottom of the lake. Ye Bei clasped his hands behind his back and muttered, the mystery isn't in the external material, but lies within the subject seeking it. He furrowed his brows and growled, this mysterious mechanism is right beside us, meaning it is within ourselves. Xiang looked at him in confusion and asked, what? They were both quietly standing in the clear water when suddenly the surface of the lake began to tremble, and the ripples began to widen. Luo Xiang and Ye Bei looked down, their eyes filled with doubt. A violent shockwave erupted, and a giant hand along with a massive whirlpool of water appeared right beneath their feet. She suddenly felt a suffocating heaviness, as if an invisible force was pulling her in. In a panic, she instinctively reached out and cried, Grandmaster. He quickly extended his hand, trying to grab Luo girl. A wave of panic overwhelmed her, and Xiang lost control of her body. Grandmaster, save me. This thing is absorbing my spiritual power. She gritted her teeth, her face pale. She struggled, but her body had gone rigid. It seemed like she was being controlled by it, completely powerless to resist. Ye Bei furrowed his brows, his gaze darkening, and he immediately rushed forward like a gust of wind. He gathered all his strength and struck at the whirlpool. The energy waves exploded, colliding violently, creating a blinding light that spread throughout the space. He spoke incomprehensibly, making an observation, just now, I used at least 6/10 of my power, yet this whirlpool hasn't been affected at all. What mysterious mechanism or trap is hidden at the bottom of this lake? The swirling vortex gradually revealed a hazy image within. He muttered, this whirlpool is completely in a Wu-Di state, and it is furiously sucking Luo girl's spiritual energy. At this point, it's even stronger. The chances of winning in direct confrontation are slim. Yi Bei paused, his gaze flashing with astonishment, his lips slightly moving. Upon closely inspecting the center of the whirlpool, I discovered an ancient structure slowly emerging. He clasped his hands behind his back, finally understanding. So this is the mysterious mechanism known as the changing heaven and earth under the heavenly fox spirit, the pathway that connects to the immortal wife and the immortal pavilion of the immortal realm. Then, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with doubt. But just now, the immortal pavilion seemed a bit strange, almost as if it had been destroyed. Could this whirlpool be the automatic repair system of the immortal wife, drawing Luo girl's spiritual energy in order to restore the immortal wife's immortal pavilion? Yi Bei looked at Xiang, drifting in pain, his heart aching. If this continues, Luo girl's spiritual energy will be completely drained. I can't let this happen. I must save her. Without another word, he immediately attacked, streams of bright golden light shooting straight into the energy vortex, attempting to break it apart. The impact left traces of vibrations that spread in ripples across the surface. The blue light flickered in waves as it absorbed the power from the attack, yet it still firmly protected the gate within. Yi Bei frowned in discomfort, contemplating to himself. This light is probably a divine relic. A regular attack, even if it could affect it, wouldn't be able to interrupt its absorption process. Unless I take Luo girl's place and become the target for it to absorb energy. Xiang seemed to guess his intention and shouted, "Grandmaster, you're trying to stop him from speaking, put your hand on its barrier." She furrowed her brows in worry, as if wanting to stop him. Grandmaster Yi Bei closed his eyes, raised two fingers to channel his energy, and a golden magic circle appeared. He reassured her, "Don't worry. Luo girl, this is nothing for me, trust me." For a grandmaster, what does this even mean? Her eyes reddened, tears welling up at the corners, her voice choked with emotion. "Grandmaster, my disciple trusts you." He looked away, then ordered, "System, where are you? Get out here." Upon hearing the call, the system appeared. "Dear host, I'm here." His face darkened, filled with anger as he hissed, "System, even though we've wandered through dimensions, we've still managed to find quite a few disciples. I writes, there should be many skill cards and rewards by now, right?" In that instant, he made a decision to use everything for me to repair the immortal wife at the center of this vortex. The system acknowledges the order, skill cards are available, please check your items. Yi Bei stood upright, hands forming a seal, a dignified aura radiating throughout the space, while golden talismans hovered around him, converging to form a formation. The vortex in front of him grew larger, swallowing the brilliant golden light. Yi Bei muttered, "A little more power." He roared, his eyes burning with fire, and the spiritual energy within him continued to surge. A little more power. A solid object slowly became visible at the center of the vortex, surrounded by concentric rings of light, resembling the orbits of stars, creating a shocking formation. Xiang gazed at the scene before her, trembling with awe, unable to hold back a cry. This is the flash of green light, the bubbles spreading across the calm lake, as if it had never been disturbed. Yi Bei observed the scene, then softly said, "Luo girl, let's go, we must return to the immortal realm." Xiang quickly replied, "Yes, Grandmaster." The water surface rippled violently, and two figures shot upward, leaving a trail of faint light heading toward the floating city gate in the sky. The two beams of green light rushed into the barrier, immediately causing a powerful disturbance with waves of bright golden magical energy. The two streaks of light from the ethereal sky descended upon the massive gray hall. Xiang, excited and happy, turned to him and said, "Grandmaster, we're back." She looked around, puzzled. "This isn't the reception hall, is it? Why is it in ruins? The surrounding walls are shattered, and I can't help but wonder if it had been through a great battle." Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. She gasped in shock. "Grandmaster!" Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, each drop a vivid red. Yi Bei, in pain, placed a hand on his chest. During his battle with the divine spiral earlier, it was inevitable that his spiritual power would be slightly harmed. Don't worry, she said anxiously, supporting him. Grandmaster, your disciple will help you. A footstep echoed, and a small stone slab cracked underfoot. He and Xiang, hearing the noise, quickly turned around and demanded, "Who is it?" Xingchen West, holding a branch of flowers and a small green pouch, smiled brightly and spoke, "Grandmaster, great senior sister." She beamed with joy, relieved to have found them both. She was taken aback and exclaimed, "Xingchen, why are you here?" Without hesitation, she embraced Xiang joyfully, "Grandmaster, great senior sister, I've finally found both of you." Yibei looked at Xingchen, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Xingchen, why are you in the immortal realm?" She gently explained, her voice warm but firm, "Grandmaster, didn't you originally tell me to stay in the Tianxian space and focus on my cultivation? Later, I learned that you had ascended to the immortal realm, so I also devoted myself to cultivating, striving to ascend here." With enthusiasm, she continued, "It's not just me, many senior sisters and junior sisters have ascended as well. We've even built our own forces here in the immortal realm." Her expression grew puzzled as she added, "But after we arrived, we couldn't find you or senior sister anywhere. We didn't know where you two had gone." He began to explain that the story was too long, but then Xingchen glanced over, noticing the blood at the corner of his mouth, her face filled with concern. "Grandmaster, your wound." She quickly fumbled and checked, but Yibei merely tilted his head slightly, trying to maintain a calm expression. "Xingchen, earlier you said you've established your own faction in the immortal realm, is that true?" She replied softly, "Yes." After she let go, he suggested, "Let's head to your place first." On the way, she nodded in agreement. "Yes." A while later, in a room, Xingchen stood upright, holding a red medicinal box politely with both hands. "Grandmaster, although you've sustained serious injuries, your physique is extraordinary, and there is a great power within your body that is recovering on its own. Therefore, you don't need to worry. After taking this elixir, you should recover soon." Yibei waved his hand, his voice deepening, "Thank you for your hard work, Junior Master. I still wish to restore my own spiritual energy, so you may leave now." Xingchen respectfully stepped back, responding softly, "Yes." She then quickly closed the door, leaving Yibei with his private space. A voice came from behind, "Yibei, I've finally found you." He glanced over, it was him. Shang Yungu, the master. The elder knelt down, bowing his head in a plea, "Sir, brother Yibei, please save our immortal realm from this calamity." Yibei furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze sweeping over. "Old master, it's not that I don't respect you, but I just returned to the immortal realm. How did you manage to bypass so many eyes and ears of the immortal medicine hall to find me?" The elder lifted his head, observing him, secretly relieved. "After a few months in the immortal realm without meeting." But Yibei's strength was already superior to hers, as expected, "I did not choose the wrong person." He then clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, "Little brother, please do not be angry, I truly had no other choice but to use a bit of a trick to meet you." Seeing that he remained silent, Emperor Lord hurriedly explained, "Back when we were in the Nantian arena, I noticed you were no ordinary person, so I secretly left a mark on you while passing on the martial arts, so that when the time comes, I could track your movements. Rest assured, this does not harm you. If it did, you would have discovered it by now." After a brief silence, Yibei furrowed his brows and said, "Go on, what do you want, exactly?" The old man wasted no time, quickly standing up with a look of hope, "I hope you can return to the Nantian arena and take my place in managing the immortal realm." Yibei raised a hand to stroke his chin in amusement, "Take over." Emperor Lord recounted the events nervously, his voice low and tense. "Since the time you fought Tionla Immortal Lord and then disappeared, no one knows what that Tionla Immortal Lord has been up to, but his spiritual power has surged, and he has been continuously devouring many forces in the immortal realm. Now, he is preparing to invade the demon immortal realm. Originally, we immortals were already being discriminated against in the immortal realm, but now, under his insidious schemes, things will be even worse. So, I beg you, ye brother, to help save the immortal realm." Yibei crossed his arms, skeptical. "I remember that your strength, Pavilion Master Xiang, has always been above mine. Why then are you coming to ask for help from a junior like me?" The old man sighed deeply in frustration and raised his hand in front of him, as if to express his helplessness. To be honest, I dare not hide it. Last time, I fought the Tionla Immortal Lord and suffered a crushing defeat. Now my spiritual power is gravely damaged. I simply cannot save the demon immortal realm. He confirmed again, how exactly do you want me to save it? By leading a bunch of demon soldiers into battle? The Emperor Lord shook his head, his gaze stern and his tone grave. No. 15 days from now, the Immortal Realm will hold the Grand Alliance Assembly. All the major powers from various regions will participate, engaging in duels against one another. The final reward will be a supreme spiritual artifact and the position of Alliance leader. Then, with firm resolve, he made his proposal. Brother Yi Bei, you were once crowned the rookie king of our Nantian arena. Now, stepping forward to take my place would be the most fitting choice. If you can represent our immortal realm, I believe this matter will bring you countless benefits and no harm at all. What do you say? He placed his hand on his chin, frowning in thought. Will the Tionla Immortal Lord be attending? The old man replied instantly, without hesitation. No. For some unknown reason, though his subordinates have been steadily expanding their influence, he himself has secluded for half a year, resting behind closed doors. It's unlikely he'll show up anytime soon. Hearing that, Yi Bei pondered. If I can use the reputation of the Immortal Realm to seize the position of Alliance Leader of the Immortal Realm Alliance, then later sweeping away Tionla Immortal Lord in one move would be both effortless and grand, wouldn't it? Then he turned toward the Emperor Lord and accepted. Very well, I accept your invitation. The old man was delighted. That's great. Immediately, he turned around to leave, then glanced back and said, I will go back now to organize a group of soldiers to protect you during the tournament. He calmly closed his eyes and refused, no need, I will make my own arrangements. The old man hesitated, but Emperor Lord sighed and gave up, all right then. He then handed him a red item, this is the seal of our Immortal Realm. Whoever holds it is the master of Immortal Realm and can call upon our power at any time. Please accept it, Yi brother. Yi Bei smiled, curious and probing, why do you trust me so much? Emperor Lord spoke solemnly, his gaze firm, just like the first time I met you, and also the first time we met in the Nantian arena, I believe I am not mistaken about you. He looked at the seal in his hand and nodded, all right, Yi Bei. I will make sure to protect Immortal Realm properly from now on. Upon hearing this confirmation, the old man was deeply moved and bowed, thank you. He glanced at Xiang and gestured, Luo girl, prepare yourself. We must set out again. She nodded and replied, yes. 14 days later, the three of them discussed together. Xingchen, sitting outside, spoke first, in 2 days, the Alliance tournament will begin. At that moment, the top force of Lingxiao Palace had taken over all the inns. Xiang, sitting opposite, added, isn't that disrespectful to the other forces? It's just showing off. Xingchen was somewhat annoyed. Not only that, but leaving just one inn for all the remaining forces like this could also provoke other forces to fight before the Grand Assembly. When other forces fight amongst themselves, both sides would suffer losses, and by the time the Grand Assembly arrives, one could just sit back and watch while the fisherman gains. Xiang looked displeased. Luckily, they were still one of the top forces in the Immortal Realm, this approach really was outdated. He stroked his chin and spoke, the only useful method is the best method. She was curious and asked, Grandmaster, are you still speaking on their behalf? Huang Mao entered the inn to shield himself from the cold and loudly said, Boss, give me 20 rooms, I need to hurry. I truly apologize, but not only are there no 20 rooms, even the last 2 rooms were already reserved by someone else. He then turned toward Yi Bei's group and said, those people over there, you might want to go over and negotiate with them. You might still find a room to stay. A sword tapped against the chair, the sharp sound drawing everyone's attention. He propped one foot up on the chair, looking at Xingchen and Xiang, who stood up, and said, calm down. I'm here just to negotiate with you. Huang Mao gave a thumbs up, pointing at the arrogant person, looking at you, I can tell you're from a small force somewhere. It's normal that you don't know of our 10,000 Swords Sect. Our 10,000 Swords Sect is the second largest force in the Immortal realm, with the heavenly net Immortal land above us, and countless disciples below. Our swordsmanship is simply unparalleled. Outsiders see us, and they must show us at least some respect. Then he broke into a bold, bright smile. Give me your 2 rooms, this young master might allow you to live until the Grand Assembly. Yi Bei closed his eyes and laughed heartily. Ha, a fool who doesn't even know where to place a room, yet dares to boast and call himself a young master. He then lifted his tea and took a sip. My senior won't intervene anymore. Luo girl, deal with him. Shui Shan glanced sideways. Yes, Grandmaster. Huang Mao's face darkened, he ground his teeth, furious and looking for a fight. Before he could react, she struck and shattered his sword with a single powerful swing, metal fragments ringing out. He looked at his weapon, only half remained, and seethed with anger. You dare ruin my sword, I'll take your life for it. Shui Xiang slashed forward with a blade crackling with lightning, directly jolting Huang Mao and forcing him to retreat. He paled but still gritted his teeth. You lot. Yi Bei stepped forward coolly, sneering. So? Still want more? You little rich brat. He turned and strode away, not forgetting to threaten. Just wait, above us are people from Heavenly Net Immortal Land. I'll go back and fetch them to put you right. Shui Shan wondered, Grandmaster, shall we really let him go like that? Yi Bei was unconcerned. Didn't he say he could help us find people from Heavenly Net Immortal Land? I even hope he can track down their leader, his face brimming with interest. Our battle begins now. On the other side, deep inside the vast cavern, the eyes of Tionla Immortal Lord gleamed brightly. Where is the person? Investigate someone. Facing the 2 towering columns, Xingchen sighed, Grandmaster Ling Xiao and his tactics are indeed impressive. Just by using this simple strategy, in just a few days, several forces have been shaken and forced to come here ahead of schedule, which has not only dampened the enemy's morale but also subtly revealed his own strength. Yi Bei commented, showing some cleverness, though it was just a slight perceptiveness that only a god or a demon could truly gauge. She narrowed her eyes, Grandmaster, I will definitely not be a hindrance to you. At the large-scale competition venue, announcements echoed continuously, Luli Sect has entered the arena, 10,000 Swords Sect has entered the arena, Demon Immortal Realm is invited to the arena. Demon Immortal Realm is invited to the arena. A disciple of 10,000 Swords Sect sneered, the Demon Immortal Realm, a low-level force, doesn't need to participate. Someone nearby chimed in, don't say that, it's still a second-tier force. Though it might be a second-tier force pretending to be something more, someone else commented, the demon sect in the mortal realm is only 1 level lower than us, but it's laughable for them to raise their heads in the immortal realm. Ha ha. Luli sect joined in, are they coming or not? If not, we'll take all the spots. A person from 10,000 Swords Sect also mocked, they're probably too scared to come. When Yi Bei, Shui Xiang, and Xingchen entered, the announcement rang out, Demon Immortal Realm has entered the arena. Someone openly mocked, here they are, it wasn't easy for them to come, huh? Yi Bei directly punched the man's face, go. The man clutched his face and yelled, you wanna die? The crowd whispered to each other, don't mind him anymore. Ling Xiao Palace is here, let's go quickly and broaden our horizons. Shui Xiang widened his eyes and repeated, Ling Xiao Palace? Xingchen has been drooling for a long time, that's Ling Xiao Palace. Their bird seems to be quite suited for alchemy. A giant red bird was flying, carrying a palanquin. Yi Bei squinted, the thing was huge. Just arriving, it already put a lot of pressure on people. Shui Shan was stunned, it seemed like the Immortal Land Alliance event was more interesting than he had imagined. Things were starting to get exciting. Xingchen was still fixated, he really wanted that bird, he really wanted that bird. The palanquin's door opened, and 2 servants bowed respectfully, Ningxin Zi, Your Excellency, your seat is over here. At that moment, Your Excellency noticed Yi Bei standing on the city wall, and he too glanced down to observe. Is that all? Your Excellency was puzzled. Who is this? How could he not fear my aura? Then he shut his eyes and turned away. Whatever, just another fool. The announcement continued, inviting the contestants to enter the barrier ahead according to the numbers on their tokens and begin the competition. The host hovered in the air and declared, "The Immortal Land Alliance competition officially begins." He spread his arms and began to explain, "This year's Immortal Land Alliance competition is divided into 3 rounds. Round 1, Disciple Battle. Each sect can send disciples to compete for promotion. The final battle, if you defeat all the forces here, you will claim first place in the competition. The first round between Immortal Realm and 10,000 Swords Sect begins now." A group of people immediately jumped onto the stage. Huang Mao, leading the group, sneered, "Immortal Realm? After hearing the name of our 10,000 Swords Sect, are you too scared to come?" The others joined in with mocking laughter. Ha ha! A golden whip shot towards them, striking the ground with a loud thud, causing the earth to tremble. That's Xiang, standing in mid-air. What's the rush? Do you still want to fight? Huang Mao broke into a cold sweat. It's you. Above Xiang's head, a halo of light radiated, and her hand gathered spiritual energy. Are you looking for someone from the heavenly net Immortal Land to deal with us? Why haven't they shown up in the past few days? Huang Mao gritted his teeth. Don't get too arrogant. I've already reported to the heavenly net Immortal Land. They'll be here soon to teach you a lesson. So, what's the matter? Did Demon Immortal Realm send only you to the fight? There's no one else? She released her spiritual energy and spread her arms, charging towards the group of 10,000 Swords Sect. I'll defeat all of you sitting here alone. Enough! He shouted angrily to his companions, "It's just her, and she'll win for sure. Kill her for me." The flexible whip struck one of them in the face, blocking the others. When Xiang landed, the group was already attacked by the golden whip. With just one move, several of them tumbled, clutching their faces and crying out. She stood tall and coldly declared, "It's over." Huang Mao remained standing, raising his hand to summon spiritual power. Everyone fell silent, staring at each other, and the atmosphere became tense immediately. "Ha, it's over for you. What a pity, as soon as I saw you, I had already secretly set up the formation." Thousands of swords flashed out from the array, pointing at her as the man shouted, "Die, little girl." The formation beneath Xiang's feet lit up as the swords rushed toward her. Xingchen anxiously shouted, "Great senior sister." Yi Bei, however, was unperturbed and replied, "Xingchen, you underestimate your great senior sister. Hasn't she surprised you yet?" The smoke dissipated, and Xiang exploded with spiritual energy. "This is your formation?" Huang Mao was truly horrified, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is the fire formation of my 10,000 Swords Sect. How could this be?" She simply waved her hand, creating an energy sphere that worked in harmony with the formation. As the terrifying energy rushed toward him, he screamed, "Ah, young master, save me." With a deafening boom, the explosion shook the ground, sending rocks flying. One disciple of the 10,000 Swords Sect tried to flee, shouting, "No way, this is impossible. She must be using some sort of witchcraft. I need to report this to Tionla Immortal Lord." But it was too late. The rope transformed into an iron pillar and pierced through the man's body. Xiang maintained her hand motion, saying, "Worthless fool, even if you go looking for Tionla Immortal Lord, you'll never find him." The others stepped back in fear. She, all by herself, had wiped out 10 of the highest-ranking disciples from the 10,000 Swords Sect. What kind of person is this? So terrifying. Another man was equally scared. What did she say just now? She wiped out all the participants sitting here by herself. Do you think I can run away in time? Ningxin furrowed his brow and ordered, "From now on, in every match of this woman, add some extra spice for her." The subordinate beside him bowed his head, "Yes." By the second day, Xiang was still using the whip to strike hard, sending her opponents flying. On the third day, she was still fighting alone against the whole group. By the seventh day, with just a wave of her hand, she made them all tilt their heads in surrender. The announcer in the center of the arena declared, "The first match is over, and the first place goes to Immortal Realm." As he spoke, he also announced the second and third places Ling Xiao Palace. Xiang landed and said, "Grandmaster, I am back." Yi Bei praised her, well done. Xing Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Great senior sister, you fought the entire arena by yourself, truly impressive. There were several times when I thought you were in danger, but in the end, you emerged victorious unharmed. So powerful." The three of them flattered each other politely. Junior sister Xing Chen, if you didn't focus on alchemy and concentrated on martial arts, you could be as strong as senior sister. Senior sister, hearing you say that makes me feel really shy. Xiang remembered something and turned to ask, "By the way, Grandmaster, during these matches, I discovered something very strange that I don't understand." Xiang raised her hand and explained, "Since the first match, it seems that each subsequent one has been set up with traps, as if someone is trying to force me into a life or death situation." Chen Xian seemed unbothered and responded, "Senior sister, with your strength, isn't it normal for someone to set traps beforehand?" She frowned and stroked her chin. "The trap is normal, but the severity of it is unusual. The sects that are our rivals don't have the strength to set such a trap. It must have been set by a large sect or by several sects working together." Yi Bei lowered her eyes and replied calmly, "Someone couldn't hold back and made a move. The sooner they act, the more mistakes they reveal. If we wait a little longer, they'll show themselves." She gave the order. "Yes." Xiang changed the subject. "Xingchen junior sister, the first disciple competition has ended. Next is the second competition, which tests the sect's strength. Due to the sect's financial resources, the more rare and precious the immortal treasures, the better. Are you sure you're going to win?" Xingchen placed her hands on her hips, confident. "Senior sister, this is my special skill. Insulting my immortal treasures is the same as insulting me. Right now, I am an alchemist in the illusory immortal realm, and there is no one in the entire immortal realm who is more capable than me. I could casually take out a pill and it would be more valuable than what those small sects have." "Is that so?" Yi Bei looked over with satisfaction, her words soaring into the sky. But she liked this confidence of the junior master, and she scratched her face with a smile. Ha. Meanwhile, someone had entered the room to steal the medicinal pouch. "Let's see how you plan to continue competing now." The thief threw open the door and dashed across the rooftops, unaware that he had already been noticed. Xing Chen asked, "Grandmaster, are the materials inside real? Are they going to be taken like this?" Yi Bei replied indifferently, "A trap is well set, and it's only fun when someone steps into it." Xiang spoke up, "Tomorrow, we will know who the enemies in the shadows are. Righteous will fight them, she isn't worried. Fortunately, you still have the secret weapon." He. The next day, the host spoke, "This competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round will test the strength of the disciples, and all sects are eligible to participate. The second round will test the strength of the sects, and the top 20 in the immortal talent rankings can enter. The third round will be a contest for divine artifacts, and all sects can participate. The sect that wins the most matches in the 3 rounds will be the winner. The leader of that sect will become the alliance leader of our immortal sect alliance." Then, 2 tables appeared, as declared by him. "Now, the second round officially begins. I invite the sect representatives to place their immortal items on the jade stone tables." This preliminary round was based on the ranking of the immortal talent list and the rarity of the immortal items, to select the sects advancing to the finals. Precious treasures were continuously placed: Star Branch, Golden Flamestone, Mystic Iceflower, Boundary Passing Incense, Essence of Star Marrow, Jade as green as emerald. The observers discussed among themselves: Star Branch, Golden Flamestone, Mystic Iceflower, Boundary Passing Incense. These are all first and second grade immortal items. Some of them are treasures that might not even appear on the ancient battlefield. This year's competition is truly a high-stakes gamble. Someone closed their eyes and muttered, but in the end, which one should we choose? The essence of star marrow controls the human consciousness. 2 golden flamestones retrieved from the Thunder Ocean, it's really hard to choose. The person beside raised an eyebrow. Do you still need to hesitate? Of course, choose the Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill from Lingxiao Palace. It was this very pill that helped Lingxiao Palace secure the first piece of land back in the day. The people behind also agreed, that's right, that's right. Although the other treasures are valuable, with enough effort, the immortal sects could still acquire them. But the Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill is not only crafted from rare immortal grade herbs, but it also requires an extremely high level of skill from alchemists. Exactly, I'd choose Lingxiao Palace too. I'd vote for Lingxiao Palace. It's not only precious but also rare, so I'm casting my vote for Lingxiao Palace. The host secretly chuckled. It seems that this year's battle for supremacy in the immortal realm would once again be won by Lingxiao Palace. Suddenly, Xingchen walked over carrying something, pausing for a moment. I wonder if I could participate in this competition? He raised his hand in refusal. This contestant, I'm truly sorry, this round is limited to the top 20 of the Immortal Talents ranking. You really can't participate. She took out a series of 5 similar treasures. Then, if I present these items, can I enter the competition? The host was immediately struck dumb as if struck by lightning. He hurriedly approached to examine the items. Red Star Branch, Golden Flamestone, Mystic Iceflower, Boundary Passing Incense, Essence of Star Marrow. The people behind started whispering, such rare treasures on the table. She actually has them all. Could it be fake? Xingchen calmly extended her hand and confidently suggested, feel free to check their authenticity. The host raised the golden flame stone to examine it, thoroughly scrutinizing it. These items were all high grade. Under the cloud-filled sky, he declared, little girl, you can move on to the next round. Some were not satisfied. What? They let this little girl pass? The host's face darkened as he shot a glance at them. Well then, if any of you can present something similar, you may advance directly to the finals. How about that? They hesitated. Xingchen took out a red pill, grinning as he spoke, right, last night I also refined the Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. You can count this as well. The spectators were stunned, their mouths hanging open. What's the background of this little girl? She's terrifying. The host immediately raised his hand and shouted, I hereby announce that Lingxiao Palace, Demon Immortal Realm, and Luli Sect have entered the finals. She clenched her fist. This time, it was too easy. Ningxin and the people from Luli Sect had dark expressions, clearly displeased. The host continued his announcement, next, the contestants will enter the finals. The finals will be decided based on 2 criteria, the rarity and value of the celestial items provided by the contestants. Contestants may also present new celestial items to participate. Xingchen eagerly volunteered, I'll go first. He simply said, please summon a translucent soul beast to appear on her palm. The spectators reacted indifferently, just a soul beast? What's so rare about that? She casually responded, this is something we've trained for. The onlookers gasped and shouted, what? Training living creatures? I've never heard of this before. How is that possible? Xingchen lifted the spirit beast. If you don't believe me, you can use your spiritual energy to inspect its body. Its body is made from immortal grass stone, unlike the flesh and blood of ordinary humans. You'll understand once you investigate. She gently pushed the orb forward with her hand. The host and 2 sect masters gathered their spiritual energy to examine it and simultaneously concluded it was a matter of spiritual crafting. A person from the Luli sect was sweating, training living creatures. This cultivation method is unbelievable, it seems like she's outcompeting every sect. It's terrifying. If this continues, she will surely embarrass herself, it's better to give up now. So, they raised their hand directly, I, Luli sect, forfeit this round. Zichmao, worried, thought to himself, the palace master is still watching. If I lose this competition, I will surely die without a complete body. I can't afford to lose. He took out a red orb and proudly said, "This is a treasure from Lingxiao Palace, and also the source of all spiritual energy for everyone in Lingxiao Palace. I don't believe there's anything that can compare to the immortal artifact of Lingxiao Palace. If you have anything, show it." The crowd was stunned, muttering incessantly, "This is definitely the champion of today." So it turns out that Lingxiao Palace became the strongest force because of this. Is Lingxiao Palace really cornered now? Even their own secret techniques are exposed. Too explosive. Xing Chen's eyes glinted slyly. Her effort had not been wasted. She finally knew what the secret of your Lingxiao Palace was. Then she turned away, feigning indifference. "My little spirit beast may have been rare, but now it is worthless, so congratulations, you won. It was only a duel, it's no matter if we lost." Only then did Zichmao break into a cold sweat, realizing they'd fallen into a trap. Xing Chen raised 3 fingers again and said, "Grandmaster, your disciple's mission is complete." Yi Bei, satisfied, praised, "Well done." Someone's hand crushed the armrest. Ningxin was furious, spiritual flames flared. "The 3 of you from the demon realm, I have underestimated you. Dare to seize benefits from this palace master of mine, and I'll make sure you don't live to see tomorrow." Under the black sky, at the Xianning Inn that night, Yi Bei and Shuishan lay in deep sleep. Moonlight streamed through the window. Zichmao cracked the door and peered in, then rendezvoused with someone directly above the inn. He clasped his hands and reported to Ningxin, "Palace Master, after checking, those 3 idiots didn't detect our formation, they're now sleeping in the inn." The Palace Master's gaze brimmed with killing intent. He ordered, "Kill them." 3 great flames spun atop the building, then detonated with a thunderous boom, illuminating the area with a brilliant, rainbow-like light. The entire house was engulfed in a sea of fire and belching smoke. Everyone scattered. The fire would not be extinguished. "Help!" Ningxin coldly observed, "Tonight, no one is allowed to leave this inn." Zichmao lowered his head respectfully. "Yes, Palace Master." The next day, everyone gathered at the arena to discuss the fire from the previous night, which was exactly like the last Xianning convention. Baiyu glanced at Your Excellency. Once again, it was Lingxiao Palace that had caused this. "Is there really no sect that can control them?" Lan Yang commented, "What about the demon immortal realm people? This year, their people are no ordinary ones. Perhaps they can suppress Lingxiao Palace's momentum little by little." Shuiyu propped up his chin. "I heard they also stayed at that inn. The fire last night was so large, perhaps there are no survivors." Remembering Tionla Immortal Lord, he advised, "Baiyu Sect Master, Lan Yang Sect Master, don't lose heart. Don't forget, we have someone behind us." Ningxin, still full of pride, said, "It seems this year, it will still be Lingxiao Palace that takes the position of Elder Chief." The host standing in front of the door to the spatial realm announced, "Due to certain special circumstances, only a few sects will participate in the final round of the Grand Assembly of the Immortal Land Alliance Hall. This round is the final round of the year, and it is also the round with the most points out of the 3 rounds of competition. It will be held in a secret area. If a sect can obtain a divine weapon from the hands of the divine beast in the secret area, they will be the victors of this round. Under the clear sky," he continued, "I strongly remind everyone, in the secret area, whether alive or dead, if you want to advance your sect's power, you must showcase your talents. Seize this opportunity." "Oh, right, the sects have already entered the secret area and started the game." Ningxin and the 3 sect masters were stunned, as if struck by lightning. "What?" The host casually announced the name of the demon immortal realm and the scene transitioned inside, where in front of Yi Bei lay a giant wolf monster, sprawled out and covered in fresh blood. He reached out toward the cauldron and sneered. "This divine beast has already been defeated so easily? Too weak." Then, glancing back after someone shouted, "Quickly hand over the divine emperor cauldron." He smiled, his lips curling. "Finally, it's here. It should be known that today marks the duel between my demon immortal realm and Lingxiao Palace. You still have time to leave. Lan Yang, Shuiyu, and Baiyu exchanged looks. This. Ningxin arrogantly pointed, ordering, kill Yi Bei. When I become the alliance leader of the Immortal Realms, all of your sects will rise to the second tier, relying on my Ling Xiao Palace. But those three had already leaped to Yi Bei's side and spoke in unison. Yes, Sect Master, we stand with you. Your Excellency gritted his teeth and glared. You want to die? With the large bird above his head, Your Excellency's aura erupted, soaring upwards. The heavens have opened a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Lan Yang, Shuiyu, and Baiyu were directly stunned, stepping back. Ningxin's face darkened, furiously ordering, Firebird, kill them. The Firebird flapped its wings again, only to suddenly choke. Your Excellency was startled and glanced behind. Firebird, what's going on? It fell directly in front of Ningxin, who watched in astonishment. Your Excellency furrowed his brows, his face full of anger. What is going on here? Xiang, standing behind, said, I told you not to take so many pills, but you didn't listen. Your Excellency turned around. So you haven't died yet? Xingqian raised an eyebrow and passed judgment. First, you set a trap for great senior sister during the competition, then you sent people to steal my elixir. If we just sit and wait to die, wouldn't that be too foolish? Xiang ignored him. Xingqian, stop wasting words with him. The Firebird ate the elixir he stole from me. While it's still weak, kill him now. She obeyed. Yes, great senior sister. This time, Ningxin truly lost control, and lightning crackled around her. You dare poison my Firebird, prepare to die. The three forces collided, creating a violent wave of thunderous energy. Xiang and Xingqian, outnumbering him, seemed to be at a disadvantage. Then, a massive formation appeared behind Ningxin, releasing a powerful wave of fire that repelled both of them. Unable to withstand it, she fell to the ground. Yi Bei approached and suggested, Xingqian, if you can kill Ningxin Zi, the Divine Emperor Cauldron and the Firebird lying on the ground will be yours. Xingqian's pupils immediately turned into heart shapes. The Divine Emperor Cauldron wasn't just the ultimate alchemy tool, it could increase my alchemy efficiency several times over and could also serve as an offensive and defensive weapon, perfect for me. With energy surging, he rushed back into the battlefield. Ningxin Zi, today, you must die. Your Excellency frowned as he realized. This isn't good, she's activated the Divine Emperor Cauldron. Ningxin once again held off two different streams of power on her own. Your Excellency began to scream as his body continually expanded from taking in too much power, finally exploding with a loud bang, emitting a magnificent seven-colored rainbow light. Xingqian and Xiang landed safely. Meanwhile, what was once Your Excellency was now nothing but a pile of blood. She said, the Divine Emperor Cauldron and Firebird are both mine now. Which left Xiang in disbelief. The expressions of the three sect masters turned vicious. Shuiyu remarked that the Divine Emperor Cauldron had fallen into the hands of a little girl who had acted. The sect masters jumped forward to block the three. Yi Bei's face darkened, but he still smiled. Oh, so you three are still here? Lan Yang forced a smile, so it's your sect master. I sincerely thank you for your help earlier, or else we would have definitely been killed by Ningxin Zi. Shuiyu added, indeed, we are fortunate thanks to your sect master. Yi Bei replied straightforwardly, if that's the case, then surely you three won't do something like repay kindness with enmity or burn the bridge after crossing it, right? Lan Yang responded, of course, with a smile. Yes, sect master, it must have been a misunderstanding earlier. You three are the champions of this tournament, and you've already received the divine artifact from the sister trials. We've come to invite you to take the position of alliance leader, Yi Bei continued, exuding dark energy while maintaining a calm expression. Is that so? He squinted his eyes, obviously suspicious. I see. Of course, he's still deep in thought. Earlier, when he fought with Ningxin Zi, we pretended to be on his side, initially intending to lower our guard, but we never expected that he had been wary of us the entire time. Lan Yang broke into a cold sweat as he calculated, the strength of those three is formidable, and they even killed Ning Shenzi. It's likely that even if the three of us joined forces, we wouldn't stand a chance. It seems that today, we'll just have to go with the flow and try to stay alive. Suddenly, his eyes widened. I've got it. Immortal Lord instructed us to seize the Divine Emperor Cauldron. If it's in their hands now, we should lure them to the heavenly net Immortal Land, where Immortal Lord can deal with them. That way, we'll save energy and also gain some credit, won't we? With that, he bowed and clasped his hands. "You Sect Master, you've just assumed the position of Alliance Leader, a position that all our hearts turn to. I hope you'll take on the responsibility of Alliance Leader swiftly." Yi Bei responded calmly, "All right." He then silently thought, "I, on the other hand, am curious to see what you plan to do." Back at the competition arena, the announcer's voice rang out, "I hereby declare that the champion of this Immortal Land Alliance tournament is Demon Immortal Realm." The host gestured toward Yi Bei. "The Alliance leader for this tournament will be represented by Demon Immortal Realm. Yi Bei will take on the role." The audience couldn't stop discussing, "I can't believe they even killed Ning Shenzi. He's truly deserving of being Alliance leader. But they're from Demon Immortal Realm. Since the tournament was established, has there ever been a case of a demon being chosen as Alliance leader?" Exactly. The others from Demon Immortal Realm didn't even show up. Can these three handle it? Isn't it the responsibility of the Alliance leader to protect the other sects? Is it possible to convince the people from the other sects? Baiyu led the group, kneeling down. Sect Master Baiyu of Baiyu Sect pays respects to the Alliance leader. Next, the two other Sect Masters took their turn, with the Lanyang Sect paying respects to the Alliance leader, and the person from Shuiyu Sect following suit. No one else dared to speak after that. Baiyu, with a serious expression, continued, "The Demon Immortal Realm is a powerful force in the Immortal Realm, and everyone understands the strength of the Alliance leader. If anyone is dissatisfied, they should come to Baiyu Sect first. Moreover, the Heavenly Net Immortal Land is rampaging uncontrollably right now, and it seems only a Alliance leader can deal with them." Then, Baiyu respectfully bowed his head. "We humbly ask Alliance leader Yi to lead us to the Heavenly Net Immortal Land, capture Tionla Immortal Lord, and restore justice to the Immortal Realm." Yi Bei's face darkened as he contemplated, "So you are all minions of Tionla Immortal Lord. I'm curious to see what you can come up with." The various sects had a common goal. The Heavenly Net Immortal Land had been causing trouble for far too long. "Whoever could overthrow them, I will make that person the Elder Chief." "That's right, Alliance leader should lead us to defeat Tionla Immortal Lord." "Defeat Tionla Immortal Lord?" Yi Bei declared with overwhelming spiritual power, "From this day forward, I, Yi Bei, am the Alliance leader of the Immortal Land Alliance. The Demon Immortal Realm is the strongest force in the Immortal Realm. Lingxiao Palace will belong to me, Yi Bei." The listeners were struck with astonishment, their eyes wide, gazing at Yi Bei as though he were a deity. The people who had suffered under the Heavenly Net Immortal Land's oppression for so long finally saw a glimmer of hope. "I will preside over justice, but if anyone challenges my authority now, I won't hesitate to assert my power." "Is there anyone who disagrees?" They merely pursed their lips and turned their gazes elsewhere. He smiled in satisfaction. "Very good, it seems that everyone supports me." In front of all the people in the arena, he made his decision directly. "Then everyone, go back and prepare. In half a month, follow me for the crusade against the Heavenly Net Immortal Palace." Immediately, the crowd shouted in unison, "Crusade against Heavenly Net Immortal Palace." The arena became lively with the resounding shouts of the slogan, "Crusade against Heavenly Net Immortal Palace, Crusade against Heavenly Net Immortal Palace, exterminate Heavenly Net Immortal Land." Baiyu, standing behind Yi Bei, heard the crowd chanting "Crusade against Heavenly Net Immortal Palace" in unison and secretly sneered in satisfaction. "Got them, I must quickly notify the Immortal Lord. The fish is on the hook." Behind the Immortal Medicine Hall mountain, towering cliffs rose up. Yi Bei took a golden pill and sat cross-legged to cultivate. His body radiated spiritual energy like a sphere. He closed his eyes, and a star map matrix appeared behind him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, emitting a green light. A massive tornado formed, with thunderbolts crashing down. After the devastation passed, Yi Bei stood observing the floating constellations. He raised his hand, watching the energy radiate. The pill Xingchen had concocted was indeed powerful. Combined with the strength of the Divine Emperor Cauldron, my cultivation has surged to the middle stage of the Void Immortal Realm within just 10 days. With my current power, it will be enough to deal with Tionla Immortal Lord. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind the trees, and he immediately turned his head to pay attention. But aside from the rising dust, there was nothing at all. Yi Bei furrowed his brows in thought, and just as a killing intent appeared, a punch sped toward his face. Luckily, he dodged just in time, and the spot where he had been standing was blasted, sending rocks and debris flying. Yi Bei's expression turned cold as he landed. "Too bad, you're too slow." On the other side, two beams of light intertwined and charged toward him, but he nonchalantly swung out a streak of spiritual energy. The blade formed by his energy blocked the attack. Yi Bei raised his hand. "Second move, you're defeated again. Now it's my turn. If you can't handle it, don't blame me." The hand of the clan leader was both enormous and contained a small universe. It was a move that embodied the purest form of the great Tao. The hand crashed into the wall, which had appeared out of nowhere, directly smashing it to pieces without any resistance. A group of Yi Bei's disciples hugged their arms and bent over, groaning, "Grandmaster, you're using too much force, it really hurts. You have no mercy for us at all." Yi Bei crossed his arms and lectured, "It's rare to see such filial disciples, but each of you takes lethal action against Junior Master every time we meet. Junior Master really has a hard time loving you all, doesn't he?" Poor Wu Xiao said, "Grandmaster, I was just joking, don't take it seriously." Tai Bai looked up with a sad expression, "That's right, we just wanted to know Grandmaster's current strength." Shen Yu cried, "Wu, my shield of the great Tao." The girls eagerly rushed forward, with Wu Xiao acting cute. "Grandmaster, we miss you so much, we're dying to see you." Lin Feng was worried again. Has he become thinner? Is it still possible to find Master? Xiang appeared from nowhere and coughed lightly. "Ahem, all right, everyone, quickly get down, don't delay the important matters." She sighed. Indeed, it was still the great senior sister, as cold and distant as ever. Wu Xiao commented, "The great senior sister is so gentle with the Grandmaster, but immediately gets scolded by him. You fool, how could Grandmaster be like us?" Yi Bei raised his hand and changed the topic. "After Ascension, each of you established your own forces in the Immortal Realm. During this time, did you notice any weaknesses in Tionla Immortal Lord's forces?" Lin Feng answered, "When Grandmaster left the Immortal Realm, Tionla Immortal Lord was like a child covering his face, swallowing many forces in the Immortal Realm. Heavenly Net Immortal, which had risen from being a small sect, became the leading sect in the Immortal Realm, and even when we fought against their forces, we suffered considerable losses. Just when we thought that Heavenly Net Immortal Land, with its dominant position, wanted to rule the entire Immortal Realm, unexpectedly, Tionla Immortal Lord suddenly stopped the pace of swallowing other forces and rushed to the secret realm of Heavenly Net Immortal Land. Given Tionla Immortal Lord's greedy and extravagant personality, how could he suddenly stop? This whole situation seemed very strange, so Gufu Junior's sister and I secretly investigated, and we discovered a shocking secret." Upon hearing this, he asked, "What secret?" Longfeng calmly uttered a shocking statement. "It seems that Tionla Immortal Lord wants to turn the entire Immortal Realm into a formation. Immortal Realm sacrifice, Immortal Realm destruction." While Yi Bei and Xiang remained calm, Tai Bai and Wu Xiao were stunned. "What?" Tai Bai asked Lin Feng, confused. "Destroying Immortal Realm also means destroying his own power and empire. Has Tionla Immortal Lord gone mad?" Xiang asked, resting her chin on her hand. "Unless." She immediately turned to inquire. "Unless what?" Yi Bei responded calmly. "Unless after destroying Immortal Realm, he gains something even greater." Tionla Immortal Lord is greedy for power, selfish, and self-interested. He would never easily give up the fruits of his life's work unless there is a greater benefit involved. Long Feng affirmed, Grandmaster is not wrong. Originally, Junior Sister and I also had doubts about our judgment. After all, if Immortal Realm is destroyed, it will bring him no benefit. But when we investigated, we discovered that the forces absorbed by Tionla Immortal Lord could combine to form a massive primordial chaos formation. Once activated, everything, both people and things, will vanish, returning to the chaotic void of heaven and earth. She raised her finger thoughtfully. That's why we suspect Tionla Immortal Lord intends to wipe out the entire Immortal Realm. Wu Xiao sighed, this is terrifying. We must stop him. Yi Bei smiled as if nothing was wrong. Don't worry. The fact that he hasn't taken action after all this time means there's certainly an issue with the formation. Besides, Immortal Realm has existed since the dawn of creation. It's not something he can simply destroy just because he says so. He raised his hand and issued an order. At that time, you will lead the junior sisters to dismantle the formation. She clasped her hands in obedience. Yes. Facing the disciples, he continued, Tai Bai, Xingchen, Wu Xiao, and Luo Girl, follow me to meet the Tionla Immortal Lord. They promptly replied, yes. 5 days later, Xiang was gathering purple spiritual energy in the palm of his hand through the ultimate technique, the destruction of the heavenly great Tao. Then, Tai Bai released green spiritual energy and used the azure lotus sword technique. Wu Zhao's eyes gleamed with the green light of the sixth realm, the authority of the royal bloodline. The three different sources of power struck simultaneously, causing a tremendous shockwave. On the other side, Bai Yu extended his hand and introduced, Ya Alliance Leader, behind me lies the forbidden land of Heavenly Net Immortal Land. Tionla Immortal Lord is in seclusion. Then he clasped his hands respectfully, Ya Alliance Leader, you are our Ya Alliance Leader, why don't you lead the way and take us inside? Yi Bei did not hesitate for a moment and stepped forward. Fine, the path ahead is dangerous, so let me, the Alliance Leader, enter the formation first. As his foot lifted and then stomped down, a series of formations appeared above their heads. He was not worried at all and even gave a sinister smile. Those who followed him were terrified, and everyone was cautious. As the formation activated, someone shouted, "What's happening?" Everyone was stunned when they felt, Elder, my spiritual power has disappeared, I can't use my spiritual power anymore. Who set up this trap? Bai Yu squinted and smiled smugly. The Immortal Lord has made his move. A moment later, leaves swept past, and still, nothing happened, which made him suspicious. Where is the Immortal Lord? Suddenly, Yi Bei spoke up. Stop searching, this formation was set by my true self, he said, stunned. What? The mocking gaze was full of hidden meaning. Bai Yu Sect Master, thank you. Not only have you helped my true self sit in the position of the Alliance's first leader, but you've also uncovered some pawns who tricked us, helping us smoothly enter the Heavenly Net Immortal Land. Bai Yu, enraged, pointed at Yi Bei. So, you already knew we were people of the Tionla Immortal Lord, and you've been using us. He turned around, waving his hand with a mocking tone. Once we kill the Tionla Immortal Lord, you will be the one who has made the greatest contribution. My true self will reward you with a nice tombstone, he threatened. If you kill me, the Immortal Lord will never forgive you. Spiritual energy surged violently towards him, causing an intense explosion. Bai Yu gritted his teeth, silently seething. Damn it, inside his formation, I've lost my spiritual energy, I'm no match for him, and now there's this huge blast of spiritual energy coming at me. Sweat poured from his face as he shouted, I'm dead. A powerful beam of light descended upon the formation. Bai Yu cried out as it attacked, Immortal Lord, save me. He sighed in relief and said to Tionla, Immortal Lord, you've finally come to save me. The old man stepped forward and said, Yi Bei, we meet at last. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Bei agreed, so have I. Master Wu Xiao, are we ready to fight now? I can't wait any longer. Tai Bai's sword flashed brightly. The disciple is ready as well. Tionla raised his hand to stop them. There's no need to rush. I didn't come here today to send you all to your deaths, but to cooperate with you. Yi Bei was confused. Xiang frowned. Cooperate? The elder began to praise him. Yi Bei, although we had conflicts in the past, I have always admired you. You are the most talented person I have ever met, and the one with the most potential. Even at a young age, you comprehended many great paths and have continued to inherit them. He crossed his arms, satisfied. I admit this. He wasn't wrong. Wu Xiao smiled. That's right. The elder casually stated his purpose. If I were to seek a worthy opponent in the immortal realm, it would only be you. Only you are worthy of cooperating with me. Yi Bei asked indifferently, what do you want to cooperate on? Tionla suddenly widened his eyes and asked in return, do you know what lies above the upper realm? Wu Xiao, growing impatient, retorted, stop being cryptic and just speak. The elder's eyes gleamed. Thinking of the giant tree, he said, above the upper realm is the domain of the gods. Ordinary people live a life of poverty, striving for only a few dozen magical artifacts. With just a few items, they could be driven to fight to the death. He thought of the cosmic god and continued, but gods are different. Gods transcend both worlds, they are the creators. Gods hold absolute power, where life and death are no more than a mere snap of the fingers. For beings like Tian Xiao, like you and me, the gods are truly our final destination. Tionla extended his hand. Yi Bei, cooperate with me. I have discovered the method to become a god, and we are only one step away. If you help me, we will certainly succeed. Yi Bei smiled mockingly. The method you speak of is to sacrifice the immortal realm in order to open the door to the upper realm, isn't it? Tai Bai's face fell. To sacrifice the immortal realm. Wu Xiao gritted his teeth. To sacrifice the immortal realm? Isn't that just a way to slaughter all the people of the immortal realm? Tian Lang looked up with contempt. If we can use the immortal realm and the lives of these people to open the path to the upper realm, then that is their blessing. Bai Yu furrowed his brows as he recognized Tionla. Immortal Lord, I trusted you. You promised to protect my Bai Yu sect, yet it turns out it was all a lie? How many sects have sworn allegiance to you, and in the end, are they all just your pawns? Enraged, he charged forward. You and Ling Xiao Palace are no different, merely old men who carelessly comment from the sidelines. A massive purple hand appeared with a gesture from Tionla. It rushed forward and squeezed Bai Yu, causing blood to spurt from his body. Tionla casually crushed the life out of him. The hand vanished with a loud explosion, and blood splattered everywhere. The onlookers stood frozen in fear, completely silent. Yi Bei remained unfazed. Tionla, Immortal Lord, you truly have some divine power. However, have you not made any progress in the past few hundred years? The old man raised an eyebrow and glanced back, continuing to taunt, you command the strongest forces of the immortal realm, yet haven't made any progress in centuries. On what basis do you think you can become a god, and on what basis do you think you can compare to me? Tionla frowned, understanding. Brat, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate with me. A flash lit his cold dark face. Then I can only kill you. Shuaishan cracked his knuckles. Grandmaster, let us begin the first battle. The old man narrowed his eyes threateningly. Then I will take your disciple to break the seal first. After all, this is not the first of your disciples I have buried with my hands. Yi Bei opened her eyes wide in shock. What? Tionla laughed with disdain. It was during the last time I defeated you and flung you into the turbulent void of space that someone appeared claiming to be your disciple. She called herself Zihen or something, her strength was weaker than yours. I waved a few times and sent her on her way. Wu Xiao gathered her energy in fists and I had to kill her. He easily dodged that attack, and leisurely judged that the power was fierce, though still far inferior. A luminous formation bloomed behind her. Tionla had just evaded the bursts of light when he darted forward with blinding speed. Wu Xiao froze in disbelief. He was too fast. Tionla struck her directly, though she managed to block, she was still knocked back and spat blood. Xiang and Tai Bai anxiously shouted, "Wu Xiao!" Next he summoned two long snakes that charged towards us, and you two as well. Both of them quickly jumped up to avoid the attack. The two snakes continuously intertwined with each other. Xiang instructed, "Tai Bai, don't be hasty, observe and find his weakness." She understood. "Yes, senior sister." Xiang calmly thought it through. Tionla Immortal Lord has reached the true immortal realm, while we are still in the void immortal realm, not even at the mid-stage. A one-on-one fight would be difficult to win against him, unless we use some special tactics. She then stretched out her hand and called out, "Xingchen, the pill." Xingchen immediately tossed her a red pill. Catching it, she swallowed it, and her body erupted with intense spiritual energy. Her hair flew wildly in the wind as she directly shattered the large snake. Tai Bai, on the other side, had already severed the other snake. Without hesitation, the two of them rushed swiftly towards Tionla. The old man, with a dark expression, commented, "Two at the early stage of the void immortal realm, and yet you're able to injure a peak true immortal like me. Yi Bei's disciples really are hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Suddenly, he spread his arms and released a series of red threads. "It's a pity that you've forgotten that this is my territory." Xiang immediately warned, "Junior sister, be careful, these thin threads have the effect of weakening spiritual power." As soon as she finished speaking, both of them were trapped like fish caught in a net. Tai Bai shouted, "Senior sister, these threads have formed two spheres that are now enveloping us." Tionla glanced back and asked, "Yi Bei? Look at the fate of your disciples. Do you regret not cooperating with me now?" But there was no sign of anyone. "Where are they?" When the old man looked up, Yi Bei was gathering power, with thunder crashing around him. Tionla was stunned. Is he trying to lead the lightning tribulation to break the formation and save the two disciples? He coldly raised his hand, gathering a ball of energy filled with electric sparks. Tionla gritted his teeth in disbelief. No, this madman, he's forcing a breakthrough with the lightning tribulation. The difference between the void immortal realm and the true immortal realm is hundreds, even thousands of years of cultivation. Even she needed 100 years. Forcing a breakthrough like this is suicide. Thunderbolts as thick as tree trunks struck down. Yi Bei quickly dodged. The heavenly tribulation of the true immortal realm was indeed terrifying. Not only was it incredibly fast, but each strike felt like passing through the gates of hell. He gritted his teeth. If I weren't a true dragon immortal body, and hadn't broken through my physical limits so many times, I'd probably have exploded and died by now. The lightning bolts seemed as though they wanted to tear the entire sky apart, all of them crashing toward Yi Bei, who was inside a protective energy sphere. Tionla observed, then commented, "What a shame, a talent of this generation falling like this," suddenly widening his eyes in shock. "But what is he doing?" Yi Bei seemed like a mad beast. "If I can't escape, then I'll just swallow you whole." As he devoured the lightning, he taunted, "Is that all you have? Bring it on." A purple formation appeared behind Yi Bei, as he comprehended the great path of greed. Tionla stood dumbfounded, staring at the raging vortex before him. When it finally subsided, Yi Bei had become a sphere of static electricity. He grasped the lightning effortlessly, completely unscathed. "All right." Cold sweat trickled down the old man's face in fear. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone possibly swallow a heavenly tribulation?" Not only did he consume it, he even turned the heavenly thunder into his own power. Is he truly human? Next, Yi Bei conjured an orb of energy, the heaven and earth thunder technique. Bolts of lightning of every size rained down, converging and crashing toward Tionla. The old man staggered, gathering all his spiritual energy to form a protective dome. His eyes blazed violet as he roared aloud. "Next!" he shouted, thrusting his hands forward to block Yi Bei's assault. "Even when I'm nearly spent, his talent and power are terrifying. But still, he's only at the early true immortal realm. He may threaten me, but he's far from capable of defeating me. On the contrary, if I can overcome him and absorb his power, I might be able to activate the Eye of the Formation, awaken the primordial celestial gang formation, and open the gate to the upper realm. But then Yi Bei appeared right before him. Tionla's heart froze at his speed. Without a word, he clenched his teeth and met Yi Bei's palm head-on. The two forces collided, releasing violent waves of energy. Tionla's face twisted as he sensed something amiss. When the clash ended, he was the only one forced backward, losing his balance. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath. The lightning was too overwhelming. I didn't expect it to travel through my chest and strike directly at my meridians. If my cultivation weren't higher than his, I would have been reduced to ashes already. The old man was furious. What are you laughing at? Yi Bei bared his teeth and brushed off the dust. I'm laughing because you're about to lose. Just now, I only used half of my strength, and you're already struggling to keep up. Tionla furrowed his brows in anger. Victory and defeat are not yet clear. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Your raised arm has become a lightning rod. Can you withstand my next blow? The old man stood stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Heavenly tribulation, you can still summon heavenly tribulation? Immortal Lord, unwilling to accept, shouted angrily, based on what? How dare you, an insane old fool, use such magic? In just half a day, how could you possibly break through to the true immortal realm? Based on what gives you the audacity to claim you can seize Tionla? Then I'll seize Tionla and make it my own. A massive energy orb gathered in the palm of his hand. The power around him erupted in a violent surge. Heaven, you're truly unfair. Yi Bei calmly narrated the truth. If your talent, family background, and luck can easily surpass others, then of course, there will be someone who surpasses you. And right now, that person happens to be me. His gaze was cold. You have enjoyed the glory and joy of standing above others, treating them like dust, like offerings. But now, the one standing above others is no longer you. Do not be so greedy in your next life. Soon, I will make you experience what it's like to be crushed by someone else. Yi Bei decisively lowered his hand, and bolts of lightning appeared, causing the very air to stir. From his center, an immense wave of energy spread out, shooting straight into the sky. The Immortal Lord had no time to react, stunned by its overwhelming power. Yi Bei indifferently declared, "It's over." The smoke and dust cleared, revealing the charred body of the old man, lying motionless on the spot, still emitting hot smoke. He glanced at the old man, silently reminding him not to be so greedy in the next life. Then he closed his eyes, turned, and walked away. Wanting everything, in the end, he achieved nothing. Next, he used both hands to summon the energy orb. The light faded, and Xiang and Tai Bai appeared, both kneeling respectfully. Disciple thanks Grandmaster for your help. Yi Bei ordered, "Get up." Tai Bai asked, "Grandmaster, what about the people from the sect?" He crossed his arms, speaking indifferently, "They ran off long ago." Xiang probed, "What about the heavenly net Immortal Lord?" He answered curtly, "I killed him." Suddenly, a group of people approached from behind. The girl leading them exclaimed in shock, "What?" The two of them were startled and turned to look at Shuiyu in confusion. Who did they just say was killed? Lan Yang, with a similar expression, replied, "The heavenly net Immortal Lord." He asked again, "What happened to the heavenly net Immortal Lord?" Lan Yang's face grew even more astonished. "He was killed." The atmosphere suddenly grew still. Shuiyu seemed to have just been struck by a heavy blow, swaying as if unable to stand. Lan Yang, worried, wondered if the number one force in the immortal realm, the true immortal realm, would be sacrificed just like the heavenly net Immortal Lord. Lan Yang confirmed, "Yes." Shuiyu gritted his teeth in horror. Someone single-handedly killed the heavenly net Immortal Lord. That's terrifying. Yi Bei rose with authority, and everyone present knelt in reverence. The two of them turned around, unexpectedly looking at them. After reacting, they immediately knelt down, clasped their fists, and bowed in salute. your subordinate greets the alliance leader. As if receiving a signal, the others followed one after another, shouting, "Ya alliance leader, unmatched under heaven! Ya alliance leader, unmatched under heaven!" In the grand hall of the Immortal Alliance, majestic, towering, and resplendent warm sunlight streamed down, gilding the scene. A hand gently tapped the surface of the table. "So, old Xiang, what brings you to see me today?" The Emperor Lord smiled amiably and explained, "Ya Alliance leader, ever since the last battle at the Heavenly Net Immortal Land, when you vanquished the Heavenly Net Immortal Lord and safeguarded the peace of the Immortal Realm, the great sects have all recognized you as the foremost under heaven." The old man continued to lavish praise, saying that ever since you established the Yi Demon Sect, it had become the most powerful sect in the Immortal Realm, one that everyone longed to join. Yi Bei modestly lifted his cup of tea and took a slow sip. "So, old Xiang, have you come today hoping to join the Yi Demon Sect?" Hearing this, the Emperor Lord burst into hearty laughter and waved his hands in denial. "Ha, no, no. I came only to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, our demon immortal realm has been able to stand tall. From now on, we can live honorably in the immortal realm. Thus, I must personally thank you on behalf of the entire demon immortal realm." Yi Bei replied politely, "That day, I merely borrowed your momentum, while you placed the fate of the demon immortal realm upon me. It was a fair exchange, nothing more." Old Xiang, however, refused to let it go. "It's not just me, our entire demon immortal realm is deeply indebted to you." Emperor Lord recounted, "Originally, I intended to bring a precious artifact as a token of gratitude, but later I learned that the upper and lower ranks of the Yi Demon Sect were searching for a person named Zihen. So I decided to bring you news of her, which might be even more valuable than any treasure." Yi Bei quickly sat up and asked anxiously, "Where did you meet her?" The old man immediately responded, "Longevity Realm." Emperor Lord explained that after the chaos in the 9 great immortal realms, I lost track of her whereabouts, so I secretly went to investigate. To my surprise, I found a girl on the verge of death there. He recalled the moment of their encounter. I initially wanted to save her, but her vigilance was extremely strong. She rejected my help. Zihen, warily clutching her wounds, left and then took 2 medicinal pills. She walked alone towards the longevity realm. Emperor Lord's face turned serious, and it was only recently, upon seeing the missing person notice from the Yi Demon Sect, that I realized this girl was your disciple. I had to hurry and report this to you." Yi Bei clasped his hands, expressing his sincerity. "Old Xiang, from now on, I will do everything I can to assist with any matters concerning the demon immortal realm." The old man smiled and returned the gesture. "That's wonderful, then there's nothing else. I shall take my leave." He maintained the gesture, bidding farewell, and turned to leave. Yi Bei furrowed his brows with deep concern. "Zihen, the immortality secret realm is incredibly dangerous. I don't know what has become of you now. Wait for me, Junior Master. In 3 months, the immortality secret realm will open, and I will come to rescue you." At the entrance of the immortality secret realm, 4 people stood before the space gate, emanating a mysterious energy. Tai Bai asked, "Isn't the immortality secret realm famously known as a sacred land of opportunity? Why is it so quiet here? There's not a single person?" Xiang, understanding, explained, "The immortality secret realm is a sacred land of opportunity, but it's extremely perilous. Many people who've entered before never made it out. That's why there's no one here. Moreover, anyone who wants to enter the secret realm must have the jade token of the longevity realm, or the realm will destroy them on the spot." Tai Bai suddenly understood. "Yi Bei, hurry up, let's go. Zihan is still waiting for us inside." She responded, "Yes, Grandmaster." Inside the immortality secret realm, in an area filled with cliffs, a thunderous explosion erupted. The rocks shattered and flew in all directions. Then, similar explosions followed in succession, their power unchanged. Xiang moved to dodge. This was quite impressive. Is this really the immortality secret realm? They're trying to kill us the moment we step in. Tai Bai was also deeply concerned. If even we are struggling to cope with this, how can Zihan, who's injured, possibly survive here? At that moment, countless elemental energy sources locked onto them. Another explosion rang out, and the rocks were shattered into pieces. Yi Bei frowned as he surveyed his surroundings, thinking, Zihan, where are you? Wu Xiao, panicked, shouted, Grandmaster, what should we do now? Don't even mention looking for Zihan, we almost lost our lives just now. As soon as he finished speaking, a rain of fireballs fell from the sky, targeting Yi Bei. The flames burned fiercely, and the tremendous heat spread out. He calmly raised his hand and formed a hand seal, and an array immediately appeared, enveloping everyone inside. Wu Xiao looked around. In such a desolate place, upon arrival, they were already being threatened with death, with no time at all to prepare. Tai Bai observed and doubted, looking into the distance. All around them was barren land and meteorites. There wasn't even any grass growing here, so how could this place be called the Longevity Realm? Suddenly, Xiang noticed an object on the ground not far away. She bent down to pick it up and called out to everyone, Look, a purple jade pendant. Then she handed it to Yi Bei. Grandmaster, take a look at this. He was startled. He looked at it and confirmed without a doubt that it was the jade pendant that Junior Master had given to Zihan years ago. It had fallen here. Zihan must have passed through this place. Wu Xiao clenched his fist in joy. But there was still no sign of Zihan around. She must have escaped, this is good news. This is not a dead end. Xiang furrowed her brows in confusion. However, the meteor shower was quite intense, and it was so dense that even the Grandmaster was struggling with it. How could Zihan have made it through? She wondered, could it be that the meteor shower would stop soon? 2 hours later, the meteor shower continued unabated, its intensity increasing, showing no signs of weakening. Everyone wore expressions that were hard to describe, feeling the tremors caused by the meteors. Wu Xiao, ever optimistic, had an idea, I know. Zihan must have broken through some of the meteorites. He then thought of finding a way out. She innocently suggested, how about Grandmaster give it a try? The other two looked at her with confused expressions. Xiang angrily scolded, with so many meteors, do you want Grandmaster to work himself to death? Tai Bai coldly said, or maybe let senior sister give it a try? Wu Xiao awkwardly waved her hand, just kidding, just kidding. She was curious, Grandmaster, what are we waiting for? What exactly should we be doing? Yi Bei spoke up, reminding them, look at this meteor, do you notice anything unusual? Tai Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully, plenty of them, and dense. Wu Xiao added, and they seem to generate electricity. Only Xiang noticed something odd, wait, this doesn't make sense. With so many meteors, we should have been crushed by now, but we're perfectly fine. He asserted, Luo girl was right, the meteors vanish when they hit the ground, so the ground here is a bit strange. Tai Bai asked, puzzled, but we already used spiritual energy to probe earlier, and it seemed like an ordinary place, no hidden mechanisms. Yi Bei calmly explained, it is a hidden mechanism, but the key we have is wrong. Xiang happily realized, the spiritual energy isn't the key, the meteor is. The two others widened their eyes in surprise. He calmly guided them, so, we need to fall with the meteors, heading toward death in order to live. Wu Xiao placed her hands on her hips, frowning in irritation, damn it, this is such a scam. The person with weak spiritual power and low strength cannot resist the meteorite, yet they can pass through this place faster. But the stronger the person, the more they think, which is why they have to stay here for so long. Tai Bai was anxious, in this case, we must quickly close the barrier to prevent this meteorite from crushing us. Ci Han was still waiting. Yi Bei lightly snapped his fingers, and the barrier immediately changed. It vanished, and a giant meteorite fell directly in the middle of them. In the blink of an eye, it was right above their heads, but no one moved. Yi Bei decided to leave their fate to chance. A massive explosion occurred, the sound of the shockwave echoed, and sparks flew in all directions. Fragments of rock rained down from the sky like a storm. Below them was an area filled with countless enormous mushroom-shaped plants. Someone groaned, "I've fallen, I think I'm dead." Another person confidently declared, "This is clearly paradise." Xing Chen's eyes shone brightly with excitement. It was the immortal vine. Not far away, a vine covered in jade-colored thorns was winding. She chattered incessantly, "A medicinal herb that cures all poisons, and with a root of at least 1,000 years of cultivation, if it can be used to refine a pill, bringing the dead back to life would be no problem." She immediately summoned a cauldron and performed hand seals. "Although the immortal vine is unusually fierce, I have the divine emperor cauldron that the Grandmaster gave me. No matter what, I must obtain it." However, before she could act, she was sent flying by the immortal vine before the cauldron. She was stunned. What? It continued to coil around Xing Chen's entire body. As she struggled, it tightened its grip even more. Wu Xiao quickly rushed over. "Junior sister, I'm here to save you." She stopped attacking on one side and turned to strike from another. The immortal vine was like an unstoppable force, charging straight ahead. She crossed her arms to block its blow. Yi Bei suddenly appeared behind her to support Wu Xiao. She anxiously reported, "Grandmaster, this immortal vine grows stronger when it meets resistance. Its force is now even greater than before. If this continues, I fear we won't be able to save Xing Chen." Xiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This is the immortality secret realm. The creatures here are not ordinary. If we want to save Xing Chen using conventional methods, it will likely be ineffective." Wu Xiao was taken aback, then lightly punched her palm as a new idea struck her. "It's a plant, right? The thing it fears most is fire. We just need to burn it with fire." Yi Bei casually interrupted, "It's not that simple." Xiang continued, "Grandmaster once taught us that for a creature to be refined into an immortal, it requires a pure flame. Earlier, Xing Chen tried using the Divine Emperor Cauldron's fire, but it couldn't refine the immortal vine. Our flames will be even less effective." Wu Xiao questioned, "So Grandmaster, are we just going to stand by and watch junior sister Xing Chen die?" He remained silent. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from afar. She was confused. "Did I remember incorrectly? Junior sister hasn't made a move yet, has she?" Yi Bei and Xiang exchanged wary glances, their attention turning toward the source of the explosion. A woman stood before them, carrying Xing Chen across her arms. He had fainted. A protective barrier surrounded her. Ning Bulai wore an aloof, unapproachable expression. She handed Xing Chen to Wu Xiao and warned, "The immortality secret realm is not a place you should enter. Leave now while you still can." Yi Bei frowned and thought, there was something familiar about this woman. Xiang cupped her hands in thanks. "Many thanks for saving my junior sister just now." Ning Bulai turned away indifferently. "No need. Come here and stop going further." Wanting to know the benefactor's name, she asked, "May I ask your name?" The woman answered without looking at her. Ning Bulai, Wu Xiao, and Xiang all widened their eyes in surprise at once. Yi Bei recalled, Ning Bulai was the younger sister of Ningxin Ziling. Xiao Palace had been slain by him not long ago. Ning Bulai made Xiang knit her brows tensely. Ning Bulai, she was the younger sister of Ningxin Zi. Yi Bei understood everything now, no wonder she had so easily defeated those immortals earlier. Using the nine yang fiery flames of Ling Xiao Palace against these opponents would be most effective. Wu Xiao lowered his voice to ask for advice. "We killed her brother, and now she has saved our junior sister. Grandmaster, what should we do?" He tried to separate the matters rationally. Ningxin Zi had rampaged tyrannically, abusing his power. Killing him was no great pity. As for his younger sister, kindness should be repaid with kindness. If she later becomes an enemy, then she will be an enemy. All responded in unison. Yes. Suddenly, a shout echoed from afar, "Ning Bulai, let's see where you can run." Wu Xiao was startled and immediately reported, "Grandmaster, that's the direction Ning Bulai went." Yi took the lead and rushed off to investigate. At the same time, in an open clearing, the silhouette of a group of people appeared. Li was surrounded on all sides. I've already left Divine Decree City. I no longer pose any threat to her position, yet she still refuses to let me go. The man in armor standing at the front crossed his arms arrogantly. The Great King said that only by eradicating the roots can one stand in an invincible position. Ningbulai, you now have only half your strength left, you're no match for us. Surrender quietly, and we might let you die in peace. She gritted her teeth in fury, summoning her ice sword. Her skills were inferior, her power rested away after years of struggle. I, Ningbulai, admit my downfall, but to make me yield? Wishful thinking. Though my strength is not what it once was, dealing with the likes of you is still well within my reach. At her words, the others rushed forward to attack. Li sidestepped gracefully and parried with her sword. A spear thrust came from behind, but she blocked it just in time. The battle grew fierce. Li fought two opponents at once. She bent her knees slightly, unleashing the Nine Suns technique. To counter the overwhelming force of the attack, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire area around them. The Grand Guard noticed the situation was dire and quickly intervened, mocking, exhausted, and at your limit. Li hastily raised her sword to defend herself. He smiled smugly and said, the talisman the Great King gave you is specifically meant to counter your 9 young fiery flames. She leaned back, skillfully dodging. The Grand Guard looked down on her, seeing her wounded and sitting on the ground, and said, Ningbulai, you were once very formidable. So what? Haven't you still been defeated by me? Finishing his words, he prepared to strike the final blow. Accept your death. Li, unable to resist, resigned herself and closed her eyes, awaiting the end. Suddenly, a burst of power came from nowhere, slicing through his weapon, and a horizontal gash appeared across his chest. He stood frozen, unable to react, as blood gushed out. Li widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "What?" Yi stood behind her, having finished his move. She tried to stand, saying, until now, it has always been Ningbulai who helped others. This is the first time I have received help from someone else. Thank you. He declined, just a mutual exchange, no need for thanks. Li frowned, deep in thought. This person, though his aura seemed faint, had killed a soldier at the late stage of the Emperor Lord Realm with a single strike. His cultivation was profound, immeasurable. Just now, with a casual move, he had helped her, unexpectedly saving her life. If she teamed up with him and brought him into Divine Decree City, perhaps she could reclaim everything that once belonged to her. After thinking it through carefully, she raised her hand in suggestion, if fate has already brought us together, why don't you come with me? I have lived in this immortality secret realm for many years. If you wish to attain any kind of fortune, I will surely do my best to assist you. Xiang raised his guard. Why did the woman's gaze toward the Grandmaster seem so strange? No, he couldn't let her have her way. Yi and Xiang responded simultaneously, but the difference was that Yi happily agreed. All right. Meanwhile, she refused. No. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. He awkwardly looked at her warning eyes. His strong desire for success had made him change his mind. We are looking for a person named Zihen. Have you ever seen them? Li answered enthusiastically, there are only 3 types of people who come to the immortality secret realm. One is the dead, another type has a small fortune to return to the immortal realm, and the last is the one who enters Divine Decree City. The Zihen you're talking about must belong to one of these types. They were all shocked. Divine Decree City, she recalled the image of the majestic city. The greatest fortune in the longevity realm was the path to immortality. And that path was located in Divine Decree City. Everyone who had the chance to enter Divine Decree City was someone with a connection to the gods. Entering Divine Decree City meant having the chance to escape the 3,000 worlds and reach higher, unexplored realms. Finally, Li concluded, that person also means they have the fortune to achieve the path to immortality. Wu Xiao suddenly became curious. Has anyone ever reached the path to immortality? She insisted there was nothing. Bu Li spoke ambiguously, shrouding the matter in mystery. This is Divine Decree City, the greatest secret of the immortality secret realm. Countless people have tried before those who came first fell, and those who followed could find no way to unravel it. Yet recently, I have sensed a faint, elusive feeling. This secret may soon be unveiled. Her expression was sorrowful. I have served in the immortality secret realm for many years and held considerable authority, yet not long ago someone exploited a lapse and seized my power. Therefore I could only flee to the four corners. To continue my serious proposal, I now seek revenge. You wish to cultivate and search for people, why don't we combine our forces? Xiang rubbed his chin and analyzed. Although this Ningbu Lai looked at her grandmaster with an odd gaze, her strength was formidable and she was intimately familiar with the immortality secret realm. Allying with her would bring more benefit than harm. The earlier scene replayed once more. Yi Bei and she spoke in unison, but this time it was reversed. He refused decisively. No. She, however, agreed. Yes. He looked at her awkwardly, covered his mouth, and whispered, allying with someone whose power has been sealed and who is being hunted everywhere will only ruin our good cause. Bu Li grew angry at the sight of this. I risked my life to save you, and you treat me like this? Yi Bei said irritably, warning, except for my disciples, you only speak of benefits, nothing else. We have already repaid what you call your favor. Xiang also crossed her arms, expressing agreement. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Bu Li, embarrassed by their words, blushed furiously and stammered, You all. Throwing away all pretense, she clung tightly to Yi Bei, crying pitifully. Then I beg you, all right? Please, just cooperate with me. He's at a loss. Wu Xiao spoke up to wake her from her act. Isn't your character supposed to be someone who never yields? Why are you already kneeling? She chuckled carelessly. Just doing it for survival. Bu Li kept offering enticing terms to tempt them. My cooperation with you won't be for nothing. After entering Divine Decree City, I'll use what's left of my influence to help you quickly establish a firm foothold. I can even give you countless treasures never before seen in the immortal realm. How about that? Yi Bei pondered carefully. Bu Li had been inside the immortality secret realm for many years. If her remaining power could be utilized, they might find Zihan much sooner. Entering Divine Decree City was also an excellent opportunity for the other disciples. He changed his mind. All right, we'll cooperate with you. Wu Xiao grew excited. Excellent. Divine Decree City sounds interesting. Let's head out now. But she stopped them. Wait a moment. My cultivation has been sealed, hasn't it? Charging back recklessly now would be no different from courting death. So I must first restore my power before leading you there. Xiang asked curiously, then how long will that take? Bu Li happily introduced, don't worry, have you ever heard of Ningxin Zi from Lingxiao Palace? He is my brother. After contacting him, I'll ask him to use his secret technique to help me unlock the seal. We'll be able to leave soon. They fell silent, feeling uneasy. She quickly took out a talisman. I'll immediately send a voice transmission to contact him. A hand quickly grabbed it. Wait a moment. She looked confused. Ha? Xingchen awkwardly explained, her hand still trembling, no need to contact your brother. I can help you restore your energy. She forced a smile. Although I was indeed defeated by the immortal vine earlier, I'm actually a pellet master, and healing is my specialty. If you're willing to trust me, I can help. In her heart, she silently thought, luckily, she didn't realize that her brother is dead. Otherwise, things would have gotten very complicated. Bu Li sincerely expressed her gratitude. All right, thank you. She replied, and thank you for earlier as well. She pondered for a moment. It had been a long time since she had heard from her brother. It seemed she had to hurry back to check on things. The cauldron hovered over countless immortal vines, and from within it, a jade green pill emerged. Xingchen reached out and took it, then handed it to Bu Li and explained, "This is a pill refined from the immortal vine. Due to the hurried process, it might not have the full effect of bringing someone back to life. But it should be more than enough for healing." She accepted it without the slightest doubt. "Thank you." Then, decisively swallowing it, a surge of power erupted throughout her body. She was astonished as she felt it. The power grew ever stronger, a blinding light spread everywhere, and wondrous violet clouds appeared. Bu Li lavishly praised, "My strength has completely recovered, truly formidable. I had underestimated you all at first. Not only did you kill an Emperor Lord Realm Warrior with a single strike, but you also managed to refine a pill of such tremendous power your aptitude can rival Tian Xiao's." BC calmly urged, "If you're recovered, then let's set off." Wu Xiao agreed, "Yes, yes. Zihan must be waiting for us somewhere already. Look over there." Bu Li sprang up and urged sharply, "Follow me." At the entrance to Divine Decree City, the place was constructed in a manner both imposing and elegant. 4 people lined up, peering down from above. She explained, "To enter the main city proper, one must undergo inspection at the outer gate to receive a seal." Turning to them to give instructions, "But I already have the seal. If we enter like this they'll surely detect us, so in a moment you must cause a disturbance to help hold them back." Xingchen raised his hand in salute, "No problem." Shui Shan fell into thoughtful silence. "Want to make a scene, do you? Or perhaps later we'll go ahead and beat up a few people, ruin the formation at the city gate, or Sun Wuxiao will go first. She knows best how to draw everyone's attention." At that moment, a hand shoved Bu Li away from the wall. She had no time to react and fell to her knees on the ground, dazed. 2 guards had noticed and they shouted in alarm. "Ning Bulai has turned back, be ready to kill her, hurry and inform the Lord." The other disciples watched the chaotic scene across the way with worry. She screamed, "Yi Bei, you bastard." He nonchalantly reminded them, "Go in. Act as if none of this concerns you, they'll only force a smile." Wu Xiao raised a thumb in exclamation, "Grandmaster is cruel." At the inn inside Divine Decree City, warm sunlight streamed in and the main door was tightly shut. Yi Bei sat leisurely before the tea table, Shui Shang standing respectfully at his side. Suddenly Bu Li burst through the door, shouting, "Yi Bei," she demanded angrily, "why did you harm me just now?" He calmly took a sip of tea. "Have you gotten in yet?" Bu Li froze. "Ha?" Yi Bei asked again, "Have we gotten in yet?" She answered instinctively, "We're in." He smiled slightly and said, "If you've gotten in, then we've gotten in too. What is there left to doubt?" Still fuming, Bu Li slammed the table. "Who behaves like you?" Yi Bei warned coldly, "Spare your words. If you still want to cooperate, sit down." She could not refute. He glanced at her and asked, "Did you gather any news after entering the city?" Bu Li casually folded her arms and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I've already contacted my old subordinates, and by tomorrow, I can provide you with information about the person you're looking for." Wu Xiao cheered with joy. "That's great." She continued, "But you must agree to one condition." She placed a box on the table, inside of which was a blue gem-like pill. "Take this pill, and only then will I believe that you truly wish to cooperate with me. After that, I will give you the information about that person." Shui Shan furrowed her brows in confusion. "What?" Wu Xiao gritted her teeth, angrily slamming her hand on the table. "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to threaten us with poison?" At that moment, Xingchen realized something was wrong. It wasn't poison, it was a talisman. She was taken aback and, without thinking, placed her hands on her hips and confirmed, "No, it's a talisman used for making a pact." She added, "I don't want to harm you, I simply want to make a deal with you." Wu Xiao was stunned. "A deal?" She then recounted the story. At first, I was an outstanding talent in the Immortal realm, the first to enter Divine Decree City to search for resources here and establish the Lingxiao Palace. It was during that time that I saved a person who was severely injured due to the heavenly tribulation during his ascension, named Shintian Kuei. Xingchen speculated, is he the great king that those soldiers mentioned, the one they're issuing a nationwide manhunt for? That's correct. That year, after I saved him, he pretended to be loyal to me, but secretly, bit by bit, he took away all of my power. In the end, not only did he defeat me, leaving me half injured, but he also stripped me of all my influence. Wu Xiao was puzzled. What does this have to do with your family situation? Bolli explained, my cultivation has mostly recovered by now, but the power I once held is basically lost. It would be too difficult to fight against Shintian Kuei at this point, so I need to find a trustworthy partner to cooperate with. She sneered, we're not exactly saints ourselves. The others exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. She trusts us, but you have superior power, and more importantly, you're the kind who doesn't abandon your allies. Wu Xiao grinned proudly. Grandmaster, in this case, she's not wrong. Yi Bei nodded in agreement. Calmly, she laid out the facts. Therefore, I agreed to share my cultivation, under the condition that you help me find Zihan. We will sign a pact, become partners, and drink the contract pill. Once done, the pact will be sealed. If anyone betrays it, they will face the full punishment of the heavenly Tao contract body exploding in death. He was slightly impressed by the cultivation of the true immortal realm, especially with the supreme divine power of the 9 yang fiery flames. To both ordinary people and immortals, it was an incredible opportunity to soar to the heavens. Bully responded decisively, on the contrary, I dare to think and dare to act. When I have made a judgment, I always dare to act on it. So, how do you feel? Will you accept my deal? No. Yi Bei smiled faintly, picking up the pill. Although your cultivation has no appeal to me, it is a great opportunity for my disciples. If any of them are willing to take this golden pill, I will agree to your deal. Wu Xiao immediately became excited, volunteering, me. Let me do it. The 9 yang fiery flames thing is perfect for me. Without hesitation, she popped the pill into her mouth. The ancient violet characters immediately appeared and split apart. She felt the power surging through her body. It was an amazing sensation. At that moment, a blue butterfly flew in urgently, catching Bu Li's attention. She quickly reported, there's news about Zihan. Yi Bei eagerly asked, what's the situation? She listened intently to the news the butterfly brought, her expression turning serious. Not only did Zihan enter the city mysteriously, but she was also captured. She is currently in Tionla. In the damp, gloomy dungeon, a girl was shackled by her wrists with iron chains, firmly attached to the wall. 2 guards stood in front of her. One held a purple spirit orb and reminded, the king has ordered that we must absorb all her spiritual consciousness. The guard next to him, appearing somewhat timid, spoke up, absorbing someone's spiritual consciousness is no different from destroying their foundation. I feel a bit sorry for her. This seems too cruel for a cultivator. Zihan appeared to have lost consciousness, sitting helplessly as they made their arrangements around her. The fierce guard slapped the man beside him hard, angrily cursing, idiot, for centuries, we have dedicated ourselves to the immortal Tao, generation after generation, and she has offered her soul consciousness to us. Opening the immortal Tao school is her honor. He felt the sting and quickly responded, yes. The guard furrowed his brows and ordered, this woman's power is very strong. When we first captured her, we lost 3 emperor lords in the process. Her soul consciousness must be incredibly resilient. You use these 5 soul-piercing nails to destroy her meridians first. Once her spiritual essence shatters and her soul consciousness falls into chaos, I'll come and absorb her soul. He winced, his cheek throbbing as he obeyed, yes. Then, he summoned the soul-piercing nails, his face filled with remorse as he said, I'm sorry. 1 nail was thrust mercilessly into Zihan's shoulder. The sound of it piercing her flesh echoed through the air. Thud. The sharp pain jolted her awake, her eyes snapping open. Her agonized screams shattered the silence of the dungeon, chilling to the bone. The other 4 nails were driven one by one into her remaining arm, both thighs, and finally, her chest. The dark, endless corridor leading to the dungeon echoed with the sounds of her torment, stirring fear in the hearts of those who heard it. The guard was suddenly punched in the stomach, his eyes bulging, mouth open. Wu Xiao, alone, easily dealt with the attackers, taking them down one by one as they collapsed to the ground. Someone voiced their concern, "Grandmaster, this dungeon is filled with prohibitions. Not only that, but with Zihan Jr.'s sister so severely injured, I fear." Xiang furrowed his brows in anger. "If they dare, Shen Tian Kuei in this place will have to be buried alongside Zihan Jr.'s sister." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the front, and they immediately rushed toward it. The ground cracked open. Xiang called out Zihan Jr.'s sister, and Wu Xiao added, "Zihan Jr.'s sister, we're here to save you." A girl was choking 2 guards with her hands, and they screamed miserably as electricity coursed through their bodies. She spoke in a deep voice, "If you had shown me even a little sympathy, this wouldn't be the outcome now." The other 3 stared wide-eyed, astonished. Zihan, sensing the commotion, turned her head and looked at her with an innocent expression. "Grandmaster, senior sister, junior sister, you've all arrived," they stared at her in confusion. Yi Bei also came. "Say something, what happened here?" Zihan greeted them joyfully. "Grandmaster, you all finally arrived. Disciple has been waiting for you all for a long time." Zihan explained while rubbing her head. "At first, I entered the longevity realm heavily injured and was still healing. I don't know why a group of people suddenly came to hunt me down. There were too many of them, and in the end, I was captured and brought here." He asked, "So how are you now? What did they do to you?" She flexed her arm proudly. "I am a disciple of the Grandmaster. What could they possibly do to me?" Wu Xiao looked at her with a suspicious gaze. She waved her hand innocently. "Initially, I had planned to pretend to be injured to see what they would do, but as soon as I arrived, they wanted to kill me. There was nothing I could do, so I had no choice but to respond in kind." Xingchen asked with concern, "Senior sister, are you really okay?" Zihan confidently punched her chest. "Of course, I'm fine." Before she could finish speaking, she staggered and coughed up blood. Yi Bei was startled, "CI girl," and the others were shocked as well. Xingchen shouted, "Senior sister." At that moment, a casual voice rang out, "Ha, Yi Bei, I finally caught up with you all." He frowned in annoyance and waved his hand. "Sneaking around like that, get out." As they were speaking, a surge of energy collided with something in the air and exploded. Tian Kuei, satisfied, praised, "Not bad. As expected, you are the one I've been watching." Bully questioned him rudely, "Shen Tian Kuei, what did you do to her?" He reassured them, "Don't worry, I only drained her spiritual sense." Yi Bei declared firmly, "You intentionally lured us here." The information that Ningbu Lai's former subordinates obtained was a trap set by you. He cheerfully confirmed, "Yi Bei, ever since you killed the heavenly net Immortal Lord, I've been keeping an eye on you." Bully, furious, asked, "Shen Tian Kuei, what exactly are you after?" Tian Kuei casually replied, "Look, Bully, you've been in the longevity realm for so long, you must be aware of this. The greatest secret of the longevity realm is the path to immortality. Over the years, countless people have fallen, with no one able to uncover this secret. Initially, I thought it was you, then I thought it was me, but both failed. Until I saw you." His face darkened, silent, and he continued, "A person who has just ascended to the immortal realm not long ago, not only able to survive in the chaotic space, but also able to hang the heavenly net Immortal Lord. More importantly, the most crucial thing is that since you appeared, Divine Decree City, which had been silent for so long, has begun to stir again." He kept enticing. "Therefore, Yi Bei, cooperate with me, and we will definitely be able to unlock the secret of the path to immortality, and we will certainly surpass the immortal realm." Yi Bei spoke darkly. A dangerous aura radiated from him. "The path to immortality, I already know how to grasp it, there's no need to cooperate with someone like you. Furthermore, I have already said. His gaze was sharp, a formation appeared behind him, and his ruthless voice declared, anyone who harms my disciple must die. Yi Bei charged forward. Tian Kuei still had time to leisurely sigh, this strike is indeed not simple. His eyes glowed with a red light, but a barrier appeared to protect him as Yi Bei collided with it. The shockwave sent him flying backward, and he arrogantly said, Yi Bei, let me see just how much power you truly possess. Yi Bei seriously formed a seal, a formation appearing behind him. The sky darkened, and fierce lightning descended, creating a large disturbance that made Kuei stubbornly continue to entice. The formation I set up in Tionla, yet you destroyed it all, truly worthy of being the person I have taken an interest in. Yi Bei, I'll give you one more chance. If you agree to cooperate, you may share power with me. He summoned an orb of energy threateningly. If you refuse to cooperate, I can only withdraw your spirit and kill you. Yi Bei said coldly, spare me the words. He flew into a rage and struck, if that's the case, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Huge skulls gaped and lunged to bite him. Yi Bei flicked his hand and they shattered instantly. He frowned with disdain. Cut the theatrics, do you really think these things can harm me? Suddenly someone shouted, Grandmaster. Startled, he turned and saw a monster standing before Xiang. It roared, countless afterimages swirled around them. The three turned their backs to one another, on guard. Yi Bei grew anxious, CI girl's spirit had been stolen, her foundation was unstable, if the fight dragged on she wouldn't be able to hold out. He had to end the battle quickly. These formations had been arranged by Tian Kuei beforehand and were hard to escape, they would have to confront his divine will directly. Speed and decisiveness. He summoned the system interface and used a one-time space sealing item. The space seal activated. Tian Kuei was trapped inside a box-shaped barrier, he frowned in astonishment. What's going on? He reached out as if to seize his head. Today I destroyed one of your divine wills. Next time I'll come for you in person. The space darkened, and all that could be seen was the color of blood. The others anxiously watched Tian Kuei above. Great King, Great King. He spat out blood, waving his hand to reassure them, it's fine, I was merely struck by a backlash from my divine sense. His face was filled with restraint as he thought to himself, Yi Bei, though I don't know what method you used to temporarily imprison a layer of my divine sense, the next time we meet, I will personally take your life. In a room, the healing light dispersed. Xingchen sat on the bed, her hands pressed on Zihen's back, treating her. After a while, Zihen exhaled in relief. She had temporarily sealed off Zihen's senior sister's spiritual energy, stabilizing her condition, but this was far from enough. She turned to remind everyone, only by quickly finding her spiritual consciousness and returning it can she fully recover. Boli was certain that her spiritual consciousness was now in Tian Kuei's possession. She furrowed her brows, her expression serious, but Tian Kuei's strength has increased several levels. He is probably on the verge of breaking through the peak of the true star realm. Furthermore, after your battle, he is sure to be better prepared now. It won't be easy to deal with him anymore. Yi Bei asked calmly, Xingchen, how much longer can Zihen's body hold out? She was surprised to hear that, glanced at Zihen, then pondered before speaking, with your current ability, if you can bring back Zihen's consciousness within half a month, she can be restored to her original state. But if, after 1 month, the consciousness is still not found, then Shuishan will be notified. Grandmaster, Wu Xiao has infiltrated the Tian Kuei camp. We should act now, cooperating both inside and out, we can definitely retrieve Zihen's consciousness, younger sister Bully proposes. If you want to go, I'll go with you. However, Yi Bei calmly declared, we won't go. Shuishan was taken aback, stunned, what? Yi Bei spoke coldly, Zihen's consciousness is currently in Tian Kuei's hands. The initiative is in his control. His territory is full of people and strength, and we will inevitably suffer losses. So, we should not go. Luo Shuishang, hearing this, became curious, Grandmaster, do you have other arrangements? He is surely not wrong. Then, entrusting the responsibility to the disciples, now, Junior Master gives you 1 month. In this month, all of you must break through to the true immortal realm. Follow Junior Master and retrieve Zihan's consciousness. Everyone was taken aback. What? 1 month? Ningbu Lai vehemently opposed. 1 month to break through to the true immortal realm? Yi Bei, are you crazy? None of us here are even at the true immortal realm or higher. Even you yourself are only at the middle stage of the void immortal realm. To break through in 1 month, that's truly utter nonsense. Xingchen also felt that this was a bit beyond her abilities. Grandmaster, moreover, I am an alchemist. Compared to the others, my cultivation speed has already been much slower. For someone like me, even a brief moment feels too short. However, Shuaishan was extremely confident. Grandmaster, I can immediately receive a pointer from you. Good. Yi Bei immediately gathered energy within the palms of his hands, and the energy was quickly compressed into a ball of energy by a small formation. Without saying a word, he threw the energy ball straight at Buli. She wasn't prepared in time and received the full force of the power. The energy surrounded her like a layer of mist, hazy and ethereal. Yi Bei, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she seemed to realize something. This power source was not attacking, on the contrary, it was entering her body. Wait, he's channeling spiritual energy into me. He carefully instructed Ningbu Lai, you must accept this spirit pill properly. As soon as he finished speaking, he increased the force, and the pressure was so great that her long hair was blown upward. A beam of light shot out, radiating brilliant glow, and soared straight into the sky. The immense magical power stirred the heavens, causing thunder to roar down. In Buli's eyes, everything suddenly turned black, and her heart couldn't help but wonder, he brought down the heavenly tribulation. He wants to help me break through. She sighed, terrifying, truly terrifying. In her mind, she continued to analyze. Clearly, he was only at the mid-stage of Void Immortal, yet he possessed this incredible spiritual power. What was most terrifying was that he could summon the heavenly tribulation with his bare hands. I'm glad I chose to cooperate with him from the start. Lightning had approached dangerously close to the roof of the house where they stood. If I can truly borrow his power to break through, then I'll be able to reclaim everything that once belonged to me. Just a second later, a massive bolt of lightning struck down directly, producing a deafening roar. All of it was absorbed into the sword in Buli's hand. Heavenly tribulation, here I come. In that instant, she unleashed a slash straight toward the heavens. Streams of lightning coursed along the blade, further amplifying the power of her strike. A blinding arc sliced through the roof of the building, as though distorting the very fabric of space. Finally, the immense flow of spiritual energy split in two, and the dust gradually dispersed. Peace returned to the ancient city, and Buli was overcome with indescribable joy. I did it! After all this time, I've finally reached the peak of the void immortal realm. Just one final step more, and I'll break through to the true immortal realm. Yi Bei asked once more. 1 month, do you still think it's not enough? She hastily changed her mind. It's enough. He quickly opened a spatial gate. Within the time tower of the desolate small world, the concentration of spiritual energy and the speed of cultivation were hundreds of times greater than in the outside world. Entering together with Junior Master, everyone was required to break through to the true immortal realm within a month. Xingchen, Shuaishan, and Boli responded in unison. Yes. Time passed swiftly, and after 1 month, Luo Shuaishang had successfully cultivated to the true immortal realm. The same thing happened to Ningbu Lai, who was diligently practicing. Yi Bei, satisfied, raised her voice. It seemed everyone had broken through now. Xingchen shyly stood behind the Grandmaster and observed. Great senior sister is truly formidable. He suddenly shifted his attention to her. Xingchen, it's your turn now. She hesitated and declined. Grandmaster, I can't. Then she began to explain non-stop. Senior sisters and the others have been practicing step by step, steadily advancing to the true immortal realm. Right now, I can only reach the middle stage of the void immortal realm, all of it relying on those elixirs. I really can't do it. In the dense forest, a shrill scream echoed. Grandmaster, what are you doing? Yi Bei's expression could not be darker. Xingchen, don't disappoint Grandmaster, you scared her so much that she cried uncontrollably. From now on, I won't believe in you, Grandmaster. At the Tiankuei Temple, a magnificent high-rise building, countless explosions suddenly shook the place for no apparent reason, flames rising from it, illuminating the sky. Wu Xiao leaped down from above to where the four of them were standing. Grandmaster, I've been waiting for a whole month, and finally, you all have arrived. She eagerly made her request. Grandmaster, I've been coming and going early and late these days. Every array in the Tiankuei Temple has been destroyed first. When are you going to reward your disciple a little? The young man cheerfully responded, of course. After the greetings were over, her expression immediately turned grave. But this Grandmaster Shin Tiankuei, whoever knows what demonic technique he's been practicing lately, suddenly experienced a dramatic surge in cultivation. His current realm has likely reached the peak of the true immortal realm. You must be careful. No sooner had he finished speaking than a foot appeared, landing on the roof. Yi Bei, you finally arrived. Sunlight glancing off the top of the city wall cast the figure above into shadow. Everyone started and looked up toward the voice. It was Shin Tiankuei, a blood-red orb of spirit force cradled in his hand. I've been waiting for you a long time. Ningbu Lai gaped in astonishment. The radiance about Shin Tiankuei was the hellfire of the gate of immortality. She bombarded him with questions. Could it be that you opened that gate? You destroyed the foundations cultivated over hundreds of years by those elder immortals, absorbed their spiritual consciousness, and traded it for your present fortune? He did not deny it, he admitted plainly, that's right. She hissed between clenched teeth, before, you sweet-talked them into serving you, today you mercilessly slaughtered them and drained all their spiritual consciousness. Shin Tiankuei, you truly spare no means. He casually shrugged, they betrayed you first, I killed them. You should be pleased. She drew a deep frown, I, Ningbu Lai, will never be pleased by such treachery. Then she raised her sword and summoned inner power. Shin Tiankuei, you betrayed your oath, stole my strength, and slaughtered so many innocents. Today I will have to kill you to pray for the peace of Divine Decree City. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, Ningbu Lai, you really are foolish. She widened her eyes and, her voice strained, asked, what do you mean? He pointed a finger downward. Even after so long had passed, she could still be so easily deceived by the person beside her. Moreover, she couldn't even clearly see who her true enemy was. Now you are in a hurry to kill me, why not avenge the one who killed your brother first? She still didn't grasp his meaning. What are you saying? Yi Bei stood behind, her face impassive and unreadable. A blinding flash suddenly sprang from the tip of Tiankuei's finger. It shot directly at the crown of Bu Li's head. A series of images flashed through her mind. Yi Bei, in a low voice, ordering her disciple Xingchen to kill this Ningxin Zi, the divine emperor cauldron would be yours. Xingchen obediently complied. Yes, next came the scene of her and Shuishang joining forces to trap Ningxin Zi, your excellency, within a great formation. All that remained was your excellency's blood-curdling, agonized scream. She was so stunned she could hardly believe her eyes. She murmured, brother, remember the words your excellency once told me. Bully brother told me that no matter what happens, the descendants of our Ning family must never shed tears. Forcing her grief back down, she seemed to steel herself. All right, brother Bully understands. A moment later she did not hesitate to point her sword at the person opposite. Yi Bei, it was you who killed my brother. Before the sharp tip of her sword, his expression remained utterly calm as he declared, I killed Ningxin Zi. Her tone was sharp and uncompromising. You killed my elder brother, deceived me, pretended to cooperate with me, used me to advance into Divine Decree City, yet at first I even saved you with my own hands. Her teeth clenched as if to restrain her emotion. But why did you want to help me recover my cultivation, even to help me break through to the true immortal realm? Yi Bei, you are even more terrifying than Shintian Kuei, yet none of that sways his mind. I have never regretted killing Ning Shenzi, nor will I feel remorse for you. If you want to make a move, then come. Those words directly ignited the fury deep within bully Yi Bei. You forced me. A violent whirlwind of spiritual power surged, rippling the air and shaking the space, accompanied by the ragged battle cry of the caster, I must kill. Yet instead of targeting Yi Bei's group, the stream of spiritual consciousness sprouted a pair of mystical wings and flew in the opposite direction. Shin Tian Kuei, like a bird with a razor beak, darted toward Tian Kuei at arrow-like speed. He could not help but sneer, Ning Bulai, you fool, after all this, you still choose to come and kill me. She insisted adamantly, kill you first, then kill him later, there's still time. He replied coolly, killing me will only make you die faster. A surge of ultimate power struck him directly, exploding into a fierce wave of imposing force. Yet, it was only enough to cause negligible destruction on his arm, which was protected by a suit of iron armor. Tian Kuei raised his hand to observe the remaining crack. He had to admit that Bu Li's strength had improved somewhat. It's been just a month, and you've already broken through to the true immortal realm, he said. She was resolute. That's right. All of this is to ensure that I can put an end to you today and reclaim everything that belongs to me, she replied coldly. He laughed heartily. Ha, what a pity. But Bu Li, no matter how much you calculated, you never anticipated that, when I was still under your command, I secretly stole the secret technique of your 9 young fiery flames. Dark energy gradually accumulated in his palm. Ling Xiao and your people can absorb solar divine power and transform it into the divine bird 9 young fiery flames. As for me, Shin Tian Kuei, I can also use the dark flames of the hell's furnace to defeat you. I searched everywhere for a chance and finally found a way to deal with you in the mortal realm's hell. A moment later, he crushed the orb into pieces with force. Today, however, a solid layer of defense enveloped his body, preventing Bu Li's divine bird from getting anywhere near him. At this terrifying sight, she gritted her teeth in frustration. But that wasn't the end. Tian Kuei continued to summon a massive snake, preparing to strike a fatal blow. Its enormous mouth immediately swallowed the target in one swift motion. She lost her balance and leaned back, her eyes turning white and losing focus as her body fell freely downward. She could not stop blaming herself. Shin Tian Kuei, not killing you in the beginning was the most foolish thing I have ever done in my life. The great serpent once again opened its mouth wide to welcome her. It sneered, unfortunately, you no longer have the chance. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the air, drawing a sharp line before directly plunging into the body of the great serpent, causing it to howl in pain. Bu Li, having just escaped danger, vaguely sensed that it was Yi Bei who had intervened to save her. Tian Kuei sighed, Yi Bei, finally, you've made your move. He spoke mockingly. I'll give you 2 more moments to live. You're getting more and more formidable with every jump, but if you don't make a move now, I fear you might not know how vast the world is. He didn't want to waste more words with the opponent. Enough talking, then, come at me if you dare. Quickly, he maneuvered behind Yi Bei to ambush him. Yi Bei shot a sharp glance over, but even if he noticed, it seemed like he couldn't dodge in time, taking a sharp elbow strike from Tian Kuei. He was sent crashing down to the roof of the building below. A massive explosion echoed through the air. However, he landed safely, unharmed, without a scratch. Not giving his opponent a moment's rest, Tian Kuei summoned countless concrete pillars. Yi Bei, you've fallen into my trap. They fell simultaneously, surrounding where Yi Bei stood. Strange red symbols were slowly engraved onto the pillars by an invisible flame. Waves of jet-black energy rose one after another, accompanied by his mocking voice. You've miscalculated. My goal today is not to kill you, but to make you help me open the true door to eternal life. Before his entire body vanished behind the dark energy source, Yi Bei didn't forget to leave a final remark. Turns out, it's a fairly high-level teleportation formation. But Shin Tian Kuei, didn't you know? Aside from regular martial arts, my second area of expertise is formations. His fingers pressed together, forming a seal to activate the ultimate annihilation technique. A massive sphere of spiritual energy immediately materialized, and within an instant, it shattered the surrounding concrete pillars into pieces. Shin Tian, narrowly avoiding the blast, could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? Yi Bei, emerging from the clash of dark energy, wore a serious expression and quickly closed in on his position. The two of them simultaneously struck out, their fists colliding with a deafening sound. Suddenly, a cold sword pierced through his left chest, making him spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging with a fierce glare behind his helmet. Ning Bu Lai, it's you, Bu Li. A voice came from behind, low and cold. I told you, I will definitely kill you. With that, she swung her sword, slicing through his body. Her gaze then turned icy towards Yi Bei, who stood at a distance, causing him to momentarily freeze. He quickly regained his composure. What's wrong? Is it our turn now? At that moment, Xingchen also landed beside them. She gritted her teeth, glaring at them as she questioned, "Why do you want to kill my brother?" She hastily explained, "He was the one who wanted to kill us first." Over the years, those corrupt officials have acted recklessly, oppressing other factions without restraint. And every time the Grand Immortal Alliance assembly takes place, whenever a new force appears, he spares no effort to eliminate them. Not long ago, he even took advantage of a dark, stormy night to set our in ablaze. In such a situation, if we don't kill him, the ones who'll die will be us. Memories of the two siblings came flooding back. Ning Shenzi, Your Excellency, declared firmly, "Boli, if we are to act, we must become the strongest in the immortal realm." She echoed in response, "Brother, I will definitely make it happen." Your Excellency could not conceal his joy. "Buli, you will forever be your brother's pride." His gentle voice still lingered in her heart. "No matter when you return, I will always be here." Tears welled up in her eyes, stirred by emotion. "Why did you save me?" She pointed her sword forward, hesitation filling her heart. "Why help me restore my powers? Why agree to cooperate with me? If you hadn't done these things, I could have killed you all without hesitation." Yi Bei urged her strongly, "Go ahead, don't hold back because of what we've done. You once saved Xingchen, that debt has already been settled." She finally relented. "Then, just one strike. If you die, it will be me avenging my brother. If I die, then I shall descend below and confess my sins to him." He agreed decisively, "All right." That was all Bu Li needed. She gathered her inner energy, and a violent surge of power roared through the air. Xingchen anxiously addressed the Grandmaster, her resolve steeled with the determination to die if she must. The energy of that single strike consumed hundreds of years of her cultivation. Though it might not be enough to kill, it would surely inflict severe harm. Moreover, if that strike were to be blocked, she would perish, her entire cultivation dissipating into nothingness. Yi Bei spoke frankly, "I always knew a day like this would come, but I never imagined she would be someone who values affection so deeply, nor that, in the end, she would make such a choice." He raised his hand, summoning countless glowing symbols that floated before him. "Well then, let me be the one to bring this to an end." Her hair streamed wildly in the wind, painting a scene filled with murderous intent. "Yi Bei, I do not regret having known you," that final thought, she wished she didn't have to voice, especially not to him. "This time, the divine bird's strike is aimed directly at you, it's over." A single graceful motion of her hand, fluid and radiant. A layer of formidable spiritual energy instantly formed just as the divine bird's beak came crashing down. All the memories they had shared flashed vividly before their eyes. Forget everything and still, you can hate purely, love purely. That is the last gift I can give you. The fragments of memory slowly drifted apart, shattering like a thin layer of fragile glass. The lifeless body of Boli collapsed forward, but fortunately, Yi Bei caught her. Luo Shuishang only sighed deeply, almost as if to say, "Dust to dust, earth to earth." Meanwhile, a hint of sorrow appeared on Xingchen's face. Truly, the ways of the world take their toll on people. He carefully laid her down on the ground, and Wu Xiao hurriedly ran over. Grandmaster, when did you learn that move? It was so awesome, I want to learn it too. Yi Bei had no choice but to indulge his disciple. Once he retrieved Zihen's spiritual essence, Junior Master would teach him. She excitedly raised her hands to the sky in celebration. That's wonderful! Thank you, Grandmaster. Suddenly, a strange surge of demonic energy emanated from the fallen body of Tian Kuei in the distance, leaving everyone startled. Grandmaster, what do you think that is? It just followed the wind and disappeared. The four of them, Yi Bei, Xiang, Wu Xiao, and Xingchen, rushed forward, their curiosity piqued. It's not spiritual energy. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know either. He spoke solemnly. Let's go see and find out. Under the clear sky, a streak of light shot through the towering mountains, weaving through the narrow valleys below, finally arriving at a massive stone door. The group of four landed without encountering any obstacles. Shueshang questioned, why did that thing from Shintian Kuei end up here? Could it be some kind of trap? I already confirmed that Shintian Kuei has absolutely no way of coming back to life, and that thing just now doesn't seem to belong to him, so this can't be one of his traps. Wu Xiao resolutely stepped forward. Is it a trap or an opportunity? We'll know once we enter. She exerted force with both arms to push the door open. A beam of red light shone outward through the gap. You inform everyone. It's open, she said. Xingchen widened his eyes in surprise. It was a stifling and fiery space, like a molten lava region appearing before his eyes. Chains were tightly binding a rock overhead. The black hell that Shintian Kuei mentioned, Wu Xiao said, her eyes wide with awe. Shintian Kuei must have gained some sort of fortuitous encounter here, that's why his cultivation has advanced so quickly. Xingchen asked for Yi Bei's opinion. Do we need to go in and take a look, Grandmaster? He inquired hesitantly. Wu Xiao, Xingchen, what do you see inside? Suddenly, something caught Shueshang's attention. Wu Xiao recalled that the Black Hell was the place where Shintian Kuei had gained his fortuitous encounter and defeated Buli. Her gaze shifted toward the large tree in front, but Junior Master saw instead a towering tree stump, and a sense of confusion grew increasingly overwhelming. Could there be an illusionary formation set up here? Shueshang exclaimed. I also see a towering tree stump. Wu Xiao immediately refuted, that's not it. She vaguely sensed the desolate and lifeless aura emanating from inside, too real to be an illusionary formation. Could it be? Shueshang suddenly interrupted. Actually, there are two doors. She pondered deeply and said, I once read in an ancient, incomplete scroll that there was an ancient ruin with two such doors. Only those with true destiny can find the path to the righteous way, find that hidden paradise. As for the path that ordinary people take, it only leads to the real world, which, no doubt, is just like this one. Then, he made a guess, Grandmaster, what's inside might be the immortal path that Shintian Kuei and Ning Bulai have been searching for all these years. Yi Bei also found it somewhat plausible. Shintian Kuei had put in so much effort, yet he never imagined that the path to liberation was right beneath his feet. Let's go, we're going in. Xingchen whispered. Grandmaster, we'll wait here for the two of you to return. Both of them stepped forward and touched the faint, ethereal space gate before them. Around the large tree, countless bubbles drifted softly in the air, creating a profoundly mysterious scene. Shueshang raised her hand to catch one that was flying toward her. This was Shintian Kuei's spiritual essence, and within the sphere, his true face appeared. She took a moment to observe, noting that it was filled with spiritual essence. But why are they here? Yi Bei answered according to his understanding. These spiritual essences were once imprisoned by Shintian Kuei, unable to escape. Now that Shintian Kuei is dead, all of them have been summoned here by the Immortal Tree. He deduced that this place led to both immortality and death. Zihen's spiritual essence must also be here. She directed her gaze to a bubble high above. There, he quickly gathered a surge of spiritual power into his palm. This move was intended to pull the bubble down toward them. Yi Bei assigned a task to her. Luo girl, Zihen can't wait any longer, take it back. Junior Master will investigate what exactly this place is. Xiang obediently listened and replied, understood, Grandmaster. Then he quickly accelerated and left. He lightly touched the tree trunk to inspect it. It turned out this was the Tree of Eternal Life, a time law, and it contained such profound, mysterious power. A sudden voice rang out, its origin unclear, what are you messing with? His expression immediately turned cautious. Who's there? Countless vines simultaneously surged towards Yi Bei, who was standing under the tree. The two sides collided, creating a small explosion that sent white smoke billowing. He managed to fend off their attack with just one hand. A stern voice sounded, who's there? A stunningly beautiful goddess, sitting cross-legged on the large tree, spoke, I am the incarnation of the Tree of Eternal Life. You are the chosen heir of the law. He fixed a wary gaze on her. You're the heir? Without hesitation, he voiced his question, the chosen heir of the law, does that mean the one who sees the true entrance to the path of eternal life is the one chosen by the road itself? The undead spirit raised one hand, a look of amusement on her face, and summoned a glowing blue thread. As long as the Tree of Eternal Life recognizes you, you will become its protector and gain the path to immortality. She directed the thread to slowly float downward. Stay still, don't move. Next, leave it to me. Yi Bei gazed intently at the strange beam of light that was about to touch him, silently analyzing. The spiritual energy here was abundant, more than he had ever felt, and both time and the surrounding air seemed to contain the laws of time. Everywhere around him, there were opportunities. If he accepted the opportunity the woman offered, wouldn't he ascend immediately? He indifferently stated, you've accepted it. Suddenly, a shift occurred within him, causing him to open his eyes in astonishment. He didn't have time to understand what was happening and instinctively began observing his body. What's happening? The undead spirit was equally shocked. How is this possible? Could it be that you are not the one chosen by the laws? Then how did you enter here? A mere mortal don't even mention finding the true path into the gate of immortality. Even if you did find it, you would die because you couldn't bear the opportunity. This world. Cold sweat trickled down his pale cheek. Who are you really? He only stared at the palm of his hand. I am not someone who can inherit the path to immortality. Could it be Luo girl? By reading his thoughts, the undead spirit had already identified the real chosen one her. The goddess immediately clasped her hands together and began chanting the summoning spell. On Luo Shuishang's side, she suddenly sensed something unusual. A vague thought fleetingly crossed her mind, why did she suddenly feel her soul vibrating, as if someone were calling her? She instinctively moved toward the spatial gate, her eyes lost focus, muttering to herself as a voice echoed from within. Not long after, she was awakened by the urgent call of someone. Shuishan looked around in confusion. Grandmaster, why are we here? Yi Bei quickly reassured her and then casually asked Han. Don't be afraid, how is Zihen's spiritual consciousness? She rubbed her head, trying to bring her mind back into focus. I just returned Zihen's spiritual consciousness, but suddenly it seemed like a voice appeared in my head, calling me to go somewhere. After that, I lost consciousness and ended up here. The undead spirit approached from afar. I summoned you here. You are the chosen heir to the law of time. If you inherit the law, you will be able to obtain the path of immortality. Why did you agree? She continued to explain. The path of immortality is the dream that countless people have sought. As long as you agree to sign a pact with me, you will receive it. Master the laws of time and space, and become a true god. He wondered. If I become the heir, fully inheriting the path of immortality, what will happen afterward? The goddess answered calmly. Naturally, you will forever protect the tree of immortality and the path of immortality, maintaining the balance of time. Xiang had already made up her mind. I disagree. Her expression darkened for a moment. What? She held him tight, stiffly but indifferently replied. If you want me to leave Grandmaster, I won't agree. The undead spirit quickly gathered spiritual power into 2 fingers, ready to snap. Human emotions are fleeting, but the 100,000-year great undertaking is a task spanning hundreds of thousands of years. You are foolish to give up becoming a god for a mere token of affection. The target the goddess had aimed for from the very beginning was Yi Bei. His entire body was flung far away, leaving Xiang in shock. She quickly turned her head back and anxiously shouted, Grandmaster. By the time Xiang realized what had happened, it was already too late. She couldn't move. The undead spirit, while restraining her body with soul flames, sneered, in the 3,000 worlds, only a handful can become gods. I will not allow you to easily trample on such an opportunity. She could only helplessly feel her soul slowly separating from her body. The destructive power that belongs to me is gradually fading, replaced by the strength emanating from the heavenly palace. Her gaze at the large tree in front of her gradually narrowed. Even my consciousness, my memories, seemed to be drifting further away from me. Yi Bei clenched a chaotic energy sphere in his hand and rushed towards the goddess, releasing her. A massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. The undead spirit emerged unscathed, floating in midair before speaking, relying on your personal desires to keep her here, how selfish. He also flew up, within the other's line of sight. I know how to guide her to become a god. She has her own will, and you have no right to interfere in other people's affairs. She clicked her tongue in irritation and scoffed. He didn't waste words. Instantly, he summoned another dark energy sphere, and a series of ancient runes appeared, the most sacred and divine. A force, composed of countless black rippling shockwaves, surged toward her from behind. However, the undead spirit handled the entire situation effortlessly, as if in the blink of an eye. Indeed, mortals were not simple, but compared to gods, they were still lacking. With that, the god released a powerful burst of divine energy, completing her sentence, though it was still too weak. The oppressive aura extended in an endless line, shaking the entire forest. But she didn't stop there. The goddess continued to concentrate her energy at the tip of her finger. Leave. I, the deity, might spare your life. At that moment, Yi Bei was surrounded by a large, radiant circle of spiritual energy. She extended her palm and opened a small magical formation, within which appeared the glowing symbol of a deer. Then don't blame me for being rude, for throwing everything at you without a word. This left him wide-eyed, stunned. Faced with the relentless assault from his opponent, he had no choice but to muster all his strength to defend. When the outer layer of spiritual energy began to show signs of cracking, it shattered instantly into fragments like glass. He clenched his eyes shut in great difficulty. Yi Bei gritted her teeth. Though she didn't want to admit it, deep down, she had to acknowledge it. Was this the realm of gods? Crushing through realms without the need for skill, simply using boundless spiritual energy to crush mine. The difference between a true immortal and a god was greater than she had imagined. However, this was not enough to make him give up. But Luo girl is mine, and I will not allow anyone to take her away. Quickly, he summoned a golden dragon, mighty and majestic. It let out a wild roar. At that moment, the undead spirit realized the true nature of the being it was facing. You are the true dragon, immortal form, broken. Just as she tried to form a solid protective barrier, the true dragon opened its vast maw, preparing to unleash a devastating torrent of internal force. The two struck each other, producing an earth-shattering explosion. The goddess lay motionless in the dent beneath the true dragon's razor-sharp claws. So you are the true dragon, immortal world, the deity's reincarnation. No wonder you could pass through the gate of immortality. I must have been momentarily blinded and failed to see your identity. Yi Bei stood towering before her and commanded, hand her over. She still had enough strength to snap back defiantly. No, she has finished the formation, her spirit has already been weaponized. She can't return now. His wrath mingled with the true dragon's surging power above his head. If Luo girl cannot complete and return, I will destroy this place and bury you with her. But should she return, she would forfeit her only chance to become a god. You are her grandmaster, do you not even consider her wishes? He glared, his eyes radiating the utmost menace. Do you want her to become a god or not? How does one become a god? It is not your place to lord over others. If becoming a god means trampling other people's wills, then better not to become one at all. The undead spirit was so terrified he didn't dare blink. Plainly he was only a lowly immortal. And yet I found myself trembling before his might. If he truly destroys this place, the consequences will be irreparable. Moreover, with his abilities, making Luo Shueishan a deity is not an impossible task. Perhaps I really have been too controlling? She had no choice but to compromise and negotiate. Fine, I can ignore you, but you must find her and bring her back yourself. Luo Shueishang's memories have already scattered within the river of time. Her spiritual essence is now possessed by the divine consciousness. In order to restore her true self, you must go back to the past and retrieve the spiritual essence that once belonged to her. Yi Bei cut straight to the point. How do I enter? The goddess formed a seal and opened a magical circle, then gave detailed instructions. I will take you in. However, you only have 3 days. Within these 3 days, you must make her acknowledge you as her grandmaster once again. If you fail to do so within the 3 days, not only will she permanently lose her past consciousness, but you will also be trapped forever in the river of time. As he focused on his body glowing, the goddess once again emphasized. Remember, you must do this within 3 days. Immediately, his body seemed to turn to gold. Luo girl, I'm here to find you. Then, she vanished into the mystical space, with the warning of the undead spirit still echoing in his ears. Remember, within 3 days, or you will remain here forever. His destination was a humble village from a time long ago. The streets were crowded with people passing by. This was 500 years ago, the homeland of Luo girl. At this time, she was still a little girl. We hadn't met yet, so I had to find her first and earn her trust. Yi Bei, in the form of a child, couldn't help but feel disappointed. At present, he had become so small, and moreover, his spiritual power was under the control of that woman. When would he ever be able to find Luo girl? He looked around, the wind and dust sweeping across his surroundings. There was no sign of East City nor West City. With a sigh, he could only walk aimlessly on the unfamiliar road. Without spiritual power, his childlike body was troublesome, and after wasting an entire day, he still couldn't find Luo girl. Suddenly, a basket of steaming buns caught his attention. Never mind. I should eat something first and then continue searching, he thought. So, he held out a gold coin to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper exchanged it for a bun. Just then, a loud commotion broke out nearby. How dare the bastard of the Luo family stay here? Get out, get out. Yi Bei quickly spotted a familiar face, Luo girl. A group of boys had surrounded and were mercilessly beating up Shueishan when he was still young. Get out, bastard of the Luo family. Unable to stand by any longer, he stepped forward to intervene, freeing her from their grasp. The bullies quickly shifted their focus to him, daring to interfere with their business, and began to beat him instead. Yi Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Right now, he was just a child, and his spiritual power was under control. Dealing with these brats would require a bit of thinking. His gaze flicked toward the basket of buns behind him. Got it. Swiftly dodging a few simple punches from the group, they continued to attack, but he was able to evade them in time. Another person suddenly flew into a rage, lifting a large stone with both hands and charging towards him. Get out of the way, let me handle him. Yi Bei stepped aside, only for the shop owner to take the full brunt of the stone and cry out in pain. My back! The whole group was then chased away by the shop owner with a stick, running for their lives while holding their heads. You brats, do you want to die? Watching this scene made him laugh heartily. Haha, let's see if you dare to bully anyone again in the future. They didn't forget to leave one last warning. Wait for it, Luo family's girl, if you dare to call for backup, you're finished. The shop owner was relentless, don't you kids run. He held out a steamed bun in front of Xiang. Luo girl, I'm late. The girl was startled and asked, who are you? The other person answered frankly, Yi Bei, someone who will help you, this bun is for you. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it, murmuring the stranger's name. Yi Bei. He happily confirmed, that's right, Yi Bei. But didn't realize that the bun in his hand had vanished without a trace. It wasn't until she turned to run away that she glanced back. Wait. He thought to himself helplessly. Well, before she knew me, she was always on guard like that. At this time, the Shuiyu sect was bloodily purging the Luo family, leaving her alone, wandering, suffering greatly. There were only 2 days left. To win her trust unless he helped her avenge herself and wipe out the Shuiyu sect, nothing about that was difficult for him. The only problem was that he currently had nothing, he had to find resources he could exploit. The chatter of 2 passers-by made him a little uneasy. Go, hurry and see what's going on. The guild formation technique has to be dismantled again. I heard that whoever can solve it will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones, enough for an ordinary person to live on for several years. A smug calculation formed in his mind, the guild formation technique would not cost him any effort. At the guild formation technique, 2 guards stepped forward to block Yi Bei's way. Kid, this place isn't for you. Get out and go find your mother to play with. Don't come here causing trouble, or don't blame us for being impolite. He stated confidently, I've come to dismantle your formation. Only I can undo it. The 2 burst into laughter at that. Haha, you? Then they decided to grab his collar and usher him away. Throw him out, quick. Don't block the path of those important noblemen over there. Suddenly a voice rose from behind, causing all 3 to turn around at once. Wait, Guild Chief Xiang said gently. A heroic youth cultivating in the immortal realm, true ability is never judged by age. Besides, it takes courage to approach and lift the plaque of our guild formation technique. Little brother, you have that courage, let this little brother of ours have a try. The 2 guards did not dare to argue further and reluctantly released Yi Bei. Yes, President Xiang, he clasped his hands respectfully, thank you. In the distance, a head peeked out, observing him and the old man as they entered. A complex circle of the formation array stood proudly on a pedestal in the courtyard. The president briefly outlined the challenge, little brother, this dismantling puzzle is unlike any in the past, its difficulty extraordinary, recorded in the ancient texts of the dismantling puzzles. Until now, only one person has ever managed to solve it. As long as you can solve it, from now on, you will be a distinguished guest of the Guild of Formation Techniques. Yi Bei stroked his chin arrogantly, 500 years ago, this could indeed have stumped many. But with my current abilities, it's nothing more than a mere puzzle. Then, without hesitation, he declared, confidently, I know how to solve this. He furrowed his brows deeply, feeling a bit disappointed. Could it be that I truly misjudged him? Is he just a kid trying to entertain himself? The people around them, upon hearing this, began to sneer. What? That quickly? Is this brat just pretending? He's definitely lying. He paid them no mind and proceeded with his analysis. This is the 4 symbols 6 harmonies formation, with the eye of the formation interwoven. The most obvious flaw in this formation appears to be the largest gap in the front. But the real flaw is the heart of the formation. If the heart of the formation can be repaired, the entire formation can be restored. The expression on his face suddenly shifted. And yet, he could spot the mysterious mechanism of the formation with just one glance. In the next moment, Yi Bei extended a hand in front of the president. President Xiang, may I borrow a bit of spiritual power? It left the president completely stunned. In the end, he still agreed to follow his request. Without another word, Yibei jumped up, lightly touched the magic formation, and then landed gracefully back on the ground. The formation changed in an instant, emitting a mystical blue light. He nonchalantly announced, "All right." The president's eyes widened in disbelief, alternating between the formation and the young man. He had no spiritual power, yet could identify the mysterious mechanism of the formation and even repair the entire array. Truly, he was a genius. The president's attitude shifted dramatically, his hands rubbing together in a humble gesture. "Little brother. Let's go into the hall and talk." He was not polite either. Yibei smiled, bearing a fierce grin. "However, I wish to bring someone with me. Would that be possible?" The man nodded cheerfully. "Of course. Whom would you like to bring?" As if on cue, he immediately pointed to the person standing in the crowd. "I want to bring her along." Xiang, panic-stricken, spun around to run. He suddenly realized he had been noticed. "No, I must get away quickly." Suddenly a hand shot out to stop him. He hurriedly reassured the girl, "Don't be afraid, I have come to help you." Then, leaning close to her ear, he whispered with an exceedingly serious expression, "Don't worry. Your hatred, your grievances, I will avenge them for you." The girl couldn't help but wonder inwardly why he felt so familiar. Xiang stared at the man before him in bewilderment and, in a low voice, asked, "Who are you?" Yibei replied plainly, "I will help you." He did not hesitate and went straight to the point. "I will help you destroy the Shuiyu sect, accept me as your master." "What do you say?" The girl broke out in a cold sweat. "How do you know about the hatred between me and the Shuiyu sect, and moreover that you want to help me take revenge?" He hurriedly explained, "I know you won't easily trust me, but I truly came to help you. Besides, right now your hands are empty, you have nothing left to lose. Rather than cowering and running away, why not take a gamble? I might truly be able to help you." His gaze was resolute, further solidifying the unwavering trust. Trusting him, the girl unconsciously made her final decision. "All right." After the discussion, Yibei walked up to face the president and made his proposal. "President Zhuang, how about we make a deal?" He let out a sound of surprise. "Ah." He raised 3 fingers. "I'll tell you the location of an ancient ruin, but you have to lend me 300 intermediate-level formation masters." President Zhuang's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his face. "What? 300 intermediate-level formation masters?" He hastily explained, "Little brother, you are indeed extraordinarily talented, but first, you lack spiritual power, and second, you have no sect. With that being the case, asking us to lend you 300 intermediate-level formation masters is a bit excessive. If we lend you 300 intermediate-level formation masters, our formation guild will be left with nothing." Yibei quickly added, "I'm not asking for them for free." He continued, 200 miles north of Chengdan, in a sunken area devoid of trees or grass, there is an entrance to an ancient ruin. After passing through an ancient trap, one can enter. Only I know how to get in. If you can lend me the masters, I'll tell you how to enter." President Zhuang laughed loudly, as if he'd just heard a funny story. "Ha, a young man without spiritual power like you, how could you know the entrance to an ancient ruin?" "Little brother, you shouldn't speak so confidently." Yi Bei's expression suddenly became unusually serious. Primordial Divine Monarch. We once glanced inside, and at this point, he must carefully reconsider his thoughts. A young teenager like him, how could he have ever heard of the Primordial Divine Monarch formation? This kind of ancient secret formation is only recorded in the ruins. Could he really have seen it himself? According to what he said, the entrance to the ancient ruins is just on the outskirts of the city. It wouldn't hurt to investigate the truth of the matter first. If it's real, it would be very beneficial to our formation guild and to my position as guildmaster. In Yi Bei's mind, countless thoughts were also taking shape. Today was the second day of their arrival here. Once they returned from their investigation, only one more day remained. Within that day, he must destroy the Shuiyu sect to gain Luo girl's trust, so that he could take her back, otherwise, she would stay here forever. One day would be enough. Finally, the answer was spoken. Guildmaster Chang Jiao immediately ordered his subordinates, someone, lead the two distinguished guests downstairs to rest. Before they left, he did not forget to remind them, please rest at the Formation Guild first. After we return from the investigation, we will discuss it further. He responded, signaling that he understood. A set of clothes for a young lady was placed on the table, and the voice of instructions followed, go take a bath, change into these clothes, eat well, and then sleep. Tomorrow we have important matters to attend to. Shuaishan kept raising questions, why did you tell Guildmaster Zhuang the location of the ruins? If they go in directly and take everything, wouldn't you get nothing? He remained completely composed, asserting confidently, without me, they wouldn't have been able to decipher that wreckage. The girl grew more and more puzzled, thinking to herself, you don't have a single trace of spiritual energy. He immediately countered, but I can help you exact revenge and destroy the Shuiyu sect. A faint trace of sadness appeared on the girl's face. She asked, why are you helping me? He reclined lazily on the board and replied slowly, because of an old acquaintance, she asked me to help you. The girl silently wondered, could it be an old acquaintance of my father's? Yibei once again reassured her with certainty, trust me, if there's only one person left in the world you can rely on, it has to be me. She remained silent, not saying anything for a moment. Suddenly, he asked, is the dog system there? A screen immediately appeared, may I ask what assistance the host requires? In her mind, the girl quickly recalled what the undead spirit had done to her. Her spiritual energy had been suppressed by the Immortal girl, and her small desolate world was also unable to be shifted. He gave an order, help me summon the Golden Immortal. The system promptly responded with a question, it will cost a skill card to complete the task. Two answers are possible, one is yes, the other is no. He made the correct choice. A whip gradually began to form in the palm of Yibei's hand. To obtain something, a skill card is needed. Things are getting more and more ridiculous. Without hesitation, he threw it over to Shuaishan, here, take this. Use it to protect yourself well. The girl received it with an expression full of happiness. Thank you. Yibei waved his hand, signaling to retreat. Go take a shower and rest. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Shuaishan respectfully lowered his head. Understood. The tranquil night descended, and the stars freely illuminated the sky. Shuaishan, even as he fell asleep, tightly hugged the whip in his arms, softly murmuring, thank you. The entire scene was within his gaze, with no movement outside, and the result of his dream was already anticipated. Truly, a tough-talking girl. Time passed, and the next day arrived. President Zhuang urgently called out, yes, little brother, Yibei and Shuaishan are enjoying buns in the room. President Zhuang, good morning. He clasped his hands in greeting. Yes, little brother, the ruins you mentioned indeed exist. However, we have tried several senior formation masters, but none of them could break the formation. We wonder if you could tell us how to solve it? His suggestion remained the same, lend me 300 intermediate formation masters, destroy the Shuiyu sect, and I will tell you how to break the formation. He analyzed sharply, though the Shuiyu sect is a significant sect with some strength, in recent years, they have become more and more reckless, repeatedly challenging the guild's authority. Moreover, the allure of this ruin is so great. Destroying the Shuiyu sect could both secure the treasure and eliminate them. This deal no longer needs to be considered. A decision was quickly made. Agreed, I accept your terms, he urged, prepare yourselves. The president confirmed the information again, 250 intermediate mages, 50 advanced mages. Now, we will focus fully and immediately set off to the Shuiyu sect. A complex emotion rose in the girl's eyes. Father, mother, I must avenge you. A loud explosion sounded, and the subordinate hurriedly ran out to check. Who are you? Why do you want to harm the Shuiyu sect? Seeing him ask that, Xiang angrily replied, harm? Back then, you inflicted harm like this on the Luo family, and not a single person survived. If it weren't for my parents risking their lives to get me out, I'm afraid even she wouldn't be alive now. He sneered, so you're the offspring of the Luo family. His mocking words enraged Xiang. She gripped the whip tightly in her hand and shouted, call the sect master, come out, or don't blame me for not being polite. A flash of light appeared, and a voice from inside shouted, who dares to attack the Shuiyu sect? The sect master stepped out, grinding his teeth in disdain. The two little ones, Xiang, saw him like a lion eyeing its prey, and she shouted, Sect master of Shuiyu sect, today I will make you come forward and confess to my father and mother. Upon hearing this, the sect master casually said, President Zhuang, so it's you supporting these two brats. I don't know what wrong the Shuiyu sect has done to offend you. The president stroked his beard and smiled. He replied, your Shuiyu sect have been increasingly disrespectful of the guild's rules. Years ago, without reason, you exterminated the Luo family. Such actions, everyone wants to kill you. The sect master frowned as he looked at the three of them. Gritting his teeth, he said, it seems you all came here deliberately to provoke us. If that's your intention, then don't blame me for being impolite. Our Shuiyu sect is not to be trifled with. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic formation appeared, and he stared at it in fear, stammering, so many formation masters. And you are willing to use such a price to destroy us? Before he could continue, the president charged forward and growled, enough with the nonsense. Prepare to die. With that, he exerted his power, but the sect master managed to block it in time with his hand. The president tightened his grip on the sect master's arm, and at that moment, a bright light flashed as though something had been broken. Instantly, the sect master was knocked backward, his face swollen. The president gripped his neck, lifting him up and making it hard for him to breathe. The sect master could only mutter faintly, please, don't. Don't hit me anymore. The president released him, smiling smugly. Little brother, it's up to you now. The sect master trembled in fear, Luo young master, I'm sorry. I was blind back then and attacked you. Over the years, you've seen that I didn't completely annihilate you. Please, for the sake of those years, spare my life. Xiang looked at him with resentment. Why did you want to destroy my Luo family back then? The sect master answered honestly, back then, Shuiyu sect was expanding rapidly and urgently needed treasures. We coincidentally heard that the Luo family possessed a mystic heaven cultivation method, so we came looking for it. As it turned out, the Luo couple not only refused to return it, they even denied that such a cultivation technique existed. In a fit of rage, our two sides clashed, and they accordingly ordered their subordinates to kill them. Upon hearing this, she shouted angrily, the Luo family simply does not possess the mystic heaven technique as you claim, and yet you sent your men to slaughter my entire household. I will kill you to avenge my father and mother and all members of the Luo family. Having spoken, she raised her hand high, ready to unleash an attack. Seizing the moment, Master rose to his feet with a crafty smile. Relying on a mere girl like you, do you still intend to kill me? Master clamped his hand around her throat, his face turned disgusting. Yi Bei, standing nearby, cried out, let her go. Master glanced at him and barked, out. He used his strength to send him hurtling away. The sect chief caught Yi Bei and asked solicitously, little brother, are you all right? He wiped his face and thought silently, damn, right now I have no spiritual force at all, I can't even lay a finger on him. If the Luo girl really comes to harm, young immortal maiden, I will make you pay for it, he vowed. Master lifted her by the neck and snarled, go to your death, little daughter of the Luo family. The Shuiyu clan's master ground his teeth and clenched his fist. Die, accursed Luo clan. Sect Chief Zhuang charged forward with a screech, truly seeking his own death. The radiance of the Tao flashed out, he hurled that master aside, and struggled to dig his toes in to keep himself from being thrown away. Yi Bei took Xiang in his arms and urgently called out to Luo girl. He grasped her hand, trying to reassure her, Luo girl, Junior Master won't let you die. Hang on, Junior Master will take you to find the Grand Mansion. She weakly replied, Yi Bei brother, thank you. Apart from my father, you're the first person to feed me, give me new clothes, and even give me fruit. Her eyelids grew heavy, it hurts so much. I feel like I can't hold on anymore, but I still haven't repaid you. Yi Bei shouted with tears welling in his eyes, foolish girl, even if I have to stay here forever or go out and destroy the immortal tree, I will never let you die. Her gaze slowly lost focus. She whispered, I promise you, if you help me take revenge, I will accept you as junior master. She closed her eyes, whispering, Grandmaster, thank you. Holding Xiang, Yi Bei's rage erupted. The president and sect master of Shuiyu sect froze in place. What is that? Yi Bei suddenly grew in size, shedding his childish appearance, and growled, Shuiyu sect, when the phoenix's eyes open and its brows narrow, it will pass judgment die. Their hearts tightened, sweat poured down their faces. The purple energy erupted violently like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the Shuiyu sect building, causing everything to explode. As the dust cleared, the place that once housed a sect was now nothing but rubble. The president, holding Xiang in his arms, was puzzled. Little brother, how did you become like this? Yi Bei said nothing, silently carrying her to a tree for Xiang to lean against. Yi Bei quietly spoke, I'm sorry, it was because I was late back then that you had to suffer so much. She remained seated, still as ever, while the blue flame of the soul blazed higher, transforming into a beautiful young woman in her 20s. Xiang opened her eyes, joyfully calling out, Grandmaster Undead Spirit suddenly appeared and declared, Yi Bei, congratulations on completing your mission. She stepped forward, you have awakened Luo Xiang's consciousness within the flow of time and space. You may leave now. Xiang suddenly said, wait. She turned back to look at herself, blowing lightly, can we stay here for 2 more days? Because I want to give Luo Xiang some good memories. She hesitated slightly, it seemed this was not possible. But the words were forced to be swallowed when she saw Yi Bei's dark, displeased expression. The goddess helplessly turned away, fine, fine. Just 2 days, then after everyone is finished, you may leave. I've resurrected Luo Xiang, but within these 2 days, you must leave. Otherwise, you'll be lost forever in the flow of time and space. Xiang woke up, curiously asking, yes, brother, the girl beside me is so surprised. She feels so familiar, almost like she's me. Xiang smiled brightly and extended her hand, have you wanted to go to the martial arts school for a long time? Let's take you there. Xiang hesitated, how did you know that? She didn't answer the question. Let's go. The blue light shone directly down onto the tree, the blue light shone directly down onto the tree's roots. She turned to Yi Bei and said, Grandmaster, we have returned. The undead spirit appeared, Luo Xiang, have you ever regretted it? You could have become the guardian of the eternal tree, inheriting the path of immortality and becoming a god, detached from the mundane world. Xiang firmly assured, as long as I can be with the Grandmaster, I will never regret it. She answered indifferently, in that case, you will forever be disconnected from the path of immortality. The goddess raised her hand, Yi Bei, I will also give you a choice. I hope you won't regret it. Yi Bei frowned, wondering what game she was playing. The undead spirit clasped her hands together, and golden energy gathered in her palms, forming ancient, glowing runes. You were originally a true dragon, a celestial being, but somehow you ended up in the mortal realm. The golden veins on your body are divine veins, but now, your divine veins have been damaged, and you cannot return to the divine realm. Her fingers swiftly formed a seal, and golden light shone brilliantly. A golden dragon surrounded Yi Bei, appearing in the vast space, like the universe itself. She slipped her hand into her sleeve. Now, I will give you 2 choices. First, give up searching for your disciple, merge with me, and you can return to the divine realm once more. Your divine veins have been damaged, and you can only gradually repair them step by step. It could take hundreds of years, or even over 1,000 years, for you to return to the divine realm. And by then, who knows if you will still be alive. Yi Bei smirked and said, only children choose, I want both. I won't give up my disciple, and I'll go to the divine realm. The space vanished, returning to a clear sky. The undead spirit, furious, exclaimed, "Is there anyone like you? How arrogant can you be? Do you really think you can just go to the divine realm like you say?" Feigning ignorance, Yi Bei turned away. "What if I do?" The goddess, helpless, took out a round pearl and said, "Forget it, you are people who value emotions and bonds. I'll give you a gift, which can extend your lifespan by 1,000 years. I hope by then, I can meet you in the divine realm." Xiang reached out to accept the gift and smiled in thanks. "Luo Xiang, and about the immortality fruit, thank you." The undead spirit waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a small gesture, no need to thank me." Yi Bei returned to Xiang's side, cupped her hands in salute, "Farewell." The two transformed into beams of light and flew off. As they left, the undead spirit's expression darkened. "You didn't agree to me, yet you took away my heir. I just teased you a bit. Wait and see." The space door spun continuously, and Yi Bei and Xiang gently landed on the ground. The female disciples rushed over. "Grandmaster, you two are finally back," one of them happily announced. "Zihin girl, are you all right now?" Zihin clasped her skirt with joy. "Thank you, Grandmaster and Senior Sister, for worrying about me. After several days of treatment by Junior Sister Xingchen, I am completely fine now." Yi Bei nodded in satisfaction. "That's good." He stroked her head. "That's good." The system appeared, notifying him of a reunion with his disciple. "Congratulations on receiving a mysterious reward." Yi Bei stared at the gift box on the system. This damned system finally knows how to live. He squinted, rubbing his chin. Mysterious reward, can the system directly exchange the mysterious reward? He uploaded the progress of the Divine Vein Restoration into the system, so he could check the progress at any time. The system appeared again and started accessing the system. After a moment, it reported that the task was complete. Zihen, feeling joyful, said, "Grandmaster, in the few days since you both entered, there have been earth-shaking changes." Ning Bulai, upon hearing that his brother had died, returned to the immortal realm. Shintian Kuei is dead, and the remaining forces of Divine Decree City have all emerged, competing and clashing everywhere, creating chaos. She continued, "The most chaotic news is that the path of immortality of Divine Decree City has been revealed, which has caused widespread panic, and now everyone is searching for traces of the immortality path." Yi Bei closed his eyes. "Your heart has always been like this. There's no need to pay attention to them, just focus on our own matters." Wu Xiao was excited. "Grandmaster, I want to venture into it myself. The immortality secret realm has so many opportunities, it's truly a paradise. Moreover, everyone else has reached the true immortal realm, but I still haven't broken through. It's a bit too lacking." Yi Bei waved his hand. "Go ahead." Xingchen, eager, said, "Grandmaster, I also want to see the legendary medicinal valley here." Zihen folded her arms and glanced at her. "Go with Xingchen, Junior Sister. She could both protect her and heal her body." Yi Bei waved his hand. Go, all of you go. You all have your own paths to follow. I wish you success." The curtain was high on the rooftop. In the evening, Xiang lay on top of Yi Bei, her face flushed. "Grandmaster, thank you for doing everything for me." Pink bubbles seemed to appear everywhere. Just as the two were about to kiss, she suddenly transformed into a white bird with a golden beak, pecking at Yi Bei's mouth. Yi Bei was surprised, his expression full of question marks as he looked at Xiang, who was flapping her wings angrily. "Chirp, chirp, chirp, how did you turn into this?" She kept calling, "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Yi Bei looked at the small flame of gold in his hand. "My spiritual energy is being suppressed now." Yi Bei clenched his fist, his brows furrowed tightly as he recalled the smug smile of the undead spirit. Only she could have done this, it's her mischievous trick. Suddenly, a blue bird flew over and landed on the window, covering its beak with its wings as it laughed mockingly. "Ha ha!" Yi Bei watched as feathers scattered around. "Forget it." She must be hiding by now. I'll take these few days to rest well. The next day, everyone returned in large numbers. The bald man raised his thumb toward himself. Little brother, the path to immortality is in sight. Everyone is joining our Jia Yuan sect, searching for treasures together. I can tell you're of extraordinary background. Would you like to join our sect? Yi Bei closed his eyes, and Xiang obediently perched on his shoulder. No need. Move aside. The man braced himself with both hands. Joining our Jia Yuan sect would be an honor for you. Don't be so shameless. Yi Bei shot him an annoyed glance and repeated, I said, move aside. He was no longer polite. Shameless. You can ask us to move, but you must pay the toll first. Impatient, Yi Bei delivered a punch, sending the man flying, and walked away with disdain, ignoring the crowd's admiration. Although my spiritual power is suppressed, dealing with someone like you is still more than enough. With that, Xiao turned and left, leaving the bald man lying in a heap. A woman's arm rested on the railing, watching Yi Bei's retreating figure. Outside, the sky was clear, and the ancient buildings stood in neat rows. Fu Suo, accompanied by 2 guards, looked at Yi Bei with interest. This young man had extraordinary bearing. She stepped forward and lifted Yi Bei's chin. Young man, how about being my male companion? Xiang, standing by, growled in dissatisfaction, why does everyone want my grandmaster? Yi Bei shoved her hand aside without hesitation and walked off. Fu Suo wasn't angry, instead, she smiled, her purple eyes full of allure. I noticed you at the inn earlier. Having followed you this far, how could I possibly let you off so easily now? She pointed and ordered, take him back to the mansion for me, bind him and bring him to my room. The 2 burly guards twisted his arms. Yes, mistress. Xiang in the cage shouted, Yi Bei gritting his teeth, that damned girl, next time I see you there will be no sweet outcome for you. Fu Suo pressed close to Yi Bei and asked, if you drink a cup of wine with me, will you agree? If you refuse, I'll just have to kill your bird. Yi Bei stared at the shimmering wine in the jade cup. The woman had casually produced a gourd of wine, and it turned out to be a spirit communing treasure that robs money. Her identity was not simple. It seemed she had been watching him for some time. Well, the spirit liquid wasn't poisonous. He decided to go along and see what she wanted. Reluctantly, Yi Bei drained the cup to Fu Suo's satisfaction. It was the right move. She placed her hand on her enormous chest, cheeks flushed. I've been lonely for a long time. It's not easy to find someone with your looks. You're a rare catch. I am the richest in Divine Decree City, with prodigious treasures, spirit stones and relics. Whatever you want I can give you. Will you agree to cultivate with me? Yi Bei was shoved onto the bed, but his face remained calm. Such trifles were not enough to move him. A voice sounded from somewhere, so do you want this opportunity? We recently received news that the Valley of Bewildering Mist has shown unusual activity. A great opportunity is about to emerge. Fu Suo smiled slyly and said, as long as you agree to be by my side, when the time comes I'll give you half of the treasures. Yi Bei venomously exclaimed, perhaps Cheng Jiao, the little bird in the cage, is uncomfortable. Grandmaster, how could you do such a thing? In Yi Bei's heart, he thought to himself, if you want to use me to gain some opportunity, let's see whose hands that opportunity ultimately falls into. Fu Suo held the gem with a loving attitude, Xiao Yi, eat this. Without hesitation, Yi Bei chewed it noisily. At this moment, both were sitting on the back of a magical beast, its gaze sharp and fierce. Below, the people were shouting, this is too much, why don't I get the chance to enjoy this little brat's benefit? The Fu Patriarch, legendary for his beauty and the richest in the city, not to mention being full of tricks, certainly indulged this little brat. A sweet and flowery voice rang out, don't worry, my treasure, I only care for you. The little white bird cried out, flapping its wings and commenting, Grandmaster, you must not get lost in this. Yi Bei, with a displeased expression, complained, waving his hands around, I'm thirsty. Where did you get that spirit liquid from yesterday? The immortal pill you took yesterday, better hand it over. She leaned close to Yi Bei, grinning, Xiao Yi, you're finally setting off. The little bird in the cage flapped its wings in indignation, shouting, "Chip!" The bird, its eyes filled with tears, clung to the bars of the cage and screamed, "Chip, Grandmaster, how could you treat me like this?" The magical beast flew in the air, its voice echoing with complaints. "Didn't you say we were going to the Valley of Bewildering Mist? How much longer until we get there?" A hand was raised, snapped, and then responded, "Xiaoyi, don't worry, we're almost there." They rushed down with great intensity. The sound of her footsteps echoed as Fu Sua grabbed Ji Bei's arm and stepped forward. Fu Sua leaned her head gently against Ji Bei's. "Xiao Yi, I will protect you." He silently thought to himself, the presence in the mist was clearly not just one. It seemed this place truly had divine secrets, otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many people for its treasures. Judging from the current situation, given how dangerous it was here, it would be best for Luo Girl to continue waiting in the small wasteland world, recover her human form, and then speak. A pair of enormous, green hands suddenly appeared from nowhere. It was a giant, green monster with long, protruding fangs, appearing suddenly in front of everyone in shock. The two officials saw this and chased after it under Fu Sua's orders. "Quick, kill it for me." The monster let out a loud roar, its eyes turning milky white. It swung its hands, causing boulders to fall from the mountain in all directions. Then, a large rock was hurled directly at one of the people, who couldn't dodge in time. Fu Sua wasn't spared either. Looking up, she saw a boulder floating in the air, seemingly about to fall onto her. She froze in shock, but just then, a pair of hands reached out from somewhere to catch it. The boulder then veered off and crashed to the ground. She managed to dodge in time and sighed in relief. Fu Sua turned her face and then realized the one who had saved her was Yi Bei. He had saved her. Yi Bei jumped high, unleashing a force of Tionla that struck down. From where the lightning descended, Yi Bei gritted his teeth and whispered, "It should be over now, little monster." The monster's eyes glowed red, narrowing as it watched the lightning strike down, leaving it no time to react, only able to raise its hand in an attempt to block. Its throat froze, unable to utter a word. The monster gradually vanished into the darkness along with the bolts of lightning. He coldly muttered a phrase, a grasshopper kicking a cart. She stood outside, watching everything with a dazed expression. "It's over. What should I do if I really fall in love this time?" She looked at Yi Bei with admiration in her eyes. Behind her, pairs of red eyes flickered in the darkness. Yi Bei's face was filled with deep thought. It was Fu Sua, who suddenly lunged forward and embraced Yi Bei tightly. "Xiao Yi, you're amazing, I really love you so much." Meanwhile, he did nothing, his face showing helplessness. She pouted and leaned closer, wanting to kiss him. He calmly pushed her head aside and said indifferently, "Let go of me, enemies are coming." Fu Sua was bewildered. "What?" She glanced at him with a frown. The cold feeling from behind made her glance toward the cave, where countless red dots glowed, all waiting to strike. She gasped, screaming as she hugged Yi Bei. "Why are there so many monsters?" His face went blank, unable to say a word. The sound of snorting echoed as the monsters began emerging from the cave. Upon closer inspection, they were giant wild boars, their eyes gleaming. They exhaled a breath, standing silently before them. On its back was a chair, and the woman sat there, her legs crossed as she looked at them with a dangerous, warning gaze. "Leave now, or die. You choose." Fu Sua placed his hands on his hips arrogantly. "Who are you to dare block me? No one in the city of divine decree has ever dared tell me to leave." Yi Bei stood silently by, watching. Suddenly, with a whoosh, something spun and flew toward them. The blood-drinking black sword plunged straight into the ground with a loud clang, startling her as she grabbed onto his arm. Fu Sua broke into a sweat, exclaiming, "You're Du Guyen." From atop the boar, Guyen looked down and said, "This piece of the Valley of Bewildering Mist is now under my control. Leave immediately. I don't wish to spill blood today." She thought to herself quietly, "Well, today is your lucky day." He remained silent, observing. She hid behind him and said, "Fu Sua, I am the wealthiest person in the city of Divine Decree. There's nothing I can't get. Even if you are the infamous god of death, so what? Today, I won't let go of this divine relic." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "If that's the case, don't blame me." With that, the monster let out a loud roar. Fu Sua turned pale with fear, muttering softly, "Xiao Yi, sorry, I might have overdone it earlier. Can you stall a bit? I'll go get some backup and bring some reinforcements." After that, she responded enthusiastically, "All right, let's decide on that. Then let's go find the person from before." Suddenly, a thud sounded. Yi Bei placed his hand on her shoulder. Fu Sua broke out in a cold sweat, caught by him, and instinctively cried out. His face darkened, the expression grim. "When did I agree to that?" She smiled awkwardly to brush it off, then turned to look at him with eyes that glistened. "Xiao Yi, what time is it now? Can't you stop playing games with me? You are Du Gu Yan, aren't you? This is about to cost someone their life." Gu Yan suddenly lunged forward, simultaneously reaching down to pull out the weapon that was embedded in the ground beneath him. At their location, she raised the blood-red sword high, preparing to strike down. Fu Sua, seeing this, screamed in panic, "Help!" Just as the blade was about to make contact, Yi Bei reached out and caught it. He held the blood-red sword with ease, but her hand was trembling uncontrollably, and her eyes were burning with fury. "Seeking death," Yi Bei muttered, frowning in displeasure. "Girl, Du Si has been gone for 300 years, and you still haven't cured your face blindness. Even the Grandmaster couldn't recognize you." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan dropped the weapon, and it rang out with a clang as it hit the ground, his eyes wide with shock. "What did you say?" Du Gu Yan furrowed his brows, mumbling in confusion. "The Grandmaster passed away 300 years ago. How could he still be the Grandmaster?" She raised a hand to her chin, tilting her head as she scrutinized. "But only the Grandmaster and senior sister were aware of my condition. Moreover, the Grandmaster even named it face blindness. Could it be that next, the blood-red sword will strike him?" A serious air mixed with the sound of the ferocious beast howling in the background. "You are truly devious. You even managed to dig up what happened to me 300 years ago, and you even had the nerve to impersonate my Grandmaster." Her brows drew together, she ground out, "I must kill." Then she raised her blade. A brilliant red spirit light concentrated along the edge, forming a powerful stream of energy. "Prepare to die." Yi Bei closed his eyes and sighed, his voice full of helplessness. "You foolish girl, if you hadn't used tricks, you wouldn't have recognized Junior Master so soon." He raised a hand, a colossal, mysterious purple hand manifested in midair, stretching out like a violent gust toward the charging girl, the great void palm. Gu Yan's eyes widened in stunned halting. A blazing purple explosion tore through the space, ripping the void and scattering stone and earth. She realized the technique and became ecstatic. The great void palm was the Grandmaster's unique signature move. He truly was the Grandmaster. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled softly, "Silly girl, you finally recognized Junior Master." Without hesitation, she hurriedly set down the black blood token, knelt and saluted Yi Bei. "Du Gu Yan pays respects to Grandmaster. Your disciple failed to recognize you, I beg Grandmaster's punishment." Slowly lifting her head, she saw the outstretched hand and heard the teasing voice, "Now come and embrace Junior Master, perhaps Junior Master will forgive you." She immediately leapt forward and hugged him tightly, emotions overflowing. "Grandmaster, you truly are alive again. Your disciple missed you dearly." She nestled against him, quietly savoring the familiar moment. Meanwhile, Yi Bei looked up, his gaze stopping on the system that had just appeared. The system reminded, "Reunion with Disciple 80/108 rewards, a large mysterious reward activated according to a specific scenario." He frowned and silently complained, "This broken system usually feels like it's dead, and now it shows up with some mysterious big reward? Who knows what it's trying to do now?" Gu Yan was excited, his eyes shining with curiosity as he said, "Grandmaster, Divine Decree City has countless divine miracles. Why would you come to a place like the Valley of Bewildering Mist?" Behind them, Fusuo eagerly raised her hand, her voice full of pride. "Ah, it's me." She flashed a radiant smile, quickly taking credit. "It's not that, I'm the one who brought him here. We came together to search for divine miracles here." She frowned in annoyance, her gaze sharp and dissatisfied. Fusuo was sweating nervously, her eyes shifting to the side, thinking, could she have figured it out? Gu Yan leaned in closer, covering his mouth as he whispered to Yi Bei, "Grandmaster, which junior sister is this? I don't really recognize her. You know, my eyesight isn't great." Upon hearing this, Yi Bei burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing non-stop. "Ha ha ha, truly a silly girl." She put her hands on her hips, huffing slightly in rebuttal. "I'm not any junior sister of yours. As for you, you should be calling me master's wife." She was stunned, looking puzzled. "What?" She stared at him with a look full of doubt, raising an eyebrow, waiting for an explanation from Yi Bei, who was now avoiding eye contact. Fusuo crossed his arms in front of his chest and said firmly, "Don't worry, after we return, I will marry your grandmaster. I won't let him suffer any injustice." Gu Yan shot him a displeased glance, but he remained silent, only forcing a faint smile as sweat trickled down his face. She let out a long, frustrated sigh. "I know." Suddenly, a thick, purple mist began to rise behind them. Both of them immediately became alert, turning around in unison, their eyes full of suspicion. The mist spilled out from a crack in the stone wall, slowly spreading in a dark, ominous flow. Yi Bei widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, those three looked tense as they watched the swirling purple mist. Du Guyan suddenly shouted a warning, "Someone's setting a trap, Grandmaster, be careful." At that moment, the tiger Qilin's eyes flashed a fierce red, and it roared loudly, a surge of ferocious energy erupting. Without hesitation, it charged straight into the purple mist, causing her to panic and call out, "Tiger Qilin, what are you doing?" Without a second thought, she rushed forward, shouting, "Tiger Qilin, where are you going?" In the midst of the hazy space, her voice echoed, filled with urgent concern, "Wait for me." Fu Suo's face turned slightly pink. He placed a hand on his chest, grabbing Yi Bei's sleeve as he asked, "Xiao Yi, do you feel something strange about this purple fog?" He turned to her with concern. "What's wrong?" She frowned and whispered in a somewhat spoiled tone, "Xiao Yi, the air here is so heavy with moisture, yet I feel so hot. Someone must have poisoned this purple mist." As soon as she finished speaking, waves of the mist surged toward them. Her fingers moved slightly, and a bright flash of light suddenly erupted, blindingly brilliant. In the blink of an eye, the power from Yi Bei shot straight out, breaking through the dense mist. The purple smoke trembled, its layers torn apart, gradually fading away. His gaze tightened, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. This purple mist spreads quickly and forms rapidly. Wherever it goes, it follows. Someone must be controlling it. The volume of this fog is enormous, the strength of the one controlling it must not be small. I, on the other hand, want to see who exactly is hiding behind this. Suddenly, the purple smoke surged down from above, spiraling into strange twisted rings. Fu Suo's face turned red, staggering as she clutched her chest, murmuring, "Xiao Yi, be careful." Upon hearing the noise, he immediately turned his head. His expression shifted when he saw her fall. Taking advantage of the brief moment of vulnerability, the smoke coiled and charged straight into his hand. Yi Bei suddenly felt a chill enveloping him and was startled, his eyes flashing with surprise. "This is bad." He immediately focused his energy and unleashed his wrath, golden light flaring violently, sweeping straight through the purple smoke that had tightly clung to him. His hand trembled slightly, the purple veins standing out on his skin, muttering to himself, "A slip-up." His eyes lingered, deep in thought, staring at the strange marks left behind. This purple mist harms the mind, damages cultivation, and is extremely deadly. I must get out of here quickly. Fu Suo leaned faintly against him, her hand unconsciously groping, her breathing uneven. "Xiao Yi, I'm so hot, can you help me? After we return, I'll give you whatever you want." She gently tilted her head, her breath brushing softly against his ear, her voice a whisper full of enchantment. "If you don't say anything, I'll just assume you agree, okay?" Yi Bei cast a cold, disdainful glance, the sharp look in his eyes betraying his contempt. She thinks she can control me with just that little smile. A deafening explosion followed, the golden light and purple smoke intertwining, forming a powerful shockwave. She crossed her arms and stepped back slightly, gritting her teeth. When did you figure it out? His voice was deep, unwavering. From the very beginning, when you were spying on me at the hotel. I realized it the moment you intentionally tried to approach me. Fu Sua chuckled softly, her voice laced with playful teasing. How annoying, so you already noticed. And you've been playing along with me all this time. You really are good at this. Yi Bei chuckled, otherwise, how would I have figured out your ultimate goal? She raised her hand, teasing him. I'm telling you, I'm only interested in your body. Do you believe me? Yi Bei, growing impatient, raised a finger, activating his spiritual energy. His expression remained as stiff as ever. Looks like I'll have to use a little more force. In an instant, energy exploded from his fingertip, a beam of light shooting forward. It flew straight toward Fu Sua like a flaming arrow, carrying a fierce pressure with it. She stood motionless, her hands slowly releasing a poisonous aura. Then, with a cheerful smile, she swung her arm forcefully, blocking the incoming attack. Yi Bei furrowed his brow, startled by what he saw. Fu Sua, with one hand resting on her waist, casually lifted the other and threw it over her shoulder, smiling gently. Xiao Yi, if you refuse to follow me, there's no other way. I'll have to resort to force. Fu Sua drew a fan from her person and blossomed a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiao Yi, you must be able to take this. Having spoken, she struck the fan decisively, sending forth a dense, enormous purple gust that swept forward like a gale. Yi Bei bowed his head, both hands clutching his face to form a solid shield against the attack. He lifted his head, brow knitted, teeth clenched, his legs faltered and he involuntarily stepped back. Sweat trickled on his forehead as he murmured, her level is indeed not ordinary. Suddenly 4 figures in multicolored attire plummeted from the sky and closed in around him. Yi Bei glanced at the hooded men and frowned in puzzlement. It was Fu Sua, fan in hand, smiling within the pale purple smoke, calmly laying out her plan. Xiao Yi, my apologies. From the start I deceived you. Apart from the appearance of your disciple, everything about this Lost Valley affair was orchestrated by me. These people were prepared for you long ago. He turned to ask, what do you intend to do? She grinned slyly and proposed, the answer is simple, become mine. If you sincerely agree to follow me, to be my male favorite, I will tell you the whole truth. When he remained silent, Fu Sua narrowed her eyes and added, then we'll see how determined you are. Take him. Upon receiving the order, the 2 subordinates, Gold and Green, rushed forward to attack. The golden spiritual force erupted, striking upward from below the chin into the first opponent, then continuing with a powerful blow to the opponent across from him. The strength from Yi Bei surged out, sending each of them flying and forcing them to retreat. He gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow, clearly sensing their intent. These people were all at the Emperor Lord realm. While they couldn't kill him, they were more than enough to hinder him. She wanted him to wear himself out until death. Fu Sua smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she offered a condition, Yi Bei, raise your hands and surrender, and this palace master will spare your life. As she spoke, a group of tiger Qilin suddenly appeared, their eyes glowing red, rushing fiercely forward. Hearing the commotion, Fu Sua quickly turned around. She was surprised and focused her attention, speaking aloud, unaware that a blade was descending from above, sparks flying as it sliced down rapidly. Sensing the danger, she nimbly dodged to the side, causing the blade to crash forcefully into the ground, creating an explosion. Fu Sua furrowed her brow in confusion. How did she return so quickly? Could the purple bones effect have worn off? Gu Yan dragged her weapon along, her voice mocking. You didn't think a mere enchantment-breaking formation could trap me, did you? She understands now. So you all intentionally set the trap to expose me. She smiled, her eyes tilted in teasing, finally, you're reacting. Fu Sua gritted her teeth, lowering her head in frustration. Damn it, there's poison. Gu Yan and her filthy beasts are here. For a moment, it was basically impossible to capture Yi Bei. They would likely suffer losses themselves. It would be better to wait for the next opportunity to fight. With that, she gave the order for her subordinates to leap off the cliff and retreat. Although leaving, she didn't forget to turn around and compliment him. Xiao Yi, you truly are formidable. You were able to handle so many experts from the Emperor Lord realm by yourself. No wonder you caught the eye of Lord Master. We will meet again. Yi Bei looked up, watching her retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Lord Master. Gu Yan approached and spoke. Grandmaster, what exactly happened? He then explained. From the moment we entered Divine Decree City, they had set up spies to monitor us and led us to this valley of bewildering mist. They arranged so many purple bones. Did she want to capture me, or was there something else she desired? She looked at him in confusion. But what exactly did she want? Yi Bei raised an eyebrow, rubbing his chin. If he wanted to understand what she was after, he would have to find her. After all, wasn't she the wealthiest person in Divine Decree City? Surely her riches were abundant. Yen Ni, let's give her a surprise. She tilted her head, eyes wide in curiosity. He was talking about going to Divine Decree City. He nodded. Exactly. Yi Bei smiled lightly, full of calculation. Why bother running around searching for divine relics? Isn't the most valuable thing in the entire Eternal Life secret realm inside Divine Decree City? If we take everything from there, won't that solve the problem? The sounds of branches cracking underfoot echoed clearly. Yi Bei led the way, lightly calling back to Gu Yan, who was running behind. You all know her, she is. Before he could finish, both of them stopped, attentively listening to the rustling sound from above the trees. Xiang descended from the sky, arms wide open, calling out loudly, Grandmaster. Without hesitation, he quickly stepped onto a branch, stretched out his arms, and flew towards her. In that instant, Yi Bei held her tightly in his arms, gently stepping on each branch as he slowly descended to the ground. He excitedly introduced, Luo Xiang, your great senior sister, and also the future master's wife of all of you. She waved her hand and said, Hi. Gu Yan, astonished, yelled, What? A moment later, time passed swiftly. After Xiang had explained everything, it turned out like this. She stood facing them, excitedly saying, Grandmaster, you and the great senior sister are just too wonderful. When all our senior sisters gather, we must organize a wedding for you and the great senior sister that will shock and excite the three realms. Yi Bei looked up at the sky, slung his arm around Xiang, and laughed loudly. All right, we will definitely hold a wedding that will shake the three realms for Luo girl. She glanced at him, grumbling, Grandmaster, you always listen to Yen Ni's troublesome ideas. Suddenly, a bright, swirling vortex appeared in the sky. At the same time, voices echoed from the distance, it really is a divine miracle. This is amazing, we've finally found it. The group of Yi Bei looked up and shouted, Grandmaster, look, what is that? Without hesitation, he led the way ahead, going over there to check it out. The group of monks hurriedly ran to a large, brilliant yellow ancient tree, which was bustling with activity. Look, it really is a golden leaf. This is the Chaos Yin-Yang leaf. It's been 100 years, and finally, I can break through this bottleneck, said the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, holding the leaf in his hand and murmuring, as long as I refine this golden leaf, my devouring I will rise to the next level. Gu Yan arrived and saw them madly collecting the leaves. He quickly said, Grandmaster, this golden leaf is quite unusual. Yi Bei explained, these people have been enchanted by the divine artifact and have completely ignored the fact that the golden leaves are draining their spiritual energy. Once they truly begin refining these leaves, and provide even more spiritual energy to them, they will die from being completely drained. She anxiously asked for his opinion. With so many golden leaves and so many people, if they all refine them, this place will likely turn into a land of death. Grandmaster, should we save them? The pavilion master furrowed his brow, but with a joyful expression, he held the leaf in his hand and said, "I've finally waited for this day." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, causing him to turn around. "I've been waiting too. I suggest you'd better not refine the golden leaves in your hands, or else the one sitting here might not have a good ending." Upon hearing this, the pavilion master immediately questioned, "Who are you? How dare you speak such nonsense? Do you know how long we've searched to find this divine treasure?" The two people beside him also interjected, "Where did this brat come from? Surely, it's out of jealousy and the desire to seize the treasure, daring to obstruct our inheritance of the divine relic. Kill him." Yi Bei sighed as he saw they had become immersed. "If that's the case, I was just speaking nonsense earlier, you all go ahead." One of them stepped forward and said, "I don't believe it. I'll go first and try to refine it for someone as ignorant as you." He then clenched his hands together, releasing a surge of abundant golden spiritual power, and the leaf in his hand gradually vanished into the magic circle. Next, he raised both hands triumphantly. "See? I told you, there's nothing to worry about." The two people who had been so hopeful just a moment ago were filled with joy. "I'll do it too, let's refine it together. We've waited too long for this day." She quickly clasped her hands together and began the refining process. Suddenly, the golden light that had been present earlier swiftly turned into a strange, dark purple color. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth, struggling to pull her hands away, but couldn't, panic swelling in her chest. "What's happening?" Her face filled with horror as tears streamed down. "It seems like my spiritual power is being drained." The purple energy surrounded her, pulling her hands with desperation as she cried out, "Help me!" The upper half of her body was suddenly swallowed, her form gradually dissolving in the purple energy. The pavilion master gaped in astonishment. How could this be? Then, he thought to himself, he had already suspected the leaf was problematic, but he was certain there must be a way to save them. Immediately, everyone knelt down before Yi Bei, taking turns to beg, "Save me. Little brother, your vision is extraordinary, you can see through divine objects, so you must not be an ordinary person. Please, I beg of you, help us. Everyone here has fought life and death together, and we have struggled to find this divine relic. That is why we were enchanted and lost our minds. I ask you to put aside any previous grudges and lend us your assistance. In the future, we will surely repay you with everything we have." He spoke with a gaze that was both arrogant and curious. "Oh? And what can you offer me in return?" The pavilion master looked up, his tone sincere. "Anything within Divine Decree City, whatever you desire, I will do my utmost to find it for you." Yi Bei stood with dignity, his hand lifting a powerful purple energy orb, his gaze intense as he spoke in a firm voice. "Very well. Do not forget your promise. I will help you save them." With that, he immediately hurled the orb into the chaos yin-yang leaf, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. The pavilion master turned away, slightly disappointed, thinking to himself, he intends to destroy the tree directly? How naive. How could ordinary cultivation techniques possibly burn down a chaos yin-yang tree? I've misjudged him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It can't be. From the orb, purple flames erupted, burning fiercely and spreading, enveloping the entire tree. He let out a light laugh, raising his voice as he introduced himself proudly. "I am the true dragon body, and the most precious part of the heavens follows me. After countless ascensions and trials, I have already gained the powers of heaven and earth. Dealing with a tree like this is nothing more than a small matter." Some people could not bear to see it being burned and shouted as they rushed toward the flames. Don't burn it. This is a divine artifact, even if I die, I still want to keep it." The pavilion master, shocked, shouted to stop them. "Everyone, retreat. There are more divine treasures in the world. If we don't have this one, we can always find another." They were burned, screaming in pain. "Ah!" As the pavilion master picked up the leaf, it gently moved, causing him to be stunned. He stepped forward to look at it and said in a deep voice, "This chaos yin-yang tree is both righteous and wicked. It's not regrettable to die under its temptation," he shouted as it transformed into a leech in an instant on his hand. Supreme Illusory Demon Leech. As he watched it squirm, he muttered, "So that's it." He then turned around, clasped his hands, and bowed, "Thank you, little brother, for helping me escape the demonic trap in time. If there's anything you want, feel free to ask. I will certainly fulfill whatever is within my power." Yibei looked at him with a suspicious expression. "What do you mean by anything? What can you do for me?" He replied, "Little brother, to be honest, I am the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion in Divine Decree City. Anything from our trade, you may choose as you wish." He fell silent for a moment before asking cautiously, "Could you help me find someone?" He nodded his head in agreement. "Of course, we can. As long as it's someone from Divine Decree City, there's no information we cannot retrieve." Suddenly, Xiang noticed something. An unusual object emitting a dazzling glow appeared from within the Chaos Yin-Yang tree. It flew out gradually, revealing the shape of a coin protected by a shield. In an instant, Xiang raised her hand to catch it as it fell right in front of her. She held it in her hand, observing in amazement. It felt strangely familiar, as if it had always been a part of her. He turned around and raised his hand to stop her. "Wait." Suddenly, she absorbed it, causing the coin to emit a glowing light. Strange, powerful symbols began to appear around her. Before she could react, it flew into her chest. Yibei rushed over to Luo Girl in panic. At this moment, her body began to lose vitality, her eyes dimming, her body swaying. He quickly caught her as she fainted, calling her name softly. Luo Girl held on. The situation unfolded so quickly that he couldn't react in time, nor could he think it through. Luo Girl was not someone to act recklessly and would not easily fall for the temptation of the yin-yang tree. Something unusual was definitely going on inside her. Du Guyan stepped forward, eyes wide with concern. "Grandmaster, great senior sister, what happened?" Yibei frowned, adjusting his posture. "Her spiritual energy is in chaos, temporarily sealed by me. She won't wake up for a while." Upon hearing this, she grew anxious. "What should we do then?" The pavilion master, observing the situation, spoke up to offer help. "Why don't you all come with me? I can provide what you need and offer temporary shelter." He held Xiang in his arms, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The pavilion master's voice echoed through the room. "Ye brother, you have done us a great favor, and moreover, you've just arrived in Divine Decree City. From now on, you can consider the transactions at Longevity Pavilion as your own business. This will be your residence," he said with a flattering tone. "Whatever you need, feel free to speak up. Anything I can do, I will handle it with all my might." Upon hearing this, Yibei responded, "You're kind." Then the pavilion master changed the subject. "Regarding the matter you asked about Fu Suo, there is news, but there's something strange about the situation." Guyan turned around and asked, "What's strange?" The pavilion master reported immediately. "The day after you gave the order, we sent people to follow Fu Suo and gather information about her. Fu Suo was once considered a prominent figure in Divine Decree City, always maintaining an impressive appearance and a great presence, drawing much attention. But after returning to Divine Decree City, it's as if she disappeared without a trace." He frowned and continued, "What's most unusual is that the treasure she left behind in her mansion was left unattended, as if a situation was set up for everyone to see, waiting for someone to enter." Yibei turned around and replied, "It seems she anticipated that we would come looking for her." The pavilion master, upon hearing this, immediately asked, "Ye brother, would you like me to send someone to investigate the truth first?" Yibei closed his eyes and declined, "No need. If she clearly wants us to find her, then we'll just go and take a look." Hearing this response, the pavilion master bowed his head respectfully and said, "As you wish. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." The room only had the three masters. Yibei. Guyan looked at the person lying down and asked, "Grandmaster, please take a look at great senior sister's body." Around Xiang's body, a stream of spiritual energy suddenly surrounded her, accompanied by script and a lotus seal. Yi Bei also looked over in surprise. Luo girl. Gu Yan exclaimed unexpectedly, great senior sister is breaking through her realm. As she spoke, the spiritual energy fluctuated more intensely around Xiang, and her eyes suddenly opened, flashing with a strange light. Yi Bei explained, Luo girl has been experiencing a series of fortunate encounters these past few days. Although her consciousness is not fully awake, her body has begun to autonomously absorb energy and is starting to evolve. She has broken through. Gu Yan turned to ask him, looking puzzled, Grandmaster, if this continues, will there be any danger to great senior sister? Yi Bei replied, there's no need to worry. Junior Master trusts her abilities. She silently prayed, great senior sister, you must be all right. After that, the voices of the two rang out in the room. So, Grandmaster, what should we do about Fu Suo? Since they've already set up a trap for us, should we go meet them? The sky was a clear blue, still and serene, with a meticulously crafted tiled roof. Two people were walking through the door. Gu Yan looked around and said, there really isn't a single person here. Yi Bei observed the front yard. The spiritual energy there was rich and green, surely the treasures were located there. Let's go check it out. She replied when she heard it, yes. The door was opened, and Gu Yan leaned in to look around, still seeing no one, but there was no shortage of treasures. In front of them was a mountain of gold coins, and jade rings that were shining brilliantly. Yi Bei closed his eyes, stroked his chin, and said in a profound tone, Yan Ni, Grandmaster once taught you, if there's an advantage to be had, should you not take it? Gu Yan quickly responded, it's just sleeping stuff. The two of them joyfully rushed toward the pile of gold, silver, and jewels, shouting, big profit. Last time we used up all the old capital, but now we've earned it back. A few minutes later, Gu Yan was sweating, sitting down to rest. Truly, no wonder they were the richest, they were incredibly wealthy. After catching her breath, she turned to ask, but, Grandmaster, we're like this now? And Fu Suo still hasn't shown up. She's not really gone, is she? She wondered, could it be that she offended too many people? We haven't even made a move, and yet someone else has already taken action against her. This is too strange. Suddenly, something dropped onto Gu Yan's bare shoulder. She flinched and glanced to see that it was a kind of red liquid. She touched it with her hand, rubbing it, wondering what it could be. Then she suddenly realized what it was. Yi Bei also looked up in surprise. Above them, the girl was hanging, her entire body bound by many strands of rope. Gu Yan gasped, Fu Suo. Up above was Fu Suo, her eyes covered by a black cloth. Her hands and body were bound by numerous thin ropes. The corner of her mouth was bleeding. Both Yi Bei and his disciple looked up. He asked, what's going on here? Fu Suo slowly opened her eyes and cried out with difficulty, help. Help me. Gu Yan raised his hand to ask, Grandmaster, could this be a trap? But the man only watched in silence. Suddenly, she screamed, please, I beg you to save me. I'm innocent. Gu Yan looked up sharply, then warned in alarm, Grandmaster, be careful, it's a trap. At the same time, she unleashed two powerful slashes upward. A loud explosion erupted from the roof of the chamber. Yi Bei looked at the fallen figure and said, it wasn't her just now. Someone was trying to tempt you into killing her. Hearing this, Gu Yan wondered what on earth was happening. Fu Suo struggled to her feet, clutching at his robe. Yi Bei, please save me. As long as you can rescue me, whatever you want, whatever you wish to know, I'll give it to you. Please, I've devoted so many years of my life to this, I can't fail now, not when I'm this close. You must save me. But Yi Bei only replied coldly, and what makes you think you're still worth saving? Then he crouched down closer to her. Everything in your mansion has long been taken by us. You're just a dying woman now, no longer of any use. And since you're our enemy, why should we save you? Fu Suo answered through her pain, all of this. It's a conspiracy. From the moment you met me to Luo Shuishang's current breakthrough, everything was part of the plan. Even when you all arrive here, everything is part of the plan. He wants to use you to break through the limits of Divine Decree City. Yi Bei questioned, who is he? She frowned and answered, I have been placed under a binding curse, and I cannot speak his name. Save me, and I can lead you to him. Gu Yan, standing behind, wondered, Grandmaster, everything is just one-sided talk from this woman. Do we really have to save her? Yi Bei thought for a moment, then extended his hand, using the holy martial purification technique. The blue light of spiritual energy surrounded Fu Suo, who was lying on the ground. She closed her eyes and murmured her thanks. Gu Yan sighed and turned away. I know now. But suddenly, she coughed up blood violently, quickly raising her hand to cover her mouth. Purple spiritual energy surged, causing her to cry out in pain as she jumped up, clutching her head and shouting, Yi Bei, you promised you would keep your word. Seeing this, Gu Yan rushed over. What happened? Yi Bei replied, someone had already placed a curse on her. Once spiritual energy invades, it can trigger the curse immediately. Fu Suo's eyes had turned completely white, flashing red. Blue and purple spiritual energies swirled around her body. She continued to scream, Yi Bei, I hate you. Yi Bei ordered, withdraw quickly. But before they could move, a loud explosion erupted ahead. Gu Yan, witnessing the scene, sighed, this Divine Decree City is full of schemes and plots, with everyone exploiting each other. She clearly is a powerful figure, but in the end, even she doesn't know how she will die. Suddenly, Yi Bei noticed a shadow darting past behind the door. She quickly turned and said, Yan Ni, someone is still here. Her blade, infused with spiritual power, flew into the courtyard, chasing after the figure in black. At the same time, she shouted, stop right there. As she closed in on the figure, her blade clashed with something, creating a flash of golden light. Gu Yan swung her long sword, warning, don't even think about escaping. Her blade plunged into the ground, releasing a burst of spiritual energy. A formation emerged from the sword, descending upon the mysterious figure in black, who was rising into the air. That person turned around and smirked, finding it somewhat amusing. Behind him, Gu Yan, full of murderous intent, charged forward. He turned back, spiritual energy flashing at the tip of his finger, and Yi Bei sensed something strange. The clash of spiritual forces sent both her and her sword flying backward. The mysterious figure struck at her, saying, the game is over, little girl. He landed, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy descended. Yi Bei, anxious, called out, Yan Ni. To be able to defeat Yan Ni with just one strike, his power far surpasses that of an immortal. Who exactly is he? She trembled as she lay at the feet of the mysterious figure, whispering, Grandmaster. He arrogantly stood there and said, Yi Bei, I'll give you an opportunity 8 steps. If you can reach me within 8 steps, I'll release your disciple. Otherwise, your obedient disciple will only become a soul lost at my hands. With those words, a lotus flower appeared, summoned by his power. The petals unfurled in a circular pattern, forming an illusionary scene. In front of Yi Bei was a lotus pond. He silently sighed, realizing that from nothing came something, and he had reached the realm of transformation. The mysterious figure spoke again, my patience is running out, don't disappoint me. He stepped onto the first lotus blossom and quickly leaped from one to another. Calmly, he stopped in front of the mysterious figure, causing the figure to burst into laughter. Ha, breaking through my 7 steps, well done, truly well done. Yi Bei, on the other hand, looked at him with disdain. Coming near you, and you're still worthy? With a single strike, Yi Bei aimed at the mysterious figure. He used Gu Yan's sword to cut through the strike, then said, this time, it's this sword stopping you. Next time, it will be your obedient tools. Yi Bei stayed silent at these words, only gazing at him seriously. Suddenly, the mysterious figure began to merge with a black spatial gate. He said, what I wanted to know today, I now know. Yi Bei, I must thank you. Yi Bei immediately asked, what do you mean? The figure's form slowly disappeared into the gate, leaving the ominous words, "We will meet again." After the mysterious figure left, Yi-Bei quickly jumped to Gu Yan's side. He helped her up and called out, "Yan Ni." He shook her, but her eyes remained tightly shut. Suddenly, he realized something. Humph, this was Gu Yan, who had now lost consciousness, her lifeless eyes flashing with a red aura. Yi-Bei cried out in shock, "She's dead." A surge of spiritual energy, crackling with electricity, suddenly struck him. Yi-Bei found himself in some deep, boundless space. Just now, that person was not Yan Ni at all, it was the person in black who had used spiritual power to illusionarily transform into Yan Ni. No wonder I couldn't sense any living aura from the person on the edge. He looked down and pondered. All of this was to lure me into the trap. But in the end, what exactly did he want to do? Suddenly, he saw 6 lotus flowers identical to the ones before appearing in front of him, and Yi-Bei hesitated. That was when he sensed the triangular stone, and it radiated divine power. He stepped onto the first lotus, advancing smoothly and easily, finally landing lightly on the lotus's stamen. Yi-Bei looked at his target ahead and made an observation. With every step, it felt as though 1,000 tons of weight were added under his feet, blocking his path, preventing him from moving forward. He squinted and murmured, but with every step he took, the spiritual energy in his body grew stronger, as if it was summoning him closer to the golden scale. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What exactly are you? Why does it resonate so strongly with the spiritual power in my body?" It only responded with a slight movement. Yi-Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Relying solely on spiritual power, he couldn't suppress the lotus flowers, nor could he get any closer. So how could he obtain that golden scale? After thinking for a while, he extended his hand and used lightning magic to strike. The purple lightning shot toward the floating golden scale, but it remained intact, with no cracks. Fortunately, Yi-Bei furrowed his brows. It was essentially useless. Only by moving step by step could he pass through. Since that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to break through. Perhaps I will be able to reach you. With that, he sat down and meditated on the lotus platform. A few days later, the same scene unfolded. Yi-Bei's eyes suddenly flashed with a purple light, and the lotus he was sitting on bloomed, with the light gathering around him as if he were absorbing it. Yi-Bei stood up, sensing and admiring the surroundings. This place was truly the sacred land of cultivation. In just a few short days, his cultivation had reached the peak of the void immortal realm, something that would have taken several centuries of hard work outside to achieve. He extended his hand toward the shard with a golden glow. It was truly a surprise. Smirking, he looked at the object in his hand. "What exactly are you? This time, I will finally get to the bottom of it." The shard lay quietly in his palm before suddenly flashing with dazzling, multicolored light. Yi-Bei gritted his teeth, struggling to control it once again. He shut his eyes tightly due to the blinding light. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar building before him. Gu Yan quickly asked, "Grandmaster, you're finally back." Yi-Bei turned abruptly to look down and asked, "Why are you all dressed like this all of a sudden?" She hurriedly called out, "Grandmaster," and then hugged him tightly, acting coquettishly. "It's been 5 years, Grandmaster. Finally, you've returned." Her words left Yi-Bei stunned. 5 years? What are you talking about? Gu Yan spoke up, "Grandmaster, you've been gone for 5 years. Great senior sister has also been in deep sleep for 5 years. So much has happened in Divine Decree City over these 5 years. Now, you've finally returned." Yi-Bei Zoa stroked his chin, silently reflecting. For him, it was clear that he had only spent a few days in that space, but outside, 5 years had passed. The formation had undoubtedly been arranged for him long ago, but what was the real purpose of that man in black? He spread his hands, puzzled. Right, what happened to the golden shard? Suddenly, it reappeared, with powerful spiritual energy swirling around him, causing Gu Yan to exclaim in surprise, "Grandmaster, the intense spiritual energy is affecting both Pavilion Master and you." The force hit him directly, making him cough up blood. She was startled by this and silently gasped. The spiritual energy radiated from Grandmaster's body. She then raised her hand, intending to touch the stream of energy, but how could the spiritual power be this overwhelming? As soon as she made contact, she immediately realized something and was struck with shock. The energy hit her with such force that it sent pain coursing through Guyan's body. Just a brief touch, and this energy shattered his meridians, directly attacking his life gate. Don't say 5 years, 500 years would be insufficient for anyone to cultivate to this level, she muttered, frowning. What on earth has the Grandmaster been through in these 5 years? Where has he been? Suddenly, the pavilion master's voice rang out behind her, Lady Dugu, help me. He clutched his chest desperately. Lady Dugu, after 5 years of our bond, please, save me. Guyan turned her back and grasped the hilt of her sword. She took comfort in the things he had done for the great senior sister over the past few years. We will definitely save him. The long sword was drawn, its blade gleaming. She spoke with a serious expression, the waves of spiritual energy completely isolating the sound of the outside world. The Grandmaster was immersed in his own spiritual realm, unable to hear our voices. At this point, the only option was to risk everything for one final effort to awaken the Grandmaster. Guyan's figure shot up, leaving behind a burst of powerful spiritual energy on the ground. She leaped high into the air. Grandmaster, please wake up. The Yi Bei was still lost in its own world. Yet, it seemed to merge with his body, as if affecting the spiritual energy within him, causing it to begin to stir. It was clear that it was not an item from the immortal realm, but definitely from one of the 3,000 worlds. Yi Bei looked at the piece of jade in his hand, wondering why it had ended up in his possession. He frowned, pondering what the intermittent flashes of light meant. Suddenly, he realized something. I think I heard Yin Ni's voice. Looking up, he was met with Yuan Qing's face close to his, a sharp sound accompanying a violent impact. Yi Bei broke into a sweat as he watched the sharp blade land in front of him. What's going on? He shouted in frustration. Yin Ni, what are you playing at? Are you trying to make great senior sister stay too? Guyan held the hilt of the sword, looking innocent. Grandmaster, you've finally woken up. Hearing this, Yi Bei asked with a puzzled expression, what exactly is happening? Half an hour later, everything was explained clearly. He fell into deep thought, rubbing his chin. It turns out that way. It seems that in the future, I will have to venture alone into the desolate micro-world to uncover the secrets of this golden scale for safety. The pavilion master suddenly spoke from nowhere, there is hope now. Finally, there is hope. I really did not misjudge you. This made Yi Bei slightly startled, but he still responded, what happened? The pavilion master clasped his hands together, Yi brother, do you remember the promise you made to help my fellow disciples, and in return, I would provide you with treasures? Right now, the survival and fate of Longevity Pavilion depend on you. Only you can save us. I will immediately have someone prepare the treasures for you. I humbly ask you to lend us your help. Yi Bei listened to him speak in one breath and then replied, it's not impossible. But you must agree to one request of mine. In his heart, he quietly thought, it's time to do this. At this moment, the pavilion master spoke with full determination, agreed, whatever the condition, I will meet it. Outside the window, the sky was clear and blue. Yi Bei sat on the long chair and gave an order, I want you to immediately go to the Tianxian dimension. The pavilion master repeated, Tianxian dimension? Guyan stared at him closely, wondering if the Grandmaster wanted something. He picked up a cup of tea and affirmed, that's right. I want you to go there and bring all my disciples to the immortal realm. Is there any problem? He clasped his hands and agreed, no problem, of course, no problem. He took a sip of tea and then changed the subject, now, let's hear about your matters. He responded, yes, Pavilion Master. During the 5 years you've been missing, Divine Decree City has undergone great changes, shaking the heavens and earth. Countless divine miracles appeared, and the realms of everyone had increased within a mere 5 years to a level that they could not even have imagined before. He continued, but it was also during these 5 years that a terrifying heretical religion had emerged in Divine Decree City. Their doctrine was to eliminate all equality in the world and create a society with the strictest class hierarchy. Remembering the woman who raised the scepter, they believed that all things had an inherent hierarchical order, and everything must be sacrificed for the church. Do not refrain from doing evil because it is small, and do not do good simply because it is small. They also slaughtered many rising talents in Divine Decree City. There were 2 faces leading them. Within 5 years, countless forces fell into their hands. The pavilion master gestured enthusiastically, but they drained his spiritual power and tortured him in a most inhumane way, yet there was no way to resist them. His eyes showed a mournful expression as he released the news, intending to directly attack the sacred land of Divine Decree City, Changyilang. If that place is taken, I cannot even imagine what Divine Decree City will become, how it will fall into an irreversible state. He took out an item and introduced it. This is my token. When you go to Changyilang, just use your spiritual power to activate it, and the people there will know everything. They will welcome you. The situation in Changyilang is very complicated, and I cannot explain it clearly. You will understand once you go there. Yi Bei carefully examined the golden object in his hand and repeated the statement about the complicated situation of Changyilang. Not long after, he stood not far from Changyilang. He clasped his hands calmly and spoke, "To be able to sprout a heresy of such magnitude, I, on the contrary, would like to see what kind of place you come from." From the grass behind came a rustling sound. His sharp eyes flicked over, someone was there. 2 people were approaching from the side, and he raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, guessing, blind. Yilan, leaning on her cane, cursed angrily, "It's all because of that damned Black Tower sect that your village was ruined, and you ended up so gravely injured." The man she was carrying on her back only responded, She spoke encouragingly, "But don't you worry. We people of Changyilang are very warm-hearted. As soon as we reach Changyilang, everyone will surely do their utmost to save you. Even though you've lost your arm and your spiritual power has been taken, you mustn't lose hope, you'll definitely survive." He remained completely silent. The cane had already reached the edge of a cliff. Yilan suddenly grew puzzled, "But we've been walking for so long today, why haven't we arrived yet? Don't tell me I've gone the wrong way." He gently coaxed her, "You haven't. Just keep going straight, and we'll get there." She didn't doubt him in the slightest. Of course, even if she couldn't see, he could. How could they possibly be going the wrong way? His eyes were swallowed by darkness, his lips murmuring, "The sect leader once said, the weak deserve to die. I should die, and so should she. I'm merely helping her find release, I'm not wrong." Startled, she asked, "What? What are you saying?" He raised his hand in grim judgment, "If life has lost all meaning, then death holds nothing to fear." The man in black's face was filled with certainty, "I am not wrong." Then his hand struck down hard on Yilan's nape. She fell straight into the abyss, screaming in terror, "Ah!" Yi Bei witnessed the whole scene and sneered, So this is the Black Tower sect. Do not shun small evils, how amusing. However, I intend to save her. You don't get to kill just because you wish to." Without hesitation, he jumped after her. Yi Bei dove toward the falling Yilan, descending even faster, his body bending as he caught her midair. The sudden touch startled her, and she cried out, "Ah!" The 2 of them turned into streaks of light, plunging straight into the forest below. She covered her face, confused and trembling. "Why? Why did this happen? I clearly saved him." Hearing that, he couldn't bear to stay silent and explained, "You saved someone you shouldn't have. He belongs to the Black Tower sect." She was stunned, repeating in disbelief, "What? What did you say?" "He is a member of the Black Tower sect." He looked straight at her and replied firmly, "That's right." Gradually, Yilan understood everything. She had saved the murderer who slaughtered that entire village, and had almost brought him back to Changyiling herself. Yi Bei added calmly, he wanted to kill you mostly because he knew his identity would be exposed once you returned to Chengyi Lang. That's why he decided to silence you completely. She lowered her head in sorrow, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died without ever knowing the truth. He extended his hand toward her, sincerity in his eyes, you're from Chengyi Lang, aren't you? Allow me to take you back. She shook her head in refusal. No need. His gaze held a hint of confusion, but he only uttered a sound. Hoof. Yilan embraced her shoulders and replied, earlier, when he pushed me down the cliff, the gate of my life was severely damaged, and my fate is nearing its end. She took something out and added, I had already lost my sight from cultivating a martial art, and now that my life gate has been destroyed, my spiritual energy has dissipated. There's no saving me. Her pale hand presented a green jade flute. I truly thank you. Though I'm not worthy of being saved, I hope that the person you save will be worthy. Take this whistle to Yiling Pavilion, and those inside will treat you well. Yi Bei examined the whistle, silently thinking to himself, so this is the appearance of someone from the legendary Chengyi Lang. Unfortunately, he turned and walked away, but still promised, I'll tell the people at Yiling Pavilion to collect your body. A voice echoed from the tiled wall of a building. I want to meet your pavilion master. Yi Bei clasped his hands behind his back, ignoring the gatekeeper's persuasion. It's not like before. The pavilion master cannot be seen just because one wants to. Please present a token. He nonchalantly raised the round, yellow jade up and frowned. There's no reaction. Yi Bei knitted his brows tightly, falling into thought. His spiritual power had vanished, yet his hand still clutched the jade to sense it. He touched his chin and concluded, sure enough, nothing. Could it be the effect of those golden scales? A few guards brandishing spears shouted, what do you intend? He responded earnestly, I don't intend to do anything. Someone told me to come meet your pavilion master, besides, since my spiritual power has disappeared, if a fight breaks out I'd be at a disadvantage. I thought I'd scare them a bit. The guards, impatient, said, we've told you before, the pavilion master doesn't meet just because someone wants to. He spread his hands in a conciliatory gesture, the pavilion master in charge of the Shun Ban Quan's longevity affairs sent me here. They all burst into mocking laughter. Boy, even when you lie you should look at your situation. You're young and you have no spiritual power. How could you possibly have any acquaintance with the pavilion master of the Shun Ban Quan? Then one of them spoke up admonishingly, you look like you're here to broaden your knowledge. Leave at once, we won't hold you to account. He closed his eyes in frustration. If that's the case, then I won't pretend anymore. Yi Bei bellowed, I am an envoy of the Black Tower Sect sent to negotiate. Tell your pavilion master to come out at once, if not, and war breaks out, don't blame me. Hearing that, their expressions changed. One repeated, if he's from the Black Tower Sect he should identify himself. Hurry and inform the pavilion master. An enemy has infiltrated. Be on alert. If this person makes any reckless move, kill him regardless. Subordinate obeys the order, understood. The clear blue sky shone down upon the secluded manor. Standing behind two guards, the pavilion master raised his voice and asked, are you the one sent by the Black Tower Sect? Yi Bei held up a jade green whistle and explained, it's just a pretense Shin Ban Quan and that lady told me to come find you. The man's eyes widened as he stared at the whistle. It's her. Then he leaned slightly forward and said solemnly, little brother, please come inside. Yi Bei walked past the guards with satisfaction, thinking to himself, if they'd done this earlier, wouldn't that have been better? White clouds drifted lazily across the deep blue sky as the two strolled and chatted. If Brother Ye's spiritual power has disappeared, then stay here for a while to recuperate. As for that battle with the Black Tower Sect, we will surely be victorious. Yi Bei replied, then I must thank you. He handed the token to the pavilion master. This is yours. The pavilion master did not take it. I believe Brother Yi should keep this for himself, because that whistle is not a possession of our Yilong pavilion. Yi Bei's eyes filled with puzzlement. What did he mean by that? The pavilion master explained, Brother Yi, you probably don't know this whistle is a unique relic of a certain subrace in Lang. He continued, within it lies the story of their people's origin, as well as the memories and incantations of the whistle's master. Unless, at the moment between life and death, the whistle's owner personally releases its hidden spell, it will never fall into another's hands. By this time, the two had already walked quite a distance. Pavilion Master continued, a person who just arrived at Lang could immediately receive such deep affection and trust, which is why the disciples here believe you are someone sent by Shen Pavilion Master. Reflecting on it not long ago, Yi Lan had instructed, you take this whistle to Yiling Pavilion, and the people inside will treat you well. His mind was made clear, so that was what she meant. Pavilion Master turned to him and suggested, Yi brother, you should keep this whistle safe. The legend says it can save your life at a critical moment. The red banner with the 4 words Great Unity danced like a dragon in Phoenix. He focused on the characters before him, then began to explain. Great Unity, you, me, all for the greater good. This is the ultimate belief of Lang. There should be no competitive mindset, no thoughts of hierarchy. Great Unity, everyone for the greater good, here everyone can fulfill their dreams. Yi Bei's gaze fell, melancholic, his voice sounding idealistic. Pavilion Master interrupted him, stating clearly, welcome to join us. He hesitated, perhaps under the red-tiled roof where bursts of laughter echoed. He stopped in front of a door and introduced, this is the treasure hall of Yiling Pavilion, as well as a place for cultivation. As long as you have the ability, everything here can be yours. Then he added, these 2 days, you should focus on cultivating here. As for the matter of Black Tower Sect, though it's a bit frustrating, for now, it's manageable. Yi Bei expressed his gratitude. Then, I thank you. He didn't forget to remind him. However, Yi brother, you must be extremely careful. Do not reveal your talents. Some things he revealed to me. Recently, the Black Tower Sect has stirred up a storm of assassination targeting talented individuals. Anyone they find with potential, but who does not submit to the Black Tower Sect, will be massacred. He found it interesting and stroked his chin. The Black Tower Sect is truly ruthless. The Pavilion Master took his leave, saying, then I will not disturb you any longer. Yi Bei stood amidst the room filled with large and small shelves. All of Yiling's treasures and cultivation techniques were here. It was truly too good. He sighed, but at this moment, he had not a trace of spiritual energy. Unable to take these treasures, wasn't he just staring at them helplessly, unable to touch them? He took a green book off the shelf and opened it to look. Forget it, I'll check the cultivation techniques below first. Suddenly, a stream of golden energy surged out, the golden spiritual energy blending into the air and swirling around him, with a triangular piece between the pages glowing brightly. Yi Bei widened his eyes in shock. This is golden scales. Yi Bei stroked his chin, speculating. These golden scales were a divine item, but they hadn't been fully refined by him yet. They had only been forcefully sealed within his body, which was why they clashed with his spiritual energy. This was also why his spiritual energy had vanished. He took out a similar piece and brought it close to the book for comparison. If I can refine this golden scale, not only will my spiritual power be restored, but my realm will also surely break through. He closed his eyes and focused, merging the 2 golden scales in his palm. The golden spiritual power gradually surrounded his body as he sat on the ground. Yi Bei's face was covered in beads of sweat, murmuring, just a little more. He continued to channel his energy, lighting up the space of the room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, determined, and said, the final step starts with my body. The golden energy surged more fiercely. He shouted, his eyes turning into 2 glowing points as his power exploded uncontrollably. The 2 guards at the door were startled when they saw a streak of blue light shoot up into the night sky from the courtyard. Excitedly, they discussed among themselves, someone has broken through. We now have even more hope of defeating the Black Tower Sect. In the distance, 2 people happened to witness this strange phenomenon. The sect leader, with dark eyes that concealed all emotion, ordered, find this person and bring them here. The black-clad person behind him responded, yes. The golden scale shimmered in Yi Bei's hand. He was still not satisfied. A breakthrough was a breakthrough, but he hadn't yet refined it, more force was needed. Suddenly, he glanced to one side and shouted, "Come out." The black-clad person quietly appeared behind him, admiring him. To be able to detect my presence so quickly, you're the second person. He raised two fingers and declared, I give you two choices, be killed by me or come with me to the Black Tower sect? Yi Bei provocatively replied, but what if I don't want either? The black-clad person immediately lunged forward but didn't forget to answer, then I'll have to make the choice for you. He remained motionless, only his eyes narrowing slightly. The collision on both sides was intense, and the leader's palm emitted a radiant light like a rainbow, his eyes burning red. Seizing this opportunity, he shot out countless sword beams toward his opponent. Yi Bei caught one of the beams effortlessly and then leisurely assessed, indeed, you're a little stronger than an ordinary person. But that's all you have. He generously added, I'll give you one last chance, kill me, or else, you die. He raised his hand and began gathering energy amidst a loud roar. Embrace death. As he extended his hand, his face was grim, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp glint. The technique of Void Grand Master, once unleashed, completely overwhelmed him. The thunderous explosion sounded, followed by the aftershock of deathly, violet spiritual energy. He withdrew his hand, but the aura still lingered. I told you, I only gave you one chance, and you didn't cherish it. He said with amusement, I, from the Black Tower sect, am curious to see what kind of performance you'll put on, leaving behind a massive handprint deeply embedded in the ground. He exited the tower and leapt to somewhere else, to a forest filled with lush green bamboo. Yi Bei landed silently in the midst of the woods, not making a sound. He clasped his hands behind his back and calmly called out, You've come, so come out. The old man approached and greeted him. Yi Bei, we finally meet. Yi Bei and the sect leader stood facing each other, and he spoke to probe, You purposely lured me here, what is it you want? He denied, Why would I lead you here? Ordinary people could never receive such a sincere invitation from me. His eye sockets turned dark, and he spoke, Let me see if you have enough qualifications. He raised his staff, and streams of red spiritual energy surged out. He only smirked at this scene, raising his hand to block the attack, while wondering, how many living souls has he consumed to practice this spirit transformation technique? With that, he waved his hand, creating a barrier that blocked all of his opponent's attacks. The old man suddenly laughed with delight, as expected, You are indeed the person I've been looking for. You can even break my soul flame great art with just one move. He coldly responded, Just a small skill, which made the old man even more pleased. I like your strength and your arrogance. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join our Black Tower sect. The sect leader raised his hand and inquired, What do you think? He mocked, What makes you think I will agree with you? Is it because of that old face of yours? The old man, uncomfortable, explained, Because we are people on the same path. He scoffed. The old man continued trying to persuade Yi Bei, What do you think cultivation is for? Hearing this, he retorted sarcastically, Did you really believe in world unity after walking around Yiling Pavilion? Equality for all, is it? The sect leader raised his voice in rebuttal, Believe in what Lin Tianci said, that as long as one puts in the effort to cultivate, anyone can become a god of Cheng Yilang. The so-called cultivation, from the very beginning, is meant to distinguish levels and differences between people. The strong possess resources and the world. The weak are eliminated. If in the immortal realm, the divine realm, everyone were as strong as each other, then this place would be no better than the lower realm. His eyes flashed coldly, Only rank and hierarchy are the basic rules that govern this world. And you and I are the ones standing at the top of the food chain. We are destined to be the same kind of people. Yi Bei nodded slightly, I do agree with this point. Truly, what he said isn't wrong. The sect leader, seeing a glimmer of hope, continued, Are you willing to join the Black Tower sect? Yi Bei shook his thumb, Indeed, I am the one at the top of the food chain. His gaze turned cold, as for whether you are, I'm not so sure. The sect leader furrowed his brows, questioning, are you mocking me? Yi Bei sneered, the most annoying thing is people like you who speak of lofty principles all the time. If you have the ability, fight. If not, kneel down and admit defeat. The sect leader suddenly rose, his staff striking forward, roaring loudly, you don't know your limits. His spiritual power began to surge violently, with red chains slowly materializing within it. The sect leader controlled each chain to attack, accompanied by an ultimatum, if you are unwilling to surrender to me, then leave your soul behind. Yi Bei's body was gradually entangled by the chain that coiled like a snake, tightening its grip. First, it bound his arms, then his legs shared the same fate. The old man declared, die. Clenching his fist, Yi Bei stared blankly as his opponent's lethal move approached. Elsewhere, Xiang's blue eyes snapped open. She immediately sat up in bed, a look of confusion crossing her grandmaster's face. Her pupils reflected the perilous image of Yi Bei, and only one thought filled her mind, save grandmaster. Du Guyan entered the room holding a cup of medicine and saw that the person on the bed had awakened. Senior sister, you're awake. Xiang quickly grabbed her hand, grandmaster is in danger. She was surprised by the news, grandmaster is in danger? Great senior sister, what do you mean? She looked deeply into one of Xiang's eyes, seeing something in it. She gasped, great senior sister, your eye. The image in Xiang's eye seemed to shift, gradually revealing Yi Bei's figure. Gu Yan, still uncertain, grasped her shoulder, great senior sister, is that the future in your eye? Xiang nodded, that's right. She raised her hand to touch one of her eyes, then recounted some past events. That day, Grandmaster helped me refine the chaotic yin-yang leaf. My body couldn't accept such an immense amount of spiritual power, and I fainted for 5 years. During these 5 years, though I was unconscious, I knew everything that happened to everyone. This is because the chaotic yin-yang leaf helped awaken my prophetic power. Hearing that, Gu Yan began to speculate. So, the scene that senior sister had just witnessed was Xiang impatiently cutting her off. Grandmaster will face an unprecedented crisis. Junior sister Yin and I, we must go and assist Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, she quickly turned away. I'll immediately summon my subordinates to aid Grandmaster. Xiang hurriedly stopped her. No, the look on her face turned grim. We have something even more important to do. On the other side, the sect leader thrust his fist forward and shouted loudly. Yi Bei, prepare to die. With his punch, a spear shot forth, but it was blocked by a single hand. His eyes sparked with defiant lightning. With just you? He seized the monk's spiritual rope and lashed it fiercely through the air. Yi Bei slammed his fist into the ground with immense force, causing the earth around him to heave upward. The sect leader leapt up to dodge the shockwave, astonishment flickering in his eyes. What? He tore the formation apart with pure spiritual power without even breaking the core node. His eyes turned blood red as he laughed wildly. Ha ha! So what that man in black said was true. Yi Bei, you really are my destined rival. He soared into the sky, conjuring circles of arcane light. In that case, this will be simple. Yi Bei gathered momentum an instant later, he appeared behind the monk, leaving the man stunned. How is that possible? A crimson pillar of light shot straight into the heavens. The sect leader raised his magic weapon to block, swift indeed but still a little too slow. He suddenly realized something while still hovering in mid-air, looking around. Yi Bei in front of him radiated an immense power. Seeing this, he exclaimed, it's over. A brilliant light shone in the darkness, and the sect leader had collapsed onto the ground. He looked at Yi Bei and spoke, Yi Bei, today I only use spirit transformation to play with you a little. Next time we meet, you must be more careful. Yi Bei was surprised to hear this. Spirit transformation was the same technique as the one used by the man in black. Could it be that his cultivation was also above the immortal realm? The old man didn't respond but disappeared, with his laughter echoing through the space, ha! Yi Bei looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, no, his cultivation hasn't reached above the immortal realm. If it had, he would have ascended from here long ago. His spirit transformation was achieved through strengthening the soul's power to cultivate techniques. Yi Bei looked at his own hand, it was the same. His spirit transformation could only be so realistic because of this. It was hard to tell apart, and if he could already use spirit transformation, it would prove that cultivating spirit transformation in the immortal realm was absolutely possible. In his hand was some triangular object, something golden that cultivated the soul's spiritual power. Let me see. In a bamboo forest, Yi Bei was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. He sensed something. Yi Bei looked at the illusion of himself in front of him, contemplating. As expected, it was true. If one cultivated the soul to a sufficiently strong level, they could use spirit transformation without needing to undergo soul transformation. Knowing this made him feel somewhat pleased. For now, he can only transform his form. To fully harness it, he would need to cultivate for a few more days. A golden arrow flew towards him, and Yi Bei sensed it, turning his head slightly. Who is it? The arrow struck a nearby bamboo tree and exploded. He stepped aside to watch it, his eyes filled with a murderous glare. From another side, there were whispers, up there, further up, it will be revealed. Senior sister, you stepped on my foot. Shoo, quiet down. Hearing those voices made him flinch slightly. Yi Bei smiled enigmatically. So that's it. Suddenly, he clutched his chest and screamed, I've been hit by an arrow. Yi Bei fell to the ground. I'm falling. From the surrounding bushes, many people rushed out in panic. Grandmaster, what's wrong with you? Tai Bai, sitting beside him, scolded, Hong Yu senior sister, it's all your fault. You used too much force and knocked Grandmaster out. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu could only stammer, I'm sorry, She continued, Grandmaster has just woken up after 500 years of deep sleep. His condition is unstable. We shouldn't have risked engaging with him. Tai Bai looked at him with deep regret, it's all my fault for suggesting such a bad idea. At this point, Hong Yu began to cry loudly, Wah, Grandmaster, it's all my fault. Tai Bai was also heartbroken. No, it's my fault. Another disciple stepped forward, using his energy to form a small orb. Grandmaster didn't faint from such a small injury before. It must be because his spiritual power is insufficient now. My spiritual power is stronger, so I'll transfer some to him. She was about to lean down to kiss him when suddenly, someone else pushed her away. Let me do it. Another person disagreed. No, let me do it. Yi Bei silently felt satisfied in his heart. The good disciples of Junior Master really were not raised in vain. Wu Xiaochen moved to the position where the two had been standing. Everyone, don't worry anymore, the professional matter should still be left to Xingchen, the two of them could only agree. Xingchen smiled lightly from behind. The Grandmaster's illness, only the great senior sister can cure. The two others looked at each other in confusion. Shuishang shyly leaned closer to him. Grandmaster, don't cause trouble anymore. How could they harm you? Yi Bei gently opened his eyes and glanced at her. No one understands me like Luo girl does. Seeing him open his eyes, the others stirred. Grandmaster, you're really awake. Yi Bei stood among his disciples, smiling. Disciples, it's been 500 years, and at last, our sect has gathered again. Long Feng, in her female form, gently raised a hand to wipe away her tears. It's been 500 years, Grandmaster, you've truly come back to life. Linguay, standing beside her, added. Grandmaster, we've missed you so much. Hearing that, he wept even harder. Yi Bei, now looking around, snorted. Xiaojiu, why isn't she here? One disciple, holding a chicken leg, spoke up to explain. Grandmaster, you don't know, Xiaojiu's senior sister has already entered the city and even seized a faction. A few days earlier, as it turned out, someone from the Black Tower sect, brazen as if they had no eyes, had injured a disciple of senior sister Xiaojiu. Her mouth still chewed on a large chunk of meat. Hot-tempered as senior sister Xiaojiu was, she naturally could not endure it and, in a fury, rushed to the Black Tower sect. Thus, before great senior sister could find him, she had already left. Wu Xiao, also annoyed, cut in, how dare someone bully our sect's people, do they not value their lives? That disciple corrected him, with senior sister Xiaojiu's ability, it's unlikely anyone else bullied her, she was the one bullying others. The other disciples nearby agreed. Never mind him if he dares provoke our people, there is only one road for him, death. I humbly beg permission for everyone to go avenge Xiaojiu and topple the Black Tower sect. I respectfully request Grandmaster's leave to lead the charge and overthrow the Black Tower sect. Yi Bei did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Shui Xiang, standing behind, watched him silently with worried eyes. The men in black now screamed in panic, don't do anything reckless, this is the Black Tower sect's territory. If you dare act up here, our sect leader will not let you off. Xiaojiu looked at them darkly, many energy spheres circled the group. What fearsome sect is the Black Tower sect? Must I be afraid? She swept her hand aside, sending a large orb racing forward. On the contrary, you lot have a lot of nerve. One of the men in black grew somewhat frightened. As the orb drew nearer, the two of them were forced to dodge off in opposite directions. A nasty-looking man spoke up, her spiritual energy is frighteningly strong. If this continues, sooner or later she'll drain us of our energy and kill us. The other man agreed, that's right. I've watched her, she only understands long-range combat. After she fires a spell pearl, she needs time to recover. We'll both rush her at the same time. In the blink of an eye, at the right moment, we'll use everything we've got to kill her. They shouted boldly, die. Xiaojiu looked at them with contempt. Who told you that this young Mrs. Skills need time to cool down? Calmly, she continued to manipulate her orbs. They realized the situation had gone wrong. We're doomed, one of them cried as a gigantic purple orb appeared. When it detonated, Xiaojiu stared at her hand. She was slightly annoyed. Those two little guardians made me use 6 pearls. The people of the Black Tower sect had some skill. Suddenly she broke into a mysterious smile. Well, what was to come had come. If I don't give them a little parting gift, how could they leave with any shame? Then a series of purple explosions erupted, and the city quickly became a heap of rubble. Xiaojiu propped herself up and panted, that was intoxicating. I finally managed to make it look like this. She looked around and saw no one, it was puzzling. But was this really the Black Tower sect's stronghold? How could this place have been blown to pieces for so long without a single soul in sight? Behind a large rock not far away, a man in black appeared, silently thinking, that was too dangerous, I almost got wiped out. His teammates also poked their heads out and whispered, the prey has taken the bait, the plan can begin now. You go report to the sect leader. Hearing this, the man responded, got it. Meanwhile, Xiaojiu was still lamenting, if only the Grandmaster were here. In the morning, at another city, several disciples of Yi Bei were walking around. One disciple, excitedly looking around, said, so this is Chengyi Lang, no wonder it's called the Holy City. I've finally made it here. This place really is bustling, everything you could ever need is here. At that moment, a little girl bumped into someone. The old man glared at the girl. The girl, trembling, bowed and said, sorry, I didn't mean to. The old man extended his hand in front of her, saying, come with me. The girl, overjoyed, grabbed his hand and thanked him. And so, the two of them walked hand in hand in one direction. The disciples of Yi Bei who witnessed this couldn't help but feel moved. At first, the Grandmaster also took care of us in the same way. Tai Bai couldn't contain his emotions and wiped away a tear. That's right, one of them said, there's strange lights in the sky, someone in the city is shouting, not good, Black Tower sect is attacking. At that very moment, an explosion erupted in the capital, with flashes of light and smoke filling the air. Suddenly, a protective circle appeared, shielding everyone from the blast. A voice called out, "Are you all okay?" The others responded, "We're fine." Then, a devilish figure appeared out of nowhere, causing everyone around to panic and scatter in all directions, shouting, "Black Tower Sect is attacking! The Lin Pavilion Master has been severely injured." Dong Lu hurriedly said, "Quick, run." At that moment someone rushed forward to fight him. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of resolve, "Whether you live or die, whether you fall or stand, protect Cheng Lang, protect Cheng Lang." Tai Bai and even Wu Xiao watched him with hatred, frowning at the sight. Wu Xiao cracked her knuckles and growled, "The black magic sect must be wiped out." Yi Bei remained silent and observed him. Suddenly the demon leapt in power, causing those nearby to panic and stare in shock. He conjured a magical sphere crackling with lightning, his face brimming with arrogance as he taunted, "Cheng Lang? Nothing but a pile of trash." No sooner had he finished than Wu Xiao landed a powerful kick, her foot repeatedly battering him. She spoke as she vented her fury, trampling his arrogance. Tai Bai said lightly, "Senior sisters, junior sisters, how about we compete to see who can kill the most demons of the black magic sect, who can avenge Cheng Lang, and who is the Grandmaster's best disciple?" Hearing this, Xiaotong promptly shot her hand up, volunteering with zeal, "I'm in." Then, as if on the spur of the moment, she asked, "May I also have another basket of phoenix drumsticks from Spirit Mountain?" Before she finished, Tai Bai didn't hesitate to smack her on the head, displeased as he said, "What kind of time is this to be thinking about food?" Luo Shuishang standing beside them could only smile helplessly. Tai Bai then stated a serious condition to Xiaotong, "If you can win first place, even if we have to search all of Spirit Mountain, we'll bring you a basket." Hearing the name of her favorite dish, her eyes immediately lit up, and she asked, "Really?" At that moment, Xiaotong, holding a long ladle with an expression that could not have been more wicked, spoke up, "Then that's perfect." Upon hearing this, the few demonic figures immediately jolted in fear. Not wasting a second, she used her weapon to strike them on the head, the blows as hard as potatoes. They cried out in pain, but on the other side, Tai Bai, with a cruel expression, brandished his sword and charged at them. Wu Xiao, using both hands, threw powerful punches, causing the demonic figures to just accept their fate. Xiaotong wielded the ladle back and forth like she was swatting flies, flashing a smile that was far from friendly as she said, "This is my ultimate weapon in the culinary world. I'm just as good at cooking as I am at fighting. Using it against you is already a mercy." They clutched their heads in terror and ran away. At that moment, noticing the sorrowful expression on Shuishang's face, Yi Bei spoke up, "Luo girl, since I met you, it seems you've had a lot on your mind. What happened?" She fell silent. Seeing her remain quiet, he asked again, "Is there something you're hiding from Grandmaster?" She kept her sorrowful look, not daring to meet his eyes. After a long pause, she finally spoke, "Grandmaster, I can see a few things from the future." Upon hearing this, he understood and smiled softly, saying, "That's why you found the other sects and brought them here." Shuishan looked up at him and replied, "Yes, though I cannot see everything, I have a vague sense that Grandmaster will leave, and that you will lose something important." Hearing that, Yi Bei gently patted her head, smiling reassuringly, "Silly girl, do you think Grandmaster would abandon his 107 disciples and leave you all behind?" She softly replied, "No." He offered her some advice. Fate is determined by the heavens, not by people. The ability to foresee is meant to help you become more determined, to clearly see what you want, and then act on it, not just to blindly obey, abandoning everything. Then Yi Bei pinched Shuishang's cheek lightly, saying, "The way you look now is not like the cold, decisive Luo girl that Junior Master knew." She painfully responded, "Grandmaster, your disciple understands." After that, she gently rubbed her cheek, accepting reality, and smiled as she spoke, "No matter what the outcome is, no matter where you want to go, your disciple will always follow you." At that moment, on Wu Zhao's side, in the midst of fierce fighting, a glowing purple gem suddenly appeared. It slowly floated upwards. She stood still, intently watching. Wu Zhao's voice rang out, "This is the 9 lotus bead of Xiaozhou." Her words drew the attention of Tai Bai and Xiaotong. Shuishan looked up with a bad premonition. This was Xiao Jiao's most treasured possession. Why is it here? Xiao Jiao must be in trouble. Wu Xiao slowly approached the gem and spoke, "It really is Xiao Jiao's fate bead." Then, she reached out to grab the fate bead, but suddenly, a streak of red shot forward, snatching the gem at lightning speed. She furrowed her brows in anger, gritting her teeth and asking, "Who is it?" "It is the Sect leader. He is floating in mid-air, looking down with disdain. Someone like you actually dares to touch my orb." Yi Bei was surprised to encounter him here. Seeing him below, the Sect leader greeted, "We meet again, Yi Bei." At that moment, Wu Xiao glared at him, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth as she growled, "Why is Xiao Jiao's life orb in your hands? What have you done to her?" The Sect leader calmly replied, "I haven't done anything." Before he could finish speaking, she immediately leaped up, channeling all her strength into her punch, demanding, "You dared to kill my junior sister?" Then, she unexpectedly threw a powerful punch. The Sect leader quickly stepped back, raising a protective shield. Wu Xiao grumbled in annoyance, "And yet you managed to block my royal fist move?" She followed up with a barrage of rapid punches, her voice rising, "But if that's all you've got, you're seriously underestimating me." The Sect leader quickly formed a protective circle, but with Wu Xiao's relentless strikes, cracks began to appear in his shield. Clearly irritated, he remarked, "No wonder you're Yi Bei's disciple, much stronger than the brainless fools I've nurtured with soul essence. But my target isn't you." He then unleashed a powerful attack, sending a sphere of energy that knocked Wu Xiao back. "All you underlings, get out of my way," he commanded. The sphere suddenly glowed blindingly, as if it was about to explode. The light made her wince, and she quickly raised her hand to shield her eyes. Everything happened so quickly that both Tai Bai and Xiao Tong were also affected. After the explosion underground, a smooth, deep gap was left behind. Yi Bei quickly shielded Xiang, and both of them looked uncomfortable. The Sect leader arrogantly praised, "Just now, I only used 80% of my spiritual power, and you two are still standing? Truly, you are promising young talents." Hearing him, Yi Bei silently withheld his response. Seeing that he remained silent, the Sect leader raised his brow and smugly asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Have you realized that my power is many times stronger than before? Last time, I only used spirit transformation to play around with you, giving you a bit of an advantage, but don't think that was my true strength." The Sect leader then confidently asserted, "This is the real confrontation between me and you." Yi Bei furrowed his brows and questioned, "Even if it was your true form last time, you couldn't have had such strong spiritual power. What exactly did you do?" Upon hearing this, the Sect leader immediately laughed heartily. "Ha, you saw through me. I won't pretend anymore." However, his tone slowed, and a crafty gleam appeared in his eyes. "All I did was swallow the soul of Lin Tianci and your little disciple, absorbing their spiritual power." When the Sect leader mentioned the disciple, Yi Bei's face immediately darkened. The Sect leader picked up a gem, casually saying with a mocking tone, "This is the gift your little disciple gave to me." Before the Sect leader could say another word, Yi Bei moved toward him. Seeing this, the Sect leader's eyes lit up with delight. In the blink of an eye, he lunged straight at the Sect leader. Yi Bei's eyes flared like a blazing inferno of hatred as he declared with grim resolve, "Today you will surely die." A tremendous power lit up the sky with a thunderous tremor, yet the Sect leader remained unfazed. He stepped back, raising his staff high. Yi Bei likewise retreated, keeping a measured distance. Then the elder thrust the staff into the ground and the space around them shifted in an instant. "As it happens, I also want you dead today. Let's see what you've got." He summoned his underlings, they shrieked and surged toward Yi Bei, crowding together and charging relentlessly. A murderous light flashed in Yi Bei's eyes as he chanted the heaven and earth thunder technique. A golden dragon coiled around Yi Bei's body. Its roar carried an overwhelming force that swept across a wide area. It lunged at the underlings and expelled a torrent of thunderous power. Even spirits struck by it could not withstand the assault and were shattered. The elder watched and could not help but appraise the scene, calling thunder was indeed formidable, but to him it was nothing. Then a colossal underling charged straight in, mouth wide as if to swallow him whole. Yi Bei's face hardened. If you want to defeat me, it won't be that easy. He executed the shield Great Tao, summoning a whirlwind that pushed the demonic underlings back. The sect leader, visibly intrigued, exclaimed, "Interesting." From above, Yi Bei unleashed the sword Great Tao, two sword strokes cleaving the air into twin blue streams that formed a cross. The attack almost landed, but he managed to dodge it. Not stopping there, Yi Bei used the Great Flame Tao, summoning a whirl of fire above his head. The old man squinted his eyes, then with a final, most crucial move, struck down, causing the ground to shake. With just a small exertion, he inhaled deeply, filling his body with spiritual power. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was drawn away by him, leaving quite a large portion depleted. Facing Yi Bei, the old man spared a few words of praise. "Yi Bei, although your resolve is stronger than others, these mundane cultivation methods from the mortal world cannot kill me." Yi Bei frowned, clearly uncomfortable, but said nothing. The old man continued, "Do you know why people like you come to this world?" Yi Bei asked in surprise, "You know my past?" The old man replied smugly, "Because we are both chosen by those from the upper realm. It is they who guided you here to this world, and it is they who led you to the sacred land where you met me." The old man began to reproach, "Originally, I thought you would choose to stand with me, ascend together, and enter the upper realm, a place no one has ever reached. But instead, you foolishly chose to abandon that path." With pride, he continued, "I'll be honest with you, I've already reached the peak of the true immortal realm, and only one final step remains before I can ascend and break through to the immortal realm. I know exactly where you come from and the strength of your cultivation techniques. With your current power, you are no match for me," he decided confidently. "So I will give you two choices: either sacrifice your soul to me so I can break through, or watch your disciples die before you, and then you will die at my hands." Having just heard a joke, he chuckled twice. "He doesn't care about your attitude. So have you made your decision yet?" Yi Bei laughed even louder, speaking with the utmost confidence. Don't even mention you. Even if you were some upper realm, I myself wouldn't bother to pay attention." His expression darkened, his face serious. "Today there is only one outcome: you must die." The three of them hovered in the air beneath the night sky. "Grandmaster, I'm coming to help you." The sect leader, seeing this, stroked his chin in surprise. A pure immortal body, truly a great surprise. Then he prepared to command his tentacles. "I intend to deal with those of you who dared to give me such a surprise." Xiang glared at him with obvious displeasure. She stepped forward while revealing her plan. "Grandmaster, you strike head-on, I'll look for an opportunity to get close to him." He agreed with her. Immediately she lunged toward the old man. He could not stand idly by to be killed and ordered his tentacles to attack her. They coiled around her body, and her face darkened. Thinking she had surrendered, they were mistaken. She opened her eyes wide and silently recited an incantation in her mind. In an instant, her body radiated a terrifying surge of power that blew those tentacles away. The elder raised his hand to block, but she surged forward, colliding with him with considerable force. She gritted her teeth, struggling with all her might to push him back. Two opposing auras, as powerful as a great upheaval, manifested from both sides. Even so, he still sneered at her. Ordinary skills. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered from Yi Bei's position. "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, the old man's face darkened in alarm. By the time he turned to look, it was already too late. Yi Bei had created a colossal shield, with an energy radiating from it that seemed endless. Fortunately, the old man managed to use his power in time to brace for the impact, resulting in an explosive shockwave. The two forces gradually dissipated into smoke before Xiang's eyes. She stared in astonishment. What just happened? Yi Bei furrowed his brow, clearly irritated. The sect leader surrounded himself within the protective shield. "I told you, the techniques of you mortals can't hurt me. All your moves are laid bare before me, I see through all of them." Then, he raised his staff in the center of the formation and shouted loudly, "Now, it's time for me to make my move." The formation grew larger, seemingly drawing in something. Yi Bei and Shui Shan were both stunned. This is the soul-sucking formation. The red light from the formation poured down on the village, slowly draining the souls of the living. Their cries for help echoed in desperation. Help! Please, someone save me! The formation continued to absorb more and more souls, concentrating around the place where the old man stood. He did not hesitate and took a deep breath, inhaling them all. Shui Shan was filled with worry. Grandmaster, he wants to devour the souls of everyone in the city. I can no longer see the next prediction, nor the outcome of this situation. I'm afraid, but Yi Bei doesn't seem alarmed at all and only grows more confident. If he wants to devour them, he first has to see if he can. Then, Yi Bei opened his hand. Inside was a secret treasure glowing brightly. Someone as insatiable as him would be best off killed immediately. Suddenly, the object jumped out of Yi Bei's hand, catching him off guard. Then it hovered in the air, glowing. He raised his hand to block the light. A starry, dark space surrounded him. He wondered, have I entered an illusionary realm? Could the golden scales have pulled me here? Then he raised his hand, intending to try and break the object. In an illusionary realm, one day inside equates to a year outside. This was the crucial point, he had to escape quickly. But when Yi Bei tried to grab it, the object darted away. He couldn't help but be astonished. What's happening? It emitted a brilliant golden light. He stood below, stunned. Is this the power of the soul? Yi Bei absorbed it, his gaze becoming resolute. I know how to defeat the Sect leader of the Black Tower Sect now. The power flowed into him, growing stronger with each moment. He began to understand the function of what was called defensive and offensive magic. No matter how profound it was, there would always be a corresponding strategy. Only a powerful soul, reaching a certain level, had nothing to fear. The Black Tower Sect leader's ability to rapidly increase his strength must be due to him refining the souls of the living. He then grasped my hand tightly. What he had cultivated was the strength of the soul, and attacking a regular person was the same as attacking the soul. The usual methods, of course, couldn't cause him any serious harm. To defeat him, one could only rely on the soul power of spirit transformation. In that dark, endless space, Yi Bei was like a living, radiant sun. Immediately afterward, a towering god appeared behind him, and at last, he had broken free. The sect leader seized the opportunity and lunged to attack him. Yi Bei, your death is upon you. The old man opened his wide mouth, preparing to swallow him whole. Yi Bei, let me declare this is the moment that will determine victory or defeat. The old man's power was shattered by the god that Yi Bei had summoned. The sect leader stood stunned, speechless. With confidence, Yi Bei spoke, it's time for you to end. The old man sighed, in just a few short days, you've learned spirit transformation. Yi Bei stood at ease, it's a good thing I met you that day, or I would never have discovered your true weakness. The sect leader, who had no sense of decorum, still attempted to bring him down. I don't believe that in just a few days, you could defeat me. No sooner had the old man finished speaking than Yi Bei thrust his fist directly at his face. The old man was sent flying, crashing into the distance with a violent shockwave. The sect leader, severely injured, struggled to rise. He did not expect this, so you really managed to learn spirit transformation? Yi Bei thought this was quite obvious. Is it really that difficult? The old man reluctantly accepted, fine. Then, he released a fighting aura, preparing for a one-on-one battle with Yi Bei. Let this be our final showdown. The sect leader's power transformed into a giant monster standing behind him. It opened its mouth wide to gather energy, but Yi Bei's divine hand grabbed its head. His gaze was icy cold. His towering deity raised its fist high. In the end, the monster was sent flying. However, the old man stubbornly used his own energy to create two massive arms attempting to grab Yi Bei. Want to kill me? It's not that simple. The two arms advanced, tightening around the deity's neck, causing Yi Bei pain and affecting him as well. The sect leader slowly gathered his strength, preparing for the final strike. I can utilize the thousands of souls of Chun Yilang. But you, Yi Bei, you are all alone. Yi Bei, you've lost. Right after, the old man shouted loudly, prepare to face my final blow. Immediately, a massive surge of energy headed towards them. Yi Bei's 3 disciples rushed over to lend a hand. Xiang said seriously, Grandmaster, your disciple will assist you. In an instant, the 2 colossal forces clashed, creating a shockwave that shook the very heavens. The sect leader pressed on with all his might, trying to push them back. On this side, Yi Bei's 3 disciples were equally determined, gritting their teeth and resisting fiercely. Then, Yi Bei's eyes shone brightly as he shouted. A world-shattering explosion followed. It blew everything around away. After a while, the tremors stopped. Everyone slowly emerged from the haze and spoke up. Truly worthy of us, thank goodness Grandmaster was here, or we'd all be dead. Where's Grandmaster? When he saw someone, he realized it was her. She stepped forward and admitted, yes, it was me. She smiled. Yi Bei, congratulations. You've passed our trial. You may now follow me to the upper realm. He looked puzzled. Upper realm? She confirmed, that's right, the upper realm, the land of the gods, and also where the secret realm was born. It's the place every cultivator dreams of reaching. You've passed our trial. He frowned, clearly irritated. A trial, you say? So everything that happened after entering the immortal land was all you're doing, the whole thing with Shintian Kuei, Fu Suo, even that strange yellow cloth? She confessed, yes, everything was meant for your training. You're just like us, striving to become the strongest in the immortal realm. So, will you come with us? The more Yi Bei listened, the more furious he became. Go with you? Then he rushed forward and attacked her relentlessly. All the hardship I went through, it was all your damned trickery. And you still want me to go with you? Keep dreaming. She quickly cried out, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. A few hours later, her face bruised and battered, she raised her hand to explain, when do you want to go up to the upper realm? Just tell little brother. I still have matters to attend to today, so I won't be able to invite you up anymore. With that said, she suddenly vanished. The 4 disciples all wore sorrowful expressions. Xiang asked him, Grandmaster, what should we do then? Are you going to abandon us and ascend to the upper realm alone? Yi Bei replied, how could I possibly do that? Just cultivate diligently for me. One day, we'll ascend to the upper realm together, and I'll teach you what it truly means to be human. Hearing his response, they were overjoyed. Yes, Grandmaster. Showdown, her face radiant with joy and her ample chest bouncing, was about to throw herself into his arms. The 4 master and disciples rejoiced together, while he remained immersed in the happiness they brought him.